The story begins when a king finds himself in a dark place and thinks he never believes the phenomenon people call the light at the end of the tunnel. Those rare occurrences where people, after waking from near-death experiences, would exclaim they saw the light with cold sweat rolling down the sides of their faces. He finds himself in a tunnel and wonders how he died. The last thing he remembers is that he was alone in his room and was looking at the city from his room. After that, his body felt heavy as he lay down on his bed, and he wondered if he was poisoned or assassinated. Some too many people wanted him dead since he was a king. However, as much as he wants to figure out his death, he can't do anything about it anymore, and he has no choice but to go along with it. When he opens his eyes, he finds out that he was just born, and his parents look at him affectionately. He can understand their language, which is a good sign. His father waves toward him, while his mother gets angry at him and says he has just been born. He feels his surroundings are ordinary enough, and he is surprised to see only some styles of clothes there. His mother takes him in his lap, and he wonders where he is actually. Weeks slowly trickled by, and his mother Alice was a gentle and kind-hearted lady who held the reins tightly in the family. His father, Reynolds, was dependable and charismatic if he ignored his occasional childishness. While he was thankful that he had been born into a loving family, his life was filled with difficulties that he wouldn't wish upon even his enemies. He has little command over his limbs and cannot control the bodily functions that come with this prison of flesh. When his mother changes his clothes, he feels so ashamed of her. Years of mental fortitude hones as a king and a representative of his country, and the even faint hope that this was all a dream were the only thing keeping him sane. It seemed like he had been transported to the past in a much more archaic period, and he wondered if people usually carried around weapons in the past. He is supposed to assume those vials of suspicious-looking liquids that they pass off as medicine are being sold legally. He is walking through the market with his mother, and she asks him if they should get home now. He wants to say no but can't. Knowledge is his strength, and he has assessed his surroundings over the past weeks and is confident that he has a firm grasp on what to expect. Suddenly, his father appears from the side and lifts him up in the air. He throws him upward, and his mother shouts at him, saying he will drop him. He catches him in his arms and laughs loudly, disappointed over his fragile little body. His father says his grandfather did this when he was younger, and he tossed him again and again in the air for fun. In the meantime, his knee hits the wall, and he starts crying. He finds out that his mother is a healer, and she heals his wound in an instant. Ray thinks he may speak too soon, and this may be because he knows nothing of this world after all. In his previous life, he was a king and led armies in which everyone obeyed him. He fought many battles and outdueled representatives from countries all over the world. Out of all his accomplishments, he had never been as proud as he is at this moment. When he crawls, his mother worries that he may hit his head on the corner. His father asks her to block him from getting near the shelf. He crawls toward a wall mirror and sees his reflection in the mirror, and his parents are happy that their son Art is looking at himself in the mirror. It has been months, and he is still unused to his new name. As a former king, Art is a little too cute for him, and looking at himself there, he has to admit that he is absolutely adorable. He is sure that he will break many hearts in the future. The same night, when he is sleeping, his mother kisses him and leaves his room, but as soon as she leaves, he opens his eyes and starts his mission. He throws his blanket from the cot and tries to get down to the ground. He then jumps on the blanket and thinks his mother Alice left him while sleeping. He has approximately an hour before she comes back to check on him. He swiftly crawls behind her and goes to the study room. He is happy about the success of his mission. Ever since discovering this place, he has been sneaking in every night to learn more about this world. He finds out that Dicathan, the continent he had been born in, comprised 3 major kingdoms. Elenoir, the 11 kingdoms deep in the forest, Darv, the vast underground kingdom, and the homes of the dwarves. Sapin, the human kingdom, is easily the most populated region. However, this world, and his previous one, shared a monarch system, but rulership there is passed down rather than earned. He found early on that this world is vastly underdeveloped compared to his old world. He realized that the reason for the lack of technological advancement was magic. He opens up a book titled Beginning Guide for the Privileged Mage and remembers that in his old world they had a life force called Kai, used by practitioners to strengthen their bodies and weapons through rigorous training. This world has a similar force called mana, and unlike Kai, which existed only inside a person, mana is present all around them. The power to control mana is mainly genetic. Roughly 1 in 100 children possess it. However, mana can be used in various ways, and the two most common methods are augmenting and conjuring. Augmenters enhance their bodies with mana, allowing them to possess incredible strength, defense, and agility. However, their weakness lies in their limited range, and conjurers emit mana to the outside world, allowing them to bend their surroundings to their will. However, they must supply their own mana core with mana from the outside world to form a spell. His mother called them a deviant, more specifically, an emitter. They are a rare type of mage able to cast unique restorative mana. According to this book, a mage's first awakening happens between early and late teenage years. When their mana core manifests, it sounded uncannily similar to the Kai center in his previous life. Children were taught to meditate to form a Kai center since the fragments of Kai were scattered inside their bodies and gathered into a single place. He wonders if this will work in this world too. Hello guys, today I want to share something really exciting that I've recently discovered, especially for all the manga reader out there. I've been using this amazing app called Storyaverse, and it's completely transformed how I enjoy stories. Storyaverse is a unique read and watch experience. Here is one story recap for you guys. Had in her hands already. Then she stabbed its head and threw it near her grandmother's body. As it died, it changed into its original monstrous shape. Storyaverse. Dive into a modernized reading experience with short, visually captivating stories curated for escapism. Free, easy-to-use app featuring original content by award-winning authors and animators from acclaimed shows and movies. It's free and easy to use. Ready to immerse yourself in an exciting world of stories? Download the Storyaverse app now. It's free for both iPhone and Android users. Follow Storyaverse on social media. Now back to the story. He sits, tries to collect his Kai, and soon finds out it works. Suddenly, Alice approaches him, grabs him from behind, and says she worries about him. She feels his expressions a bit strange and asks him if he is having trouble taking a pupai. And he thinks he is about to begin his journey to become the greatest mage in this world, and she can't make him out to be a constipated infant. He releases gas, and Alice thinks he has no trouble and that it's time to change his diaper. He is ashamed that he had soiled his diaper amidst his concentration. 2 years have passed, and Alice thinks it feels like she is learning more about her baby with each passing day. She has concluded that her son Arthur must be the most adorable baby in the world, with his patch of auburn hair and azure eyes that look at her almost intelligently. She knows he will get into trouble in the future if she doesn't become a strict and dependable mother. It's not like she can rely on her husband Ray. After that, she comes outside and is shocked to see that Ray has given Art a stick. She furiously stares at them and makes them scared. She caught him trying to teach their baby how to fight when he could barely crawl. Once, she takes him to the market and Arthur rushes toward a weapon shop. She has noticed that he loves going to the small merchant's strip in central Ashbur. Rather than shopping for groceries once or twice a week, they go downtown every other day, where Arthur loves to go to the merchant's shop. She thinks she is not spoiling him, but they go to have fresh food in the house and for educational purposes. Watching him grow up so quickly, she wonders how he will be when he is older. With Ray as his father, she has no doubt that he will be interested in becoming an adventurer, but she can't help but worry about him. She can only hope that he fares better than the naive young teens hoping to make it big as adventurers. She thinks she can only do something about his perpetual habit of sneaking into the study. She has been tempted to move his crib into the study, but that is for another day. After that, she closes her journal and leaves the room. On the other side, Arthur is standing in the window and looking outside where his father is training himself. Approximately 2 years have passed since he first made his difficult journey to study, and he has learned a lot since then, but it's been fascinating to learn new things every day. He observes Ray chanting something for a few minutes, and now he concentrates really hard. Suddenly, he gathers so much pressure in his arms and moves the rock to the ground. Arthur wonders what magical phenomenon he has used and is shocked to see what he has done. He shows some fighting tricks in front of him and asks if his father is awesome or not. Arthur thinks he spent 3 minutes of his utmost concentration flinging something he can physically throw with less effort. Meanwhile, Alice comes to him and asks if he is watching his dad, but she is upset to see that he ruined the front yard again. He learned fairly early on that his father was an augmenter, and he wonders what he will be when his mana core awakens. His father meditates and trains with full concentration, and they are both watching him quietly. After that, he turns behind, but is scared that he may fall from the table. So he moves backwards and tries to crawl from the table, and his mother notices that his eyes are half closed. She thinks he may need a nap, and he tries to go toward the study room, but she doesn't listen to him and says it's nap time. He has no choice, so he requests her to give him books. When she doesn't listen to him, he starts pushing and kicking her. She is angry, but then agrees by saying he can play in the study for a little bit. He then walks away, thinking it's not demeaning since a great warrior must utilize every weapon in his arsenal. He then starts studying the books while his mother watches him. Suddenly, she hears a noise from outside, thinks Ray has crashed one more tree, and leaves him there to check outside. When she is gone, he starts meditating and thinks his biggest accomplishment aside from the accumulated knowledge of this world is his progress in forming mana core. He spent THC's last 2 years moving the tens of thousands of tiny fragments of mana inside his body and gathering them together near his solar plexus. He can see why it would take until adolescence to form naturally, seeing how slowly THC's fragments gravitate toward the center of his body. It is an arduous task both for his body and mind, but these 2 years have not gone to waste. On the other hand, Ray crashes a tree and tries to save it while Alice is laughing at him. In the meantime, Arthur is trying to put his last piece to his core, when suddenly an explosion is in the house. Alice and Ray are scared and shocked by the destruction, and Ray saves her from the high flames. Ray is very injured from behind and asks her if she is alright, but she remembers Arthur who is still in there. Ray gets up, rushes inside for his son, and forcefully opens the door. He is shocked to see what is happening inside and starts laughing loudly. Alice comes to him and asks why he is laughing. Ray tells her that Arthur is not there but is already meditating on his core. After some time he gets up and feels great, and he thinks it feels great to have a mana core. He feels like the trees look great, but he suddenly realizes the destruction around him. He wonders if they were attacked and who dares to destroy a king's house. 1 more year passed, and in this time period, along with his mother teaching him how to read and write, he learned the basics of mana manipulation and augmentation. At first, since his body was too small to be sparring, they did basic body workouts, and he went for a walk with his dad to do basic exercises. It wasn't too long ago when his father finally decided he would be okay to practice, and he had gotten him a wooden sword for his 3rd birthday. One day, while studying in his room, Ray enters the house and says it's time to train, and he has his sword. He takes him outside, asks him to remember what he teaches, and asks him to match the flow of mana with his breathing. Like his heart or lungs, his core is just another organ, and he wonders if most 4-year-olds would understand these abstract instructions. They start practical fighting, and he tries to attack him but dodges his sword every time. He asks him to do his best, and Arthur says he will not let him rest until he does this. He only has a little bit of time to study before dinner, so he decides to give his all to this last attack. He attacks him with his full might, breaks Ray's wooden sword, and makes him shocked. He then asks him if he can go and study now, and he happily allows him to go inside. The same night, when he is meditating, he thinks in this world, the color of his mana core measures strength, and the mana core starts black due to the body's blood and other impurities mixing with the mana particles, forming the mana core. The mana core becomes more pure as Te impurities are filtered out over time, and their color order goes from black, red, orange, yellow, silver, and white. Each stage is split into dark, solid, and light shades. The lighter the mana core, the purer it is, and the more power it has. Suddenly, he hears his mother's voice, and she calls him for dinner. He then goes for dinner unwillingly, thinking he can't get alone time around there and how he is supposed to learn. Meanwhile, Ray calls Alice and says it's time they get Arthur a proper mentor. Alice gets up angrily and says he is only 4. Besides, he said he could teach him. Ray also gets up and says he never expected their son to be such a mana manipulation prodigy at 4 years old. He is holding him back, and he has got so much potential. She argues with him and says she is not having her child leave home to some city hundreds of miles away. But Ray says Xyrus isn't just some city, and he will make sure his friends take care of him. They fight each other while Arthur watches them quietly. He then claps the table, and Ray asks him if he wants to go to a big city and have a real teacher. Arthur is shocked that he is letting him decide and wonders if this isn't too much to ask of a 4-year-old. He asks them if they both can come and meet the teacher together. They both stare at each other, and Arthur wonders if he said something wrong and if his sentence was too complicated. They laugh, and Ray says they haven't thought about all of them going together. Alice says she might feel better about this if she is there when he is tested and meets his teacher. He gets up and announces they are going to Xyrus City, so he is shocked to overhear his parents already preparing for the 3-week journey. The same night, when he is reading a book, Alice appears there, grabs the book from him, and says he needs to get to bed. They are heading out early tomorrow, and he says tomorrow is too fast. Alice also hates rushing like this, but their friends from Twin Horns are also going to Xyrus, so they are taking them along, and his dad is with them right now. She kisses his head and says she better catch him staying up reading again, and he can bring some books for the trip tomorrow. He knew the Twin Horns had been in the area for a while, and even helping rebuild their home when they had the time. From what he heard, the party consisted of 2 conjurers and 3 augmenters, which would help whatever troubles they might encounter. He is finally moving on from this small, quiet town, and it's time to see what this world truly offers. The next morning, they set out on a journey. Ray thanks their twin brothers for taking them on this trip and asks fellas to meet his son. He calls Arthur, asks him to introduce himself, and respectfully introduces himself. He says his name is Arthur Lewin and thanks them for coming with them to Xyrus. Adam is impressed by his manners and asks if he is really Ray's son. He is an augmenter, and his speciality is a spear. His wife grabs him, hugs him tightly, and says he should be thankful that he looks more like his mom. Her name is Angela Rose, and she is a conjurer with speciality wind magic. She has grabbed him so tightly that he is unable to breathe, and a man grabs him from behind, saying she is hurting him. Durden Walker has a speciality in earth magic, and he affectionately puts him to the ground. Arthur observes they have another companion named Jasmine Flamesworth, who has speciality daggers. She doesn't talk to him and leaves them. Another woman, Helen, asks him not to mind her and says she just needs to get used to her. She introduces herself as Helen Shard, with a special ability, magic archery. Ray says everyone has gotten acquainted and must prepare to move on. They put their luggage in the carriages and are ready to go soon. They start their journey, and Arthas hopes for a good future ahead. At night, they are attacked by many beasts, and they eventually defeat them. After that, they use the wolves for their dinner. They stay at a place for dinner, and Helen asks him if he is doing good, but he is just staring at Jasmine. Helen says it's his first time traveling like this, and he thinks this is surely his first time traveling in this life. She says his father has been bragging nearly the entire way there that he is a genius mage, and asks him if he has really awakened a year ago. Adam gets up, saying he needs to do a little stretching before going to sleep, and he tells him he has been sparring with his boy. He asks him if he minds if he plays around with Arthur, while he thinks he should stretch out by himself. Ray asks him to be careful because they just barely moved on from light strength and mana exercise into sparring. Adam grabs his shirt and takes him away with him, while Ray and Alice just stare at each other worriedly. Arthur thinks normal kids his age could barely climb a flight of stairs, but he guesses that no one thinks fighting him is unusual. He takes him aside and asks him if he is ready. He asks him if he knows how to reinforce his weapon, and he moves toward him with his tiger attribute. Arthur looks toward his father and tells him through telepathy that this man is out for blood. He asks him to get him out of this mess. Ray cheers him up and asks him to go and get him. When he finds his request useless, he gets ready to fight him. He grips the sword like an experienced person, gathers his core at a point, and runs toward Adam to attack. Adam uses his defensive skill to dodge his attack, but he disappears from his sight and appears from behind. He is about to attack him, but his infantile body is not as strong as it is to land this powerful attack. He slashes his sword to attack him, but Adam dodges his attack and counterattacks him. Arthur's bows down, dodges his attack, and jumps from his place to collide with him. Adam loses his balance and is about to fall when Arthur tries to use this moment to his advantage and tries to hit him again. Adam dodges his attack, gets up again to attack him, and hits him with his light stick. At that moment, Newton's third law of motion came to his mind. For every action, there is always an equal but opposite reaction. Arthur falls to the ground, and Adam rushes to attack him again. Alice shouts for his son, and Adam asks him if the opposite reaction hurts. He gets up again, and Durden pushes Adam away. He urges Ray to know what kind of training he put him through to create the little monster. Ray laughs and says he didn't teach him, and Alice tries to heal him and asks if this is what he has been studying. He replies that he learned this by watching Dad and reading some books, and Adam asks him if he is going to teach him some of his movement techniques. He tells them that he just has to cross his back leg over his lead leg and then kick off with mana while he lets his body almost fall. Adam follows his instructions but collides with a tree instead of learning the skill. Several days passed since they began their journey to Xyrus City, and his birthday also passed during this time. He received gifts for his birthday and many lessons from his companions. Adam and Durden are taking a bath in the river. Adam, Helen, and his father's training continued with decent progress so far, and they enjoyed their trip. To surprise him, Jasmine had already succeeded in learning a few techniques. It still amazes him how Jasmine could grasp his instructions quickly, especially when learning the first step. After some time, they all dress up to continue the journey, and Alice calls Arthur and says they are leaving now. They continue their journey when a monster is watching their carriage from a distance. Adam tells Arthur that he still remembers his father getting them into all sorts of trouble. Helen calls him and asks if he is sure that Ray wasn't the only one who caused trouble and tells him about an incident when he messed up. Adam laughs and brags it was just a little rodent. Alice yawns and Arthur asks him if she is okay. She replies that she is a little tired. He then opens up a book to study, but he is disturbed by someone. He is unhappy that Jasmine is watching him and asks him to teach her more. He ignores her and continues his reading when they hear a voice from outside. They all are surprised and wonder what is going on outside. Helen reveals that bandits have attacked them and asks everyone to prepare to engage. Angela leads them and asks everyone to submit to the wind, follow her will, and gather to protect each other. Many arrows attack their carriage simultaneously, and Alice covers Arthur to protect him. Angela's wind skill dodges many arrows eventually. Arthur's observes them fighting skillfully, while Durden cracks one of the arrows with his bare hands. They all protect the area by taking their positions, while Helen is injured by many arrows, but is saved due to her armor. She jumps from the carriage to the ground, ready to attack the bandits. Arthur and Alice are worried because they are completely surrounded by bandits. They are in the mountains and are rushing toward their carriage. Their leader appears there and praises his men for a good catch. He asks them only to leave the women and kids alive and try not to leave scars after all. He exclaims that damaged goods will only sell for less. Arthur thinks it seems he has been living in a bubble for too long, and he almost forgot that every world has its own share of filth like him. He is furious at thinking about the bandits. Alice hugs him tightly and asks him not to worry, saying she is there to save him. Arthur feels calm on hearing this. In the meantime, the bandits land their attack on them, and Durden asks everyone to gather and guard. They have tried to create an earth wall to protect themselves from the arrows, but some pass through it and are coming toward Alice and Arthur. Angela appears there in time and distracts the arrows from reaching them. Their leader and 2 bandits come forward to attack them, but Helen shoots many arrows simultaneously and pushes them behind. Durden also fights them bravely and has defeated many of them. Some are scared to see him beating others. Ray also fights them bravely and hits them while moving swiftly. He has grabbed 2 of them and is beating them when a man appears from behind and is about to attack him. An arrow from the side hits him before he can attack Ray. Helen has saved him, and they all start fighting them again. Everyone is doing their best, and Adam has defeated many of them in the time being. He is a great warrior, stabbing many bandits with his sword. Helen also jumps upon many of them and hits them with the sword. Meanwhile, a man comes to attack her, but she moves swiftly and dodges his attack. He again comes to attack her, saying he will train her so well that she will begin to stay with him in the end. He throws his rope toward her, but she moves swiftly and dodges all attacks. However, she is injured in many places and is disadvantaged against her opponent's range. Arthur observes the situation and wonders if he should help her, but he has no chance against an adult augmenter with this body. In the meantime, they attack their carriage and Ray is injured. Alice and Arthur are shocked to see his condition, and he angrily stares at the leader who is watching them silently. He asks Alice to heal his father, but he observes something is wrong with his mother. She reveals she can't heal him, and Arthur wonders why she isn't healing the father. Ray says he is fine and his injuries aren't life-threatening. He asks Arthur to listen to him carefully and says after his mother uses her healing spell, those bad men are going to go after her. He will be able to fend off the leader, but he is worried about protecting them too. He asks him to take his mother back down the trail they came from and doesn't stop. He refuses to leave him there and says he can fight and save them. He puts his hand on his head and asks him to listen to him carefully and says he knows that he can fight and that's why he is entrusting his mother to him. He asks him to protect his mother and also protect the baby inside her. He now remembers his mother being a little tired because she was pregnant. Ray says they planned on telling him when they got to Xyrus, but they won't be able to go there. Arthur promises to save the mother. Ray asks him to get ready because they have got 4 mages on their side. In the meantime, the leader notices Alice's abilities and orders his men to get her as soon as possible. Arthur takes Alice and runs away while Ray tries to block the bandits. Arthur thinks his dad shouldn't die because of them, and Adam also asks everyone to move to their side and protect them. One of them rushes to attack them, but Adam blocks him and asks them to run away when he will hold him down. They start to run away toward the mountain when another man shoots an arrow. Arthur notices the arrow and dodges it with his wooden sword before reaching her. But the arrow was with so much force that it broke his sword and injured his hand too. The bandit is shocked to see that a little boy dodges his attack. In the meantime, Helen shoots him from the side and kills him. She asks Arthur not to stop and saves his mother. He observes that something is wrong and thinks there should be 4 mages. He counts the mages while fighting and counts 3 mages, and he can't find the 4th one. Their leader orders them to forget the plan and kills everyone, including ladies and kids. Arthur wonders who he is talking to and is shocked to see a huge wind swirl flying in the air. The swirl has attacked them, and Arthur thinks that his mother won't be fast enough, even if he can use mana to dodge this. Suddenly, they lose their balance and both fall to the ground. Arthur thinks he must bring the mage down with him if he can't make it. He enters the swirl at his full speed and tries to slash it, but concludes to enter it. He breaks the swirl and jumps up on the mage to attack him. He hopes that his mana string holds out and has held his mother through the string. He is hanging through the mountain while his foot has been injured. The mage is also hanging with a hill, and the rocks are about to crack from where he grabs it. Soon it cracks, and he falls toward the ground. Alice grabbed the other corner of the string and tried to hold him. Durden appears there and uses his skills to create a stone hand to save him. Arthur is about to fall and thinks it looks like everyone else will be okay. He closes his eyes and is disappointed that he will never be able to see his brother. In his past life, he woke up a morning and left his room, but the maid was scared to see him. He walks through the balcony, where everyone greets the king. He then goes to the council room, where an old man is already present and is surprised to see him. He starts staring at a painting and thinks the council consisted of the ones who actually govern the country, managing its politics and economy. In a world riddled with problems like decreasing birth rates and limited resources, wars were replaced by duels and armies by kings. He was also one of them and admired the old man's handwork. The old man got up and said that while being part of the council is rewarding, he won't lie. He also said he wasn't envious of the fame and glory of the kings received upon victories. He asked him the reason for his unexpected visit, but he removed his gold medal and kept it on the table. The old man was surprised by his action, but the king left the room and said he was retiring. He spent his whole life for the sake of being the strongest, but he couldn't find peace. He was still an orphan. With everyone he cherished, he would give up everything he had in that life for the chance to return to Ashbur and see them all again. He can't forget the memories he has made with them. When he opens his eyes, he finds himself in a forest and wonders if he is still alive. He can see the mage's corpse beside him and turns his face to the other side. He is so injured that he is unable to move and gets unconscious again. After some time, he wakes up and tries to get up, but his wounds are very deep. He sees some food balls in the mage's bag, so he tries to approach them and eats one. He feels some energy from this and becomes unconscious again. The next morning, when he wakes up, he is a little better than before, so he tries to get up. But his body is so weak that he again falls back and closes his eyes. A few days later, he can finally walk and reaches the mage's corpse to get his dagger. He looks toward the high mountain from where he falls and wonders how he survived falling through it. He wonders how long it has been since he is staying there, but he has to move on and look for his parents. But suddenly, he is shocked to hear someone's voice who asks him if he is awake. He turns behind to look for the person and thinks the corpse is talking to him. The voice asks him about his condition. He approaches the body and tries to touch it with the wooden stick. The voice asks him not to worry. The corpse won't be reanimating if he is afraid of it. He is relieved when later he realizes that he shouldn't trust the unknown voice, no matter how silky, smooth, and dignified it sounds. He asks the voice about who he is and if he was the one who saved him. The voice replies yes to his second person and says he will find the answer to his first question once he arrives at his dwelling. Arthur says he sounds pretty confident that he will even try to find him, and he replies that he is the only one who will be able to get him home from this place. He thinks about Ray, Alice, the twin horns, and his baby sibling. He wonders if they are all right or if they have reached Xyrus safely. He then calls the voice by Mr. Voice and asks if he can inconvenience him for direction so that he may grace him with his presence. She laughs and replies that he catches on quickly, but referring to a lady as Mr. is rude. He wonders how she knows his name, and she replies that she will show him. Suddenly, he feels a red light everywhere and covers his eyes to stay safe from it. Miss Voice checks the surrounding areas and recommends he should depart immediately since it will be a lot safer traveling while it's still light out. He follows her directions and thinks his body's condition gradually improved, leaving him with only a few aches here. By the afternoon, he couldn't help but think what sort of magic she had used to save him from the fall. He wonders how she knew they would be falling and why she only saved him. The more he tries to come up with an explanation, the more questions he seems to end up with, so he decides to let it be. After some time, he reaches a place with water and hurriedly jumps to take a bath. He feels so relaxed, and after taking a bath, he washes his clothes. Miss Voice laughs at him and says he is so pleasantly carefree, but asks him not to worry as she is not watching him. But he is so embarrassed that he stays naked for a long time and puts on his clothes. Miss Voice apologizes to him for startling him, and he starts his journey. He drinks water and eats some food. Since he fell off the mountain towards the east, so he must be near the elves' domain, but he doesn't see any of the fog that the forest of Elshire is known for. He continued to walk, and his fears of traveling through the beast glades were quelled by the fact that only a small animal seemed to be present. However, he is surprised that he hasn't seen any mana beasts with how rich this place is with mana. It is regrettable that he can't stay and absorb some of the mana, but he should hurry. He needs to get back to his parents since, with his mother pregnant, the stress of his potential death might even endanger the baby inside her. He also needs to know if they are still alive or not. After some time, Miss Voice is glad that he was able to make it there safely, and he thanks her for helping him out. He shakes his hand with a rock, thinking it is Miss Voice. She tells him that she isn't a sentiment cluster of stones, and he will find her within the aperture. He can see a light coming from a rock and enters there thinking about his parents. He enters the rock, and Miss Voice instructs him to watch his steps. He steps on a rock, but it cracks and makes him fall toward the ground. He falls toward the bulk of light and soon strikes the ground at a weird place. He gets up, thinking she should have warned him that he would drop 2 stories down. He gets up and tries to walk, but this time he falls from some stairs and is shocked to see the thing in front of him. She looks like a monster and is glad to see Arthur in person, but he is shocked. She then walks toward him, and Arthur seems so scared of her. She asks him to close his mouth. Otherwise, bugs will fly into his mouth if he keeps it open that wide. He closes his mouth but still is very scared of her. She grabs his hand and says it will take some time for her to open a dimensional rift strong enough to transport him to his home. She shows him many special plants that will be able to nourish him until then, and he is calm and thanks her for his help. He grabs a plant, thinking it looks fine, and can see his reflection in it. He thinks about his parents and gets sad thinking about her and wonders if they are still alive. Suddenly, he gets scared when Miss Voice appears behind him and asks him to eat another fruit that tastes better. He then sits with her, eats a fruit, and asks her if she has a name so he can address her. She tells them his name is Sylvia, and he asks her permission to ask some questions. She allows him, saying she may not be able to answer everything. They start their conversation, and with his initial fear of Sylvia's appearance slowly fading, he begins to ask her all of the questions that have been on his mind since waking up from the fall. He asks her where this place is, why she is there all alone, where she came from, and why she saved him, and many more questions of this type. She answers his first question, which is easy enough, and reveals that this place is a narrow zone between the Beast Meadows and the Forest of Elshire. No one knows of this place because she has been warding off anyone who comes close, although those cases are rare in the first place. Arthur is the first to enter into this domain, and he says she can call me Art since his family calls him by this name. Sylvia says she will also call him Art from now on and gives an answer to his second question, saying that she is here all alone simply because she has no one left to be with. She has many enemies who desperately wish for something that she has, and her last battle with her enemies before she was able to escape left her with this wound. She saved him because his courage and sacrifice moved her, or perhaps she had simply grown lonely. After that, she gets up and apologizes to him for the night, saying that her wound festers and that she must be in good condition when she works on the dimensional rift tomorrow. He says her good night, and as the fearsome figure clad in dark armor walks away, he can't help but think how lonely she is. She also tells him that her sight is unable to reach exactly where they have gone, but his family and friends are safe. She tells him in case he isn't sure, and Arthur is happy to hear they are all secure. He cries and smiles with the relief he gets on hearing this and thanks Sylvia with all his heart. After that, Sylvia and he spent hours talking about all sorts of things when she wasn't preparing the portal. But those hours bled into days, and those days into weeks while they spent every moment in each other's company. Sylvia never spoke about her own life, and he slowly began to understand what sort of person this mysterious being was. In this time interval, he meditates his core and thinks Sylvia is the living embodiment of the phrase, "Don't judge a book by its cover." Contrary to her trauma-inducing appearance, she was kind, gentle, patient, and warm. She calls him and asks if he wants to eat the fruit since they are particularly savory and rarely grow elsewhere. Art thinks she reminds him of his mother because she is gentle and kind to him. She also firmly scolds when he is wrong, and he just remembers something unpleasant. There was a time when he had expressed his animosity toward the bandits, and they deserved worse deaths if any of them made it out alive. He is determined that he will hunt them down, but Sylvia flips him with her finger and throws him away. He gets up and asks why she did this to him and says he is not wrong in that those bandits deserve death. She chose not to save the mage he fell with for the same reason. However, letting his heart cloud with hatred and vengeance like this will only cause harm to himself. She asks him to continue proudly with his life with his gaze forward. He will encounter misfortune again, but shouldn't let grief and rage corrode his mind. She instructs him to learn from them and face the future with a smile, because only then will he be truly victorious. She then affectionates him and asks him if she flicked him too hard and if it feels too hurt. Being lectured on morals and life by a figure that appeared to be the epitome of evil had oddly stricken him deeply. When he hears Sylvia's voice, he is lost in his thoughts, and she asks him why he isn't eating the fruit. He smiles and says he is fine and starts eating the food. He observes that her wound is getting worse, and she asks him not to worry because this wound festers from time to time. She states that she understands that humans usually awaken around 12 or 13. She asks him how he formed his mana core and utilizes mana more efficiently than many full-fledged mages. He brags and says his parents said he is a genius, and she says then perhaps she will be able to learn it. She asks them to meditate and absorb mana while moving and probably while fighting if he is good enough. She gets up and shows him her mana, and Arthur asks her how she did that. She states that humans have a very linear mindset in regard to mana, and he has to start with a small portion and mindless movements and work his way up from there. He follows her instructions and says it is easier than done. She exclaims that mana beasts learn to do this naturally, but since humans usually awaken much later, their bodies can't multitask. Considering the latter fact doesn't apply to him, and if he practices hard enough, then he should be able to succeed. Arthur smiles and says he will do his best. After that, he worked on the technique, and Sylvia worked on the dimension portal. Suddenly, he loses his balance and falls to the ground. He thinks practicing this skill to its fullest essentially meant being able to fight proficiently while still maintaining a steady inward flow of mana. He moves his wooden sword with the flow, and mana flows through his hands and arms. He is happy and tells Sylvia that he did it, but is shocked to see that she is lying on the ground unconscious. He runs toward her to ask what has happened to her, but his feet touch her blood, which has spread all over the ground. He tries to move her using his mana, but she is so heavy that he can't do this. He is shocked to see that her wound has gotten worse so quickly. Meanwhile, the portal has opened, and he realizes that her condition has worsened due to the portal. He remembers the good times they spent together and is disappointed that her wound is worsening because she is creating the portal. He starts crying because she did this all because of him, but she hears her voice saying he is irresponsible. But he starts crying to see that she is dying for him. After that, he cried longer than G cared to admit. He cried for the first time like the child he was on the outside. After some time, Sylvia asks him if he has calmed down a little and says they don't have much time left together, and she would hate it to be wasted with him blaming himself over this. He asks her how he can't blame himself when she is basically sacrificing herself so that he can meet his family. But Sylvia says he is doing her a favor by allowing her to leave this forsaken cave a bit faster. He calls her name, and she exclaims that her name doesn't suit the form she has. Suddenly, his body starts shredding, and he is shocked that she has turned into a white dragon. She asks him if she looks like Sylvia, and he is surprised that she is a dragon. She replies that she is referred to as a dragon, but they have little time for idle chatter now that she is in this form. She must use her original form to finish this portal, but now that her veil is gone, then the enemies will soon come for her. She has created the portal and calls Arthas to listen to her carefully. She wants to say a few things to him before they part their ways. She gives him an egg-like thing, and it's not heavy, yet he feels he can barely hold onto it. Sylvia asks him to wrap that thing into her wing to conceal its aura. She asks him to bear with her one more thing, which makes him fall by pushing him behind. Suddenly, Arthur feels a change in his body, and his hands are turning red. Sylvia says that with this, everything will reveal itself when the time comes. He notices that she is closing her eyes and asks her if she is okay, and she replies that she will open the portal now, and she doesn't have the time to make it go directly to his home. However, he will arrive somewhere near humans, and Arthur says he can't leave her there. Suddenly, they hear a noise from outside, and it looks like someone is trying to enter there. A creature comes there and advises her to cease her stubbornness and hand it over to him. He asks her to submit something, and he may heal her wound. Arthur observes that he looks similar to Sylvia's previous form, and he says she has already caused them quite a trouble after hiding. Sylvia talks to Arthur and says she has a bit of confession to make. She reveals that she intentionally prolonged the transportation spell so that she could spend more time with him. She won't ask him to forgive her, but she has one more selfish request and asks him to call her grandma just this once. He smiles, grabs her wing, and asks her to come with him. He doesn't know what she did, but everything is frozen now. He asks her to leave this place together. Sylvia closes her eyes and says they can't do this, and with this, she says farewell and pushes him toward the portal. He tries to stop her but can't and sees her for the last time. He also calls her grandma, and she closes her eyes in relief and thanks him for fulfilling her request. He is transported through the portal and reaches a place like a forest. He looks at his surroundings and is sad that Sylvia has gone. He cries for her so loud that his voice can be heard all around. His mind swam with memories of his nearly 4 months with Sylvia. Sylvia had treated him like her own blood for a time that seemed both long and short. She taught him the things he had lacked since coming to this world. Suddenly, the portal again opens, and he hurriedly looks backwards to see if she is there. He can hear her voice, and she asks him to listen to her carefully, saying it means she has shown him what she actually is. He observes that she managed to leave a message for him earlier. She says she knows he will be frustrated and is nowhere near ready for the truth. His body is that of a boy who has barely passed 4, and his mana core has already progressed to the dark red stage. As a small parting gift, she has infused her unique will onto him, and his future development as a mage will depend on how well he is able to use her gift. She can imagine what he may be feeling right now: sorrow, anger, and guilt. But she asks him to remember that she may have a family to look out for and a purpose to fulfill in this life. Her only wish for him is to embrace the joys and innocence of childhood and become a man of which both her parents and she can be proud. When his mana core is past the white stage, she will hear from her once more. At that time, she will explain everything. Until then, she bid him farewell and called him King Grey. Arthur is shocked that she knows about his past life and name. After that, questions continued to pester him long after Sylvia's voice disappeared, and he wondered how long she had known about his identity. One thing is sure: he focused only on training for the sake of revenge, and this life would hardly be different from the last one. He can only move forward for now, but first, he has to find out where he is. He uses his mana core learned by Sylvia and runs here and there to learn about the place. He reaches for the tree branch and thinks his vision is restricted even with mana, but one thing is clear: he is deep within the Elshire forest. Even just barely being able to use the mana rotation that Sylvia taught him, he is able to use magic for a lot longer, and he can't help but wonder how he ended up there. Sylvia said that he would arrive near other humans. But no matter how, he will just keep looking around. He is getting pretty good at this tree traveling business. Suddenly, he hears a human's voice from the side, and he turns toward him, thinking they can hopefully take him with them. He goes down from the tree and can see a carriage going to a side. Many people are staying there, and one of them asks others to get ready, and they are only a few days away from leaving this forest. They are elves, and they are talking about a little girl. They have kidnapped her and are talking about selling her. Arthur finds out that they are slave traders and can see an unconscious girl with them. He had no idea how those elves managed to get their hands on forest hounds, but he knew that getting one of them would be his best bet out of the forest. As for those slave traders, with all the things that happened to him lately, it looked like he would finally be able to let off some steam. He jumps from the tree because dealing with those slave traders first is the best course of action, but he can't strike immediately. Attacking all 4 of them head-on would be suicide even for him, so he decides to follow them. He waits for the best time and gathers his strength to make him move when their guards are down. After a few days, he finds out the right time and hits a hound with a walnut shell. The hound starts barking, and a man asks others to shut him up before they wake up everything in the forest. Without a weapon, Arthur's is forced to utilize a technique from his previous life. A technique he is not even sure it would work in this world. One of them goes to the hounds, asks them to shut them up, and gives them a piece of meat. In the meantime, Arthur reaches him quickly and attacks him with his full mana core. He has successfully defeated one of them and takes out his dagger, thanking him for the weapon. On the other hand, his companion is waiting for him since the hounds have been quiet for so long. He goes to see him when Arthur appears behind him and also kills him using his dagger. As expected, fighting is a lot hard and tiresome in this body, and he should finish this quickly while the last two can see. Suddenly, their companions come to look for them and call where they are. One of them feels someone's presence there and hurriedly reacts to take him down, but Arthur's speed is greater than him, and he quickly passes through him by attacking his legs. He cries in pain. When his companion comes to see him and asks him to stop, the child says he is a mage. He is shocked to see that the man is also a mage and says they don't want to accidentally kill the golden egg that just landed in front of them, and he might even fetch them more than the little girl elf. He appears from behind and is about to attack him, but Arthur moves swiftly and dodges his attack. He then hits him on his face and makes him angry. He fills the dagger with his mana core and tries to attack him, but he grabs the knife. He laughs, says he surely has some cute tricks, and asks him to catch his weapon, but he throws it toward him. Arthur dodges his attack and thinks he is faster than he expected. He falls to the ground badly, and is about to approach him by calling him a bag of gold. He grabs him from his leg and asks him to give up, saying he can't do anything with his little body. He thinks condensing mana like a blade seems to behave similarly to wind magic in this world, and he tries to use his condensing technique to free himself. He causes an explosion there, and the man's hand burns badly, and he says he will now kill him. Arthur picks up the dagger and appears from behind, and the man says he will kill him, and he doesn't care if he has to sell his corpse. But Arthur stabs the dagger in his neck and kills him too, while one of them is still alive and requests him not to kill him. He looks toward him with fleshy eyes and thinks the little girl also requested them to leave her. He then goes inside and asks her to come outside since they are safe now and she can go home. He then closes her eyes and takes her away from the carriage and the corpses. When they are at a good distance, he takes out her blinder. She thanks him for saving her, and he is about to leave her. She grabs him and asks how she can abandon her in the woods. Arthur says he also wants to go home, and those bad guys won't chase her anymore. Besides, elves are generally safe in this forest, and she replies that beasts are only scared of adults and she is just a child. Her parents said that kids would get eaten by hounds or tree golems, and he asked her if she knew how long it would take to get to where she lives from there. But he is shocked to hear that she doesn't know where she lives, and he asks her to stay there, and he is going to gather some supplies for them. After that, he salvages what he can for the journey ahead and removes their clothes. He thinks it's a shame they can't take the carriage, but it might be for the best and also frees the hounds. He can only hope the elves have something that can take him back to the human kingdom. He goes to the girl and gives her some clothes he found inside the carriage. She thanks him for the clothes, and Arthur smiles and says they are going home. As they walked in the vague direction she pointed, he learned more about the elf child. Her name is Tesha, and she asks him how he ended up in the Elshire forest. He tells her the whole story, saying that he has just separated from his family and has come from the human kingdom. She asks him if it is true that all male humans are perverts and have more than one wife, and her grandpa has told her that. She then exclaims that there are perverts among elves too, and Arthur asks her if she really knows the meaning of this word. She reveals that she spends much time with her caretakers and grandpa since her mom and dad are busy. They spend a good time there, and Tesha tells him that he will probably be given a mentor to train under once she is awakened. The education system seems a bit more undiscriminating in Elenoir if everyone's assigned a private mentor upon awakening. At night, they cook a rabbit for dinner, and she asks him what happened to those bad guys who took her. He replies that they ran into a rather unfortunate accident. She asks him if they will try to find her again, and he promises her that they won't ever see them again. After some time, Arthur asks her to get some sleep, and he will keep guard outside. After that, he thinks he wants to use this time to figure out what this will Sylvia left for him. Tesha comes to him and asks if he is sure he doesn't need a night of sleep. He replies that he isn't sleepy, and Tesha goes inside sadly. She says beasts will more likely appear if they notice him out there because they will see he is a kid. Therefore, she proposes that he should keep guard inside the tent, and Arthur observes that she is scared. She again clarifies to him that this is for their safety, and not because she is scared. He asks her to sleep, and after some time she falls asleep while he sits there. He also fell asleep for a moment, and after that they continued their journey, with unfamiliar surroundings and time quickly passing as the only indicators of their progress. After Tesha's initial desperation and fears had passed, it was obvious she had no idea how to interact with him. He will admit that worries about his family and impatience to get back home didn't leave him in the best mood, but he has to fulfill a responsibility before going home. However, the thing that made the journey almost unbearable was the agonizing pains coming from his mana core that struck unpredictably. He feels so much pain, and Tesha comes to him and asks if he is all right, and he replies to her that he is fine. The same night, he again feels the pain in his chest, and the next day, when they are walking near a tree, a pair of hounds attack them. He just shows them his mana core, and they run away afraidly. The pain comes to him more frequently, and he doesn't tell Tesha because she will be only worried. At night, he gets a good night's sleep, thinking it may relieve his pain. Days passed, and Tessis appeared to recognize more and more of their indistinguishable surroundings. However, their pace slowed as Tesha's body couldn't keep up with the toll of constant travel. She is so tired that she starts crying, so he carries her load too. As for him, despite strengthening his body with mana, the pains continued to grow, and it became harder to hide them from the worried elf. She rushes toward him and asks what has happened to him, and he makes an excuse, saying that he needs to go to the bathroom. The next morning, she asks him permission to call him Art, just like his family does, since they are close friends now. Arthur says he doesn't mind if she calls him Art, but she thinks he is being rude. So he respectfully says he would be most honored if Tessai could refer to this humble countryside boy by Art. She says he is talking like an old man, and Arthur says it is better than being a crybaby who can't even pee by herself without her surrounded by him with his closed eyes and ears shut. She shouts at him and asks him to shut up. Suddenly, she tells him that she sees something, and Art also sees something too. He sees moss, leaves, fog, trees, and many trees. He thinks despite their mental age gap, they had gotten very close. After that, she taps many trees and tells him that they have finally arrived at her home. A portal opens there, and she calls Art to follow her, and they will enter her home. He enters the gate, falls to the ground, and thinks he hates these teleportation gates. Tesha asks him to wake up since they have reached there. He is shocked to see a big kingdom in front of him, where there are many elves. Pristine was the only word that came to his mind after watching this, and even that didn't do the scene in front of him justice. Suddenly, a green wind appears in front of him, and he takes out his dagger, thinking they are about to attack him. But they are guards who welcome the royal princess in the kingdom. Art asks her if she is the princess, and she nods while bluffing. One of them says they arrived as soon as they noticed the royal teleportation gate had been used. In the meantime, the king and queen also reach there and inquire about her health. The king's name is Alduin Iralith, and the queen's name is Muriel Iralith. Virian Iralith is a name noted in every history book, and he was the former king who led the last war against the humans of the Sapin Kingdom. He is scared to see them, so he looks at Tesha affectionately and asks her to go and greet her parents. He wonders if his mother and father will react like this when they see him. The king bows before him and thanks him for helping their daughter, and as a small gesture of gratitude for helping Tesha arrive home safely, they request him to accompany them to their home. He says he can rest and then tells them what happened there. Art notices his tone is gentle, but his eyes show that this isn't an offer but an order. He bows before them and says he is honored by getting their request. Suddenly, Tesha grabs his hand and asks him to go with him since there is a lot she wants him to see. After learning that Tesha was a princess, he somewhat expected an impressive castle, but this was beyond his expectations. She takes him inside the castle, and he wonders what sort of corny novel he had winded up inside. The queen orders the maid to take this child and get him washed up and into a room to rest. Arthur thanked them, but said he wanted to explain what had happened first. After some time, they sit at a dining table where they all want to listen to him. He gets up and introduces himself as Arthur Lewin, who is from a humble town in the kingdom of Sapin. It is an honor to be in the presence of the royal family. He was a little over the top for an introduction, but the discussion isn't going to progress if they treat him like a child. The king says that despite G claiming to be of humble origin, he seems rather mature and well-educated and now wants to hear what happened there. After that, he recounted his journey, starting with a vague account stating that he had gotten separated from his family after running into bandits. It wasn't a lit, but a half-truth and inevitable. As the story progressed to when he had run into their daughter, the atmosphere shifted. The king gets angry to hear about slave traders and says he should have known it was humans. He states that slave trading is a profession, not a race, and the guards take out their swords on this disrespect. but Grandpa forbids them. He asks Arthur if he saw the slave traders take his daughter, and if he negotiated with them or begged them for mercy. Art says that while he was a child, he was also a mage, and he eliminated the slave traders and rescued his granddaughter. The guard approaches him angrily and asks how he dares to spout such lies in front of the king, but Grandpa stares at him. He is scared and moves behind. Art gets up and says regardless of whether anyone believes him or not, Princess Tesha has been returned safely, and all he wishes for now is to return back to his family in Spain. Tesha gets up, asks if he is leaving too soon, and calls him Art while the king and queen stare at each other to see their frankness. After learning history, he exclaims that he doesn't think it's appropriate for a human to be inside this kingdom for too long, and his priority is to make sure his family is safe and let them know that his family is also okay. The king says that regardless of their two kingdoms' pasts, he has saved their daughter and taken the trouble to accompany her back to them. This entitles him to a befitting reward, but unfortunately, the teleportation gate linked with the Sapin Kingdom is only accessible once every 7 years during the summit conference between the three races. It will be another 5 years until the gate will open. However, they would be happy to send a group of guards to escort him back home safely. He also wants to expand their hospitality and says some of them are tolerant enough, but too many still hold grudges against humans from the war long ago. He asks him to make himself at home, and they will have his escorts prepared by tomorrow morning. Art thanks them for their kindness. He then goes to a restroom and takes a bath, and during his bath, he feels his pain of chest pain getting worse. After that, he grabs the egg, wonders what he should do now, and wishes Sylvia would be there. Someone knocks at his door, and it is Tesha watching him angrily. She then strikes his chest, saying he talked to her family coldly and is going back already. He tells her that he wasn't being cold but respectful because they are the king and queen of this kingdom. He then shouts at her, asking why she didn't tell him she is the princess. She doesn't want him to leave and says he is the first friend she has. He cheers her up and asks her to show him around the castle. She then takes him to her favorite place in the castle, and if he stayed there until spring, he could see all of the flowers bloom there. She exclaims that he can at least see the globies harvesting and shows him pretty flowers. Suddenly, he feels someone's attack from behind, and he puts Sylvia down and grabs the knife. He then dodges the attack of the attacker, but is shocked to see that it was Grandpa who attacked them. He shouts at him and asks if he is just going to kill his own granddaughter. Grandpa replies that it might have left her a small welt, but he doubts that the toy he is holding can kill anyone. Art is shocked to see that he just tricked him, and the grandpa appreciates him for his great reaction and instincts. He never thought he would catch and use his little present against him. His mana usage is mediocre at best, but he can see how he was able to kill a few slave traders. He thinks this old man has a lost screw, and Tesha asks her grandpa to stop teasing him. Grandpa says she should know why he arrived, and Art also wants to know why. He states that it's been a while since he met someone interesting, and he gives him a wooden sword, saying they will see what he is made of. Tesha tries to stop him, but he releases his mana core and asks Art to fight him with all he has. Art grabs the sword and tries to attack him, but Grandpa dodges his attack and appears from behind. He is about to hit him from behind when he blocks the attack with his sword, but Grandpa is so strong as compared to him. Art jumps from behind to attack him, but Grandpa punches him and falls his sword to the ground. He again grabs the sword and rushes toward him, but even with his mana and minimizing his movements, he can't keep up with him. The old man tries to attack him from behind while he looks for a chance to land an attack on him. He then jumps upon him faster than before, and his sword is about to touch the head of the old man when he pushes him away. Arthur falls to the ground, and Tesha runs toward him. The old man smiles and says it seems like he deserves this for being arrogant, but to think he would actually be able to land a hit. Tesha seems angry with him, and Grandpa asks him to start the second round. Tesha punches him and says he has bullied Art enough and should have gone easier on him. The grandpa says he is afraid that he would have been the only one bullying him if he had gone easier on him. Arthur smiles and says he is honored the esteemed elder Varian thinks so highly of him, and the old man seems surprised by his words. The old man offers him the opportunity to become his disciple. Tesha is shocked by his demand, and the old man asks him what he thinks of him. Arthur asks him if he is serious and says he is a human, and if humans are allowed to stay in this kingdom. The old man says no one will dare try and kick him out while he is under tutelage. He knows Art has realized that he is already better than other kids, and he can teach him something even the most capable mages back in Sapin can't. Art refuses his offer, saying he can't, not when he doesn't even know how his parents, who don't even know whether he is dead or alive, are doing. The old man asks him if he allows him to communicate with them to let them know they are okay, and if it will be enough for him. Arthur asks him what he meant by that, and the old man asks him to wait and asks the maid to get Tesha washed up and into bed. After that, the old man realizes he is rather impatient, which relates to what he sensed earlier during their little spar. He asks him if he has been having bouts of searing pain where his monocore is, and those bouts are coming more frequently. Art is shocked and asks how he knows that, but the old man says more than how he knows. It's the fact that he is not aware of the reason for his pain that's a problem. He asks him if he knows about a beast will. Beast will was a term he had never heard before, but he immediately thought back to when Sylvia stuck him at his core. The old man says he is sure he knows or has encountered a few mana beasts already, and they are classified as classes. The old man says a beast powerful enough to be categorized as Class A or higher gains the ability to pass on their will or inherit ability down once to their offspring or a person they are bound to. He won't pry how he stumped upon such a powerful beast, but at this stage, the power residing within him is doing more harm than good. Art says he knows all about this and asks if he has a beast will. The old man reveals he is a beast tamer, and it is a title he can obtain once he has fully conquered the monstrous beast inside of him. The old man says he knows how important it is to return to his family, but doing so right now comes at a grave risk. He touches him and says the power from his beast will be too potent for his immature body to handle, and if it is not controlled soon, then the power he has obtained will destroy his body from the inside out. The next morning, he feels a heavy sensation pressing down on his body when he falls asleep. He feels like a monster, the personification of his worries and the expectations placed on him haunting him even in his sleep. Suddenly, he feels Tesha on him and she asks him to wake up. He calls her a shadow monster and asks her to give him 5 more minutes. She gets angry with him and asks how he dares to call her a monster. He gets up and Tesha says his hair looks funny and asks him if it is true that he is going to stay there. He replies that they will surely know after the trip with Elder Varian and calls her Princess Tesha. She pinches his back and asks him not to call her princess, but only to call Tess. He agrees to call her Tess and asks her to leave the room, saying he has to take a shower and get ready. After that, when he comes downstairs, he hears King's voice and asks his father not to reside as a human within the kingdom. The queen also agrees with him and says she will always be grateful to the boy for saving Tesha, but allowing a human to stay there goes against all traditions. The old man says he likes the boy, so there is no need to say more. Their daughter seems to approve of his decision as well. The king asks him to reconsider his decision, but the old man asks him to stop and says he will be under his direct guidance and ensure everyone in the kingdom knows that. Arthur listens to the conversation and thinks the old man can be trusted. The old man sees Art and asks him to hurry since they have to go now. After that, he asks the old man how long they have left to go and calls him Gramps. The old man is surprised and asks if he is uncomfortable with him now, and Arthur says they will have to see how today goes with his mysterious friend. Soon, Tesha fell asleep on his shoulders, and the grandpa said she woke up so early today, bugging him about him. He looks at her affectionately and says that being the only princess of this kingdom caused her to grow up in a lonely environment. She has been hurt too many times by both adults and even children pretending to be her friend. Eventually, she grew cold and distant, building a wall constantly around herself. In the short time that he has seen her with him, she has shown him more smiles and laughs than she has in the last few years. He thanks Art for that and is shocked at what the old man just said. After some time, their carriage stops at a place, and Tesha asks the grandpa if they have reached their destination. They reach outside a house, and Art wonders who this mysterious friend is to make the former king come all the way to this rural area. Suddenly, the grandpa kicks the door and asks his friend to come outside. An old lady comes outside angrily and says her ears still work perfectly. The grandpa introduces her to Rena Darkasson, an old friend and a very special deviant who can help him. Art greets her respectfully, and she replies that they haven't got it all day now, asking them to come inside immediately. Art thinks being a deviant means she is similar to his mother, whose magic doesn't fall into the categories of the 4 essential elements. He wonders how she will be able to help him. He asks her if her magic can help him reach his parents, and she tells the elder Virian that he has a soft side for the boy. She says she is a diviner, and magic of this nature varies from mage to mage, but she is pretty capable. This means that there is someone who can hide from him if she chooses to pry. For example, she knows that Arthur is so unique, and in fact, she can't even see parts of his life. But these eyes have seen pieces of both his past and future. However, he is not there for her clairvoyant abilities, but is here to see his parents as and let them know he is alive. She asks him to lean forward, keep his eyes on the basin of water, and focus on the image of his parents as clearly and detailed as possible. Once he can see them in the water, he will be able to speak to them. He remembers his mom's glowing red hair and sun-kissed complexion radiating gentle warmth, her thin brows always knitted together, worrying about him. He remembers his dad with his intense blue gaze and goofy smile that brightens even the dullest days. His silly quips and simple nature at home are severely at odds with his charisma as a leader and fighter. He hopes that they both are alive. He opens his eyes and is shocked to see them in a house. Alice has made a dish and asks Ray to dig into it. Ray likes beef stew and asks her what special occasion she has made it for. She replies there is nothing special, and it's just been a while since she cooked for him after moving there. He helps to sit on the chair, while she sadly thinks beef stew used to be his and Arthur's favorite dish. She is sad thinking about him since they believe he has died. Suddenly, they hear Arthur's voice in their mind, and he calls both of them. They look at each other shockingly, and the spoon falls from Ray's hand when Arthur says he is alive. He exclaims that they are probably astonished that they hear his voice inside his head, and he will explain all that later, but for now, he just wants them to know that he is alive and safe. Back to the time when Alice found out that Arthur had died, she cried a lot, and he told her that he managed to survive the fall off the cliff. Everyone was grieved at that time, and Arthur asked them to keep this a secret, but he is currently staying in the kingdom of Elenoir with the elves. He knows it must have been hard for them, and it has been hard for him, but he is glad they are okay. He hopes that they don't blame each other for what happened, and he is proud of what he did back then. If he could go back in time, he would do it again. He wishes he could go to them, but that might be a little hard right now, and it seems he has a sort of illness that he needs to get treated. He is not in danger, but he needs to get treated before returning home. While he is talking, they are thinking about when they returned from their journey. Arthur says he is not sure when the next time he can reach out like this will be. They move to a new city and into a new house, and Arthur tells them that there is a mage there who is a deviant like his mother, and she is the one who's allowing them to be able to hear his voice. He promises Ray to keep practicing magic and fighting while he is there recovering, and asks him not to be surprised if he can beat him in a match the next time they meet. Until then, he has to keep the mother and the baby safe. Ray and Alice are still shocked, and then they happily hug each other, thinking about their son. Arthur asks them to take care until he returns, while his face is filled with tears. He then tells the old man he is ready to be his disciple. After that, they return to the castle, where the king and queen welcome them, but don't say anything. When they are about to enter the castle, the king blocks his path, and says that years of being a king have made him a bit old-fashioned and stubborn. The queen also puts her hand on his shoulder and tells him that the king wants to apologize to him for earlier, and asks him to accept the apology and consider this place his own. The king says he is his daughter's savior and his father's first disciple, so he will properly welcome him once again. They shake their hands, and Arthur thanks him for his generosity. Suddenly, Tesha interrupts them and says if he is really sorry to Arthur, then he has to let them play outside, and she wants to show him around the city. After some time, she gets ready and asks him to go with her, and they both go to look around the city. She shows him many things in the market. Suddenly, they collide with a boy, and he rudely says he has human germs on him. He makes fun and says he can't belong here just because Elder Virian favors him a bit. Tesha asks him to ignore them and go from there, but the boy says he wants to mess with him. The boy tells Tesha that he applauds her kindness, but it is beneath her level to be with this human common. He asks her permission to escort her. He tells his name Faerith Ifsar, and Arthur surprisingly asks him if he is really Faerith Ifsar. Faerith brags and says he has even heard of his geniuses and that he has awakened recently while he is still so young. Art makes fun of his name and calls him Ivysaur, making him angry while they laugh at him. He then bows before him and says he had no such clue that he was in the presence of such an inspiring genius, and he will remember to give him proper respect. He then asks him to excuse them and leaves. But Faerith feels humiliated and asks him to stop, and asks if he thinks he didn't see through his sarcasm. Art thinks he is not quite as dense as he thought, and he challenges him to a duel for the pride of the Evsar house. Tesha interrupts him and asks how he dares to initiate a duel with the disciple of Elder Varian. He may be of noble blood, but he should still know his place. He apologizes to her, but says his father taught him never to let anyone trample on his pride. He asks Arthur to accept the duel of retreat with humiliation, and his decision will also reflect on his mentor. Arthur wonders if a duel is such a serious thing there, and Faerith exclaims he will take his silence as an acceptance and asks Princess Tesha to officiate this duel. Tesha looks toward him, but he seems quiet. She announces the start of the duel. Many people gather around to see them while fighting, and Faerith asks him to prepare himself. He is still bragging when Arthur reaches him, punches him with his full might, and makes him fall to the ground. Arthur then asks him if the duel is over, and Tesha happily grabs his hand and moves from there. Arthas couldn't help but grow to appreciate this little princess more and more, and the rest of the day wasn't quite as fun as playing with Faerith. They went to a library, which was refreshing and allowed him to get his mind off things. They also visit a mage and then go to a large tree. Tesha asks him if he is nervous about his training starting tomorrow, but he stays quiet. He remembers the old man saying he doesn't know how he taught so far, but he assures him that his lessons won't be easy. He asks him not to mind the pain from his mana core, and the assimilation process used by beast tamers has often been compared to submerging his body in boiling tar. He will be stuck there in a foreign land without family comfort, and even his daily life will become arduous. However, if he can endure, the payoff will be enormous, and he will be asked if he is ready. He then tells Tesha that he is excited about tomorrow and has come a long way to get to where he is now. He is excited about training and seeing his parents. He can't wait for what the future has in store for him. 3 years later, Tesha wakes him up one morning and says they are going to be late. She uses her mana to twist his ankle, and he gets up in pain. He asks her if she can't find a gentler way to wake him up, but she says he doesn't always wake up when she asks nicely. Besides, he should feel grateful that such a pretty girl like her is waking him up, but she gets angry when he says that the maids are prettier than her. On their way downstairs, she asks him if he really thinks maids are prettier than her, but the old man interrupts them and says it took them long enough to come to him. He asks them to get ready for their lesson. It is revealed that there exist 4 basic elements and their higher forms, and these higher elements, ice, gravity, lightning, and sound, can only be controlled by a mage that has gone beyond mastery of their foundational elements. They call them deviants, and dwarves can only manipulate earth and fire, but elves possess a much higher affinity to these 2 elements. Their distinct trait lies in the fact that all dwarves can mold and bend metal, while talented dwarves can control fire and earth to such a high degree that they are able to conjure and manipulate magma. Elves are limited to water, wind, and earth elements, but have much higher affinity than humans. In rare cases, elves can also produce a particular deviant type capable of controlling plants. However, elves aren't able to produce mages that can manipulate the higher forms of water, wind, and earth. Human mages possess the ability to manipulate any 4 of the basic elements, and they are also the only race capable of producing deviants in any of those elements, along with anomalies. This can't be categorized in any of the elements like emitters or healers. For example, there exists a subtle power balance between their 3 races, taking into account population, overall inherited affinity to elements, and diversity in mages. He then asks the old man if this explanation is good enough, and he replies that it's just passable. Tesha raises her hand for a question and says she knows that this whole assimilation process thing is meant to get Art's body ready to handle this beast will, and asks if it wouldn't be better to have him train his body physically while using magic like her. Arthur thinks he has known all along his lessons beforehand, but the difference in races really has shown over these 3 years. While humans were considered talented if they awakened in their late preteen years, but it wasn't surprising for elves' children to awaken as soon as 10. For Tesha, it had happened even earlier at the tender age of 9. The old man asks her if she is angry that she is the only one getting beat up while training. Since then, she has been training her conjuring skills with a tutor while learning to fight from her grandfather. She will be a monster in the future, and the old man tells her what Arthur has been doing for 3 years is basically fusing his bones, muscles, and organs with his mana. He can assure her that his body will be stronger and more resilient once this is over than a veteran warrior. She makes her fun, saying how he can be so sensitive when she hits him. The grandpa says it seems like 3 years of fusion hasn't been enough to sap away her energy and asks him if he is ready. He states that he will be a true beast tamer after today. Unlike lucky adventurers who merely use their beast will like tools, he is going to ignite his mana core by inserting a large amount of his own mana, and he will feel a bit warm, but it shouldn't be too bad. Arthur feels so much pain in the process, and there is an explosion there that pushes both of them away. The old man is shocked at what happened to him since he never expected this reaction. They rush toward him, but he has laid to the ground. They inquire about his condition, and he replies that he is fine. The old man says he knows that he has his own reason for not telling him till now, but he has to ask him one more time. He asks him what sort of beast gave its will to her, and he replies that she was a dragon. The old man is shocked to see a real dragon tamer in his life. After that, he takes him to his room, asks how he is feeling at the moment, and asks the same question. The last thing he remembers before falling unconscious is going crazy, and he says he can trust them to keep this a secret. The old man reveals that the date of his departure has just been set for 4 months from now, and he gets up shockingly because he thought it wouldn't be for another 2 years. The old man reveals that an interracial tournament amongst the 3 kingdoms' youth that was in the work has finally been confirmed. The portals in the Xyrus city of Sapin will be open to both the Elenoir kingdom and the kingdom of Darv during this time. He is happy at first, and then asks if this is the reason Tesha is not there so he can tell him about this. The old man asks him not to worry about her, and he knows he has been checking in on his parents these past few years through Rena, but now he will finally be able to see them in person. He is happy and sad simultaneously because 4 months are pretty soon, and the old man says he will make his wish for these 4 months to be over more quickly. Now that he has finished his assimilation, his training will get even harder. He then asks him to get some rest, and he will break it to Tesha gently, and he is sad about thinking 4 months. Suddenly, he looks toward the stone and is shocked to see that it is about to crack. He wonders if Sylvia's stone is about to break and approaches it quickly. Suddenly, the stone breaks and something pops out of him. Arthur is watching it shockingly. He then grabs the mini creature and stares at him for a long time. He asks him if he is also a dragon but can't understand its language. He seems happy to know it's a dragon, but suddenly it bites on his arm. It gives him a deep mark on his mark and calls Arthas Mama. It then hugs him and does all the cute things a cute baby does to its mother. She is a female dragon who can talk inside his mind and asks her to call him Papa since he is a boy. He pats her and says he will call her Sylvia after his mother, and he can feel she likes her name. It seems like the mark she gave him isn't as simple as it looks, and it feels like this thing is actually connecting him to the little dragon. He thinks he is just 8 years old, but he has a tattoo and also a father. He falls asleep, but sometimes he suddenly wakes up after feeling someone's presence. Tesha grabbed Sylvia and asked who she was, but it was so cute. He ignores her questions and gets back to his sleep again. The following day, he tells her about Sylvia and that she can communicate with him with his mind. She calls him so lucky and wishes if she could communicate with her, then she would like her too. Arthur says she will like her if she stops looking at her like she is a predator. She then calls the grandpa and asks him to see Arthur's new pet, and he is shocked to see a dragon kid on his head. He says he will die early if he keeps getting shocked like this. After explaining to Virion what had happened and where Sylvia had come from, he learned that beings like Sylvia would usually only hatch in the presence of their kin. They tried to think of why she might have hatched in front of him, but the only reason they could think of was the fact that he had fully activated Sylviana will yesterday. He asks the old man if he needs to hide her once they go back since most people won't know that she is such a powerful being. The old man says he should be okay, just faking it off as a rare mana beast. However, he has other things to worry about and says they have held back on strengthening his mana core during this assimilation. But now that he has fully awakened, they should get him to train both his core and the new dragon will. Arthur asks him what he needs to do for this, but the old man smirks and says he has found the best way to access the first stage of his beast will, on top of strengthening his mana core, is to engage in combat constantly. Arthur is happy to hear about fighting, but the old man says it makes sense that fighting a fellow beast tamer as he uses these stages against him will help him even more. He can't understand what the old man just said, but is soon shocked that he has used his beast tamer skill and turned into a beast. He then asks him to fight with him with all he has. It is revealed that the beast tamer mages are capable of harnessing the unique ability inherited from a mana beast. The first stage is known as the acquire phase, and it is when the beast tamer is able to borrow their beast's inherited strengths. But it's only at the second stage, the integrate phase, when the mage can truly utilize their beast's unique ability and characteristics. However, Virion, who had only unlocked this second stage after decades of studying his beast will, is now able to utilize the deadly prowess of a shadow panther. He calls Arthas and asks him to pay attention when he sneaks behind him, and he wonders if he can sneak up on him even after warning him. Suddenly, he disappears in front of him and puts a hand on his shoulder in the blink of an eye. Arthur tries to react, but when he turns behind, there is no one, and he appears from behind. Arthur surrenders and says he can't even react to his speed at this level, and his form is trauma-inducing. The old man returns to his original form and says it's not without its flaws, but using the integrate phase still takes a bit out of him. Arthur says his movements are one thing, but he couldn't feel his presence even when he was behind him. The old man grabs his wooden sword and says shadow panthers are able to manipulate wind and sound to achieve this effect instinctually. He gives him the sword and says they will now actually start the training. After that, days quickly passed for him, completely immersed in training. Through Virion's guidance and his own insights, he was able to access the first stage if his dragon's will. He also taught him to conceal the presence of his beast will in front of other mages. If he wasn't strengthening his mana core by studying Sylvia dragon will, he was sparring against Virion. Luckily, the assimilation princess allows his body to keep up with constant training and conditioning. In his downtime, he spent as much time as he could embracing the joys and innocence of childhood like Sylvia had wished for him. 4 months passed, and his departure date finally came. Tesha was sad about his departure. Spending every day together these last few years made breaking the news of his approaching departure that much harder on Tesha. After that, he uses Grandma Sylvia's featherworks to hide the presence of Sylvia's mark. The grandpa comes to him and says the carriage is waiting for him, and it's time for him to go. He gives him a locket adorned with the Aralf House crest to help him navigate the forest. He thanks him for everything, and the grandpa says he can always just find another princess to lead him back. Tesha gets angry and pulls his beard, and he tells her that it is a joke. He promises her to see each other again, and with the grandpa teaching her, he expects her to be stronger than him the next time they meet. He hugs her and says he will miss her, but she starts crying loudly and says she will miss him too. He then says goodbye to everyone and board the carriage. When he enters the carriage, some elves are already present, and one of them asks him if he finally gets kicked out of the kingdom. Arthur asks him about who he is, and he shouts at him and says he is the noble that he beat unfairly by defying the customs of the duel. He calls him a foolish human and says he should know that a true duel is meant to demonstrate magic, and the challenge always strikes first. Arthur seems to recognize him and asks if he is Ivysaur, but he again shouts at him and says he is Firuth Ifsar, the heir of the noble Ifsar family. He may have been defeated underhandedly while a naive child, but if they fight again, he can beat him. Suddenly, Arthur grabs his hand and says it's nice to see him. He also apologizes to him for bullying him back then. Faerith gets quiet, and a girl says he can just call him Faefi like they all do. Faerith gets angry with her and asks her not to tell him that. After a long journey, they have finally reached the dimensional portal, and Arthur thinks he can finally see his mom and dad after a long time. He has entered the human world, and things are the same as they were 3 years ago. He then goes outside his home and asks Sylvie if she is ready to see his parents. He knocks at the door and thinks about the past 3 years. He had nearly died and had lost someone important. He had also killed some people, and he had trained for his life, but none of these things were as nerve-wracking as this moment. He hears a little girl's voice from inside, but she is an old lady and asks how she can help him. He introduced himself as Arthur Lewin and was informed that his family currently resides in this manor. A little girl asks him who he is when he hears Alice's voice from behind, and she calls the girl by the name Elenoir and asks what she is doing there. She asks her to greet everyone who knocks at the door, but she is surprised to see Arthur there. The bowl falls from his hand, and Arthur asks her if Elenoir is his sister and starts crying with joy. He then greets his mother, and she also greets him while crying. They hugged each other, and Alice said she knew his voice was his, and she was happy that his baby was at home now. Elenoir starts crying after seeing them and asks her mother not to cry. Ray also rushes toward the house after hearing about his arrival. He hugs them from behind and starts crying. Everyone cried at this sad moment, and the family reunited after a long time. Alice asks him how he is feeling, and he tells them that he has an illness, so she asks him if he has been fully treated. He replies that he is fine, and Ray says she is asking him 100 questions at a time. Besides, just one look, and she can tell how big and strong their son has gotten. Alice asks Elenoir to come there and say hi to her big brother, and she is surprised at this. She then approaches them, and Alice says he is the brother in the story's mommy and daddy tell her before bedtime. She greets him and calls him big brother, and he also greets her and says it's nice to meet her finally. After getting settled, he spent some time explaining everything from the beginning. While he trusted his family, he chose to leave out Sylvia, explaining his survival from the fall off the cliff as a combination of luck and his body's unconscious use of magic to protect him. From there, he continued about finding Tesha and spending time recovering in the kingdom of Elenoir. Ray asks him about his little friend, and he replies that when he was traveling, he stumbled into a mana beast's den with Sylvie's mother flying from an injury. He couldn't do anything for the mother, but he has cared for this one since then. Alice asks him if he is sure that he is all healed now, and that there is no chance of him getting that illness again. He laughs and says she doesn't need to worry about him anymore, and it has more to do with the instability of his mana core from awakening so early. He feels bad for keeping secrets from them, but until he gets stronger, it's too dangerous for them to know everything. Ray gets up excitedly and asks at what stage of mana core he is at, but Alice gets angry at him and says his son just came home and is already talking about mana core stages. He exclaims there is nothing wrong with comparing their growth, and he tells him that after they got there, he has been working as the instructor for the Helstier auction house guards. Arthas makes fun, saying it wasn't only his facial hair that grew at this time, and asks him what stage his mana core is now. Ray proudly says he broke through 2 years back and entered the dark orange stage, and Arthur thinks it's easy to notice he has gotten bulkier, but to think he has broken through into the next stage. He appreciated him, saying he must have worked very hard, and he asked him about his stage. Arthur tells his color that it is light red, and he is shocked to hear about it. Alice appreciates him for his stage and angrily asks him what she said about cursing in front of Ellie. Ray asks Ellie not to say that word again and asks Arthur when he got the stage light red. He asks him to move to the backyard to spar right now, and Arthur just laughs at him since he hasn't changed a bit. He thinks it's very good to be back. Suddenly, a man rushes to their home and says he just heard that his son is alive. Surprised at the scene inside, he asks what is happening in the world. Arthur observes them and thinks they are the people taking care of his family. Ray comes to them and says he wants them to meet his son Arthur, and he is really back. He tells Arthur that he is Vincent Helstia, who runs the Helstia auction house, and his old friend with whom he now works. This is his house, so introduce himself before they start wrecking it. He bows before them and says it's a pleasure to meet them. He is sure this may all come as a surprise to him, but he was the one who asked them not to tell anyone how he was, so he asked them permission to apologize for the confusion. They are surprised to hear this, and Vincent asks him if he is sure he is related to his father. Arthas says he is often asked this question, but he is really his father. His wife also welcomes him, introduces her daughter Lilia to him, and says she is about her age, so she hopes the two of them can be friends. Lilia sees Sylvie and likes her a lot, but she hurriedly rushes toward her. Vincent asks him what was about wrecking his house, and Ray tells him that Arthur and he were just about to return for some sparring. He is surprised to hear about sparring, and they all reach the backyard to see them. They stretch their bodies and are ready to fight. Alice and Miss Vincent gossip while Lilia and Elenoir play with Sylvie. Vincent goes to Alice and says her husband can't be serious about Arthur being a light red core mage, and she replies that she was surprised as well, but Arthur has always been a fast learner and he has no reason to lie. Vincent says he is just supposed to believe that an 8-year-old has not only awakened, but has progressed through 3 stages. Even those snobby genius students admitted into Xyrus Academy are barely at the dark red stage, and they are 11 or 12. Arthur says it would be best not to tell him he is only at light red because he couldn't train his core while assimilation with Sylvia's beast will. Ray hopes he is ready, and that his father isn't the man he was back then. Arthur says he is also not the same child he was back then. He moves swiftly, reaches his father in no time, and tries to hit him, but Ray dodges his attack with his hand. He says he is going to have to try harder, but Arthur's movements are undetectable, and he tries to attack him repeatedly. In the meantime, he grabs him from his shoulder and puts him down before he can do anything. He then asks him what he thinks about his tricks, and Ray admits that he caught him off guard. He says his old man is going to get serious now and uses a little trick he learned after he broke through into the dark orange stage. It is revealed that mages, starting from their awakening, have always had affinities, or strengths, in terms of what element they can best control. Parents seek out professionals for expensive testing on their child so that they can learn early on what route to push their newborn mage towards. In this world, conjurers have the innate advantage of manifesting and manipulating the element of their affinity. For augmenters, their affinity for elements is much more subtle, and the actual manifestation of the elements comes only after the augmenter crosses a certain threshold. For his father, who had been fighting and training hard since an early age, but had no formal training, it took him until the orange core stage to be able to turn his explosive mana usage into an actual fire. From the world he had come from, the elements weren't destined from birth, but a path one took willingly. Talent was a large part, but hard work played a significant role since no one was restricted to just one affinity. For him, who had so many advantages since coming to this world, all of it culminated in this, and he learned a trick or two as well. He also shows his mana core and asks him not to be surprised to see him. Vincent is shocked to see his aura and discovers he is a deviant, while Ray seems proud of him. He reaches him in no time and tries to attack him, but he dodges his attack. They are fighting with their full powers, and it causes an explosion there. Everyone gets attentive to see this while they still have power left to fight them. Their movements are so fast that they can't see each other's attacks, and as expected of his father, his punches are getting sharper, and he is leveraging his longer reach so he can't get close. He targets his leg and chin while everyone watches them with shocking eyes. Ray finally grabs him and says he has learned many tricks. He thinks lightning was, by far, his most successful deviant affinity, but he still had ways to go. Ice was unstable, and he hadn't even gotten to unlock sound or gravity. At that time, the old man punched him very hard. However, it feels good to brag to his parents, and Ray asks him about when he learned it and what else he knows. Ellis runs toward them and asks if they are fine, while Mr. Vincent is shocked and thinks he needs a drink. His wife is also impressed by him and thinks he is just an extraordinary child, and they leave them while enjoying their family time. After that, they have dinner together, and Vincent asks Ray if he realizes what kind of future his son has. He replies he knew ever since he awakened when he was 3. They are surprised that he awakened at 3, and Alice tells them that he blew up most of their house in the process. After some time, Vincent asks him if they can enroll him in Xyrus Academy. Ray says he's only 8, and Xyrus Academy is the most prestigious magic institution on the continent. His wife says her husband makes a point though, and with his level of talent, it would be worthwhile for them to sponsor Arthur so he won't have to worry about tuition costs. Alice refuses by saying they couldn't do that to them, and after everything they did for them already. Besides, he is just 8, and she is sure they won't even consider him. Vincent says he does a lot of business with the famed director of Xyrus Academy and can talk to her. Arthur interrupts them and asks if he can say something, seeing as this will affect his future. After dinner, Ellie sleeps peacefully in her room. His parents are still with him, and Alice says she still can't believe he is there with them, all grown into a handsome boy. Arthur says he has changed a lot since they last saw him, while Ray says he is still their son, no matter how much he has changed. Even after discovering he was a deviant mage capable of perhaps becoming one of the strongest mages in the future, that was still only the second best news today. Alice is sad, saying he is probably too grown up for his old mother to kiss her goodnight, but she gets happy when he kisses her and says goodnight. Ray gets up and asks Alice to leave his room so that he can get some sleep. She then asks him to go shopping with his sister tomorrow. He needs some new clothes, which will be a good chance for them to bond. Ray also advises him not to hold it against Vincent for being so excited earlier since he means well. A few hours ago at the dining table, he said he had just reunited with his family today, and he asked him if he could spend some time with them before deciding whether to leave them again to attend this academy. Vincent says he is right and getting a bit ahead of himself, but when he gets up, he excuses them. He left the dining table and everyone just watched him, surprisingly. He then walks through the balcony and Lily follows him and says if he heads that way, then he will end up in one of his cellars. She asks him to follow her and she knows a better place. She takes him to the kitchen and says they have a guest today. The maid asks if he is that child who burned half of the lawn she worked so hard to maintain. He apologizes for the trouble he has caused, and they invite them to sit with them. He observes Lily was pretty quiet before, but he guesses this is what she usually likes. She asks them if they have any duck meat left, and the maid asks her to be careful. Her mother has been getting suspicious because she has been gaining weight recently, and she says she is not allowed to talk about that. A maid tells Arthur that she sneaks there often when stressed, and he wonders what she stresses. The butler says Sir and Madam's greatest wish is for their daughter to awaken as a mage despite either of them being one themselves. Lily also wants to be a mage, but it is still a lot of pressure on a little girl. At present, he asks Ray not to worry, and he can tell that the Helstia family are nice people who mean well. The next morning, Sylvia wakes him up, and he asks her if she is excited about the day. He wonders how Tesha is doing. Suddenly, he feels a bad smell from Sylvia and says he is not the only one taking a shower today. They both take a shower, but Sylvia seems very dull and tired after taking a shower. Someone knocks at his door and Ellie comes to wake him at Alice's order. He asks her if she can take him down to see Mama, and she tells him they will eat breakfast and then go shopping. They take them shopping, and he is excited to see the Xyrus city. They go to different shops, and after some time, he reaches outside a shop and asks Arthur what sort of ship this is. Alice tells him that those small orbs he sees are called beast cores. They are magical cores extracted from mana beasts to power the ups, although the effects between cores can vary vastly. Spending hundreds of gold is a gamble, but one might even contain a beast will if they are lucky. He is shocked to hear about hundreds of gold and thinks he is good with his beast will. Alice reveals that their Helstia auction house receives many beast cores and infant mana beasts. He is always welcome to look at those when he gets the chance. Lily asks him to go, and there is a place he wants to take him as soon as he sees him. She takes him to a barber shop, and he asks them if it is necessary. Alice says his hair is atrocious. The barber asks them not to worry, and he will make his sun shine. After some time, he gets the hair cut and says he feels ridiculous, while Alice says he looks perfect. Ellie also likes him and says he is good enough to be Ellie's brother now, and Alice says she is right, and he finally looks like a civilized man. After some time, he sees many students walking on the road, and Lily tells him they are Xyrus Academy students. She says it's a sort of status symbol to be able to wear that uniform, and Arthur says they look like jerks to him. Lily says they are almost considered royalty around there though. Alice comes to them and asks what they are talking about, and she replies they are just talking about the school. Suddenly, they see Arthur running like a puppy, and Alice says he is usually so calm and mature. It's refreshing to see him so excited to see him like this. Lily's mother says it's a bit comforting for him to see him more like a kid, especially after last night's spectacle, and they all are quiet after the discussion. After some time, he goes to a weapon store, and the man there says this is not a place for kids and asks him to leave while he is asking nicely. They exclaim that they are looking at a dangerous weapon, and the sword isn't like the toy swords they have at home. He tries to put his hand on his shoulder, but Arthur pushes him away. He exclaims that he is well aware of what a sword is and leaves the shop to apologize to them. The man calls him and asks what house raised such a rude guy. Meanwhile, Alice reaches there and asks him to get his hand off her son, and he gets angry and says his name is Augustus. But he is shocked to see Helstia, and she asks him if he is from the branch family of House Ravenpur. She asks him if he wants to revoke her and her family's participation in the Helstia auction house. He bowed before her and apologized to her, saying she had no idea this child was with the Helstia house. They get out of the situation, and Arthur thanks her for getting him out of the situation. She says she was more afraid of what he would do to that man. Meanwhile, a man is watching them silently and observes Sylvie with them. After a whole day of shopping, they go back home, and Vincent and Ray are excited to see them back. Vincent calls him and says he wants him to meet someone, and the lady says he must be Arthur, and the lady tells her much about him. She introduces herself as Cynthia Goodsky, the founder and director of Xyrus Academy. It is revealed that the Xyrus Academy is an institution hailed as the holiest sanctuary for any would-be mage privileged enough to have both the background and talent to enter. It is a breeding ground for acclaimed scholars, guild members, leaders, royal guards, and military powerhouses. Anyone who has made an impact in this world had ties with Xyrus Academy, and that was the kind of fame this school held, an insurmountable titan compared to the countless other academies scattered over this continent. Standing at the helm of it all is the Academy's very own director, Goods. Arthur stares at her for a while, and she forwards her hand and says it's nice to meet him finally. He wonders about the proper social convention in a situation like this, and whether he has to kiss or shake her hand. He is about to shake hands with her when Alice asks him to bow down and apologizes to her for her son's rude behavior. She says he has just returned home and is ignorant of formal customs, while Arthur hopes that doesn't take long since he hasn't eaten in hours. She says it's all right, and she is the rude one for intruding at such a late hour. But she can't refuse a favor from Vincent after all his great contributions to Xyrus Academy. He says he is just helping out the Academy, hoping Lily will attend one day. She gets sad on hearing this, and the director says it isn't very often that she takes a house trip to visit potential students. Still, Vincent piqued her interest when he insisted that a prodigy of the highest caliber was currently living in his home. She asks his guide to lead them to an open space so he can see a demonstration, while Arthur asks if he can at least eat something. She leads her the way, and Vincent says they have a wonderful paved courtyard suitable for the demonstration. Arthur is sad because he feels hungry and thinks it looks like they won't be eating dinner anytime soon. She observes Selly there and asks if it is his father's contracted beast, and he tells her that she is his bond and she hatched just a few months ago. She calls him interesting and says many nobles there purchase mana beasts to form a contract, but she has never seen a mana beast like her. Arthur says her mother was some sort of scaled wolf with small wings, and she was almost dead, protecting her egg when he stumbled into her nest. After a while, Vincent takes them to the courtyard, and the director says they will see if what Vincent said isn't just an exaggeration. He mentioned that he was an augmenter, but refused to tell her anything beyond that. She observes that he appears neither worried nor scared and wonders if confidence or arrogance leaves him so collected. He wonders what will be for dinner, and he feels like grilled fish today. Vincent thinks she will definitely be shocked when Arthur shows his fire and lightning magic, and he won't be able to burn this courtyard down the last time. The director asks him if he doesn't want to arm himself with a weapon at the very least, and Arthur says, seeing as she has no intention of using the wand decorating her waistband, that he will go barehanded as well. She smiles at his comment and asks if they will begin then. He thinks during his time training with Virium, the explosive power of fire and the adaptive riposte of water were the first Kai arts from his world to manifest as actual elements in this world for him. After that, his previous life's earth and wind-style martial arts techniques also culminated. He gathers his mana core and opens up his eyes, which induces main cracks in the ground. He has controlled the mixture of internal and ambient mana and shaped it into the desired effect. Everyone is shocked to see that he has cracked the courtyard and thinks differently from conjurers. These are the fundamental steps augmenters take to manifest an elemental attack. He has a bit of a handicap with his past knowledge, and he now wants to see how the director of the most prestigious magic academy reacts when he does this. He lifts a heavy rock and kicks it toward the director to see her reaction. The director smiles at his attack, but the rock splits into many parts before reaching her. She then moves her hand and gathers many rocks around Arthur. By dodging them, he rushes toward her and reaches the director by breaking through her barrier. But she just barely moves her hand and pushes him away from her. He is about to fall to the ground, but uses the wind to help him orient himself and suspend the rocks in the air. However, even with all of his training with Virion, it's still difficult to use earth and wind spells simultaneously compared to fire and water. He needs more concentration, so he rushes toward her to attack again, but she uses her wind attribute and moves him away. The wind pressure is so large that everyone has covered their eyes. Arthur again gets up, but he is shocked to see that she's already finished preparing another spell and throws a large wind attack toward him. He tries to conjure wind in the opposite rotation to deflect the tornadoes, and his clothes have torn away in this attempt. However, he successfully dodges the attack, and the director is impressed by his movements. She says he is overconfident in his abilities to face opponents head-on. All in all, his display of magical and combat prowess was exceptional, and she was about to cast another spell, saying it would be her last test, an extra credit of sorts. She uses a spell and asks him to try to stay conscious, and she uses sound magic, which causes so much pain in his ears. He passes with flying colors, and with the aptitude he has shown in wind magic, the director likes him and says she is tempted to teach him herself. Ray is surprised and asks him when he learned to use earth and wind magic as well, and the director asks him what he meant by as well. Vincent reveals that he used fire magic just yesterday and lighting magic, and this is why he brought her out into this paved courtyard, because he burned down his lawn. The director is surprised to learn that this little boy is capable of controlling at least 3 elements, and one to its deviant level, and Arthur says he can control 4 elements. He has an elemental affinity for all 4 elements, and they are all surprised to hear this. Ellie asks Alice if her brother is strong, and the director says he is very strong, or perhaps the strongest in the future. After everyone settled down, he apologized to his family for keeping this from them, and Alice asked him not to hide anything from them. His chest tightened at her words. He wished he could promise her that. After that, they are still in the courtyard when the director creates a barrier around them, and says they can't hear them, and asks him to speak his mind. Arthur smiles and thinks it seems like she reads right through him, and he says he showed her his abilities because there are 2 things that she has and needs. They are power and influence, and he asks her to keep his family safe until he becomes strong enough to do so by himself. He will not only attend her academy, but he will also consider her as his benefactor. The director smiles and says not even the king and queen of Sapin would dare to make such a one-sided deal with her. He asks him if he thinks she would bend to establish a relationship with a mere child. He smiles and says that compared to even the king and queen of Sapin, he is more aware of the potential of the mere child and trusts that she does as well. However, his end of this deal will be to wait until he actually attends her academy. He says he has made a promise to someone important to live his life to the fullest, and he thinks attending Xyrus Academy at a more normal age would help him with that. The director says it will be over 3 years from now on, and what he plans on doing until then. He replies that he hasn't told his family yet, but has decided to become an adventurer. After some time, he takes his parents to a room, and everyone can hear him tell his decision to his parents, and they don't like it. Alice is angry at him and says he just went back after they all thought he was dead, and now he is saying he wants to get killed himself out there. Ellie is scared and asks her not to be mad at her brother, and Ray asks her to hear him out at least. She shouts at him and asks how he can say that after everything they went through to get there. She starts crying and asks if he understands her, and he grabs her hand and says he isn't planning on leaving anytime soon. He was actually looking forward to spending a few months at home with everyone. He exclaims after staying in the Elf Kingdom for more than 3 years, and he feels like he has missed so much of Sapin and the rest of Dicathan. He wants to experience the excitement they both experienced back when they were adventurers. Ray understands his perception and says even though he was itching to experience the adventuring life when he awakened as a teenager, his mother is right to worry. No matter how prepared and strong he is, the life of an adventurer is dangerous and unpredictable. Suddenly, he clicks his mind and asks them if he can escort any guard or supervisor with him. Ray says it's a good idea, but they must consider the man. Alice grabs his collar and shouts at him, saying she can't believe that he is even considering it, and she will not let him send her son away for another 3 years. He then tells them that he is not planning to go for 3 years and will return every few months or more frequently between his missions. Alice doesn't say a word, while Ellie comes to him and asks if he is leaving them again. He says he is staying right there, and she will see her brother often. Alice asks him why he wants to become an adventurer, and says it will make more sense for him to go to school before becoming an adventurer. He replied that he would have been much younger than the other students if he had gone to school now. He wants to fit in and make friends, but that might be harder with such a big age difference. Alice says he doesn't need to go now and that he should help out his father. Ray asks her to stop and says he will be fine. He thanks his dad and says he doesn't want just to train, but he wants to fight and test out the skills he has learned since coming to this world in an open environment. Alice starts hitting Ray since he permits him, and he thinks he didn't lie to his mother since Sylvia told him to enjoy his life, and he is doing that. The next morning, they are making their breakfast, and Alice asks Ray to eat slowly and no one is going to steal his food. He is happy to enjoy a meal without being rushed to work. Vincent asks him if he isn't going to the auction house later today to show some of the new recruits around, and he replies that it's just an excuse to hold a welcoming party afterwards. Arthur asks them what they have planned for today, and Helstia tells him that his mother and she have to run some errands around town to prepare for an upcoming event at the Helstia auction house. They are taking Lily and Ellie with them and ask him to accompany them, but he refuses by saying he will stay behind. Vincent asks him if they settled on what to do about Arthur, and Alice says they agreed to let him become an adventurer under certain conditions. The first condition is that he will wait until after his birthday in 3 months. Second, he will have a guard on him at all times during missions. And third, he will have to visit at least once every 2 months. Ray says he is smart enough to manage the rest independently, and Vincent asks him if he has anyone in his mind who can appoint him as his guard. Moreover, if there is even a guard capable of guarding him. Ray gets up and reveals that the Twin Horns will be coming around after a dungeon expedition soon, and he gets a letter from the Adventurers Guild that says they will be back in 2 months, so they can have one of them go with Arthur. Alice likes his idea, and Ray asks her if she is surprised by it. Arthur remembers the Twin Horns, Jasmine, Durden, Angela, Helen, and Adam, and is excited to see them all soon. After some time, Vincent is working in his office when someone knocks at his door. He opens the door and is surprised to see Arthur there. He thinks he missed his father and tells him he is at the auction house. Arthur tells him that he came there to speak with him regarding a certain matter and asks him permission to come inside the office. On the other side, Alice and Hestia are in the market, and Alice asks her if these kinds of stuff are appropriate for the 10th anniversary event, and she tells her that she has seen a lot of the noble ladies adoring the centerpiece she made. She wonders how anyone even saw them, and she reveals that she stole a few from the house and used them to decorate the private viewing rooms at their auction house. Alice felt so embarrassed because they were just cheap little armaments she had made in her free time. At the same time, Ellie seems sad, and Lily asks her the reason, and she tells her that she is missing her brother. Lily gets sad and says she came there with her, but now she has her brother, so she is not important to Ellie anymore. She tries to tell her that they both have their place for her, but Lily says she loved her before her brother, but now that her big brother is there, so she just throws her away. Ellie starts crying at this when Helstia hits her head and asks why she is giving Ellie such a hard time. She tells her that she was just teasing her because all Ellie has been thinking about these days is Arthur, and Helstia says it looks like Ellie isn't the only one thinking about Arthur and asks if he is her first crush too. Lily gets embarrassed, asks why she is saying such things, and says he is just a big weirdo. She thought that kids of her age couldn't be mages, and this is why she is still patiently waiting to awaken. But Arthur is already a mage that is stronger than a lot of adults. She is sad that she can't do such things, but she wants to be a mage and make them happy. Alice and Helstia just look at each other, and she comes forward to her and says it's hard not to, but she shouldn't compare herself to Arthur. He should know from kids of her age at school that Arthas is the different one, and she asks him how he got so strong, and if they have trained him, then they can also help her to train. Alice tells her that aside from the little sword training that Ray did for Arthur, they didn't do anything. Helstia is also shocked and says she understands he is a very gifted child, but they are still missing pieces of the story. Alice says she is grateful that they care so much, but Ray and she both know Arthur is hiding things from them. Helstia says they should ask him about everything and asks how he got so strong while he was away and how, even before the bandit attacked, he was so skilled with the sword. She replies that they believe there is a good reason why he is not telling them everything, and she figures to give him space and support him until he is comfortable enough to tell them what it means to be a parent. Helstia becomes answerless, and they continue their shopping. At the same time, the man from earlier is watching them quietly. He then goes to a silent place and asks a man to inform Lord Sebastian that the mana beast wasn't with them that day. A mage from Xyrus Academy has been placed to guard them, so he won't be able to trail them too extensively. However, the boy who is most likely the master of the mana beast will be attending the 10-year Helstia Auction House anniversary event. He asks him to inform the Lord Sebastian that the best opportunity will be at the event. On the other side, Arthur is at Vincent's office, and he wonders what sort of situation this is and what sort of 8-year-old boy gives off such a strong presence that he would be more nervous than when he was with the King of Sapin. He thanks him for the tea, and Vincent thinks he is so different from when he is with his family. He wonders if this is his true demeanor. He then tells him the reason for his sudden intrusion is that he would like to ask him to retrieve a few items. Vincent asks him what kind of items those are, and he states a protective cloak, preferably one with a hood, a decent sword for his size, and a mask capable of altering his voice. Vincent says the cloak shouldn't be a problem, but with a mask, only an artificer who's a deviant sound mage would be able to make one properly. Suddenly, he remembers he is already buried in work for the anniversary event and wonders why he is so eager to please this boy. Arthur thanks him and says it is for compensation. At the same time, he doesn't have money. He thinks of a way to repay him for his help. Vincent says he doesn't need anything since his father has been a huge help ever since he started working for him, and thanks to him and the training he is providing for all of their guards, thefts and fights in the auction house have been the lowest it's ever been. Arthur says he still wants to do one thing to help his sister hasten her awakening with a method that he discovered recently, and when he helps her, he can also help Lily. He knows that neither he nor his wife are mages, but he believes he can help his daughter awaken as a mage and attend the Xyrus Academy. After that, he is training in his room, but even after all of this time, he can only use it for a few seconds. He thinks about Elder Virion and the director and gets up again, thinking it's not enough. After a lot of training, he is hell tired and has been laid to the ground, and he thinks that whether it's his past life or this life, he needs strength to protect the people he loves. In the meantime, Alice and Helstia return from shopping. He remembers his past life when on a horrible night, he rushed to see his father, but was shocked to see that someone had murdered him. He cried a lot, but no one helped him, and the policeman just stood there with the gun used in the murder. He thinks this time he will get strength not to avenge, but to keep them safe. Meanwhile, Sylvie comes to him and informs him that his family has returned from their errands. When he goes downstairs, Alice comes to him and asks him what he said to Vincent that he is making Lily a mage. She says that even as a harmless joke, it's a little insensitive, and Helstia says that if this is some kind of prank, then he went a bit too far. He replies that he would never joke about something like this, and he proposes a deal to Vincent, and he accepts. He seems happy and says Arthur promised him to show them once they get back, so he asks everyone to go to the living room. They all go to the living room, and he sits Lily and Ellie beside him and asks them to breathe in the way he tells them. He thinks mana is sensed best during slow and deep breaths that are in precise rhythmic patterns and hopes that this explanation will be easy for them to follow. The first step is to breathe specially, but Ellie is too young to understand what he is saying. He asks her to follow her instructions, and if she can do this, she will be able to become strong like her brother. He hopes that she will be able to understand his instructions and asks both of them to breathe like he does. He asks them to take a deep breath through their nose until they can't breathe anymore. Once they can't breathe anymore, they open their mouth, breathe in just once more, and let out their breath in small bursts about 15 times. When they do this, he asks them to do it again with their eyes closed until they see pretty lights floating around in the darkness. Ellie can see the pretty lights, but they are gone instantly, and Arthur says this is because she stopped breathing. Lily is worried that she can't see them and asks if there is something wrong with her, and he says this is because her parents are not mages, so that she will take some time. Alice asks him if he can tell them what he is trying to do. Helstia also interrupts him and says she means well, and she won't question his skills with magic, but teaching a child to awaken as a mage is unprecedented. Then it should happen naturally. He says he is going to help them do what he did to awaken at the age of 3, and the only reason he thinks he can do this is because of his affinity with all the elements. He has worked it out in his head, but they will surely know after trying. He asks them to see if this works as well as he theorized, and he asks them to keep breathing the way he told them to, even if they feel their bodies a little hot. He transports some of his mana into their bodies, and Lily can now see the pretty lights. He then asks them to try gathering the white specks together with their thoughts. He says those little lights are their friends, and they need to be together to be happy. After some time, they seem pretty tired, and he says this is all he can do today. Lily's parents seem happy and ask him if their daughter will be able to become a mage. He replies that it will take a few years, but if he can do this with them for the first few months to get them on their feet, then Lily shouldn't have a problem becoming a mage. Helstia becomes emotional and hugs him while apologizing for doubting him. She says because of him, her baby will have so many opportunities that they weren't given because they weren't mages. Lily also smiles and goes to her dad, who is also crying happily. After that, his life fell into a comfortable rhythm, and he spent every morning training and then helping his sister and Lily get closer to awakening. After that, they also enjoyed their family time, and everything was happy and smooth. Even with his impatience to get stronger, he still made sure to spend time with everyone, knowing that he wouldn't have many more opportunities like this in the future. 2 months later, when it is finally time for the twin horns to be returned, Ray and Alice seem excited to see them back. Ray says he is not the only one excited to see them because Arthur is already at the gate waiting for them impatiently. Suddenly, Sylvia appears from behind, and he says she is not small enough to ride on his shoulder. Someone knocks at the door, and he opens the door for them. Angela hugs him hurriedly and starts crying, saying he has had it so hard for such a young boy. Durden asks her to leave him, and she leaves him, saying she got a little emotional and forgot about her manners. He looks towards Durden and says he has become even bigger than before, but is also crying emotionally. He says he can say the same for him. Adam is watching them from behind and says the game plan was to put on a happy face for the kid, but now they have crying faces. He asks them if no one will comment on that black mana beast hanging behind his shoulder. Helen hits him, says he can just ignore him, and says they are so glad to see him all grown up and even more handsome. Adam says he is the only bad guy for not crying and says it's not his fault, but he is mature enough to keep it together. Suddenly, Jasmine rushes from behind and hugs him while everyone is shocked at her reaction. She apologizes to him for not being able to save him earlier, and this fills Adam's eyes with tears. Ray and Alice are watching them with wet eyes and say they missed their timing. Today is the 10th anniversary, and Vincent asks Arthur if they don't need conjurers inside. He replies that they have Angela and another wind conjurer alternating detection barriers around the auction house and Durden manning the main entrances. More than that, people might suspect they are preparing for a war. He is grateful to him that his old party agreed to help him out with security, and Ray says with them there, he was able to position some of the other guards outside around the next block. They will engage any outside threat so the guests will be safe and the auction house won't be destroyed. Vincent knows he is joking, but after his recent experience with mages, he is going to hold him back from that promise. He then tells him that his son mentioned he wanted a sword before he registered as an adventurer, and considering his infighting style with his gauntlets, he didn't expect him to teach Arthur sword fighting. Ray says the only thing he did for him was get him a wooden starter sword, and aside from that, since he was 4, he learned on his own. He says Arthas told them that he's self-taught, but the few times they have sparred, there are times when he emits a huge pressure, and it looks like this sort of calculated confidence that he's fought battle for decades. Vincent says Arthur hasn't even lived for 1 decade, so he thinks he is giving him a bit too much credit, but Ray has observed that when they spar, there are times when he suddenly trips or messes up like he is not used to his own body. Vincent says this is because of early puberty, and Ray asks him to go downstairs since everyone is waiting for them. Helstia says it took them a long time when they go downstairs and asks how the 2 grown men are the last to get ready. Vincent is surprised and appreciates them, saying they all look great. He just feels sorry that they made everyone wear just black and white. They are the hosts for the event, so he didn't want to stand out from the guests, but he didn't need to make Ray's family match the dress code. Alice says it's no problem, and they would feel uncomfortable wearing bright colors anyway. Dressing up like this makes him realize that Arthur is just some cute kid no matter what he wears right now, and he just hopes his growth spurt comes soon. Vincent then asks everyone to move outside, where the carriages are waiting for them. He then puts his hand on Arthur's shoulder and says he heard that his daughter is progressing well, and he replies that if she continues like this, she should be able to awaken in time to attend to Xyrus at an average age. He thanks him again, and Arthur says he is just holding his end of the deal and expects to see some great stuff at his auction house. They come outside and are ready to go toward the auction house. During the way, he tells them the story he had to go through all these years, and Adam seems sad that he went through all this at such an early age. Helen says he was able to find a bond at least, which is something even seasoned adventurers and nobles are rarely able to have. He replies this is why Sylvie is special to him. Soon, they reach outside the auction house, where the guards welcome them. He is surprised to see a grand and luxurious Helstia's auction house. Today is the 10th anniversary of the Helstia auction house, an event nobles and adventurers alike have been excited for. It will be a celebration and a chance to see and perhaps buy priceless artifacts that have been kept locked away and guarded for this particular event. He is surprised to see so many beast cores and weird things. The exterior of this building is amazing, but the inside holds up just as well. Meanwhile, Vincent calls all staff and says today is a bid day and they should get their heads together and ensure no mistakes are made. Ray instructs Team B to check the side corridors of every half house before circling back to their original routes. Arthur exclaims that it's good to see them like this, especially his father, which is a big change from how he usually is, and Helen says his father was a leader after all. She has grown since she took his place, but she still can't match up to him. She leaves him there, and Alice calls Arthur to her. She asks him to go inside, and Vincent and Ray will join them a little later. They enter a great deal, and the auctioneer must be hosting the event. Even having been a king and living amongst the royal family of the Elenoir kingdom, this is impressive. Heseltia asks him what he thinks about their auction house, and he says she is seriously downplaying the word house there. She is glad he likes it, and Lily asks him to wait until he sees the private viewing rooms at the top. They are going upstairs and have arrived at the private rooms. Seeing how grand this place is, he is excited to see what sort of items they will auction off today. Helstia says they expect some very special guests later on, but this is their place for now. After some time, Lily informs them that the event is starting and so many people are in the hall. Helstia asks the kids what they are doing, and Lily tells her that Ellie is trying to count all the people coming in, and she asks her to play with her instead of counting people. They start playing while Alice and Helstia are chatting. Arthur thinks they are all having fun. Meanwhile, a guard comes there and informs Helstia that the VIP guests have arrived and will be there soon. They are ready to welcome them, and Vincent presents His Majesty, Blaine Glider, Priscilla Glader, Prince Curtis Glader, and Princess Cathelm Glader. Arthur felt it then the same as in Elenoir when he was in the presence of royalty. They all bow before them and pay their respect, and the king says he didn't know they would share this space with guests. Vincent apologizes to him and says he remembers he wanted to meet his family again the last time they were there, so he thought today would be a good time for that. He introduces his wife and daughter Alice as his close friend's wife and their children, Arthur and Elenoir Lewin. The king asks them to stand up, saying Vincent's friends are also his friends. He says they are there to congratulate the Helstias on this wondrous place's 10th anniversary and to enjoy the event. The queen also says there is no need to remain so formal, that they should enjoy the event and that they are pleased that they have some company besides their guards. Meanwhile, Sylvia appears there, and the queen says it's a cute little mana beast that looks reptilian-based but more intelligent. Arthur says she just hatched several months ago and her name is Sylvie. The king asks him if this beast is his bond, and calls him fortunate since infant beasts are not easy to take, yet she seems very obedient. Arthur says they are able to communicate mentally, so it's more like a mutual agreement rather than obedience. Suddenly, someone is shocked to hear this from behind and asks if he is under an equal contract with this mana beast, and Arthur says she was the one who initiated the contract. He asks him to let him take a closer look at his bond, but the king asks him to stop saying this is not a place to study someone's pet. He calls him Sebastian and says he is on duty, and he bows before him and apologizes for his behavior. Helstia calls them and asks them to have a seat since the event must be starting, while Arthur feels something weird about the mage Sebastian. After a while, a man announces that it is his highest honor to be there tonight, and he presumes all of their esteemed guests have gathered there for one reason only. This is for the chance to obtain one of the rare and valuable items at the auction. However, before they begin, he asks everyone to turn their faces toward the south. He welcomes the king and the queen of Sapin, who are also present. Everyone gets up and bows before them. Next, they will thank the man who has made this whole event possible and ask everyone to give a big round of applause for Vincent Helstia. Arthur thinks this reminds him of his past life, but he is no longer a king. Moreover, he hasn't even gone through puberty yet. After that, Ellie and Lily play, and his mother and Miss Helstia talk to the queen. He observes that the queen is a conjurer, and the fact that he couldn't sense her mana means she is carrying an artifact to hide it. She is at a level high enough that he can't sense it. He had never really thought about it before, but it's interesting how he doesn't feel any attraction to the queen or any older woman, even though they are in the same age range as he was when he died. It might be because they are his mother's age, but it's not like he finds younger girls attractive either. It's not like he has any plans on dating anytime soon, and he will think about it when he is older. In the meantime, Vincent comes to him and says a sword is up for auction right now and asks him if he wants it so he can bid. He also asks him not to worry about the price, and this is just the perk of being the owner of this place. The man announces that the short sword was forged by a master smith, who is also a fire artificer. Imbued above the handle is the core of a mighty thunderhawk. He announces that reinforcing this masterful sword with just a bit of mana will produce currents of electricity around the edge of its blade, enhancing its cutting power and even exuding a paralyzing effect. He starts the bidding with 50 gold, and people start calling their amount. A modest house in Xyrus could fetch at least a single gold coin, but an average family back in his hometown of Ashbur could live just fine on a handful of copper coins in a day. The opening bid for this sword could provide a modest living for a family for over 250 years. Vincent comes to him and asks if it is to his liking, and a sword with an elemental ability is hard to come by. Arthur says it sounds like a powerful weapon, but not something he needs, and he would prefer something a little less unique. Vincent smiles and asks why he plays with a spark when he can wield lightning itself. However, this is just the beginning, and even if he doesn't find anything he likes, he manages to find all the other items he wants. He asks him if he found a voice-altering mask, and he proudly says he has found it, and even the coat he got him is made from a nightmare fox. It has the ability to obscure his presence from unsuspecting eyes. It seemed like something he would want, so he snatched it while he could. He asks him to stay safe since he is the one who will have to deal with his family if anything happens to him, while he just smiles at him. However, Vincent was right because the sword was only the beginning. There were more weapons and even several beast cores ranging from C-class all the way to a class. The king himself bid on a few of them, winning in a class beast core. But it wouldn't be until its recipient actually absorbed the core that they would learn whether or not the core contained a beast will. He seems tired, wonders when the intermission is coming, and suddenly realizes that Sylvie is not with him. He asks Lily about her, and she replies that she was just there. He looks for her behind and under the sofa, but she is nowhere. Suddenly, he finds Sebastian trying to pick her up, and he is about to grab her, but she seems sad. He thinks he needs to control himself since he is the royal family's court mage. Sylvie sees him and rushes toward him, and he turns back and asks her to go. Sebastian exclaims that the commoner in the countryside has no place frolicking around with such a special beast, and Arthur asks him what he just said. He replies that Sylvie will belong to him one day, and Arthur stares him back furiously and asks him to repeat what he just said. A moment ago, Vincent was disappointed that Arthur wasn't able to find anything he liked. From what he understands, he just wanted a good quality sword, nothing fancy or innately powerful. If that's the case, he is sure he will be able to find something in their storage. Meanwhile, the king comes to him and says he hopes he is having an enjoyable evening. He replies that he is not sure how he managed to secure an A-class beast core from a silver coat bear, but he is most pleased with his purchase. He hopes the beast will is still intact, and Vincent is glad this humble event was worth the trouble for him. Suddenly, they feel a murderous aura spreading all around. The king feels heavy, almost palpable bloodlust, but it's not even directed at him. Vincent falls to the ground, grabs his neck, and wonders what is happening to him. The guards come there and ask the queen to stay back, but she asks them to protect the children and not to worry about her. The king also takes out his sword and asks who dares to try and attack the royal family, asking him to show himself. They look at their surrounding but can't find anyone. At the same time, Sebastian seems scared of Arthur and regrets losing control of himself. Ellie starts crying while Vincent becomes normal and wonders what just happened to him. Ray and Adam also approach them and ask if everything is okay there. The guard replies to him that the room has been searched, and they are fine for now, and orders Ray to check the surrounding area. They check everywhere, while Arthur stays quiet and doesn't tell anyone that it happened because of him. He asks Sylvie if she is okay, and she replies to him in her language. Meanwhile, a man comes to him and informs them that an intruder has been apprehended by Captain Lewin, which means everything is well now. Arthur thanks the intruder in his mind and says his sacrifice was not in vain. The guard calls Sebastian and asks how he can fall on his arse over a little intimidation from an intruder, and he replies that he just slipped. However, he is staring at Arthas, who stares back at him. The show continues, and the man announces they have the final item for tonight's event. Tradition dictates that the best item be saved for last, and he is not one for belittling tradition. He asks who will be the lucky individual fortunate enough to acquire his treasure. They ask to behold everyone and show them an infant world lion. For those who are ignorant of this magnificent mana beast, an adult world lion can become a powerful B-class mana beast. He dares say that this infant world lion could even become an A-class beast if well taken off. Sebastian observes Arthur staring at him, and he doesn't even notice the other mana beasts. The man exclaims that caring for and treasuring this fine beast will allow its master to become a legendary beast tamer. Its amount starts from 500 gold coins, and the people hurriedly raise their amounts for this. The king raises his hand for 1,000 coins, and everyone gets quiet after the king's amount. Vincent says it seems no one wants to bid against their own king, and congratulates him in advance. He thanked him for his consideration and generosity, and asked him about his plans for the new royal pet, and if he would be taming it himself. The king replies he is planning to give it to his son Curtis, and it depends on how he does, and he promises him to do his best. The queen asks him if she will not hear him avoiding his lesson, while he shouts and asks why she is telling this to his father. Arthur smiles after watching them like this, and they almost seem like a normal family. Vincent states the auction is about to end, and if he likes him to gather the items and send them over to him, the king says he will go down with him. Vincent asks him to follow them. Meanwhile, Sebastian calls the king and whispers something in his ears. Arthur has a bad feeling about this. After a while, they go downstairs, and Vincent says an attendant should be there soon with their items. He then calls Arthur and says there is everything he asked for except for a sword. He also asks him to look around and find anything he likes. Alice says she can take care of his things while he looks for a sword. The king calls him and asks if he plans to take sword lessons. He says his boy has also started learning, and they can arrange for a friendly spar between them one day. Sebastian calls him and says Prickney Curtis would only become infected with bad habits if he begins sparring with mere commoners. Arthur says he is honored, but swords are merely a hobby for him, and he could never hope to reach his son's level. Meanwhile, Ray comes there, and Vincent asks him to come there since the king wants to see him. Ray bows before him and pays his respect, and the king says he heard he was the one who captured the intruder earlier, and it seems that Vincent has gotten himself quite the capable hand. Ray gets up and says he was just merely doing his duty, and the king asks him if this child is his son. He introduces them to Sebastian and says he has been a royal guard for many years, helping their family countless times. For the exemplary services he has provided him, and therefore his country, he does feel the need to reward him at times, and it seems that he has taken quite a liking to his son's bond. He asks him to give the royal family's guard his bond, which will be a service to his kingdom. Ray is shocked at his demand and looks toward Arthur, who also seems shocked. He asks the king about what he meant by this, and the king says he is more than happy to compensate him for the bond, and hiring a mage to serve the contract between his son and the mana beast will be done at their expense. Ray bows before him and apologizes to him, saying neither he nor his wife has anything to do with his son's bond. He acquired it himself, so he can't speak on his behalf regarding this matter. Alice is also worried about this, and the king just stares at him. Arthur also stares at him, and Sebastian comes to him angrily and asks if his parents didn't teach him to lower his gaze when speaking to his superiors. The king now talks to him and says he is sure he has just heard his conversation with his father so that he won't repeat himself. He offers him a sword befitting any aspiring young knight. Arthur asks himself to keep calm since he is still the king of Sapin. Arthas bowed before him and thanked him for his gracious offer. but he must refuse since even the most magnificent sword could never replace Sylvie. Sebastian again tries to interrupt, but the king asks him to stop and asks him to trade his world lion cub that he has just purchased for his bond. Curtis is shocked and says the mana beast belonged to him, and the king asks him to think about the offer and says indeed his mana beast seems unique, but reptilian beasts rarely grow to be as strong as true predatory mana beasts. Arthur then apologizes for failing to clarify himself, but he doesn't wish to give, sell, or trade his bond. The king says he has asked him for a favor twice, and his patience runs thin, and he will ask him kindly one last time, and asks him if he will give his bond. Arthur asks him permission to ask him a question as well. He asks him how much he will be willing to sell his children for. He has asked him thrice and rejected all 3 times, yet it seems his pride won't allow him to accept his refusal, and says he doesn't seem to be aware of the gravity of what he is asking him, so he hopes his question will make it clear. He asks him how much money he requires in exchange for his son or daughter, King Glader. Everyone is shocked at his question, and Sebastian directs the guard to attack him. The guard comes to him and calls him an insolent peasant and asks how he dares to insult the king and his family. Arthas observes he's concentrating all of his mana into his sword and wonders if he intends to cut him in half. He keeps the flow of mana calm and even anticipates the enemy's movement and takes control of the path of his strike. He moves slightly and dodges his attack, and as a result, the sword hits the ground. He disrupts his balance and explodes, using both his power and momentum against him, and punches him back with his full might. Sebastian is angry that he wasn't even able to kill a child and wasted the perfect chance. He takes out his wand and thinks that even if punished, he will take matters into his own hands. What the king doesn't realize is that a bond capable of forming an equal contract at such a young age means it will eventually grow beyond a class. He just wants the beast and tries to attack him, but he dodges him too. He is shocked that his attack wasn't of any use, and Arthur says spells that need ambient mana to fuel them won't work. He stares at him furiously while Sebastian asks everyone to stay back, and asks him if he thinks he is a match for a conjurer of the royal family. Arthur moves in no time and passes through him swiftly before he can notice him. After that, Sebastian falls to the ground and cries for his leg, which is heavily injured, and he calls everyone to help him and asks why everyone is just standing there. Arthur puts his hand on his shoulder and says no one is going to hear him, so he should listen while he is still able to. He cries and says he can't do this time because he is the personal conjurer of the king himself. He again stares at him with murderous intent and asks him to know his place. He then hits another guard while the king is watching him shockingly and wonders how this commoner child did his guard trip over his own feet or something. Suddenly, he observes Sebastian lying on the ground at a distance and wonders how he reached there. Lily is shocked to see his injured leg and cries out of fear. Everyone else is also shocked to see Sebastian's leg broken. He cries in pain and asks someone to help him, and the king is shocked to see his condition. The queen calls the guards, asks what they are doing, and asks them to check his vitals. Meanwhile, Arthur also lies there unconscious, and Ray checks out for his condition, but he is still breathing. He lifts him and Alice uses her healing powers to heal him. She is crying over his condition, and Helstia's family is just watching them quietly. After some time, he gets into consciousness in his room, and he feels so much pain in his head. He wonders how he got back to his room, and the last thing he remembers is that he used Static Void. He regrets that he overdid again, and thanks to Sylvia, he was able to use Static Void once he had unlocked the acquire phases of her Dragon Will. With it, he was able to separate himself from the flow of time temporarily, and it is a game-changing ability that was only available to him because he is a legacy tamer. However, it came at a cost. Despite his years of training, he was only able to use this ability for a few seconds without feeling the harsh backlash. He thinks he went over his limit, and it was his first time using Static Void on another person as well. He guesses he was lucky that things only ended with him falling unconscious. Meanwhile, Alice comes to his room with Sylvie and finds out that he is awake. She hugs him and says the doctor said he most likely fell unconscious from shock, and that he would wake up soon, though he would have to say the doctor's use of the word soon was rather off. It has been almost 8 hours since he fell unconscious, and Arthur regrets that he made her worry again. She asks him if something is wrong since it looks like he is in pain, and he asks her what happened after he passed out. She replies that no one was in their right state of mind, especially the kids, so the king and his family excused themselves first. His father is downstairs in the living room with the king's representative, discussing what happened, and he gets up saying he will see how he is doing downstairs. Alice says he will check up on Ellie and sleep with her just in case, and asks him if he is really fine. He replies that he is fine now and asks her to get some rest. He asks Sylvie to go with mom and comes downstairs. He hears Ray's voice, who says this isn't something that can be compensated with money, and his son was almost killed by the guards. He enters the room, and Ray is surprised to see him there. He asks him what is going on there, and he tells him that the king's representative just tossed a few gold coins as a token of apology from the king for what he said was a small incident. The man gets up and asks if he is Arthur Lewin. He introduces himself as Jasper Cogwright, and is there on behalf of His Majesty to extend his utmost condolences for what happened today. He thinks he will just play the modest victim and thanks him for coming all this way. The king says he has told his father most of what happened, but he also wanted to inform them too that both guards who attacked him have been relieved of their positions. Ray asks him if the king slapped them on the wrist and waved them goodbye, and the representative says his son spoke out of turn in front of His Majesty. They both glare at each other, and Arthur says Mr. Cogwright isn't wrong, and he was out of line as well. Besides, he is not hurt, so they should just end this matter. He then smirked and asked him about the conjurer, whose knee had broken. He replies that Sebastian has been stripped of his position, and the injury he sustained is currently being treated. He asks him if they were able to assess what exactly happened to his leg, and he replies that upon waking up, Sebastian was adamant, saying that he was the one that inflicted that injury. Ray shouts at him and asks how this even makes sense, and Mr. Cogwright asks him to let him finish first. He exclaims that judging by the lingering mana on his staff, they believe that the mana released from the first knight who had acted out ricocheted and interfered with Sebastian's spell. Arthur wonders if this whole thing will just end like that, and he leaves from there after some time. Ray gives him the money and says he is the one who almost died, and besides, he is going to need some money when he starts off as an adventurer. He then asks him to return to sleep and get some rest, and he thanks him for this. He then puts the money in a drawer and thinks the situation with Sebastian has managed to blow over without any problems, but it makes him all too conscious that he is still only a kid in this world. However, it will be different when he is on an adventure and checks out the things Vincent gave, and he thinks he may be let loose a little. The next morning, they go to Twin Horns and tell them about Arthur's adventure. They ask them who wants to accompany him. Adam refuses by saying babysitting isn't his forte, and with his personality, his son might kill him in his sleep one day. Everyone agrees with him, while Arthur just laughs at his comment. Ray says he was hoping Durden or Helen would accompany him, and says they can't offer much, but Alice and he are more than willing to compensate them in whatever way they can if they do this for them. Durden says they are family, and he would love to accompany Arthur and watch his grow. Helen also says they wouldn't do this for the money. Besides, they managed to get quite a bit of treasure from their last dungeon raid. Suddenly, they are shocked to see that Jasmine herself offers to go with him. Angela is also surprised because they know that she hates escorting missions even more than Adam. She replies that she can do this for Arthur, and Helen says that she is the most suitable person to protect him. Durden specializes mostly in defensive area of effect spells for larger parties, and protection isn't Helen's strong suit either. Alice asks Jasmine if she is sure she is fine doing this, and she assures him of this. Adam also asks them to let her go, since she is the only augmenter among them with an elemental affinity. She just broke the light orange stage last year, and with her wind attribute, she is probably best suited. Durden also agrees and says he would have liked to accompany Arthur, but it doesn't make sense for more than one of them to go. Ray says he may go next time. Arthur smiles and says he will be her care for now, and she just smiles at him. After that, they return home, and Ellie gets angry to see Lily train without her. He thinks Lilia is able to meditate on her own a bit, even without him imbuing mana into her, and Ellie should be able to awaken at age 7 or 8 if she actually has the patience to meditate. Still, maybe it's for the better that she doesn't awaken too early. He doesn't like the idea of all of that attention on her. He then calls Ray and asks if the auction house is real quick, and he wants to pick out a sword since he couldn't the last time they were there. Alice asks them not to stay there too long, and she is going to start preparing dinner right now. At the same time, Lily's father and mother had been working at the auction house and were waiting for them. It was the first time he had seen either of them since the incident, and he was faced with a long string of questions from them regarding his health. He did his best to reassure them that he was fine and that he was happy it was all over, but they were less than pleased by the king's behavior regarding this incident. Vincent is sure those 2 guards getting fired is just a temporary measure until things cool down, and it won't be long before they have their positions back, and Ray also thinks the same. Arthur interrupts them and says they came there because he needed to find a sword before he took his application test at the Adventurers Guild. Vincent asks him to follow them and says it might take some time for them to find something he likes, but he is free to dig around. They enter a huge store and Arthur is very impressed by this. At first, he is happy, but soon he is disappointed that there are so many different types of swords, but nothing that he wants. He thinks it must be because of how many warriors in this world are augmenters, but there are so many more 2-handed swords or large 1-handed ones. His search for a dependable sword that he could use with this smaller body bore little fruit. He was tempted to give up and find a more unique weapon in the meantime. After a while, he sees Sylvie looking for something and asks her if she finds anything. She takes out a stick, and Arthur says this is not something he was looking for. He doesn't know what she wants him to do with the stick. However, he feels the stick is heavy, and the balance is off for just a stick, and it is almost as if this is a sword. He tries to unsheath it, but it doesn't open, and he wonders if he needs to imbue it with mana in order to use it. He continued to test his theory by utilizing all of the elements at his disposal, but the sword remains stuck. After some time, he is tired and wonders how it will open if it is not with a specific element. He then sees toward his arm, which has been covered by Sylvia's wind, and uses her beast will to open the sword. The sword unsheaths easily, and as he gazed down at the sword's translucent teal blade, he couldn't help but think. He uses some sword techniques and finds it to be a beautiful weapon, too much so to be considered a weapon. However, the sword and sheath are too heavy for him to use right now properly. Suddenly, he thinks of something and tears the drum lying in front of him using the sword. Some letters appear on it, showing the sword belongs to Dawn. Suddenly, his hand burns and the sword falls from his hand. Sylvie comes to him, and he tells her that he is fine. She wonders what happened to the sword suddenly. He again picks it up, and this time the weight and balance change. He uses his sword techniques to check it up. Not only that, but the handle and length of the blade have been shortened a bit in order to accommodate this body best. With access to the finest weapon, he had held a priceless sword in his hands for dozens of years, yet he had never felt one that matched so perfectly with him than now. He then swiftly moves through the drum, which slashes into 2 parts. The sword has a clean cut, and Arthur seems to like it. While extremely rare, there have been cases where master artificers have been able to create staffs and wands that have the ability to bond with a single user. The weapon would basically calibrate itself, allowing better manipulation of mana between weapon and master. But he would never read of any cases where a sword had the ability to bind itself to a user. In the meantime, Ray and Vicnet enter the store and ask him to leave since they are getting late. He then comes to them, and Arthur asks him if he has found anything he likes. He exclaims that it is not as fancy as some of the other swords there, but it grows on him after he takes a few swings. Vincent tells him that it has been auctioned in one of the smaller stalls a few times, but no one bid for it. He takes out the sword and tries some sword skills with it, and Vincent asks him if he likes it. He replies that the weight distribution is a bit off because the creator was trying to make this light, but Arthur thinks it would be a good fit. He also asks him about the stick he got there, and Arthur thinks he needs to play this cool. He replies that he tripped over this on the way back there, and it's pretty sturdy and heavy, so he thought it would be a good practice tool. Vincent doesn't remember seeing this before, and he asks him permission to see it, and asks the assistant if he has any records of a cane like this. He replies that he remembers that stick, and one of his merchants told him a rather peculiar story about some senile old man who just threw this at him, mumbling about no one being worthy. They have had multiple inspectors check it out in case, and it appears to be a sturdy, hard cane, but it is a bit odd. Perhaps they can find a higher tier artificer to check it out. Arthur calls him Uncle Vincent for the first time and asks permission to have it because he likes it a bit. Vincent happily agrees to give him the stick, and he is happy that Arthur calls him uncle. After that, they celebrate his birthday, and he thanks everyone for being with him for another year. They are happy that he is 9 years old, and Vincent says there is no reminiscing until after their little celebration. They serve them with a grand dinner, and everyone is happy to see a number of dishes there. Helstia asks them to get their hands in there and start eating. They had a good time and clicked many family pictures, and the birthday party ended with happy memories. They are playing a game, and Adam makes fun asking him to remember the time the back of his pant caught on fire, and he had to go back into town to convert his own bare ass. Durden gets embarrassed about this, and Jasmine tells Adam that he seems to have forgotten when a horned mole snuck up right under him while relieving himself in a dungeon. She recalls that he got so scared that he landed flat on his back, pissing on himself like a fountain. Everyone laughs at him loudly, while Adam is so embarrassed and says he thought everyone was sleeping at that time. After that, Ray exclaims they have finished dinner and Adam has been thoroughly humiliated so that they will move on to presents. They give him a present from his family, and he asks Ellie to come with her and open it together. They give him leather gloves, and Alice reveals that the leather is from spiked aurochs, which his father hunted and skinned himself. She imbued a minor healing spell into each of those 3 gems. Each gem only carries a single-use spell, but he figured having some safety measures would be a good idea when he goes out on missions. He likes the gloves, and thanks both of them for the gift. Next is Vincent. He gives him a pair of rings in a romantic way, but Helstia hits him from behind and asks him not to tease the boy. Vincent sadly says nobody there appreciates a little showmanship, and he gives one ring to Arthur, and the other is for Alice. She reveals that as long as Arthur wears his ring, the gem on the ring Alice has will light up if Arthur's mana level drops down to a dangerous level. Alice hugs her and thanks her for the gift because it assures her of her son's safety. Arthur thinks the ring seems more like a double-edged sword, and it can free his family from constantly worrying about him, but it can also keep her constantly tense, waiting for the ring to go off. Adam says how they can beat their gifts, and because their son is so strong, they actually thought along the same lines as the Helstia family. They offer him something, saying the little monster doesn't need anything, and they think that the whole family would appreciate it. They give him sound transmission scrolls, and Adam will not elaborate on how expensive they are, but Jasmine hits him from behind before telling him the price. He reveals that, with this, he now has a one-time source of communication that he thinks pairs quite nicely with his new rings. He can just infuse mana into the scroll and record a message, and once Alice gets the message, she can reply once, and after confirming that the message has been relayed back to Arthur, the 2 scrolls will turn into ashes. Ray then asks him if he is excited about tomorrow, and Alice asks him to promise her to be safe since it doesn't matter what rank he becomes or how rich he is able to get. He thinks he will come back home every chance he gets. After that, the twin horns leave their home and say goodbye. Arthur thinks that he has a family now and people who love him, and it is a feeling he never wants to give up. He would treasure it and fight for it if he had to. For that, he needed to better himself, even when he was a king. The next morning, he wants to shower Sylvie, but she doesn't want it and tries to run from the bathroom, while he is trying to drag her back. She uses her mana to push him away, and he gets angry. He uses his mana too and throws her into the bathtub, while she just sees him with a crying face. After that, he is ready for his adventurer's test, and Ray and Alice are waiting for him downstairs. Ray sees him effectively and says he already looks like an S-class adventurer, and he advises him to know his limits even though he is strong. He also trusts Jasmine when things get rough. Ellie is crying and doesn't let him go and asks him if he can't stay for a little longer. Alice and Ray are also sad, and they try to hold Ellie back, saying he will be back before she knows it. He holds her hand and says she is a big girl now, and he has an important job for her. He asks her to protect Mom and Dad while he is gone for a bit, and she hugs him saying she has been practicing a lot, and she got lots of little lights together now, and she can protect them. He thinks he has missed so much of his sister's life, and knows his short time there wasn't enough. However, in order to protect all of them, this was a step he needed to take. He sadly looks toward Alice, but she asks him not to look at her with that face, and she will be fine soon. They all greet them, and Ray says they will all be fine, and Alice asks him not to forget to keep his ring on. When he is about to leave, Ray calls him and says they will always be rooting for him. When he comes outside, Jasmine is already waiting for him and asks if he is ready. He wears his mask and asks her to go for now. After that, they go for the adventurer test, and Jasmine observes that his bond looks different today. He replies that he found out recently that she is able to alter her form slightly. This way, she looks just like a black lizard. They go to the counter where a woman welcomes them at the Xyrus Adventurers' Guild Hall and asks how she can help them. Jasmine gives her a form and says she wants to sponsor him for a rank examination. She then asks them to follow her and says they have a few taking examinations today, but on account of having a sponsor, they will bump them closer to the front of the queue so they won't have to wait as long. She takes them to a room, while the other contestants whisper about him. They enter a room where the woman informs a man that a class adventurer, Jasmine Flamesworth, has requested this gentleman to be taken in for a rank examination. The man asks the woman to wait outside and asks Jasmine about how she is. She met with her father not long ago, but she stares at him angrily. He introduces himself as Caspian Bladeheart, who is in charge of this branch. He exclaims that there is usually an application to be filled out along with an inspection of his mana core before a series of practical exams. Still, since Miss Flamesworth is sponsoring him, he will waive those steps. He wonders if Jasmine's family is that special, and Caspian says the only thing remaining is for him to do a mock duel against one of their examiners. Judging by his weapons, he observes that he may be a fighter or augmenter. He states that names aren't mandatory to become a registered adventurer, but seeing that he has a close relationship with Jasmine, so he asks him if there is a way to address him. The previous night, when he was staring at the mask, he thought this kind of reminded him of a hard note on a music sheet. So he decides to take his name as Note, and he observes Hai just shaking his hand that the man is very strong. Caspian says Miss Mary will show them to the examination hall, and he just leaves by staring at him. He finds out that the Flamesworth house was mentioned with a fair degree of respect, and he wonders if this is why she wants to accompany him. However, he observed that she seemed pretty upset at the mention of her father back then. Miss Mary shows them a route that will directly take them to the base level where the testing occurs. He requests them to be mindful and head directly up the stairs and remain seated until his name is called. They enter a large room, where two contestants are fighting each other. One is attacking while the other is dodging, and he attacks him again, asking him to try to dodge this one. He announces his next attack by the name of Hell Smash, and Arthur wonders why he is announcing his next attack. Just like how conjurers chanted spells to focus their intent, many augmenters similarly chose to vocalize the name of their attack. Arthur thinks it was a bit excessive for such a simple move, and the man is shocked at how he is being defeated. He shouts at him and says some grandmothers swing their walking canes better than he can flail around that polearm of years. The other adventurer says he depends too much on physical strength compared to his mana reinforcement, throwing his attacks balance off, and his attacks are laughably transparent. He is apparently 35, but he is only at the dark orange stage. The man starts crying and says he has completed his training. He says he would normally put someone of his caliber in E class, but seeing as how he has a fire affinity, he gives him a D rank. Next, they call Diane Whitehall for the exam, and a girl appears there. But she got stuck on the stairs and fell to the ground. Everyone laughs at him, and one of them says they should put her in E class and that it's just a waste of time to test her. Arthur observes him from a distance and thinks he seems very strong. The girl comes there and introduces her to Diane Whitehall, age 18, a conjurer at the solid orange stage with a single specialization in water. A lady says she doesn't need to introduce herself. They already have their information. She asks her to ready her weapon and know that there are medical staff and an emitter on site in case any injuries arise from their test. Once a conjurer has reached the orange stage, it's apparent where their specialty lies. Rather than trying to become adept at all four elements, focusing solely on the element of one's highest affinity was much more efficient. Arthur heard that for conjurers, claiming dual specialization and up meant the test would be stricter to more accurately test whether the applicants were really adept at multiple elements. The woman says they will now see what he has got Miss Whitehall, and the girl casts a spell to attack her. Jasmine tells her that conjurers aren't as proficient in reinforcing their bodies with mana as augmenters. They are trained very strictly to set up defensive measures first during battle. The examiner mage uses her earth attribute and dodges her attack in just an instance. Arthur finds it interesting and thinks the examiner used that spell to block Diane's vision within her protective water sphere. Diane casts another spell and tries to cast another spell, but the examiner dodges her every time. Suddenly, her water turns into a blast of fog, and she casts another spell to attack the examiner. Suddenly, she disappears and appears behind her, and she says her control is quite decent, and that his last spell chain was well practiced. She was a bit overconfident about not preparing another defensive measure, but his efficiency in mana control and cast and speed were good. She gives him a C-class rank, and Arthur thinks C-class at her age is something she should definitely be proud of. The announcer next calls Elijah Knight, but she shows something to the examiner on his list. Suddenly, the examiner says he has been informed of his status and is hereby assigned the rank of B-class adventurer. Everyone wonders how they give him a B-class when he doesn't need to get tested. The boy gets up from his seat, and Arthur stares at him. They call the next contestant, Lucas Wykes, and he is the boy from earlier. He also exclaims that they should skip over him and just place him in a class. She reads his characteristics, such as that he is 11 years old, a conjurer at the light orange stage, and a single specialization in fire. Arthur is also surprised to see that he is at the light orange stage at 11, while the examiner doesn't like him and thinks he is just an arrogant child. She asks him to start the test and see what he can do. He uses his fire attributes and raises his fire protector, and the other examiner is impressed to see a decent and stable flame guardian. It looks like they have a special talent today. They can expect this from a member of the Wykes family and create a firewall in front of him. He then casts a spell, and the examiner says it seems he wasn't just full of hot air, but his disrespect shows that he needs to learn some humility. Therefore, she creates a dust wall that annihilates his fire. Arthur thinks it was a good move from the examiner, and the flame guardian will be naturally extinguished once it uses up the limited oxygen inside the tomb. But Lucas smiles and casts another spell, saying it's too late. Arthur has heard that there has never been a case where an examiner has gotten injured while testing new adventurers. He uses hundreds of flames to attack him, and the examiner finds it difficult to dodge all of them simultaneously. She then tries to dodge, but the attack strength is so much powerful that she has to run in order to dodge. She then rushes toward him, creates multiple attacks, and reaches behind him. She creates a soil's hand and makes it grab his leg, and Lucas isn't able to release it. He shouts loudly and asks her to release him. Soon, he has been defeated by the examiner and falls to the ground. She exclaims his raw mana pool and ability to learn high-tier fire affinity spells speak volumes of his potential, but Lucas again gets up and says the attack is not over yet. The examiner was unguarded, so she wasn't able to dodge him, but the other examiner rushes in time and blocks his attack. Lucas gets angry with him and asks how he dares to interrupt his exam. The examiner replies he was the one who broke the regulation and initiated a surprise spell despite the examination ending. Lucas shouts and calls the examiner a witch and says she was the one who got in the way of his next attack by blocking those fire beams. She was the one who deemed the test complete even though he had everything under control. The examiner asks her to announce his result, and she states that his mana pool and control are both excellent. Despite the faults displayed from lack of experience, it is more than reasonable to place him into Class B. Lucas seems in a very bad mood, but quietly gets upstairs. Some contestants congratulate him for getting a B class, but he shouts at them and asks them not to compare themselves to him. He thinks they have to wait until their father hears of this, and next, they call Arthur for the test. Jasmine wishes him luck, and he goes there thinking about approaching this sort of warrior best. The examiner has years of training and experience with his sword, and his movement was explosive and sharp, but he wasn't without gaps in his defense. The examiner asks him to hurry and says they don't have it all day. It seems like he is testing under special conditions, seeing as they don't have any information on him, and they will see what he can do. He is scared to feel so much pressure from him, but Caspian reaches there and interrupts them all. He then exclaims that he will be the one to test this particular examinee, and the examiner is surprised that he will be personally examining the candidate. He asks him if there is really a need for an A class to lower himself to test an examinee, especially a mage of his caliber, and Caspian replies he is not questioning his strength. Still, he feels obligated to test himself, seeing as his sponsor and has sharp, deep ties. He asks Arthur if he agrees with this and is ready to give the test. However, on examination grounds, people sit there to watch the duel between Arthur and Caspian. Arthur and Caspian stood before each other. Caspian took his sword from the holder and saw Arthur holding his sword. think the man who stood before him was not only in charge of the biggest guild halls in Sapin, but was an A-class adventurer himself. Caspian swung his sword, and Arthur, looking toward him, thought he had no apparent openings and the pressure of his bloodlust was heavy, as if he had no intention of making this a standard test. Caspian points his sword toward Arthur, while Arthur, looking toward him, smiles, thinking why he is so excited. Caspian, pointing his sword toward him, says please prepare himself and don't take this special treatment to heart. Arthur, pointing his sword toward him, nods. Caspian runs toward him and attacks him with his sword, but in time, Arthur swings his sword and back turns downwards. Caspian's sword collides with Arthur's sword, and the clash of these swords causes fire ashes. Arthur grits his teeth, thinking he is fast. Caspian pushes Arthur's sword, and he falls backward on the ground. Caspian swings his sword to attack him. Seeing this, Arthur, lying on the ground, gets surprised and quickly rolls from Caspian's front to the backside. Caspian creates his wind magic and turns to attack while Arthur stands there. He sees that wand magic is created around him and is surprised. Meanwhile, Caspian runs toward him from behind to attack. Arthur turns his head quickly and moves toward him. Caspian extends his hand to attack him with his sword, but before he attacks him, Arthur bumps into him. Caspian surprisingly stopped there. Arthur rolls and jumps backward, swinging his sword. Caspian smiles and wipes his sweat, complimenting Arthur as excellent. After this, Caspian, creating his wind magic, runs toward Arthur, and in response, Arthur, holding his sword, also runs toward him. However, both of their swords collide with each other. Arthur swings his sword, but Caspian moves backward. Arthur rolls and turns toward him. Caspian also turns and extends his hand to attack him with his sword. Caspian attacks Arthur and cuts the skin off his face with his sword. When he sees this, Arthur is surprised and strikes his sword to attack Caspian. Caspian quickly moves behind his back, and dust emerges from the ground due to his speed. After this, Arthur jumped ahead, and Caspian stood at his back run toward him. Arthur ran ahead, turned Caspian toward him, and extended his hand to attack him. Caspian's sword was about to stab Arthur's neck, but before it, Arthur moved and turned his neck backward. The sword passed by him. Seeing this, Caspian smiled and ran toward Arthur, while Arthur moved backward, thinking it was clear as they fought what his disadvantages were. Further, he thought his muscles were undeveloped, and he was more than a foot shorter than he was used to when he was in his sword fighting prime. His body, more rigid from the assimilation of Sylvia's dragon will, was still weaker against a veteran fighter whose body was enhanced and clad thickly in mana. However, Caspian starts using mana and throws the wind magic toward Arthur. Arthur hardly crosses the wind magic and jumps down. Then he quickly runs toward Caspian and strikes his sword to attack him, but before he attacks, Caspian clangs with Arthur's sword and pushes him back. Arthur was about to fall back, but he jumped backward and stood far from him. Arthur starts to tremble, thinking that even with his training, he is still not accustomed to this undeveloped body. Caspian creates his mana, and the green aura emerges from his body. He extends his hand and holds the sword toward Arthur, saying he must apologize for underestimating him. Then he slightly smiles, saying he will be a bit more serious. Now he hears this, Arthur trembles, thinking that at that moment his body screamed at him to move. Caspian strikes his sword, throws his mana toward Arthur, and sees Arthur run away. Caspian, with his mana, creates the wind bullets and throws them toward him while Arthur runs. The bullets hit the wall at his back, and the wall gets cracked. Caspian turns and moves, creating his mana, saying Arthur seems like Miss Flamesworth has picked up someone worthwhile after all. Hearing this, Arthur, running, gets surprised, then turns and looks toward Caspian. As he turns, Caspian throws the wind bullets toward him. Arthur quickly moves down, thinking the wind bullets are fast and near impossible to see, but their trajectories are predictable. As the wind bullets in large numbers move toward him, Arthur can hardly save himself from these wind bullets by jumping and rolling on the ground. However, Caspian, with his wind mana, was throwing the wind bullets toward him. Arthur, moving toward him, cut the wind bullets with his sword, thinking he needed to close the distance if he at least wanted a fighting chance. Arthur jumps and rolls while crossing the wind bullets and moving toward Caspian. He also creates fire magic, attacks the wind bullets with his fireball, and breaks it. Arthur was moving toward him while Caspian was throwing wind bullets toward him from his side. Arthur gets closer to him, thinking he is in range, and he creates fire magic and covers his sword with fire magic. As the fire was emerging from his sword, the trainers and Jasmine were surprised to see it. However, Arthur, with his flaming sword, cut the wind's magic, and Caspian stood before him smiling, thinking that he was a fire mage. Arthur strikes his flaming sword, and Caspian moves toward him and swings his sword to stop Arthur's sword. As both of them created their magic and pushed each other's swords, wind magic and fire emerged from the point where both swords collided. Moreover, the fire and the wind explosion occurred there, and they stood before each other, pushing swords. Arthur stood before him, pushing his sword, and looked toward him. His one eye was glowing due to his fire magic activation. While Caspian pushed his sword, he smiled, thinking the outcome should have been clear. He was an A-class adventurer, capable of long-range spells most augments would kill for. Further, with a smile, he stared at Arthur and questioned why he was nervous. Suddenly, Caspian grits his teeth, thinking no, this can't be. Then, while gritting his teeth and throwing his wind magic toward him, he says they don't get cocky. Arthur is surprised when the strong gust of magic wind pushes him backward. Both stood far from each other, creating and sending their magic toward each other. Caspian strikes his sword and throws the wind storm toward Arthur, and in return, Arthur also sends fire magic toward the wind magic to cut it. After seeing this, Jasmine surprisingly gets up from the boundary and raises her voice note. As soon as Jasmine gets up, Sylvia falls from her lap. Caspian creates the wind magic by swinging his sword and throwing the wind bullets toward Arthur, while Arthur stands in the distance, creating fire magic, and gets surprised. Thinking he hadn't even regained his footing, he snapped. As the wind bullets were about to hit Arthur, but before this, he jumped up and created the piston stamp magic. Then he flew in the air and moved toward Caspian to attack him. While Caspian stood down and sent wind magic toward the ground, Arthur stood there. As he notices Arthur coming toward him in the air, creating flame magic, he turns his wind magic storm toward Arthur. Arthur's face hit the windstorm, and he fell, thinking he had come too far, while Caspian stood before him smiling, saying impressive. Looking toward Caspian, Arthur believes his casting speed is even faster. Caspian, with his wind magic storm, attacks Arthur. Arthur stood there and started dragging toward Caspian because of that gust of windstorm. Arthur, lying down on the ground, was surprised. While Caspian throws the windstorm toward him, Arthur sits up and quickly moves from that area and activates his flaming sword, thinking he keeps pushing him to force more of his cards. Moreover, Arthur burst from the ground, thinking so be it. He created his flame magic, tearing through the air, moved toward Caspian, and grabbed his hand in which he held the sword and created wind magic. Caspian had already witnessed Piston Stamp, but this spell Arthur had devised truly shone when used in near-instant succession. Arthur, grabbing his hand, gets closer to Caspian and then looks into his eyes. Also, the bright aura is released from Arthur's eyes. Caspian looks toward him and grits his teeth, thinking, will he lose? Caspian shouts and throws the windstorm with all his might. Arthur fell away with this gust of wind, and everybody stood there to see that fight, including the trainers, Jasmine, Lucas, and Elijah. Surprisingly put their hands over their faces because that windstorm was so fast. Arthur sits on the ground and creates his flame magic to attack him. But suddenly, he is surprised to see the wind start swirling. And Caspian, standing in his windstorm, turns his storm wind toward Arthur. Also, Arthur doesn't accept his defeat and resists this wind magic with full force. Caspian angrily looked toward Arthur pant. Seeing this, Jasmine stood up on the boundaries, took out her dagger, raising her voice, Arthur note. Also, Sylvia started making noise, but he stood there on the ground, answering her screw this. However, Arthur thinks two schools of lightning magic exist, external and internal. At the same time, the books say that internal lightning magic is too complicated for mages to learn for a relatively small increase in power, but he disagrees. Arthur angrily swung his flaming sword, thinking with his enhanced speed and reflexes, he should be able to dodge everything he hoped. Also, his eyes glowed and his body turned black. Arthur runs toward him to attack. Suddenly, he crackles there because Caspian releases his magic. Surprised, Arthur stood there, and Caspian put his sword in the holder. He says he got a bit carried away trying to test his limits. His apologies. Then he turns his eyes and looks toward Arthur, who says that given that he so adamantly withheld his full abilities until the end, he can only assume that he wishes to be placed at a lower rank. Arthur scratched his mask, thinking he noticed, and there, the trainer announced Note B rank, while the people in the stadium whispered to each other. Did he see what a monster B rank was? Lucas angrily grits his teeth while Elijah silently stands there. After this, Caspian turns and looks toward the door of his Xyrus guild hall. The receptionist stands at the entrance, holding the upper shirt and waiting for him. Caspian turns, looking toward Arthur, and asks if he is sure he has no problem with this. In response, Arthur nods. Jasmine and Sylvia from the stadium run toward Arthur, and they both come to him. Jasmine puts a hand on his shoulder while Sylvia brushes his legs. Arthur stands behind and looks toward Caspian, leaving. Caspian is angry, and his receptionist is coming after him. However, the trainer gets up angrily, looks around, raises his hand, and says it is today's last examination, and goes to the front desk to receive their adventurer's card, now dismissed. Caspian, wearing his overshirt, steps into Xyrus Guild Hall toward his office while Arthur stands behind, looking toward him. After this, Caspian sat on the chair in his office and was thinking about Arthur when he, while using his fire magic, jumped and came near him and looked into his eyes. Thinking back to that time, Caspian sighed and leaned back on the chair with his head back. Meanwhile, the trainer slammed the door and entered, asking Sir please explain what was happening. The examiner was also with him. Caspian, seeing them there, closed his eyes and held his head, answering the door behind him. On his way in, the trainer closed the door carefully. Both of them come to Caspian. The examiner worriedly asks Sir, what is going on? There were more B-class candidates today than there have been for the last 4 months. The trainer worriedly adds his point, not to mention that all 3 look to be kids. Light orange at 11 is almost unprecedented amongst humans, sir. Caspian silently listens to both of them and then raises his hand. As soon as he raises his hand, they get surprised and silent. After this, Caspian asks them if they both remember what happened half a year ago in Xyrus. The lady examiner asks Caspian if that was when the first tournament between the 3 races took place. While the trainer stood beside her, looking up, she remembered that time. Caspian opened his table drawer, answering that most Adventurers Guild employees have yet to be informed. But he was notified several weeks ago that the ban on elves and dwarves becoming licensed adventurers under Sapin has been lifted. He removed the diary from the drawer and put it on the table before them, saying today's batch includes some representative examinees. Then he opened that diary while the trainer stood before him and put his hands on the table, asking Sir if he meant to say that all 3 were dwarves or elves. While the examiner lady stood beside him, he was thinking something. Caspian, while reading the diary, puts his index finger on the trainer's head and pulls him back, saying Lucas Wykes is a half-elf who has been residing in Sapin. The information on his birth is classified, but if he had to guess, he was most likely born to an elf slave. Further, while reading the diary, he says that House Wykes has always had a bad reputation for dabbling in nefarious methods of breeding better mages for their houses. He is an unusual case though, being so adept in flame affinity that despite his elf lineage, he awakened at 8 early, even by elf standards. He was forced to be an adventurer to enhance his abilities through real battles, and it looks like his family hit a limit on how much progress he could make through beast cores and elixirs to expedite his growth. Then, while pointing to the diary page on which Lucas's bio was written, he says Elijah Knight, on the other hand, is quite the mystery, and according to the file, his origin is unknown. But he was raised among dwarves from a young age and was sent as one of the first representatives from the kingdom of dwarves to assimilate into the human kingdom. However, the lady examiner asks why he was placed automatically into B class without being tested. Caspian leans back in the chair and closes his eyes, answering Mr. Knight had awakened only a few months ago and is only at the dark red stage. Despite this, his abilities have been credited, and the person sponsoring him isn't someone he can refute. After this, Caspian, while thinking, says although he is curious about his abilities and that masked augmenter today, he is interested. He hears about Arthur. The trainer gets scared, holds his neck and gulps, saying he has no idea who the note is. Caspian turns the diary page and comes to Arthur's information page, and nothing is written about his information. Only his name, picture, and sword are mentioned. Caspian saw this smile and set his glasses, saying he wasn't representing a noble family of elves and dwarves, that is certain. He is just curious about what kind of person Miss Flamesworth would be willing to sponsor. Surprisingly, the lady examiner, putting her hand on her mouth, asks for flames worth, as in house flames worth. Moreover, she asks about the house famous for birthing and raising some of their kingdom's most potent fire attribute mages. The trainer stands beside her, turns his eyes, and looks toward her. Then he looks down to add his point, which is why he is so skilled in fire mages. Caspian opened the drawer and put that diary in it, answering the information he had told them would soon become public knowledge. Then he, looking toward them, set his glasses, saying however, he trusts that they too will refrain from discussing it with others until an announcement has been officially made. Both of them nod and then leave the office. Caspian sits on the chair, folds his arms, leans back, and closes his eyes, thinking about Arthur and that masked augmenter. His fire magic is unique yet efficient. But he is wrong, George. His sword art makes him a beast, while his movements are sometimes slightly off. It was almost like he wasn't yet comfortable with his own body, and he couldn't imagine how terrifying he would be when he grew older. Then Caspian arranged the information paper, thinking that, nevertheless, with the ban lifted, elves and dwarves would not only be able to become adventurers there, but also students. Therefore, considering this Caspian smile, he believes this continent is entering a new and exciting era. On the other side, Tesha stands on the balcony of her palace, thinking about Arthur. With a sad face, she put her hand under her face and sighed, recalling some years ago when she was shouting for Arthur. The man, her maid, was trying to calm her, and then they both came near the orb to see their future. Tesha, with the help of that orb, tries to know her future with Arthur and Sylvia's pictures appear in the orb. Then she sees Arthur standing beside her sister, and they both are happy. Watching this all in the orb, she gets surprised, her eyes wide open. She stands on the balcony and hits the parapet so hard that it gets cracked. Then, while hitting the parapet, she thinks she should be happy that he has returned and is having a good time with his family. Then, with the orb's help, she finds Arthur kissing a girl's hand, and they both lovingly look toward each other and see this. Tesha angrily thinks, but who is that girl? Isn't Arthur acting a little too nice to her? The girl looking toward Arthur blushes, saying he has significantly improved his training. It's all thanks to him. Sees this all, Tesha grits her teeth, saying how cunning. Then she angrily slams the door of her room and enters the room, saying Arthur was her friend first. After this, she angrily poofs on the pillows and sighs, and the orb is lying beside her on the pillow. She turns and looks toward the orb where Arthur's childhood picture appears. She touched the orb, saying maybe she should have treated him nicer while he was there, and then she shouted no, it's Arthur's fault for always treating her like a kid. Then she, while holding the orb, considers Arthur's dummy. Meanwhile, her grandfather bams the door and enters, saying young one, he has good news. Tesha, lying on the pillows, quickly sits up and hides the orb, yells at Grandpa, and whacks the pillow in his head. Grandpa stood before her with a smiley face and pointed to her, saying he saw she was using that orb again. Tesha shouted at him, asking Grandpa what she had said about knocking. While Grandpa laughed, she threw more pillows toward him, and he, while moving, caught those pillows. After this, while laughing, he asks her if he is all for having Arthur as his grandson-in-law, but he thinks it's a bit too early, doesn't she think? Tesha was angry with Grandpa and sat back to him. Grandpa came near her and sat beside her, saying don't put now. Then he extended his hand toward her, saying he had some good news for her little one. She hears this, with her back to him, and angrily answers. She listens, and then Grandpa asks her what would happen if he said she could have the chance to attend the same school that Arthur would be at. As soon as this voice comes to her ears, she excitedly turns and holds Grandpa, asking. She repeats this word 3 times, asking if he is not lying to her right. Further, she excitedly asks if it is true that she can go to school with Arthur when Grandpa sees her. That level of excitement gets surprised. Meanwhile, her parent enters the room. Her mother, with a smiley face, looks toward her and asks her to calm down. Then she answers yes. Her grandfather indeed has close ties with the director of Xyrus Academy. Grandpa laughs and adds that the sly old fox was bragging to her about finding a quadra-elemental augmenter when he was the one who trained him. After this, Grandpa holds the orb to check it while Tesha's father laughs, saying, but it's a bit more complicated than just sending her to school. Further, he says well, that was just the beginning. Then her mother adds her point, asking her if she remembers the continental tournament, and her father, putting his hand on her mother's back, says, They are negotiating the terms for integrating the younger generations of elves and dwarves with the humans at Xyrus Academy. Tesha's grandfather gives that orb to her, telling the director told him that Arthur plans on adventuring for 3 years. So, if all goes well, she will be his senior in school by the time he starts attending Xyrus Academy. Tesha's father smiles and adds his point about training hard with her grandfather. After all, it will be the start of a new generation. Hearing this all, Tesha excitedly smiles and holds the orb in which Arthur's picture appeared. After this, all the students waited for their licenses in the academy hall. Some were sitting on the bench, while others were in the lane for their turn. The receptionist individually calls their name and gives them their license. Both Arthur and Jasmine were sitting on the bench there. Jasmine asked if he was okay. Arthur looked down, remembering the fight with Caspian, and answered he was all right. Then, looking toward his hand, he said it was fun. Arthur turns his head and looks toward her, asking if she and Caspian are close to Jasmine, while Sylvia sits on his shoulder, moves up, and turns to listen to her answer. Jasmine turns her eyes and stays silent. Then, looking aside, she answers in a way that sees Jasmine's facial expression. Sylvia gets sad, and tears start flowing from her eyes. Then Jasmine, looking aside, tells her father has deep connections within the Adventurers Guild, and Caspian is one of them. Arthur turned his head to listen to her also. Sylvia sat on his shoulder with a sad face folded in her arms, aborting the mission. Arthur turns his eyes and listens to her. Meanwhile, the receptionist calls Arthur's name. Both Jasmine and Arthur get up and move toward the reception counter, while the other candidates sit in the other lane of the bench, surprisingly look toward them. Both pass by the candidates to get near the counter. As they pass, the candidates look toward Arthur's whisper. One says the kid is nuts, and the other sits beside him and asks if he is a kid. In contrast, their companion stands beside them and gets near them, saying a shorter word as the three of them are whispering. Sylvia sits on Arthur's shoulder to listen to their conversation. After this, the receptionist, looking through the glass wall toward Arthur, says thanks for waiting. She has been informed about the results of his mock duel, Mr. Note. Then she extended her hand and passed the license box under the glass, sending and receiving area smiling, saying on behalf of the Adventurers Guild across the kingdom of Sapin, allow her to congratulate and welcome him. Arthur picks up the license card from the box and excitedly checks it. Meanwhile, someone calls him from behind. He turns his head to look, and Sylvia, sitting on Arthur's shoulder, looking toward that person, says go and train scrubs. Jasmine puts her hand on Arthur's shoulder, saying he may still be a newcomer, but is an adventurer now. Arthur heads up and looks toward her. Then she showed him the license card and said he was one of them. He holds the card and looks at it, thinking he is an adventurer. As noted, he was free from the ties that held back Arthur Leywin's life. Then, holding the handle of his sword, he thought that today's duel with Caspian had confirmed many things for him. He would spend too much time adjusting to and learning this world's magic system, Sylvia's beast will. Furthermore, he thinks that by honing his elemental magic, he would become so engrossed in the abilities he had gained coming to this world that he would dismiss training in the very thing he was best at in the past. He had utilized most of his meager Kai pool to refine the most straightforward techniques in the world, though his limitations didn't exist, so should he keep pursuing magic? While thinking about this, Arthur was lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, he bumps into someone. He heads up, looks toward that boy, and apologizes. Sylvia sits on his shoulder and surprisingly looks toward that boy. However, Arthur and that boy look toward each other and look toward him. Arthur thinks he is one of the examinees today, the one ranked B as well, but without having to test as Arthur apologized to him, the boy angrily turned his head and squeezed his eyes, responding, "It's okay." Meanwhile, Lucas gets there from behind, asking what this is. They know each other as he stands there with his soldier and maid behind him. He looks toward them both and asks if there is a meeting for the new B-class adventurers happenings that he should know about. Looking toward Lucas, Arthur asks why he plans to throw a tantrum again. If there was, Lucas angrily grits his teeth, answering don't get cocky just because they happen to be ranked in the same class. Then Lucas comes near Arthur and angrily points toward him, saying even within ranks, there are levels and commoners would be at the bottom. And don't he forget it. Then he hit Arthur's shoulder and passed him toward the door with his maids. Arthur stands behind angrily, looking toward him, thinking about what cliché behavior is appropriate for an annoying side character. Meanwhile, Jasmine gets there, asking Arthur what happened. He turns his head and points aside, answering nothing he was talking to. As Arthur turns his head toward the side where Elijah stands, he is surprised to see nobody is there. Then Arthur turns his head and looks toward Jasmine, saying he is gone. After this, Arthur asks her what is next. Did she want to pick up a quest from the bulletin board, or has she already taken a pursuit? She answered that, with his skills, it would be a waste of time to do those, so she had something else in mind. Hears this, Arthur was surprised. However, at sunset, Arthur and Jasmine pack their accessories and move toward the portal. There are 2 guards holding spears standing before the portal. Seeing them there, one of the guards asks if traveling to the Beast Glades requires a license or permit. Jasmine took her license card from her shorts pocket, while Arthur stood beside her, turned his head, and looked toward her. Jasmine shows the card to the guards and asks Arthur, who stood behind her, showing his license card to the guards if he needs to stock up on anything before they head out. He answered he had packed everything he needed for the next week. After showing the card, Jasmine said then let go. However, they both enter, and the Beast Glades with the guards. Also, there were different kinds of beasts, and people stood there near the portal entrance with their luggage. It was sunset time, and flying beasts flew over the cliffs. Both of them move ahead. While on the way, Arthur turns his head, looks around, and surprisingly asks if this is the Beast Glades. Isn't it too peaceful? Jasmine turns her eyes, answering that they have arrived near an outpost at the base of the Grand Mountains, and so much of this area has already been explored. Then, pointing ahead, a man holding a sword ran after the beast and said class adventurers also use this area to train and gather quest ingredients. Meanwhile, the beast releases the liquid toward the man's face with its back, and the man shouts and falls backward. Sees this, Arthur is surprised. Jasmine, pointing toward that man and beast, tells the liquid those beasts produced in their scent glands are used in many potions and elixirs, so there are always quests for them. As the man falls backward, the beast jumps on that man and, while releasing liquid scent, attacks him, sees Arthur and Jasmine pass by him. Arthur passes by him worriedly and turns his head, asking if she should help him. She steps ahead and answers, leaving him. It will build character. Sylvia sits on Arthur's shoulder, turns her head, and looks back toward the beast eating other beast eggs. Sylvia jumps toward the beast. Arthur surprisingly turns his head, asking Sylvia where she is going. She answers eats and gets strong. Jasmine turns and, putting her hand on Arthur's shoulder, says she must be excited about all the wildlife leaking mana. Then she asks him if he wants to go after her. Arthur looks toward Sylvia, who is making her voice run after the beast's answers. She will be fine. He can still sense her clearly with their bond. Jasmine adds that the Beast Glades have much denser levels of ambient mana, so the range of his link with Sylvia will be much farther. Arthur nods, looking toward Sylvia. Then she puts her hand on his shoulder and asks him, let's hurry. Their first stop will take the whole day, and it gets more dangerous at night. After this, they both run away, and the green aura with the strong gust of wind emerges. Jasmine runs away, turns her head, looks toward Arthur, and says try to keep up. Arthur ran after her, turned his head, and looked toward the side where Sylvia was thinking. He wondered if this was how parents felt watching their kids leave for school for the first time. Furthermore, he recalls when he pulled back Sylvia's tail to shower her, and then he remembers when they were happy together and moved for the training. Moreover, he recalls that time when Sylvia, while sobbing, came to him, and he smelled the scent that was coming from her body and treated her like a baby and made her happy. While running away, Arthur remembers his time with Sylvia, smiling and thinking about staying safe, baby. Meanwhile, Sylvia is running after the beast to eat it. However, both Arthur and Jasmine are camping near the stream. Arthur collects the woods and stones to burn the fire and lies there exhausted. He takes off his mask and lies there, thinking if it weren't for the mana rotation technique Sylvia taught him, he would never have been able to keep up. Meanwhile, Jasmine, holding the woods in her arm and hand, gets there, asking if he is a light red core, right? Even though she slowed down a bit, she was impressed. After this, she put that wood down and arranged it, and then she held Arthur's hand, brought it close to the woods, and unfired it with his magic, saying she thought they would have had to stop and rest a few times. Arthur lies there exhausted, and she is staring at the fire. After this, at night, both of them sit near the firewood. Jasmine removes her upper shirt and puts it near the wood they sit on. Arthur was reading the book while Jasmine sat beside him, holding the wooden stick and bringing it near the fire. She asked Arthur if his bond hadn't come back and if she was doing okay. Arthur, reading the book and the answers, Sylvia has been sending him updates. She is pretty happy being out there. Then she, looking toward the firewood, says she would imagine it was pretty suffocating being indoors most of the time. Arthur poofs the book, answering yes. She is enjoying herself as they sit near the firewood on the wood while Avier sits on the tree branch watching them. After this, Arthur turns his head and looks at Jasmine. He calls her name and asks what made her want to become an adventurer. She burns the wood stick with fire, stares at the fire, and remains silent. Arthur silently looks toward her to get the answer, but she doesn't answer. He turns and squeezes his eyes, thinking, shoot, did he touch a sore spot? After a while, she replied that she wanted to escape her family. She remembered when she was at the Adventurers Guild in Caspian's office, and when he asked her about her family, she angrily clenched her fist. Hearing this, Arthur turns his head and looks toward the wood stick in her hand, thinking it is proper, and she says it's okay. She knows he noticed back at the Adventurers Guild, and then she explains the Flamesworth house was a significant contributor to the war against the elves. Their home has produced many powerful mages, both conjurers and augmenters, and their lineage in the fire attributes element is second to none. They take great pride in this because fire is considered the most powerful of the elements, so when she awakened earlier, all of her siblings and her parents had high expectations of her. However, when all of the tests she took showed that she had no attributes for the fire attributes, her family regarded her as lesser. With a sad face, Jasmine tells this all, looking toward her hand, and creates the mana with her hand. When Arthur shouts, she, with a tragic face, turns her eyes and looks toward him. Arthur angrily makes the fist in his hands and hits the fist on his legs. He looks up and shouts, that's stupid. He understands that there are levels in mana core strength. While she was looking toward him, she clenched her fist, and the mana created on her hand ended. Furthermore, Arthur angrily raises his voice, but it's completely arbitrary, not absurd, for mages to create a hierarchy based on elemental affinities. After this, Arthur angrily gets up and raises his hands, shouting there is not a single element of affinity that's innately better than the other. It all just depends on how well the mage utilized it. Hears this, all Jasmine PFFT then moves her head and shoulder down and sees this. Arthur surprisingly looks toward her and moves his hands down. Jasmine laughed, and Arthur angrily squeezed his eyes, then she looked toward him and winked, saying she was sorry. It's just that he is usually so composed, and she was surprised he got so angry. Looking toward her and putting his index finger on his face, Arthur thinks he must have gotten upset from thinking about his past life. His most significant disadvantage back then was that his Kai pool, similar to this world's mana core, was much weaker than average. Then she remembers when his father looks toward his injured hands and creates the flame magic in his hands. Remembering that time, Arthur thought in this world with an elemental affinity and a dark yellow core at only 24 years old. Her own family shunned Jasmine. After this, Arthur says it's just unfair. That's all. Jasmine closes her eyes, shakes her head, and then looks toward the fire. She says whether augmenters versus conjurers and one element over the other, she has long since accepted that people are always looking for ways to feel superior. It's just in their nature. Then she turns and looks toward Arthur, saying the twin horns have treated her well. After this, Arthur, looking toward her, thinks that even while laughing and smiling for the first time, Jasmine seems vulnerable, even while she is always aloof and cold. After this, she puts fire on the stick and turns it upward. Arthur turns his head and looks toward the stick. She grabs his hand, and he surprisingly looks toward his hand. Then she extinguishes the fire on the stick with Arthur's wind magic, and smoke emerges. Furthermore, it starts getting dark, and they also extinguish the firewood. The smoke comes from the firewood and lies in the sleeping bags nearby. While lying on the ground, both were looking toward the sky. Jasmine calls Arthur's name, and he responds yes. Looking back, she thinks she might have pressured him to choose her as his guardian. She could have been more friendly, outgoing, and knowledgeable from the twin horns, so they should have asked his opinion first. Arthur turns his head, looks toward her, and smiles, answering that she is surprisingly sensitive. With her wind magic, Jasmine sends a gust of wind toward Arthur's face, and he closes his eyes while smiling. And she lies there pointing her index finger toward him, pouting and saying it's not nice to tease their elders. Arthur, looking up, says he is honestly glad she is the one who volunteered for Jasmine, and she is not afraid to tell him when he is wrong. Then he turned his head, looked toward her, smile, and winked, saying he knew he would need, especially since he tends to go overboard sometimes. Looking toward him, Jasmine remains silent and then smiles for a moment. Arthur, making a crying face, shouts that they need to get some sleep, and they both turn to sleep. With her back to Arthur, Jasmine says it's weird when she talks to him. It doesn't feel like she is talking to a child. He doesn't respond, and she turns her eyes, and then, with a sad face, closes her eyes, thinking he must have fallen asleep. With his back to her, Arthur was awake and listened to her, but pretended that he had slept. The following day, the birds were sitting on the branches of the trees chirping, rabbits were running around, and spiders were making webs. While Arthur was sleeping in his sleeping bag, he suddenly felt that Sylvia was sitting on him while sleeping. Calls out her name, says she was too heavy to be sleeping on him. Arthur pops, and when he opens his eyes, he is scared to see this beast whose mouth and nose are flowing and sitting on him. Arthur sees the beast in a sleepy state, and Arthur quickly gets up, shouting while the beast falls backward. Then beast runs away and angrily sits up. Then, sitting up there in a sleeping bag, he sniffed. He looked ahead, and the fish were being steamed on the fire. As he looked toward the fishes, Jasmine wiped her face with the towel, standing beside the rock, saying she enjoyed the little comedy show. Arthur turned his head and looked toward her, and she stood behind him, wishing him good morning. Arthur rubbed his eyes, answering morning Jasmine. She should have woken him up so he could help with the morning chores. Looking toward him, Jasmine rubbed her back with the towel and answered that he had tried talking him up, but he wouldn't budge. Arthur scratched his head, saying sorry, it's his bad habit. After this, Jasmine placed a towel on her shoulder, looked toward him, set her shirt, says since he is awake now, let's eat, and ask his bond if she will be joining them. Arthur, with a smiley face, answers okay. Then he closes his eyes and telepathically connects to Sylvia, asking her to come and eat with them, but she is far from them while eating. The beast answers him she has food. As she was tearing the beast apart and eating them, the other beast was fearfully looking toward her. After this, Arthur, with a sad facial expression, said he thought she was okay, and Jasmine stood behind and surprisingly looked toward him. However, both of them finished their meal. Arthur gets up, wears his clothes, puts his shirt under his chin, and sets his belt, asking where to go. While setting her belt, she stood her back to him, and Jasmine answered that part of why she brought him to this place was to spar with him. Hears Arthur lower his shirt and surprisingly looks toward her, asking spar. She turns her eyes toward him to answer, noticing his fighting style sometimes seems awakened. Like he knows it in his head, but his body doesn't listen to him saying this. She remembers the time when he was fighting with Caspian. Arthur's head down, he closes his eyes and scratches his head, answering a good idea. Then he heads up and looks toward her, asking what kind of sparring she has in mind. Jasmine turned and, looking toward him, took out her dagger from the belt. She answered that she needed to know his physical limits before taking missions on dungeon runs. So, restrict his mana usage and only use it to dull his blade. Arthur attentively listened to her, then turned and extended his hand to grab his sword, answering got it. As he extended his sword toward his sword, she asked him to use his other sword. Hears Arthur stop there, and his eyes wide open in surprise. Then, surprisingly, he turns his head, asking how she knew it was a sword. She stood behind him and answered well, saying he was too practical to carry a wooden stick without reason. He heard Arthur turn his head and press his lips, then extend his hand and grab his sword, asking if he should spar there. However, Jasmine moves her head, answering and following her. Arthur steps toward her, and she stands ahead of him, holding her daggers, and looks toward him. Arthur, stepping toward her and taking out his transparent sword from the holder, sees she surprisingly thinks it's a sword. As they are both on the ground, Arthur strikes his sword, asking ready, when she is looking toward him to press her lips. Then, turn and swung her dagger, answering yes. Arthur, swinging his sword, looks toward her, thinking how long it has been since he has fought without strengthening himself with mana. Also, a white aura came out of his mouth. Arthur, holding his sword, ran toward her. He strikes his sword, and his sword clans with her daggers, and she, holding the dagger in her hand, quickly moves backward. Then she jumps toward him and strikes her dagger, but in time, Arthur moves down, and the dagger passes over him. Arthur extends his hand to stab the sword, but Jasmine moves aside, and the sword passes by her. She moves upward and extends her hand to attack him with the dagger. Arthur stood beside her head and looked toward the dagger coming toward him, thinking his spar with Jasmine confirmed his fears after his fight against Caspian. Arthur quickly steps aside and extends his hand, holding the sword holder. The dagger clanks with the sword holder. The sword holder slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Jasmine quickly moved to attack him. However, Arthur strikes his sword to attack, and Jasmine also strikes her dagger. Both weapons clank. Arthur quickly stepped backward and noticed her move. She ran toward him and struck her dagger as the fight continued. While fighting, Arthur thought while nearby, obsessed with honing the new and marvelousness that was magic. He had grown complacent in his skills as a swordsman since coming to this world. Jasmine runs toward him to attack while Arthur falls backward. Placing his sword before him, she twists the dagger, sets it, and moves it toward Arthur. She extends her hand to stab that dagger into him. But before this happened, Arthur quickly pushed aside, and the dagger passed by his arm. However, Arthur starts sweating. She extends her hand and strikes her dagger to attack him on his legs. Arthur quickly stepped backward and struck his sword, which rattled with the dagger. Arthur was profusely sweating, and with a puffy breath, he felt that water surrounded him. And he stands in the water, jumping to fight, and the water splashes on him. Arthur, profusely sweating, stands in the water and strikes his sword. Thinking his prowess in magic had now become a crutch that he leaned too heavily on, it had merely masked his restrictions and shortcomings. After this, Arthur thuds on the ground and puts his sword on the ground, sighing, saying she won. Jasmine stood before him, put her dagger in the belt, and looked toward him. She answered that his physique needed improvement, and his movements were sometimes awkward. But he made up for it with precise technique. Then she closed her eyes, saying his intuition and reflexes were almost scary. Arthur, exhausted, lies on the ground. Then he turns his eyes, looks at her, and says thanks, but he knows she is going easy on him. However, she puts her index finger on her head, surprisingly looks toward him, and asks for scary intuition, but Arthur chuckles. After this, she steps toward him and says he will naturally get stronger during missions and dungeon dives, even while using magic. And once he becomes a teen, he, with the help of his sword, gets up and adds his point that's too long. Then Arthur looks toward his hand and says he is several years ahead in mana manipulation, so he will focus solely on sword fighting without relying on mana. Here's she surprisingly asks if he wants to go to the dungeon without using mana, even with that sort of reckless experience. It takes decades for a warrior to master swordsmanship. She knows he is good, but Arthur adds his point 2 years later. Then, while sweating, he looks up, turns his head, and looks toward her, saying that's all he needs. 2 years later, in a cafe, birds were chirping outside, people were chattering, and the lady waiter served food to the people there. Kegel thuds the wine glass on the table and picks the grapes from the bowl, asking his friend if he heard the rumor. His friend named Termin angrily thuds the wine glass on the table with one hand and hits his fist on the table with his other hand, saying Kegel, if he is talking about that famous masked swordsman, he says it's all bullshit. Meanwhile, a guy sitting next to them turns his head, laughs, and adds his point. No, it's true. Then he turns his chair to them, and looking toward Termin, says an acquaintance of his supposedly once teamed with him. He is traveling with Jasmine Flamesworth and is short, so it's hard to miss him. They were discussing Arthur while the two guys in the cafe behind were fighting, and the girl standing beside them was enjoying their fight. Hearing this, Termin angrily smirked, asking that guy what his so-called acquaintance had said about him. The guy smiles, answering that he thinks the rumors are true, then pinches, saying he is not a mage. Termin abuses him, then moves forward and looks into that guy's eyes, splats on him, and abuses him. The guy, silently looking into his eyes, makes an angry face. Then Termin angrily moves backward on his chair, saying that the masked swordsman is an augmenter and the rumors are exaggerated. Then he asks if he has heard some of the stories about him. On the other side, Kegel gives that guy the napkin to wipe his face. The guy taking the napkin angrily turns his eyes and looks toward Termin. After this, Kegel says there was even a rumor that he cleared a dungeon alone. Termin surprisingly asks if that is even possible. Kegel answers B-class augmenters can't do that, even if it's a low-level dungeon. Termin, looking toward him, asks, and he expects him to believe an ordinary swordsman can. Kegel, holding the grape in his hand, winked, answering yes, he would take some of those rumors with a pinch of salt. Kegel stares at the grape and smiles, saying remember that Jasmine Flame's worth is with him. Then he asks, and she probably helped him inside. Termin, holding the wiped mug, calls the waitress, then angrily looks toward Kegel, smirks, answering. Right, he is telling him skull nubs that Swordman is probably not even that strong. Then he angrily gets up from the stool, saying half those rumors are perhaps about Flame's worth. Then he asks some half-wit warrior calling himself a swordsman. Then he raises his hand, holding the wine glass and squeezing his eyes, saying bring him there. He will take him on any day. Then he angrily looks around, asking the waitress where his drink is. While Kegel is drinking, he stares at the glass, thinking he still can't believe how hot of a topic masked sorters are these days. According to some stories, he was Jasmine Flame's Worth's apprentice, even though that was far-fetched. But the most ridiculous one was that not only did he place in B class straight out of his rank exam, but he recently moved up to a class. After this, Kegel gulps the wine, and Termin forcefully grabs that guy's neck and makes him drink wine while the wine is falling out of his mouth. After gulping the wine, Kegel clacks the glass on the table and angrily looks aside, thinking if that's true, he would be a class after only 2 years since starting his career. Then he squeezes his eyes and looks toward his hand, thinking that there he is, a borderline C-class adventurer who failed the exam to move up for the past 3 years. Then he turns his head and looks toward Termin, who is bothering the people sitting there in the cafe, and thinks that it makes sense that Termin is pissed. He is a veteran B-class augmenter. After all, that masked swordsman must be a pretty big sore spot for that inflated pride of his. Meanwhile, the cafe door creak. Everyone in the cafe turns their head and looks toward the door as soon as Kegel looks toward the guy that enters the cafe. He gets scared and starts sweating, and this boy is nobody else but Arthur, who gets there holding his sword, and his hair is tied back in a ponytail. Arthur, wearing a mask, stands at the door, putting his hand on the door to push it. Sees him there, Termin smiles and throws the wine glass on the floor. He takes out his sword from the sword belt and looks toward Arthur, saying, well, speak of the devil. Arthur silently stood in the cafe, and Termin, holding his sword, said it was the little swordsman everyone was chatting about. Kegel was in shock, his mouth and eyes wide open, and he put his hand on his heart and looked toward Arthur. Then, looking toward him, he, with a scary face, gulps, thinking it's the masked swordsman, the one they would been talking about, the very cause of all the crazy rumors there in the flesh. Termin, holding his sword, steps toward Arthur, and he also sees Kegel shout and extend his hand, calling Termin's name and asking what he is trying to do. Termin threw the sword on the floor and slightly bent before Arthur smirked, asking where his pretty little guardian was. Arthur doesn't notice him and silently passes by him. Termin gets surprised, and looking ahead, he asks if she is off. Then he smiles and turns to abuse Arthur, asking if he is ignoring him. Then, putting his hand on his face, he laughs. Termin stood behind Arthur, struck his sword, and asked, just because he got a bit famous from those rumors, he thought he was better than him. A guy in a cafe stood behind Termin, fearfully shouted, calm down. He knew he was not allowed to kill anyone in there. Termin strikes his sword to cut Arthur's head. Suddenly, a light explosion occurs, and something breaks and falls around. However, the people there shouted and ran toward the exit door. Termin stands there with a smiley face as the light and smoke end. Suddenly, he gets scared and sweats, asking what his sword was hit on the floor, and Arthur stands beside the sword. The floor was cracked, and smoke was circulating them. Termin stood holding his sword handle, thinking, did he dodge, and did he miss? Arthur turns his head and glares at him. Termin angrily looks toward him and grits his teeth. Then he extends his hand and moves his sword upward, shouting a light emanating from the sword, spreading it everywhere he swings its word. Termin strikes his sword to attack Arthur, but Arthur dodges his every attack. Termin swings his sword, and Arthur moves quickly from one side to another. After a while, when Arthur stops at one place, Termin swings his sword to attack him, asking if he is dodging all he has got. Arthur looks toward him, and a bright aura starts emerging from his eyes. Suddenly, something gets slashed, and blood drops fall on Arthur's mask and cut his fingers, and blood falls. Sees Kegel surprisingly shout, and the guy whom Termin was teasing looks, and bloody severed fingers fall to the floor. Termin screamed because his hand's fingers were cut, and blood was flowing from his hand. He was crying. His nose, eyes, and mouth were flowing, and he, holding his hand, looked toward his cut fingers. While Arthur stands before him and steps on his sword, lying on the floor, Termin, crying, looks toward Arthur, asking how he dares. However, a bright purple aura emerged from Arthur's body, and he stepped on Termin's sword and stood before him, while the people in the cafe fearfully stood behind him. Kugel gulps, thinking, what is this pressure? Termin angrily looks toward Arthur, head up with flowing eyes, nose, and mouth. Arthur stood before him, holding his sword to ask if he was done. Then Arthur moved toward the counter. Kugel stepped toward Termin and shouted, asking his friend to get a bag of ice for his fingers so they could still reattach them with an emitter, while Termin sat on the cracked floor, holding his hand, crying. The people in the cafe are scared by Arthur's presence. He moves toward the counter and puts the coin, asking the waitress if a sack of rations should be under the name note. The waitress, fearfully looking toward the coins, answers yes, she will get that for him right away, sir. Arthur gets his rations bag and moves toward the exit door. Some people stand there watching him, and some look toward Kugel and his friend sitting near Termin on the floor. Arthur descended the stairs and moved toward the horses. Jasmine awaited him. Looking toward him, she asked what had taken him so long that he had gotten near his horse and attacked the rations pack with the sitting belt. She answered that the waitress took a while to find the rations. Jasmine stood beside her horse, looking toward him and asking why blood was on his mask. Arthur took off his mask to check it. Then, while checking it, he set his hair, answering that no permanent damage had been done. However, both of them moved toward the dungeon on their horses, passing through mountains and meadows where some animals are grazing. And the movement of the horses, those animals retreat, and the horses pass by. While on the way, Arthur, wearing a mask and sitting on the horse, writes a letter to his family. In the letter, he writes to his dear mother and father. He will probably be inside the dungeon when they read this. He knows he has not visited as often these past few weeks, so please wait longer for him. Then he asks if they can believe it's already been over 2 years since he joined Xyrus Academy and explored different dungeons with Jasmine. Then he writes he still can't believe that Lilia has awakened. Uncle Vincent is probably super excited, but don't let him go overboard on hiring tutors for Lilia. Let her train at her own pace before she starts at Xyrus, and it's weird to think that she will be his senior in school. Furthermore, he writes he and Jasmine are doing well. He is even more potent than the last time he almost beat his father in arm wrestling. He just broke through to the light orange stage, and Jasmine is still helping him with conditioning and teaching him what she knows about wind magic. While he has been teaching her some better blade techniques, and like they had promised, this will be his last adventure trip before he starts school in a few weeks. Moreover, he writes that he will see them soon and loves them a lot. After completing the letter, he folds the paper. She sees Jasmine sit on her horse, turns her head, and finishes writing. He puts the letter in his pocket and answers yes. The stable master said he would get the letter mailed once the horses return to him. Jasmine says Roran trains all his horses to return to his stable, so there is no need to worry. Arthur answers she is right. It's more dangerous for them to be waiting for them outside the dungeon. Jasmine, looking toward him, adds her point the team they are dungeon delving with is probably waiting for them. Then she asks if Sylvia will be coming, and he shakes his head in response. After this, Arthur, looking aside, says that she is communicating with him and has grown wise enough to send more detailed messages. But Sylvia still refuses to see them until she is ready. Then, with a sad face, he says whatever that means. As he was about to complete his sentence, she said she probably wanted to get as strong as she could before he started school. Furthermore, she says let's focus on their mission, and they should hurry. However, the horses trot, and finally, they both arrive at their destination after a long journey. As soon as they come, a group of people sit outside the dungeon on stones beside the hill, and those people were waiting for them to see them there. A guy said, "Look," and the other one stood beside him, adding they were there. After this, both dismounted from their respective horses, and Arthur stood beside his horse, which was setting its seat. Meanwhile, Lucas gets there, saying he guesses they are stuck with more augmenters, and hears Arthur surprisingly turn his eyes to look back. As he sees Lucas standing there, placing his spear on his shoulder and looking toward him, Arthur thinks of this kid again. However, a strong, muscular man gets there from behind and, putting his weapon on his shoulder, says they are the last ones who signed up. Arthur and Jasmine turn and look toward that man while Lucas stands behind folded arms, ignoring that man. After this, the man looking toward Arthur says it's good to have him let him introduce him to the party. He shakes hands with Arthur, and while grabbing Arthur's hand, he blushes, saying a firm handshake. He guesses some of the rumors about the masked swordman are true. After this, he places his weapon on the ground and stands up with his arm on the pole. Then, looking toward both Arthur and Jasmine, he, with a smiley face, introduces himself as Reginald Bastian, and he is a class augmenter. Furthermore, he says he has an earth attribute, a solid yellow core. Then he turns his head and looks toward arrogant Lucas. He says he seems to be already familiar with Lucas Wykes. He is a class dark yellow conjure specializing in fire. As Reginald introduces them to Lucas, Lucas turns his eyes and looks at them arrogantly. However, Reginald introduces them to a healthy man sitting on the stone looking toward him. Reginald says that Creole Masser is a water attributes augmenter and he will be their tank. Creole Masser, looking toward them both, raises his hand and asks them howdy. Then Reginald turns and, looking toward a boy, says he is as if he were about to complete his sentence. Arthur recognized him and thought he was the other candidate's place in B rank back then. What was his name again? The boy, looking toward them, tells them his name, Elijah Knight. Then he gets up and, putting his hand on his chest, says a class dark orange conjurer, a single specialization on earth. After this, a man sitting beside Elijah, holding his wand, gets up from the stone, saying he is Oliver Hembit, a class dark yellow stage conjurer. And he is an emitter deviant, specializing in healing hard. Arthur thinks it sounds a bit cocky, but it's reassuring to have an emitter. Meanwhile, a girl brushing his legs gets up, saying it's her turn. Then, with a happy face, she says her name is Samantha Tempest. She is a dark yellow stage, a class conjurer with a single specialization in water. Then she moves toward Arthur, slightly bent before him because his height is short. Then, smiling, she blushes, saying she heard a lot about him, Mr. Swordman. Please take care of her. While Oliver stood behind Samantha, looking toward her back, she blushed, and Arthur heard this. Looking toward Samantha, she was surprised. Meanwhile, a guy wearing armor steps toward them, and Reginald, looking toward him, says this is Brauld Landon. Brauld, with a smile on his face, says nice to meet them too. Then he comes close to them and handshakes with Arthur and Jasmine. While shaking hands with them, he smiles, saying he has just become an A-class light yellow stage augmenter and is a fire attribute. Here's Reginald stood beside, winked, then Brauld smiled and closed his eyes, saying he would lead them today. Then, looking at them both, he asked if they could share a word. However, Jasmine speaks and briefly introduces herself, saying she is Jasmine's light yellow stage A-class augmenter wind attributes dual swords. He hears Brauld smile and adds that he is glad to have another A-class in the group. After this, Arthur briefly introduces himself, saying he is a light orange stage, a class augmenter fire attributes. He hears Samantha come to him asking for fire attributes. She heard that he didn't have any elemental affinities. Arthur answered that he hadn't been using his magic for personal reasons, and she stood beside him, looking toward him, and said she had seen it. After this, Brauld surprisingly looks toward Arthur's bag, which he places on his shoulder, and asks if he sees that they both still have their bags out. Do they too not have dimension rings? Both Arthur and Jasmine close their eyes and shake their head. Then Brauld turned his eyes, looking toward Lucas, who stood at his back. Then, putting his hand on his mouth, he asked Lucas. As he is about to complete his sentence, Lucas angrily looks toward him, grits his teeth, and answers, asking Oliver, not him. He is full. With a tired facial expression, Oliver adds that he is holding on to Miss Samantha's belongings. Elijah raises his hand and says he still has some room in him. Arthur surprisingly looks toward him, and Brauld smiles, saying that's great. After this, Elijah comes to Arthur, and Jasmine extends his hand, on which he wears his dimension ring, and absorbs their accessories. As he was absorbing their accessories, Arthur looked toward him, thinking of Lucas. He expected to feel even Elijah had a dimension ring. Because the technology was left behind by the same ancient mages that built the floating city of Xyrus, even the one with smaller storage spaces goes for thousands of gold. After absorbing their accessories, Elijah pressed his hand and asked them if that was all. Arthur answered yes, thinking that was all. Then he thanked Elijah for his help, and in response, Elijah smiled. Then he turned and moved from there while Arthur, Jasmine, and Brauld stood behind, looking toward him. After this, Brauld says it seems like they are all ready then. Moving toward the dungeon entrance cave, he says, let's head in. After this, they all, holding their weapons, climb the stairs. Brauld is ahead of them, and they all step after him. Suddenly, the water drips from the roof onto the ground, and they all don't notice the water and keep stepping ahead as soon as the water drops drip on Brauld's shoulder. With his hand holding his sword, he stops, opens his index and middle fingers, and signals them to stop there. They all stop there, and he stands with his back to them and says they are almost at the first level of the dungeon. Stay on guard. After this, they all step ahead and pass the stairs while steeping ahead. On the way, Lucas, looking around, asks what this is. There is not a single beast there. Then Brauld, looking toward the empty cave ahead of them, says it's strange they all keep stepping ahead. Suddenly, a stone falls from the roof and thuds aside them on the ground, hearing the sound of the falling. Stone, they all stop there, turn their head, and look toward that stone. Brauld understands something is wrong, and he looks up toward the roof. As soon as he looks up, he is surprised to see thousands of monster bat runners. Brauld raised his voice. Bat runners and the bat monster flew toward them to attack them. Oliver stood there, head up, and fearfully looked toward the monster approaching him. The monsters were about to attack him, but before they attacked, Jasmine, twirling her dagger, ran toward him, saying, "Get down." Jasmine twirls her dagger, creates her wind magic, and splashes those bat monsters. Oliver jumps down, and Creole Masser gets his shield before him. The bat monster hits the shield and slams on the ground. Braid clangs his sword with his shield and raises his voice to get information. With his wand in hand, Oliver gets up and creates the magic, shouting resilience augmentation. Oliver stood between them, holding his magic wand, while all the other team members surrounded him, holding their weapons, and the bat monster also surrounds them to attack them. The bat monster runs toward Reginald, and he smashes and splashes the monster with his weapon. Elijah created his magic with his hand, while the bat monsters were screeching toward him. He covered the stones on the ground with his wind magic and threw them toward the bat monsters. The stone pierces from the bat monster's stomach, and they all get sliced. Brauld, while slashing the beast with his sword, raises his voice. Team, they all kill the monster with their magic and skill and turn their head to listen to him. Brauld raises his voice. There is no point in killing them to save their mana and stamina. Lucas thuds his spear on the ground, and with his magic, he creates a fire cyclone. He sees Arthur striking his sword and killing the monster. Surprisingly, he asks who that fire cyclone bursts, and all the bat monsters scream in that fire, and their bodies finish. After this, Brauld stabbed his sword into the monster's head and grabbed Lucas with his shirt, asking what he just said. Don't waste his mana on them. That was overkill. Then he angrily looks toward Lucas and grits his teeth, saying he knows what kind of dungeon this is. Lucas angrily looks toward him and grits his teeth. Lucas yanks and frees himself from Brauld, then angrily turns, asking what the problem is. He kills them quickly so that everyone else can save their mana. Braid silently looks toward him, closes his eyes, and shakes his head. Then he pulls back his sword from the dead monster's head. Then he orders his team members, let's hurry before they are up on their feet again. Arthur stands aside, surprisingly looking toward Brauld, and then they all turn and move from there. While the bat monsters lying there were trembling and scree, their broken body halves moved toward them to attack. They all turn and run from there, while Creole quickly turns and pushes his shield. Oliver, also holding his wands, looks toward the bat monster approaching them. However, this dungeon was infamous for its mysterious inhabitants who had escaped the grasp of death and could no longer be killed. With no mana core able to be harvested by adventurers and no end to the fruitless fighting, there was a reason why the first explorers of this dungeon named this place the Dire Tombs. As the bat monster corpse ran toward them, screeching to attack them, Creole, holding his shield, shouted, and Elijah stood behind him, attacked the monster with his wind magic, and crunched them. After this, they all move from there, and while passing through the dark cave, Brauld, Arthur, and Lucas create a fireball on their hands for light. Brauld notices a hidden entrance ahead of them. He tells them this is where he would mark the secret entrance he found last time. Here's, both Arthur and Jasmine turn their head, and Arthur, looking aside, thinks finally the reason they came to this condemned dungeon. After this, Brauld, pointing up toward the wall, asks Elijah if he can create some handholds. Elijah uses his wind magic to grind the handholds on the wall. Brauld, with that handhold, climbs the wall, and then they all climb the wall after him. Samantha tries to climb the wall, but doesn't see Oliver standing on the wall, grabbing handholds and extending his hand toward her to help her. However, they all allow their companions to climb the wall and arrive on the cliff. Looking ahead, Brauld, holding the fireball in his hand, says he would only make it to the next floor before he decided to return with the team. He then says there is no telling what will be at the bottom, but he believes the artifact responsible for allowing those bat runners to reanimate might be there. He hears Creole brushing his legs and says he is good as long as he gets his fair cut of the gold after selling whatever treasures are down there. Brauld looks toward him and laughs, answering, of course. Creole then turns, saying then let go. He, holding the fireball, steps ahead, and his team members step after him. However, they keep stepping ahead, and suddenly, something sticks to Oliver's shoes. He sees Oliver stop there and turns his leg upward. Arthur held the fireball beside him and noticed something stuck in Oliver's shoes. They keep stepping ahead while on the way. Samantha feels hot and fans herself with her hands by turning up the collar of her shirt. She sees Oliver standing beside her, turns a little forward, blushes, and looks toward her. Then they turn and step ahead, following their leader. Suddenly, on the way, Arthur grabs Samantha from behind and pushes her backward toward Oliver, and he grabs her by her waist. Arthur stood ahead, struck his sword, and hit the things coming toward Samantha. Sees Oliver, and Samantha is surprised. Samantha turns her eyes and looks toward the thing stabbed in the stone. Brauld and Reginald stop there, turn their head, and look toward that thing. Reginald turns and angrily looks toward Brauld, asking why he didn't warn them about the traps there. Brauld answered there weren't any traps when he came there. Also, he was sweating due to the fireball that he had created in his hand. Looking toward Samantha, Oliver puts his hand on her shoulder and asks if she is hurt and if she needs him to heal her. She turns her head and answers that she is okay. Then she looks toward Arthur, who takes that thing from the stone. He holds that thing in his hand and stares at it, saying it isn't a trap. It was a mana beast. Here's Samantha was impressed by Arthur, and Oliver stood beside her and was surprised. While the other team members looking toward Arthur remain silent, then Brauld, looking toward the cave ahead of them, says, "Let's stay alert, everyone." However, they start their journey from there and step ahead. They all sweat due to the fireball's heat and the enclosed space. After this, they all arrive near the heated area, and because of the heat of the place, Oliver and Samantha put their hand over their faces. Arthur stands silently, looks ahead, and Brauld says they are there, but something is wrong. Lucas Fleer Brauld adds his point, asking to let him guess it wasn't this hot last time. Brauld, looking ahead, answers no, it's not that. While Arthur looked ahead, he thought he felt it, not the smoldering heat, but the powerful pressure spilling out ahead. However, they all move from there and get near the cave, and inside that area, the heat pressure spills out from the ground. They enter the cave. Suddenly, the ground starts rumbling, and they all get surprised, and Reginald shouts what is happening now. Brauld raises his voice. He doesn't know if the ground began rumbling fast, and suddenly, from the ground, a monster spurts out. They see that giant monster before them, and they get scared. Oliver starts to peel in fear, and then fearfully asks what this is. Brauld raises his voice. Creole and Creole jump, lifting his shield. He thud his shield on the ground, and water fell on the ground and spread around there. Then that water turned into a magic shield, which covered them. They all stood under the magic water shield. The monster screams, and Creole, holding his shield, asks if this thing is there. The last time Brauld answered no, it wasn't. He heard Creole say it doesn't make sense for a new mana beast species to enter a dungeon like this. The monster swooped and passed over the shield and saw Brauld shout incoming. But he is surprised to see the beast pass over the shield and return to the ground. However, the water shield crashes, and Elijah, looking toward the monster returning to the ground, says it doesn't seem to be after them. Arthur hears this all silently and stands there, and Oliver coughs and clears his throat, asking if they will stand around and watch the worm dig. Further, he asks if they are going to get that artifact. Oliver steps ahead toward Samantha, saying Miss Samantha follows closely behind him. While he has little patience for the others, he would happily protect her. Sees Brauld shout and ask him to get back there, and Samantha fearfully answers Oliver. She doesn't think that's a good idea. Oliver alone steps ahead and sees Brauld standing behind with other team members, shouting they need to assess what's happening before they cross more profoundly into the cavern. Oliver doesn't listen to anyone and moves toward the dark cave while Brauld, stepping toward him, calls out his name and asks him to stop there. Arthur stood behind them and felt something strange near them on the ground. Arthur understood what was going to happen. He jumps and looks toward Lucas and calls his name. Lucas turns his head and looks toward him, and Arthur asks him to cast a heatwave barrier. Then Arthur jumps toward Brauld and grabs him by his back. Brauld is surprised. Arthur drags him backward, ordering Lucas now, and on Arthur's order, Lucas grits his teeth and, with his magic, casts a heatwave barrier. However, they all stood under the barrier while Oliver alone stood outside the barrier, turned his head, and looked toward him while Brauld sat under the barrier call Oliver's name. Arthur asks Lucas to cast a barrier around Oliver, but before they protect Oliver, a firestorm spreads there, and he sinks into that storm. That fire destroyed the whole place, and only the heat wave barrier survived. Bullets hit the barrier, and the heat barrier got a hole. However, Samantha, with her magic, created the water barrier there and ended that firestorm. A rainbow appears over their heat wave barrier when the firestorm ends and water drips. As everything gets normal, they all get shocked and shout to see Oliver's skeleton lying on the ground before them and smoke emerging from his body. Also, the green gem lies beside the skeleton. As they all were with sad faces looking toward Oliver's skeleton, Geralt turned his head and looked toward Arthur, standing beside him. Arthur steps ahead toward that gem. He picks it up from the ground and throws it toward Samantha. She catches that gem and with her teary eyes looks toward that gem in her hands. Arthur asks her to replace the gem on her wand with this one. It is more robust, and she, with a sad face and teary eyes, answers okay. Then Arthur asks Geralt, "Let's move out," and he nods and gets up, holding his shield and sword. The answering note is correct. They need to get out of there before another eruption comes. After this, they all run toward the entrance. Suddenly, a gust of wind blows and everything starts rumbling again. Also, the warm monster spurts out from the ground and sees Brauld raise his voice, calling Creole. Then Creole, with his magic, creates the waterfall before them, and that waterfalls turn into the shield. The warm monster moves toward them, and Brauld raises his voice. Samantha and Elijah are stunned. Samantha, with her magic wand, created the siren's howl and threw it toward the monster while Elijah, with his magic, grasped the stone serpents and attacked the beast with those stones. The stone flying in the air hits the monster, and the stone gets cracked. Sees Elijah get surprised, and Brauld grits his teeth, thinking Elijah's spell isn't leaving a scratch on its body. Then Brauld raises his voice and orders Jasmine and Reginald to go with him, and they both nod. Then Brauld activates his power, and the fire emerges from the sword. And he steps ahead, saying, "Let's go." Braid ran toward the warm monster holding his flame sword, telling Jasmine he would keep it occupied. Reginald tries aiming for the space right between its eyes. Both of them, holding their weapons, ran after him. Holding his dagger, Jasmine created the wind magic and answered, and Regina got it. Then Brauld raises his voice. If that isn't enough to bring it down, Lucas and Note should be able to find an opening. Jasmine leaps from the ground and holds her daggers in both her hands, creating her wind magic. Braid, holding his flame sword and shield, jumps toward the monster and slashes his body with his flame sword. Jasmine attacks the beast with her wind magic and slashes its body with her daggers. Reginald stood in the air behind the monster, struck his weapon, and attacked the monster's stomach. The stone from Elijah's magic grabbed the monster, broke, and fell. 3 of them attack the beast with their magic and injure him. Lucas stands on the ground, gritting his teeth, thinking he is scared. The warm monster blubs, and the smoke starts emerging from its body. Arthur stands before the beast on the ground, activating his flame sword. They attacked the monster with fire magic, but this attack did not affect the monster. See Arthur zip in the air holding his flaming sword, thinking regular fire spells aren't strong enough to injure the worm. So that means he needs to be even hotter. Arthur strikes his sword. Then he searches it to see if it's hot and not if the sword is hot enough. Using his piston stamp magic, he jumped up toward the warm monster, struck his sword, and splashed the monster's fingers. The beast roared, and Arthur again attacked it with his flame-heated sword. After attacking the monster, Arthur sits on the stone flying in the air and orders Jasmine to attack it. She twirls her daggers, creates her wind magic, throws that wind cyclone in the monster's head, and attacks the beast with her daggers. Her wind magic splashes the monster's head and blood spurts out of its head. The monster roars and blood starts flowing from its mouth. Brauld stood looking toward Lucas and calling his name. Also, the fire was emerging from his armor and sword. Creole asks them to wait, then says the worm is fleeing. They all stand in the distance to warm Syl, entirely watching him. The warm monster flees into the ground and the smoke spreads there. Creole turns, looking toward Brauld, saying they are safe now. Brauld answers, let's move. Then he puts a hand on Jasmine's shoulder, appreciating her, saying good work back there. She looks to Brauld, then turns her head and looks toward Samantha, Arthur and Lucas and says, let's hurry. Lucas stood behind them, adding his point, asking if that was all it took to scare off that oversized worm monster. Suddenly, the ground started rumbling again, and Lucas's spear slipped from his hand. Arthur stood there in his power, understanding the situation. Then tells them the worm wasn't trying to kill them at all. It was buying time for the next eruption. However, the eruption starts occurring. Creole with his one hand grabs Elijah and, with his other hand, holds his shield and creates the water shield barrier to save themselves from the eruption. Reginald quickly moves toward the exit area and tries to break the stone with his weapon as Samantha tries to create the magic with her wand, but she doesn't see Brauld run toward her to save her. On the other side, Jasmine extends her hand toward Arthur, but he notices Lucas in the distance and then bends down to pick up his spear. Arthur runs toward him to save him, then uses his fire magic to flare the fire at them and save Lucas from the fire eruption. Lucas sits there, picks his sword head up, and looks toward him. Arthur's head up and looks toward the firestorm spreading there from the roof. But with his fair flare, he saves Lucas while Lucas angrily gets up and pushes him back, saying, get off him. He hears Arthur standing beside him and remains silent. Suddenly, Arthur's eyes fall on Brauld, and he surprisingly calls his name. While Brauld sat before Samantha to save her from the eruption, she looked toward her and surprisingly toward him. As soon as her eyes fall on Brauld's cut arm, she, with teary eyes, shouts no, as Brauld's arm is cut, and the blood is flowing from his half-cut arm. She says she turns her face and starts sobbing. However, Brauld sits on the ground, Reginald sits behind him, grabs him by the arm, and Jasmine bandages his leg. Creole sat beside him, holding his half-cut arm, and Arthur applied his hot sword to his wounded half-arm. They also tied Brauld's mouth with a bandage so that he wouldn't scream in pain. They placed their weapon beside the wall, and Lucas pouted, standing in the distance. Samantha, with teary eyes, was watching this all as Brauld's face was tied, while his eyes, nose, and mouth were flowing due to pain, and Reginald grabbed him from behind and shouted, hang in there, Brauld. Arthur, applying his heated sword on his wounded arm, says to keep him steady while Brauld squeezes his eyes, crying in pain. After this, Arthur sat beside the wall, and they bandaged Brauld's arm. Samantha sat beside him and healed his wound while Jasmine bandaged his leg. Reginald stood behind him, wiping his hand with the clothes, and Brauld lying on the ground, crying in pain. Arthur sits there looking down. Meanwhile, Creole shaves a sandwich before him. Arthur heads up and surprisingly looks toward the sandwich. Holding the sandwich in both hands, Creole smiled and asked Arthur why he didn't try a bite, which might cheer him up. After this, he sits beside Arthur, saying these are the unique travel sandwiches he saves when feeling down on a dungeon dive. Arthur, looking toward him, thanks him for the sandwich, then Creole, looking toward Arthur's hand in which he holds the sandwich, says the best way to eat this is by torching the inside slightly, just enough for the cheese to melt. Arthur opens the sandwich and heats it with his fire magic. Then he folds it, the sandwich gets heated, and the smoke starts. He sees Creole smiling and requests Arthur to heat his sandwich too. Arthur silently looks toward him and then does the same for him. After this, Arthur slices his sandwich, and the cheese melts from both pieces, then they both eat their sandwich. After finishing the sandwich, Creole asks tasty right, and Arthur, having the last bite, answers quickly. With a smile, Creole looks ahead and says his fiancée created the recipe herself. Along with how he dries and seasons the beef, Arthur sets his mask, looks ahead, and adds his point. Well, he is a lucky man. Please send his gratitude to his fiancée for the delicious meal. Creole surprisingly looks toward him, and then smiles, answering him. They will suddenly turn their eyes and look ahead toward Lucas, who is shouting at Brauld and Reginald, who both cut it out. Reginald stops Lucas from fighting with Brauld, while Lucas angrily points toward him and asks if he is wrong. He only joins this dive because their leader is a veteran A-class mage. Not only is their leader a cripple now, they even lost their emitter heard Brauld sit before him on the ground and grit his teeth. Then he gets up and shouts at Lucas, asking if he is complaining after he dropped his weapon like an idiot and had to be saved by Note. Lucas, pointing toward him, raised his voice. She had it under control, unlike he, who couldn't even protect himself in time. Heard, Brauld angrily moved toward him, shouting he had to shield Samantha, which he wouldn't have had to do if he had stayed alert and reacted in time to set up a barrier. As they both were shouting at each other and moving toward each other to a fight, Reginald stood beside them, stopping them from fighting. Brauld shouted. If he had, they wouldn't have been in this situation as they were shouting at each other. Meanwhile, Arthur got up and stepped toward them, saying enough. They both stopped there, turned their head, and looked toward him also. Arthur's eyes are glowing, and a bright aura is emerging from his body. Arthur angrily looked at Lucas, calling out his name and abusing him. He heard Lucas angrily looking toward him, asking how dare he. Then he moves and steps toward Arthur, saying in augmenter that's only an orange core. Arthur steps toward him and answers that he doesn't care whether he is a yellow core, silver core, or God himself. Arthur, stepping toward him, gets close to him and looks into his eyes because he is only a liability. Lucas grits his teeth and angrily looks into his eyes, then turns and thuds his shoulder into Arthur's shoulder and passes by him. After this, Reginald stood beside Brauld and told him he would treat his wound now and try to get some rest, mate. Arthur silently stood there, sighed, and then looked toward Brauld, calling his name. Brauld, putting his hand on his cut arm, looks toward him to listen. Then Arthur tells him he must decide before they move forward. Reginald has some burns, but his injuries are treatable. The rest of them can manage, but he needs to decide whether to continue. Braid looks toward Arthur, sweats, then grinds his teeth, answering he will keep going, and this will probably be his last dungeon raid, so he might as well go till the end. However, Samantha raises her voice, surprisingly asking how he will fight with one arm. Brauld answers he is still an A-class augmenter, and he won't hold anyone back. Then he squeezes his eyes, saying that Note should lead the group. Here's Arthur gets surprised, and Brauld says he has been the most level-headed out of all of them. Even in the face of unpredictability, he is a natural. Reginald, Creole, and Elijah stood behind Arthur, nodding when Arthur turned his head to take their advice. Then he turns his eyes and looks toward the ladies, and they also nod. Arthur closes his eyes and nods, answering all right. They rest for an hour before moving forward. After an hour, they all step ahead, and on the way, they all stop. Brauld, looking toward the tunnel, says he doesn't get it, even though this part is different. This tunnel had never been blocked. Reginald adds his point. Well, there is no use complaining about it. Then he steps ahead, strikes his hammer, and hits the tunnel. The tunnel gets crocked from where the hammer hit, and the smoke emerges. Reginald, with his magic, collected the nearby pointed stones. Those stones stuck to his hammer weapon, and then he, with all his might, swung his weapon using his impact blast skills to hit the tunnel and break it. A strong gust of wind occurred when he swung his weapon. He hit the tunnel but didn't break. It only got slightly more crocked, and smoke started emerging. Reginald stands before tunnel and sighs, saying all right. Meanwhile, Jasmine taps on his shoulder from behind. He turns his eyes and surprisingly looks toward her. Jasmine is creating her wind magic. He asks him to try it one more time, and he nods. Jasmine runs toward the tunnel, making her wind magic blast, and Reginald sets his hammer by attaching pointed stones to it. He ran toward the tunnel and swung his hammer weapon to attack, while Jasmine stood behind him through the windstorm. Her windstorm gets the form of a windfall and covers Reginald's weapon's pointed stones, and due to both of their magic, a windstorm occurs. However, all the stones there started flying in the air and moving toward the tunnel with that windstorm, while all the team members holding their weapons silently stood there watching this. After this, the tunnel thuds backward on the ground, and a bright light falls on their eyes, causing them to put their hands in front of them. Reginald, putting his hand in front of his eyes, winked. As soon as he looked ahead, he was surprised to see that beautiful place and the vast mountain shining like a diamond. He surprisingly asked what this place was. After this, they all step ahead to enter, where Arthur is walking forward, and follow him. Arthur, looking around, thinks there aren't even any pillars supporting this place. How hasn't it caved in on itself by now? Samantha, touching the flowers, says it's so pretty. Reginald, looking around, remains silent. Creole puts a hand on his waist, holding his shield, and smiles, asking how about they take a break. There he is getting sleepy. He hears Arthur think and rest, but then he grabs the handle of his sword, steps ahead, and turns, saying they will not stop. Something is off about this pace, so keep their guards up. Creole stood behind him, scratched his head, and asked if he was sure. Then he said he didn't hear anything or see much other than the grass and trees around. After this, Arthur steps ahead, and they all step after him. While on the way, looking around, Arthur thinks something about this place is putting him on edge. Further, he believes, but what is it? What is missing? While stepping ahead, following Arthur. Suddenly, Jasmine surprisingly looks ahead and notices a man walking toward her through the dark smoke, opening his arms and smiling. She sees Jasmine surprised, and the eyeballs inside her eyes become the same color. Suddenly, something thuds on the ground and heard a thudding sound. Jasmine gasped, and then she turned and looked toward Creole, who stood aside. Meanwhile, a scent spreads there, and the sky behind Creole turns black. Surprisingly, he looks ahead, and his shield falls from his hand. Looking ahead with teary eyes, Creole excitedly asks Clara if it is her. He lovingly extends his hand and sees Reginald stand aside. Surprisingly, he turns and looks toward Creole to ask if it is okay. Creole, with the teary eyes extending his hand, ran toward the smoke, saying he knew she couldn't be dead. Clara stayed there. He was coming to get her. Reginald stood behind and extended his hand, asking Creole to stop, but he didn't listen to anyone and went inside that smoke. Arthur stood in the distance, turned his head, looking toward Creole, abusing him. Then he stepped ahead, raising his voice to stop the danger. As soon as he stepped ahead, Jasmine stood behind him to grab his arm, saying she thought the mist was an illusion. Arthur turned his head and looked ahead toward that smoke, thinking that's why he felt so uneasy. Then Arthur raised his voice, ordering his team members to stick together. This mist is playing tricks on their senses. Then he asks Samantha to create the barrier, and she nods. Samantha closes her eyes, holds the wand, and puts it before her, making her magic water barrier. The water barrier covers them like a shield, and then she asks who Clara is. Both Reginald and Brauld look toward each other. Reginald closes his eyes and shakes his head, answering she is Creole's fiancée. But she couldn't be alive. She was killed in a dungeon. Brauld, looking down, grits his teeth and adds his point. He saw it with his own eyes as well. They cremated her and buried her ashes. Reginald tightly grips the handle of his weapon and angrily says they need to find Creole. Lucas stood behind and heard this angrily, gritting his teeth and asking how nothing was going according to plan. Then he points toward Brauld and raises his voice, asking if they are veteran adventurers. In response, Reginald remains silent and looks down, while Brauld turns his eyes and looks aside. With a sad face, Jasmine stood ahead of Arthur and looked down. Arthur asked her if she was okay. She turned her head and looked toward him, then shook her head, answering sorry, she was just a bit shaken. Arthur asked if she saw something too. With a sad face, she looked aside and answered not something but someone. Her father held out his arms toward her, and he was smiling. Telling this, she remembers her childhood days and tightly grabs the handle of her dagger. Arthur grabs her arm and, looking toward her, says she will be okay. She turns and looks toward him and smiles. However, Arthur says good, then asks about this mist and whether she has a spell to clear it. Looking ahead toward the smoke mist, Jasmine is not strong enough to clear all of it, but she thinks she can create a path to find Creole. Jasmine sheaths her daggers and creates her green wind magic balls. She runs ahead and sees Arthur ask Samantha to open the barrier. She stood behind her and nodded while Jasmine stood under the barrier Banshee's howl and threw her magic toward the scent. Arthur and Jasmine are surprised when her wind magic storm spreads and crosses that smoke scent. The other team members are also speechless when they see the smoke scent end with her magic. From that, a smoke vine appears. After casting her spell, Jasmine becomes sweaty and surprisingly looks toward those thousands of vines ahead of them. Arthur's eyes are wide open, and he looks toward those vines, thinking about how they missed this many vines in the fog. Moreover, they weren't affected at all by Jasmine's spell. Arthur turned his head and, looking toward Lucas, said they were coming fast. Now was a good time to show off. He hears Lucas shout no need to tell him, then he lifts his spear and creates his flame magic crescent ember, then swings his spear and throws his magic toward the vines. However, the vines catch fire and start to burn, but gradually the fire begins to fade, and these vines are not affected by Lucas's magic. See, they all get surprised, and Lucas, holding his spear, grits his teeth, thinking his spell did nothing, and Arthur, looking toward the wine, clenches his teeth, thinking it is never easy. After this, Arthur waved his hand and asked Reginald, who stood behind him, to protect the conjurers while they prepared more potent spells. Reginald, creating his spell, answers Roger then. Arthur removes his sword, makes the ice and flame spell, and asks Brauld and Jasmine to be with him. Both of them create their spells, and then Arthur turns and, stepping toward Vine, says, "Let's break through." Arthur stood ahead of them, holding his dual magic sword, while Reginald stood behind him, creating his flame magic and holding his flame sword. Jasmine stood beside Arthur, made a magic windstorm, and swung her daggers. However, those wines were moving. Arthur turned his sword into an ice magic sword and ran toward the wine, and they both ran after him. Jasmine throws her green wind magic toward the wines. Brauld throws his flame magic toward the wines to destroy them. While Arthur swings his ice magic sword and slices two vines, he is surprised to see when the vines quickly move toward him to attack him. Arthur turns and the vines surround him. He sees he is using his ice magic to twirl the sword. His magic turns into an ice cyclone and it slices the vines. Arthur is then surprised to see the pieces of vines reconnect with each other. Using his ice magic, Arthur looks around toward the vines, reconnecting, and thinks they are not catching fire because of the moisture inside them. Then he turned his ice sword into a flame sword. He slightly struck his sword and slashed the vines. The cut pieces didn't connect this time. Also, the smoke was emerging from the cut vines. Arthur thought it worked, then he called Brauld's name, asking him to use a searing spell on his sword. Surprisingly, Arthur looks toward Brauld when he throws his fire-searing spell at the vines. Brauld throws the flame storm toward the vine and laughs, asking if he thinks an A-class augmenter will go down from a few oversized roots. See, Arthur, in his mind, abuses Brauld, thinking he is just being reckless now. Then he turns his head and looks toward Jasmine. Behind him, she slashes the vines with her wind magic and daggers. Arthur looks toward her, thinking as expected. She didn't need his help. As Brauld was slashing the vines with his fire magic, Arthur, holding his heated sword, ran toward Brauld. Moreover, Brauld, while slashing the vines, smiled, and the vines grabbed his hand and sword. He looked toward his hand. The vines grab his leg, tie his entire body, and lift him. Also, the vines start covering his face. Brauld, with teary eyes, looks toward the vines. Meanwhile, Arthur slashes the vine that tied Brauld with his flame sword. Brauld thud on the ground, and Arthur swung his sword and sliced the wine. After this, Arthur, looking toward him, says he said this would be his last dungeon raid earlier, then asks if it was because he planned on dying there. If not, then fight smart, they still need him. Brauld's face got a little injured due to the vine's attack. Brad gets up, and the vines attached to his body fall on the other side. Lucas drinks the energy potion, and after drinking, he throws the empty potion bottle backward on the fire, and the bottle catches fire. Using his spell, Lucas creates the fireball, and with it, he establishes it and brushes it toward the vines. See Arthur and Brauld run from the vines toward their companions. The vine catches fire, and Arthur turns, and looking toward the vines, thinks of a weaker but highly flammable spell that spreads on contact. Then he turns and looks toward Lucas, who, with this magic spear, is sending firefall, thinking Lucas is still thinking straight. Also, Elijah stands behind Lucas, watching this. Suddenly, the vines quickly move toward him, and he is surprised. But before the vines attack him, Brauld slashes the vine with his flame sword. Then he goes near Elijah and silently gestures to see Elijah move his hand's node. After this, Elijah, using his spell, drew a circle on the ground. Also, the heat and wind spread there with his magic. Putting both hands on the ground, Elijah sits there, and the ground starts cracking due to his magic. The ground craters are the sides where vines burn, and they all move backward. Looking toward the vines, Arthur thinks the sinking ground and spreading liquid fire should make it harder for them to regenerate. Then he turned his eyes and looked toward Samantha, who was creating a spell with her wand. He thought that with Samantha's spell, they should have enough time to search for Creole. Samantha pointed her wand ahead toward vines, and aqua siphon magic emerged, spreading a layer of light from her spell. Moreover, aqua siphon is a utility skill customarily used to gather water from the surrounding environment. Samantha's magic draws the water from inside the vines, which wither. See Arthur turn his head and appreciate her for her spell. As soon as he looks toward her, she feels dizzy and is about to fall backward. But before she falls, Arthur grabs her. She opens her eyes and looks toward him. Then Arthur looks toward her, and she thinks she would use a spell designed for utility in a situation like this. Arthur looks toward her, smiles, and appreciates her work. Samantha also looks into his eyes and smiles slightly. Arthur was looking toward her, and she sat on the ground beside him. She turned red and looked toward the mist. That was again moving in the air toward the vines. The vines absorbed that mist and flourished again. Sees Lucas grit his teeth, thinking nothing is working. Arthur turns his head and looks toward the vines that are absorbing mist. He stood ahead, turning his head, telling his companion the vines were absorbing all the fog because of their spells. They needed to, but he stopped there before he finished his sentence. Arthur is surprised to see all his companions have suffered from fear, and they all fearfully look up. Arthur surprisingly turns his head to look up. As soon as he looks up, he also gets scared to see a vast monster whose body is completely covered with vines standing before them. Also, the scent was emerging from his body and spread around there. While looking toward that giant monster, Arthur becomes speechless, and his sword is about to loose from his hand. He, looking up, lowers the tip of his sword to the ground, and a strong gust of wind starts blowing. With its red eyes and massive body, the monster stared at Arthur, and the scent was released from its body. Samantha thuds on the ground backward, and then, with teary eyes, she looks up, saying it can't be. She has only seen it in books. She, pointing toward that considerable monster, says that's an Elderwood guardian. Brald stood beside her, saying it looked like the god didn't want them to live. He hears Elijah stand behind, turns his head, and surprisingly looks toward him. Arthur stood ahead of Brald, turned his head, and looked toward him, smiling, thinking he'd lost it. Reginald, looking toward the older wood guardian, starts to tremble. Then, while trembling, he fearfully asks what an S-class mana beast is doing. Looking toward that considerable monster, he calls Creol's name. Creol was engrossed in an elder wood guardian body with vines. His nose and eyes were flowing, his body was cracked, and his eyes were red and crocked. And Clara, the last words coming out of his mouth were, "Please don't go." However, they all stood before the elder wood guardian, and he looked toward all of them to collect all the vines. The cluster of vines moved toward the monster and stood before him. The scent was released from the wine. With teary eyes looking toward Creole, Reginald grits his teeth and calls out his name. He sees the monster open its sticky mouth and shouts. Reginald gets out of his mind. He shouts and, using all his mana, creates the spell. All the stones start flying in the air around him. He sees Arthur ask him to stop, while Reginald doesn't listen to anyone and starts collecting the stone. Arthur extends his hand and runs toward him, shouting they can't fight that thing. Reginald, using his mana, hit his foot hard on the ground. All the team members with that explosion fell away backward. The surrounding area around Reginald cracks, and all the stones gather around him. Arthur thuds with the stone and sees Jasmine raise her voice, calling Arthur while Reginald cracks the ground and collects all the stones around him. Also, all those stones are connected to his weapon and body, and he is shouting and sees the monster move to shout. The monster extends its hand from which the purple aura emerges toward Reginald and sees Arthur shout, and Elijah shields him. Elijah, creating his mana, ran toward Reginald to shield him. Elijah makes the shield, but the monster extends its hand, cracks it, enters Arthur, holding his sword, and runs toward them to help them. Jasmine grabs him by her hand, saying they have to leave. Arthur turns and looks toward her, asking what about them. Moreover, Elijah starts to sweat, and his nose starts to bleed. The monster's colossal vine arm breaks the shield and cracks the ground, and Elijah becomes speechless. Arthur, looking toward Jasmine, says he promised them that, and Jasmine, in response, raises her voice and promises his family. However, the monster started wreaking havoc there, and due to its vine arm, he cracked the ground where they stood. Due to the explosion, Elijah falls backward. Jasmine grabs Arthur's hand and requests him to stop. With a sad face, she says she promised to keep him safe this time. The monster's arms enter the ground from one place and come out from another, and due to this, almost half of the ground gets destroyed. On the other side, Reginald turns himself into a stone man. He jumps toward the monster, holding his weapon. Arthur, holding Jasmine's hand, says they will go, but not like this, and then he frees his hand from hers. Then he turns, saying they can't leave them. He hears Jasmine gritting her teeth, remains silent and sighs. The monster vine arm spurts out of the ground, and the monster roars and moves toward Reginald. However, with all his might, Reginald ran toward the monster to kill him. Also, his eyes were glowing. With its vine branches, the monster tries to grab Reginald. Meanwhile, with his spell, Reginald creates the flame cyclone and splashes the vines. The beast doesn't stop there. It moves the branches of its vine toward Reginald and grabs him. The monster roared the dark aura of its body. The beast with its vine branch threw Reginald toward its mouth. As Reginald fell into the air, the beast opened its mouth to kill him. On the other side, the other team member creates their spells and run toward the beast. However, the monster's substantial vine branches spurred out from the ground. Samantha attacked the vine with her ice magic, and Brawled splashed the vine with his flame sword. Reginald, flying in the air, moved from there. While the vine branches were following him in the air, he, with his weapon, splashed the vines. He jumped on the ground while the monster approaching him from the cracked ground roared and strangled Reginald with its vine branches. Moreover, Arthur grabs Samantha, steps toward the exit, and turns, telling Elijah to cover Jasmine while she grabs Brawled and then runs immediately to the exit. Also, Lucas was ahead of them, stepping toward the exit. Elijah created his mana and answered Arthur, okay? As Arthur's eyes fall on the monster who grabbed Reginald, took him near, and pressed his body with its vine branches, Arthur becomes speechless. The stones from Reginald's body were separating and falling. The monster roars and is about to kill Reginald. He sees the other team members turn and becomes scared. Arthur turns his head and asks Lucas to burn the vines surrounding Reginald. As he was about to complete his sentence, Lucas pointed his spear toward Arthur's stand and saw Samantha get scared. The vine attacks 3 of them from behind and falls them away. Samantha, using her magic wand, rolls to the ground and Lucas thuds on the ground. On the other hand, Arthur gets up from the ground using his magic. Lucas gets injured, and then he sits up and grabs his spear. Also, the blood is flowing from his mouth. He heads up and looks toward the vine branches, thinking it's pathetic. This isn't he. Then he turns and looks toward Jasmine, who grabs Brawled by his shoulder to save him, twirls her dagger, and slashes the vine, moving toward them to attack. Lucas grits his teeth, thinking he is from the mighty Wykes family in one of the critical houses that led Sapin to victory against Elenoir. Then he picks up his spear and stands there, stabbing the guitar on the ground and head down, thinking he must stay alive and pass on his lineage. Lucas stood his back to Arthur and Samantha, while Arthur stood behind him, grabbing Samantha and looking toward him. Arthur steps ahead, and Lucas points his spear at his stomach and attacks him. With a firestorm, Arthur falls away, and his sword slips from his hand. Also, Samantha, whom Arthur grabs, falls there. Arthur is flying in the air backward. His clothes are torn from the fire, and he is badly injured and thud down, rolling and dragging on the cracked ground. She sees Jasmine and other team members get shocked, and tears start flowing from Jasmine's eyes. She runs toward Arthur. Lucas shouts, "Stay back," but she doesn't listen to him and runs toward Arthur. He sees Lucas point his spear toward her and attack her with his firestorm. She creates her wind magic fearfully and looks toward the firestorm near her. The fire explodes, and Jasmine and Brawled fall away backward. Jasmine gets severely injured. Her clothes are also torn, and she flies in the air, rolling slam on the pointed stone, and gets unconscious and sees Elijah shout, calling her name. Brawled thud on the ground badly and gets injured. Elijah sits on the ground, trying to create his magic, but before this, Lucas points his spear toward him and sees Elijah angrily ask him. Lucas points his firestorm spear toward him and smiles, asking don't try anything useless. He wants to get blasted as well. Elijah shouts at him what the hell he is doing, and in response, Lucas laughs, asking if he thinks he would risk his life to help the commoners escape. Then he lifted his flame spear upward, and looking up, he smiled, saying be honored. They all go down in history as the brave heroes who stalled the beast long enough for him to escape. With his firestorm, Lucas blasts the Diamond Hill to run from there. As he blasts the fire, the Diamond Hill falls in pieces. Holding his spear, he flies upward and laughs, saying he will tell everyone about all their courageous deeds. He sees Elijah standing there carrying his spell, gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, the older wood guardian sends its rolling vine branches there, which attack Elijah and fall him away. Elijah thuds on the ground, while the vine cyclone spurts out of the ground and rolls in the air. Elijah, lying on the ground, injured his nose, his mouth also bleeding, and the glass of his glasses broke. He winked and gritted his teeth, thinking no. The monster stood far from him, looking toward him, roaring. Elijah shouted no, and the beast sent its vine-pointed arm toward Elijah to grab him. He sees Elijah lying on the ground, extends his hand, and tries to get up, but he can't see. He squeezes his eyes. Meanwhile, the team's previous leader, Brauld, doesn't accept his defeat and gets before Elijah to save him. He attacks the vine, which is coming toward Elijah, with his flame storm and splash. It sees Elijah sit up and surprisingly turn his head, looking toward Brauld. Think Brauld he. Brad smiled, struck his flame sword, and pointed toward the monster with his half-arm, asking if he would bully these kids into fighting him. In response, the beast roared. Brauld ran toward the monster and jumped onto the cliff, and then, from there, jumped up toward the monster. Lifting his flame sword, he throws his flame storm toward the beast. While the monster sends his vine branches toward him, the branches move toward him. On the other side, Elijah lies down toward Jasmine. Meanwhile, Arthur, who is lying behind him injured, can see Elijah turn his head and look toward him. On Brauld's side, he strikes his flame sword and slices the monster. After cutting the monster, he jumps on the ground, looks toward the beast, and smiles. However, the monster's body starts burning, but in a second, the vines begin reconnecting with each other, and the monster slices the body again. The beast moves his head down and looks toward Brauld with its red eyes. He sees Brauld start trembling, and the smile on his face turns into fear. Monster vines spread all around there, and they start releasing a dark aura. Brauld stands in front of the monster, his shoulder bowed in fear, and suddenly, the ground begins rumbling again. On Arthur's side, he sat up with difficulty, his head bowed, and his mask dropped from his face. Also, his nose and mouth were bleeding. Elijah moves toward him, calling his name. Arthur heads up and looks toward Elijah. His hair is in front of his eyes. Elijah crawls toward him while Arthur turns his head and looks around. His eyes fall on Jasmine, who is lying behind Elijah, unconscious. Then Arthur turned his head and looked toward the monster and its vines. Also, the blood was pouring from his head, entering his eyes and reaching his cheeks. Arthur stared at the beast, who grabbed Brauld and lifted him near him. Brauld was throwing his firestorm toward the beast. Arthur sits up, thinking it looks like he has no choice, but whether he will be able to survive the recoil after using this. Suddenly, the golden marks start appearing on Arthur's entire body. His eyes also glow, his hair color changes, and his Phase 2 Dragon's ability starts awakening. However, Arthur tried to get up, thinking his training in Elenoir had led to breakthroughs that baffled Virion. The first breakthrough was unlocking the first phase by tapping into one of Sylvia's innate skills. He could temporarily separate himself from time and space. Furthermore, he thinks this phase was limited in many ways due to how much it strained his mana core and physical body. The second breakthrough, however, was something he hadn't expected. What had taken Virion decades to achieve had only taken him 2.5 years in the integration phase. Arthur gets up, and the dark aura starts releasing from his body and spreads behind him. On the other side, Sylvia sat on the beast to eat it, and she was utterly changed into a flying animal. She can telepathically connect to Arthur and understands that Arthur has activated his Phase 2 Dragon's ability. She is sitting on the beast, turning her head and calling Arthur Papa. Then she spreads her wings and flies away, thinking she is coming now. Arthur closes his eyes and wipes the blood from his face with his hand. He answers Sylvia, "It's okay," then he opens his eyes. He looks aside, saying in his mind he wants her to stay away for now. Moreover, Arthur says if anything happens, return to Helstia's house for him. She answers no, she can help. Suddenly, Arthur feels a pain in his chest. He puts a hand on his chest, grabs his shirt, squeezes his eyes, and grits his teeth, requesting Sylvia, please. In response, she remains silent. After this, Arthur stepped ahead, and a dark aura emerged from his body. Sylvia answered him, "Okay, Papa, just be careful." Arthur takes off the rest of his mask and drops it. The mask thuds on the ground, and he steps toward the Elder Wood Guardian. A dark purple aura was emerging from his body. His eyes were glowing, and a bright light was emerging from his eyes. His hair had turned white. However, several words appear behind him with scratches like power, kill, god, superior, rules, law, universe, mana, king, etc. Arthur kneels and jumps up on the rock toward the Elder Wood Guardian. Arthur stood before him, pulled back the collar of his shirt, then activated his ice magic in his left hand, looked toward the Elder Wood Guardian, and asked, "Let's play." However, this was the first time fear flashed in the Elder Wood Guardian's eyes. Arthur created his ice magic jump toward the Elder Wood Guardian. Sees Elder Wood Guardian, sends his vines toward Arthur to kill him while Arthur is flying toward him on the other side. While moving toward Elder Wood Guardian in the air, Arthur thinks he doesn't blame Vision for knocking him out when he first released the integrate phase. While flying away, the blood spurts out of Arthur's mouth, and he grits his teeth, thinking, "Let's end this quick and hope he survives the backlash." Arthur throws the bullets of ice magic and splashes the vine coming toward him. Elder Wood Guardian roars and throws the bunch of vines toward him. As the monster was giant and it would take a lot of mana to freeze it, Arthur stood in the air, stepped on the vine, and froze it with his foot. While throwing his ice magic toward the vines to freeze them, Arthur girt his teeth, thinking even though he can utilize all of this ambient mana in this form, his body still can't handle this spell. However, the vines, which he froze with his magic, start to tremble. Using his Ice of Storm magic, Arthur, flying in the air, freezes all the vines and jumps toward the Elder Wood Guardian, thinking, "Come on." Arthur stood on the Elder Wood Guardian's body and froze it. The monster roared and ultimately froze. After freezing the monster, Arthur sighed and looked toward his hand, which was also frozen. Arthur turned that temperature to 0 degrees. Then Arthur stood on the freeze monster to create the flame magic in his hand. He used all his mana, the flame magic, the ice magic, and the lightning magic. He combined these three magic and created dark magic with it. Arthur clenched his fist, and the dark aura started emerging from it. The dark purple and black aura spread there. Arthur punched the frozen monster and crashed it. The dark aura spread around the beast and crashed its body into pieces. After crashing the monster, Arthur thuds on the ice ground while the blood flows from his eyes, nose, and mouth. He kneels on the floor and looks up. Arthur's blood spread on the ice floor, and he sat there thudding on the floor face down. Also, the ring in his hand broke. Meanwhile, Arthur's parents are enjoying their life in Xyrus City. Arthur's little sister, who was sleeping, his father took her in his arms, stood before the home's main door to enter, and his mother stood beside his father, holding some accessories in hand. His mother, looking toward his father, asks how their 8-year-old daughter still manages to play so hard that she passes out on the floor. His father smiled, opening the main door with his foot, answering her defense. After Lilia had her awakening, Ellie has been training hard to catch up. Then they move toward the room. Arthur's father lays Lilia on the bed while his mother puts something in the side table drawer. She says she hopes that's the case. She's been eerily reminding her of how he was back in the day, hearing Arthur's father smile and lovingly brush his hair. Lilia. Suddenly, Arthur's mother thuds on the floor and sees Arthur's father turn his head to look. His father gets worried when his mother looks at her ring, which is glowing. Her mother, with a scared face, looking toward the ring on her finger, says it can't be right. The ring must be broken. After some time, Arthur gets injured lying on the ground with the pillow under his head, and he slowly opens his eyes, grits his teeth, and moves his legs and arms with difficulty. As he tries to move, he feels pain in his body, and due to the pain, he squeezes his eyes and grits his teeth. Lying there, he coughs and blood spurts out of his mouth and gets on the pillow. With teary eyes, Arthur turns his head, looking aside angrily, and grits his teeth while some call his name. Arthur turned his head and looked toward the guy. Nobody else but Elijah saved him. Elijah sits on the ground near him and sees Arthur in consciousness. He says, "Thank God he is awake." Arthur turns his head toward Elijah and says the gloves are broken crystal. Arthur's left arm is injured, and so is the arm with which he attacked the monster. Elijah sits beside and carefully listens to him, then grabs Arthur's frozen hand and pulls a crystal from his glove. He crashes the crystal, and a bright light emerges from that crystal. He turns that light toward Arthur. The light spread on Arthur, and his body started healing. While it was painful, Arthur gritted his teeth during the healing. However, the ice from his left hand starts melting, and his free arm slowly works. The ice melts, and Arthur takes a deep breath. Then he grits his teeth, remembering when Lucas attacked him with his fire blast, and then he remembers when Lucas, holding his magic, appeared to run away from the dungeon. Remembering that time, Arthur pressed the fingers of his left hand on the ground and the water and abused Lucas in his mind. Arthur, looking up, was thinking about Lucas while Elijah, sitting beside him, was healing him. After some time, when Arthur's wounds heal a little, he sits up, leaning against the pillow, and Elijah about Jasmine. Arthur feels a lot of pain, and he thud down again, seeing Elijah extend his hand and ask him to rest. Arthur, lying there gritting his teeth in pain, asks him where he is, Jasmine. Elijah, pointing aside, is over there. Arthur turns his head and looks toward her with his one open eye. Jasmine is lying there with the pillow under her head, unconscious, and Elijah tells Arthur she was hit a lot harder by Lucas's spell, and her body wasn't fortified with mana. Further, he says he had a medical kit on her, so he treated the burn, but he thinks there may be some internal damage too. She hears Arthur clenches his fist, then sits up with difficulty, extends his left hand toward Elijah, and asks him to take a gem from his glove and use it on her. Elijah nods and does the same that Arthur asks him to do. He takes the stone and crunches it. A bright light emerges from the stone, and he points that light toward Jasmine. As that light falls on Jasmine, she grits her teeth due to pain and gets unconscious again. Elijah sits beside her, sending that light toward her, and says her breathing looks better already. He thinks she will be okay with a few hours of rest. Arthur thuds on the pillow and closes his eyes, thanking God for Mother's healing beads. Then he slightly smiles and lays there relaxed, considering he hasn't felt this bad since he was 4 good times. On the other side, Sylvia, flying in the air, understood that Arthur was awake. Then she followed Lucas, who was running from there in an injured state, holding his spear. Ask Arthur Papa if he is awake now, is he okay? Arthur telepathically answers her, saying he is fine now, then asks her where she is. She flies in the air following Lucas's answer. She listens to him and stays away. Arthur responds, good, then says they are out of danger now, so they focus on her training. She answers that it's not essential. Papa hears Arthur say he can tell from their link that it's important. Then he says trust him, Sylvia. They are just resting now, she asks, and he says to do what she has to do, Sylvia, and he will see her soon. However, Arthur, lying there, closes his eyes and presses his lips. Elijah sits beside the light globe and asks if he feels better now. Arthur, lying there, raises his fist, answering good enough to run a marathon. Then his arm plops on the ground and sees Elijah smile. After a while, Elijah turns and looks toward Arthur, saying he would have never guessed that Note, the legendary masked swordsman he tested with, would be someone his age. Here's Arthur gets surprised, then he extends his hand toward his face to check the mask, and he is surprised when there is no mask on his face. He shouted, asking for his mask. Elijah looked toward him and smiled, saying sorry, it seemed to have fallen off during the fight. He couldn't find it. Here's Arthur sits up and trembles, asking what about his sword. Did he see the black stick he carried around? Elijah, pointing aside toward the wall, answered over there. He didn't know if it was valuable, but he kept it just in case. Arthur sighs and thuds on the ground, then thanks Elijah for saving Jasmine and him. Also, he thanks him for retrieving his sword when he could have easily escaped by himself. Elijah, looking down, adds, well, if he would leave him there half dead, that would put him on the same level as Lucas, then ask him, wouldn't it? Arthur smiles, answering not nearly. Elijah surprisingly says he is more curious about why he stayed right when the Elder Wood Guardian showed up. Moreover, he says he saw Jasmine trying to get him to leave. Arthur laughed, answering a king never betrays his people. Then he smiled and promised someone significant to him that he would become a better person and cherish the people around him. Looking toward him, Elijah turns his head and PFFT, adding he sounds like an older man. Then he turns his head and, looking toward Arthur, asks what kind of life he has been living up until now to have to promise someone that. Arthur's lying answer sometimes wonders himself, then says but enough about that. Then Arthur turned his head and looked around, asking how long he was out for Elijah to sit beside the wall. He answered, head to tell, but more than a day. Arthur gets up and leans beside the wall near Elijah, and Elijah surprisingly looks toward him. Then Arthur sat beside the wall and put his hand on his stomach, and says they will be stuck there for a bit longer while Jasmine recovers, so they might as well take this time to get to know each other. Suddenly, Arthur feels pain in his body. Seeing this, Elijah gets up and steps toward him, asking him to be careful. After this, Arthur extends his hand toward Elijah, sees he is surprised, and then extends his hand to shake hands with Arthur. However, when Arthur extends his hand toward him and says he is Arthur Lewin, they both shake hands. While grabbing Elijah's hand, Arthur says he can call him Art. After this, Arthur sits there, raises his right hand, and rattles it against the metal wall, saying so, Elijah, Knight of Dwarves. It doesn't seem to be naturally made. Then, looking toward Elijah and asks if he is responsible for this metal shelter. Looking down, Elijah rubs his face with his index finger, and he conjures it just as the cavern caves in. Then he turns his head and, looking toward Arthur, says he thinks the Elder Wood Guardian's body was supporting the entire cave. Here's Arthur adds that if he is a deviant, he knows it's only possible to manipulate existing metal, not create and conjure it. Then Arthur looks aside and laughs, saying that he is a dwarf. Elijah turns his head and surprisingly looks toward Arthur. Then Elijah heads down, asking so much to keep secrets, and in response, Arthur chuckles and opens their eyes, asking to tell him about it. Elijah nods, then he turns his head and looks toward Arthur, smiling, saying how about this. Arthur surprisingly looks toward him. Then Elijah says he will also tell him what he did back there if he tells him what he did back there. Then he comes near Arthur and looks into his eyes, saying his hair has turned white. Then ask, and these shining symbols appeared on his body. Elijah came close to his face and pointed toward his eyes. Surprisingly, his eyes were glowing purple too. Arthur smiles and pulls Elijah back with his hand, saying okay, he will tell him about that. Elijah sits back a little, saying well. For one thing, he is right about his suspicions. While he was raised in the kingdom of Darv, he is not sure where he originally came from. Then he holds his head and looks down with a confused facial expression, saying Elder Rodius, who has cared for him since he can remember, always avoided the subject of his parents. His only childhood memories come in these confusing and painful flashes, and still, he was living a reasonably everyday life until he broke into the dark orange stage. Furthermore, he says after this weird surge of energy, he blacked out and was surrounded by these black metal spikes when he came to. After this, Elijah, looking toward his hand, says that after that happened, Elder Rodius told him it was time to leave and explore the rest of Dicathan. Without even telling him why then, he squeezes his eyes, saying it all happened so suddenly, and it doesn't help that he sometimes gets this feeling. However, Elijah's hand starts to tremble, and he stares. His hand says it feels like this itch that he can't quite scratch, but he knows it has to do with his powers and where he came from. Arthur sits beside the metal wall, folded arms, silently listening to him. However, both get surprised and turn their head to look at Jasmine, who is lying there snoring. Then, in their sleepy state, she says that fish is no good, Arthur, this one is tastier. Here's both surprisingly look toward her, and Elijah looks toward Arthur and chuckles. Arthur smiles and turns his eyes. After this, Elijah says he's wrong. He didn't mean to turn this into some weird emotional confession. Arthur laughs, responding, don't worry about it. Then Elijah asks him, so what about him? What's his story? Arthur turns his eyes, looks aside, and points upward with his 3 fingers. He answers he is a quadra-elemental augmenter with 2 deviances, ice and lightning. Listening to him, Elijah starts to get up. His head thuds with the rock, and a lump gets on his head. Elijah holds his head in pain, and Arthur silently looks toward him. Then he heads up, turns his eyes, and looks toward Arthur, saying he thought he was a freak, but he guessed he won. Then he asks Arthur, wait, but what was with those markings and color changes? Arthur laughs, answering he is also a beast tamer. And what he saw back there was he releasing his beast. Will heard Elijah sit near him, holding his head surprisingly, looking toward him, asking the beast will wait, how old is he? Arthur answered he turned 11 a couple of months ago. Elijah surprisingly adds that he is older than him, and then tells him he will turn 12 in a few months. Then he turned his eyes and pouted, saying, but he guesses that's not something he should be proud of. Arthur PFFT and Elijah, looking toward him, spurt the saliva from his mouth and laughed, saying his face looked weird. Then on this, they both laugh. As they both were laughing and talking, Arthur suddenly felt pain in his body. He grits his teeth in pain. See Elijah come near him, asking if he is okay. Arthur pulls the healing stone from his glove, saying he is all right. Then he cracks that stone and points its healing light toward himself and Jasmine. Jasmine wakes up from sleep. As soon as her eyes open, she quickly gets up and moves toward Arthur. Arthur looks toward her, smiles and calls her name, then says she is awakened as he is about to complete his sentence, but before this, Jasmine hugs him. She hugs him tightly and starts crying, asking him for an apology. Jasmine sobs, then while crying, she says she is sorry Arthur got emotional, and there are tears in his eyes. Then he patted her head, responding, "It's okay," then he hugged her too, saying he was fine, Jasmine. While Jasmine is crying and thinks she can't protect him again, Arthur closes his eyes and says he is the one being stubborn back there, and he should be sorry for dragging her into this mess with him. After this, while hugging her, Arthur thought has always been this small. Then he remembered when she hugged him like this many years before. Suddenly, Arthur feels pain in his body, and he squeezes his eyes to see Jasmine back away from him and, with teary eyes, asks about his injuries. Then, looking toward Elijah, she rubs her nose, asking if he still has their bags right. He answered yes. Then she says she has an emergency medicine kit in her bag, which should be enough to treat them both. After some time, Jasmine bandaged Arthur's injured leg, arm and chest. She tied the bandage and cut the remaining bandage from the knot with her dagger. Arthur thanks both of them for bandaging his wounds. Then, looking toward them, he says he feels a bit better already. Elijah grabs Arthur and lifts him. Arthur steps ahead with his hand on Elijah's shoulder and says it's about time they head home. Elijah helps him walk, and three of them step ahead. After this, Elijah, using his magic, cracks the metal shelter. A bright light falls on their faces, and they enter the rubble world to exit the dungeon. Arthur puts one hand on Elijah's shoulder. In the other hand, he holds the stick and moves ahead. Then he thudded on the floor and asked them to wait. Elijah kneeled near him while Jasmine stood beside them, looking around. Arthur asks Elijah if he thinks anyone else survived. He looked aside to answer. The Elder Wood Guardian consumed Reginald and brawled before his last fight against it. Then he closes his eyes and sets his glasses, saying it's doubtful. He hears Arthur get sad, and Jasmine adds, asking what about Samantha. Elijah, scratching his head, answers that he could conjure a metal shelter around her before the cave separated them. But she was in pretty bad shape, so he was unsure if she had survived. After this, Arthur gets up with the help of his stick, asking Elijah how they will even find her in all of this rubble. Then he, looking toward the rubbles, says even the Elder Wood Guardian's beast core is probably lost somewhere. Elijah kneels, putting his hand on the ground and looking down into the glass ground. He says he couldn't while they were underground, but he can try searching for her now. However, with both hands, Elijah releases the mana around them, and he closes his eyes while creating the mana. Elijah draws a dark circle with his spell on the ground to find her. While doing his spell, he gets surprised and shouts Earth is a pulse. The ground starts releasing the bright light in the surrounding circle, and the bright light from the end of the circle is turning. Elijah scans that area and finds Samantha. He heads up and, looking ahead, says he saw her and her heart is still beating. Arthur and Jasmine are surprised, and Elijah gets up and runs away from there, asking them to let go. Both stood behind him. With a surprised facial expression, Arthur thought the Earth's pulse spell only scanned the ground's surface. Then question who exactly is this boy. Both Arthur and Jasmine look toward each other and nod. Then they step after Elijah to follow him. However, Elijah arrived near the area where Samantha was pressed down. He extended his hand, started his spell on the ground track, grabbed the stone, and cracked it, calling Samantha's name. As he cracked the stone, a bright light fell on Samantha's body, and she was lying there unconscious also. She was severely injured, and the vines bound her legs. Some vines pierced her leg, and blood flowed from her injured body. Elijah sees her in that condition and runs toward her. He sat near her and extended his hand toward the vines that bound her legs, calling her name. But before he touches her, Arthur asks him to wait, and he stops there. Arthur gets near Elijah and, looking toward Samantha, says that vine is acting as a splint for her legs. If he removes it now, it might make her injury worse. Elijah checks her pulse, then says her pulse is steady and her breathing is good. After this, he touches her head, saying the fever is worrisome, but he doesn't think her life is in danger right now. She hears Arthur standing beside her emotionally and then looking toward her, saying the silver lining is that she is at least unconscious. Looking toward her body, Elijah adds some silver lining, and then Jasmine carries Samantha in her arms and asks them if they should head back. Then they step toward the exit. While Arthur still stands there with his back to them, he turns his head and sighs, thinking it will be impossible to find the Elder Wood Guardian's beast core in this mess. Furthermore, he thinks it looks like a priceless treasure will remain buried there, and then Arthur steps ahead after them. Suddenly, something thuds on the ground, and he sees them stop there. Elijah worriedly asks what is happening now. Arthur grabs his hand and looks toward him, smiles, answering okay. Then again, something thud near them, sees Elijah gulp, and an explosion occurs. Gritting his teeth, Elijah puts his hand over his face, and Jasmine, carrying Samantha, turns and stands with her back to that explosion. Elijah pulls his arm back from his face and opens one of his eyes to look. As he looks, he gets scared to see Sylvia there, his mouth wide open in fear. Jasmine stood there, turned, and excitedly looking toward Sylvia, said, "Don't tell her." Sylvia excitedly comes near Arthur, calling him Papa, and then says she is there. Arthur silently looks toward her while Elijah stands beside her and is speechless. Arthur lovingly looks toward Sylvia, answers yes, she is, and she has gained some weight, width, and height. Sylvia licks Arthur and soaks him with her tongue, and his hair curls upward due to her licking it. Arthur looks toward her and remains silent while she lovingly looks toward him and smiles. Elijah stood beside Arthur fearfully, pointing toward Sylvia, asked, "That's a wyvern, right? But it has 4 limbs. Elijah profusely sweats and trembles, asking to wait. "That's not a dragon." "Right then," he says, "no, it can't." Arthur moves toward Sylvia and stands beside her, answering Elijah. She is a dragon, and she hears Elijah fearfully say, "Don't look at him like he is the weird one." Arthur holds his head and lovingly brushes her, saying this is his bond, Sylvia. Sylvia, head down, stands before Arthur and sees Elijah, surprisingly saying that dragons were thought to have gone extinct for centuries. Patting Sylvia and looking toward Elijah with a smile, Arthur answered that he needed him to keep her a secret. After this, Arthur, looking toward Jasmine, says she already knows about her. Sylvia lovingly looks toward Jasmine, then goes near her and slurs her too. Elijah is surprised. However, the hairs on the front of Jasmine's head curled upward, and she stood there silently with a surprised face, carrying Samantha in her arms. Jasmine closes her eyes, shakes her head, and sets her hair. Then Elijah, with a sad facial expression, adds he is 11 years old, quadra-elemental deviant in 2 elements dragon bond. As Elijah said this, Arthur stepped ahead and climbed onto Sylvia's feather, then sat on Sylvia and helped Jasmine sit Samantha on Sylvia's back. Elijah sighs and shakes his head, and Arthur sits on. Sylvia calls his name. Elijah surprisingly looks toward Arthur, and he carries Samantha in his arms and asks Elijah to let go. After this, they sit on Sylvia. She flies and moves toward the dungeon entrance cave side. A beast sitting on the ground near its companion corpse was wiping its face. As the beast notices Sylvia coming toward it, the beast gets scared, its eyes wide open. The reflection of Sylvia coming toward it becomes visible in its eyes. The beast hides in fear while Sylvia flies a little further. They land in the heated area, and Jasmine and Elijah leave Sylvia. While Arthur sits on Sylvia, carrying Samantha in his arms, Elijah and Jasmine step ahead, holding her dagger to check the area. She sees humans there. The warm monster comes out of the ground. Sylvia turns her head and angrily looks toward the warm monster. The warm monster, with Sylvia's presence there, gets scared and goes back underground, nodding in nope. Meanwhile, a group of monsters arrives, and Jasmine and Elijah step ahead to defeat those monsters. The monsters scream, but as soon as Sylvia plopped forward behind the wall, she saw her monster get scared and go back from there. Jasmine is surprised, and Sylvia proudly looks toward Elijah, while Elijah stays silent. After this, Elijah, pointing toward Sylvia, asks Arthur why he didn't bring her with them from the start, and in response, Arthur chuckles. Meanwhile, Samantha, a little bit, and creates a little voice, sees Arthur turn his head and look toward her. After this, Elijah removes the pillow and other accessories from his back, and Jasmine moves toward Arthur and gets Samantha from him. She carries her in her arms, lays her on the ground, and puts the pillow under her head. Samantha opens her eyes, and looking at them, tears fall, and she sees both Arthur and Jasmine get emotional. With teary eyes looking toward Arthur, Samantha says he looks better without his mask. He responds, and she stops talking. She needs to save her energy. Then she put a hand on her stomach, which she covered with black clothes, says, "Hold on, look what she found." As soon she pulled back the clothes, Arthur's face mask and the beast core were lying on her stomach. However, 3 are surprised to see Arthur's smile and get emotional. Then she takes that mask from her and appreciates her for her excellent work. After holding the mask, he turns his head, looks toward Jasmine, and says they will sell the beast core after things calm down, and split the profits amongst them. Jasmine turns her head and shakes, answering she doesn't want it. Then she looked toward him and smiled, saying he was the one who deserved it. Arthur turned his head and looked toward Elijah, and he surprisingly makes a cross sign with his arm, saying don't look at him. He doesn't want it either. Samantha taps the beast core in Arthur's hand, and he looks toward Elijah, gritting his teeth and asking what he even knows how much this is worth. He doesn't want it. Samantha puts that core in Arthur's hand, and he surprisingly looks toward her with a smile on her face, looking toward Arthur and says thanks to him. She is alive. Further, she says it's more than fair that the one who single-handedly killed it deserves the reward. Holding the beast core in his hand, Arthur emotionally looks toward it and presses his lips. Then he turns his head, looks at Jasmine and Elijah and sighs. Then, grabbing the beast core in hand, he thanks them and hears Elijah setting his glasses and smiling. After this, Arthur checks Samantha's pulse, then looks toward Jasmine and Elijah and asks if they can too go to the guild hall and bring some help. Then he says he will stay there with Samantha. Both nod and get up. Elijah suddenly remembers something and then stops there, saying before they leave, he will leave his stuff there if he needs anything. However, he uses his magic ring, pulls out Arthur's accessories and puts them near him, and then they both leave. Arthur, from his bag, takes out the letter and then, holding the letter, thinks there it is. Then he opens the letter and burns it using his fire magic. That letter flies upward in the burning air, and Arthur sends the ashes of his fire magic upward, thinking there is at least a way they won't be worried until he gets back home. Arthur turns his head and looks at Sylvia, asking why she got this big by hunting mana beasts and eating their cores. Sylvia roars, hunting a lot of mana beasts. Arthur looks toward her and smiles, asking if she can still transform. Sylvia nods and starts transforming herself into her original shape. She closes her eyes and opens her wings. A dark aura emerges from her body, and she draws a magic circle around her. Then her body parts slowly start transforming, and she returns to her original body. Sylvia ran toward Arthur. He extended his hand toward her and then patted her head lovingly. She closed her eyes and smiled, and in response, Arthur smiled. Suddenly, Arthur feels pain in her body. He grits his teeth and starts to tremble. Sylvia gets worried and worriedly looks at him. After this, Arthur grabs the beast's core and tightly holds it in his hand, thinking it will take a few hours for them to return. Further, he presses that beast core, thinking he should be able to recover with this beast core and his assimilated body. A bright green light emerges from the beast's core, and Arthur holds it, closes his eyes and sighs. The green light circulates in the core and spreads around Arthur's body. Arthur, while healing his wounds, remembers the time when Lucas attacked him with his fire blast and injured him. Further remembering that time, Arthur thinks Lucas Wykes, son of a noble family notorious for their unethical practices to produce powerful mages. Because of what he did, Brawl died, and so many of them got hurt. However, Arthur picks up his mask and wears it, thinking that if he wants to settle things properly, he must be careful. Because one thing is sure, no matter how long it takes, he won't pay for mere petty revenge. However, the people of the guild hall arrive in the dungeon. They check the area and the shields and weapons of the missing people. They inspect the entire situation and make a record of it. On the other side, Samantha was admitted to the hospital as she was severely injured. Her legs and arms were bandaged, and the doctor stood beside the bed and was writing something on the note. Also, the guild hall inspection team members took Braul's dead body with them. There, his family members, while looking at him through the glass window, were crying. After this, in the guild hall in Caspian's office, Jasmine and Elijah provide information on all events to Caspian. While Arthur, wearing a mask, sits on the couch some distance from them, Elijah explains to Caspian how Vines killed Creole and how the Elder Wood Guardian attacked them and killed Brauld, and how Oliver was struck by that fire blast and his entire body was burnt, leaving only his skeleton lying on the ground. Meanwhile, Arthur sits on the couch behind them and asks if this is enough. Both Elijah and Jasmine turn and look toward him. Then Arthur, looking toward Caspian, says he knows how rare occurrences like this are, but they have already given their accounts. With a sad face looking down, Caspian is holding the paper and sighs, responding that he is right and will let the three of them get some rest before the hearing. Suddenly, the guards slam the office door. They all turn and surprisingly look toward the door. Holding his spear, Lucas enters the office with his guards with an evil smile, looking toward the three of them and saying they made it out alive. Also, his legs and face were bandaged. See him there, Jasmine took out her dagger, and Elijah activated his spell to attack him, asking him how he could. Arthur raises his hand and asks them to stop there. They turn and look toward Arthur and stop there. Lucas's guards surround him to protect him, and surprisingly, he puts a hand on his mouth and asks what all the tension is between teammates. Caspian sits on his chair, closes his eyes, holds his head, and sighs while the receptionist stands beside him and surprisingly looks at them all. Caspian opens his eyes and peeks toward Arthur, while Arthur sits there on the couch poof. Then Lucas raises his spear, saying he wonders how they managed to escape from that terror of a beast. Moreover, Lucas angrily looks toward them and grits his teeth, asking if they must sacrifice someone to save themselves. Caspian gets up from his chair and puts a hand on the table before him. He looks toward Lucas and raises his voice. "Mr. Nanchuikes, it would be best not to." Lucas ignores Caspian and adds his point. Samantha has a disability now, but she is alive, so he guesses it wasn't her. Then he clicked his fingers, pointing toward them, laughed, saying don't tell him they sacrificed Brauld as he was about to complete his sentence. But before he completes his sentence, Arthur throws his sword toward him, which pierces Lucas's ear. Lucas is surprised, turns his eyes, looks toward the sword that passes him, and stabs into the door behind him. Lucas's guards turn their heads and look toward him, and they stick Lucas's ear cut, and the blood starts flowing from his ear and spreads on his shoulder. Lucas's guards stood beside him. "Surprisingly," said the young master, his ear. Lucas touched his ear to check, and as he checked his hand, he trembled to see his hand filled with blood. He looked toward his hand, shouting blood in his ear. Meanwhile, Arthur gets up from the couch and steps toward Lucas. Lucas's guards surround him with shields and warn Arthur to stop. As Arthur stares at the guard gets scared and gulps, then looks toward Arthur, thinking, what's with this sudden air change? The other guards also get scared by Arthur's presence. One of the guards among them looks toward Arthur, and then they tremble. Thinking about why his body feels so heavy, Arthur steps toward them, and the guards holding the swords and shields fearfully look toward him but don't attack him. See, Lucas stands beside the door, holding his ear, raising his voice, asking what they think he is paying them all for. The guards turn their heads and look toward Lucas, and Lucas points toward Arthur and raises his voice to get him. The guards run toward Arthur to attack him. One of the guards strikes his sword to attack Arthur, but before he attacks, Arthur hits his iron stick on the guard's arm. His sword slipped from his hand, and then Arthur hit his stick on the guard's back and fell him to the ground. After this, he moves toward other guards. The second guard strikes his sword to attack, but he is surprised when Arthur, in a second, moves ahead. He hit the third guard and threw him toward the second guard. The third guard thuds in the second guard from behind, and both fall. See the fourth guard abuse Arthur and swing his sword to attack him. Arthur moves aside and gets at the guard's side in a second. Caspian sees this and is amazed. He looks toward Arthur and asks Mr. Note if he should do something like this before the hearing. After this, Arthur jumps and extends his hand toward Lucas, sees Lucas getting scared, and putting his hand on his ear, shouts his apologies. Arthur extends his hand, grabs the handle of his sword, which stabs into the door, and pulls it back, saying his sword slipped and he wanted it back. Lucas, looking toward the sword, was trembling. Arthur, holding his sword, sees Lucas holding his injured ear and sighs. However, Arthur looks toward Caspian, and Caspian, with a little smile, asks the receptionist to please escort Mr. Wykes to the medical ward so he can get patched up. The receptionist took Lucas and the guards from there, and Arthur stood behind his back to Elijah and Jasmine to ask if they could also wait outside. Both of them look toward each other and leave the office. Arthur locked the door, and Caspian stood aside, wiped the sweat with a napkin, closed his eyes and sighed, saying while he understood the situation, it was in his best interest to refrain from provoking Mr. Wykes as he just did. Arthur stood beside the door, turning and asking why that was. Then Arthur steps toward Caspian and, looking into his eyes, says he can erase that bug's existence, and his identity remains protected by his family. After this, Arthur gets close to Caspian, saying Mr. Bladeheart he can't help but think that he is threatening him right now. As Arthur steps closer to him, Caspian fearfully steps backward. With his glowing eyes angrily looking toward Caspian, Arthur asks if he thinks he is strong enough to protect him from him. Caspian gets scared and looks toward Arthur's eyes, thinking about how many men and beasts he has killed for him to cast such a piercing gaze. Caspian sighed, answering that his words weren't meant to be a threat. Believe it or not, he is doing this in his best interest. Then Caspian closes his eyes and, setting his glasses, says that even assuming he can kill Lucas, the Wykes' house won't stay idle just because his identity is veiled. They will go after not only Miss Flamesworth, but the people she is affiliated with, the Twin Horns, both current and former. Furthermore, he says he advises him against extreme measures against Lucas until he holds enough power and authority to protect himself and the people he cares for. And even if he is strong enough to bring the entire Wykes house down to the ground, it will be meaningless unless he becomes strong enough to kill Lucas's half-brother. He hears this, and Arthur extends his hand, saying he gets it thanks him. Caspian surprisingly looks toward him, and then Arthur passes by, asking why he wants to talk to him alone. Caspian stood behind the turn, and Arthur sat on Caspian's chair, putting the tip of his sword on the ground and leg on the leg. Then he, looking toward Caspian, says he is an intelligent man who has figured out that helping an individual such as himself is not only in his interest. Then Arthur asks, but the Adventurers Guild right hears Caspian with a smile. He looks toward Arthur, thinking this guy is arrogant and confident. Caspian set his glasses, then, putting a hand on his chest, answered as long as it was within their power, he would gladly offer any assistance he may require. Arthur looks toward Caspian, adds it's good, and then says that there is what he needs. After this, Arthur came out of the office and closed the door. Both Jasmine and Elijah were waiting for him outside. Looking toward him, Elijah says he scared him back there. He seriously thought he was going to kill Lucas. Arthur shakes his head and, stepping toward him, sighs, answering now is not the right time. Elijah surprisingly asks if he is going to kill him. Arthur taps on his shoulder and steps ahead, saying he is starving. Sylvia is waiting outside, so let's grab a bite to eat before hearing Elijah looking toward him and smiling, answering okay. After this, Arthur passes by them, and they both stand behind, silently looking toward him, leaving. The next day was the hearing of the court. The lawyer raised his voice, and Arthur and Lucas stepped to the stairs and came to the panel. However, the judge and his team arrive at the court. Both Lucas and Arthur look toward the judge. After reviewing the reports on behalf of the Adventurers Guild and the panel present, the judge comes to his seat and looks toward Lucas and Arthur. At this moment, he declares that the conjurer Lucas Wykes is formally stripped of his class ranking for sabotage and endangerment of his party members during a dungeon excursion. He hears Lucas's head down, smirking. Also, his face is covered by his hair. After this, the judge says he is prohibited from re-enlisting as an adventurer until otherwise stated by the guild. However, the other judge bangs the gavel, and then a soldier comes to Lucas and extends his hand to give him the card, saying, "Mr. Wykes, please hand in his card." Lucas takes the card while Arthur stands there in the panel thinking figures. All he gets is a slap on the wrist for something that would have customarily placed him in prison. After this, the judge adds that the augmenter note hears Arthur's head up and attentively looks toward the judge. Then the judge stood there looking toward Arthur, thinking this man could defeat an S-class mana beast single-handedly. However, the judge says that Lucas Wykes' apparent hostility toward him and possibly the entire Wykes family is displayed by his aggression toward him. On behalf of the panel and the entirety of the Adventurers Guild, Lucas made a fist, put his thumb against his teeth, turned his eyes, and looked toward the judge. The three judges stood there, looked toward each other, and nodded. Then the judge looked ahead and completed his sentence. He, at this moment, declared his note. He was banned from Xyrus City for Lucas Wykes' attendance at Xyrus Academy. The other guard bangs the gavel, and Arthur, wearing a mask, smiles inside the mask, then looks around and moves, saying, "Sir," he objects to this punishment. Then, looking toward the judge, he puts a hand on his heart and asks why he is to be penalized for an act of justice against Lucas's betrayal in the dungeon. Lucas stood behind, looking toward Arthur. He smiled, and Arthur stood ahead, turned his eyes, and looked toward him. The judge answered this was not up for discussion. They knew the circumstances, so they chose not to violate his license. He will be allowed to continue his career as an adventurer as long as they miss him near Mr. Wykes and his family. Lucas, with a smile on his face and folded arms, looks toward Arthur, and when judge says, "That is all," Lucas gets surprised. He raised his voice, asking to wait. What about his identity? Then, pointing toward Arthur, he shouted he could easily take his mask off and slip into the city to harm himself and his family potentially. The lady judge added that Mr. Note's identity would be recorded once this sentencing was over Mr. Wykes. He will not be informed of his and his family's identity to uphold peace, but select guild hall mages will keep tabs on Mr. Note's whereabouts, masked or not. Lucas raises his voice, and the judge, looking toward Lucas, angrily raises his voice. This is not up for debate, Mr. Wykes. Then the judge declares the sentencing is now over. After this, the team of soldiers gets there to take Lucas, then, stepping on the stairs, calls Lucas. Lucas angrily leaves the panel and moves toward the team, gritting their teeth. Then, stepping ahead, he angrily turned and, looking toward Arthur, raised his voice. If he knew what was good for him, he would always be at least 5 cities over from him. Arthur stood in the panel, his back to Lucas, answering Ilda's threats as he ran away, making him seem petty. Then he turned his head and looked toward Lucas with glowing eyes, calling him boy. Lucas angrily looks toward him, then gritting his teeth, turns his head, and those soldiers looking toward Arthur take Lucas from there. After this, Arthur turns and descends the stairs. Meanwhile, the soldier stands aside and calls his name. Arthur turns and surprisingly looks toward him. Then the soldier, putting his hand on his heart, bends and asks Arthur to come with him. He will escort him out of the building. Meanwhile, the judge gets there, adding that there is no need to trouble himself. Then looking toward the soldier, the judge says he will escort Mr. Note out through the back. The soldier nods while Judge and Arthur ascend the stairs and move toward the exit door. The judge took Arthur to the library. There, he opened the door and entered. Arthur stepped after the judge. The judge closed the door inside, then stood beside the door. The judge looked toward Arthur and asked if he trusted this little charade, Mr. Note, to his satisfaction. Arthur stood his back to the judge's answer. It was believable. Then Arthur turned his eyes and looked at the judge at his back, and they thanked him for his cooperation. The judge responded that there was no need. It wasn't done on his behalf. Then the judge, looking aside, says he sincerely hopes he can trust him not to cause further trouble. After this, the judge steps ahead toward the book's rack, saying they cannot forever hide the truth from the Wykes family. But they shouldn't bother with him if he does not act against them. Arthur steps after the judge and smiles, answering he is more careful than he looks at his honor. The judge picks a book from the book rack and then, looking toward Arthur, says he predicts that there will be a time when they will call upon him for a favor. Arthur stepped ahead, and the judge stood behind him, folded arms, saying it would be much appreciated if he remembered what they did for his day. Arthur steps ahead and answers. He sees that the heads of the Adventurers Guild are pretty resourceful. At least he has the sense to know whom to back. Then Arthur stops a little further, turns his eyes, saying he will remember, and leaves while the judge stands behind, thinking Caspian was right. What a genuinely frightening individual. After this, Arthur steps toward the exit door. He opens the door by pushing its handle and comes out of that place. As he opens the door, a bright light spreads before him. He came out of that place and closed the door. Meanwhile, Sylvia runs toward him, calling him Papa. She sees Arthur surprisingly call Sylvia as he is about to call her by her full name. But before this, Sylvia bams him and hugs him. Arthur slightly bends, and she sits on his shoulder. However, Jasmine and Elijah stand before him and see Jasmine smile, while Elijah is surprised. After this, Sylvia sits on his shoulder and puts her face on his head, asking him if it is all over now they can go home. He hears Arthur say everything is over. Let's go home then. 3 of them move from there chattering. Elijah looks toward Arthur and asks if he does not want to visit Samantha. Sylvia sits on his head chomp, and he answers he thinks it would be better if he didn't see her so soon. Then Arthur turns his head, telling Jasmine she should still check up on her later on though. A butterfly flies to them, and Sylvia surprisingly looks toward the butterfly, and Jasmine answers of course. However, 3 of them leave the Xyrus Academy and move toward the backside exit door. While on the way, Elijah sighs, saying he guesses they will be parting ways soon. Arthur turns and looks toward him, adding that he has forgotten he is not from Sapin. With a sad face, Elijah slightly smiled in response, and Jasmine, with a tragic facial expression, nodded. Meanwhile, the butterfly flies on Jasmine's head, and Sylvia sits on Arthur's head and surprisingly looks toward the butterfly. After this, Arthur, looking toward Elijah, says that if he has no plans, he thinks he can stay with them before they go to school. Elijah surprisingly asks the school while Sylvia moves forward and looks toward the butterfly, making a noise. The butterfly got scared. Arthur answered yes, an institution where children and teens are taught. As Arthur was about to complete his sentence, Elijah shouted he knew what school was. The butterfly fearfully flies from there, and Sylvia sits on Arthur's head, looking toward the butterfly. After this, Elijah closed his eyes and set his glasses, saying it was just that he had no plan of going to school. Here's Arthur says. He mentioned that part of why he is trying so hard to climb the ranks as an adventurer is to make a name for himself. Then Sylvia wiggles and Arthur pats her lovingly and smiles, saying, Elijah, if that's the case, it won't hurt for him to get an education from Xyrus Academy. However, Arthur steps ahead while Elijah stops their answer. He is sorry he still doesn't follow. Then he stood behind, opening arms and, surprisingly, asking Arthur how he would even get into the best magic school on the continent. Further, he asks if he might meet the qualifications, but only needs a little money and connections to get in. Arthur grabs Elijah by his shoulder, answering just let his big brother worry about that, then he thumbs up, saying he just needed to bring his body, and he would handle the rest. Elijah cringed, asking if he could not say it in that tone, while Sylvia sat on Arthur's shoulder, winking. Arthur grabs Elijah tightly and looks toward Jasmine, asks can take Elijah back home. He has something he needs to take care of first. Elijah, free to himself, surprisingly, asked how he was so freaking strong, and then three of them stepped ahead while the butterfly flew up, following them. After this, Elijah presses his neck and, looking toward Arthur, grits his teeth, saying he still hasn't agreed to anything yet. He knows. Arthur adds that Lucas will be attending Xyrus Academy as nicely. Then he asks Elijah if he is okay with leaving him alone with him. He hears Elijah grabbing Jasmine's hand and moving his head, wondering what classes he should take. Arthur is surprised. Then Elijah, holding Jasmine's hand, took her with him, repeating thanks for everything. Note that Arthur stood behind, smiling. However, Arthur stood there watching them leave as Caspian stood behind him beside the tree and watching three of them. With his back to Caspian, Arthur turns his eyes and asks him to come out. He hears Caspian come there from behind the tree. He is glad he took some precautions by sending those two off first. With his back to him, Arthur says thanks for getting the judge to play along with his little plan. He doesn't think Lucas will be suspicious anytime soon. Here's Caspian stood behind him, sighed and answered. He was glad this whole thing had been solved without anyone dying. Arthur turns his head and angrily looks toward Caspian and says people have been killed. Remember that Caspian, looking toward Arthur, answers his mistake, and then he coughs, saying his intention wasn't to stir a fight. Then he throws a bag toward Arthur, saying he wants to send him off with a little parting gift. Arthur catches that bag and remains silent. Then he opened the bag and was surprised to see it was full of golden coins. Arthur holds the bag heads up and asks what this is for while Sylvia sits on his shoulder and surprisingly looks toward the bag. Caspian turns and steps ahead, answering it so he can take extra precautions. Arthur turns his eyes and looks toward him, thinking that Dawn's ballad won't be a problem if he doesn't draw it. He guesses the only potential problem is that Lucas has been Sylvia. A bright light spread around him as he was about to complete his sentence. He was surprised, then turned his head and looked toward Sylvia, who sits on his shoulder has wholly changed herself. Also, her body color turned from blue to white, and the lightning aura emerged from her body, and she was smiling. Then Sylvia brushed her head with Arthur and laughed, asking if this was better. After this, Sylvia moves and hugs Arthur, and he holds her in his arms, asking just how many forms she can change into. She answered she didn't know, but she was tired. Good night, and then she fell asleep in Arthur's arms while he stood there thinking he guessed these were some of the perks of having a dragon as a bond. Then says how convenient it is and moves ahead. However, Arthur emerges from the dungeon portal where he goes with Jasmine. Many people were clamoring in the street. Arthur put his accessories aside on the box and changed his clothes. Then he ruffled his head and smiled, thinking he should do it. Then he, wearing his bag and carrying Sylvia in his arms, stepped ahead on the market street. A couple was passing by him, discussing whether it was confirmed their baby had just turned C-class. Also, a girl passes him, jumping for joy that he made it back. Arthur opens the jewelry shop door and enters there. The jeweler setting his jewelry asks welcome to Xyrus Arfit, the little boy. Is he lost? Arthur stood in the door holding the door handle, showing him his thumb answer. His father sent him on an errand to buy a dimension ring big enough to fit his thumb. The jeweler rubs his neck and smiles, saying, "Listen, kid, even though they are small dimension rings, they are costly." Then he asks if he is sure his father knows about this. Arthur removes his bag and shows him the golden coins bag, asking if this is enough. The jeweler is shocked to see the bag, his mouth wide open, and he starts sweating. After some time, the jeweler, wiping his face with the napkin, waves his hand, thanks Arthur, and asks him to come again. With a sad face, Arthur steps into the street, thinking he can't believe he had to spend most of his gold on a dimension ring, barely able to fit a sword and beast core. While on the way, he stops thinking well with this. His preparation for everyday school life is complete. After some time, Arthur stands near the carriage. Then he steps into the carriage, asking the driver, "Helster Manor, please." The driver extends his hand, and Arthur pays him the fare. The carriage moves from there toward its destination while on the way. Arthur sits in the carriage beside the window, holding his mask, and stares at it, thinking it has already been over 2 years since he first put on this mask. Also, Sylvia was sleeping in his lap, and the strong wind was coming in through the window, and the curtain was shaking. Looking through the window, Arthur wonders what it will be like to be an average student. However, at night, Arthur arrives at his home. Sylvia was sleeping in his bag with her head out of the bag. Arthur heads down and climbs the stairs to get to the house. He is surprised to see his sister's shadow falling on the stairs. He heads up and looks ahead of him toward his sister standing upstairs and smiles, saying Ellie, her big brother, is as he is about to complete his sentence. Ellie jumped on him. Arthur was about to fall backward, but she grabbed him tightly, and while crying, she said, "Welcome back, brother." Sees Sylvia awake from the sleep, and sitting in the bag, moves forward to look. Arthur pats her head and apologizes while Sylvia sits in the bag yawning. Ellie heads up and, with teary eyes, angrily looks toward Arthur and says welcome back. Big brother, he brushes her head and smiles, responding, "It's good to be back." While Sylvia again falls asleep, Arthur, looking toward Ellie, opens his arms and smiles, asking now how about she let him go. She heads up and looks toward him, asking if Depends will leave again. Arthur laughs, answering no, he is not. After this, Ellie climbs the stairs, enters the home's main door, and wipes her tears, saying come on, then let's go inside. Arthur steps after her, then looks toward her, climbing the stairs, and thinks Ellie is growing up so fast. However, Arthur gets scared thinking about this, and then he guesses that she will soon go on a date with Decapriardus Roman IV. Further, he assumes that soon, the day will come when she hugs Decapriardus Roman IV and raises her voice, saying, "Go away, brother. She is going on a date." Arthur starts to panic, and he scratches his head and grits his teeth, thinking no, this can't be. Meanwhile, his father and mother excitedly descend the stairs and run toward him, opening arms and calling his name. Arthur's father grabs and lifts him, asking if his hair is the only thing that's growing. Arthur tickles his father's cheek, answering he could say the same thing about his beard. It's even more unruly than before. Then he asks if he is trying to cover his wrinkles with it. He hears his father laugh, and his mother and sister stand beside smile. Then his father, while laughing, takes him down, and his mother presses his head, asking what her unruly husband is talking about. Arthur laughs and gets slightly bent, and Sylvia, while sleeping, falls from his bag and thuds on the ground. Ellie looks toward Sylvia, pushing her father's shirt. After this, Arthur's mother pats his head, and he winks. Then she lovingly looks toward and hugs him, saying she would skip the part of the worried mother this time. While hugging him, her mother bursts into tears and says she is glad he is back in one piece. Arthur also gets emotional, hugs his mother, smiles, and says, "Thanks, mother," and that he is sorry for constantly worrying her. However, Vincent, with his wife and Elijah, gets there and hides beside the door. Move forward, Vincent coughs, saying not to ruin the mood. But they would also like to welcome back their son, who sees his wife standing beside him, plucked on his head, calling his name. Vincent grits his teeth, and she laughs, saying she told him to stay entirely so they could have their moment. Ellie, carrying Sylvia in her arms, laughed also. Sylvia was sad because she was thud on the floor. Arthur's mother hugged him, and his father stood beside her mother, putting a hand on her shoulder and laughing. After this, they all sit in the lounge there. Elijah and his father sit on the couch while his mother, holding the cup of tea, stands beside the sofa. Arthur's parents and sister were sitting on the couch, and he approached them after changing clothes. Arthur stands beside and looks around and sees his mother looking for something, and he answers there seem to be a couple of faces missing. Elijah gives Arthur a letter telling Jasmine to leave this letter for him before she leaves again on a mission with the twin horns. Arthur extended his hand and took a letter asking if she left already. Then he opened the letter and read it, and it was written in the letter. Arthur had fun. Thanks, see him later, sincerely, Jasmine. Also, before the sincere word, she writes love, but scratches these words with a pencil. Arthur read the letter asking how very Jasmine was, then he got emotional and folded the letter, saying it was a shame he couldn't see her off. Arthur's father waves his hand and smiles, saying they will be back. The twin horns are like warts he can't get rid of. Arthur says well, now he knows where Jasmine went, but where is as he is about to complete his sentence. Elijah's parents excitedly look toward him. His mother smiles and says he is right if he is looking for Lilia. She is also not there. Their daughter is. As she spoke, Elijah's father excitedly got up, adding their daughter is currently at Xyrus Academy, which she started attending last fall. As he was about to complete his sentence before his wife angrily pulled his hair, he cried, shouting he wanted to tell Arthur. However, Arthur answers that's great to hear. Then Elijah's mother looks toward Arthur and with a smiley face says it's all thanks to him, Arthur. The Helstias will forever be in his debt, and his husband sits on the couch excitedly, making a fist of his hand, adding she is right. They would have never imagined a mage coming out of the Helstia house after generations of nothing. Arthur smiles, answering that he is unsure about debt, but looking toward Elijah, he says he might have a favor or two in mind. Elijah surprisingly looks toward Arthur. Meanwhile, Arthur's father thumps his foot on the floor and jumps on the couch, indicating they know where everyone is. Also, when he jumps on the sofa, Sylvia's tail goes under him, and she is lying on the couch and pulls back to release her tail. Arthur's father excitedly looks toward him and points to him, asking to tell them all about his dungeon dive. Arthur's mother sits on the same couch, angrily moves back, looks toward her husband, and grits her teeth, asking if he is a kid or something. Sees Arthur laugh, then looks toward them, putting their hand on his chin and saying, let's see where he starts. After this, he and Elijah explain everything, and they all are shocked to hear all this while Arthur laughs. However, after hearing this all, Elijah's father sinks onto the couch, asking what a ride, and there he thought his annual tax results were interesting. While his mother sits beside him with a surprised facial expression, he adds an elder wood guardian to believe he fought. And she killed a beast that her parents used to bring up to scare her into behaving when she was a child. Moreover, Arthur stood beside the couch arm and, putting his hand on the couch arm, looked toward his father. He asked about the topic of magic and monsters and what stage he was currently at. His father clenched his hand, then looked toward his hand and brushed his hair, answering that he had been stuck at the bottleneck of the dark orange stage since he left. And no matter how much he meditates and purifies mana, he can't seem to break through. Arthur throws the beast core toward his father, saying, perfect, use this. Then his father catches the beast core. After this, Arthur sat beside his mother on the couch arm and smiled, saying he had to use a bit of it while he was healing, but there should be more than enough mana in this beast's core to help him break through. However, Arthur's mother and sister sit on the same couch, turn their head, and surprisingly look toward the beast's core. His father, holding the beast core in hand, trembles and stares at it, surprisingly, saying, this son he can't. Then Arthur's father worriedly looks toward him and asks if this is something he risked his life for. He can't just take this from him. Elijah's mother surprisingly gets up from the couch, adding that their son brought quite a present. She can't even imagine what an S-class beast core would fetch for. While Elijah's father lying on the couch was counting something, Arthur's mother emotionally looked aside answers for the amount of worrying he caused her, and she is still weighing whether it was worth it. After this, Arthur's head down and closes their eyes, brushing his legs, and gets up from the couch, saying take his father. He will need that if he wants to catch up to him. Then he turns his head, smiles and winks, asking his father why he couldn't let his son leave him in the dust. Arthur's father looks toward him and asks his son not to tell him. Also, he moves his hand backward because Ellie is crying and insisting her father give her the beast core because she wants to see it. With a smiley face, Arthur puts the towel around his neck and, pulling it with his hands, answers yes, light orange stage. Here's Elijah's parents are surprised. His father, in surprise, sits straight on the couch, thinking, sweet mother, that's just ridiculous. While his wife stood beside him, she put her hand on her mouth in surprise, and with her other hand, she slapped on his shoulder. Arthur's father gulps and stares at the beast's core in his hand, then he grabs it and makes a fist of his hand. He extends his fist toward Arthur, saying don't cry when his old man beats him down the next time they duel. Arthur smiles, makes a fist of his left hand, and extends it toward his father's answer, which he is on. Also, with his right hand, he grabbed the towel. After this, Elijah took a warm bath in the bathroom at night. Suddenly, Arthur, holding the clothes in his hand, slammed the door and entered the bathroom, saying he brought his pajamas. Elijah sees him there and shouts he is naked. Arthur takes a side, puts the clothes on the side, and puts his index finger in his ear, saying relax, princess. He can barely see anything past this steam anyway, while Elijah stands beside him under the shower, angrily looking toward Arthur, covering the front of his body with his hand. Then Elijah asks Arthur for his promise, and Arthur leaves the bathroom and closes the door, answering nope. Arthur exited the bathroom and stood beside the door laughing, while Elijah shouted at him in the toilet. Sylvia sat beside the table, silently looking toward Arthur. Arthur comes near his bag and takes out his mask. He looks toward the mask with a smiley face and asks a lot about what has happened these past 2 years, right? Sylvia sat before him on the table, looking toward him, answering yes. Sylvia even became taller than Papa Arthur, laughing and adding that it was true. Meanwhile, the bathroom door creaks. Elijah comes out of the bathroom, tossing his wet hair with a towel, and tells Arthur it is his turn to wash up. Arthur and Sylvia look toward him, and then Arthur puts his mask in the drawer, answering that he got it. Elijah put the towel around his neck and, wearing his glasses, asked what took him so long. Arthur removed his shirt, closed his eyes, and answered that he needed Uncle Vincent's help with a few matters. He also talked to him about sponsoring him to attend Xyrus Academy. He hears Elijah excitedly look toward him and, while cleaning the lenses of his glasses with the towel, asks what he said then. Arthur stepped toward the bathroom, opened the door. Answer, of course, he said, but before completing his sentence, he entered the bathroom and closed the door. While Elijah stood behind, waiting for the answer, angrily extended his hand toward the door. After some time, Sylvia was sleeping on the bed edge, and Elijah and Arthur were lying on the same bed. Looking up, Elijah says he thinks he will be a student of Xyrus Academy soon. Then he turns his head, asking Arthur if he believes they will learn much. Further, he says Xyrus Academy is considered the best magic school. Arthur is lying beside him, putting his hands under his head and looking up, answering still. They are well above the skill level of the first years there, and he imagines it will be a bit boring. Here's Elijah turns his head and looks up, smiling, answering yes, but there will be students from all of those powerful families. The thought of exchanging pointers with them and learning to control his powers better excites him. Arthur extends his right hand upward and adds that he supposes it will be helpful to learn more about the attributes of magic, such as lightning and ice. Furthermore, he says lightning magic still takes too much mana out of him to use well, and even with the help of his beast's will, it's hard for him to control ice. Elijah turns his head, asking if he has thought about what he will do with Lucas. Arthur puts his hand on his stomach, closes his eyes, and sighs, answering Lucas has no idea who he is. Then he looks aside and grits his teeth, saying he will keep it until he is confident that he can take on his entire family. That way, training comes first. Elijah turns his head and smiles, surprised that he can hold back from going all out against Lucas. Also, Elijah builds a pillow wall between them. After this, Arthur looks toward Elijah and smiles, answering yes. Well, he is still surprised that the first thing he wanted to do before sleeping was build this pillow wall. Arthur, surprisingly looking toward him, asks if this is necessary. Elijah covers himself with the blanket, answering that it's essential. It's already weird that two boys are sleeping on the same bed. Then, Elijah closes his eyes to sleep and hears Arthur flip and move toward him, asking if he would prefer it if he were a girl. Elijah poofs the pillow on Earth's face and shouts, "Shut up, Arthur." They laugh and turn. Elijah peeks through the pillow, asking Arthur, but speaking of a girl, does he think he will be able to find a girlfriend at Xyrus Academy? Arthur gets surprised, then surprisingly turns his head and looks toward Elijah. He asked for such a severe-looking guy. He worried about everyday things. After this, Arthur takes tongs, yawns, and closes his eyes, saying don't worry, he is sure he will meet a nice black-haired girl with glasses. Then they both will marry and make cute babies with black hair and glasses. Elijah sits up and leans against the pillow, looking toward Arthur and asking if he thinks babies are born with glasses. Then Elijah adds that he is sure he won't have trouble getting the ladies with his disgustingly princely features. Looking toward him, Arthur smiles, asking if he smells a hint of envy. In response, Elijah asks him if he is smelling just a hint. Then Arthur takes a turn to sleep, saying don't worry. His four-eyed friends, the girls their age, look like babies to him and now get some sleep. Elijah sits behind him on the bed, surprisingly looks toward him, then slightly smiles and wishes him a good night, and then they both fall asleep. And Sylvia, opening arms and legs, was sleeping on the bed's edge. After this, in the morning, Arthur awakens, sits on the bed, yawning, and comes out of his room. While taking tongs, Arthur descended the stairs, and ahead of him, Uncle Vincent was ascending the stairs and looking toward Arthur. He said, "Good, he is up." Then he goes to Arthur and, putting his hand on Arthur's shoulder, says he was curious about talking with an inventor yesterday, so he got in contact with one this morning. Arthur, looking toward him, surprisingly asked. Vincent puts his hand on Arthur's shoulder, and they walk down the stairs. Then, walking down the stairs, Vincent says his name is Gideon. He is a famous researcher and one of the most accomplished inventors and artisans in Sapin. Arthur, looking toward him, listens to him attentively, and then they both walk down the stairs. After this, walking ahead, Vincent says he will be back in Xyrus City in 3 days, so they can detour there before joining up with everyone in downtown Xyrus. Here's Arthur adds asking sounds good, but is something happening downtown that day? Vincent surprisingly asks if he has yet to hear. Then, the royal families of Sapin, Elenoir, and Darv are making an important announcement in Ediston, and it's being broadcast in the downtown square. Arthur adds that he sees, and then says, regardless, that he thanks him for setting this meeting up. Looking toward him and putting his hand in his pocket, Vincent asks if he is curious, though he needs something from him. Looking aside, Arthur turned his head and answered, not something he needed, but something he wanted to discuss. While looking aside, Arthur thinks it's about time he used some of the knowledge from his past life. Arthur's father, keeping the towel around his neck, was looking out of the glass wall. However, Vincent turns his head and looks toward Arthur, asking, wait, what? Meanwhile, Arthur's father, drying his hair with a towel, comes to them, saying son and Vincent. Then he squinted his eyes, saying wait, and then pointing toward Vincent, he asked if it was okay for him to look like this. He thought he was meeting with someone this morning. He heard Vincent tremble, answering he was right. Then he turned and ran away, saying he needed to go, but Arthur said he would pick him up later. Arthur stood beside his father, waving his hand while his father put one hand in his pant pocket and held the towel smile with his other hand. He tells Vincent he will trip if he looks back at them while running into an older man. After this, Arthur smiles and, punching his father's stomach, asks, speaking of old, how his training is going. Surprisingly, Arthur's father looks toward him, winks, and then answers that his old man has officially broken into the solid orange stage. Then his father puts his hand in his pocket, which reminds him, and Arthur, looking toward his father, making fists, asks what. His father takes out the beast core from his pocket and extends it toward Arthur, saying for some reason, even after he finished absorbing everything from the beast core, it didn't crumble. Arthur took the beast core from his father, and his father stood before him, but he had to finish getting ready before he had out. Arthur grabs the beast's core, and his father brushes his hair, then pats him on his shoulder and thanks him again. Then his father left, waving his hand that he would be back by dinner, and Arthur stood behind, silently looking toward his father. After this, Arthur grabbed the beast's core and moved toward the corridor. While stepping into the corridor, he was lost in his thoughts, the maid holding some accessories with her cat past him, thinking how weird. Arthur comes to the lawn side and sits there, then sits. There, he held the beast core in his hand, and looking toward his hand, he wondered why it didn't crumble. He put the hand in which he grabbed the stone to his heart and closed his eyes. The stone started releasing a bright aura, and darkness spread around him. However, Arthur got up, and a bright light started emerging from his body. He stood there holding the stone. Suddenly, he surprisingly opened his eyes, turned his head, and looked toward the beast's core, thinking there was a beast inside the core. Moreover, beasts will be a coveted force that grants users unique and powerful magic, obtaining only through a powerful mana beast passing on their only will. And taken from within their beast core, Arthur grabbed the beast core, looking aside and thinking about what would happen if he integrated with two beasts. Is it even possible? Then he closed his eyes and thought only one way to find out. He grabbed the beast's core and entered the vanishing space where the Elder Wood Guardian was before him. Arthur moves toward the Elder Wood Guardian, flying in the air and covering himself with his mana. A dark aura was released from Arthur's body, and he stood before him, closing his eyes while the Elder Wood Guardian moved toward Arthur. However, Arthur uses his mana to create the Dragon Will, sees the Elder Wood Guardian, and gets surprised, then sends that Dragon Will toward the Elder Wood Guardian. The beast will open its mouth to attack the Guardian Spirit, but before this, Arthur's attention breaks, and the beast's core falls from his hand and thuds on the ground. Arthur, looking aside, thinks that was close. Then he looks toward his hand and thinks a little late, and his dragon will destroy the Elder Wood Guardian beast's will. Arthur, sitting there, bends and picks the beast's core from the ground. Then, staring at it, he wonders why Father couldn't absorb the beast's will. Therefore, Arthur remembers the Virian lesson when he tells him the beast's element and the mage's element attribute must be compatible, and don't forget it. Virian points his finger toward Arthur's cheek and shouts at him, "Don't forget Arthur's smile," thinking right. Then Arthur smiles and feels if that's the case, he knows exactly who to give this to, and he wonders how she is doing. However, the next few days flew by in a daze. While he made sure to continue training, he always made time to hang out with his family. Spending the days how an ordinary boy would, Arthur spent more time with his family, and during that time, he continued training. In the physical fight, he picks Elijah and throws him on the table, and the table gets cracked. After some time, Arthur and Elijah slept in their room with Sylvia. Ellie creaks their room door and enters, wishing them good morning, brother. Then, looking around, Mother says to come down and eat breakfast. Standing at the door, her eyes fell on Arthur, who was lying on the bed and putting his legs on. Elijah was talking in the sleep. In sleep, Arthur asked the jeweler shop owner if he wanted that fancy dimensional ring. Also, Sylvia was sleeping on Arthur's head. Ellie steps toward Arthur, saying their mother told them to prepare for the announcement day. Then she looked toward Arthur, calling who was snoring. She looks toward Arthur, smiles, and pulls on her dress, saying, "Dear brother, wake up." Saying this, she jumps on Arthur. However, Arthur and Sylvia slam Arthur's thud on the bed, while Sylvia slams Elijah, and Elijah, in a sleep, fearfully shouts and gets up. Arthur, lying on the bed, feels dizzy smoke coming out of his mouth, and he, in a sleepy state, shouts at Ellie, saying she is too big to be doing this. Ellie, putting their hand on her mouth and lying on Arthur, asks if he calls her fat brother. Arthur turns, answering that they are teaching her some weird things at that school for proper ladies. Ellie sits beside him and pats him on his back. Then she pats Arthur's back and gets up, saying be sure to get ready and go down for breakfast. Mother, and she is heading there first with Auntie Tabitha. Arthur turns, gritting his teeth, while Elijah, in a sleepy state, sits up while Sylvia, lying on Elijah's head, falls as he sits up. After this, while hamming, Ellie moves toward the door, and Arthur sits up, asking her who she takes after to be so violent. Elijah sits beside him and extends his hand, adding he knows the answer. Moreover, Arthur, Elijah, and Vincent move from there to announce their carriage. The carriage clanks and passes through the street where people are clamoring. However, when they arrive at their destination, the carriage driver opens the carriage door for them, and they exit the carriage one by one. Both Arthur and Elijah step ahead while Vincent exits the carriage. Arthur puts a hand on his stomach and asks Elijah if he is hungry. Looking toward him, Elijah answers he is not surprised after seeing how much food Sylvia stole off his plate. Then Elijah, pointing aside, says he will check out some of the stories nearby, and Arthur surprisingly asks him if he even has money to buy anything. Setting his glasses, Elijah answers, unlike someone else, he has been saving what they earned from the dungeon. Those words stab in Arthur's head, and looking aside, he adds he is lucky. Further, Arthur, pointing aside, asks Sylvia, who sits on the ground near him. Sylvia goes with Elijah while he visits Gideon, and she nods, answering okay. Sylvia, from behind, jumped on Elijah's neck. Elijah was about to fall upward, and then he waved his hand. Arthur stood behind Vincent, waving his hand. After this, both Vincent and Arthur knock on the door. The door creaks, and a guy named Himes opens the door, saying Master Gideon is not. As he was about to complete his sentence, looking toward Vincent, he stopped there and came out of the home. Then, putting a hand on his heart, he bends before Vincent greets him and asks him to come in. In response, Vincent says, "It's been a while." Himes, while Arthur stands beside, sighs. Himes took them to the room where Gideon was. Himes was stepping ahead, and both Arthur and Vincent were following him. As Arthur enters the room, he feels the lousy smell there, and he puts a hand on his nose and asks what that smell is. Himes responded, asking a more straightforward question, "What isn't that smell?" That room was filthy. Everything was scattered, even chickens were roaming there, and it didn't smell bad. There was a pile of dirty clothes and garbage, and that pile was rustling. Arthur, looking toward that side, shouts something's moving over there. Meanwhile, Gideon spurts out of that pile of clothes and angrily calls Himes, saying he thought he told him not to let anyone. Then, looking toward Vincent, he surprisingly says it he. Vincent sees he has come to bother him again. Vincent makes an angry face, answering he acts like he didn't call him beforehand. Gideon, wearing dirty clothes, stands up with his back to Vincent and Arthur and fips the pent, which is lying on his shoulder, away. Also, Gideon himself was filthy, and his appearance confirmed that he had yet to shower and change his clothes for a long time. With a tired facial expression, he answered that he was just particularly tired of seeing people these days, and he had already had over a dozen messengers from the royal families this past year. After this, with his little finger, Gideon scratches his head, saying they have been hounding him to devise a way to travel long distances across the ocean. He hears Arthur standing behind them, putting a hand on his nose, twitching and asking to travel across the sea. "Why?" Gideon shouts, "None of his business, boy," and then Vincent, with a smiley face, moves his shoulder up and looks toward Arthur. Gideon turns, and looking toward them, asks who this little booger is. Arthur, putting a hand on his heart, slightly bent, answering an honor to meet him. Mr. Gideon's Uncle Vincent has told him many great things about him and his work. Further, Arthur says his name is Arthur, son of Reynolds Lewin. Then Gideon, pointing toward Arthur, surprisingly asks Vincent why he would bring him there. He knows he doesn't take on students, and the disciple hears Vincent turn his head and, looking toward Arthur, answers that he would like to know why he wanted him to bring him there. Arthur turns his head and, with a smile on his face, answers that he came up with something in mind to offer. Standing there, Arthur's eyes fall on the table on which some papers in the bucket are lying. He looked toward those papers, but said he needed a way to travel long distances across the ocean. Surprisingly, Gideon looks toward Arthur, asking what he does near the table, and grabs the paper, answering that it may be easier for him to show him rather than explain. Both Gideon and Vincent stood behind us, looking toward Arthur while he stood his back to them and scribbled something on paper. Gideon steps toward Arthur, adding that he needs to know what colorful doodles he is drawing. Arthur, with a smile on his face, continues scribbling. Gideon moves forward and stares at the paper, saying the problem he is facing isn't something a kid that hasn't even grown hair down there can. Before completing his sentence, Gideon stops there, gets surprised, and shouts, asking how this is. Gideon's eyes widen, and he is shocked. He extends his hand toward the paper and shouts this, of course. He snatched the paper, sat on the ground on his feet, and stared at the paper, shouting an engine not powered by mana, but by a stem generated by external material. Why didn't he think of this? Vincent stood behind was surprised. Sometimes he looked toward Arthur and sometimes at Gideon, while Arthur stood behind and looked toward Gideon, who was smiling. Gideon staring the paper and squeezes his eyes, adding, "Wait, this part doesn't add up. Something is missing." Meanwhile, Arthur stood behind, came toward him, and snatched the paper from his hand, answering he had left out some critical details that he would be more than happy to provide. Gideon sits there, grits his teeth, and looks up toward the paper then. Arthur folds the paper and stands on Gideon's clothes lying on the floor. Looking toward Gideon, he smiles, saying once their negotiations are over, Gideon sits on the ground angrily, turns his head, and looks toward Arthur. Gideon gets up and points toward Arthur, asking if he is not an ordinary little bogger. In response, Arthur closes his eyes and smiles. Gideon turned his head and waved his hand, saying no matter, then he snapped the door creak and Himes, holding the box, entered the room. Gideon, looking toward Arthur, says he is sure even the things rolling around on the ground there will be able to amaze him, and Hymes stands behind him, holding the box and putting his hand on its lock to open it. Gideon says, feasting his dewy blue eyes on this, and Hymes unlocks the box. As he opens the box, there is a diamond, and from that diamond, a bright light emerges. Vincent, looking toward the diamond, gets surprised and, with their surprised face, says that it's an ironized diamond. Arthur was also surprised, but looking toward the diamond, he nodded. Gideon smiles with a proud face and folded arm, saying Vincent tells him he is a budding mage. This is one of the most valuable gems on this continent and can store 5 times its size in mana. Vincent grits his teeth and points toward him, an answer he doesn't think budding is quite the word he used. Arthur shakes his head, adding it's nice but unnecessary for him to hear Gideon answer unnecessarily. He says no matter. Then Gideon turns and looks toward Hymes, waving his hand and asking him to bring over all the items on the middle shelf or row C. However, Hymes brings all the treasure boxes there and puts them before them. Vincent, looking toward all those treasure boxes before him, is surprised, and extends his hands toward the boxes to check it. Gideon and Hymes nod while Arthur stands aside, folded arms remaining silent. Gideon stood beside the box bend, took out all the items one by one, and showed them to Arthur, saying he hadn't shown this to anyone yet, but he would make an exception for him. Arthur silently stood beside, doesn't respond, while Vincent, looking toward those items, was blushing. After this, Gideon takes out the mirror from the box and shows it to Arthur, smiling, saying this mirror can deflect up to 5. Arthur smiles, answering, uninterested, hearing Jibon get shocked, and the mirror slips from his hand, but Hymes catches the mirror before the mirror falls and breaks. Gideon shows different kinds of items to Arthur, asking what about this. Arthur answers no, then opens the second box and shows the items to him, saying he can't say no to this, but this time Arthur again refuses. Gideon opens the third box and shows him the item, saying fine, he is sure about this one, and Arthur again answers nope. While Vincent stood beside, looking toward those items, he smiled, thinking of being able to hold his own against the infamous Gideon as expected of Arthur. Gideon gets angry and throws all his items toward Arthur, shouting take his stuff when Arthur denies his every item. Arthur, with a smile on his face, moved up and down here and there. The items passed him, and Hymes stood behind Arthur, quickly moving from one side to the other and catching all the items. After this, Gideon puts his hand on Arthur's shoulder, sighs and bends before him, while Arthur stands before him, putting his hand in his pocket and remaining silent and smiling. Hymes stood beside, holding the stuff, looking toward Gideon, surprisingly extending his hand and calling him master. Vincent is also surprised to see Gideon's behavior and curiosity, and looking toward him, he thinks about what is happening in front of him. Gideon angrily looks toward Arthur and grits his teeth, saying it seems like there is no choice. Then he asks Hymes to bring him the pendant. Hymes surprisingly says, but master, those were made for. As Hymes is about to complete his sentence, Gideon, angrily looking toward him, grits his teeth and shouts at him he knows. Just bring them. Hymes answered yes, and the master left to take the pendant while Vincent and Arthur stood behind, looking toward each other. After this, Hymes brings 2 boxes, enters the room, and goes to Gideon. However, Gideon clicked the lock of both boxes and opened them, and there were pendants in those boxes. A bright light was coming out of that pendant. Both Arthur and Vincent surprisingly looked toward that pendant. Arthur and Vincent checked the pendant, and Gideon stood aside and smiled, saying he had some of the best designers work on the aesthetics to suit the royal family. Holding the pendant, Arthur checks it, asking if it is made from a phoenix worm. Also, the pendant's bright light reflection appears in Arthur's eye. He hears Gideon standing beside them, putting their hand in his pant pocket, turning his head, and surprisingly asks this is right, but how did he know? Vincent stood beside Arthur, turned his head, and set his glasses, asking what are phoenix worms. Gideon, placing his arm on Hymes' shoulder, proudly explains they are a race of S-class mana beasts about as rare as dragons. They are more known for their unique ability to preserve their own lives. Arthur adds that he is guessing he has somehow stored that ability in the pendant. Gideon pinched, answering right, pretty boy. Furthermore, he says that a phoenix worm can protect itself when in danger, and a protective shell will be conjured around the wearer of this little artifact. And that's not even the best part of the cocoon shielding the user breaks. The mana stored in the pendant will be consumed, transporting the user to the safest location they know. Then Gideon, with a smiley face pointing toward Arthur, says just as a phoenix worm would. Arthur folded his arms, looked toward him, and asked how many times someone could use the effects of this pendant. Gideon thoughtfully answered, "Honestly, kid, it's hard to say. He already wasted 5 phoenix worm beasts cores, each worth more than any other S-class core. He hypothesizes that they will be suitable for this many uses. Here's Arthur, this would be something Ellie and their mother might do." After this, Arthur asks him to wait, then surprisingly asks. He said earlier that these were for the royal families. Gideon holds his head and sighs, answering yes, the royal family was the one that donated the cores. He then looks toward Arthur and says, but that's not important. He is more curious about how he came up with such an idea and why he is revealing it there and now. Then Gideon squeezes his eyes, asking what his agenda is. Arthur smiles, saying he wants to give his little sister a birthday gift. He hears both Gideon and Vincent think he is a liar, and then Arthur, holding the folded paper beside the wall, says he doesn't plan on revealing anything without knowing exactly what he will be using it for. Gideon folded arms and asked Arthur if necessary. He will find out later today during the announcement. With a little smile, Arthur answers that he is confident that a distinguished character such as himself would be more informational than a highly filtered speech meant for the masses. Gideon, looking aside, put his index finger on his forehead and pushed it. Answering okay, then asked if he told him everything he knew would not need the pendants. Here's Vincent stands beside Gideon, who is surprised and surprisingly looks toward him. Arthur smiles, answering he is not that nice. Mr. Gideon holds his head and points toward Arthur, asking, instead of both, just one. Arthur smiles, boofs the fireball on his hand, and sees Gideon angrily looking toward Arthur, pressing his lips with his teeth, thinking demon. Vincent stood beside Gideon and waved his hand, saying he may not always know what goes on in that extraordinary brain of his, but he can trust Arthur to keep his word. Gideon scratched his head and shook, answering fine, screw the royal family. Getting the ship made is more important anyway. Then he grits his teeth, saying last year they found evidence suggesting. Further, Gideon, putting their hands in his pant pocket and looking toward Arthur, says no, they are sure there is another continent beyond Dicathan. Arthur surprisingly asks for a new continent, and Vincent sets his glasses and smiles, adding that it is true. Here's Arthur asks if he knows about this Uncle Vincent. However, Vincent removes the napkin from his pant pocket and pats it on his forehead, answering an employee of the royal family let it slip. He wasn't confident in it, making him swear not to tell anyone. Then Vincent, looking aside, says that Gideon's confirmation made it all too real for him. He hears Arthur looking down and thinks, then he heads up and asks Gideon how he is sure there is another continent. Further, Arthur asked where he was able to gather evidence. Gideon shouted, of course they had gathered evidence. Moreover, Gideon asks what sort of half-wit crockpot scientist would say something like this without proof. After this, Gideon creaks the glass lying there, pulls out the chair from behind it, and sits on it, answering a few years ago. They found an artifact attached to a bird like Mana beast they had never seen in Dicathan. It could camouflage almost completely against its surroundings. Here's Vincent surprisingly asks a Mana beast capable of camouflage and flight how they even caught it in the world then. Gideon answered by sheer dumb luck, and some 2-bit adventurer missed a gliding squirrel and accidentally shot the bird down. Then Gideon, looking down, waving their hand, says anyway, attached to it was an artifact so complex that he could barely figure out what it did last year, which confirmed everything. However, Arthur asks what the artifact does in response. Gideon, looking toward him, realizes that the only other people who have clearance for this information are the royal family's right. Arthur answers, then he guessed the design on this blueprint is even more critical since not even the royal families knew this. With an angry face, Gideon immediately responded that the artifact could record and store moving images. He hears Vincent standing beside them, looking toward Gideon, thinking that even the great Gideon can't do anything against Arthur. After this, Arthur looks toward Gideon and asks if that is it. If Gideon angrily looks toward him, he thinks this little. Therefore, Vincent smiles, adding that he does prove it, while Arthur says he is not following, and then asks Vincent how that proves anything. Further, Arthur asks if it isn't possible that some unknown artificer in Dicathan made it. Vincent answered. He mentioned before that he would introduce him to one of the most accomplished artificers and inventors he knew. Then Vincent stood beside Gideon, opening arms, saying Master Gideon is beyond just performed, and he is the most excellent artificer by far in the history of Dickathon. Arthur asks if he is really, and these words poke in Gideon's face, and he, with an angry face, thinks that hurts. Vincent stood beside laughed. Then Gideon sat on the chair, pointed down, and raised his voice. It's true. Bring any artificer on this continent. He would bow so profoundly that his forehead would be underground. He hears Arthur smile, saying so because even the supposed best artificer in Dickathon could barely figure out the technology behind the artifact. Then Arthur asks the royal family's assumption that the artificer who made it is from outside Dickathon. Gideon gets speechless, then he looks aside and coughs, saying that as well as the fact that the artifact had detailed moving images of all three kingdoms, while thinking, does he have to phrase it that way? Arthur head down and closes his eyes. Answering, he sees Gideon come near him and angrily looks into Arthur's eyes and asks if he sees that's it. Then, pointing toward Arthur, he angrily shouts they are talking about the possibility of a continent filled with highly advanced artificers and probably even stronger mages. Arthur pushes him backward, answering that he understands the implications of Master Gideon, but there is no use in imagining the possibilities. Gideon is surprised. After this, Arthur lifts the pen from the table and, holding it in his hand, says that with this steam engine, they will have to see what the new continent holds. After some time, they leave Gideon's place. While on the way on the road, Vincent says he has never seen that old group grouch Gideon so excited before in his life. Arthur, with a smile, asks that this be so while remembering when he put the paper on the table and drew something on the paper with a pen. Ask Gideon if this steam engine will need some specific materials that should be related. Gideon excitedly moves toward him, answering yes, he can take care of that easily, finish the rest. However, on the way to Vincent, Gideon says his idea is ingenious, but he still can't picture how steam could produce energy powerful enough to move a large ship for such a long distance. Arthur, stepping ahead, thinks he guessed that the people of this world are so reliant on mana, which has stunted the advancement of non-magical technology. Moreover, people in that area passing on the road were chattering, and Vincent, stepping ahead and walking with Arthur, said what amazed him. Even more, though, is that his parents don't make a bigger deal out of everything he is capable of. Further, he says he wouldn't have missed this opportunity if he were his father. Looking toward his hand, Arthur thinks, well, thanks to that, he was able to use a relatively harmless technology to get something valuable for his family. Then he makes a fist of his hand and stares at the ring on his thumb, thinking, but to think that there might be a continent outside of Dickathon. Arthur remembers Gideon's words when he shouted at him, asking if he could see if that was it. They are talking about the possibility of a continent filled with highly advanced artificers and probably even stronger mages. Remembering that time, Arthur smiles, thinking this is just the beginning. Meanwhile, Sylvia telepathically contacts him with Papa's small glasses, and she heads toward his big glasses. They see him. Also, the big glasses man was nobody else but Vincent. Vincent, head down, stepped ahead and asked Arthur if he couldn't believe his sister's birthday next week. Arthur doesn't respond. Meanwhile, Elijah and Sylvia, waving hands, step toward them, and then the two join them, and they move from there. While on the way walking, Elijah, looking toward Arthur excitedly, says he can't wait for the announcement today he heard from Elder Radias that the three kingdoms have been in talks of unifying. Here's Arthur thinks if that's the case. He wonders if the unification involves discovering the new continent that Gideon mentioned earlier. Vincent winked, adding he knew what would happen but wouldn't spoil it. Suddenly, on the way, Elijah looks at the other side of the road. There, a group of people are beating a boy. Looking toward that side, Elijah says something over. Both Arthur and Vincent turn their head and look toward that side. The boy, while lying on the ground, putting his hand on his stomach, requested that he don't do anything. That group of people holding sticks in hand surrounds him. A boy with brown hair brushes his hair and smiles, asking if he didn't do anything. It's bad enough that there are dwarves in Xyrus Academy now, then he asks, but he dares to go against school rules. Then that guy placing iron rode on his shoulder, slightly bent before that boy smiled, asking, protecting himself with mana. Doesn't he know that using magic outside of school grounds is forbidden? That boy is looking toward him grit. Then the guy with brown hair asks him to withdraw his mana. A bright light emerges from that boy's body, and he tries to get up from the road, saying but. The brown-haired boy raises his hand, holding the iron rod, and shouts, he says, withdrawing as he is about to complete his sentence, but before this, Elijah slams into him, shouting that's enough. The guy with brown hair was about to fall backward, but he got up and angrily looked toward Elijah, gritting his teeth. Elijah stood before the boy lying on the road and asked him if he was okay if he stood. The guy with brown hair stood behind, angrily looking toward Elijah, saying he didn't believe this. Elijah grabs that boy and lifts him, and he stands with difficulty with his arm on Elijah's shoulder. Then Elijah stepped ahead angrily, asking the brown hair guy how dare he do this to him as Elijah was about to complete his sentence. The brown hair guy slaps Elijah's face, and his glasses fall away from his eyes and clatter on the road. The brown hairs guy angrily asks Elijah if he should be asking him the same thing. How dare he interrupt his fun? However, Vincent stood aside, grabbed Sylvia, looked toward them, and raised his voice. This is unacceptable, so he will call some guards before this. But Arthur grabs Vincent's hand, asking him no, and Vincent surprisingly asks Arthur what he means. They can't just let them. Also, Sylvia, surprisingly looking toward Vincent, was trying to free herself from him. Vincent is surprised when the dark purple aura spreads there, while on the other side, that group of people surround Elijah and that boy. While they both sit on the road, kneeling, Elijah puts a hand on his face and looks toward those people, thinking Arthur and Vincent will get in big trouble if he uses magic there. Don't lose control, Elijah. After this, one of them looks toward Elijah's clothes, a symbol of Darv, and asks his group members if that symbol isn't from the kingdom of Darv. The other one responds that he is right, while the brown-haired guy, surprisingly looking toward Elijah, extends his hand. Then he grabbed Elijah from his hair and pulled his hair, asking what a fun turn of events he wanted to join his half-pig brother on the ground there. As the guy pulls Elijah's hair, he grabs that guy's arm and grits his teeth, thinking he can't win without using mana. The brown-haired guy lifted his hand and was about to attack Elijah with the iron rod, saying open wide that he would make sure they shared a hospital room so they could have two. He was about to complete his sentence, but before this, Arthur snapped his stick on the ground behind them and saw them turn. Looking toward Arthur, the brown hairs guy asks another peasant to buzz off if he doesn't want to join these two. One of them stood beside the brown-haired guy, folded arms, looking toward Arthur, saying yes, they don't mind playing with him too. Arthur answers well then, looking toward them with his glowing eyes, he says because he would also like to play. However, a carriage passed on the road, and 3 people rode there. First was Princess Kathleen Glader, her brother Curtis Glader, and their guard Grotter. Curtis turns his head and looks toward Kathleen, who stands beside her. He says he can understand not wanting to join his mother and father in Ediston for the speech. After this, he asks whether they must travel with so much discretion. The Grotter sits on the seat before them, looking toward Curtis, thinking that none of the royal soldiers are there. Then the Grotter sits there with folded arms, adding that since the event is so tightly secured, he alone will suffice, and their discretion is for their majesty's comfort. Then he turns his eyes and looks toward Princess Kathleen, saying she has made it clear that she wishes not to attract any attention. Princess Kathleen stood beside the window, remained silent, and both silently looked toward her to get the answer. After a while, she set her hair flying due to the wind coming from the window and answered. She also clarified that she wished not to come, yet there she was. Here's Curtis's folded arms and closed eyes, says it's a wonder how she has survived this long as part of the royal family sister. Then he winked and added that she should be grateful to have him. Otherwise, she would lock herself in the library all day. He hears Princess Kathleen turn her head and answer. He only forces her to come because his lady friends cancel at the last minute. These words pang into Curtis's head, and in response, he remained silent while the guard stood before them PFFT. After this, Curtis coughs, adding regardless, he had to leave behind Grotter, even though he planned on riding on top of him during the announcement so that she would agree. However, Grotter stood before them, looking toward Curtis, saying his bond is the size of this carriage and still needs to be trained Prince Curtis, which is a safety hazard. Curtis sometimes looks toward Grotter, and sometimes Kathleen asks Grotter has gotten a lot better, right? Kathleen, looking out of the window, noticed Arthur, who was holding the stick, was stepping ahead while Vincent, carrying Sylvia, was stepping after him and asking him to stop. Kathleen looked out the window while Curtis was looking toward him, asking if she was even listening to him. On the other side, while shivering and biting his nails, Vincent looked toward Arthur, who was stepping on those bullies, and thought, who is he doing? Further, he believes he has never seen that look on Arthur before. At this rate, those students might die. Then he quickly stepped ahead and stood before Arthur with his back to him, extending his arm and looking toward those bullies, raising his voice. "Get out of there before someone gets seriously hurt quickly." Then he turns his head and, looking toward Arthur, says they are just kids. "Let's move past this and make sure Elijah is okay." Arthur stood behind, head down, remaining silent. Then, a guy from those bullies pointing toward Vincent laughed, looking at this older man trying to protect the kid. How embarrassing. He hears Vincent's scared facial expression, thinking they pompous ingrates he is trying to protect them. While Sylvia sits on Vincent's arm, she turns her head and closes her eyes. Arthur stood behind and called Vincent's name. Vincent, with a smiley face, turned asking yes, and saw Sylvia holding her head. Arthur, with a smiley face, asks Vincent to please step aside and hears Vincent get speechless. Then Vincent turned and stepped backward and pointed his arm ahead. "Think sorry, lads, it's too late for them. Now rest in peace." Arthur, holding the stick, passes by him also. Vincent grabs Sylvia by her skin and moves her to his backside. The guy with green hair from those bullies extends his hand and takes the iron rod from his team member's girl, saying he will handle this. The girl stood behind him, giving him the rod answer to be sure not to get his new suit dirty. Hear him turn and smile, responding quickly. Then he swings the iron rod and moves toward Arthur, saying just one hit will. Meanwhile, Arthur thwacks his stick on him and falls backward. The boy's rod slips from his hand and falls away. After seeing this, all the bullies are surprised and Elijah smiles. Then a guy with orange hair holding the rod, gritting his teeth and moving toward Arthur says, "Look at this little shit getting cocky because he caught someone off guard." Then he runs toward Arthur to attack him, raising his voice. He will show him the difference between a peasant and an actual noble trained in the way of the sword. The guy moving toward Arthur moves up and down here and there and swings his rod, thinking that's right. Be amazed at the full might of the 1,000-step strike technique passed down through generations within his family. Then he quickly moved around Arthur, thinking it was not wrong to be able to keep up with his movement, while Arthur stood there silently looking toward him using his techniques. Arthur turns his eyes and looks aside, but he quickly moves and arrives at the other side, thinking that the 1,000-step strike isn't something he can dodge that easily. Then he swings the rod and turns toward Arthur, considering the deceptive swaying of his weapon is meant to grab his attention so that it will be impossible for him to dodge. After this, he rolls his rod and puts it near Arthur's face using his ultra-fast lunge technique. As the rod gets near Arthur's face, he moves aside in a second. The rod passes by him, and he sees the guy surprised. However, Arthur's eyes glow, and he hits the stick at the guy's back. The stick breaks, and the guy falls on the ground. Also, his iron rod slips from his hand and falls away. Looking toward his broken stick, Arthur says it's a shame how fragile things are when he doesn't strengthen them with mana. While the guy was lying on the ground, putting their hand on his back, shouting his butt. Also, his eyes, nose, and mouth were flowing. After this, Arthur turns and throws the half-stick backwards, saying he guesses he will have to finish this game off with his hands. The bully's leader looks toward Arthur and smiles, saying, "Cocky little peasant." Then he remembers the time in his childhood when his father stood before him and made a fist of his hand, saying he remembers Jamil. A trident's fist is more dangerous than any weapon made by a man. Remembering his father's words, he rattles the iron rod away and makes a fist of his hand, thinking that he will make sure he knows his place in this world with just a single punch. But as Arthur steps toward him empty-handed with glowing eyes, he gets scared and gulps, thinking about how he is under such pressure that even his father doesn't possess it. Then he made the fist of his hand run toward Arthur while Arthur stood there, punched him in his face, cracked his face, and threw him away. Jamil gets severely injured and blood spurts out of his mouth, and then he thuds on the ground. After this, Arthur turns and Elijah helps that boy to walk. That boy, putting his hand on Elijah's shoulder, steps ahead and Jamil, lying there on the ground, shouts how dare he. Then he gets up, makes a fist of his hand, and creates his heavenly piercing trident magic, saying, "Belittle the heir of House Trident." As they turn and move from there to leave, Jamal throws the storm of his magic toward them and sees Elijah and Arthur turn their eyes and look toward the storm. But before the magic storm attacked them, someone crashed his magic storm with her magic wand. Elijah and Arthur turn to look at that person, and this is nobody else but Princess Catherine, who crashes that magic with her magic wand. However, Princess Catherine, looking toward Arthur, thinks he is just another boy like her childish brother and his friends. At least, that was what she felt in the short time she was with him, but her gaze always seemed to return to him. Maybe that's how she discovered he wasn't like the immature boys she had grown to dislike. He was different. Prince Curtis stood beside Prince Catherine, and Grotter raised his voice. What is the meaning of this? The bullies, seeing them there, got scared. Jamil fearfully asks Princess Catherine and Prince Curtis, who bow before them. Jamil, bowing before them, says they are majesties. He and his friends were enjoying their time conversing, when that barbaric peasant started beating them up for no reason. Here's Elijah angrily raised his voice, asking what he was. As he was about to complete his sentence, Jamal's head was down, injured, and they had been wronged. Holding that injured boy, Elijah gets speechless, while Princess Catherine looks toward that injured boy, thinking that doesn't explain how the dwarf got so injured. Looking toward those bullies, Prince Curtis raises his voice, asking if it is accurate, and Princess Catherine stands beside him, thinking, don't just unthinkingly listen to their words, idiot brother. Arthur stands before them and says, what a joke. Here's Curtis looks toward Arthur and grits his teeth. While the two bully boys bowing, they look toward each other, thinking, did he call the Prince of Sapin a joke? Jamil's head down smiles, and Grotter angrily grabs Arthur's shoulder from behind, asking how dare he speak so casually to the Prince of Sapin. Arthur grabs Grotter's hand, turns, looks toward him with glowing eyes, and apologizes. His speech tends to turn crass when he hears bullshit. Grotter's hand trembles, and he makes a fist of his hand, and looking toward his hand, which Arthur garb, he thinks, how is such a small boy so strong? Meanwhile, Vincent comes between them and releases Grotter's hand, saying, please excuse his nephew. Then Vincent, looking toward Curtis and Grotter, explains what he meant to say, that the boys are lying over the ones. Prince Curtis, looking toward Vincent, surprisingly asks Mr. Vincent Helstia what he is doing there. Vincent, putting their hand on that injured boy's shoulder, answered they were on their way to the announcement in the plaza when they came across this group of hooligans bullying this poor boy. Meanwhile, the boy's blood riches and thuds down. Curtis is surprised, then angrily looks toward Jamil and asks if he dares lie. What is his name? Jamil's head up to wipe the blood that was flowing from his nose with his shit sleeves. Then he gets up and answers that he is Jamil's firstborn son of House Trident, His Majesty. Here's Curtis gets surprised and surprisingly thinks of the House Trident. This is getting complicated, and he has no mistake using potentially lethal magic just now. However, the Trident House is a significant donor to their family and Xyrus Academy, and who knows how the Trident House will react if something happens to their heritage. At the same time, Jamil stood before Curtis, smiling slightly because he was proud of his family's social reputation. Princess Catherine adds her point about Jamil Trident and his use of magic on public grounds as she is about to complete her sentence, but before this, Prince Curtis extends his arm before her and stops her there. After this, Prince Curtis says in the end, no one was seriously hurt, so if everyone agrees to get past this then. Jamil's head down and smiles, thinking that's right. The royal family cannot touch him with how much gold his father pours into this kingdom. Jamil heads down there and gets surprised when Arthur asks Uncle Vincent if he has a two-way communication scroll on his right. Vincent gives Arthur that communication scroll, asking him to do it, but what is he? While Curtis stands there, he surprisingly turns and looks toward them. Arthur communicates with Cynthia Goodsky and sees Jamil angrily looking toward Arthur, thinking fool, how dare he call the director of Xyrus Academy herself. However, Cynthia Goodsky, on video call, asks Vincent if he knows she doesn't appreciate Sudden as she is about to complete her sentence. Arthur answers, Arthur Lewin. As she learns it's Arthur, she excitedly says she is so happy to hear from him. It's been so long. Everyone there gets surprised, thinking, what is this sudden change in Cynthia Goodsky's tone? Arthur turns his head and, looking toward Jamil, says he needs her to expel a boy named Jamil Trident and his group of friends from her academy for racial bullying and the use of lethal magic in the city. She hears Jamil flinch and his friends get scared. In response, Cynthia answers to hold on. Then she asks, what's this all of a sudden? Wait, did he say Jamil Trident? After this, she says she doesn't think it. Then she stops there and hears Jamil smile, thinking that's right, even if that peasant is close to their director. There is no way she would side with him, considering how much his family has given her school. Arthur asks her if she still wants him to attend her academy, and Cynthia answers while Curtis stands behind. She sees this and is surprised. Cynthia thumbs up, answering Arthur. They are expelled and see all the bullies get surprised and shout, while Vincent and Sylvia smile. After some time, all the bullies get separated from each other. Jamil sits beside her, and her mother contacts him on a communication scroll. Her mother was yelling at him, asking why she got a call from Xyrus Academy saying he was expelled. Explains himself now while Jamil fearfully answers her mother and listens to him. Also, they took that injured boy to the hospital in a carriage, and Elijah stood beside was watching them. After this, Curtis comes to Arthur with Gordur, asking him to apologize for his behavior earlier. It was unbecoming for a prince to be swayed so easily. Arthur, bandaging his hand, looks toward him and smiles, answers he apologizes for earlier as well. His emotions got the better of him. Curtis turns and closes his eyes, saying he has every right to be House Trident or not. He is glad those students won't be at Xyrus, and there is no room for racism in this continent. Arthur nodded as they talked while Princess Cotton, sitting in the carriage, watched them through the window. Curtis steps into the carriage, saying what a headache. Then he sits on the seat, closing his eyes, saying he vaguely remembers feeling this way when they first met, but that Arthur's kid is a pretty stranger. While Princess Cotton is looking toward Arthur through the window, she doesn't respond to him and sees Curtis looking toward her and asks if he is a good kid, but still is, she is ignoring him again. Then Curtis's eyes fall on Arthur, who stands outside, and he understands that Cotton is looking toward him. Moreover, Princess Cotton, standing in the carriage and looking out the window, calls Arthur. In contrast, Arthur stood his back to the carriage and stepped toward the announcement hall with Elijah, Sylvia, and Vincent. Arthur stopped there and turned to listen to her, and she stood in, asking if he would like to have some tea together sometime. They both look at each other. Arthur answers yes and hears her squeeze her hand with the window slide, then looks toward him and says she will see him at school. Also, her hair was flying, the weather changed, and the flowers appeared around them. Arthur looks toward her and smiles, then puts a hand on his heart, head down, and closes his eyes. While Vincent, Elijah, and Sylvia behind him are surprised, Arthur turns while Prince Cotton sits in the carriage seat, squeezing her leg with her hand. The carriage started to leave while she was sitting there and was still looking through the window toward Arthur. See Curtis shake Gordur, asking what that was. Is that his cold, heartless sister? While Cotton sits in the carriage looking toward Arthur, leaving, he thinks he is different. Arthur, with his companion, steps from there, and on the way, Elijah tells him if he could use magic, he would have pounded them to the floor. Vincent adds his point in the conversation, his blood pressure, and then the three move from talking. However, they arrived at the announcement area, and a massive crowd of people clamoring there. Arthur, with his family members, steps ahead. While on the way, Ellie feels something strange with Elijah. She points toward his cheek to ask why his cheek is all puffy. Elijah gets surprised, putting his hand on his cheek, asking well about that. Arthur was also stepping after him, and Sylvia sat on his head. A flying insect lands on Sylvia's ear, and she kicks the insect with her foot and throws it down. Looking around, Arthur thinks all these people are about to discover another continent out there. Then, looking at people passing by him, he wonders how they all react and what is bothering him. It is a fact that this continent has been spying on Dickathon using camouflaging mana beasts and recording artifacts. Furthermore, he thinks they would only do that if they were scared of them or had malicious intentions. Then, looking down, he guessed he did the right thing in expediting Dickathon's ability to reach this new continent. If they are hostile, they can launch a preemptive attack, and as he thought, this is all. Suddenly, his mother stood ahead of him and asked if there was something wrong with Arthur, and he looked down and snapped out of his thoughts. Then she, with a worried facial expression, asked him to look even more distracted than usual while Ellie stood beside him, checking Elijah by pressing her index finger into his cheek. Arthur looks up at her mother and smiles, answering that not everything is fine. He hears his mother, with a smiley face, say, "Well then." She will keep pretending he is thinking everyday 12-year-old thoughts because that's what mother do. Then she touches Arthur's face and looks toward him lovingly, saying she wants him to know that while she will always be worried about him, she will never stop him from doing what he wants. He hears Arthur's folded arms behind him, squeezing his arms with his hand, thinking he wished he could promise she would never have to worry about him. But he could never lie to her like that, and in response, he, with a smiley face, says thanks to her. Also, when Arthur smiles, Sylvia sits on her head and smiles. After this, they all stood in line and were excited about the announcement. They also enjoyed each other's company. Sylvia's ears twitch when the Soliter of the royal family twirls the magic ball in the air and throws it upward in the air. As they throw these magic balls upward, a bright light spreads there, and a vast communication scroll appears from that light. From that communication scroll, the king, princess of elves, and dwarf appear. They all stood in the lane on their royal throne, and one said, "Greeting humans, elves, and dwarves alike." The soldiers stood up on the terrace, head down, lifted their hands, and welcomed the king and princess there. After this, one of the guys with maroon hair from that communication scroll says he is Blaine Glader, while most of them know him as the King of Sapin. Further, he says today, he speaks not as a king of humanity, but as a representative of the continent of Dicathan. After this, he pointed aside toward the group of people on either side, saying he stood with the king and queens of all three kingdoms from their beloved continent. Those who have fathered there on this memorable day, here the people gather in the announcement area kneel before them. Then Blaine Glader, putting their hand on his heart and looking aside, says today marks the beginning of a new era for this continent they call their home. He assumes many of them are aware of the hatred that has existed between the humans and the elves. Then the kings and princesses of elves and dwarves sit on the chairs there, Blaine Glader adds, while even the dwarves have been considered just business partners. However, that is different from the way they wish to continue. King Blaine makes a fist of his hand and, with an enthusiastic facial expression, says, "Their leaders have met countless times these past few years to untie their races. 2 years ago, they agreed to allow members of all three races to become adventurers. It makes him smile to see parties of humans, elves, and dwarves working together toward a common goal." Furthermore, he says last year marked another milestone as Xyrus Academy welcomed students from the kingdom of Elenoir and Darv. Now, a new generation of mages can make friends and memories without such outdated barriers. He hears the citizens get emotional, and some of them start clapping. Then King Blaine says they all understand how difficult it may be for some to adjust after the constant enmity between them. However, they urge them to let go of the past and any discrimination they may hold and think beyond that. Then he opened his arms and said if not for themselves, then for their children and the future of this continent. However, the people there slog for them, and then King Blaine, pointing toward the King of Elves, asks him to add his point. The King of Elves stood from the chair and started his speech, saying it was an honor to speak on behalf of those gathered there on this unforgettable day. He is in firm agreement with King Blaine, who has delivered so eloquently regarding the future of their continent. Then, waving his hand, he says that although they have a clear vision regarding the future, he can wholeheartedly say that this continent is filled with many unknowns. Furthermore, he says they are in their homeland of Dicathan, and there are places so dangerous no one dares to explore. But what if he was to tell them that even greater mysteries and dangers are out there, and they have not heard wrong, fellow citizen of Dicathan? And today they formally announce that they have found evidence of another continent. Here's the people gather there and start clamoring. People get surprised and start asking others what that means for them on another continent. Surprisingly, Vincent and Reynolds stood in line, thinking they were enemies, while the people behind them clamored. Looking toward scared people around him, Arthur thinks the news might not go over well, but this is chaos. The King of Elves raises his hand and asks people please. They do not know much yet, so they all have many questions. They know that out there is another continent of mystery, adventures, and possibly danger. Evidence shows they have tried to reach them, but the current technology on both sides only permits them to travel that far. As the King of Elves was presenting his speech and people were clamoring, the King of Dwarves got up from his chair, got to the King of Elves, pushed him back, and asked him to quit. However, the people with the King of Dwarfs' presence get quiet, and silence spreads there. Then the King of Dwarves clears his throat. They started his speech as the King of Elves. They don't know much, however, in these times of uncertainty. They can all agree that standing beside one another is best for this continent and their people. Then he makes the fist of his hand, saying they must no longer fight amongst themselves. Their appearance may be complex. Their culture may sometimes clash, but remember this, they were all born on the continent of Dicathan. After this, the king, with a smiley face, says he, for one, is proud of that, and hopes that future generations will feel the same way about them. He hears the people start clapping. Arthur and Elijah stand beside him, excitedly clapping. Then the king of dwarves, pointing toward the door, says, bringing their 3 races and kingdoms together will take time and effort, but today they will appoint 6 individuals. The royal families believe these individuals are the most courageous, discreet, intelligent, and powerful in their respective nations. However, from that group of people, the guy who was most powerful among them was Lucas's brother. The king, pointing toward those 6 people, continued his speech by saying they would represent each of the 3 races on a continental scale. The primary goal of these 6 individuals will be to defend and maintain Dickathon's well-being. They will work alongside the rulers of this continent to ensure that their home is protected as they move into this exciting new era for their people. However, these 6 people wearing the same white outfits kneel before the kings, and then the king of dwarves says these individuals will henceforth be known as the 6 lances. Each lance symbolizes their ties to their kingdom and the entire continent. After this, a guy carrying the box comes to King Blaine and kneels before him. King Blaine takes the box from him and steps ahead. He sees all the kings and princesses, gets up and stands beside King Blaine. Moreover, King Blaine opens the box and shows everyone there as there are 6 rings. All the kings and princesses stood aside while the 6 people stood far from them, and people in the announcement area watched them through the communication scroll. After this, the king of dwarves removes one of the rings from the box and wears one of the ladies from the 6 people named Alia Triskin. Then they wear the ring in the second-person finger, the lady named Vare Ori. And then it was the third-person turn, a guy named Alfred Warrand, and just like this, it was the fourth-person turn, the lady named Aya Griffin. Then it was the fifth-person turn, which was also a lady named Micah Earthborn, and now it was the sixth-person turn, which was Lucas's brother named Baron Wykes. As they call Baron Wykes' name, Elijah hears that name, gets surprised, and surprisingly asks if he said it as in Lucas Wykes. However, the king and princess wear 6 rings in those 6 people's hands, and 6 of them stand in the lane, and people slog them. After this, King Blaine raised his voice, saying to the 6 lances that they may protect and bring them honor. And to all aspiring mages out there, may they strive to be one of the 6 lances in the future, and not even the heavens are the limit. Moreover, those 6 people stood in line to salute the kings and people there while the people were slogging for them, and Arthur stood there, putting his hands in his pockets and staring at Lucas's brother. However, Arthur thinks the day of the announcement had been a cold reality check for him, Lucas Wykes, whose insubordination and betrayal led to the death of most of their party. Using his family's power and connections to walk free from his atrocities, he had been warned that seeking revenge against Lucas would be suicide. Because standing behind him was his older brother, a powerful mage and now a lance. Moreover, this was the day of Ellie's birthday, and in Arthur's room, his maid was setting his tie. He stood there thinking a little flashy for his taste, but he guessed it would do. While this complicated his plans, he had other, more pressing matters for his sister's birthday. After this, Arthur dressed and stood there, thinking he should start heading down. Then his maid and her cat left the room. Sylvia sits on the bed and jumps on Arthur, saying let's go. He grabs Sylvia and makes her sit on the bed, saying she should stay in the room for the night. She hears Sylvia get sad, heads down, and sits on the bed. Arthur, patting her head, says Vincent warned him that some guests might be attending Ellie's birthday party as a pretense to watch him. He doesn't want to take any chances, but don't worry, he will have someone bring back lots of food. He hears Sylvia get excited and then excitedly looks toward him for a promise. He lovingly presses her face turn and waves his hand, smiling promise. While Sylvia sat on the bed, excitedly waved her hand. However, this was nighttime and preparation for Ellie's birthday was done. The guests got out of their carriages and entered the home. Arthur stood at the door to welcome the guests, a family consisting of 3 people, a man, his wife, and his daughter. They entered the home and Arthur welcomed them, and putting a hand on his heart, he asks them to enter the house. After stepping ahead, the lady asks her daughter to ask Arthur for a dance later. Surprisingly, the girl called her mother's name, and Arthur stood there, turning his head to look toward Elijah. They stood beside the wall holding a wine glass with a girl. He looked toward that girl, answering her yes, he was attending Xyrus Academy soon. While talking to her, he winked, saying they could grab some lunch together. Meanwhile, his wine glass slipped from his hand and fell on his shirt. He sees the girl, gets surprised, then steps backwards to him and laughs. While Elijah looks toward his shirt and grits his teeth, he turns and looks toward Arthur. As Elijah turned his head, Arthur smiled and turned his head toward the door while he was looking at him before. Elijah stood behind, looking toward him angrily. Don't act like he didn't see anything. Meanwhile, Arthur's father stands on the stairs waving his hands, announcing they are coming. Everyone got ready. The people there for the birthday party get ready and stand aside to welcome Ellie. However, Ellie stepped down the stairs wearing an exquisite white dress with her mother. Her mother blindfolded her and took her down for that surprise. Ellie, stepping down the stairs, asks her mother if she thought they were having a family party. Then she asks why she needs to wear this uncomfortable dress while her mother, putting her hand on her eyes, asks her to step slowly. After this, her mother uncovers her eyes, answering this is why Ellie winks and looks around. Meanwhile, they popped the party popper and welcomed her. Ellie's family and friends stood before her to wish her birthday, and she got incredibly excited. However, they arranged different magic performances and music performances at that party. As everyone there was enjoying the party, Ellie's father clapped the wine glass with the spoon to get everyone's attention. While having their meal, everyone turns their head and looks toward Reynolds. Furthermore, Reynolds says before the next portion of the party begins, he would like to thank everyone there. He has been blessed with so much on behalf of his precious daughter for coming to celebrate her birthday. Here's Ellie feels shy and blessed, and she puts her hands on her face while her friends stand beside her laughing. Then her father, waving his hand in which he holds a wine glass and spoon, says, but there would be no greater joy than to have his beloved son and daughter partake in the first dance. Ellie is surprised and surprisingly looks toward her mother. Vincent's wife stood beside Arthur's mother, whispering in her ear, asking if she didn't know Ellie and Arthur were supposed to dance and if they practiced at all. Arthur's mother looks toward her husband angrily, thinks she will kill him, and answers her not at all. After this, with a sad face, Ellie comes to her mother, asking her what they do. She can't dance with her mother, with a tragic face, and closes her eyes. Meanwhile, Arthur extends his hand toward his sister, calling her name. She surprisingly looks toward her brother. Arthur looks toward her and asks if she will honor him with her hand for a dance. She extends her hand toward him and surprisingly answers her brother, and Arthur nods. While their father waved his hand, asked the musician to cut the music. However, the musician starts the music, and Arthur grabs Ellie's hand and pulls her toward him. Then he put his hand on her waist, and they both performed a beautiful dance. Vincent's wife surprisingly says she thought they didn't practice, and Arthur's mother surprisingly adds they didn't. Arthur pulls his sister's hand and spins her around, then grabs her right hand and lifts her. Then he lets go of her hand and sends her flying up into the air with his magic. Ellie, while moving into the air, surprisingly looks toward Arthur, and he, with his magic, spins her into the air and then moves her down on the stage. See, the people watching that dance performance applaud, and Arthur looks toward Ellie wink, thinking he guesses those ballroom dance lessons from his previous life have their uses after all. After the dance, Reynolds and Alice praise their daughter, and Arthur stands beside looking toward her family smile. Meanwhile, Gideon, wearing a suit and holding the wine glass, steps down from the stairs, saying what a disgustingly beautiful performance. Arthur turns and looks toward him while Gideon asks if they are talking. On the other side, outside Arthur's home, a carriage passes by, and a lady looks toward the girl who sits beside the window seat and looks out of the window. The lady asked the girl. She was told she was pretty close with Arthur Lewin. Then he asks if it is all right for them to leave after dropping off a present for his sister. The girl sits with her back to the lady who answers. Arthur's focus should be on his sister today. Besides, she would see him at school soon. Also, the girl's hair was flying due to the wind coming from the carriage window. After this, both Arthur and Gideon come to the terrace. Holding the wine glass, Arthur passes by the people, stepping ahead and sighs. Gideon, stepping after him, gritting his teeth, asks him if he is performing in a one-person play or something. Arthur answered he hoped he didn't intrude on his sister's party to speak with him. Surprisingly, looking toward Arthur, Gideon says he also brought her a gift. Also, the ladies stood there, turned their heads, and impressively looked toward Arthur. However, Arthur turns, answering fine, then he asks to what pleasure he owes a visit from the #1 artificer of Dickathon. He hears Gideon surprisingly answers. He can taste the sarcasm in his words. Angrily looking toward Arthur, Gideon says he just thought he might like to know that the council has approved the design. He has refined his blueprint, and it's undergoing construction right now. The council was what the kings and queens of Dicathan now referred to as abandoning the monarchy they possessed over the three kingdoms. Here's Arthur stood ahead and responded congratulations. He is sure he was rewarded handsomely for that. Also, the people standing behind them, pointing toward Gideon, were laughing. Gideon closes his eyes and waves his hand, asking for money, fame, and power. It's a means to an end, but he wants something even the council can't. Meanwhile, someone pokes Gideon's shoulder, calling him. Gideon turns his head and looks toward them. A guy with brown hair smiled, saying Master Gideon, he is a massive fan of his work. Then the other one stood beside him. He adds that they have heard about the enormous ship he has designed. Looking toward them, Gideon answers yes, he is pretty busy at the moment, but then he turns his head looking toward Arthur and says don't he dare go anywhere. He will be right back. While having his wine, Arthur looks toward Gideon, smiles, and thinks fame isn't only a means to an end and comes at a cost. However, those people surround Gideon. One of them asks him if it is true that the ship will not be running on mana at all. At the same time, the other asked him how he thought about using conflagrate ores as a powering component. After this, Arthur stood there looking outside toward the carriage that passed on the road of his home and said looks like the guests were slowly leaving. Meanwhile, Vincent's daughter Lilia calls Arthur's name from behind, and while having his wine, he turns his eyes to look. Lilia, waving her hand, ran toward him, then came near him. She bent before him, saying she was sorry she couldn't greet him sooner. She got to the party late and wanted to congratulate Ellie first. Arthur put his wind glass on the wall, stepped toward her, slightly bent, and held her hand, answering, "It okay." Her parents have been bragging to him about how busy she has been as the student council secretary. Then Arthur, looking toward her, holding her hand, says, putting that aside, though it's been a while, Lilia. She looked toward Arthur and smiled, responding yes, it's been a while then, with a surprised face. She thought he had always been this much taller than her. After this, they lean against the terrace wall, laugh, and talk. As they both enjoyed their time together, Arthur, looking toward her, says it seems like the little girl who used to hide from her parents and eat with the maids and butlers has all grown up. Now here's Lilia surprisingly ask. She showed him her precious hideout, and he still makes fun of her. Arthur looks toward her and smiles, answering, it is hard not to point out how, after stressing out about her future, she is now doing so well in the most prestigious mage academy in Dicathan. Hears her pout and silently looks toward him. Arthur points toward two boys who stand beside Arthur, laughing and talking. He says, and from the number of boys that have given her soulful stares throughout their conversation, she must be pretty popular as well. Lilia surprisingly shouted, asking what that was. She didn't even have a boyfriend or anything. She then looks aside emotionally and says everything that's changed in her life is thanks to him. Arthur is surprised and remains silent after a while. He asks if that's the case, then he lifts the wine glass, smiles, and winks, saying that he would better approve of whichever boy she brings home. He won't be any easier to please than Uncle Vincent. Hears Lilia looking toward him, remaining silent, then she turns her head and, looking down, responds sure. Meanwhile, Gideon gets there, clearing his throat and looking toward Lilia. He says sorry. Young Lady Lilia remains silent while Arthur surprisingly looks toward him. After this, Gideon, holding the wine glass, asks does she minds if he borrows this boy. Lilia grits her teeth and bends before him, saying Master Gideon, all right? She then looks toward Arthur and says she will see him later. Then Lilia ran away from there and left, and Gideon stood beside Arthur, looking toward him, asked if he told him everyone knew him. Arthur responds to him to humble himself, and Gideon tells him he is pretty popular with the ladies, though that girl just now seems to have a crush on him. Having the wine, Arthur answers he knows, then Gideon asks him with a surprised face. They two get along, he will not do anything about it. Arthur answers she is someone whose life has been changed by him. He then, looking aside, says her feelings toward him aren't like love, but something more akin to gratitude. Then Arthur shakes the wine glass, saying she doesn't know that now, but he is sure she will be able to distinguish in the future. What she feels now is an infatuation that a damsel might have toward a hero. Here's Gideon says his maturity in these sorts of situations is nauseating. Arthur responds, asking regardless. He is sure he is not there to give him love advice. What else did he want to discuss? In his mind, Gideon abuses Arthur, then grits his teeth and answers yes, as he was about to say earlier. Then he squeezes his eyes, saying he wants to use the money, fame, and power the council has bestowed upon him to get something he can't get elsewhere. Then, looking toward Arthur, he says his knowledge. Arthur twirled the wine glass and responded he had already had some second thoughts after giving him the blueprints for the steam engine. He wants to keep how the world works as much as he already has. Looking toward Gideon, Arthur says this continent is doing just fine without his intervention. Gideon, pointing the wine glass toward Arthur, says he does have more ideas for inventions capable of changing the world. Gideon gets highly excited, while Arthur, looking ahead, thinks his ears only pick up the things he wants to hear. However, Arthur calls Gideon's name, and while excitedly moving, Gideon stops there. Then Arthur, looking toward him, says, let him clarify that he is not there to indulge his selfish curiosities. He hears Gideon's wine glass slip from his hand, and he shockingly answers well, that sobered the hell out of him. Then Gideon, extending his right hand toward Arthur and putting his left hand on his cheek, asks if that's the case. How about a give and take? Further, he is not asking for a world-changing invention, but letting him pick his brain occasionally. And in return, he will be his benefactor for whatever artifacts and goods he needs. Then he asks Arthur how about it does they have a deal. Arthur smiles and then shakes their hand with him, answering the agreement. After some time, Alice, Ellie, Lilia, and Tabitha opened all Ellie's gifts on her birthday. Alice shows her the beautiful dress and asks if this one is gorgeous. Ellie sits beside the gifts and surprisingly asks for another dress. Lilia and Tabitha stood beside them, looking toward the gifts. They were smiling, and Sylvia looked at the clothes and was happy. Meanwhile, Arthur entered the room. Arthur, stepping ahead, surprisingly, looks toward all the gifts lying on the ground. Then he notices a considerable box lying among the gifts and asks this one seems a bit different. Ellie asks him to bring it. Arthur brings that gift to Ellie, and she excitedly starts unwarping it. As she is unwrapping it, a card falls from the gift box. Alice asks who it is from. Arthur bends to pick up the letter that fell from the gift box and answers he is not sure there is a letter there though. Meanwhile, Vincent and Reynold also get there, and Arthur picks up the card and starts reading it. Alice and Reynold also join him, and it was written in the letter that dear Elenoir is sure she is sick of the countless dresses and tea sets by now. This present of her is in the hope that she no longer looks up to her brother, but makes strides in catching up to him. Furthermore, she may become strong and capable of standing by his side. Ellie opened the gift box with a bow and arrows in it. She held the bow and excitedly said it was a bow. With a smiley face, Tabitha adds what a beautiful bow. Vincent sets his glasses, and the design looks elven. Reynold puts a hand on Arthur's shoulder and asks him to wonder who sent it. With a surprised face, Arthur thinks it could be Ellie, clanking the bow on the floor and extending a hand toward Arthur, asking present, please, dearest brother. Arthur surprisingly looks toward her while Alice pulls Ellie's checks and asks if she is being impolite. Ellie, what does she mean in response? Ellie blushed and laughed. Arthur also laughed, then extended his hand and with his magic took out the 2 pendant boxes he got from Gideon. He gives both boxes to his mother and sister. Ellie surprisingly looks toward the pendant box and asks what it is, and Alice looks toward the box and asks if this is for her. Ellie opens the box and, holding the pendant, excitedly says a necklace. Arthur answers that this will protect them if father isn't there. Tabitha surprisingly says they are gorgeous. Then she asks where he got them. Vincent stands beside her and shakes his head. Answering her hate to break it to her honey, these 2 pendants are the only ones in existence. After this, Arthur wears this pendant to Ellie, and looking toward her, he wishes her a birthday. After this, both Arthur and Gideon tour the workshop where many workers are working, and seeing both of them there, they bow down to them and greet them. Arthur, stepping ahead, putting his hand in his pant pockets and looking aside, says he didn't have to bring him all the way there. He knew. Arthur walks with him, turns his eyes, looking toward him. He realizes that no one outside the employees and the council is allowed in his facility, right? Arthur, stepping ahead, goes to the water pot and fills the water glass. He answers yes, he has told him 8 times already, and he is deeply thankful and impressed. Gideon stood beside him, slightly bent, and looked toward Arthur. Arthur, leaning beside the iron tower holding the water glass, looks aside while Gideon fills the water glass from the pot. Ask him, well, can he tell that to his face because all he sees is an unappreciated boy bored out of his mind? He hears Arthur remember when Elijah and Sylvia were sleeping and Gideon called him late at night on the communication scroll. He raises his voice, asking him how they could find out that the problem with the furnace was while Arthur was sleeping, and sees Gideon shout. Is he listening to him? Arthur recalls that time answer. It's hard to be enthusiastic when he has been bothering him over every little step of this project. Arthur says this sigh, thinking of so many wasted communication scrolls. Holding the water glass, Gideon stood beside Arthur, saying he guessed all those late-night calls didn't make them any closer. Arthur turns his head, looking toward him to make friends with people his age, such as Geezer. Looking toward Arthur, Gideon says he heard his birthday not too long ago. He can't believe it's already been over 4 months. Arthur turned his head and answered yes, it's been a blur since Ellie's birthday. Gideon added that his sister's birthday was quite an extravagant festival. He then asked if his party was the same. Arthur gulped the water, looking ahead, and answered no, he asked for a small party with just family. Gideon turns his head, seeing how much of a social butterfly he is at his sister's party. He is surprised. Then Gideon extends his hand and holds the box toward Arthur, saying there is a present for him anyway. And then, while giving him the box, he wishes him a late birthday. Arthur takes the gift box and pouts, asking what it is. He didn't even wrap it. Gideon shouted at Arthur, asking him to give it back. Arthur laughed and, moving his hand backward, responded that he was kidding. Arthur clutched the water glass on the table and opened the gift box to check it. As he opened the box, he saw a bracelet in it. Arthur thanked Gideon for making this for him and then wore the bracelet. Gideon stood beside him with a smiley face, looking toward Arthur, saying that this was nothing compared to his help with the steam engine. Then Gideon turns his head asking, but he is curious why he wanted something to hide not one but 2 elemental attributes. Gideon gulps the water, and don't tell him he is a quadra-elemental mage or something, then laughs, saying just kidding. Looking toward the bracelet, Arthur answers he is a quadra-elemental mage. He hears the water spurt from Gideon's mouth and falls on the guy passing by, holding the diary. The guy gets wet and grabs the diary tightly in his arms, while Gideon throws the napkin on his face. Then he turns his head and wipes his face with his arm, saying to Arthur that it is seriously a quadra. Gideon squeezes his eyes, saying that waiting for the fact that he wanted that bracelet means he will hide half of his attributes. Then Gideon, pointing toward his face, asks why and tells him Arthur twirls his hand in which he wears the bracelet. And Wink, answering because the more he knows how special he is, the more free stuff he can get. He hears Gideon add the crazy boy, then Gideon turns his head and closes his eyes, telling him world-defying news. Then, pointing toward Arthur, Gideon smiles, saying he will want some proof eventually. Arthur smiles, responding happily. Then he turns and looks toward the ship, but it is impressive how fast this ship is getting built. Gideon smiled, answering yes by the time he prances merrily to his first day of school in a few days, and the Dicatheus will set sail. After this, Arthur was on his way returning home. While on the way, he thought the old geezer did work fast. He could organize and build an entire steam engine ship in months. He can only afford to train half-heartedly if this new continent is friendly. Then Arthur, looking toward the bracelet, thinks that with the artifact Gideon gave him, he should try and work to get his wind and earth attributes of magic closer to his fire and water magic. Meanwhile, Arthur bumped into someone, rubbed his head, looked at the guy, and apologized. He was a bit lost. As Arthur was about to complete his sentence, the guy abused Arthur angrily. Looking toward Arthur, he grits his teeth, asking if his eyes were stashed in his crotch and something. Also, 2 girls stood on either side of that guy. One told him to let the kid go, and the other said yes, she thought he had had too many drinks. Looking toward that guy, Arthur asks why he keeps running into these low-life extras. Then, that guy looking toward Arthur grits his teeth, saying it would be wrong of him as a professor to let such an undisciplined boy off the hook since his parents raised him so poorly. He should step up and teach him some life lessons. Arthur silently passes by him and sees the guy bend behind him saying, "Long hair. Lesson 1 is that a true man should have short hair and muscles like him." Then he steps and gets ahead of Arthur, twirls, and moves the round rod before him, saying lesson 2 when he apologizes to someone of his caliber. However, that guy grabs Arthur's head and presses it, saying he should do it on his knees. The guy presses Arthur's head, and this does not affect Arthur. See, he gets surprised, thinking, why isn't he going down? Arthur angrily speaks, saying on account of his intoxication, he is willing to let this go, but he suggests he get his hand off him. Suddenly, that guy moved backward. As he was about to fall, his mistresses held him from his waist. He angrily looks toward Arthur and grits his teeth. Then he holds both his hands on his mistress's shoulder and they both grab him. Arthur closed his eyes and stepped ahead. The guy stood behind, angrily looking toward Arthur, asked he dared speak to a professor of Xyrus Academy like that. Arthur stops there. The guy smiles, saying it looks like he is familiar with magic, but if he is a student at his school and sees him, he better hide. Then he pointed toward Arthur's left, saying he could beat some discipline into him over there. Arthur stood his back to him, ponytailed his hair, then threw a pendant on the ground and smiled in answer. He looked forward to it, the pendant thuds on the ground. See the guy. One of the mistresses asks if it isn't his pendant. The guy was shocked, and then his second mistress surprisingly said there was no way she didn't even see him. The guy looked toward Arthur, going from there, thinking, when did he? However, Arthur arrives at his home. He opens the main door. As soon he opens the door, Sylvia and Ellie, wearing bows, excitedly jump toward him. But before they can jump, Arthur uses his wind magic to control both of them and swing them in the air, saying he is home. With his magic, Arthur swings them both in the air and steps ahead, asking where his mother and father are. Sylvia, flying in the air, gets angry with Arthur while Ellie pouts, saying no fair. After this, Ellie tells him they are in the living room with Elijah and get a package from Xyrus Academy. However, Ellie excitedly held Arthur's hand and took him to the living room. Everyone surrounded Elijah, and he stood there holding the package. Elijah, showing that package to Arthur, excitedly says to check it out. They got their uniform. Reynolds stood beside Elijah, adding that he was home. Also, Lilia and Tabitha stood beside Elijah. Alice gave Arthur his package, and Ellie held Arthur back. On that package was written "Welcome to Xyrus Academy." Looking toward that package, Arthur thinks of going from an orphan to a king to a baby and then to an adventurer. He will finally be a student and then question how much more this world will teach him. Elijah and Ellie were excitedly looking toward Elijah's package, and many more people were waiting for him in Xyrus Academy, including Lucas and Princess Cathal, and the girl who was outside Arthur's home in a carriage at Ellie's birthday. She holds the photo frame in which she and Arthur's childhood and a man's picture. However, looking toward that picture, she smiles, and on the other side, Arthur also looks toward that package. The next day in the morning, Arthur was sleeping. Elijah, wearing his uniform, pulled Arthur's legs and asked him to come wake up. Arthur was snoring in a deep sleep, and Sylvia was beside him. Arthur turns, the blanket with his hand rolls off Sylvia, and Sylvia angrily wakes up. Her eyes glow while Elijah wakes up. Arthur is saying they must arrive on time for their first. As he was about to complete his sentence, Sylvia jumped on him, knocked him down, and injured him by hitting him with her nails on his face. Elijah, in pain, was shouting. It also hurt Sylvia. His glasses fell while Arthur was asleep. After a while, Arthur wakes up and gets up from the bed, taking tongs and yawning. He says he is up and will be ready in 5 minutes. Elijah stood beside Arthur while Sylvia was biting his ear, and there were scratches of her nails on Elijah's face. Standing before the mirror, Arthur changed his clothes, and Elijah stood behind, pulled Sylvia off of him, and put her on the bed. Then, looking toward Arthur, he says he still can't believe he chose to attend Xyrus Academy as a scholar mage. Arthur buttoned his shirt, asked why not. He told him he wanted to learn more about magic theory. Elijah stood beside Sylvia, brushing her stomach to relax her, answering Arthur yes, but he can do that by taking electives, not centering his whole academic life around it. Arthur ties his collar and says fighting kids his age doesn't really interest him, and besides, he will still be taking some battle mage classes. Elijah surprisingly adds he knows, but he has heard that scholar mages tend to be looked down on by battle mage students. Arthur laughs, asking if he is worrying about Elijah. He answers with a surprised facial expression. He worries about the students who will get sent to the medical ward for looking down on him. Arthur laughs, then ponytails his hair, and, wearing an upper coat, says don't worry, Elijah. After this, Arthur gets ready, then buttons his upper coat and looks toward Elijah, saying he will try to behave. After this, they both come for breakfast. Arthur opens the dining hall door, and Sylvia sits on his shoulder. Elijah steps after him. Seeing them in the dining hall, Reynolds, while having breakfast, says hurry up and eat them too. Arthur sits on the chair beside Ellie while she, with a sad face, places her hand and face on the table and says it's unfair. She wants to go to Xyrus too. Arthur moves his chair backward, smiles, and then stops slacking on her training. Sylvia sits on Arthur's shoulder and jumps. Elijah goes to Alice and, pointing toward his face, asks Aunt Alice if she minds healing his face. She chuckles, asking what he did to Sylvia this time, then waves her hand and asks him to come there. While having breakfast, Reynolds looked toward his wife, who was healing Elijah with her magic, and asked who couldn't believe his boy was attending the famous Xyrus Academy. It looks like they raised him well, right honey? She, with a smiley face, looks toward him and asks what he means by saying that she was the one who raised him. Reynolds, looking toward his wife, surprisingly asks. He guessed the only time he raised his children was when they got into trouble, and she sat before him, waving her hand to answer as long as he knew. Also, Elijah was healed by Alice's healing magic, and then he happily stepped ahead, touching his face. However, the carriage was ready to depart. Elijah stood beside the carriage, and Arthur's parents were hugging him. Arthur, hugging his parents, says he will try to come home when he can. Arthur brushes Ellie's head and asks her to behave and look after their mother and father. Okay, she winks, answering yes. Then Arthur, stepping toward the carriage, turned and pointed toward his mother and sister, asking if they had the pendants, and he gave him the right to keep on. Elijah also entered the carriage, and Sylvia was already sitting there, pulling back the curtain and looking through the window. Reynolds, pointing toward himself, asks Arthur no last words for his father. Also, Ellie and Alice show him a pendant on their neck and smile. Arthur enters the carriage, holding the carriage door, looking toward his father, and answers yes, don't burn down the house while he trains Dad. After some time, they arrive at the Xyrus Academy. Then, standing outside the academy gate, Arthur smiles, saying they are there. Also, Sylvia sat on his shoulder and smiled, and many students were passing to enter the academy. A large number of students from royal families came there on their beasts. Also, many students among them were magicians, and they came there with their magic wands. As Arthur and Elijah stepped ahead, a boy with dusky hair and glasses pointed ahead toward the white central building. Raise his voice, students. Please form a single file line in front of the white central building. Attendance at the entrance ceremony is mandatory. All the students step toward the white central building and enter there. However, in the main hall, students were clamoring there, and they were in the attendance line. In the reception area, a teacher was marking their attendance with the help of a globe. Also, those students whose attendance gets marked turn to the other side, and the teacher there calls Elijah Knight's name. Then, looking toward the globe, she marks the attendance, saying battle mage candidates have an affinity for earth magic. After Elijah, it was Arthur's turn. The teacher welcomed Arthur and checked her bio. She said student Arthur Lewin scholar mage candidate affinity, and she stopped there. Then she surprisingly raised her voice, asking for earth and wind magic. Arthur, surprisingly, pointed toward himself and asked if it was a problem. Elijah hits his arm with Arthur's smile, saying she is surprised that he is only a dual elemental mage. Also, Sylvia, sitting on Arthur's shoulder, laughs. The lady teacher shakes her head, answering no, then pointing ahead and saying, please go ahead. Both Arthur and Elijah turn and step ahead toward the hall. As they enter the hall, they are surprised. Elijah shockingly says he thought it would be a little quiet inside. With a surprised face, Arthur adds that there are few seats left. However, the hall was crowded with students, and all the students were clamoring while the speech area was empty. Elijah and Arthur step ahead and move toward the upper chair line. Elijah, passing by the students to get the chairs, asks the students sorry, pardon him. The students with red hair sit there and look toward Elijah angrily while Elijah passes by him and says he is a battle mage too. Arthur was stepping after Elijah and heard the red-haired student gossip in his friend's ear, saying, look, another nerdy scholar is weakling, as both the red-haired student and his friend were not giving the space to let them pass and move to the next chairs. Arthur stands before him and says excuse him. Then he angrily looking both of them and asks if he can get through. With Arthur's strong aura, both start shivering and pointing ahead fearfully, says go on. After this, both Arthur and Elijah got the seat. Elijah sat there chattering with the students sitting next to him. Arthur looks ahead with a bored facial expression and thinks he has forgotten how loud kids around this age get with their friends. Also, Sylvia, lying in Arthur's lap, was winking. Meanwhile, the magic starts surrounding the podium. Surprisingly, Arthur looks toward the podium, thinking, what is this sudden magic appearance? However, from that magic, an old lady stood beside the podium, looking toward the students. Arthur shivers from her presence in the hall. All the students look around while the lady snaps, and everyone there gets silent. The students try to speak, but she, with her magic, stops their voices. The students need clarification and need help understanding what is happening to them. Arthur turned his head and looked toward Elijah, standing beside him. Elijah, putting his index finger in his ear, was shaking. Looking toward that lady, Arthur smiled, thinking he knew she could use sound magic, but was skilled enough to encompass the whole building. However, the lady starts her speech by excusing her for rudeness, but she hates speaking up. Further, she says it's not very good for her throat, especially in her old age, and she would like to welcome them all. The further leaders, scholars, and powerhouses of Dickathon are in this humble academy. Then she, putting a hand on her heart, said she was Director Cynthia Goodsky, and then closing her eyes, she smiled while she considered presenting a long and rather boring speech. She realizes that this is a very special year, and she is proud to say that since the founding of this institution, they have never had as many elves and dwarves in attendance as today. The students clapped, and she continued her speech, pointing aside that a line of students was behind the curtain. She points there and says, as such, who better to welcome them all than the very students that will help lead and give voices to every one of them. Furthermore, she says we should warmly welcome the Xyrus Academy Student Council members. Those students step ahead, waving their hands toward the students sitting in the hall. However, the students sat there clapping for them, and Lilia was also present among those students. She looks toward the students sitting there, waving her hand, slightly smile. See her there? Elijah excitedly jumps on the chair, and looking toward Arthur, says there is Lilia. They should cheer for her. Then he excitedly turns his head and looks ahead toward the speech area, but Arthur remains silent and doesn't respond to Elijah. A girl stepped there as the students in line were stepping on stage. Looking toward that girl, the boys sitting in the hall are surprised and start to blush, and Elijah blush, asking who that girl is. Sylvia is lying in Arthur's lap, looking toward that girl. She is surprised, and then she excitedly gets up. While Arthur looks toward her, smiles, and his head moves aside on his hand. Arthur, with a smiley face, looking toward that girl, thinks long time no seen Tesha. However, that girl was nobody else but Tesha as she had grown up, and Tesha was the girl who gifted Ellie that bow on her birthday. All the boys were surprisingly looking toward Tesha, while Arthur, with a smiley face putting his face in his hand, was looking toward her. Meanwhile, two boys sitting in the next lane to Arthur and Elijah start talking about Tesha. One of them says that's the Princess Tesha Iralith he was talking about. He heard she has been on campus since last year as a direct disciple under Director Goodsky. The second one surprisingly asks why the director is infamous for never taking on a disciple. The first one answers that it's just how talented she is. Plus, she is downright gorgeous. It's not even fair. Further, he gossips in the second ear and says people say she is cold and strict. He hears the first one with a smiley face, and who cares? He wonders what he must do to get her to look at him. However, Tesha starts her speech by greeting everyone there, then puts a hand on her heart and says her name is Tesha Iralith. Their student council president, first and foremost, congratulations on their admittance to the finest institute of mages this continent has to offer. While she is in her first year like all of them, she has had the privilege of observing the academy for a year longer. Also, Lilia and a boy with yellow hair stood at either side, and she continued her speech, saying alongside the lessons and bonds formed within these grounds. She has also seen the discrimination scholar mages, in particular, have faced if mere uniform differences can divide them. She worries what the difference in race will lead to. He hears the white students sit on the chairs, proudly waving their hands and smiling, and the brown students sit beside him, surprisingly looking toward them. Furthermore, Tesha continues her speech, adding that today she stands before all of them, students of the new generation, and implores them. Then she waved her hands and raised her voice to cast aside the mindset of the older generation that bred hostility amongst the different races. Just as the royal families have come together from the council, they should do the same for the future of this continent. However, all the students there clap at Arthur while clapping, look toward her smile, and Sylvia sits in his lap excitedly. Then Sylvia, pointing toward Tesha on the stage, says, "Papa, that's Mana. She's down there. Go and say hello to her." Sylvia excitedly jumps, calling Tesha her mama, but Arthur grabs her, asking why she is her mama. Meanwhile, Elijah calls Arthur's name. Arthur turns his head and looks toward him, and when Elijah says he thinks he is in love, he hears Sylvia turn her head and looks toward him. Surprisingly, Arthur looks toward Elijah, and Elijah moves toward Arthur, asking why he is looking at him like that. Arthur sighed, answering because he had said that 4 times before, just on the way to this building. Elijah shouts, "Shut up, she is different." After her speech, Arthur looked toward Tesha, who turned and moved toward the students on stage and smiled, answering yes. Elijah moves toward Arthur, and by connecting his face with Arthur's, he grits his teeth, asking if his invitation to the Beautiful People mixer got lost in the mail. Arthur pushes him backward, answering, giving it a rest. He is a weirdo. When Arthur pushes him backward, Sylvia also makes him. After this, Arthur looks toward Tesha, standing on the stage. However, after the speech, all the students exit the hall, and Arthur and Elijah step toward the ground. While on the way, Elijah took tongs and yawned, saying he knew they covered important stuff, but man was boring. Then he winked and looked toward Arthur, who was brushing Sylvia's head. He sat on Arthur's head while all the girls and boys passing by him stared at him. Looking toward Arthur, Elijah thinks, does he not notice, and does he not care? Then he turns his head and grits his teeth, thinking such a waste. Meanwhile, they see 2 guys standing on the roadside, quarreling with each other. One is long in height and is white, while the other is short in height and brown. The short-heighted boy shouts at the other, asking him to get real. He hears the white boy ask. He doesn't see how a short dwarf like him can even hope to become a real augmenter. Further, he asks why they don't stick to forging weapons for real warriors like him. The boy shouts, asking what he says and who he thinks he is. Also, the students there surround them. Elijah steps ahead and asks Arthur, "Come on, let's see what is going on." Arthur, looking toward those boys, thinks that blatant racism already looks like she is going to have a hard time with Tesha. The heightened boy bumps his head into the heightened boy and smiles into his eyes, asking if his name is Nicholas Drayle, why don't declare a duel shorty, or is all bark. The short-heighted boy angrily looks into his eyes, answers he is going to be sorry, and then he grabs the academy badge on his uniform and raises his voice. Brosnian Boar declares a duel between himself and Nicola Drayle. As he holograms the badge, a bright light emerges from the badge, and it shines. Nicholas Drayle grabs his badge, saying he, Nicholas Drayle, duel, and his badge also shine. As both stood before each other, the shield light spread around them, while the students gathered to watch the duel slogging for them. Arthur stood there, grabbing his badge on his uniform shirt, thinking that these artifacts the school distributes can conjure barriers around their users for sanctioned duels within the school. How interesting. Also, Sylvia was sleeping on his head when Nicholas swung his hand, in which he wore the dimension ring. A golden light came out of his hand, and he removed his sword from his dimension ring. On the other side, Brosnian swung his hand and took out his weapon from his dimension ring. Elijah stood beside Arthur, slogged for Brosnian to see Arthur close his eyes. While the other students stood there looking toward Elijah, gritting their teeth, Arthur opened his eyes, and his eyes closed. Then he looks toward Nicola and gets the information that he is dark red core, and then he looks toward Brosnian and gets the information that he is a black core augmenter. Further, he thought, let's see what they can do. Also, a red aura emerged from Nicholas's body, and a black aura emerged from Bronze's body. Brosnian grabbed from the ground, lifting his weapon toward Nicola and creating his spell. On the other side, Nicola runs toward him, makes his spell, stabs his sword into the ground, and pulls back the sword. And due to his spell, the stone from the ground swung in pointed form toward Brosnian. See, Elijah surprisingly asks what kind of dull blades those are, while Arthur, looking toward them, thinks to be able to conjure earth-like. That as an augmenter, when he is only a red core mage, shows he is talented and has received much training. Brosnian raises his voice, jumps up, and cracks all the stones with his weapon. Nicola swings his sword, and Brosnian, jumping in the air, strikes his weapon to attack him. Nicola, with his magic, jumps and cracks the ground, while Brosnian, using his tremor, smashes the weapon and cracks the stone that Nicola created with his magic. He sees Nicola jump in the air and swing his sword from behind to attack him. Brosnian turns and looks toward him, pointing his weapon toward him. Nicola, swinging his swords, quickly moves toward him in the air while Brosnian swings his gun, and with his magic, he falls Nicola away. Nicola rolls on the ground with a thud but quickly gets up while Brosnian charges himself and runs toward him to attack him. Nicola smirked and stabbed both his swords in the ground. Then he pulls back his sword and throws the mud toward Brosnina. The mud splats on Brosnian's face. He closes his eyes and angrily says he fights like a coward. Using his spell, Nicola creates the earth pillar there, which stabs Brosnian's stomach, and he lifts upward with that pillar. Brosnian shouted. The pillar crashed, and he thuds on the ground. Nicola stabs his one sword into the ground beside Brosnian, and while placing his other sword on his shoulder, looking toward Brosnina, he says he fights like a coward, so what? A win is a win, shorty, while Brosnian is lying on the ground injured, gritting his teeth. The students around them clap while Elijah stands, looking toward both of them, thinking the duel should be over since the barrier broke. But he doesn't think Nicola plans on stopping. After this, Nicola, raising his voice, lifts his foot and points it toward Brosnian's arm, saying let's see how his school year goes with a shattered arm, fresh meat. To see this, Elijah gets surprised and then steps ahead, thinking this is his chance to be a hero. Meanwhile, Arthur stood behind him, looking ahead, raising his voice, asking if that was the student council president's seat. Elijah stops there, and Nicola puts his foot backward and looks around, asking the president where the other students are fearful. Arthur laughs and, putting their hand on Elijah's shoulder, lifts his shoulder, saying he must have seen wrong, and Sylvia sits on his head and nods. While Elijah, looking toward Arthur, says he ruined his chance to shine, Arthur responds by asking his chance he was going to bully that sword-swinging kid. As Arthur was about to complete his sentence, Nicola grabbed his shoulder and pulled him backward. Then, angrily looking toward Arthur, he abuses him, asking if he is picking a fight with his scholar and how dare he ruin his duel. Arthur winked and, lifting his hands, asked Man to chill out. Didn't he hear it's not cool to discriminate? Besides, he was sure the duel was over long before that. Nicola pushes Arthur backward angrily, saying he will decide when the duel ends in the scrawny first year. While Arthur looks toward him and thinks he doesn't believe that's how duels work, Nicola turns and steps ahead, saying don't let him catch him between classes. Arthur stood behind, sighing, while Sylvia sat on his head angrily, looking toward Nicola, making a noise and spitting on Nicola's neck. Nicola angrily turns and grits his teeth. He looks toward Arthur while Arthur, pointing toward Sylvia, says he wasn't. Nicola creates the spell with his hand, asking him to dare. Meanwhile, Tesha gets there with Lilia and Clive and raises her voice, asking Nicola if he dare. Everyone stood there, turned their head, and looked at the three of them. After this, Clive and Lilia, holding diaries, step ahead with Tesha, while all the students around them look toward them. Looking toward Tessai, Clive says they must get their agenda made before the disciplinary Lilia adds from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. While their other team members hold diaries, they separate from them and turn, telling Clive they will catch them at the meeting. Tesha folded their arms, stepped ahead, and looked down, thinking she couldn't find Arthur during the speech. She wondered if he skipped the ceremony, but Master Goodsky said he was at school. Further, she asks herself how to react when she runs into him. Play it cool, maybe more friendly, but what if he is the one that finds her first? Tesha, assuming this all, closes her eyes. Meanwhile, Clive calls the Essendant president and then calls the president again. Tesha snaps out of her assumption, turns, and looks toward Clive, asking yes, what is it? He, looking toward her, asks if she feels unwell, president. Then she says they can cancel the other meeting if she raises her hand and adds no, it's fine. Then Tesha says there is a lot to do today. Suddenly, she notices Nicola's raging at Arthur, and that doesn't let him catch him between classes. While Arthur stood there, he turned his head, sighing, and Sylvia sat on Arthur's head angrily, looking toward Nicholas, who was making noise. As Tesha, Lilia, and Clive stood in the distance, and as Tesha looked toward Nicola, Clive said it was Nicholas from House Drayle. He is one of the more promising students that came in last year. As Arthur stood there with his back to them, Clive, looking toward Arthur, says the red-haired boy seems to be a first year though. But he must recognize him from the Noble's prospective students' parties. He must be a commoner. Meanwhile, Tesha and Lilia recognize Arthur. Nicola angrily looks toward Arthur to create his spell and sees Tesha, surprisingly think that the student is dead if he pisses Arthur off. Also, Lilia surprisingly shouts, and Nicola angrily takes out his sword from his dimension ring, asking Arthur if he dares, but before he attacks Arthur, Tesha steps toward them, asking if he dares. Nicola sees Tesha, quickly pulls back his swords in the ring, and fearfully says Student Council President. Arthur and Elijah turn their heads and look toward her, and then Nicola says this is a misunderstanding. Then, pointing toward Arthur, he says he had accepted a duel from this dwarf from Brosnian when this first year interrupted them. Arthur looks toward Tesha, smiles, and waves his hand to greet her. Sylvia sees Tesha there and gets excited. Sitting on Arthur's head, she waves her hand. Lilia comes to Arthur, asking what happened, and Tesha stands beside them and asks if they two know each other. Lilia smiled, answering yes. Arthur's father has worked with him for several years, so they have been friends for a while. As she was about to complete her sentence, Arthur added that they had been living together for a while. Here's Tesha gets speechless while Lilia shouts at Arthur. What he said needs to be more accurate, and Arthur answers he is not wrong. Tesha was surprised, and then Clive asked Nicholas what this meant. Even if he was interrupted, that doesn't give him an excuse to pull his weapon. Nicholas answered he just wanted to scare him. Of course, he wouldn't have hit him. Clive held his head and closed his eyes, adding if that was the case, then he supposed they could let him off with them as he was about to complete her sentence. Tesha adds that pointing a weapon at someone outside a sanctioned duel violates school ground rules. Then Tesha, angrily stepping toward Nicholas, says try stopping his gun just before he hits her, but that action alone will warrant him a suspension. Furthermore, Tesha angrily looks into Nicola's eyes and says that expulsion would be the least of his worries if he touched even a hair on her head. Nicholas, head down, fearfully looks toward her, and she looks into his eyes and asks, so that she will ask again, does he dare? Nicholas fearfully gritted his teeth before Arthur said he apologized and was acting rashly out of anger. Arthur stands before him, putting his hand in his pocket, looks aside, whistling, and Sylvia sits on her head angrily and looks toward Nicholas. With no expression, Nicholas is surprised, and Tesha tells Nicholas his actions will be reported. Now leave. After this, Tesha turns her eyes, and looking at the students around her, she says everyone. They all fearfully turn to leave. Then she put a hand on her head, closed her eyes, and said to Arthur. However, she places a hand on her face, looks down, and asks why he is starting a fight on the first day of school. Asking this, Tessa thinks Grandpa told her he was trying to keep a low profile and asked what would happen if he beat a senior up so easily. Arthur stood before her, looking toward her, asking what she was assuming, watching the last 5 seconds of that situation. Also, Elijah stood beside him, playing with Sylvia and Tesha, looking toward Arthur's answer. It doesn't matter. Then, she asked him if he knew the repercussions he would face if the situation escalated. Arthur answered Nicholas was about to injure him, even after his protective barrier broke seriously. Arthur, pointing toward Brosnian and his friends, stood aside on the ground. He says if he hadn't diverted his attention, she would have had to deal with a lot more than this. Tesha and Clive are surprised, and Elijah grabs Arthur's shoulder, saying, "Come on, let it go, man." The president is right too. Arthur angrily turned and stepped ahead while Elijah stood behind, extending his arm toward him. Elijah gets sad, and Lilia stands beside him, putting a hand on his shoulder and asking him to relax. Meanwhile, Clive angrily passes by him toward Arthur while Elijah and Lilia turn their head and look toward him. Clive grabs Arthur's shoulder, saying hold it first year where he was raised in a barn. Tesha extended her hand toward Clive and raised her voice, asking him to stop. Clive grabs Arthur's shoulder and turns, telling Tesha he can't do that, President. It's unacceptable for someone of his stature to talk to her that way. Undoubtedly, because of his upbringing, he wasn't taught proper manners. Arthur stood ahead of Clive and said, "Man, he is getting sick of people just grabbing onto him like this." Clive looked toward him and asked what he had done. As Clive was about to complete his sentence, Arthur punched and flew him in the air. He sees Tesha Lilia, and Elijah is surprised. Clive thuds on the ground. Tesha calls Clive and quickly goes to him to ask if he is okay. Then Tesha gets up and extends her hand toward Arthur. She sees Elijah grabbing Sylvia, quickly gets there, and stands head down before Arthur. Arthur stood his back to them, and Tesha extended her hand toward him, but he, putting his hand in his pocket, stepped ahead and left while Tesha stood behind him, looking toward him, moving back her hand. After some time, Tesha, in her room, stood beside the wall, bamming her head on the wall, thinking everything got screwed up and it was over. Then she sadly headed down, stepped toward the bed, and sat there. Then she gripped the pillow and placed that pillow on her face. She was miffed, screaming. After this, she grabs a pillow, thuds on the bed, and then removes the pillow from her face, asking if this is her fault. Moreover, she looks aside and asks if she is looking out for Arthur and if he does get into trouble like he tends to do. Then, he will lose library access and training facility privileges. After this, Tesha put her face on the pillow, thinking she mightn't have been so harsh. After all, he wasn't the one holding a weapon. Then she turned her face to think, but Arthur himself was a weapon. More importantly, Tesha shouts, asking how Arthur ended up living with Lilia. Does he find girls in the wild to live in their houses? However, Tesha, with a sad face, sighs, saying it is all Master Goodsky's fault for masking her becoming a student council. She wouldn't have had to care about treating all the students fairly if she weren't. Tesha assumes that she is hugging Arthur and that they are happy with each other, considering that she says they could have reunited like this. Meanwhile, Tesha's room door knocks, and the person outside her room knocking on the door says, "President, it's Clive. He wanted to check up on her." She looked slightly drained during their meeting after their run-in with that first year. Here's Tessai turn her head and, grabbing the pillow, close her eyes, answering she is fine. She wasn't the one who got thrown on his tailbone. Clive stood outside the room, asking who he was anyway. How could he talk to her that way when she tried to advise him? Further, he asks if he should talk to the director about Tesha sitting there on the bed, turning her head, saying, "Clive, the matter has been settled. Give it a rest." Then she closed her eyes and thudded on the bed, thinking what a mess. Then she opened her eyes, asking why he had to become so uselessly good-looking. Tesha, lying on the bed, suddenly asks how many of his classmates are going to hit on him. However, Clive turns and steps ahead toward the hall. Meanwhile, intense muffled screaming comes from Tessai's room, and he steps ahead surprised. On the other side, Arthur and Elijah were in their room. There, they were removing the comforter from boxes lying beside their bed. Also, Sylvia was sleeping on Arthur's bed. Elijah, taking out the comforter, says, "Man, this campus is huge." He thought it would take less time to see everything. Then he looked toward Arthur, asked if he was still mulling about shoulder tossing their student vice president. Arthur placed his toothbrush with his ear and smiled, answering yes, that, and more. Here's Elijah says it's rare for him to get so worked up, though usually he would ignore them and walk off. With a surprised face, Arthur looks aside and thinks that what Tesha said wasn't wrong. Then why did he get so annoyed? Was it because Tesha had said it? Then he scratched his head, thinking, forget it, what done is done. Meanwhile, the door knocks. Both Arthur and Elijah turn their heads and look toward the door. Arthur opens the door, asking who it is. Madame Goodsky answers, wishing Arthur good evening, and then she asks him if he may come in. Arthur stood at the door, holding the door, remaining silent, while Elijah flicked and surprisingly looked toward the director, asked Director Goodsky. Then he bends before the director, saying it's an honor to meet her up close and in person. Arthur stands there holding the door and looks toward Elijah, bending before the director. Director Goodsky stands at the door, looking toward Elijah, and asks Elijah if she has heard great things about him from Vincent. Arthur, putting their hand on Elijah's shoulder, moves his aside, and he steps toward Elijah, pointing his hand toward the room, and asks the director to please come in, Director Goodsky. The director entered the room, and Elijah stood there looking toward Arthur. Then he held the door and stepped outside the room, saying he would get them something to drink downstairs. The director stood in the room and thanked Elijah, and then Arthur and Goodsky sat on the chairs before each other. Looking toward Arthur, the director says she told him to call her Cynthia. Arthur sat on the chair, leg on the leg, answered, and told her he wouldn't. Also, Sylvia was sleeping on Arthur's lap. Goodsky looks toward Sylvia lying in Arthur's lap and says it seems his bond isn't the only one that's changed. Here's Sylvia, placing her face on Arthur's arm, opening her eyes, and looking toward the director. After this, the director asks if she can only sense his wind and earth attributes mana, and if he is using a seal by any chance. Arthur lifts his hand and shows her the bracelet on his arm. Goodsky closes her eyes and sighs, adding that she is not disappointed. Furthermore, she says she hoped to go around flaunting him as her little quadra-elemental protege, and she is glad to see he has opted to be a scholar mage as she expected. Looking toward the bracelet on his arm, Arthur answers that he was planning on telling her this when he got to visit her. Then, looking toward her, he says he made a troublesome enemy as an adventurer, and he would instead not give him any reason to suspect him, at least for now. Goodsky laughed and, putting a hand on her face, responded, to call the brother of a lance and heir to one of the most influential military houses a mere troublesome enemy. Then she looks toward Arthur and says she is almost worried about who his natural enemies will be. Arthur, looking aside, responds what an ominous thing to say to a preteen boy just starting his school life, while thinking he guessed they wouldn't keep that from her. Goodsky laughs, adding he is right to apologize. After this, Arthur says don't worry about it, but speaking of school life, he did want her to help with another matter. Goodsky, with a surprised face, asks what might be the answer. He wishes to take higher-level mana theory classes, especially those on deviants. Here's Goodsky added that would be pretty easy to do, but she thought one of his main reasons for attending this academy so late was to fit in with his peers. Arthur closed his eyes, saying he would take these classes on top of the normal ones with students his age. He is impatient to learn more about deviant mana manipulation since he has hit the ceiling on that recently. Saying this, Arthur smiles, thinking that there is nothing close to deviation magic in his old world. Goodsky responds very well. She will make it happen. She then smiled open her right hand, saying she could even give him a pass so he could observe the top upper-class mages' mock battles. Arthur gets excited, sits on the chair, moves forward, responding okay, then asks her what's the catch. Meanwhile, Elijah slams the door and, holding the tray of teacups, excitedly calls Arthur's name. Then, pointing toward Arthur, he raises his voice. He is rude to the director and asks how he can mistake her kindness for ulterior motives. Goodsky raises her hand and, looking toward Elijah, responds no, she did have an ulterior motive. Hears Elijah relax and then places the teacup on the table. While Goodsky looks toward Arthur and asks if he knows the student council, he hears Elijah placing the tea on the table and is surprised. However, Goodsky says, well, if they are what he would call this school's shields, she decided to make the sword this year. And she wants him to join the disciplinary committee and hears Arthur ask what. Goodsky answers as he has already witnessed an academy full of young hormonal mages brought up thinking they are worth their weight in gold, often leading to problems. Arthur says go figure. Then she says the disciplinary committee will be responsible for upholding peace and enforcing rules in their little school ground. Here's Arthur asks if it is even something a first-year student should be a part of. He is not even a battle mage. Elijah sits on the bed beside Arthur, and Goodsky opens her arms and closes her eyes to answer her school's rules. Both of them are surprised then. Arthur turns his head near his eyes and sighs, adding that he forgot it. He can skip the theory classes. He will teach himself from the books in the library. However, Goodsky smiles, adding those books aren't accessible to first-year students, and even for upper-level students, he would need to show that he is a deviant. Then she looks toward Arthur and asks what he can't do now. Is she right? Director Goodsky, with an evil smile, takes out her tongue while Arthur, looking toward her angrily, grits his teeth. Looking toward both of them, Elijah thinks, why do these two seem like old friends instead of directors and students? After this, the director said that the disciplinary committee members were chosen for their strength so that he would have peers with whom he could regularly spar and learn. She will even give access to a private training facility. Arthur adds that the members were chosen for their strength. Does that mean she had raised her hand as he was about to complete his sentence? Arthur, looking toward her hand, stops there. She looks toward him and says, despite House Wyke's insistence on giving a spot to Lucas. She declined them, hoping he would join her, and heard Arthur squeeze his eyes, asking if she had prepared thoroughly, hadn't she? Goodsky, with a smile on her face, says he and she are going up against each other. After all, Arthur responded fine, but that training facility had better be one of those mana-rich ones. Goodsky gets up from the chair, responding that it is already done. Then she creates the M and throws a pack to Arthur with her hand. Arthur surprisingly catches that package while she turns toward the door, standing at the door holding the door handle. Looking toward Arthur, she says she has already gotten a disciplinary committee uniform tailored for him. Elijah bends before her while Arthur, holding that package, looks toward her. However, Arthur, looking toward that package, think it pisses him off that she already knew he was going to accept. After this, Goodsky, closing the door, says, Arthur, please make up with Student Council President Tessis soon. Then she smiles, saying staying mad at his childhood friend is not good. Here as Elijah gets shocked and his body turns into stone. A wavy light falls on his head and his body gets cracked. While Arthur sits behind him on the chair, he gets speechless, and when Elijah turns his head and looks toward him, Arthur turns his eyes and starts humming. Elijah shouts at him, asking Tesha Iralith is his childhood friend. After this, Arthur and Elijah step on the roadside in the evening. Arthur, putting their hands in his pocket, says sorry, but he would tell him eventually. It just turned out that way. He heard Elijah, head down, with a sad face, answering it okay. Also was sleeping on Elijah's head. Then Elijah explains that he too has what he might call a childhood friend, as this was a healthy girl with golden hair. She jumps toward Elijah, closing her arms and asking, "Let's go on a date." Elijah is crying and tightly closing his arms, answering no, never. Also, when that healthy girl closes her hands, her dress sleeves tear apart, and then Elijah puts her hand on Arthur's shoulder and says her name is Helgarth. Arthur creates Elijah, and that girl's picture in his thoughts, looks up, laughs, and adds that he sees she sounds like a lovely little girl. After this, Arthur, climbing the S, Elijah stepping after him, asks Lilia P. to assess Cathaln and even Princess Tesha. Further, he asks what's next. Is he going to start flirting with God? Arthur smiles, answering he never flirted with anyone. However, they both enter the mess room. While on the way, Elijah looks toward Arthur and asks what makes it even worse. Then Elijah opens his arms and asks if he oozes attractive pheromones. After this, Arthur receives his food tray from the counter, and Elijah hugs him from behind, thinking he wants some of those pheromones too. Also, when he hugs Arthur, his butts move backward, and Sylvia sits on Elijah's shoulder and looks toward his butt. While Arthur receives the food and tries to respond to him, he is so weird, and Elijah closing eyes and answers that he loves him because he is weird too. Arthur took his food, tried to move toward the dining table, and saw Elijah standing behind and screaming while Arthur passed by the dining table. He looks at the students sitting at the food table while having their food staring at him. After this, Elijah, holding his food, tried to pass by the students, staring at them, saying that it looked like the rumors about him had already spread. Don't mind. Arthur brushed his hair, turned, and smiled, answering he was so popular already, and Elijah stood beside looking toward him, adding he was a weirdo. After this, they sit on the chairs and start having their food. She sits under the table beside Arthur. Foot is having her food. Meanwhile, a guy came to them saying excuse him. He couldn't help but notice that he was wasting his time with someone beneath him. Elijah surprisingly looks toward that guy with a smile. Elijah says he is Charles Ravenper, two of the famous Ravenper house. Then he asks if he has surely heard of it. Also, his two friends were with him and were looking toward Elijah. Then Charles says well, he is feeling rather generous today. He will allow him to join his group. He can assure him that he won't regret it. Here's Elijah asks the Ravenpour family while Arthur stands ahead of him PFFT. Then Arthur wipes his mouth and says that a noble family wouldn't be named after bird feces. While Elijah puts a hand on his nose and smiles, adding sorry, he must have misheard then. While Charles sees their behavior angrily and looks toward them, his friends stand beside him and surprisingly look toward him. Charles hits his hand and throws Elijah's food, trying to shout enough. Elijah turns and surprisingly looks toward his food, flying in the air. Charles, gritting his teeth, asks him if he dared mock nobility. He has gone out of his way to welcome him into his group, so that he doesn't lower himself by hanging out with this trouble-making scholar trash, but he spit in his face. Elijah makes a fist of his hand and gets up from the chair, asking Charles why he would go with someone who blatantly looks down on his best friend. Then he says they are all mages in this academy, so get off his high horse. Charles angrily puts their hand in his pant pocket, looks toward Elijah, and asks if they are all mages. He says. Then he adds he must have lived in a cave, and something if he doesn't know the difference between them and them. Elijah, pointing his thumb toward himself, adds that he has lived in a cave, and even the student council says they shouldn't treat each other differently. He hears Charles making the fist of his hand and extending his fist toward Arthur, answering that of course they would. It's all politics and appearance, but it isn't reality. Witnessing it firsthand is the only way for him to realize the difference. As the first was moving toward Arthur, silently sitting there, sighing and getting up, Arthur moved so quickly from there that Charles was surprised. He stopped his hand there, thinking he couldn't even see it. That must have been a fluke. Arthur's head down, putting their hand on the table, stood there. Charles, making a fist of his hand, ran toward Arthur, thinking there was no way he could move that fast. But before he attacked, Elijah got there, stood before Arthur, and opened his arms. Arthur stood behind Elijah, turning his eyes, and looked toward Elijah, thinking he might get away with using magic, but Elijah. Meanwhile, many magic vines move toward Charles and grab his hand as soon as they see it. The vines spread on Charles's whole body and bind him. However, those vines lift him and stretch him. Charles shouted, "What is this? Let him go." Then he looked toward the vines and grits of his teeth, thinking about these vines. Is there a student capable of using such powerful deviant magic? And is it a teacher? Then he raises his voice and unhands him. Both Arthur and Elijah stood down, surprisingly looking toward Charles. Arthur peeks aside, and he notices Tesha standing beside the wall. He sees her there. He smiles, then looks toward Charles. He thinks now what he should do with him. Using magic would get Elijah and him in trouble. Also, Charles, lifting, was shouting, and his friends stood beside him, hiding from him. However, a thought comes to Arthur's mind, and he smiles, thinking he might turn and look toward Charles. While Charles shouts at Arthur, does he think he will get away with this? Wait till he tells his mother, and then he gets silent. Arthur stood before Charles and stared at him. Rules, looking toward Arthur, got scared and surprisingly thought, this pressure, why does that scholar feel different than before? Arthur steps toward Charles and abuses him, saying he from the noble house loves to beat his chest and flaunt his riches and power. Further, Arthur says that when all he is doing is embarrassing his family by acting like this, Charles laughs, adding that nothing is embarrassing about putting trash like him in their places, and his parents would be proud. Arthur stepped toward him while Elijah stood behind, looking toward him and thinking, what should he do? Arthur looked like he was about to snap. Should he step in? Arthur angrily looks toward Charles and asks if that is so. He extends his hand toward him and says allow him the honor of teaching him an important lesson. Charles, with an evil smile on his face, asks if he is unarmed and tied up. What can he even do with all of these witnesses watching? Arthur lifts his hand to create wind magic, something even crueler to his kids than physical injuries. Charles smiled, asking if he thought a no-name idiot like him could get away with using magic as he was about to complete his sentence. Arthur removes Charles's pants and nails him, seeing Charles become stone. Then, looking down toward the pants lying on the floor, he shouts. While the students surround there laughing, a boy pointing toward Charles's butt says, "Look." And the girls stood there putting their hands on their eyes, laughing, saying they didn't see much. Charles shouts to shut up all of them, but they don't look. Arthur turns and steps ahead, and Elijah sees this and is surprised. While Sylvia sits on Elijah's shoulder, covering her eyes with her hands, Arthur steps ahead and says he will return. Elijah turns, responding yes and sure, and Sylvia uncovers her one eye and excitedly looks toward Arthur. However, Tesha sits alone on the bench outside at night, looking up toward the moon. Arthur gets there and steps toward her. Arthur, putting his hand in his pocket and standing beside the wall, looks toward her and smiles. After this, he goes to her, sits on the bench beside her, and thanks her for her help. Tesha turns her head and, with a sad face, looks down and responds that she knows he didn't need it. Looking up toward the sky, Arthur says she still saved him and his friend from getting in trouble for the second time today. There is silence, and Arthur, with a surprised face, looks up and thinks about what he should say in this situation. After this, he moves toward her and apologizes while she hands on hands, looking down, and turns her face toward him. As she turns her face to apologize, her head thwarts with Arthur's chin and his tongue gets between his teeth. Tesha grabs her head while Arthur puts a hand on his mouth. Then he turns his head, looks toward her, wink and smiles, saying he thinks he heard his chin crack just now. He gets surprised when Tesha holds her head, hissing it. Arthur, looking toward her, asks if she is crying, and she, holding her head, angrily replies, "Shut up." Then, with teary eyes, she heads up and looks toward him, saying it's because it hurts. Then she leaned her head on his shoulder, and Arthur asked her if it hurt that much. She closed her eyes, saying how swollen it looked already. Arthur pats her head and looks toward her with a smiley face. She leaned her head on his shoulder and said he hated her. Arthur, lovingly looking toward her, replies that even if there are times when he gets mad at her, he would never hate her, and she responds that she doesn't want that either. She hears Arthur get speechless, and then turns her head and lovingly looks toward him, saying she doesn't want him to get mad at her. Arthur, looking ahead, sighed, adding, well, this time he was wrong. He knew she was looking out for him, and he shouldn't have lashed out at her like that. Tesha answered no, she was bad too, and she shouldn't have called him out in front of all those people. However, Tesha closes her eyes, sighs, and smiles, adding that she guesses she is still trying to get the hang of this whole student council president thing. She is sitting there with her head on his shoulder, and they both are talking. Elijah, with Sylvia, gets there, saying Charles just managed to get out of the vines and pull his pants back up. Then he laughs, saying he should have seen his face. As he was about to complete his sentence, he was surprised to see Arthur and Tesha there. Sylvia excitedly jumps toward Arthur, and Elijah looks toward Arthur and makes the puffy face say his words. Elijah, waving his hand, turns toward the wall and leaves while Arthur, looking toward him, thinks, what is that fool thinking now? Sylvia quickly moved toward Tesha and sat in her lap, calling her mama. Tesha lovingly holds Sylvia while Sylvia lovingly licks her face with her tongue. Meanwhile, Arthur gets up and extends his hand toward Tesha, asking if she wants to walk with him. After this, both of them go for a walk. While walking, Tesha says she can't believe all that happened while he was an adventurer. Arthur answered, and he had no idea that Director Goodsky was so close with Gramps. No wonder she knew so much about him. Tesha, holding Sylvia in her arms lovingly, looks toward her, saying yes, it's one of the reasons why she was able to become her disciple. She is sure his skills had more to do with it. Also, when Tesha lovingly looks toward Sylvia, she lovingly looks toward Tesha. Moreover, Tesha, looking toward Arthur, thinks he has changed so much since she last saw him. Even the way he moves feels so purposeful on his face. Then she pouts, thinking that she is jealous of that Jasmine woman. She wishes she had an adventure with him for 2 years. Surprisingly, as she was looking toward Arthur, he turned his head and looked toward her, asking if something was wrong. Tesha, playing with Sylvia, laughs, answering, nope, nothing at all, and then he says it looks like they are back at the dorms already. She looked down and answered yes then. Looking toward her, Arthur extended his hand and, using magic, took out the dragon core, saying before he forgot. Tesha, looking toward that dragon core, says that she heard from Master Goodsky, but as she was about to complete his sentence. Arthur, extending the dragon core toward her, says there is little present for becoming a dual elemental mage. Then he put that dragon core in her hand, and she, taking that dragon core, thinks she can't possibly take this. Arthur smiles, saying he couldn't think of a better gift for her than this, and she lovingly looks. Arthur calls his name. After this, Arthur, with Sylvia on his shoulder, steps ahead, then turns and waves his hand, saying anyway, they both have a big day ahead tomorrow. Get some sleep. He will see her around, and she lovingly waves her hand and wishes him good night. Then, while looking toward Arthur, she thinks, really now giving something so precious away that casually, and then she, holding that dragon core in her hand, lovingly looks toward it. However, Arthur goes to his room. He is surprised to see Elijah in his bed. He folds himself in the blanket and moves. Arthur stood there looking toward the blanket. Suddenly, Elijah put his mouth out of the blanket from the leg side and welcomed him back. Both Arthur and Sylvia, looking toward him, get scared and Arthur shouts, abusing him. Elijah, pointing toward the bed, asks Arthur to please sit, sir, and kindly explain what he witnessed earlier tonight. Arthur answers fine, putting his hand on his heart and gritting his teeth. After some time, Elijah, covering himself in the blanket, says that even if they had been friends since childhood, he couldn't believe the lunar goddess was leaning her head on his shoulder. Arthur, lying on his bed looking up, asked the lunar goddess if he just come up with that. Elijah shows Arthur his thumb, index, and middle finger. He answers no, it's a name that the students of this school have bestowed upon their student council president. He hears Arthur, surprisingly looking toward him, ask, okay, but why does lunar goddess Elijah sit up on the bed and, waving his hand, raise his voice? And he answers because she is like the moon. Foolish Arthur, the moon looks like it is so close he can grab it, but no matter how hard he tries, he will never touch it. Furthermore, Elijah jabs and points toward Arthur, saying, but he felt the moon, and he snuggled with the moon. Arthur poofs the pillow on Elijah's face, and Elijah thuds on the bed. Arthur closes his eyes and turns, saying go to sleep. The next day in the morning, Elijah, lying on the bed, was talking in sleep. He raised his hand upward, saying moon too far. Also, the pillow Arthur had poofed on his face last night was lying beside the bed while Arthur stood before the mirror wearing the uniform that Director Goodsky gave him. However, the birds were chirping in the morning. Arthur, wearing the uniform, steps ahead in the corridor while the students turn and look toward him. Arthur, standing outside the disciplinary committee office, says to Sylvia, who sits on his shoulder, looks like they are there. He extends his hand to open the door, saying this is it. Let's see what the so-called strongest students of Xyrus Academy look like. As he opened the door, a lion stood before them, roaring at them, and due to its roaring, its saliva fell on Arthur's face. Further, Arthur's facial skin moves backward and Sylvia flies backward, but she grabs Arthur's hair. Then Sylvia moves ahead, sits on Arthur's head, and angrily looks toward the lion while the lion looks toward Sylvia, sighs and smiles. Also, the lion's saliva was dripping from Arthur's face. After this, Sylvia slaps the lion, and Arthur, wiping his face, steps into the office. The guy stands before them and says, "Well, that didn't go as planned." Arthur, wiping his face, asks him to take it, saying that this was some elaborate plan to see how to think his skin is, and the guy responds that he could say that. After this, the guy stood beside Arthur, smiling, saying it seemed like Director Goodsky had picked up someone interesting, which could have been based on merit. Arthur stepped ahead, and the guy standing behind Arthur asked for a different connection. However, the guy looking into Arthur's eyes says blood doesn't lie, while Arthur, looking toward him, asks to excuse him and hears the guy squeeze his eyes. Then he laughs, saying it's nothing, just an old saying. Then he extends his hand toward Arthur, saying anyway, his name is Kai Crestless, 4th year, and he can call him Kai though. Arthur shakes hands with him and smiles, responding. Arthur Lewin is pleased to make his acquaintance. Then, pointing toward Sylvia, he says, "This is his bond, Sylvia." However, Sylvia, sitting the lion down on the ground, angrily sat beside him on her foot, and the lion was sweating. Kai looks toward his lion, and Sylvia smiles, responding to Arthur. He sees while thinking about what sort of beast can render Grotter so submissive. Meanwhile, a muscle lady emerges from behind, saying another delicate, pretty boy. Both Arthur and Kai turn their head and look toward her. Kai, looking toward that lady, smiled. Also, behind them, Sylvia sat on the lion, and the lion's head down was sweating. However, that muscle lady leaning beside the wall with a folded arm asks why there aren't more real men on this committee. Looking toward her, Arthur remembers Elijah's childhood friend and excitedly asks Helgarth. That muscle lady, angrily looking toward Arthur, asks who in Mother Earth's name is Helgarth. Her name is Doradria Orgard. In the first year, Arthur looks at her sweat. Then he extends his hand and smiles, saying it's nothing nice to meet her, Doradria. He is Arthur Lewin. He is a first year like herself. Let's get along. As he was about to complete his sentence, she slapped Arthur's hand and laughed, saying stop acting so stiff. After this, Kai stood ahead, turning his head and saying, "Come on, the other DC officers are waiting in the other room." After this, the three of them moved to the other room. While on the way, Dorandrea says Arthur's Director Goodsky didn't even tell them his name, let alone give any details. Kai laughs, adding that everybody is pretty curious. Also, Dorandrea was ahead of them, and Arthur and Kai stepped after him. Behind them was Kai's lion, and Sylvia was sleeping on the lion's head. As they arrive near the room and stand outside the room, Dorandrea turns and pulls Arthur's hand and takes him with her. Bam, the room door enters, saying everyone, the last guy, is there. Prince Curtis sits on the couch and sees Arthur get out, saying he knows it. Arthur surprisingly looks toward Curtis. However, Curtis looks toward Arthur and smiles, saying it is him. Arthur and Arthur smile, asking Curtis why he is surprised. After this, Curtis looks toward Kai Grotter and Sylvia, who sit on Girouator's head, and says he knows Kai took Grotter to scare him, but it seems that somehow the opposite has happened. Arthur, looking toward Grotter, asks Curtis if this is his bond. Wait, is this the same world lion he purchased at the auction when they first met? Curtis laughed that they formed an equal contract after he reached a class last year. Arthur shakes hands with Curtis, congratulates him, and says it's feeling good to see him again. Curtis grabs Arthur's hand, laughs, responds likewise, and welcomes him to the disciplinary committee. Dorandrea stood beside them. Sometimes she turned her head and looked toward Arthur, while sometimes she turned her head and looked toward Curtis. Then she surprisingly asked. They knew each other already while Kai stood behind and confusingly smiled. Curtis answers her not. Just he hears Arthur grabbing his hand and surprisingly looking toward Curtis. Meanwhile, Prince Kathleen gets there, steps the stairs, and looks toward Arthur. She says it's good to see him again, Arthur. Moreover, Arthur looks toward her and smiles, responding, "It's good to see her too, Princess Kathleen," and she nods. Meanwhile, a lady with skin hair color stood beside the railing of the stairs, asking if he had forgotten someone. Then she smiled, saying, "Long time no seen, Arthur." Arthur stood before her folded arm and asked if he was sorry if he knew her. She put a hand on her heart and shouted, "It's he, Fairith Ivisar." As soon as he heard her name, he surprisingly beat his fist on his hand and remembered everything. Then he pointed toward her smile, saying Fafi, while she shouted, adding that Fairith and Dorandrea stood behind with other team members laughing. After this, Fairith closes his eyes and puts a hand on her heart, saying she may be a first year like him, but she is still a few years older than him, so please treat her with respect. Arthur turns and scratches his head, smiling, adding that it feels like yesterday when he knocked her out with one punch. This was a good time. Fairith stood behind them and shouted at him. He was doing it on purpose, wasn't he? Meanwhile, a lady with maroon hair wiping her face with a towel gets there, saying it looks like they are the only other strangers, and then she puts her gun aside. Arthur stood there looking toward him while Fairith stood before screaming at him. Then the lady with maroon hair picked up her belt. She is Claire Bladeheart's 6th-year battle mage student and the leader of this little ragtag group. Also, a guy standing beside Claire and Arthur, looking toward her, surprisingly asks Bladeheart if perhaps related to Caspian Bladeheart. Claire asked him if he knew her uncle. Arthur waved his hand and smiled, answering no. Then, remembering the fighting time between him and Caspian, he smiles, saying he has just heard many great things about Caspian Bladeheart's strength from his father. She hears Claire buttoning her uniform and smile, answering well, her uncle started training her almost as soon as she awakened. So many of her techniques are similar to his, but she is happy he recognizes his name. After this, the guy beside Claire named Theo comes to Arthur, and Arthur surprisingly looks toward him. Then he looks toward Arthur and says it seems the disciplinary committee has stooped low enough to recruit twerps. Then he lifts his hand before Arthur, and Arthur extends it toward him, and they shake hands. Theo grabs Arthur's hand and presses it. Arthur surprisingly thinks this is gravity magic. Is he testing him? However, Arthur grits his teeth and uses his fire magic, thinking of it. He didn't think he would be standing right now if it was for his body assimilation with Sylvia's beast will. Using his magic, Arthur stands before him, grabs his hand, and sees Curtis humming while Fairith grits his teeth and other team members silently look toward both of them. After shaking hands with Arthur, Theo looks toward his hand and says not wrong. However, Kai stood behind, looking toward Arthur, and that guy clapped, adding that there was more to Arthur than a pretty face. Arthur stood before that guy, waved his hand, and then Kai smiled, adding Fafi over there, and fell face first into the ground when Theo did that to him. Kai's words stab in Fairith's head, and she angrily squeezes her eyes. Then, pointing toward them, she shouts she is a conjurer and Arthur is an augmenter. Please don't compare her to that wild animal like him. Meanwhile, Claire grabbed Fairith and Kai's shoulders, smiling and saying enough, screaming around. She then looks toward Fairith and says they must put their game faces on for the club rush announcement. She hears Fairith grit his teeth, and then Claire laughs, adding that this will be the first time the disciplinary committee officers show their faces to the student body. Here's Arthur asks, wait, he wasn't aware of this. He hadn't prepared anything. Claire replies that Arthur has nothing to prepare, and Curtis smiles, adding that the student council will make the announcement. All they have to do is walk in and look tough. Also, Princess Coddle stood beside her brother and nodded. Looking toward Sylvia, who was sleeping on the lion's head, Arthur said he was sure having a giant A-class mana beast beside them would help them. Moreover, Claire claps, adding all right. Then she opens her arms and says, let's show all the entitled students out there what they will be up against if they choose to break the rules. After some time, Tesha was giving her speech in the hall, and she stood beside the rostrum, adding that all of the rules of the club rush had been stated. The student council would like to formally introduce a committee handpicked by the director to resolve and prevent student disputes and enforce punishment for troublemakers to uphold peace and safety for all students. She hears the students murmuring, and Tesha points aside toward disciplinary committee members who step on the stage and say, please join her in welcoming them to the disciplinary committee. After some time in the classroom, students sit on their seats to take the lecture, murmuring a brown-haired girl looking toward Arthur. She asked her friend if she wasn't one of the DC officers they saw yesterday. Her friend sits beside her with orange hair and answers yes at the club rush ceremony. She thinks his name is Arthur. Also, a girl sitting on the bench beside them was head down, sleeping on the other side. The boys looking toward Arthur were murmuring. One of the boys with green hair and folded arms says a first-year scholar mage is getting into the DC. He's got to have connections, and his friend stood beside him, responding he was just jealous because he also applied for it. Further, he says he heard that all the DC officers must be super strong though. As students discussed Arthur's eyes, Elijah stood beside them, putting a hand on his shoulder and asking how popular he is, Mr. Tufim DC's officer. With a tired facial expression, Arthur answered he thought the disciplinary committee would get less attention. Here's Elijah says it sure doesn't help that he is one of only 8 students who have a black uniform in this entire school. Meanwhile, the professor entered the classroom while the students laughed and chattered. Looking toward the professor, Arthur thinks a conjurer with enough control over his core that he can't sense his level. However, the professor holding the book came to rostrum while the students were still chattering. He sees the professor thump the book on the rostrum and silence spreads there as the students get silent. Then the professor, putting their hand on his chest, says, now that he has everyone's attention, allow him to welcome everyone to the fundamentals of mana theory, and he is Professor Avius. Moreover, he says there may be other more interesting topics they are not all quietly gossiping about. He would like to borrow their attention for the duration of this class. After this, he picks the whiteboard chalk from the rostrum and turns, saying that this is technically an introductory class. He believes they must know many topics they will cover this semester. Professor Avius started writing on the board, saying and further emphasizing that he would be sure to give out plenty of fun projects and assignments along the way. While the students sat there, they were surprisingly looking toward the board. Professor Avius, while writing, says in light of the new changes starting this year. After writing the topic on the board, he turned and looked toward the students. He rattled the chalk with the board. He thinks it's appropriate to discuss what started the whole conjurer, which is better than augmenter's stigma. Further, he says that when achieving even an orange core was considered extremely difficult in the olden days, conjurers had a huge advantage over augmenters. However, the students noted down the lecture's Elijah while attentively listening to the lecture notes and nodding. Then Professor Avius says physiologically, conjurers have much more developed mana veins responsible for absorbing ambient mana and transporting it to the mana core. Meanwhile, augmenters naturally have more developed mana channels, which are responsible for the distribution of mana from the mage's core out of the rest of their body because of how much more efficiently conjurers can absorb the mana around them. Moreover, the professor explained that it is much easier for them to ascend to higher core levels. But as both types of mages ascend to higher core levels, the distinction becomes less pronounced. As Professor Avius was giving the lecture, and during the lecture, 2 girls were gossiping. Sees this, Professor Avius points the mana he created in his hand toward those 2 girls, saying conjurers will be able to distribute their mana throughout their bodies more efficiently. While augmenters will have better control over manipulating mana remotely, the girls looking toward the mana in pointed form and coming toward them get scared. The mana hits them and turns into feathers, while the girls fearfully put their hands over their faces. The feather flies downward, and Professor Avius, looking toward both girls, asks students to tell him, class, if in the end, 2 mages, 1 conjurer, and 1 augmenter both reach the silver core stage, then who would have the advantage? Further, he asks if the mage that trains his core and his body not only bigger advantage. However, the rest of the class went on with some of the conjurer students in their class arguing against Professor Avius's claim. The debate could only use hypotheticals and previously recorded duels between high-ranking mages. The discussion did seem to leave the students with an open mind. However, Elijah and Arthur get separated for the following lecture when the class ends. Elijah steps ahead, turns, and looks toward Arthur, waving their hand. He asks if his next class is this way, but he will see him at lunch. Arthur's waving hand responds save him a spot in line if he gets there first. Also, Sylvia, sitting on Arthur's head, excitedly waved her hand toward Elijah. After this, both Arthur and Sylvia move from there to the next class. As Arthur enters the class, he looks toward the classroom and thinks it looks like this class might be a bit more interesting. Arthur steps ahead and sits on the bench there. While sitting there, he takes tongs, thinking it's been a while since he had to sit down for so long. Meanwhile, Princess Kathleen comes to him, asking if she may sit there. Arthur, while taking tong, surprisingly looked toward her. While the students pass by, they stop there and look toward Princess Kathleen. Arthur looks toward her and thinks there are so many other seats, though she answers sure, go ahead, and she, sitting beside him, thanks him. After this, Kathleen surprisingly looks toward Sylvia, and Sylvia sits on the table and looks toward her. Then she turns her head, saying cute. While Sylvia and Arthur surprisingly look toward her, Xyrus gets there, saying look who they have there. Arthur, Sylvia and Kathleen turn their head and look toward him. Xyrus, with a smiley face, asks Arthur if it isn't Princess Kathleen, and his rival Arthur, surprisingly, asks since when they were rivals. Xyrus sits next to Arthur while Arthur looks toward him, thinking why he is sitting next to him too. Meanwhile, the lecture starts, and Professor Geist stands in the hall before the students say he knows his class will be popular, but they have quite a crowd of students. Arthur recognizes the professor and looks toward him, thinking, isn't that the one whom he bumps while returning from Gideon? With a smiley face, the professor looks toward the students and says, as they all know, that this class is practical mana manipulation. This means they will be doing things practically. By that, he means through example. Then the professor, looking around in the class toward students, asks what better way to learn than through hands-on experience. However, the professor, looking toward all the girls in the class, excitedly grits his teeth, thinking there are quite a few cuties. Suddenly, among the students, he notices Arthur, and looking toward him, abuses him in his mind. He thinks that he's the idiot who humiliated him. So he goes to this school, then smiles, thinking ideally, he will have plenty of chances to make a fool of him. After this, the professor opens arms and looks toward Arthur, saying it's an honor to teach their disciplinary committee. She hears Arthur sit there with folded arms and what's that drunk planning while Xyrus sits beside him, hearing Professor's words and smiling. Then the professor, pointing toward Arthur, Kathleen and Xyrus, asks, but he can't be the only one curious as to what sort of ability the members of their newly formed DC can boast, right? Furthermore, he smiles, saying they will be responsible for protecting all Academy students. He hears Arthur press his lips and looks down, thinking what kind of idiot would fall for an obvious bait. Meanwhile, Xyrus raises his hand, saying he volunteered. With an angry face, Arthur looks toward Xyrus and thinks he guessed this kind of idiot. After this, Xyrus gets up, puts a hand on his heart, and says he is Xyrus Ivsar III and is more than willing to do it on behalf of the disciplinary committee, whose members have been chosen personally by Director Goodsky to demonstrate their abilities. He hears Arthur sit beside him, sighs, and looks toward him, and the professor thinks so easily. Then the professor responds that it's more like it. Then he asks Xyrus right and asks him to come down to the stage. Xyrus came down the stage and stood before Professor bent before him, saying it was an honor to receive his teaching. And because he can't sense his mana core level, he assumes his level must be higher than his own. Professor stood before him, putting hands on his waist, then extended his hand and created the mana, saying he is an augmenter. He will only use a long-range attack in this demonstration, and then the professor, with the help of his mana, will take out his sword. After this, the professor stood there, placing the tip of his sword on the floor, then he turned and looked toward the students, who winked and smiled, saying this way. If he was to lose, he would at least have an excuse to hear the student laugh. However, the professor pipped the yellow item and, holding it in his hand, asks with the barrier activated begin. Xyrus took out his magic wand and created the magic, answering his pleasure. Then he swung his wand and created the flood domain magic. Arthur sits there looking toward them, smiling, thinking a higher-tiered spell that adjusts the territory to be more advantageous to the caster. Didn't think Xyrus would know a domain spell. Xyrus, with his magic, creates the water serpent, sees the professor creating his magic, and thinks it too quickly. Xyrus, creating his magic, moves toward the professor while the professor looks toward him, creating his blue flame magic smile. Arthur, watching this all, thinks he guessed the drunk isn't all talk if he can conjure blue flames. Xyrus throws his water serpent magic toward him, and in response, the professor throws his blue flame toward him. Both of their magic collapses. Xyrus's water serpent starts to fade, and the professor's blue flame moves toward him. The professor makes the fist of his hand move his index finger ahead, and with his finger gesture, the flame cracks with Xyrus. However, Xyrus thud backward on the water serpent, and his legs burn due to that flame. As Fairith sits injured, his water serpent magic surrounds him, while the professor steps toward him, sees Fairith's head down, and raises his hand, saying he concedes. Arthur presses his lips, thinking he is just trying to boost his ego by purposely humiliating Fairith. Holding his blue flame magic in his hand, the professor turns his head and looks at Arthur with an evil smile. After this, Fairith returns to his seat with a sad face, and Arthur sits there looking toward him, appreciating, saying he did well. However, the professor stood on the stage, opening his arms, saying let this be a lesson to all of them. He had assumed that with his elemental advantage, Mr. Fairith Ivsar could protect himself against his spell. Further, he says he had misjudged. Then, smiling, the professor asked if anyone from the disciplinary committee would answer as he was about to complete his sentence. Kathleen got up from her seat. Arthur sits beside her and surprisingly looks toward her while Kathleen raises her hand. She would like to volunteer. Fairith surprisingly calls Kathleen's name, and looking toward her, the professor thinks he didn't think the girl would volunteer too. Arthur sits there, remembers the time when Kathleen, with her magic, saves them, and thinks she has an affinity toward ice magic. She has just witnessed Geist's fire attributes, and yet. As Kathleen steps the stairs, she goes down the stage, and Fairith gets up from the seat and raises his voice. Kathleen, maybe it's best not to while Arthur silently watches this all. After this, Kathleen and the professor stand before each other on the stage, and the professor, looking toward her, says this is quite the honor, princess. Then he put a hand on his heart and before her, saying, whatever the result of this demonstration, may, please don't hold it against him. Kathleen nods, creates the magic with her dimension ring, and pulls out the magic wand from her ring. Professor, looking toward her, pressing his lips, thinks not much reaction from this one no matter what. However, the professor folded his hands and created the blue flame magic. Then he created the blue flame in either of his hands. He smiled, saying let them proceed. Kathleen lifted her wand and created the ice missile with her magic, saying fire. The missile moves toward the professor while the professor raises his arms before his face. The missile collides with the blue flame and melts, and the professor holding his blue flame smiles, impressive as expected of their princess. However, Kathleen creates more ice missiles with her magic wand and throws these missiles toward the professor. On the other side, the professor threw a fireball toward her missile. Both the ice missile and fireball collide with each other and explode. Arthur sits there watching that fight and thinks, isn't that the spell Lucas used during his rank examination? However, Princess Kathleen, with her magic, creates the ice spear and asks it to break the spear break, and the ice missile moves toward the professor. The professor, looking toward those ice missiles approaching him, thinks the clever girl was breaking apart her ice spear to make a smaller missile. As she was sending her ice missile toward him in response, he angrily gritted his teeth, created his ember wisp flame ball, and threw it toward the missile, thinking, but that won't work on him. Moreover, she pointed her wand toward him to create an ice tornado. The ice tornado started twirling, and the professor's flame balls surrounded it. Also, the professor throws his fire bullets toward her. She sees the fire bullets coming toward her, and she is surprised. Fairith gets up from the seat and shouts what she is. Arthur quickly moves from there, and the professor, twirling his flame ball, surprisingly looks toward her, thinking about why she isn't defending herself. Kathleen silently stood there while the fire bullets were moving toward her. Fairith shouts, calling her name. Meanwhile, the fire bullets surround her. However, Arthur gets there and cracks the fireball with his magic, and an explosion occurs there. While the professor stood there, he extended his hand, and all the students got scared. Fairith also got up from his seat. As the explosion ends, the smoke fades, and she disappears there. The professor surprisingly looks toward the area where the explosion occurs and thinks, where is she? Then he turns his eyes and looks around, thinking about where she is. Suddenly, his eyes fall on beside the wall. She sits on the floor while Arthur stands beside her, creating his wind magic. After this, Arthur turns and, looking toward him, says he thinks this little game of his has gone on long enough, then asks him if he agrees. The professor angrily looks toward him, grits his teeth, and then answers while he appreciates his concern for the princess, it is necessary. He had everything under control. Arthur asked for control, and the professor answered of course. Then he asks Arthur if he thinks he, a professor at this esteemed academy, would put one of his students in harm's way. Some students sit there and think that's true while others think maybe he overreacted. However, the professor closing eyes and opened his arms, saying he was about to cancel it on the spot. He hears Arthur angrily looking toward him, abusing him in his mind, thinking once fully manifested it is impossible to cancel that spell. Then he turns and looks toward Kathleen, who sits behind him on the floor. He thinks that Kathleen isn't hurt and that he has no proof. After this, Arthur angrily looks toward him and turns his eyes, responding so be it in that case. While the professor, surprisingly looking toward Arthur, thinks he will just have to force him to screw up on him. Arthur completes his sentence by allowing him to replace his colleague in this demonstration. He hears the professor smile and answers well if he insists. Then the professor, looking toward Arthur, says it seems the princess is done anyway. Meanwhile, Princess Kathleen gets up from the ground. She looked down and brushed her clothes. Also, there were scratches on her face. The professor, looking at her, says please don't misunderstand him, princess. He would never hurt her. Kathleen turned and stepped ahead, and Arthur stood behind her, asks her if she was okay. As Arthur asked, she stopped there and then turned her head. Answer his assistance was unnecessary, but thanks him all the same. He hears Arthur smile, then turn his head and stand before the professor, asking him now then, professor. After this, Arthur, with his magic, takes out his transparent sword and angrily looks toward the professor, says please allow him the privilege of learning from him firsthand. Also, his eyes glow, and a light green aura emerges from his body. However, Arthur stood before him, holding his sword, and all the students sitting there were ready to watch that duel. Fainith's folded arms sit there. Princess Kathleen sits beside him while Sylvia sits between them on the table before them. The professor, with an evil smile on his face, says Arthur, quite an excellent weapon he has got there, then he turns and steps toward his sword, which he stabbed on the floor. He says since he is an augmenter, he supposes it's only fair to let him choose which method he would like him to use to fight. Arthur, looking ahead, answers that it doesn't matter. He hears the professor freeze there and grits his teeth, abusing Arthur in his mind. And then he turns and, with a smiley face, says he insists. With no expression, Arthur responds that he should use whatever he is most confident in. The professor pries his sword, saying very well, then twirls it in the air and clenches its handle. Then, with his blue flame magic, he burns his sword, saying he will surely go easy on him. Saying this, the professor dashed toward Arthur. While Arthur stood there, he turned his head and swung his sword. However, both of their swords clank, and both of them stand before each other angrily, looking into each other's eyes. Arthur slashed his sword and the professor backward while Arthur stood before him, looking toward him, thinking going easy. After this, the professor firms his flame sword and dashes toward Arthur, while Arthur slashes his sword. He sees the professor swing his sword to attack Arthur, but Arthur, within a second, moves from one side to another. He sees the professor swinging his sword and grits his teeth, thinking he is not using any spells, just strengthening his body and sword with mana. As Arthur steps toward Professor, the professor dashes toward him, thinking, who does he take him for? Professor swinging his sword at him. He is sure the disciplinary committee isn't made only of rats who keep dodging and running away. However, the professor keeps swinging his flame sword toward Arthur, while Arthur continuously steps backward. After this, Arthur, stepping backward, asks him if he needs to attack when their esteemed professor can't even land a single blow on a first-year student. He hears the professor angrily grit his teeth and abuse Arthur in his mind. After this, he creates the flame ball in his hand, while Arthur, using his magic, starts shining, and he draws a circle with his mana around him. The professor runs toward Arthur and circulates him to see Arthur turn his eyes and look toward him. Therefore, the professor swings his flame sword at Arthur, while Arthur, in time, bends backward and the sword passes over him. As Arthur's body was shining, he tapped his hand on the floor in which he held the sword while the professor sent the flame storm toward Arthur. Moreover, Arthur cuts that flame storm with his sword while the professor leaps in the air. After this, the professor slashes his flame hand on Arthur, but Arthur, in time, moves backward and sees the professor angrily and looks toward him. While the students sit there, they are surprised, and Fainith, putting his hand on the table before him, thinks it doesn't look like a demonstration, so they should get the student council. With his flame magic, the professor creates the flame fall which comes out from the floor and moves upward, and then the professor runs toward Arthur, swinging his flame sword. While Arthur steps backward, the professor strikes his sword toward Arthur. But Arthur puts his sword before him, and the professor's sword clangs with Arthur's sword. As the duel continued between the two, Professor skid, while this time Arthur, slashing his sword, ran toward him. Arthur struck his sword on him as the sword passed by the professor's neck, and in time, the professor slipped backward. Then, angrily looking toward Arthur, gritting his teeth, he thought this idiot got faster. With his shining body head down, Arthur says even rats become deadly when cornered. Then Arthur extends his sword toward the professor and calls him. However, the professor angrily looks toward Arthur, and Arthur dashes toward him, swinging his sword. While the professor stands before him, Arthur gets scared, and with Arthur's strong aura, Arthur comes close to the professor and slashes his sword. Arthur's sword clashes with the professor's sword, and the professor starts staggering. While Arthur swings his sword, he moves toward the professor and sees Princess Catherine and Faineth surprised. Catherine says Arthur is pushing Professor Geist back, and Faineth gets up from the seat, surprisingly responding that he is on a different level. Arthur swings his sword and steps toward the professor, while the professor moves backward. Using his magic, the professor opens the shield and creates it around them. He sees Arthur smile, thinking it is time to end this. Arthur clangs his sword while the professor moves backward, and then the professor swings his sword toward Arthur. In response, Arthur swings his sword, and then both swords ring. Arthur dashes toward Professor. While the professor places his sword before him, Arthur strikes his sword and both swords clang. As the duel continued between the two, the professor asked if he thought this was enough. Arthur swung his sword and answered no. However, Arthur striking his magic sword creates the magic tempest, while the professor, holding his flame sword, moves backward. With his magic, Arthur creates the magic tempest saying, "But this might be," and then he moves his tempest toward the professor. While the professor places his sword before him, he moves backward. Arthur, sending his magic tempest toward him, steps ahead. The professor tries to stop that storm with his sword, but Arthur's magic tempest pushes the professor backward and leans him against the shield wall. As the storm was so strong and making the professor backward, the shield wall beside the professor started to crack. The professor thuds with the shield and sees Arthur smile. The wall begins to crack, and the professor's neck gets scratched due to magic tempest. He places his sword before him and raises his voice to stop. Meanwhile, the shield cracked, and the professor crashed outside the shield, thudding on the floor. His sword also slipped from his hand and fell. While Arthur stood beside him, stabbing his sword into the floor, the professor lying on the floor turned his eyes and looked toward the sword near his neck. Arthur stood beside the professor, placing his hand on his sword handle, and with his glowing eyes looking toward the professor, he thanked him for his guidance. After this, Arthur pulls back his sword in his dimension ring, and then looks toward the students clapping for him. Also, he noticed Princess Catherine, who was steeping the stairs toward the exit door, and then both Arthur and Faineth stepped after her. Arthur, stepping toward her, calls her name as three leave the class. Arthur stepped toward Princess Catherine while Faineth stood behind him, grabbed his shoulder, calling his name. Arthur turns and looks toward Faineth. Also, when Arthur turns, Catherine stands ahead, stops, turns her eyes, and looks toward Arthur. Faineth, with a smiley face, says Arthur admits he was rather impressive back there, as expected of his rival. Sylvia was sitting on Faineth's shoulder. Sylvia jumped toward Arthur, and he caught her answering Faineth. "Thanks. He did well out there too." If he had known the type of spell the professor was using, he knows he would have prepared preventative measures. Faineth laughed, adding naturally that he hadn't anticipated he would use such a potent spell in a demonstration. Otherwise, he would have taken the victory. Meanwhile, Princess Catherine comes to them, asking how they would possess her performance. Both of them surprisingly turn and look toward her. Also, Sylvia, whom Arthur holds in his arms, turns her eyes to look at her. Arthur places Sylvia on his shoulder and scratches his head, answering. Well, if he can be blunt, he would say that ignoring her defense to finish that last spell was her biggest mistake. Faineth gets surprised and remains silent, and then Princess Catherine stares at them. After a while, she nods and both Arthur and Faineth laugh. Then she turns and leaves while both of them stand behind her. Faineth laughed, well, he should get going too until next time, his rival. Arthur also moves from there while, on the way, Sylvia sits on his head. She calls him Papa. Arthur heads up to look at her, and she looks toward him and asks why he looks so sad. Arthur, patting her head, answers it with nothing serious. Sylvia, then he gets silent while Sylvia asks him. Arthur stepped ahead to think, seeing as he couldn't finish Geist off quickly with just his mind attributes. He has realized he must work much harder to get where he wants to be. After this, Arthur, stepping ahead with other students, thought he was looking forward to his next class. Suddenly, he realizes that his next class is basic artificing. However, this class will teach them to manipulate and code mana to objects for specific uses. Further, he entered the class there. He sat on a moving stool, and sitting there, he thought he didn't have that in his old world. Meanwhile, a green-haired girl comes to him, asking him to excuse her. Is this seat next to him taken? Arthur surprisingly looks toward her. She stands before Arthur, looking toward him, and says she can sit somewhere else if it is. Arthur answers. Then, pointing toward the seat, he says she can sit there if she wishes. Then she sits beside Arthur, thanking him and saying a sentence without taking a break. She hears Arthur looking toward her and surprisingly asks what it is, and she gets a jolt, answering her name Emily Watson. Further, she fearfully asks, please be her friend. She is pleased to meet him, but then gets silent and starts trembling. Arthur surprisingly looks toward her PFFT while she turns her head to stone, thinking he must think she is so weird. Arthur extends his hand toward her, saying he is Arthur, then smiles saying and seeing how this is the first time they have met. Then, extending his hand toward her, he asks how they started as acquaintances. Emily looks toward Arthur, gets emotional, and excitedly nods, then shakes hands with Arthur. Arthur, while grabbing her hands, looks toward her hands, thinking this girl has worked hard because there were calluses on her hand. As he was staring at her hand, she surprisingly looked toward Arthur. Then she quickly pulls back her hand, turns, says she is sorry, and then asks, "It probably feels gross, right?" Arthur answers no, it's pretty fine, with Emily's sad face looking toward Arthur. Then Arthur, showing her his hand, asks if he has calluses to see, and Emily, looking toward Arthur's hand, gets relaxed. Then she, with a smiley face, says he must practice a lot. It's no wonder he is on the disciplinary committee. She admires that. Further, Emily says that she loves artificing, so she fiddles around with many gadgets. Then she, with a smiley face looking toward her hands, says unfortunately it makes her hands pretty rough. Arthur looks toward her hands, smiles, and remains silent. Then he turns his head, asking if he is somewhat jealous. She has a passion for artifice. With fighting, the only things she gets better at are destroying and killing, but with artificing, the better she is, the more things she can create. Emily moves toward her and surprisingly adds she never thought of it that way, but that's quite something coming from a 12-year-old. Arthur laughs, answering she says that as if she isn't 12 herself. She hears Emily turn her head and smiles, adding that it's true, though it's been a while since anyone has said that, not since she created the projection display artifact. Arthur recalled when they gathered for the announcement and thought how old she was when she made that. After this, Arthur, putting his hand on his heart, bends before her, saying he must say it an honor to be in the presence of a genius such as herself. Emily, surprisingly, responds enough. Arthur heads up and looks toward her. Emily moves toward Arthur and, looking in his eyes, shouts come from the mysterious human freshman with no background and a weird fox-looking mana beast. And the ability to overwhelm and completely demolish a professor and a veteran adventurer at the light yellow core stage doesn't make her laugh. As she moves toward Arthur, he sits on a stool, grits his teeth, and moves backward. After telling this, Emily turns back and sits in her seat straight. Sylvia sits at the table and surprisingly looks toward Emily. She sets her glasses and smiles, saying, "Arthur, don't seem so surprised. This is a magic academy after all. News travels fast and gossip travels even faster." Meanwhile, the professor opens the door, enters the class, and blames the door. Then, moving toward the stage, he says, "Greetings, plebeians." All the students turn and look toward the professor. However, this professor was nobody else but Gideon, and he stood before the whiteboard, looking toward the students and saying they may bask in the honor of having him. Then, opening his arms excitedly, he says Professor Gideon is their teacher for this class. He notices Arthur sitting there among the students before him. He surprisingly asks why, if it isn't Arthur Lewin, he had no idea he would be in his class. Arthur looks toward Gideon, thinking of a liar, while all the students in the class turn their heads and look toward Arthur. After this, Professor Gideon turns on the projector and shows the students his inventions. He excitedly points toward the projector and says about 20 years ago, he was the one who invented it. Then he changed the picture on the projector, and looking at that picture, he excitedly says he discovered and implemented it 3 years later. Furthermore, he looks toward the students and asks if he mentioned that he was also responsible, while the students sit there impressively, looking toward Gideon. While Arthur sits there without expression, he thinks, did he just come there to brag? Meanwhile, a green owl named Avier flaps in the air and enters the class through the window. Sylvia sits there before Arthur turns her eyes and looks toward the Avier. While Avier flies and sits on Arthur's shoulder, Arthur turns his eyes and looks toward the owl. Avier sits on Arthur's shoulder flap while Sylvia angrily approaches the owl. Sylvia angrily looks toward Avier and grits her teeth, saying, "Papa, he is dangerous." Here's Avier surprisingly looks toward Sylvia. However, Professor Gideon and all the students in the classroom surprisingly look toward Avier. Professor Gideon adds that, like the director, Goodsky is beckoned. He guesses he won't be witnessing the rest of his life-changing lecture today, so off he goes. Arthur gets up from their seat, and Emily looks toward him and asks if she told him. News travels fast while he looks toward her and smiles. Sylvia sits on Arthur's shoulder, hits and shouts at Avier while Avier flies backward. After this, Arthur left the class and moved toward Goodsky's office. While on the way, Sylvia and Avier sit on either side of Arthur's shoulder. It was difficult for Sylvia to bear Avier attaching to Arthur, and she snapped her paws at the owl. He sees Arthur stepping ahead and asks how long they will keep fighting. Meanwhile, Arthur notices Princess Cathelm coming out of Goodsky's office. He extends his hand toward her to say hello, but she doesn't notice Arthur standing there. She slams the door and turns. Arthur, with a surprised face, thinks that's not a good sign. While Sylvia and Avier are still fighting, Sylvia moves around on Arthur's shoulder and doesn't let Avier sit on his shoulder. After this, Arthur opened the door and peeked, asking if she had called for him, Director Goodsky. As Arthur opened the door, Avier entered the office. Goodsky doesn't respond, seeing Arthur thinks she looks pissed. After a while, Goodsky gets up and, pointing toward the couch, asks him to sit. Also, Avius goes there and sits on his sitting stand. Goodsky sits on the sofa, and Arthur sits before her on the other couch. Both Arthur and Sylvia are nervous. Arthur adds, look, if this is about his fight with Professor Geist, he only did it because he was using it as he was about to complete his sentence. Goodsky raises her hand, responding she didn't call him there regarding his affairs with Professor Geist. Arthur surprisingly asked then, and she, with a smiley face, putting her hand under her face, stared at him. He again asks then, but she remains silent. Arthur asks a third time, and she, smiling, asks him how he would like to act as an interim professor for his practical mana manipulation class. However, the office falls silent, and Arthur surprisingly flips around, asking if someone is behind him. Goodsky responds she is talking to him, her dear. Arthur scratched his face and asked what Cathelm had told her for things to come to this. Goodsky winked and smiled, asking a first-name basis with the Princess of Sapin. Now they then said it would be a problem if he stole the hearts of both princesses and Arthur. She doesn't want him to start a civil war when he hears Arthur waving his hand, and the picture of Tesha and Cathelm fighting is created in his mind. Then he responds, let's not joke about these things. After this, Arthur opens his arms and asks if she is kidding. Right? He is a student who still needs to finish his first day of school. Furthermore, he wondered if it is even possible to be a student and professor simultaneously. Goodsky raised her hand, answering please, no need to get so worked up. It's pretty simple. She asks if it is allowed. Yes, as long as she says it is. There have been cases of highly qualified upper-level students teaching introductory courses. He is not that special. Her dear Arthur asks about Geist, and she answers they have just dismissed Professor Geist from the academy. She hears Arthur get surprised and says, looking toward him, asking not to look so surprised. She had an investigation launched as soon as she heard, and with Princess Cathelm's help, Geist had no room to defend himself. Further, she says that she has never seen the princess as worked up as she was today, and hears Arthur create the picture of Cathelm in his mind. In the first picture, she is standard, while in the second picture, she is furious. Arthur looks toward that picture and smiles, asking if that is so. Then he turns and closes his eyes, adding that he still doesn't understand why she is doing this, director. She closed her eyes, waving her hand to answer because a spot had opened up, and she wanted him to fill it. Then she opened her left eye, adding she had no ulterior motives this time, and he didn't have to be so suspicious. but she believed it would be an excellent opportunity to build his reputation without conquering her professors. Then she says he would be put into the spotlight to some extent, but she would be well placed to defend him if necessary. Sylvia is lying beside Arthur on the couch while listening to Goodsky. She is looking toward her wink. After this, Arthur says parents are bound to complain. Goodsky smiles and puts a hand on her chest, saying they may complain, but she is the director, and it's a better solution than canceling the class. Then she extends her hand toward Arthur and says it's his choice, but wouldn't it be a better use of his time? Then, sitting through a class, he is overqualified. Arthur and Goodsky look toward each other, and Arthur looks toward her, thinks it's not like he can keep a low profile after today anyway, then responds to her fine. He will give it a shot and hears Goodsky smile, adding she is sure he will do an excellent job. After this, Arthur and Sylvia leave the office while Goodsky stands beside the window and looks toward him through the window. Goodsky, looking toward Arthur, asks what it is about that boy that always keeps her on her toes. Negotiating with him is more nerve-wracking than dealing with the royal families. Then she asks Avius what his take on him is. Avius sat beside her chair, looked through the window at Arthur, and answered that he was different. Further, he says do not view Arthur Lewin as a child. There is much more to him than the eye can see, whether mental understanding or emotional maturity. Goodsky, looking toward her owl, asks what makes him so sure, and he answers his bond. When Avius says that the white fox's proper form is that of a dragon, Goodsky gets surprised and surprisingly asks what. Avius, looking through the window, says he suspects his strength will not even be comparable to hers when she develops. As they looked through the window, Arthur Avius said don't make him her enemy. He will become her most excellent ally if treated with trust and respect. But if betrayed, he may be the cause of this continent's demise. After this, Arthur and Sylvia go to the mess hall. There, he holds his food tray to step ahead. Meanwhile, Elijah waves his hand, calling his name. Arthur and Sylvia turn their head and look toward him, and Elijah, with a smiley face, asks him to come over there. Also, the girl named Charlotte sits before Elijah turns her head and surprisingly looks toward Arthur. Then Arthur goes to them and puts his food tray on the table while Sylvia lays on it. Elijah, looking toward Charlotte and pointing toward Arthur, says Charlotte, this is his best friend and roommate, Arthur Lewin. She says hello to Arthur, and he sets the chair to sit and responds it's a pleasure. After this, Arthur, putting a hand on Elijah's shoulder, asks how his classes were without him. Elijah's thumb up, answering that it was much better without him. Sylvia looks toward Arthur's food and tries to get up, and her mouth starts watering as she stares at the food. Meanwhile, Charlotte extends her hand toward Sylvia while Elijah is eating. She says Arthur especially likes essential chain casting and mana utilization. Sylvia turns her eyes and looks toward Charlotte. Charlotte starts hissing, and she stops her hand there. Elijah says Arthur thought some of the mana utilization stuff felt repetitive after the things he told him. She is perfect when Elijah says Charlotte's in his chain casting class. He hears Charlotte smile and, putting her hand on her face, says please, he is making her blush. Elijah, while eating, asked Arthur how he was. He heard he had already beat up a professor. Looking down, Arthur responded that he had become the professor for that class. He hears Elijah spit on Arthur's face, wipes his mouth, and surprisingly asks, sorry, what? Is he going to be a professor? Arthur angrily, looking toward him, wipes his face with his hand and answers yes. He replaces the professor who taught the class. So please don't go around spitting on a professor. Elijah abuses Arthur, saying that maybe he should ditch his class sometime and go to his. He wants to see him in action. Then he excitedly looked toward Arthur and asked Charlotte if he would head downtown for some shopping if he wanted to join them. Arthur surprisingly looks toward Elijah, and Charlotte adds that he should join them. Arthur responds that he is sorry but has 3 more classes after this. He needs to attend the upper division classes. Looking toward Charlotte excitedly, Elijah says it will just be him and her Charlotte. However, looking aside and scratching her face, Charlotte says she forgot she made plans today. Then she gets up from the chair, picks up her food, and tries a smile, saying, but they should go some other time, all 3 of them. They both sit there silently, looking toward her. Then she turned and stepped ahead, stopped and turned, looking toward them, and smiled, saying, well, see him later. Goodbye, Arthur. Arthur sits behind angrily and looks toward her. Then, with a sad face, Elijah says her other plans must be necessary. He guesses he will get some studying done in the library then. After this, Elijah looks toward Arthur and asks if she is nice, proper, and pretty. Does he think he has a shot with her? Looking toward Elijah, Arthur calls his name, heads down and pats his back, saying he believes he can do better. Elijah, while chewing the food, surprisingly looks toward Arthur, and Sylvia sits at the table before them nods. After this, Arthur and Sylvia go to the ground side, and the students standing there look toward him and start murmuring. Arthur silently passes by the students with his hands in his pocket. Meanwhile, Claire and Curtis get there from behind. When Claire stands behind them, she says she didn't expect to see him in an upper division class. Arthur hears Arthur stop there and turn his head to look. Both of them raise their hands, asking him to come there. Arthur goes to them, and Claire looks toward Arthur, smiling, saying it's good to see him again. Then she grabs Arthur by his neck and looking toward him asks, "Let's not embarrass the disciplinary committee, all right?" Arthur winks and smiles, answering that he will do his best while Sylvia goes to the lion, who sits on the ground. Meanwhile, Tesha and her team get there, and Arthur, looking toward them, asks if it is the whole class. Curtis stands ahead of them and answers there should be a few more. As Tesha and all the team members get there, Curtis, looking toward them, says they are there. Tesha's eyes fell on Arthur, who stood in the distance of her and was looking toward her, smiling. Tesha excitedly looks toward him while Claire grabs Arthur's neck and waves her hand, wishing Tesha good afternoon. Tesha stops there and looks toward Arthur's pout. Arthur looks toward her nervously, smiling, and she angrily turns and passes by them, answering pleasure. Arthur turns his eyes and looks toward Tesha. Tesha, with her team left, and Claire, looking toward them, says she is in a bad mood today. Arthur looked toward Claire, thinking it was because of her. Then Curtis points back and says Claire, they should also head over. He hears Arthur standing his back to them and sighing. Suddenly, Arthur's eyes glow, and he grips his hand angrily. He turns and looks toward Lucas, who has joined Tesha's team and passes by him smiling. However, Lucas Wykes is the most arrogant, deceitful, and treacherous. Arthur stands behind angrily and looks toward him, and Lucas also turns his eyes and, with hatred, looks toward Arthur. Suddenly, a hawk beast flapping in the sky lands on the ground, and the students stand their heads up and look toward the hawk beast coming down. The hawk beast flaps, and from that hawk, a lady taps, and all the students on the ground surround the hawk and the lady. Moreover, the lady stood beside her beast excitedly, looking toward the students and welcoming them. Then she said she was Professor Glory. She would be their instructor for a team fighting mechanics. Then she pointed toward the hawk and noted that this flare hawk was her bond torch. Arthur stood among the students, activating his power, and then looked toward her, let's see how strong she is. But as soon as Arthur tries to get information about her, she understands someone is using his magic to find out about her. She turns her head and looks at Arthur with shining eyes, while Arthur, looking toward her, winces. Furthermore, Arthur looks at her, thinking she hides her level and elemental attributes from many students. But why is she doing this? She stood before Arthur, who was staring at him, smiled, and stepped toward him. She asked Arthur if it wasn't her newest colleague, Arthur Lewin. It's a pleasure to meet him. Then she says he is also the newly appointed professor for the practical mana manipulation class they all took during their underclassmen years. He hears the students standing behind Arthur, looking toward him, and starts gossiping. One of the boys asked the newest colleague what that meant. The girl standing beside him says no way that can be him, while the boy standing beside the girl says he heard a rumor that there is a new student professor. After this, Glory smiled, adding that while it's only an interim professor position, she would still say it's pretty impressive. Surprisingly, one student asks why she can't be a severe professor, and the other student, his friend, adds that this is even possible. Even some of the best upper-level students don't get to teach, yet this scrawny first year did. However, the student stood behind Arthur screaming, saying that it was not fair, and the girl with a surprised face said there must be a mistake. Curtis stood there smiling, telling them to settle down and stop being so jealous. Moreover, Arthur stood ahead, sighing, thinking if she put a target on his back on purpose. Professor Glory claps, adding now they should all have more faith in the director's decision. Arthur has proven himself to some degree by defeating the professor who taught the class previously. He hears the student standing behind Professor Glory with his friends raise his voice. Beating an underclassman professor means crap. Glory, while clapping, turns and looks toward that student. Then he adds most of them can win one, especially one that was just some thug adventurer. He hears the other students standing beside him answer yes. Professor Glory smiles, responding to quite the fire they all have. Then she asks why they don't test their strength against the new professor of practical mana manipulation today. While Arthur stood there, he scratched their ear with his little finger, and Tesha stood there in the distance and was looking toward him. After this, Arthur turns his eyes, looks toward the students who stand before him, and angrily looks toward him and reads their minds. The students in their minds were thinking they were going to kill this idiot. Who does this idiot think he is? Just kill him, and why is he getting all the attention? Arthur turned his eyes and looked toward Tesha, pointing to those students' smiles and asking her if she could believe this. Tesha is surprised and turns her head while Clave stands beside her, asking what's with that face. After this, Arthur, with a smiley face, says to Glory thanks her for the offer, but Director Goodsky asks him to take it easy on his upper division classes until he adjusts to school. This is his first day. After all, Professor Glory, putting a hand on his shoulder, looks into his eyes and smiles, answering, "Come on, that's no fun, now is it?" Then she gets near Arthur and, looking into his eyes, winks, saying he is a first year in an upper division class, and there's no special treatment there. He only needs to prove his qualifications through demonstration. It's only just and fair. Arthur smiles, and Professor Glory turns and looks toward the students, asking about a suitable class. They all raise their hands, while Arthur looks toward Glory, thinking just and fair is nothing. After this, Arthur asks Glory what she has in mind, Professor. She shows him her hand's first two fingers and answers she likes to begin the semester with a fun, casual game. Then she clenched her fist and laughed, asking what conquest. How about it? Kids and students started discussing while Arthur stood before her. Surprisingly, since when were war and conquest fun? However, Curtis raises his hand, adding that the professor has a suggestion. Then he asked about a mock team battle with one team's 3 disciplinary committee officers. Claire stood beside Curtis, adding that it would be a good opportunity for them to work on their teamwork. Professor Glory nodded, then folded her arms and smiled, answering that it was not a bad idea. Meanwhile, Clive stood beside Tesha and raised his hand, adding Professor Princess Tesha, and he could be their opponents on the other team. Tesha, looking toward him surprisingly, asks what Clive is. Here's Glory smile, responding. Now things are interesting. The disciplinary committee vs the students' council. But it would be unfair to have 2 against 3. Lucas raised his hand, adding he would volunteer to be on the student council team. Looking toward Lucas, Professor Glory responds to Mr. Wykes, their other genius freshman. She supposes it will be an excellent chance to assess his abilities well. After this, Arthur, Lucas, Claire, and Curtis step toward the professor, and she raises her hand and says the 6 of them gear up. As Arthur and Lucas stand beside each other, their shoulders bump, and Lucas angrily looks toward Arthur and says he is the commoner who stole his spot on the disciplinary committee. Arthur turned his eyes, looked toward him, and answered that it was not stealing if it was never his. However, Arthur stood alone aside, and at a distance to him, Claire and Curtis stood, while at their distance Tesha and Clive were, and at their back, Professor Glory was with her bond. While the students sit in the ground stadium and Sylvia sleeps on the stone, Claire helps Curtis put on his gloves. Lucas was wearing his gloves himself while Clive asked Tesha to help him wear elbow gear, but she winked and refused. On the other side, Arthur was wearing his elbow gear. Meanwhile, Tesla came to him and helped him to fasten the gear on his elbow. As she was tying his gear, he looked toward her and smiled, asking if Princess Tesha could be helping him like this. She tightened the gear, answering, "Please refrain from talking so loudly, Professor Lewin." Arthur shouted, then smiled, adding she didn't have to act so formal they couldn't hear them from over there. Tesha headed down, listened to him, and then looked toward him to answer. She hated having to act like she didn't know him. Arthur bluntly answered, then didn't, and she shouted at him. He meant he didn't care. Master Cynthia told her he wanted to keep a low profile, or so she thought. Arthur, pressing his cheek with his index finger, laughed, saying, "Well, he hasn't been doing an excellent job of that now, has he?" After this, Arthur asks if it's all right as long as a few things are still secret. Then he is okay with Sylvia's true identity, the level of her mana core, and whether she has noticed anything. Tesha answered she didn't know what. Then she said she couldn't sense his water as she was about to complete her sentence. Arthur gets close and puts his hand on her mouth, saying he keeps most of his abilities secret for now, so he would appreciate it if she did the same. Tesha folds her hand in front of him, and he gets close to her, but she doesn't have to ignore him, Tesha. While Tesha fearfully looks aside, she says he is too close. Meanwhile, Professor Glory gets there to raise her voice, and the two are fraternizing with the enemy. Then, showing them her 2 fingers, she says they will be starting in 2 minutes. Tesai pushed Arthur backwards while he was lovingly looking toward her. Then Tesha turned, and Arthur stood behind her and called her name. She turned to look, and he, lovingly looking at her, says let's both do their best. He wants to see how much she has improved. Tesha, with a smiley face, answered he would better watch out then. After this, Tesai, Clive, and Lucas stand at one side, and before them, on the other side, Arthur, Claire, and Curtis. At the same time, Professor Glory stood between them with her bond. Then she looks at both sides and says, "Before they begin, there are the rules. The match will have a time limit of 30 minutes, after which they will have a short discussion and analysis of what plays out." Further, she says Team DC will have a handicap since Curtis and Claire have had more classical training than Team SC with 2 first years, and that handicap is Arthur Lewin, who will be king. Knock him out, and the whole team loses, and artificers specially design the gear they use to measure the damage dealt. Moreover, she says if the amount of damage passes the threshold encrypted, it will release a shrill noise. Anyone who chooses to ignore this warning, continue fighting, and cast spells will be immediately banned from her class. She hears Lucas smile, then she adds she may be up for expulsion and lets her be clear this equipment will not protect them. They should be advanced enough to protect themselves with mana, but can be injured while wearing it. Remember it. Then she raises her hand, saying now let the battle commence. However, they all activate their powers and Claire, holding her flame sword, runs toward Clive. Clive, also having his weapon, runs toward her. On the other side, Curtis, holding his sword and sitting on his lion, runs after Tesha while she creates her magic and runs ahead. While running, she turns and looks toward Curtis. Arthur stood beside, looking toward Tesai, and Curtis thought Curtis probably wouldn't be able to beat Tesha, but he should be able to hold her off long enough. Then he turned his eyes and looked toward Lucas, who was stepping toward him, activating his magic and removing his wand from his dimension ring. Lucas, stepping toward Arthur, smiles, and Arthur activates his power and pulls out his transparent sword from his dimension ring. While thinking, he thought he might have gotten a bit more humble since coming to Xyrus, but he guesses not. Arthur's eyes start to glow, and he, using his spell, looks toward Lucas and smiles. Arthur, activating his wind magic, stepped toward Lucas as they stood before each other. Looking toward him, Lucas asks what's taking him so long, scared his reputation might crumble after losing today. Arthur glanced up there, Professor Glory, with her bond in the air to watch that fight. Looking toward her, Arthur turned his head and closed his eyes, thinking they wanted a show. Arthur activates his power, and the dark purple aura emerges from his body. Lucas surprisingly looks toward Arthur, while Professor Glory stood on her bond, looked down at Arthur, and smiled. On the other hand, Claire turns her eyes, and Clive surprisingly looks toward Arthur. Also, Prince Curtis surprisingly looks toward Arthur while Tesai sighs. Arthur's wind magic layer surrounds him, and he steps ahead and crunches the ground, then dashes toward Lucas. Lucas, gritting his teeth, releases the fire from her wand, saying manifest and burn, obeying his command and enclosing those who stand before him. Lucas, with his flame magic, creates the Inferno's cage around him, while Arthur whirls his wind magic toward Lucas, but before his wind magic attacks Lucas. Lucas's fire explosion attacks him, and he, holding his sword, falls backwards in the air, but before he loses his wind magic and cuts the flame. As Lucas's fire spread over there, it was difficult for Arthur to attack him. As the firestorm crashed the stones there while Arthur was breaking his sword, he stepped on the stone and cracked it. Also, the fire explosion occurred near Arthur. He moves backward, bends his finger on the ground, and sits up on the ground. He tries to cross that fire, but Lucas has created the Inferno's cage all around him, making it difficult for Arthur to get near him. Arthur sits there, surprisingly looking toward the flame balls that Lucas released from his wand, which spread all around there. Arthur got up and stood beside the crash stone. Suddenly, the flame balls that Lucas was releasing upward started to combine. However, Lucas, with his flame magic, makes a barrier shield around him and sees Arthur grit his teeth while Lucas laughs, asking flame balls to fall. Those flame balls move toward Arthur and explode while Arthur runs away, but there are many fireballs, and they surround Arthur. However, heat spreads around Arthur, and due to this heat, he starts to sweat. Then he stomped on the stone and dashed aside. As he jumped, the flame balls exploded, and the flame explosion occurred there. Arthur hardly saved himself from that explosion. He, using his wind magic, slashed his sword to cut the flame bullets that were moving toward Arthur. Lucas laughs, saying that's it, dance for him. The flame bullets quickly move toward Arthur from behind. Meanwhile, Sylvia worriedly asks him if Papa is okay. Looking behind the flame bullets coming toward him, Arthur answers he is fine. Sylvia then asks how everyone else is doing. She laughs, answering Mama, who is winning against Curtis, and Claire, who is winning against the grumpy guy. Arthur stomps on the ground, responding, got it. As the fire bullets were about to hit him, but before the bullets hit him, he slashed the sword, cut the stone, and threw the stone toward the bullets. The flame bullets explode in the air, and Arthur jumps, asking Sylvia to tell him if something unusual happens. The flame storm moves toward Arthur while he slashes his wind magic sword run, and while running away, he notices Lucas, who stands in Inferno's cage barrier, and think that Kid's monopool is even more significant than when he was an adventurer. Arthur steps on the stone and dashes ahead while the stone on which he steps is cracked. Arthur runs away and moves toward Lucas, while the flame explosion occurred behind him and the flame storm was coming after Arthur. Lucas stood in Inferno's cage barrier, holding his wand and laughing. The fire explosion occurs before Arthur, and he falls backward, flying in the air. While flying in the air, he thinks that without fire and water attributes and mana, he can't do anything against this heat, and his mana pool won't be able to keep up with his. The flame bullets move toward Arthur, and while moving toward him, the flame explodes due to the explosion. The ground cracks, and the stone falls away. Arthur rolls, jumps backward, and saves himself from that explosion while Lucas stands there, saying he is glad he didn't join the disciplinary committee. He might have quit school if he had been on the same team as someone as incompetent. Arthur, creating his wind magic, jumps on the stone and flies in the air on the stone, passing by the heat, thinking he can't conjure a wind spell large enough to go up against it. Arthur stood in the heat, creating the wind magic. Meanwhile, the flames scratched his arm. Arthur slashed his wind magic with his hand and, gritting his teeth in pain, threw the flame away. After this, he kicks the stone into the flame ball. The stone bumps into the flame and cracks it into pieces. Arthur, looking toward the fire around him, thinks now he has to think and focus on the fire. Wind magic pushes, pulls, and manipulates air to achieve desired effects. But what if he was to manipulate the air particles themselves? He could eliminate the very thing that fire needs to keep burning oxygen. As he was thinking this, the flame bullets moved toward him, and Arthur, with his wind magic, crashed the flame. Arthur, profusely sweating due to heat, looks toward Lucas, who stands in Inferno's cage. The barrier is releasing flame with his wand. Lucas, looking toward Arthur, laughs, asking how he beat that sorry excuse of a professor by running. Asking this, Lucas released the flame from his wand toward Arthur. The flame bam on the ground cracked, and Arthur flew in the air and moved backward. Arthur screeches on the ground thinking, but could he manipulate it fast enough to extinguish the fire before it hits him? Better yet, would he even be able to breathe thinking this all? Arthur chuckles and then thinks, why is he feeling so hard? Then Arthur, while sweating and holding his wind sword, smiles, thinking this is why he came to school. Professor Glory sat on her bed, looking down and thought, well, now Lucas is better than she had heard. Also, her eyes are shining due to the heat surrounding the ground. Then she looked toward Arthur, and Lucas stood in the heat barrier and thought Inferno's cage was one of the stricter flame attribute domain spells. Yet he can use it so proficiently at such a young age. On top of that, his mana reserves almost rival that of a silver core mage. After this, she sighed, thinking the world was changing, and then she winked and patted her bond, saying oldies like them wouldn't have a place soon. Then, looking toward Arthur, she thinks, especially if they see more kids like Arthur Lewin. Furthermore, she thinks he lacks variation in his spells for a dual elemental mage, but makes up for it with fluid movements and tight control. He was only mildly curious about the kid who could beat a veteran adventurer, even one as careless as Geist. Then she looked toward Arthur, who, using his wind magic, passed through the flame bullets. Arthur graduated on the ground and slashed his wind sword while the flame bullets were moving toward him, and he moved toward Lucas and cut those flames with his sword. After this, he stood on the ground, and his wind magic surrounded him. Also, a green aura came out of his body. Looking toward Arthur, Professor Glory thinks, but that pressure, what sort of life did he live to be capable of that at his age? Arthur stabs his transparent sword on the ground and slightly bends, then gets up and holds his breath while his wind magic surrounds him. Arthur held his breath step ahead, and the green aura from his body was moving upward. Professor Glory looks toward him, surprisingly thinking, what's he doing? Now he is holding his breath. As Arthur was stepping ahead, the flame bullet moved toward him from behind. Those bullets hit Arthur's backside, but he gritted his teeth in pain, keep stepping ahead. See this? Glory thinks his uniform will go off if he is surprised to see when the flame bullet comes to Arthur, but he doesn't get near him. The flame sword moves around Arthur and doesn't hurt him, and Arthur, surrounding himself with the wind magic, continues stepping ahead toward Lucas. Professor Glory gets surprised and then pats her bond, asking him to lower her pat while flying in the air move downward. Glory looked toward Arthur, thinking the little monster was unlike wind magic. Trying to manipulate the air involves much more insight, higher concentration levels, and chanting to properly spellcast. Furthermore, she sits on her bond and thinks it's why there aren't mages capable of just sucking the air out of their opponent's lungs. It would take hours of concentration to manipulate the air directly inside a moving, living target. That's why mages use their own body as the source or a pre-designated, unmovable location. He keeps his area of effect as close to his body as possible, but even then, he can do this in the middle of a fight. Arthur was moving toward Lucas while Lucas stood in Inferno's cage barrier, sending flame bullets toward him. However, Arthur stepped toward him, manipulating a thin layer of air around his body to form a vacuum and disperse the fire before it hit him. It sure sounded a lot easier in his head. At this rate, his uniform will reach its threshold before getting the hang of it, but if he can, he will get through that barrier. Lucas sends his flame bullets toward him, but his flame magic does not affect Arthur. He sees Lucas gritting his teeth, thinking how he can block his spells like that. He doesn't see any wind magic being used, but it doesn't matter. He will end it now. Lucas raises his voice, raises his protector, and with his flame magic, he creates the Flame Guardian and points it toward Arthur. Arthur looks toward him and smiles, and the Flame Guardian thumps on the ground and runs toward Arthur. However, Arthur slashes his sword, so he finally reaches his limit. Suddenly, something booms behind him. Arthur stood there worriedly and turned his head, thinking about that sudden mana surge. Meanwhile, Sylvia calls him as Arthur turns his head to look. Meanwhile, the Flame Guardian starts circulating him. Arthur, slashing his sword, turns his eyes and looks around toward the Flame Guardian. The Flame Guardian runs toward Arthur and punches him while Arthur skids backward, creating his wind magic. Suddenly, his eyes fall on Professor Glory, who, on her bond, extends her hand ahead, shouts, calls Tesha, and passes outside the Inferno's cage barrier. Looking toward her, Arthur grits his teeth, while the Flame Guardian runs toward him. The Flame Guardian ran toward him to punch him, while Arthur silently stood there, head down, as the Flame Guardian was about to punch him. Arthur activates his static void magic, and due to his magic, the Flame Guardian disappears. Arthur was injured, and he stepped ahead and stumbled while Professor Glory, outside the barrier, raised her voice and held it together. Arthur, they needed to get out of there quickly and reach Tessai. Arthur glances aside toward the cracked ground, then turns and runs ahead, thinking he has to work fast. He has already used most of his mana reserves, trying to learn that stupid vacuum barrier spell. Also, Professor Glory, on her bond, was following him. Arthur, while running and squeezing his eyes, thinks that Curtis released his beast will from the mana spike he had felt earlier. Then he turns and surprisingly looks toward Tesha, who lies in Curtis's beast, which will spell unconscious. Looking toward her, Arthur thinks, why doesn't she have any protective barrier around her? Arthur thumps, then he stumbles, and with a puffy breath, feels that it's not essential. As Curtis's beast will spell was about to attack Tesha, Arthur ran toward her, thinking he didn't have enough mana to block this, so he grabbed Tesha. He hugged her while the beast attack was moving toward him. Arthur covered her with his body, thinking this was going to hurt. After some time, both Tesha and Curtis were fighting, and Tesha stood in the distance looking toward Inferno's cage barrier, thinking she wondered if Arthur was doing okay. Even if it's him, winning will be complicated while only using his two weakest elements. As she stood there, we thought about this all while Curtis ran toward her, holding his flame sword. He swung his sword, Tesha put his sword before her, and his sword clanged with hers. Curtis, holding his sword, pushes Tesha's sword and, looking toward her, says it is bad manners to look away from her opponent in the middle of a battle, Princess Tesha. Tesha silently looks toward him. He pushes his sword and strikes it to attack, but Tesha twirls and his sword passes by her. After this, Tesha moved and knocked her sword, and her sword clanged with his flame sword. Also, auras emerged from both of their bodies. Princess Tesha created her wind magic and swung her sword, but Curtis put his flame shield before him, and her sword clanged with the shield. Tesha, looking toward him, says her apologies to Prince Curtis. Suddenly, she feels something throb, and she creates her wind magic attack on Curtis. He flies in the air backward and is about to thud on the ground. Before he thuds on the ground, his bond jumps and catches him. He held his flame sword and shield thud on his bond. While Curtis stood there holding her sword and activating her wind magic, she put her hand on her stomach because she felt pain in her mana core. She gritted her teeth, thinking, what was that? What's wrong with her? Meanwhile, Curtis is sitting on his bond, hopping there. He raises his hand, and a voice asks Grotter, let's go. Also, Grotter had activated his power. His tail was moving, and his eyes were glowing. Curtis himself started changing into the lion. His face, teeth, and hair were changed, and he raised his voice just like they had practiced. Tesha stood there gritting her teeth, thinking about the ambient mana they were gathering. It looks like they are preparing for a significant spell. Tesha creates her spell, and the aura starts emerging from her hand, and with her magic, the roots start breaking from the ground. However, she lifted her magic hand, and with her magic, the root snare spurts out of the ground and spreads there. While Curtis sits on his bond, he moves toward her. His bond crosses all the roots of snare, which were spread there around them. Tesha, using her magic, creates the arrow missile and moves it toward them while making her magic with her wand. Putting her hand on her stomach, she thinks something is wrong with her core. She is not correctly assimilating to the Elder Wood Guardian's core. Maybe she should forfeit. Then she grits her teeth and thinks no. Then, looking toward her wand, she believes she is the student council president. She can't have anyone thinking that she is weak, much less a coward. However, she stood up on her root snare, created the wind magic, and combined her root and wind magic, thinking she could win. On the other side, Curtis's bonds grip the ground, and Curtis creates his world's howl, raises his voice, let's go, Grotter. Curtis makes his flame magic and throws his flame storm toward the ground, and due to his magic, the stones on the ground start flying up. After this, the stone mixes up with the flame storm, and Curtis, using his magic, moves his flame storm magic toward Tesha, who stands up on her root snare holding her magic wand. Moreover, Tesha's magic binds her core inside her stomach, and she thinks she is about to fall. She puts a hand on her stomach and falls on her root snare, and with her half-opened eyes, she sees the flame explosion coming toward her. As her eyes were closed, she felt someone beside her. However, the flame explosion occurs there, and Glory, on her bond flying in the air, moves toward Tesha, shouting no. Then she jumped from her bond and thudded on the ground, and due to that flame explosion, the smoke spread there. As the smoke ended, Glory looked around there. Tesha's root snare was burning, and she thought there. Meanwhile, her eyes fell on Arthur, who was injured, lying on the ground on Tesha, and his uniform was burned due to the flame. Meanwhile, the doctors holding their aid boxes run toward them, and Glory, looking toward the doctors, wonders how Arthur got there. With a sad face, Curtis came to Glory, saying, Professor, he didn't mean to. He didn't know she would faint. Glory sits beside Arthur and raises her hand, responding, it's all right, she knows. Then Glory turned her head, looked toward the student beside the doctor named Dagal, and asked him to get the rest of the team on standby. Then she looked toward the doctor named Pawn and asked him to start the damage assessment now. Both nod their heads, and then she turns her head and looks toward Arthur, who lies on the ground grabbing Tesai while Tesha is unconscious, lying under him. Looking toward them, Glory thinks, what the hell just happened? After some time, Arthur was admitted to the hospital. His face, body, and head were bandaged, and he, with his half-opened eyes, saw Sylvia sitting on him and looking toward him. He looked toward Sylvia, asking what while she had a sad face, sighed and hit Arthur's face with her hand, saying Papa is an idiot. Arthur, in pain, grits his teeth and closes his eyes. Then she looks toward him with teary eyes and says he thinks he is so strong, but he keeps almost dying. What does Sylvia do without Papa Arthur holding his head, looking toward Sylvia, then looking toward her and calling her name? Then he sighed and smiled, saying he was sorry and she was right. He has been a little reckless. After this, Arthur holds Sylvia's head and gets her close to him. Then he puts his head together with her and closes his eyes, saying don't worry, he won't ever leave her. Sylvia, with teary eyes, looks toward Arthur. Then he pats her head, and she closes her eyes, asking him to promise. Meanwhile, the door knocks, and Arthur asks to come in. President Goodsky opens the door, and looking toward Arthur, says she didn't expect a reply but sees he is awake already. Then, standing at the door, she asks him how he feels. Arthur answers, a little concerned that he is seeing the director of his school so often. Then she comes to him and sits on the chair beside the bed. Looking toward him, she says if he has the will to be so cheeky, she is sure he will be okay. Arthur asks how's Tisha, and Goodsky answers, well, the good news is that Tisha is in a much better state than him. Then, looking aside, she asks for now, it's the beast will right her body can't handle it. Arthur responded yes, and she turned her head and, surprisingly, looked toward him and asked how he knew that. Arthur tries to get up, answering because he is the one who gave her that beast will, but before he gets up, he again thuds on the bed, adding he should be the one to help her with the assimilation, but he doesn't think he can in this state as Arthur thuds Sylvia with a sad face and moves toward him. Goodsky responds no, he has done more than enough. This is her fault. She kept the knowledge of Tesha's beast will a secret. Furthermore, she says she is at the stage of the assimilation process where she is most vulnerable. This might have been avoided if she had at least told Professor Glory. After this, Goodsky, putting their hand on Arthur's hand, says he thanks him for sacrificing himself to save her disciple. Arthur surprisingly looks at her, responding that she makes it sound like he is dying. He hears her chuckle, and then she gets up. She steps toward the exit door, saying she has contacted the royal family and his own. They should be there soon, so he should get some rest until then. Arthur thumbs up and smiles, responding all right, thanks her director. Then she left the room and clicked the door. Standing outside the room, she asked if she was sure she didn't want to go in. Tesha stood beside the wall, turning her head, answering not yet. She didn't think she could, and besides, he should rest. Goodsky taps her hand on Tesha's shoulder and asks, then Tesha surprisingly looks toward Goodsky's hand on her shoulder. Goodsky grabs her by her shoulder and points aside with a wink, adding that she lets them feast on those delicious-looking desserts brought in earlier while she works up the courage. Tesha doesn't want to go, and she, with a surprised face, nods. Stepping ahead, she turns her head and, with a sad face, looks toward the room door where Arthur was admitted. Arthur is asleep, covered in bandages. He slowly opens his eyes and sees his family in front of him. They are concerned about Arthur's health. His mother asks how he is feeling while caressing his head. Arthur replies that he is much better, and he apologizes for always worrying them like this. Ellie tells Arthur that he looks worse than ever. Arthur thanks her for her kind and heartfelt words, and he calls her a foul-mouthed thug of a sister. Ellie sticks out her tongue, and Arthur smiles. His father tells Arthur that she sounds like this now, but his sister cries even more than his mother. Ellie is embarrassed to hear that, and she yells at her father, saying that he promised not to tell Arthur about it. Arthur's mother asks how he, of all people, got hurt so badly like this on the first day of school. Reynolds says that it looks like their son is already getting into fights at school. Arthur starts grinning and says they should see what the other guy looks like. His father and sister start laughing while his mother is scared to think about the other child. She wonders what has Arthur done, and whose poor child did he obliterate. She thinks they will have to move and live underground with the dwarves. She can help out by healing miners, but she's worried about Ellie. Director Cynthia tells Mrs. Lewin that he is only joking. They turn around and see that Director Cynthia and Tesha are there with her family. They brought Arthur fruits and some flowers. Arthur's parents are shocked to see them. They bow down and say that it's an honor to meet the Majesties in person. Tessa's father says the honor is his because they are finally able to meet the parents of the one who saved their child not once but twice now. Tessa's mother holds Mrs. Lewin's hands and says that their meeting has been far overdue. Alduin introduces Reynolds to his father and says that he is the former king of Elenoir, Virion, and then he introduces Tesha, his daughter. Tessha starts blushing and says that it is an honor to meet them all. Arthur's parents look at each other, then they glance at Arthur and start smiling. Arthur is embarrassed and wonders what they are thinking right now. Alice holds Tessa's hands and says that she is so glad to meet her. She tells her that Arthur has told them so much about her. Tess starts smiling and asks if that is true. Arthur's mother starts smiling and says of course, and it's such a comfort knowing that he has someone as responsible as her by his side. She whispers in Tess's ear to take care of him in the future as well. Tess starts blushing after hearing that. Virion pulls a chair near Arthur and asks how he's feeling. Arthur says that he is a little worried about what they are scheming. Virion tells Arthur to relax, but the worst thing that can happen is that he becomes his grandson-in-law. Tessha pulls his beard and tells her grandpa to stop talking nonsense. Tess starts blushing and tells Arthur that she is sorry for all this. She sits on a chair and says that she told all of them not to come, but they wouldn't listen, even though it's all her fault that he ended up here in the first place. Arthur starts smiling and tells her that it is fine. In fact, he likes how lively it is. Ellie looks at Tess and says she is the girl her brother risked his life to save. Tess starts smiling and asks if she's his sister. Tess tells Ellie that she's even prettier than she thought. Ellie looks away and says that she is not bad herself. Arthur tells Ellie that she's the one that gave her that bow for her birthday. Ellie is surprised to hear that, and she thanks Tess for that. Tess starts smiling and says that she is welcome. Suddenly, Ellie asks Arthur who is prettier between them. Arthur replies that they are both pretty ugly to him. Tess and Ellie are annoyed to hear that. Arthur asks Virion if he got a chance to take a look at Tess's mana core. Virion replies that luckily, her body seems more compatible with the beast core than his when he first integrated. Virion asks Arthur how did he manage to pick up an Elderwood Guardian's beast core. Arthur says by killing one. Virion looks at him suspiciously as Arthur starts smiling. Cynthia tells everyone that she hates to disrupt such an amiable setting, but Tessha's assimilation must be monitored once more. She opens the door and says that there are quite a few other visitors stuck outside due to the maximum capacity of this room. Outside the door, there are other visitors gathered to meet Arthur. Arthur remembers that after his family left with Tessha and her family, he continued to have more visitors throughout the day. Some came wanting answers for what exactly happened, while others came out of pure concern for his health. Gideon is trying to give Arthur medicine, but he's scared to try. Gideon leaves after a while and tells Arthur that he should stop by his personal training room after he recovers. Arthur asks how does he know about that. Gideon replies that Director Goodsky called him and asked him to build some training artifacts for him. Gideon tells Arthur that he owes him now and leaves. Arthur is shocked to hear that, and he tells him to close the door. Arthur is about to sleep, but someone else enters the room. Arthur asks what does he want now, but he's surprised to see Tess standing there. Arthur starts smiling and asks if she finished her assimilation session already. Tess says that she is still recovering, so Master Goodsky wanted her to stop early. Arthur says that's probably for the best and asks how's her core feeling and if she has another episode of pain like before. Tess starts smiling. Arthur asks what's so funny, and Tess replies that he almost died and he is still worrying about her. Tess says it was the same back then when he saved her from the bandits. Arthur tries to get up, but he starts feeling pain again. Tess asks if he is okay. Arthur says that it is still hard for him to move, but he will be alright soon. Tess says that she knows he will, but let her apologize. Arthur starts smiling and says he told her not to apologize for saving her again. Tess says that she is not apologizing for that, but for taking advantage of him like this. Tess starts kissing Arthur. The sweeper is cleaning the floor outside the room. Tess comes running outside and starts panting near a window. Her face has turned red. Tess thinks that she kissed Arthur, and that was her first kiss. She wonders if she did it right. Tess looks at her reflection in the window and tries mimicking the kiss. She places her head against the wall and sits down on the ground. She says that she probably came on too strong, and Arthur is going to think that she's lewd. Tess wonders if she should go back to his room and pretend it was all a joke. She slaps her face and says she can't think like that. Tess thinks that she did the right thing because things would never progress if she left it up to Arthur. She gets up and thinks that he still treats her like a child every time they are around, and besides, who cares if he doesn't like her back? It will be his loss. Tess tells herself that she's a talented mage, smart, and popular too, and not to be conceited. But she's not bad looking either, so it will be Arthur's loss. Tess starts walking towards her room. Sylvie jumps on Arthur's bed and sees that he is in shock. Arthur thinks that he kissed Tesha Iralith, a 13-year-old girl. He wonders if he is a criminal now. He shakes his head and says that he is not because he is in the body of a 12-year-old boy, and in this world, there are plenty of children their age who are getting ready to marry. Arthur smiles and thinks that she is the one who kissed him. He slaps himself and thinks that he is so stupid. He rests his head on the pillow and places his arm on his eyes. He asks Arthur what he's doing. After some time, some students are talking about the new professor who is only a first year. A student says that he heard that he got the spot by beating the professor. Another one asks if he beats the first year, then would he get to be a professor too? Director Goodsky is taking a lift with Arthur and Gideon. She tells Arthur that she heard tomorrow will be his first day of teaching, and if he has enough time to prepare some material. Arthur says considering he just got discharged from the hospital yesterday, probably not, but he'll be able to work things out. Arthur looks at a student practicing inside a room and asks how Tess is doing with her assimilation. Director Goodsky tells him that he can always see her if he is that worried about her. Arthur remembers that he ignored Tess completely the last time and says sure. She tells Arthur that Tesha's assimilation with her grandfather Virion has been going smoothly, but he has to go back to Elenoir soon. They reach outside a door, and Arthur asks if she's going to take over for Virion. Gideon tells them to get the show on the road. Director Goodsky tells Gideon that she didn't think he would be so enthusiastic about this, considering how much he complained about wasting his valuable free time. Gideon replies that he made it a bit of a game to try and dumbfounded this cheeky little brat, thinking this will just about do it. She says that she merely asked for some sturdy artifacts to serve as a training aid for Arthur. Gideon starts grinning as he opens the door and says that he did a lot more than that. Inside the room, there is a fountain and some greenery. There's also a robot with 4 arms. Arthur enters the room and says that it is impressive. Gideon yells at him to look at his artifact, not the room. Director Goodsky says there seems to be quite a bit of mana fluctuations radiating from this. She asks Gideon what that thing is. Gideon says it is kind of her to ask. He tells her that this is the latest and greatest edition of his training operator and blast inductor. It is capable of adjusting its runes and mana barrier output to withstand spells from initiate and even mid-tier silver mages, and it is called Tobai. Gideon starts cleaning Tobai with his sleeves and says that he has currently set its base specs to level 5, which translates roughly to that of a dark orange core mana beast. Arthur takes off his bracelet and asks if that dummy is about as strong as a yellow core human being. Gideon tells Arthur that Tobai has a solid malagorite iron body, so while the attacks that he'll produce are on that level, his overall durability is even higher. Arthur instantly punches and pierces Tobai's chest. Tobai falls on the ground. Arthur tells Gideon that it looks like they are going to have to raise Tobai's level. Gideon is shocked to see that. Meanwhile, there are a lot of dead monsters inside a dungeon. A soldier steps on the dead body of the monster and asks if they have seen wraith skulls like these before. Another one says they usually don't get this big or this silky gray in color. Lance Baron asks his subordinate if he is certain that no humans, elves, or dwarves have set foot in this dungeon. He replies yes, Lance Baron. The only entrance down here had long been closed off, according to the specialists. Baron looks at a piece of torn banner and says this just got much more serious then. Meanwhile, Arthur is training with the robots inside the training room. Arthur swings his sword, but Tobai blocks the attack and rushes to punch Arthur. Arthur ducks, grabs it by the arm, and smashes it to the ground. Arthur snaps its arm off. Gideon loses the bet to Director Goodsky. Arthur feels a little pain in his shoulder. Gideon asks if he is actually hurt or if he's conspiring with Director Goodsky. Arthur tells him to give him a break. He asks if he saw his sloppy footwork out there. Gideon apologizes and says that he thought he was dancing out there for the King of Sapin. Gideon brings out his diary and asks if he has any feedback this time. Arthur tells him that Tobai's joints are a pretty bad weak spot, so they should work on reinforcing those also. Even if they can't conjure spells, for a mage, it's a bit limiting that they can't fire any offensive elemental magic. Gideon says he assumed Tobai would be sparring against an augmenter, not the devil incarnate. Arthur says that he thinks Tobai's mana reinforcement can use some work. Gideon is surprised to hear that. Arthur says right now, Tobai is emitting a layer of protective mana around its body. Even though it's the fastest and easiest way for a mage to protect themselves, it's also weak to attacks targeting the same place. It might be a bit more complicated and extensive. But it would be better if Tobai could conjure an array of individual plates of mana interconnected with each other. That way, once the initial barrier is set up, it'll be easier for Tobai to mend its barrier more quickly when it breaks, and without having to waste drawing excessive amounts of mana from its crystal to conjure up a completely new barrier. Arthur cleans the sweat from his face using a towel, and is surprised to see everyone looking at him with disbelief. Director Goodsky asks Arthur if he can conjure a mana barrier like that. Arthur nods in approval. She says it's intriguing. While the initial cast of applying that sort of mana barrier might take longer, it would still offer much more flexibility than the traditional mana shroud that mages use these days. Goodsky says she must relay this to the Mages Guild and see what they have to say. She thanks Arthur and leaves. Gideon is examining Arthur closely. Arthur asks what he's doing. Gideon says that he is checking to see what other gold he has stashed in there. In the morning, Arthur is slowly walking towards the class using his sword as a cane. He thinks that maybe he shouldn't have gone up against 2 level 7 Tabas when he hasn't fully healed. Arthur slips and is about to fall, but he grabs someone's shoulder and avoids falling. Arthur is surprised to see Kathleen put his arm around her shoulder. Meanwhile, the students are talking about the new professor in the class. One of them says he personally wants to see the first year try to teach, and another student says it'll be pretty funny watching him stutter and pretend like he knows what he's doing. Another student says he has gotten tutored by a 5th year, so he'll ask some questions that the first year wouldn't even know how to answer. One student says that his father donates over several thousand golds a year to this school, and they're using first years as teachers. It's embarrassing. Another student says that he snuck out his dad's precious image recording artifact, so he can show his dad what they're doing with his money. The door opens, and Arthur enters the room with his arm around Kathleen. The students are surprised to see that. Arthur wonders why are they making such a big fuss. He suddenly realizes that Kathleen was a princess. He tells Kathleen that he will be okay on his own now. Kathleen goes to sit down on a desk while Arthur takes the stage and introduces himself. He tells the students that his name is Arthur Lewin, and he's a disciplinary committee member and the son of 2 wonderful mages and a doting bother and their new professor. The students start shouting at Arthur to get out of here because they don't want to waste their time learning from a first year. Arthur thinks that at least they are energetic, and he thinks that this all could have been avoided if Director Goodsky or another professor had come with him. A student jumps in front of Arthur. Arthur asks what he thinks he is doing, and the student replies that he just suddenly feels like he wants to be a professor now, and all he has to do is pummel the instructor to the ground. Everyone starts cheering for the student to beat Arthur. He tells them that it will not take long. Arthur starts releasing his aura and tells the student to sit, but he gets scared and falls to the ground. Arthur tells the students that Director Goodsky did not bother giving him any official documents, but, like it or not, he will be teaching this class. If anyone has a problem, then feel free to leave, and he'll even allow them to be placed into another class of their choice. However, if any of them are even a tiny bit curious as to how this little boy with a limp got to become a professor at the most prestigious magic academy in Dicathan, then he encourages them to stay and learn. Arthur asks the student if he's going to stay there on the ground. He tells him to either leave or go back to his seat. He gets up and apologizes to Arthur and quickly goes to his seat. Everyone starts sweating, and there is a pin-drop silence in the class. Arthur thinks that it looks like they have a full class today. Arthur turns around and says that since this is a practical mana manipulation class, he will ask a practical question. Arthur asks what the best way to utilize mana from the surrounding atmosphere is. A student tells Arthur that mana is best utilized by absorbing the mana formed in the atmosphere into the mana core, where it can be condensed and purified for use when spells or techniques are cast. Arthur smiles and says that is good. He tells them that, as they all know, the difference between augmenters and conjurers lies in the fact that augmenters mostly use the mana in their cores via their mana channels. Conjurers, meanwhile, utilize the mana directly from the surrounding atmosphere via their mana veins. Arthur asks why both types of mages have to meditate and absorb mana, if only the augmenters primarily utilize the mana they absorb into their core. The same student with a ponytail raises their hands and says that is because, while conjurers rarely incorporate mana into physical attacks, they still need to use their own mana to manipulate the mana in the atmosphere in order to form the spell. Arthur says that is right. What conjurers are doing is essentially using their own mana that they've coded with a specific spell so that the ambient mana knows how to behave. That being said, if conjurers inherently use less mana in their spells than augmenters do, he asks if the color of a mage's mana core a truly accurate way of measuring their level. Arthur tells everyone that he is going to need 6 volunteers who have elemental affinities to come down to the stage and line up. He wants conjurers to his left and augmenters to his right. 6 students arrive in front of Arthur. He tells them that for this exercise, he wants everyone to initiate the most basic spell of their affinity, and conjurers can't use a wand. The students did exactly that and used their spells to conjure fire, air, water, and earth. Arthur tells augmenters to launch their spells, and he tells conjurers to absorb the spell back into their hands. Everyone is shocked to hear that as Arthur starts smiling. Everyone starts to do it according to Arthur's instructions, but they failed. Arthur looks at Kathleen and thinks that she's close to getting it. A student says this is stupid and asks Arthur what's the point of absorbing back a spell they already prepared and conjured. Another student has rocks attached to his head. He says they all know only high-level augmenters can cast long-distance spells. Arthur uses a long-distance wind magic spell. A student asks if they are supposed to be impressed by that, when most augmenters can do that once they reach orange stage. Arthur says it's true that it's not hard. He uses the same attack again with increased intensity, and there's a large crack in the wall. Arthur asks if they have seen any augmenters do that at the orange stage. Everyone is surprised to see that. Arthur says that he can't accurately demonstrate what happens when conjurers are able to absorb spells they invoke, but trust him, it will only help them. Arthur sits on the floor and says those who want to try, they should come down. After the class is over, Sylvia is resting on Arthur's head. He asks Sylvia how did he do in the class. Sylvia tells him that she doesn't know she was sleeping. Arthur sits on the bench outside and says that this is the good thing about being a professor. He can end class as early as he wants. Sylvia tries to catch a butterfly, but she falls down and Arthur starts laughing. Kathleen arrives there and asks Arthur if this seat is taken, and he replies yes, it's. Kathleen is annoyed to hear that. Arthur says that he is kidding. Kathleen sits beside Arthur. Arthur thinks that he can never tell what this girl is thinking. She tells Arthur that it was a good lesson. Arthur thanks her, and there's an awkward silence between the two. Arthur wonders if that is all she has to say. Kathleen suddenly turns her head towards Arthur. He gets startled, but Kathleen tells Arthur that there's something she has been meaning to tell him for a while now. Arthur wonders if Kathleen is going to profess her love for him, too, and he ultimately succumbs to Arthur Lewin's unique and acquired taste. He wonders if he will be the cause of a civil war between the two races. Kathleen bows her head and says, please accept her deepest apology on behalf of her family for what happened with Sebastian at the auction house, for how her father behaved afterward, and for her brother's blunder both in the alleyway and now. Kathleen looks up and sees that Arthur is pulling his cheeks. She asks what he's doing. He tells her that he is humbling himself. Arthur says that he is surprised that she is still bothered by things that happened over 4 years ago. Kathleen says while she had always looked up to her father, in many ways, he had disappointed her that day. Arthur tells her that she doesn't need to be apologizing for them. She says that she felt it was necessary since they are friends. Arthur smiles and asks if they are friends. Kathleen says that she was told by her brother that sharing skinship is only done with friends. Arthur is startled to hear that. Kathleen thinks that she had grown up blaming her lineage, her magical prowess, and when her physical appearance for robbing her of her freedom yet. How can a boy so talented and sought after, so scrutinized and judged, be so bright? Kathleen laughs a little, and she quickly puts her hand on her mouth. Arthur asks if the literal ice princess just laugh. Kathleen turns her head and says his lesson was very interesting today, and she asks how the outcomes of the 2 wind bullet spells turned out so different. Arthur asks if that is why she came up to him, and if this was her true motive all along. Catherine says no, that was never her intention. Arthur gets up and says relax princess, he was only joking. He winks at her and says it'd be even more unfair if he gave his brightest student an advantage and leaves. Kathleen starts smiling. She looks down and sees that Sylvia is laughing at her. After some time, during Gideon's class, Emily asks Arthur if he got hurt on the first day of the class. Arthur replies that he is mostly fine now. Gideon is annoyed to hear them talk. He throws a chalk towards them and it hits Emily on her head. Gideon asks Emily to please enlighten the class as to the primary components of a basic light-producing artifact. Emily stands up and says the basic light-producing artifact is made up of the foundation crystal, Florentine, found abundantly near the outskirts of Sapin and also in the kingdom of Darv. After Florentine is refined, it will constantly let out a dim light in order to control the output of the ore. Gideon interrupts her and says okay, that's enough. He just asked for the material. After the class, Arthur and Emily are walking together. He feels a little pain in his shoulder and says that Geezer already assigned them a project. Emily tells Arthur that she already have a couple LPAS she made for fun. He can have one if he wants since he missed a few days of classes. Arthur is excited to hear that and says that she is a lifesaver. Emily tells him that they're just lying around in her dorm anyway. Sylvie tells Arthur to do his own work, and Elijah comes running and tells Arthur that Director Goodsky is calling for him. Arthur tells Elijah that she is Emily, and he introduces Elijah to Emily. They both shake hands and start smiling after saying that it is nice to meet each other. Elijah tells Arthur that Director Goodsky asked him to make sure he heads to the training room. Arthur says he got it and takes his leave. Arthur tells them to get acquainted, and that he'll see them later. Arthur goes inside the training room and sees that Tess is sitting there and she's meditating. Sylvie jumps on Tess and calls her mama. Tess opens her eyes and starts caressing her. She waves at Arthur and he waves back at her. Arthur asks where's Director Goodsky. Tess replies, she said that something urgent came up and left not too long ago. Arthur thinks that he can bet she schemed this whole thing. Tess asks Arthur if they should get started. Arthur thinks that assimilation with any beast took a lot of effort, and most times couldn't be done alone, while oftentimes a mage of the same elemental affinity as the beast itself was needed to take some of the burden away from the host. He is a quadra-elemental mage, so using an even balance of all four elements, he was able to not only help assimilate Tesha with her beast will, but also act as a sort of refined mana battery, strengthening Tesha's body and help her fight against the Elderwood Guardian trying to establish control over her core. After some time, Arthur and Tess are both panting. He sits on the ground and says that they can call it a day, and Tess thanks him for helping her. They look at Sylvie playing with Tobai. Tess asks Arthur if he is mad that she kissed him, and Arthur says that he was surprised but never mad. Tess asks why he has been avoiding her ever since they kissed. Arthur starts smiling and says they are both so young, and he has known her since she was an immature little girl. He knows it's not weird for a girl her age to get married since she's royalty, but he doesn't have that background. Tess tells him that he is just making excuses now. They both know she didn't mean that they should get married, and she knows it was wrong of her to take advantage of him back then, but she just wants things to progress. Arthur starts smiling and says he thinks that they have processed a lot since 8 years ago. He tells her that she is not the same crybaby princess she was before. Tess is furious. She gets up and says that is enough. She tells Arthur that she didn't expect an answer from him, but she at least wanted him to take this seriously. Tess leaves and says that she is sorry she expected so much from him. Arthur tells her to wait. Tess opens the door and tells Arthur that he is so confident about so many things. Magic, fighting, wits, so confident in all of these things because he's good at them. But there are also things he's not good at. He doesn't think the people around him have noticed how he always puts on a mask and pretends that he is happy or unaffected by anything. Even now, his reaction is to try and make light of her feelings towards him and even tease her. Tess tells Arthur that, in any case, he's the one being immature, not her, just like the way he rejected Lilia. Arthur is shocked to hear that. Tess slams the door and leaves. Arthur wonders how she knew about that. He asks what she wants him to do. It is not like he can tell her about his past and how old he actually is. After a while, Arthur is training with Tobai, and he remembers what Tess said to him. Arthur is furious. He's about to punch Tobai, but Tobai shuts down due to low mana reserve. Arthur stops his punch from hitting Tobai. He sits down to catch his breath. Sylvie tells Arthur that he shouldn't push himself too much because he's still healing. Arthur pats her on the head and says he's fine. There's a knock at the door. Arthur opens the door and sees Professor Glory standing there. She tells Arthur that she came to check up on him since both he and Princess Tesha skipped out on her class. She peeks inside the room and asks what happened here. Arthur closes the door behind him and says that he was just doing some training and Tess isn't with him. The professor starts laughing and says that she guessed wrong then. She puts her arm around Arthur and tells him to come with her. He already missed her class and one more. Arthur starts walking with her. She wonders that a private training room accessible only to Arthur is one thing, but one that large and what sort of training causes a mana-reinforced room to look like that. She thinks that the more she sees this boy, the more mysterious he gets. Arthur arrives in the class. He looks sad, and everyone is gossiping about him that he never shows up in class. Arthur grabs Sylvie's face and asks how she sleeps so much. She replies that she's training, not sleeping. Arthur says that she is lucky. He wishes that he could get stronger by sleeping. The professor calls Arthur, and he raises his hand and says yes. The professor says that it is good to finally have him in his class, and he has heard that he is back after healing from the injury. Arthur says that he apologizes for missing so many of his classes, including Professor Maynor. Maynor says it is good, and he asks Arthur if he cares to share with the rest of the class what he knows about spell formations. Arthur stands up and says that, to his knowledge, spell formations are the conjoining or altering of basic spells and skills in order to produce a different effect. Maynor starts clapping and says very well put. He says that they spent most of last week reviewing aspects that one must know before even touching the foundation of spell formations. He starts walking towards the students and says that he would like everyone to imagine a world where everyone could read everyone's mind. The students start looking at each other in confusion. Maynor explains that in this hypothetical world, where fleeting thoughts that can make even the purest man seem perverse, or the kindest woman seem cruel, are laid out in the open for others to read. He believes that such a world would be home to the best mages ever known. Sylvie says that's why Papa and Sylvie are the best mages. Maynor asks why do some conjurers and even augmenters chant while some don't. A student raises his hand and says that he thought that if one has mastered a spell, then they don't have to chant. Maynor says it is right to an extent, but saying that he has mastered something is rather ambiguous, so no, they chant because words themselves influence their consciousness. He further adds that it fills the caster's mind with the correct suggestion that molds the mana into the desired spell. To give a rather humorous example, if he were to say to a woman who detests him that he has always loved her, they can bet there would be some sort of reaction from her. The incantation, which in this case is him saying he has always loved her, triggers the response, or the spell from her, which would take the form of either her cringing in disgust, kicking his shin, or perhaps slapping his face. Everyone starts laughing. Arthur thinks that he sure knows how to keep his students' attention. Maynor says much like that. Their thoughts influence their spells, allowing for shortened incantation or even no incantation when a high level of focus and visualization is achieved. That is why, if there ever was a world where everyone could read each other's minds, that world would have the greatest of magicians because they would have absolute control over their thoughts. Maynor tells everyone to turn their textbooks to page 23, where they can see some differences between augmenters and conjurers. After the class, Arthur walks into the hall. He wonders what's the use of going to class when all he can think about is his fight with Tess. He didn't think her words would bother him this much. Sylvie says it's because what Mama said was true. Arthur asks whose side she's on, and besides, there were plenty that hated him while he was an adventurer, but that never slowed him down. Sylvie says that is because he truly cares about Mama. Arthur is annoyed to hear that, and he asks Sylvie how he's supposed to remain blissfully unaware of his shortcomings when she's so insightful like this. Some students follow Arthur, and he tells them that they could have at least tried to be a bit less obvious. Arthur sees Lucas standing behind him with some students. A student tells Arthur that they just wanted to make sure that he got back to his dorm safely. Even in Xyrus Academy, it can get dangerous after all. Arthur asks if he is in danger of having his pants pulled down as well. The student is furious and asks if he dares to mock him. Lucas pushes him back, and he falls to the ground. Lucas asks Arthur if he thinks that he will forget about how he ran off during their duel and kept avoiding him with his tail tucked between his legs. He asks Arthur how he did it. Arthur says that there was a hole in the ground. Lucas gets angry and says that he's asking how he escaped his Inferno Cage spell and arrived halfway across the training arena and took a shot in the back for the elf princess in less than a second. Arthur grabs his arm and says that is not how one asks for answers, and he asks why he should tell him. Lucas starts grinning and says that he knew it. He knew that Arthur uses an artifact. Lucas turned around and asks how did a commoner brat like him get his hands on something like that anyway? He says maybe that little minx of an elf in his class got it for him. The fat student says that he bet that he used tricks like that to seduce Princess Kathleen too. Arthur asks what he's talking about. The student becomes furious, and he tells Arthur not to act dumb, even though he is a little looking, but still, he is just a common filth. His friend grabs his arm and says that he is leaking mana. He snaps and tells his friend that Arthur needs to learn his place. Arthur raises his hands and says that he is not seducing anyone. The fat student starts inhaling a handkerchief and says that Princess Kathleen picked this for him. Lucas thinks that Fatty has gone crazy. Sylvie tells Arthur that something's wrong with him. Arthur says that he knows, and the amount of mana he's leaking isn't normal either. The student starts attacking Arthur and tells him to just die. Sylvie starts growling at him. Arthur tells Sylvie to wait. Arthur conjures a shield and diverts the attack. The punch hits the ground and the ground shatters. There's dust everywhere. Arthur asks if they know that they are attacking one of the disciplinary committee members right now. The student tells Lucas that they should stop, and Lucas says that they are not doing anything. He smiles and says that they are terrified right now at what's happening. Arthur asks if he expects him to believe that. Lucas raises his hands and says that he is using no magic or weapons here. His friend asks what they are going to do about Manhwa. Lucas asks wasn't he worried about losing against Manhwa. Lucas leaves and he tells Arthur not to get hurt. He wouldn't want him running away from their next duel. Arthur looks back and sees some rocks flying towards him. He dodges the attack and sees that Manhwa is rushing towards him to punch him and half of his face has turned to stone. Arthur uses the magic shield to block the attack, and he wonders how is an orange core this strong. He has even more mana than Lucas. Arthur thinks that he might have to release his seal if he wants to capture him without killing him. Arthur looks up and sees that Sylvie has transformed into a large dragon. Sylvie smashes her claw and Manhwa gets blasted away. Arthur looks at him, and then he looks at Sylvie who has returned to her normal form. Sylvie tells Arthur that she is done waiting. Claire comes running there and asks Arthur what happened there. Arthur says that he doesn't exactly know. He just started bursting with mana before going crazy and attacking him. Claire pulls Manhwa's shirt up and sees that there are some strange blood signs on his spinal cord. She says not another one. After some time, Manhwa is admitted to the emergency room. Arthur asks Claire if there were more similar cases like him at school. Claire replies just one, and it happened while he was still recovering in the medical ward. Arthur asks if she knows what happened to him. His magic output was unnaturally strong, and there were those bloody symbols on his back too. Claire tells him that she'll explain more about it in their next DC meeting. She has to update the rest of the team anyway. They reach outside the office. Claire tells Arthur to just tell Director Goodsky everything he noticed while he apprehended him. She knocks at the door and Director Goodsky tells them to come inside. Claire opens the door and Arthur is surprised to see the lances standing there. Claire pushes Arthur aside and says they're Lance Baron and Lance Aaliyah in the flesh. Director Goodsky tells them that these two students are members of the disciplinary committee and are some of the most promising members this generation has to offer. Claire tells them that it's an honor to meet them, and it's her dream to become a Lance someday. Lance Baron tells Goodsky to please make the appropriate measures as soon as possible. She nods in approval, and they decide to leave. Lance Baron walks past Arthur, and he glances at him while Lance Aaliyah tells Claire that she will be rooting for her. Claire starts laughing. Sylvie tells Arthur that they are strong. He says that they are unbelievably strong. Director Goodsky gestures at them to sit on the couch and says that her secretary mentioned something urgent has transpired. Arthur sits down and asks if something else has happened. He's sure two of Dickathan's strongest mages didn't just pop in without any reason. Director Goodsky sits down and tells Arthur that there's nothing for him to worry about quite yet. She tells them that Lance Baron was once a student at this academy, and his brother now attends, so he just brought the news in person. Claire says that she didn't think she would ever get a chance to see them in person. Goodsky sighs and says that she just wished they came bearing better news. She says, please tell her what happened. Starting from the events of Lucas, Charles, and Manhwa following and confronting him after class, Arthur went over everything that happened. In particular, he focused on Manhwa's odd behavior and erratic mana fluctuation. Goodsky asks if Manhwa had blood symbols engraved down his spine. They nod in agreement. Goodsky looks worried. Arthur thinks that she knows something. Goodsky tells them that, as Claire said, Manhwa isn't the first case and he certainly won't be the last. Arthur asks if she has any idea what is wrong with Manhwa. She replies that unfortunately, neither the medics nor the artificers know what exactly this is, and they have reached out to the Mage Guild to send some researchers to coordinate with Gideon and a few of their own staff on this matter. So hopefully they will find out soon enough. She tells Claire that they will continue to have the DC officers patrolling in between classes, and she will get more staff to assist as well during the night. Claire says understood. Goodsky tells Arthur that it is a good thing that he's back because the DC officers will need all the help they can get. After the briefing, they leave the office. Goodsky closes the door and an owl sits on her shoulder and asks her if it's wise to involve students in this. She says if the worst case is to come, sacrifices might be necessary. She wonders why are they moving already? It's much too early. At night, Claire tells Arthur to get some sleep and she will see him at the DC meeting tomorrow morning. Arthur waves her goodbye. While walking down the hall, he sees Lance Baron. Arthur hides behind a wall and sees that Lucas is standing there in front of his brother. Arthur thinks that Caspian was right. It will be meaningless unless he becomes strong enough to defeat Lucas's half-brother. Arthur thinks that with his brother backing him, he can't do anything to Lucas. Suddenly, Sylvia is startled by someone's presence. Lance Alia places a sword at Arthur's throat and says that is a pretty strong bloodlust he's emanating towards a lance. She withdraws her sword and tells Arthur that one of the drawbacks of storing a weapon in a dimension ring is that it takes too long to call it out. Arthur says that he thinks there's a misunderstanding. He doesn't harbor any anger towards Lance Baron. It was his first time even meeting him earlier today. Lance Alia tells Arthur that even if he was repressing his presence, she can tell, and of course, he wouldn't be able to touch him even as a dual elemental mage. Arthur asks if he is truly that strong. She replies frighteningly strong. Arthur asks how strong she's. Lance Alia, by the show of her hands, says this much. Arthur thinks that she has a weird sense of humor. Lance Alia is disappointed. She tells Arthur that he could have laughed a little, and she tells Arthur that she is definitely the weakest among the lances. Arthur consoles her by patting her on the shoulder. Alia tells him that Baron is definitely one of the strongest, but he can't match up to her level of perception. Arthur thinks so. That's why she was able to sense him long before he noticed her. Alia says it looks like Baron is finishing up. She tells Arthur that it was nice talking to him. Maybe they will run into each other again. Arthur bows and thanks her for entertaining his questions. She pats Arthur on his head and says if her little brother were still here, he would be about his age. She thanks Arthur and leaves with Lance Baron. In the morning, Arthur is walking past some students. They are talking about Manhwa going on a rampage. Arthur thinks that rumors have already spread. Sylvia asks why does people gossip so much? Arthur says that is a good question. Arthur enters the meeting room with Sylvie and asks what is going on. Claire says it is about Manhwa. He died last night. Arthur is shocked to hear that. He asks how did he die? Curtis tells Arthur that the artificers and medics attending Manhwa couldn't stop his mana leakage. Claire says that it had something to do with those symbols on his back. Arthur asks what they found. Catholm says a little, and they're not disclosing what they found. Theo smashes his hand on the table and asks what the hell is the point of having the disciplinary committee if they're going to keep them out of anything remotely important. Claire tells everyone that now that Arthur is here, they will recognize and strengthen their patrol schedules. After the meeting, Fairith starts walking with Arthur and Catherine. He asks Arthur if he will be okay patrolling at night with Theodore because they didn't get off to a great start. Arthur replies that schedule-wise, it works out better for him since he is taking both upper and lower division classes. He's just surprised by how late they have to patrol. Fairith is surprised to hear that. He says that he was pretty surprised to find out that these daggers were actually communication devices. Arthur says that he thought they were just for show. Kathleen says that she's more surprised that Kai was the one who volunteered to patrol by himself, and a pretty large portion of the campus at that. Arthur asks if she is surprised because that's not what her face says. Fairith says that he heard from Curtis that Kai is rather notorious for avoiding work. Arthur says that he might have just gotten tired of patrolling with Theodore. It's a shame they couldn't patrol together though. He asks Kathleen why was her brother so against it. Kathleen says she merely told him that he has become her friend after sharing skinship. Arthur thinks so that's the reason. Fairith is shocked to hear that. Arthur tells them that he will see his students in class. They reach the class. Arthur asks if everyone has a chance to think about the question he posed yesterday, and he asks again if the color of a mage's monocore is a truly accurate way of measuring their level. Fairith raises his hand and says that he believes the monocore is an excellent way to accurately measure the level of a mage's power. A student says that he knew one of the other DC officers would answer, and Arthur definitely gave him the answer. Fairith continues that not only does it correlate with how much effort and time the mage has spent refining their core, but it also speaks volumes about their potential. Arthur says wrong. Using the monocore as a gauge discounts every other factor that makes up a mage. The color of a mage's core doesn't take into account their wits, reaction speed, battle sense, knowledge of spells, etc. The students start laughing at Fairith, and he sits down as if embarrassed. Arthur says that it would be like judging a warrior's combat ability by the size of their muscles. They can say for certain that he is strong, but they can't say that he's a better fighter than someone with fewer muscles. A student asks what would be a better way to gauge their opponent's magical abilities. Arthur says just don't. The best thing to do is assume that their opponent is stronger than them. Arthur tells everyone to think about it. Even if sensing the monocore level could accurately gauge a person's fighting strength. He asks what they are going to do if their opponent's strength is lower than theirs. He asks if they are going to go easy on him. Arthur explains that in a situation where they are forced to battle, assuming that they are weaker than the mage they are up against will keep them from being careless. Arthur tells everyone to try the exercise they did yesterday. After the class, Arthur and Sylvia are running outside. Arthur asks Sylvia why she didn't wake him up after the class was over, and she tells him that she slept as well. There was a note on the table for Arthur by Gideon that he would make sure Toby beats him up. Arthur arrives for the next class. He apologizes from Professor Glory for being late and says that he will get dressed now. She starts pushing Arthur away and says that she is not going to risk having him out here until he is fully recovered. She tells Arthur to go sit in the stands. Arthur starts walking towards the stands and thinks that at least he doesn't have to deal with Lucas pestering him for another duel. Sylvie looks at Tess and excitedly starts running towards her. Tess hugs her and she glances at Arthur standing there. Arthur sits next to her and there's an awkward silence between the two. Arthur is about to say something but Tess tells him that he doesn't have to explain himself. She lashed out at him and said something she wishes she hadn't. Arthur starts scratching his face and says that there were a lot of truths in what she said to him earlier, and to a certain extent he did know how she felt about him, but he was always afraid to face it. Emotions are a lot more complicated than magic or fighting. He can't get better at it by training. Tess says that it is the same for her. She lost control over her emotions and brought up the thing with Lilia when she told her never to tell anyone. Arthur tells her that she is much better than him because he was just running away from her all the time and she doesn't deserve that. Arthur tells her that he is sorry, but he can't have a relationship with her. Tess and Sylvie are shocked to hear that. Tess looks sad, Arthur says, at least for now. Tess looks at Arthur, and Arthur starts smiling. He says that maybe when they are older. Tess pouts and says he's just assuming that she'll wait for him. Arthur is surprised to hear that. He turns to Tess and says he's not assuming that. He knows how popular she is, and to be honest, he doesn't know how long it will take for him to be ready. Tess starts smiling and says as long as he knows that. Arthur lets out a sigh of relief. Tess pokes him in the face and asks if she can trust him, and if he is not going to go around dating other girls at school after saying all of this to her. Arthur says that he can personally guarantee that. He tells Tess that he has no intention of making her wait for him, but he hopes that this will buy him some time. Arthur gets up and kisses Tess on her forehead. Tess is surprised by it. After some time, Arthur is zoning out while sitting in the class. Sylvie starts laughing and says that he kissed Mama. Arthur puts his head down and tells her to shut up. It was just the forehead. Arthur is bored. He asks why this class is still just barely covering the basics of deviant magic theory when it's been over a week since classes began. An old lady is teaching the class, and a student raises his hand and tells Professor Drywell that he is a bit confused. He says that gravity, lightning, metal, magma, sound, plants, and ice all exist naturally in their world as well. He asks why doesn't their world produce these types of mana, unlike fire, air, earth, and water. Drywell says that is an excellent question. She says while many magic theorists have contemplated for decades and have done countless studies, no one is sure exactly why. Some theorists believe that because a certain set of conditions must be met for those deviant elements to occur, mana directly correlated to them does not exist. Although there are some exceptions, such as fire, which certainly does not just spontaneously manifest without cause. It's why most mages believe fire to be the highest form of normal magic. It is so close to being deviant magic itself. She says that she also deviated from the topic herself, which is another theory that stems from the time when the ancient mages still existed long ago. Most of the students are asleep in the class. Arthur says that's why this class is so behind. He wonders how Tess is feeling after their talk. Tess is looking at the mirror. She covers her face with her hands and starts stomping the ground. She thinks that he kissed him. Tess starts blushing and says it was just the forehead. She starts looking at herself in the mirror and says that she wonders what their kids would look like, but in order to have kids they would have to. She turns around and covers her face again with her hands. After some time, a couple of students are painting the wall. Arthur comes from behind and asks if he can join. They are startled to see Arthur there. The boy starts running and says it's a DC officer, while the other students conjure magic and try to punch Arthur. Arthur kicks her legs, and she falls on the ground. She gets up and says that he doesn't have any manners, and she asks how dare he hit a girl. Arthur says that he considers himself a proponent of gender equality. Arthur threatens her with his magic and asks if she'll test him or calmly be escorted to the administration office. Theodore grabs the other student and tells Arthur that there are no symbols on his back. Sylvie jumps out of the girl's clothes and says no symbols. Arthur tells Theodore none on her either. Theo spits and tells Arthur that he will take these two back. Arthur says that he will be fine here, and he starts patrolling again. Sylvie tells Arthur that she is hungry, bored, and sleepy. Arthur tells her that they are almost done for the night and that they should grab something to eat afterward. Arthur thinks that he is nearing Kai's patrol route. He should turn around. Sylvie notices something. She tells Arthur that she senses weird mana. Arthur quickly picks her up and hides behind a pillar. Arthur sees someone running, and he is wearing a robe. Arthur notices the engraved blood symbols on the spine, and he starts following the mysterious person. Arthur starts spying on the person while standing on the roof. Sylvie tells Arthur to hurry and says that brown robe went that way. Arthur tells her to be patient because he might sense them if they trail too close behind and they need him to lead them to their hideout. Someone calls Arthur. Arthur looks back and sees Kai there. Arthur tells him to keep quiet. Arthur looks down and sees that the person has vanished. Kai asks Arthur what he's doing here. Arthur tells him that he was tailing someone related to Manhwa, and he could have found out where they may be hiding if he hadn't called his name. Kai grabs his hair in disappointment and says even if that's the case, he should have notified him as soon as he saw whoever he was following coming into his area of patrol. Kai asks where's Theo. Arthur replies that they caught a couple students drawing graffiti on the wall and Theodore is escorting them to the admin office. Kai asks if there's no one patrolling his area right now. Suddenly, the dagger starts shining bright. Kai says that Theo activated his dagger. He tells Arthur that since this is his area, he will try to find the person he was tailing and he should go help his partner. Arthur nods his head in approval and starts running. He tells Kai that he is wearing a brown hooded robe with dark slacks and long boots. Kai says he got it as he stares at Arthur. Arthur comes running back. He sees that Theo is sitting on the bench holding his neck, and he's accompanied by some other DC officers. Arthur asks what happened and if he is alright. Doradrius says that he got whacked in the back of that thick skull of his. That's what? Theo says it's more than that. If he just got whacked, he wouldn't have been knocked out. It had to be a strike from a powerful augmenter. Curtis says he got ambushed while talking to two students. They were gone by the time they got here. Arthur asks if he thinks that it was one of their friends that helped them. Theo replies that a normal student wouldn't be able to knock him out with just one hit. Arthur says it might be someone like Manhwa. Theo says yes, and he thinks that he managed to barely graze him before he blacked out. Arthur asks Sylvie didn't Kai had an injury on his arm. She says that she thinks so. Theo asks Arthur why he's coming from Kai's area. Arthur thinks that telling them about the hooded guy won't do any good right now, especially for Theo. Arthur says nothing much. Everyone look at each other. Theo says that he knows it seems like Kai doesn't do much, but he can trust him to carry his own weight. In the morning, Arthur sits in class with Emily, and he thinks that in the end, they won't find Theo's attacker. Gideon looks at what Arthur is doing. Arthur thinks that Kai wasn't able to find the hooded guy, and it still bothers him that Kai called out his name so loudly. Gideon and Emily are both wondering what Arthur is doing. Gideon asks Arthur what he's doing, and Arthur gets startled, looks down at the project, and thinks that it is such a mess. Gideon walks away and says that he thought he was on the verge of another groundbreaking invention or something. Emily asks Arthur if something is wrong. Arthur says it's nothing. He's just a little bit tired from the disciplinary committee. Arthur thinks that he should focus more. He barely remembers what happened in his first 2 classes. Emily shows Arthur her bag and says that she brought something good for him. Arthur looks at the light-producing artifact, and he excitedly tells Emily that she is the best. After some time, Professor Glory trains the students in her class. Arthur is sitting aside again. He thinks that he can't believe even after being involved with Manhwa, all Lucas got was a few days suspension. Sylvie says that Mama isn't here, and Arthur tells her to stop pouting. They are meeting her in the training room later tonight anyway. Sylvie is happy to hear that there's no patrol duty tonight. Arthur pulls her cheek and asks if she hates it that much. Arthur sees Professor Glory walking towards him. She sits near Arthur, and he asks if something is wrong. She tells Arthur that the council has banned excursions into almost all of the dungeons she usually takes her classes to while the Lances are investigating something. Arthur asks if there won't be a trip this semester. She replies there still will be, but it might be a lower level compared to the ones she's used to taking her students. She winks at Arthur and says just don't blame her if the dungeon is too easy for him. After some time, Arthur is training with Tess, and they are both tired. Arthur tells her that they should end it here today and cool off for a bit. Arthur and Tess are sitting with their feet inside the pool, and Sylvie and Tobai are also relaxing in the pool. Arthur asks Tess how she is feeling these days and if there are any rejection symptoms from the beast, and she replies that she has not since that time during their team fighting mechanics class with Professor Glory. Arthur says that is good. He tells Tess to just be sure to let him or Director Goodsky know if something does feel off since Gramps won't be back from Elenoir for a few weeks. Tess stretches and says she will. Arthur says that assuming nothing bad happens with their current rate, she should be fully assimilated in a few weeks. Suddenly Tess splashes water on Arthur's face. He asks what was that for. Tess says to help him cool off. Tess says that they are finished with her assimilation training today and it's still their lunchtime, so he should relax. Arthur also splashes water on her face and says that she was still sweaty, so he wanted to help her cool off too. They both start throwing water at each other. After a while Tess is drenched in water, and she says that she has cooled down enough. Arthur says same. Arthur touches her hand and Tess starts blushing. Someone tells them that it looks like they are having fun. Tess quickly pushes her hand away. Arthur looks back, and he's shocked to see Director Goodsky there, and she looks injured. Tess starts running towards her and asks what happened, Master. She tells Tess that there's nothing to be worried about. Goodsky tells them that she wanted to stretch these old bones, so she stopped by the Mages Guild and had a lively sparring session. Arthur says that he thought she was meeting with the council. She asks if she is not allowed to make a quick detour after to relieve some stress. Tess tells her that she shouldn't push herself so hard to the point of getting hurt like this. Goodsky puts her hand on Tess's shoulder and says that she will keep that in mind next time. Goodsky tells Arthur that his next class is starting soon. She hopes that he doesn't mind them using the training room for their lesson tonight. Arthur says not at all. He waves them goodbye and tells them not to overdo it. Tess waves back and thanks Arthur. Arthur thinks that Goodsky is definitely hiding something. He comes out of the room and thinks that it's not his place to pry. In the morning, Arthur is yawning in the class. Elijah asks how late did they get back last night. Sylvie is also sleeping on his head. Arthur says that he doesn't know. He asks what club he's joining this time. Elijah replies the chain casting research club. There are a lot of girls there. Arthur asks if he was deprived of love in the past life or something. Elijah tells him to shut up and says that he is the weird one. He says that they are in their prime time and exploring relationships in the sweet setting of the academy is the best. The professor tells him that he would love to hear more about his flowering pursuit of love, and he asks if he may continue teaching his class. Everyone starts laughing at Elijah, and he's embarrassed. The professor tells everyone that they may know about what happened to their fellow classmate a few days ago. In light of this most tragic event, he feels it is imperative that he teach them the dangers of wielding this power that many of them have taken for granted. While many of the best mages and medics are working together to find out exactly what had caused Manhwa passing, what they do know is that he had used magic far too powerful for his body to handle. He says that all of them are aware of the dangers of overexerting their mana core, much like any other muscle in their body, and that too much strain will cause injuries, sometimes permanent and sometimes fatal. A student says that she heard that Manhwa was still alive after his backlash. She asks if he shouldn't have survived with the help of some mana recovery elixirs. The professor says while that is true in most cases, there are exceptions. He's only saying this to cover all bases and to warn them of the dangers. External aids that forcefully boost mana reserves often come with a host of side effects, one of which is excessive mana leakage of the core. Arthur thinks that doesn't explain his deranged behavior and the markings that leaked mana engraved on his back. After some time, Arthur is teaching his class and says good afternoon to the students. Arthur says that since none of them have come close to succeeding in what he demonstrated a few days ago, he will start today's class by giving them all a hint. Arthur tells Lester to come down. He comes down, and Arthur tells everyone to imagine for a moment that the mighty Lester here is his opponent. Arthur says that being an augmenter, but afraid to get close to his intimidating form. He chooses to hit him with a long-range spell instead. Arthur crumbles a piece of paper and says that this is the spell he prepared, the normal one they are used to seeing. He blows his breath on the paper and attacks Lester with it, but the paper falls before reaching him. Arthur says this time he'll prepare the work he showed them last time. He rolls a piece of paper and blows his breath from one side. The crumbled piece of paper strikes Lester on his head. Arthur says that's very big hint for augmenters. Meanwhile, at the floating castle, Lance Baron and Lance Aaliyah are sitting in a meeting room. Aaliyah says that she thought that her next mission would be to help Lance Aya in Elenoir. She asks Baron if he knows why Lance Vere called them here. Baron says that it has to do with something he found in a dungeon on the outskirts of the Beast Glades. Aaliyah asks what did he find. At the same time, Vere enters the room and sits down at the table. Lance Vere tells Aaliyah that she will skip the formalities. She tells her the reason the council have decided to withdraw her from her mission in Elenoir with Aya is because they have recently discovered signs in the deepest levels of some dungeons, traces of mages not from Dicathan. Lance Aaliyah is shocked to hear that. She gets up and says that, to her understanding, it was barely discovered that another continent even existed. Lance Baron tells her that just because they had recently discovered them doesn't mean it's the same for them. Baron asks Vere if the material has been confirmed. Vere replies that the piece of cloth he discovered was composed of mana beast fiber that either hasn't been discovered or isn't indigenous to Dicathan. Baron says that he sensed mana imbued into the fiber as well. Vere tells him that whatever spell form was woven into the cloth had been disabled as it was torn. Baron is disappointed to hear that. Vere tells Aaliyah that she has been brought here because of another matter. Aaliyah says anything she needs. Vare brings out a map and says there have been unusual sightings of titanic bloodworms seen by adventurers in different parts of the Beast Glades. Aaliyah asks what was so unusual about their sightings. Vere tells her that piecing together all of the sightings and cross-checking with some mana beast behavioralists, it seems they've been deviating heavily from their usual tunneling patterns. While it may be a stretch, it's impossible not to connect the recent sightings of rabid mana beasts to the possibility of them being deep in the dungeons. Baron says that he has been leading the investigations in the Beast Glades. Aaliyah says that she would be able to cover a much larger range with her sensory magic. Vere tells her that she would be working alone so that her speed won't be impeded. It could be dangerous. Baron says that he will continue focusing on the deeper areas, but he's afraid that the titanic bloodworms are tunneling even closer to the lower level dungeons closer to Sapin. Vere gets up and says they could wait for Micah to finish her mission in Darv and have the two of them go together. Aliyah says no, the chances of the adventurers and students still out there running into danger will get higher the longer they wait. Lance Aliyah tells her that she will start the investigations immediately. Meanwhile, Arthur opens the door and sees Prince Glader crash into the wall of ice. He gets up and furiously asks Cathal how he is crashing into ice any better than crashing into a wall. Theo tells him to focus and uses his gravity magic on him. Arthur thinks that it's still hard for him to grasp how to use gravity magic. Prince Glader says not this time and uses his fire spell to force Theo to fall back. Theo says nice trick, Prince. Suddenly, everyone stops. Kai is controlling everyone using his strings. He says that he hates to break their fight, but these are Claire's orders. Arthur is surprised to see him use metal attribute magic with no sound, and he can't sense it either. Arthur wonders how he's controlling the strings. Claire calls everyone to the table, and she says, as they all know, Arthur, Curtis, and she will be off campus on a trip to the Beast Glades for their class in a few weeks. So they will be reorganizing their patrol routes and partners to accommodate for the few days the three of them will be absent. She asks if anyone would like to volunteer for more patrol hours. Kai smiles and says that he'll take on a few more hours. It's not like he has friends or anyone to hang out with. Faerith proudly says that he also has no friends, so he will volunteer too. Claire says that is not something to be proud of. Kai uses his string magic to lift Doradria's hand, and Claire says that she didn't expect her to volunteer. Doradria is startled by it. Kai starts smiling and says that he hasn't had the pleasure of partnering up with Doradria for patrols yet. She says fine, but he's buying her food afterwards. The meeting ends. Arthur is walking down the stairs. Faerith arrives from behind and tells Arthur that while his knowledge of mana theory may be vast, he still needs to be careful out there in the wild. If he needs any advice, he will be more than happy to share the trials he has endured during one of his trips to the Beast Glades. Cathal tells him that she saw him getting his lunch stolen by a tree rodent once. Faerith starts yelling at her, and Arthur tells Sylvie that they should get out of there. Arthur asks Claire if she knows what kind of magic Kai uses. She says that he's pretty secretive about it. She just knows that the metal wires are pretty special as well. Arthur says maybe the wire itself is able to hide the mana attribute of his spell. Kai asks Arthur if he is starting to take an interest in him. Arthur says he is, and he asks how he controls his metal wires. Kai smirked and told him that he could tell him, but that he would have to kill him. Arthur asks if that is a threat. Claire comes between the two and says that's enough. After some time, Elijah is training with Tobai. He uses earth spikes, but Tobai destroys them. Elijah then uses another attack, and it hits Tobai. Tobai falls on the ground. Elijah is about to finish Tobai with a large boulder, but Tobai shoots fire from its hand. Elijah is shocked to see that. Arthur saves Elijah from the attack. He asks Arthur since when did Tobai shoots fire. Arthur says that he doesn't know. He says that Gideon likes sneaking in here and adding surprise features to Tobai to try and throw him off. Elijah looks at Tobai and says it's so interesting, though he wants to watch Professor Gideon work on Tobai one of these days. Arthur says that he didn't know he had an interest in artifice. Elijah tells him that he had an interest in it ever since he can remember, but it's just not as cool as being good with magic, so he never really took it anywhere. Arthur asks if he learned magic to be popular with the girls. Elijah is embarrassed and says maybe a little. Arthur throws a sword towards him and says even if he is a conjurer, he should learn the basics of melee combat. Elijah starts rushing towards Arthur and swings his sword. Arthur blocks the attack and asks if he learned sword fighting when he was little because he's very good. Elijah says that it is hard to believe when he's blocking everything so easily. Arthur thinks that he is using swings with little wasted movement, and his footwork is also stable. With some training, he could become a very strong swordsman. Elijah jumps to attack Arthur, but he quickly dodges and smacks him on the back. Elijah falls to the ground. He gets up and Arthur tells him that he lost his temper and swung wide. Elijah looks at Arthur and sees a shadow of a person behind. He grabs his head and starts screaming. Arthur asks if he is okay. Elijah wonders what is happening. Arthur says, "Let's go to the medic ward." Elijah tells him that he is fine. It was just a headache from the faceplant he did. He smiles and tells Arthur that he is going to wash up first and he'll see him in the dorm. Arthur waves at him and says that he will see him later. After a few weeks, Arthur sits in the training room after defeating Tobai. Arthur thinks that even as they neared mid-cycle exams, it is hard to stay equally enthusiastic with all of his classes. Still, even with his skills as a mage growing with the help of Tobai and his teachers, he never forgot the real reason he ultimately decided to attend school. And because of that, the small moments in his everyday life with the people he grew to cherish became the thing he looked forward to the most when he woke up each day. After some time, Arthur and Elijah are walking together. Arthur is talking to him, but Elijah is zoned out. Arthur waves his hand at his face. Elijah asks what he said, and Arthur says that he has been a little bit out of it these days. Elijah turns his head and says it is nothing. He's just worried about the exams. He asks Arthur if he has the Beast Glades excursion tomorrow with Professor Glory's class, and he tells him not to overdo it on his training with Tess. Elijah walks away and says that he will see him later. Arthur says okay. Sylvie tells Arthur that he seems mad at Papa these days. Arthur says so she can feel it too. After some time, Arthur and Tess are present in the training room. Arthur tells her that the integration of her beast will to the mana core is looking a lot more stable lately. Tess says that it's all a sign that the mana beasts they will fight won't stand a chance against her. Arthur flicks her forehead and tells her not to get full of herself. He tells her that she's probably not even at half of her usual strength because of the assimilation process. Tess pouts and says this is coming from the guy heading straight into the Beast Glades while restraining his two most powerful elements. Arthur says the difference is, he can always remove his limiter, but she can't. Tess says she knows, but he doesn't need to baby her so much. She's still a year older than him. Arthur says that he knows that. He starts teasing her by mimicking Tess when she was a child. Tess tackles him on the ground and Arthur starts smiling. Tess tells him that he asked for this and starts hitting Arthur. Virion arrives there and says that he wanted the two of them to get closer, but he didn't think he would be waking into this. Tess asks what he's talking about. She quickly realizes that she's sitting on Arthur and jumps away from him. Arthur asks Virion what he's doing back in Xyrus. He thought he would be locked up in meetings with the council. Virion replies that he just escaped for a quick breather to check up on his precious granddaughter, who is apparently all grown up now. Tess starts blushing. She pulls his beard and tells him to stop making things embarrassing for her. Virion says that hurts. Virion tells Arthur that he is a little worried since the dungeon excursion is tomorrow. He originally wanted to have Cynthia keep an eye on her just in case her core flares up, but she's out, and he was hoping he could be with her until his field trip tomorrow. Arthur says normally it wouldn't be a problem, but he promised to visit his family tonight so they can spend some time together before the excursion. Virion tells him that is perfect. He can take the little one along. Tess is surprised to hear that. Arthur says there is no way he will not fall for whatever he has planned. He can already imagine how his parents will react if he brings Tess home with him. After some time, Arthur and Tess travel together to his home. They arrive at the house, and Arthur says that he can't believe he brought her with him. His mother opens the door and says it is about time they got here. Arthur asks how she knew that Tess was coming. She opens the door, and there are some presents inside. His father says they have a suspicion. Ellie pulls Tess inside and tells her to come inside. She wants to show her how good she has become at the bow. Ellie says that Helen has been training her every time the twin horns visit. Arthur starts smiling to look at everyone's happy faces. Meanwhile, Lancelia is looking for the clues inside a dungeon. She thinks that Lancevere was right. There's no way the Titanic bloodworms are moving on their own accord based on the pattern of the tunnels. They all seem to be converging to this area and leading further down and east toward the Grand Mountains. Lancelia starts running towards one of the tunnels inside the dungeon. She suddenly stops herself from falling down a cliff and sees a Hades serpent. She wonders why does it have horns and the coloring. It's only been recorded as gray with blue fire along its back, and for a species that doesn't even care for its offspring, it doesn't make sense for it to be guarding something like a tunnel. Aaliyah conjures a communication device and tells Vare that she has visualized an abnormal Hades serpent guarding a tunnel that's emanating large quantities of mana. Vare asks if she is sure that it is the source and says that she will go by her judgment. Aaliyah says that based on the similarity of its coloring compared to the other deviant mana beasts that have been sighted, she believes it is, so she's requesting backup. Veri tells her that she has 50 battle mages ready to be teleported to the nearest gate, stand, and wait for further instructions. Meanwhile, at Arthur's home the servants are arranging the table. Arthur is carrying Lilia's father. Lilia tells her father if he keeps getting drunk every time she comes home, then she's going to stay at school. Her mother tells her that her father might actually cry if she stops visiting. Lilia asks if she knows how embarrassed she was while he told all of those stories in front of student council president. Lilia asks where did Tess go anyway. Arthur tells her that Tess wanted some fresh air, so his mother went with her to make sure she didn't get lost. Arthur asks his father if he's going to take Ellie up to her room. His father hands her to him and says that the big brother should do it. He smiles and tells Arthur that his sister has been asking when he will visit at least once a day, and he should tell her that he's leaving tomorrow morning. Tess is having a cup of tea with Arthur's mother, and they are sitting outside. Arthur's mother thanks her for coming today. Tess says that she had a lot of fun. Watching Lilia and Arthur's father was quite enjoyable. They start drinking the tea. Tess asks her if she is worried about Arthur heading into the dungeon tomorrow. She says of course. Tess says that even though she knows how Arthur is, she replies that even if Arthur was stronger than all the Lance combined, she would still be worried. Tess tells her that she doesn't need to worry because she'll protect Arthur just like he has protected her multiple times. Alice tells her that it is so sweet of her, but she shouldn't do that because she's also a precious daughter to her parents, and they would be devastated if something happened to her. She trusts her son to take care of himself. Alice starts feeling cold and asks Tess if she wants to go inside. Tess thanked her for showing her around and said that she would stay out there a little longer. Alice went inside. Arthur is putting Ellie to bed. She starts rubbing her eyes and asks what time it is. Arthur says that it is still nighttime. Ellie asks when he's leaving, and he tells her it's tomorrow morning. She asks if he can't stay longer. Arthur smiles and says no, but he will be back for a week after the dungeon field trip. Ellie says fine, then tells her a few stories. Arthur says that he has to get up very early. Ellie pats on the bed. Arthur says fine. He sits on the bed and asks what story did she want to hear. Ellie says that he never finished his story about how he became a professor. Arthur asks where did he leave it. He suddenly remembers and says Professor Geist's Ember Wisp spell couldn't be stopped once activated, so he stepped in and pulled Kathleen out of the way because she was defenseless. Ellie asks if he's taking about the daughter of Sapin King. Arthur says yes. Ellie looks disappointed and asks if he saved another princess. Arthur says that she makes it sound like he goes around looking for princesses to save on purpose. Arthur says that, anyway, after he had saved her, he had asked the professor to duel him instead. Ellie smirked and said that to impress the princess. Arthur pulled her nose and said that's not it. Arthur says, long story short, after he defeated Professor Geist, the director of Xyrus Academy reached out to him and asked if he wanted to be a teacher. Ellie asks if he accepted that easily. Arthur says of course not. He kept rejecting them until he got access to the part of the library with restricted access to only certain professors, and he also got a private training room. Ellie asks if he is a good teacher. Arthur says, of course, some students who aren't even in his class come to watch. Ellie sleeps while talking to Arthur. In the morning, Reynolds yaws. Alice asks him if he has seen Arthur, and he replies that maybe he's eating breakfast. She asks if Ellie is awake, and they go to check out if she's awake. They start smiling after peeking inside the room because Arthur, Ellie, and Sylvie are sleeping on the bed. After some time, Professor Glory tells everyone to get with the teams. Arthur tells Sylvie that she should use this time to get some hunting done while they are down in the dungeon. Sylvie asks if he is sure. Arthur says, of course, it's a low-level dungeon, and Professor Glory will be with them the entire time. Sylvie jumps down from his shoulder and says just to let her know if something goes wrong. Arthur gives her a thumbs up. Arthur glances at Lucas and thinks that he can't believe Professor Glory grouped them together. Lucas is boasting in front of other students that he has been here many times. Everyone is impressed with him. Arthur says that he heard from an adventurer friend that he got his license revoked. Arthur waves at Tess. Lucas grabs his shoulder and asks if he is jealous of seeing his popularity. Arthur says that he just told the truth. Lucas gets furious and is about to punch Arthur, but a student comes between the two and says it is enough. They still have to decide on a team leader before they go inside. Lucas says of course it will be him. Everyone raises their hands and says they vote for Tesha. Tess is surprised to hear that and asks why she is. Arthur tells her that she already has experience with leadership as student council president, and she's a mid-range conjurer who can keep an eye on everyone. Another student says that if she's the leader, they can name their team the Queen and her Knights. Lucas clenches his teeth and says that they are all idiots. Glory tells everyone to get ready. She says that they all know each other's abilities already, so be sure to utilize the basic positioning and team tactics they learned in class. They start walking towards the dungeon. After some time, they reach inside the dungeon. Glory tells everyone to keep moving and stick with their teams and remember to protect themselves with mana at all times. A student starts shivering and says that it is so cold. A student asks if he did not hear Professor Glory over good chattering teeth. She said to augment themselves. Arthur thinks that even without using mana, his body doesn't seem to be as affected by his assimilation with Sylvia's dragon will. Tess says that she knows it's a dungeon, but it is beautiful. Glory tells everyone that this is a D-class dungeon called the Widow's Crypt. They will only be staying on the first 2 floors, so the only mana beasts they will have to worry about are snarlers. A student says that she read up on snarlers before the trip. They're not strong, but it's pretty hard to kill one of them since their fur is so thick, not to mention the fact that they're so ugly. It's kind of gross to get close to one of them. Prince Curtis says that he heard it's pretty easy to spot a few groups even in the first floor. He wonders if a team of adventurers came by recently. Claire says that Professor Glory said she ordered the Adventurers Guild to restrict access to this dungeon for a few weeks for them, so it's weird that they haven't spotted even one yet. Professor Glory thinks that they should have come across a fair amount of snarlers already. She tells everyone to keep their eyes sharp and don't lower their guard just because they don't have visual on the beasts. Lucas asks what's the point of staying here if there aren't any beasts. A student asks Glory what happens if there aren't any mana beasts in the first or second floor, and if they will be going further inside. Professor Glory says absolutely not. If they don't find any mana beasts in the first 2 levels, then they will report their findings to the Adventurer Guild. She starts going further inside the dungeon, but she suddenly stops. She's scared to see something, and she yells at everyone to get back. A student says that is a lot of snarlers. Everyone starts running backwards. Arthur grabs a student by his collar and starts running while Glory starts fighting, and she starts cutting the snarlers to pieces. She thinks that they aren't any stronger than they normally are, but they shouldn't be coming in hordes like this. She returns back after killing the group of snarlers and tells everyone that snarlers aren't hard to handle, but their behavior is concerning, so she's putting an end to this excursion. Glory tells everyone to fall back, and at the same time, someone attacks her using fire magic. Lucas points his staff at her and asks why she would bring them here, only to leave when things finally start to get interesting. Everyone tells the professor that they did go down quite easily, so they should still try to train here. Professor Glory looks worried. Arthur thinks that it's understandable that Professor Glory is hesitant, especially with Lance investigating the dungeons. Glory thinks that depending on what the Lances find in the Beast Glades, this might be the only chance for these students to gain experience from a dungeon excursion. Besides, the Snarlers are only E-class beasts, so as long as she's here, it should be fine. She tells everyone to split into their teams and take different parts of the floor. They don't want any friendly fire happening in here. Everyone starts running to fight the Snarlers, and Glory grabs Lucas's arm and says that if he does something like that again, there will be consequences. Lucas nods in approval and leaves. Tess tells Arthur that she wants him to be the vanguard since he's the best at close range. She tells Clive and Roland to take position behind Arthur to his left and right and focus on covering him. She tells Lucas to stay in the middle. They will go with the diamond formation. Lucas walks past her and tells her to stop taking this so seriously. This is only a dumb field trip. Clive gets angry to hear that, but Arthur stops him from fighting with Lucas. Arthur points at Snarlers and says that they have bigger things to worry about. A Snarler jumps towards Arthur, but he easily cuts it in half. Ronald is surprised to see that. Clive shoots an arrow and kills the monster while Ronald beheads the other one using his sword. Lucas uses his staff to shoot fire at the Snarlers. A Snarler is about to attack him, but Tess grabs it using her binding magic and beheads the Snarler. Professor Glory is monitoring everyone. She thinks that everyone is holding up well thanks to their training in class. But they are not used to prolonged battles, and the number of snarlers keep on increasing. She tells everyone to follow their leaders. They are going back. Tess tells everyone to fall back. While running backwards, Ronald slips and falls on the ground. Tess calls Arthur, but he tells her to keep going. The snarlers grab Ronald, and he starts screaming for help. Arthur thinks that he needs a single powerful strike. He never got to test it out on Tobai. Arthur grabs his sword and tells Ronald to grab onto something. He grabs the ground with all of his might. And Arthur uses a new attack burst blade. There's a strong gust of wind, and the snarlers got blown away. Arthur feels a crack in his shoulder bone. He grabs Ronald's hand and picks him up. Suddenly, there's a huge blast, and there's dust everywhere. Arthur looks back and says this can't be happening. Professor Glory is scared to see some snarlers with wings trying to block their path. The snarlers start roaring loudly. Professor Glory wonders what the hell are Queen Snarlers doing on this floor. They start attacking her. She breaks her necklace and throws it in the air. A burning sword appears in her hand. She blocks the snarlers using both of her swords, and she pushes them back with her strength. They start exchanging blows mid-air. Glory stabs one of the Queen Snarlers, and it falls to the ground. She tells her students to clear the exit and says that she will handle the queens. Arthur says he got it. He thinks that they will need to get everyone across the chasm and break through the blockade in order to get everyone out. Arthur looks at Delphine and tells her to come with him. Tess says that they will cover them. Arthur and Delphine start running towards the exit as everyone else starts killing the snarlers. Arthur tells her that he needs her to patch the hole and he will guard her. She tells Arthur that it's going to take time. A snarler rushes to attack Delphine, but Arthur kills it by piercing the sword in its skull. Arthur tells her to focus. Delphine uses her magic and starts raising the ground level while everyone is busy fighting the snarlers. After a while, she tells Arthur that she is done. Arthur looks at the blocked path and says, now they just need to clear this. Arthur musters his strength and starts punching the blocked path, but he gets tired and says that they need a powerful blow to clear the exit. Suddenly, Arthur smells smoke. He looks around and sees that everyone is coughing. He wonders where the smoke is coming from. Arthur looks at Lucas, who's fighting the monsters using his fire magic. Arthur tells everyone to stop using fire magic. He tells everyone to put out the fire because they are running out of oxygen. He says that they need a blast to get rid of this wall all at once. There's no use in being careful if they can't breathe enough to focus. At the same time, Arthur hears Sylvie's voice. She asks him if something is wrong. Arthur tells Sylvie that they are currently stuck in the dungeon. Just head over for now and tell him what the passage looks like from the outside. Arthur tells Curtis to come over quickly. Arthur asks Curtis if his World Howl spell is strong enough to clear this. Curtis says that it should be enough, but he doesn't have enough mana without Grotter here. Arthur tells him to turn around and not ask questions. Focus on going into his first phase and produce a blast to get through that rubble. Arthur tells Delphine to help the others hold back the snarlers. Arthur remembers that mana transference has been studied for years, but it was declared a lost cause. Even if someone specializes in the same element as another mage, the mana inside their bodies is not exclusive to that particular element. But since he's able to manipulate all four elements, he can mimic the types of mana and control the ratio of each element. He hasn't fully mastered this, and only tried it a couple of times. Arthur places his hands on Curtis's back and starts transferring his mana to his body. Arthur thinks that he was so confident going into the dungeon. He didn't think anything would go wrong. He thought he would be able to handle it and protect everyone even if something did go wrong. The power he has at this age compared to his former life made him lose some rationality. Curtis tells Arthur that he doesn't know what he's doing, but he'll be able to go into his first phase. He tells Arthur to stand back. Curtis uses his attack World Howl, and there's a huge blast, and the exit is cleared. Arthur says, let's get everyone out. Meanwhile, Glory cuts off an arm of the queen and swings both of her swords to attack the snarlers. Arthur looks at her fighting and says that even with the strong deviant magic glass shards made by her two elemental affinities, she's being pushed back. Arthur looks back and sees that Tess is struggling to walk. He runs towards her and holds her. Tess tells Arthur that her core is acting up again. Arthur tells her that they are almost out of here. Arthur thinks that it was dangerous. He wonders why were there two queens in the dungeon. He thinks that it should have been an easy fight for Professor Glory as a class adventurer. Something is wrong. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking. Arthur looks back, and he's shocked to see something. Professor Glory kills one Queen Snarler, and she's scared to see something in front of her. Something spits out the second Queen Snarler and throws it on the ground. Another scarier and bigger monster appears out of nowhere from the dungeon. Glory yells at everyone to get out. The monster attacks her with its claw. It grazes her, and she gets blown away. She skids on the ground and stops herself using her swords. There is a scar on her face. The monster rushes to attack the students, but Glory stabs the monster using her magic. Arthur thinks that this is not good. Professor Glory might not make it out of it alive. Claire tells Arthur to get out of there. Curtis says that they need to leave, and Arthur tells Claire to get Tess out of there. Curtis grabs Arthur's arm and says that he knows he's a dual elemental mage, but doesn't want to be stupid. Arthur conjures fire, and Curtis is startled to see that Arthur's arm is on fire as he tells them to leave. Claire asks if she is seeing things, and she says those are real flames. Glory is fighting the monster and thinks that she knows some mana beasts eat each other, but she has never heard of them evolving like this after. Arthur tells Glory to duck, and he attacks the monster using fire. Glory is surprised to see that, so she tells Arthur to leave. Arthur says that he is also a fellow professor, so he can't do that. The monster starts roaring, and they both get pushed back. Arthur says that he noticed earlier that none of her attacks were able to get through. Glory asks if he is making fun of her. Arthur says that he just wanted to give it a shot himself. Glory attacks the monster again, and the attack hits the face. She says that this thing won't follow them out of the dungeon. They just need to weaken it enough so that they can escape. Arthur tells her to keep it busy for 10 seconds. He grabs his sword, and there's fire and electricity emitting from him. Suddenly, Arthur attacks the monster using Burst Blade Storm. Arthur can feel the bone popping out of place, and he loses his grip on his sword. The monster attacks Arthur, but Glory grabs him and starts running towards the exit. Arthur's blade gets stuck in the monster. They reach near the exit. Arthur can barely walk. Arthur looks back and sees that the monster is still crawling towards them. It stabs Arthur on his leg. Glory is shocked to see that. She grabs her sword, but Arthur is alarmed to see something. He tells at her to stay back. Suddenly, there's a huge blast and the ground shatters. Arthur starts falling in the dungeon. He tries to grab some rocks in his way down but fails. Arthur thinks that there's no choice but to survive the fall. He starts using wind magic to reduce his speed. He uses the attack wind tornado on the ground and reduces his falling speed. Arthur strikes the ground and he's severely injured. Arthur is bleeding and his clothes are torn. His body starts emitting light, and he manages to get up and sees his blade stuck in the monster as the monster also falls with Arthur. Arthur stretches his arm and thinks that he has enhanced senses, and now he has regenerative ability because of Sylvia's beast will. Arthur pulls the sword out of the monster. He looks at the hole above and thinks that even at full strength, it would be hard to climb back up. Arthur looks around and sees an exit. He starts walking towards it, and he thinks that he can hear running water. Arthur is surprised to see a waterfall in the dungeon. He walks past the waterfall, and he's shocked to see several dead bodies of soldiers. Arthur hears someone cough, and he asks who's there. Someone coughs again and says that they need help. Arthur jumps down and asks if they can speak one more time. A voice says that she is here. Arthur is shocked to see Lancelia on the ground. Her stomach is pierced, and she's bleeding badly. Arthur drops his sword to the ground. Arthur thinks that it is not true. She's a white core mage and a lance. Arthur starts healing her and tells her to hold on. She has lost her eyes, so she asks Arthur if she knows him. He tells her that he is Arthur, the boy she met at Xyrus Academy. She said he would be the same age as her brother. Aaliyah asks how did he get here. She starts coughing. Arthur tells her that she shouldn't talk. She grabs his hand and says that he knows it as well that she can't be saved. Arthur says that he is sorry. Aaliyah starts smiling and says that she feels much better than before thanks to him. Arthur asks if there's anything else he can do, and she shakes her head. Arthur asks how this happened. Aaliyah tells him that he kept her alive for this long as revenge for laying a hand on him. She has a dark piece of material in her hand. Arthur grabs it, and she tells Arthur that she can show him what happened to them. Aaliyah brings Arthur's head near her, and Arthur sees her memories. Lancelia and numerous soldiers fought against the serpent and defeated it. Suddenly someone else appeared and started killing everyone. He has long fingers and sharp teeth and red eyes. He tells everyone that he will give them two options. They can try to fight and die or kill every one of their teammates so they can live. Everyone starts attacking the monster. He asks if they think that their efforts will make a difference. The war is coming regardless. The monster starts killing the soldiers. Lancelia strikes the monster in the face, gets furious, and says that he is going to give them a quick death. He starts walking towards Lancelia while easily killing all the soldiers in his path. He rips out her legs and says that he has heard when one sense is taken from them, then other senses are enhanced. He rips out her eyes. Aaliyah starts screaming. Arthur is shocked to see that, and he starts vomiting. Aaliyah says that she is sorry. No one should have to witness something like that. Aaliyah is bleeding from her mouth and nose, too. Arthur says that someone needs to pass on what happened here. Arthur thanks her for her service. Aaliyah starts crying and says that she doesn't want to die. Arthur starts crying, too. He hugs her and says that he is here with her. Arthur remembers that he told himself that Aaliyah's death wasn't in vain. Arthur gave the soldiers a proper burial. Arthur thinks that through her memories, he found out that there was more than just one Blackhorn demon, and while he wasn't sure how many there were, they were definitely after something, just like the first one he met in Sylvia's cave. Arthur marks the grave with a sword, helmet, and leaves. Arthur says that whether this demon wanted Sylvie or Dickathan as a whole, it wouldn't make a difference, Quadra Elemental or not. He wouldn't stand a chance. If what the demon said about a war brewing here was true, then he could no longer be complacent. To protect the ones he has grown to love and cherish in this world, he needs to get stronger. Arthur picks up Elias's dead body, covers her body in ice, and says that she won't be alone for long. He will send people to come for her, for all of them. Sylvie is waiting for Arthur to finish, and he thanks her for waiting. Sylvie is concerned about Arthur. He rubs his head against her and says that he is fine. Arthur says they should get out of here. There's nothing more they can do. Sylvie starts flying, and after some time, they reach the entrance of the academy. There are two guards standing at the gate. A guard stops Arthur and asks for his identity. He replies that he is Arthur Lewin of Xyrus Academy, coming back from a class trip at Widow's Crypt. The guard is shocked to hear that. He tells his fellow to notify Xyrus Academy and the Adventurers Guild immediately. The other guard starts running inside. The guard tells Arthur that the Adventurers Guild is putting together a search and rescue for him, and he tells Arthur that he will ask someone to check his wounds. Arthur says, with all due respect, that he just wants to go home. The guard sighs and says okay. After some time, Arthur reaches his home. He stands in front of the house and says that everyone inside is probably worrying about him, but they will ask him about what happened if he goes inside. Arthur sits outside on the stairs and says that he doesn't think he can handle that right now. There are different colors in the sky. Arthur's father steps outside and says it is beautiful. It's times like these that living in a flying city has its perks. Arthur is surprised to see his father. He sits beside Arthur and says that he doesn't need to say anything. He tells Arthur that his mother can only use her healing magic on minor wounds. Just like how he's feeling right now. His mother has her scars that she can't put into words till this day, so don't force himself. Everyone has their own battle that they need to fight. He pats Arthur on the head and says that he will be here waiting for him to come out victorious. He tells Arthur that life isn't a single battle, so it's okay to get beat up sometimes. He tells Arthur to get stronger from this so he can win the war. Arthur starts crying. In the morning, Arthur is back at the academy and he's standing on the balcony. Director Goodsky tells him that he should come to her office. Arthur says that the view is better from here. She looks around and says that she can't see his bond. Arthur says that he told her to stay home since he is just stopping by. Goodsky says good, with what happened on the class trip, he should be getting some rest. She asks what he is going to do next. Arthur says that he is going shopping with his mother and sister. She asks Arthur what exactly happened. Professor Glory has already told her about the anomaly with the Queen Snarlers, and she asks if there was something more that occurred down there. Arthur gives her Lancelia badge and says this is what happened. Goodsky is scared to see that and asks if Lancelia is okay. Arthur says that she is dead, and she and her team's bodies are still on the bottom floor of the Widow's Crypt. Goodsky thinks that they must be here. She asks Arthur if he saw what caused this. She turns around and tells Arthur that this is beyond him. The council and the rest of the lances will handle the situation from this point. Arthur says let's hope that is the case. After some time, Arthur goes shopping with his family, and his mother worries about him. Ellie takes Arthur to a shop. Tabitha says that it is her favorite store. Arthur asks Aunt Tabitha if there are any stores around here that sell training materials. She replies that there's a pretty famous one around the corner if he wants to head there first. Arthur says that he will catch up with them later and leaves. He goes to the location and sees an old building there. Arthur wonders if this is the store his Aunt Tabitha was talking about. He's disappointed to see that. Suddenly, someone asks for some change. Arthur turns around and is surprised to see an old man with glasses there. Arthur wonders how he did not sense him. The old man tells Arthur that it looks like he saw a ghost, and he says that he is an old man asking for some change. Arthur gives him a coin from his pocket. The old man grabs the coin and thanks Arthur. Arthur is shocked to see that he accidentally gave him a silver coin. Arthur looks for some change and tells the old man that he made a mistake, but the old man disappears. Arthur thinks that coin was worth 100 of these. He sadly walks towards the store. Arthur senses some magic on the door's handle and wonders if this store tests its customers. Arthur opens the door and starts coughing from the dust inside. The old man at the counter asks what he can help him with. Arthur is surprised to see that he is the same old man as before. Arthur yells at him to give his money back and says that he told him that he was homeless. The old man tells Arthur that he assumes that he is homeless based on his appearance. He tells Arthur to take one item of his choice for free, and they will call it even. Arthur looks around and asks if there's anything in here worth even a silver coin. He tells Arthur of course there's, he just need the right eye. Arthur starts looking around and asks how old is this shop. There's plenty of dust everywhere. The old man tells him that manual labor is bad for old people like him, and he happens to think this shop is in fine condition. Arthur sees a black cat on the shelf. It runs away. He thinks that he's going to lose his mind if he stays here any longer. After looking for a while, Arthur is disappointed that he didn't find anything worth taking. Sylvie jumps on Arthur and says that he left her behind. Arthur starts smiling. He tells the old man that he didn't find anything. Old man is surprised to see Sylvie. Arthur asks if he is listening to him, and he clears his throat and says yes. Arthur tells him that he can't find anything he wants, so if he can just give him his coin back, he will be on my way. The man sits and tells Arthur that he doesn't have an eye for anything. He throws something at Arthur, and Arthur catches it. It looks like a core. Arthur asks what it is. The old man tells him that he will need it, and he pushes Arthur outside and closes the door. Arthur encounters the black cat again, and after some time, he returns to his family. His mother asks if he found what he was in long for. Arthur says he did. Aunt Tabitha tells him that she would be surprised if he couldn't find anything from their variety of elixirs and medicines because they're quite famous. They start walking towards the store, and Tabitha tells them that it's always overcrowded with students trying to get new training materials. Arthur asks if she's talking about that old place. They turn around, and Arthur and Sylvie are shocked to see a new building there. Lucas is walking inside a cave with a student wearing a brown robe. There's a door inside the cave. Lucas follows him inside the room, takes a look around, and kicks Charles on the ground. Lucas asks what the hell is this supposed to be. There's a masked person sitting on the chair while a lot of followers are standing in front of him. Everyone is looking at Lucas, and the masked person welcomes Lucas. Charles gets up and tells him that he brought Lucas just as asked. The one wearing a mask tells Lucas that he's so glad he could join their crusade. Lucas smirks and asks who said he was joining them, and when Charles said he had something to show him, he was expecting something a little more impressive. Lucas asks who he is and says maybe he's a professor. One of the followers gets angry and tells Lucas that he should be grateful that they are letting him join them. Lucas is annoyed to hear that. The masked man snaps his fingers and burns his follower. He says that was a very courteous thing to say to their new member. The follower starts screaming and asks for forgiveness. Lucas thinks that he would have done the same, but he can't sense his mana level at all. Lucas tells him that he needs more information about their little cult. Lucas asks what they are trying to accomplish and why they need him. He asks if they are the same group going around drugging students. The masked man says that he would like to think that they are doing more than just drugging students. He has big plans, plans bigger than this academy. But for the moment, certain circumstances prevent him from acting. He needs some capable mages to execute his plans while he waits, and he happens to be one of them. He tells Lucas that everyone in this group is a dissatisfied human noble who once took pride that Xyrus was built for only the purest of lineages. He asks Lucas if it doesn't upset him. Lucas asks why should he waste his time and energy on bugs he could squish at any time. These peasants at the academy are no better than the low-class adventurers flailing around with their weapons. Lucas turns around and says that he has no reason to lower himself to their level just to be put on a leash and take commands from him. The masked man says that he is rather a prideful mage who finds lower-class people weak, but his friend Arthur proves that wrong. Lucas freezes and asks what he said. The masked man says that he may have been hailed as a prodigy and pampered with elixirs since his awakening, but he's still no match for Arthur, and the sad thing is that he was never even trying and he knew that. Lucas gets furious and asks who the hell he is. The masked man gets up from his chair and says that he is a mere benefactor who came here for the betterment of this land. He tells Lucas that they could have a mutual benefit in this. Lucas wonders how long has he been watching. The masked man tells Lucas that soon he'll be able to personally strike, and when he does, the frail bond between three races will shatter. He currently has the council and this academy's director occupied, so the stage is set. He just needs him to help with loose ends. Lucas says these loose ends. He's assuming Arthur Lewin happens to be one of them. The masked man starts clapping and says very good. It looks like his elven half didn't affect his ability to think. Lucas asks how he expects him to kill Arthur if he's that strong, and the masked man replies that if he's as strong as he thinks, then he will be able to control the powers that he will bestow upon him, and these powers will be on a different level. Lucas asks if he has a plan to get Arthur Lewin to fight him at his full strength. The masked man says it is simple. Arthur is only human, and he places great importance on his family and his friends, but one person in particular. Lucas smiles and says Tesha. The masked man says yes, an elf as the student leader is just not right. The followers start saying that is disgusting. The masked man asks Lucas if he thinks that just the slightest bit of elf princess blood being shed will get his dear Arthur riled up. Lucas smirks and says sure. Meanwhile, Elijah is sitting in his dorm, cleaning his glasses, but there's a knock at the door. He opens the door and sees Arthur standing there. He says that he has lost his keys. Elijah quickly hugs Arthur. Arthur pats him on the back and says that he is okay. They can't get rid of him that easily. Elijah says that he knows Arthur is like a cockroach. After some time, Arthur packs his bag, and Elijah caresses Sylvie. He tells Arthur that Director Goodsky stopped by yesterday to tell him not to worry about him, but he heard Claire's recount of what happened, so it was hard to believe that he was alive. Arthur asks if everyone is all right. Elijah says that Claire and Curtis checked out of the infirmary this morning, and Tesha is with her grandfather in one of the training rooms. Arthur is surprised to hear that. Elijah tells him that he should go visit everyone so they can see for themselves that he is okay. Arthur says that he should, but he can't handle their questions. He tells Elijah to tell everyone that he's all right because they will trust him. Elijah says that he can do that. They fist bump each other, and Arthur leaves. Elijah lays on the bed and grabs his hair in anguish. Arthur thinks that Director Goodsky should be with the council right now. Sylvie tells Arthur that she feels Mama is in danger, and Arthur says that he's going. Arthur rushes to the training ground and asks what's going on. Arthur's ring starts shining. Sylvie asks what is going on with his ring, and Arthur says that something inside is making it burn. There's smoke everywhere. Arthur sees that Virion is sitting there, and Tess is covered in branches. Arthur asks if that is Tess. Virion says yes, she has been like this since she got back from the dungeon. Arthur asks what is happening to her. He replies that he is not too sure, but her beast will have been acting up and causing problems with the assimilation, almost like it's trying to fight back against Tess's body. He thinks that something was different with the Elderwood Guardian he fought. Even after assimilating with Tesha for so long, it still feels off, like it's mutating. Arthur wonders if this is his fault. He shouldn't have given her the beast core. Suddenly, the branches start attacking Arthur. There's a cut on Arthur's chest. He thinks that could have killed him. The branches start attacking him again. Arthur dodges swiftly. Virion asks if he is okay. Arthur says he's fine, but it seems like his granddaughter has been holding a grudge against him. The attacks become fierce. Arthur jumps back and places his hand on the ground, but the ground tilts and more branches come out of the ground. Arthur starts cutting them down. Suddenly, the core comes out of Arthur's ring and it flies straight to Tess. There's a blast and branches start flying everywhere. Arthur sees that Tess is naked and some branches are holding her up. The core starts going into her body. Arthur quickly jumps towards her and covers her body with a piece of cloth. Arthur carefully puts her on the ground. Virion runs towards them and he thinks that he has no idea what Arthur did. He tells Arthur that he saved her. Tess gets up and starts rubbing her eyes. She asks why she's on the ground. Virion starts laughing. Tess starts laughing too after seeing them. Virion opens his arms to hug her. She rushes forward and hugs Arthur. Virion thinks that she went the wrong way. Tess starts smiling and says that he is alive. Arthur also smiles at her and says yes, he's alive. After some time, Tess undergoes some tests at the doctor's office. Arthur thinks that he still doesn't understand why that orb that the old man from the elixir shop gave me just flew into Tess like that. It seemed to have calmed her down for now, but he needed to get back to that shop and ask him what it was that he actually gave him. Virion asks the doctor if she's okay. The doctor tells him that her vitals are stable now, and the mana circulation throughout her body isn't impeded. Virion and Arthur smile at each other. The doctor says there's one thing that doesn't make sense. Even as a dark yellow core mage, he wasn't able to measure her mana core. Virion starts walking towards her and says that she can't be right. Arthur asks if she is okay. Virion tells him that he is checking now. He places his hand on her stomach, and Virion falls to his knees with a sudden shock. He says that Tessa's core is almost at the initial silver stage now. Arthur and Virion are walking outside. Arthur asks if it's okay to leave her alone, and Virion says she's just exhausted. After breaking through 3 stages at once, she just needs rest. When she wakes up, he will take her back to the castle right away. Arthur asks Virion if he can tell him more about the lances. Virion says that Cynthia told him what happened. Virion tells Arthur that it takes roughly 20 solid yellow core mages to hold off a single silver core mage. Virion says that he is a mid-silver core mage, and it would take maybe 10 of him to keep one mid-white core mage at bay, and for Cynthia as a high silver mage, it'd take maybe 6 or 7 of her. Arthur asks if he is that weak. Virion is annoyed. He starts pulling Arthur's cheek and says that he is not weak. They are just too strong. They sit on a bench. Arthur asks how do white core mages get so strong, and some of the lances are so young, but they're the most powerful ones out there. He asks what's stopping them from taking over the kingdom. He imagined that the 6 lances can easily take down the thrones. No offense. Virion says none taken. He looks up and says, the lances right now. They only became as powerful as they are after they were knighted. Arthur asks what he means. Virion says that only the royal families have been privy to this information. He tells Arthur that he can't tell a soul what he's about to tell him. Virion asks if he believes in deities. It has to do with how the royal families have stayed in power since the formation of the 3 kingdoms. Virion tells Arthur that during the Beast Era, the elves, humans, and dwarves were nomadic, traveling with their own kind and meeting with the other races only for trade. They had differences in cultures and beliefs, but were still on good terms. The 3 races would have lived in times of peace had it not been for the mana beasts that roamed free and sought them out as prey. The 3 races dwindled in numbers as the years passed until one day, a deity descended from the sky and gifted the 3 races the tools to overcome the mana beasts and put an end to this era. This deity appeared before 3 people who were the forefathers of what are now the 3 royal families, the Glader, the Graysunders, and the Arala families. He bestowed their ancestors with 6 artifacts to be shared among the 3 individuals to become kings, but the 3 kings weren't meant to use these artifacts themselves, and were to instead bestow them upon their 2 most powerful subjects under a soul oath and knighting ceremony. The artifacts also gave them the insights needed to utilize a powerful energy that existed all around them, mana. The 3 kings then commanded the 6 artifact users to spread their newfound knowledge and powers by teaching those who were capable, thus creating the first generation of mages. The elves, humans, and dwarves rallied together to push the mana beasts deep into the trenches of what is now called the Beast Glades. Thus, a time of true peace descended upon the land, ending the Beast era and marking the beginning of a new era. The three races diverged peacefully and naturally, each seeking a place to call home that best fit their culture and lifestyle. The human king led his people west, where the land was flat and rich in soil, truly a place to foster growth. The elven king shepherded his people north, where they could live in harmony with the magical forest and the living beings inhabiting it. The dwarven king guided his people south, where the earth was abundant in precious ores of metals and gems. With the three kings and their lances watching over their people, they truly lived in a time of peace and prosperity. Arthur asks if the lances were the first ones to use magic through artifacts given to their kings by a deity. He says even after accounting for how old this story is, there's something wrong with the end, though. Virion gets angry. He pulls Arthur's ear and says there's something wrong with it because he didn't let him finish. Virion says, basically, that peace lasted only a few generations until the three races slowly forgot about the alliance their ancestors all shared, and their greed took over. As for lances, it's not that they went anywhere. They've existed throughout the generations, nurtured very closely to the royal families, and have been secretly raised to wield an artifact. It's only because of the discovery of the other continent that they decided to unify and make the lances known publicly. Arthur says that he can see why this was kept a secret, even if the lances are soulbound to their kings. If word got out that there were artifacts capable of producing white core mages, Virion says, then Dickathan's fall might very well happen from within. Arthur thanks him for trusting him with this. Virion tells Arthur that he has truly grown. Virion ruffles his hair and says that his body has finally grown into that uselessly mature brain he had since they first met. Virion tells Arthur that he is telling him all of this because he plays a part in all of this. Arthur is confused. Virion tells Arthur that his bond isn't just a mana beast, but she's a deity. Arthur looks at Sylvie, who is sleeping peacefully in his bag. Arthur asks if he is talking about her, and Virion tells him to hear him out for a second. He tells Arthur that deities are beings that are able to ascend from what they consider their mortal bodies and fully harmonize with mana. Arthur asks if it's because she's a dragon. Arthur says she's very strong and smart, but she's not a deity. Virion says there's a reason why even spotting a dragon is considered a blessing in their culture, and it's why he has been keeping Sylvie's true form a secret all this time. Virion tells Arthur that he doesn't think that it's a mere coincidence that the two of them have become bonds. Virion gets up and tells him that the world is changing. He doesn't know what role they will play in it, but whatever the case, he needs to be ready. After their talk, Arthur starts walking with Sylvie. He is looking at the sky. Sylvie asks where they are going, and Arthur says that there is something he needs to check. Arthur goes to the same place where he found the old man, but there's nothing there but a wall. Arthur sees that there is another core on the ground with a note attached to it. Arthur picks it up and reads the note. Arthur quietly leaves after reading the note. In the morning, Arthur is having breakfast at the table with his family. His mother asks if something is wrong. Arthur starts smiling and says not at all. Arthur tells her that he missed her meals at school, and she asks if that is why he has been eating his peas one at a time. Arthur looks down and sees that Sylvie is eating his food. His mother tells him that if he needs to do something, they understand. Arthur says no. He promised they would spend time together for the Aurora Constellate. His father tells Arthur that he has about as much life in him as Vincent does during meetings. He would rather have his normal son after he's taken care of whatever is on his mind. Ellie tells Arthur to bring Sylvie back in one piece and bring back presents. Arthur starts smiling and thanks everyone. He leaves after breakfast. Arthur is holding the note in his hand, and it says if he wants to tell the whole story, come to the West Teleportation Gate at noon tomorrow. A king is sitting on the throne. His advisors tell him that it's as necessary to kill her King Grey. It's of utmost importance to bring stability to their country. Sylvie calls Arthur. He wakes up and says that it was just a bad dream. Arthur wonders why did that memory have to come up now. He pulls the note out of his pocket and thinks that it has to be from that old man. Arthur thinks that he must know something that Virion left out. Arthur is riding on a carriage, and after some time, he reaches the gate. A guard asks him to state his reason for passage and form of verification. He tells Arthur that this is the West Teleportation Gate to the Kingdom of Elenoir, and they need verification to allow anyone through. Arthur brings out a watch and asks if this counts as verification. The guard is surprised to see that Arthur is holding the seal of the royal family of Elenoir. He bows and tells Arthur to go this way. Arthur thanks him and walks towards the gate. Arthur thinks that this feels weird. Suddenly, he gets dragged into the door, and he tells Sylvie to hold on to him. They get dragged into a dark room. Sylvie tells Arthur that she is scared, and Arthur thinks that this is the first time she said that. Arthur lights a fire in his palm and wonders what is happening. He feels a strong pressure and falls on his knee. Arthur asks who is there. A voice says that, at last, they have some privacy. The darkness disappears, and Sylvie trembles with fear. Arthur sees a black cat in front of him. Arthur says that it is the black cat that disappeared from the elixir store. The cat transforms into a man and says that he goes by Windsor, and to lessers such as him, they are known as deities. Meanwhile, Cynthia walks through the forest. She remembers the meeting she attended. Muriel asks Cynthia if she's sure the student who found Aaliyah's body isn't hiding anything from her. Alduin says the next course of action is already settled. Dispatch their best tracking mages to see if they can find any evidence that has been left behind. He asks Cynthia if she would be able to join. Cynthia says, unfortunately, she has other affairs to attend to. After the meeting, the owl asks Cynthia why she's so distracted on a mission like this. She says that she wonders if it was the right thing to do, not telling the council that Arthur Lewin was the student that found Aaliyah. The owl says that boy is definitely a mystery. It will not be good for council to be suspicious of him. She says that she considers themselves lucky that he didn't see anything while he was down there. Someone attacks Cynthia. She blocks the attack, but it barely grazed her. Numerous people start attacking her at the same time. She uses her magic to throw them away and tells Avier to finish them. The owl transforms into a large monster and starts killing them. Cynthia starts torturing one of them and says that she can kill him quickly if he tells her what they are planning. He starts laughing and asks if she thinks that he will tell a traitor anything. He tells Cynthia that they're slowly regaining their former strength. She assumed this continent had decades, but they have spies in every corner of this continent. From the forest to the coast, the people of Dicathan have mere years left before the war begins. Cynthia kills him and thanks Avier for cleaning up the mess. He says no problem. Human meat is a little too stringy for his taste, but he managed. Avier asks how the wound is on her back. Cynthia says that she is fine, but this was too easy. They should head for the coast next. Cynthia applies the potion to her wounds, and she has the same blood symbols engraved on her spine. Winsome tells Arthur that he feels this form would be more suitable for the conversation. Arthur says before they continue, he would like to confirm a few things. The guard said this gate was heading to Elenoir. Arthur asks if there is something wrong with Tesha or Virion, and does this have to do with that orb he gave him. Winsome says that he just had to ensure that he would come through the gate. Winsome shows Arthur a live image of Tess and Virion and says that the elf princess and the previous elf king are fine. Winsome says the elf princess is even more than fine now since that elixir pearl he so generously gave her kept her core from exploding. He tells Arthur to keep the second one because that's for him. Arthur and Sylvie are shocked to hear that. Windsor shows Arthur a map and says that he is a Dicathan citizen, but it's no longer a secret that Dicathan is not the only continent on this planet. He tells Arthur that Dicathan and Alacria have always been governed by them. Though lesser races have regarded them as deities historically, they call ourselves Xyrus. Arthur asks if they are the same deities that taught them magic. Winsome says exactly. He tells Arthur that he only knows of the artifacts because the old elf king has shared it with him. But the truth of the Xyrus is something no one on their land knows about. Winsome says that Xyrus have always been governed by a noblesse oblige of sorts. They were never to interfere with their people or land directly, unless the peace or balance was threatened. But this imperative rule has been broken. Ephitus was once divided into 3 factions made of multiple clans of different races. The ruling clan of each faction had their own priorities, but they all stood by to never raise a hand against the lesser races. However, after Agrona became the new leader of the Vritra clan, he broke that doctrine in an attempt to advance his people. Winsome says that he is aware that he crossed paths with some of their members. He says that the Vritra clan are an anomaly, even amongst the Asuras. Think of them as scientists. They were constantly studying and furthering insights into the workings of mana. When Agrona came into power, the Vritra's strength grew exponentially. They later learned that Agrona and members of his clan have been experimenting with the Lesser's bodies in Alakova to find different ways to enhance their own abilities. Arthur says that is horrible, but he doesn't understand what this has to do with him. Winsome says that it shouldn't have anything to do with him, but he now must be aware of his ties to them. Winsome uses his magic and turns Sylvie into a dragon. He tells Arthur that they have been searching for Lady Sylvie for years, and when they finally found traces of her mana, it led them to a little boy who held a deity in his arms. He tells Arthur that he is currently bonded with the child of his master's only daughter, and the granddaughter of the most powerful being in all of the 3 continents of this world. Arthur is surprised to hear that. He looks at Sylvie and says that Virion is telling him the truth. Winsome tells Arthur that most deities have 3 forms, but it seems like Lady Sylvie has been in that miniature beast form to preserve her energy, although most Asuras tend to stay in their humanoid form to save mana. Arthur is surprised to hear about her humanoid form. Winsome says if she hasn't transformed into her humanoid form by now, then it's likely because she isn't able to. Her mana core is still underdeveloped, and considering how things are progressing, they have found signs that Agrona's spies are already on this continent. Windsor says there is a war coming, and although the upper echelons of Ephiodus will never admit it out of pride, his connection with Lady Sylvie can play a crucial role in this. He tells Arthur as long as he agrees to become their ally, there will be no need to separate him from Lady Sylvie. Arthur thinks that if he refuses, they will take Sylvie away. He tells Windsor that this war will involve his continent, and thus his family and friends. Arthur says he will be an ally to him either way, but he is asking him to be a pawn under his control. Winsome is surprised to hear that. He tells Arthur that he is wise for his age, and his mana core is rather well developed as well. But once he and Lady Sylvie arrive in Ephiodus, they will be able to train him well. Arthur and Sylvie are shocked to hear that. Arthur asks if they have to go to Ephiodus. Winsome says yes, Lady Sylvia's power, one that even Asuras would kill for, lies inside him barely tapped. So Ephiodus is the only place where he will be able to learn how to harness his potential so that both him and Lady Sylvie can grow stronger, and only then will Dicathan stand a chance against the mages of Alakria. Meanwhile, in the DC meeting room, everyone is sitting at the table. Cathelm thinks that it's only been less than 2 days since Claire and Curtis came back from their field trip, but they can't even rest with all the hate crimes escalating on campus. Claire says they beat and tied Denton to a statue right outside their building just because he's a plebeian and an elf, so they have to stop this radical group now before they do anything more serious. Cathelm thinks that Brother hasn't spoken to anyone since he told her what happened at the dungeon and how he and Claire had to leave Arthur behind. Doradria asks how is the search coming along. She says the professors aren't going to help until they get actual proof. They're too busy worrying about what the stupid donors think. Kai tells her that he has only been able to catch a few faces hanging around, but nothing incriminating, and he kept a close eye on Charles, but it won't look good if they bring him in with no proof. Theodore gets angry and asks what the hell is the point of having a disciplinary committee if they can't do anything about this. Claire says that they will just have to wait for Director Goodsky to come back. Fairith says that he can't believe they're doing all of this because they're unhappy with how the school is progressing and they are acting like this after Arthur became the teacher. Cathelm gets up in anger and says that Arthur being a professor was proof of his abilities despite being from a humble background. There should be no reason for them to be using this as an excuse. Fairith grabs her hand and says, of course, they know this, and he hates them even more for using his rival as an excuse. Claire says they just don't know what to do. Cathelm says if Arthur were here, he would know what to do. Elijah interrupts the meeting and says that he is sorry for intruding, but he is glad that they are all here. He tells them that Arthur, but suddenly, the ground starts shaking. Everyone starts running outside. Elijah falls to the ground. Cathelm thinks that equality has always been important to her mother. She remembers being young and refusing to take lessons with other students who weren't princesses like her, not knowing better. But her mother told her that refusing to play with anyone because they're not princesses isn't good. She wants her to know before she's a princess. She's a person, so it doesn't matter if someone is a king or queen, a servant or a powerful mage, or even an elf or a dwarf. Everyone is different and special in their own way, but a person is a person. Never hate someone for something they can't and shouldn't change. Kathleen thinks that their mother was sensible and smart, and she cared for everyone. She always disciplined her and her brother for any type of discrimination they might have unknowingly shown. Her mother fought hard for a building on campus to serve as both a museum and a monument to the alliance between the three races. The Tri-Union Hall was supposed to be that symbol of peace and culture. It wasn't supposed to be targeted. Kathleen is shocked to see that building burning in flames while everyone is running outside in panic. Everyone starts helping the injured. Professor Glory arrives there with her beast. She tells her students to bring the injured here. Claire carries an injured person and gets on top of the beast. Glory tells her to get them to the hospital. Water mages start putting out the fire, and after some time the fire is extinguished. Smoke starts coming out of the building, and it is ruined. Charles comes out of the building. Kathleen yells at him. She brings out her wand and starts running towards him. Theodore grabs Charles by the collar and picks him up. He throws him on the ground and says that they need to ask him a few questions. Charles starts calling for help. A professor arrives there and says that this is not the time to be harassing students. Charles points at Theo and tells the professor that this DC officer grabbed him out of nowhere. He doesn't know what is happening. He barely survived the explosion. Theo gets furious and uses his gravity magic on Charles, saying that he has been seen multiple times with the radical group. And now he and his little friends are at the scene of the crime, and he wants him to believe that he's innocent. The professor asks if the disciplinary committee officers just going around and making baseless accusations now and without any proof. Glory stands between the two and she tells Theo that he can't take in a student without proof and they can't afford to be rash right now. Kathleen starts trembling with rage. Curtis pats her on her arm and tells Theo to listen to Professor Glory. Theo lifts his magic from Charles and starts walking away. Kathleen looks at Charles and sees that he is grinning. After some time, Elijah is practicing in the woods. He sits down and thinks that it is easy to communicate with the earth, but his control is weak. Even after reaching the light orange stage, he still has a long way to go. Maybe he should have told Arthur about it back then so he could have helped him train. He thinks that if Arthur was here today, he probably could have stopped the fire by himself. He remembers telling everyone about Arthur being alive. Claire starts smiling and says she knew he would survive. Curtis is relieved to hear that. Elijah wonders if they still would have been worried if they knew of Arthur's true abilities. He figured that with Arthur's skills and power, he'd be popular, but even without all that, he has people like the DC members and Princess Tesha that genuinely care for him. Elijah wonders if it would have been the same for him if he hadn't grown up with dwarves. He thinks that they are both freaks of nature, but the only difference is that they work in Arthur's favor. Elijah again starts remembering what he saw in the training room. He slaps his face and says that Arthur has always been there for him. Elijah gets up and thinks that if he wants to stand next to Arthur, then he needs to get stronger. He starts practicing his earth spike magic again. After some time, there is a line of people with their carriages waiting to pass through the gate. A person asks how long it is going to take, and another one says that it looks like they will go in by the end of the day, but they should be glad that they can even do business here again thanks to the council's formation. Arthur and a girl start walking towards the gate. The person gets angry and grabs Arthur by his shoulder. Arthur asks if he can help him, and he tells Arthur that there's a line to get into the city. The girl tells him that this person is a guest of Elenoir and has urgent business to attend. He smacks her hand away, and another person comes from behind and tells Roger to calm down. Roger says no. He points at Arthur and asks why he gets to skip the line when they have been waiting for so long. Arthur slaps his hand away and says he's skipping this line because there's a valid reason for it. Roger says that it looks like his father didn't beat his spoiled ass hard enough. Roger grabs Arthur by his collar and lifts him in the air as his body starts emitting fire. He tells Arthur that he has enough control so he will not burn him alive. Arthur says that if he wants to burn him alive, then he needs to do at least this much. Blue flames start bursting out of Arthur, and Roger falls to the ground, scared to see those blue flames. Arthur starts walking towards the gate, and he remembers his conversation with Windsor. Arthur asks if he has been trying so hard to find Sylvie and why it took so long for him to find them. He asks if his beast will carry Sylvia's mana signature. Windsor points at him and says that by hiding his bond's insignia with one of Lady Sylvia's feathers, he also hides the presence of her signature. Winsome tells Arthur that he did well, but now it's time for him to come to Ephiatus. Arthur arrives at a castle. Two guards ask the girl who he's. Arthur shows them his watch. The guard asks if it has been verified. The girl nods and Arthur is annoyed and wonders what's the point of having this badge if no one believes it's real. The guard bows and tells Arthur to please go ahead. Suddenly, there is a huge bang and the earth starts shaking. The guard tells Arthur to get back. The castle's wall is destroyed. Someone appears from the smoke and tells Arthur that it's good to see him again. Arthur asks Virion if there's an intruder. He starts coughing and asks if he would be having this much trouble against an intruder. Tess calls for her grandpa and says that she can't control it. Virion tells Arthur that it turns out her body is already fully integrated with the Elderwood Guardian's beast will. Arthur is shocked to hear that and asks how could she already be fully integrated with an S-class beast. He wonders if it has something to do with the marble he got from Winsome. Virion tells Arthur that even though she's awake and aware, Tesha can't control the vines. They've just been multiplying with each one he cuts down. He tells Arthur to give it a shot, and he'll cover him. Virion orders the guards to leave because they will only get in their way. Arthur and Virion get ready to fight the vines. They rush towards Tess, but the vines start attacking Arthur and cut him on his face. Arthur thinks that using any fire spells in this environment would be too risky. He starts slashing the vines using wind magic. Suddenly some strange marks appear on his face and the color of his hair changes to white. Arthur starts moving towards Tess at insane speed. He tells her to keep the vines from closing. Tess looks at Arthur and says that she can't hold much longer. Tess starts pushing the vines away from her. Arthur comes near her and says that it is okay. He takes her in his arms and says that he got her. Arthur freezes the vines and breaks them to pieces. He jumps on the ground carrying Tess and his hair turns back to normal. He asks if she is alright. Tess says that she hates how she always needs his help. Arthur says that it is not her fault. It's because he gave her the beast will. Tess punches Arthur and says no. He gave her the opportunity to grow. She smiles and says it's up to her now to learn how to use it and get strong enough to fight by his side. Arthur bumps his fist with her and says that he will be waiting. Winsome is looking at them through a portal and says that it is too early to tell him everything, but one day that boy will have to learn everything about Lady Sylvie, especially the truth behind her lineage. Arthur and Tess are looking in each other's eyes. Virion clears his throat and says that he hates to ruin the mood, but they should think about the people that'll have to clean this up and get going. A large part of the building is destroyed. Arthur asks where should they go. Virion winks and says somewhere that isn't blasted to pieces. After some time, they are riding on the carriage. Tess is sleeping. Virion says it was his fault. He encouraged Tess when she wanted to release the first phase of her beast will. They both thought she could control it since her body was fully integrated. At the very least, he thought he would be able to keep her in control. Arthur thinks that since her integration process was accelerated, she skipped the training phase and never got a chance to test its control before. Arthur looks at Tess and thinks that he can feel that her beast will is different from his. Even though it's fully integrated, it still feels like it's fighting back against her mana. Arthur tells Virion that Tess needs to be more careful. It could be dangerous for her and everyone around her if things escalate like this again. Virion gets furious. He starts yelling at Arthur and says that he was just a grandfather that got a little excited and proud over his granddaughter's progress. Virion sighs. He looks out the window and says it might be best to get a seal to suppress her mana until she gains better control. But then again, she would be defenseless if something were to happen and she can't remove it in time. Maybe they can start with a protective artifact for her. Arthur smirks and says a protective artifact seems like a good move, and if it makes him feel better, he will stay by his precious granddaughter's side as much as he can. Virion smirks and says he's sure he will. Virion gets serious and tells Arthur that he knows he teases him about Tess a lot, but what are his intentions about his granddaughter? He asks if he has ever thought about marrying her. Arthur is surprised to hear that. He thinks for a while, and he is about to say something. But Virion interrupts him and says that Tess is a bit rough around the edges, and her parents, and he may have spoiled her a bit. But she's a good girl. Plus, the two of them have history, and he can't just find that anywhere. Arthur says that he thought that elves traditionally dated and married a lot later. Virion tells Arthur that, with how fast Dicathan is changing, they need to change with it. Varian tells Arthur what he truly wants to know is that if he likes his granddaughter. Arthur says that he does, but he can't say for certain if it's love or not. He hopes he can find the answer with more time, and he would like to improve himself before even thinking of asking for his granddaughter's hand in marriage. Varian starts smiling and tells Arthur that his head is in the right place. Sylvie starts laughing and says she knew Papa liked Mama. Arthur is surprised to see that she's awake. He looks at Varian, and Varian says don't worry about Tess because she will sleep through anything. Tess starts sweating and thinks that Arthur just admitted that he likes her. She can't believe her grandpa got him to admit it, so she starts freaking out. Tess thinks that she's breathing too fast, so she tells herself to keep her eyes shut and slow down her breathing. She wonders if Arthur can hear how fast she's breathing. Varian looks at Tess and asks why she's sweating so much. Arthur says maybe she's having a nightmare. Arthur thinks that he should get Ellie a bond, one that's strong and large enough to protect his sister if it ever came down to it. Furthermore, if the bond can protect Ellie's life, surely it can also protect her from any weak-willed boys that try to woo her. Arthur has a sinister look on his face. Varian tells Arthur that he doesn't know what he is thinking, but stop that. After a while, the carriage stops, and Varian and Tess step out. Tess is surprised to see her mom there. She runs towards her and hugs her. Arthur looks around and wonders where they are. Tess's father tells Arthur that it's good to see him again. He says that it seems like he's always there whenever something happens with their daughter. Her mother says they can't thank them enough, but perhaps one of them would be so kind as to explain why they were redirected on their trip home and why they were told that their manor is under construction. Alduin starts laughing and asks if they finally managed to destroy it or something. Tess says not completely. Her parents are shocked to hear that. Varian says it is nothing to be too concerned about. He was training Tess when he got a little too excited with his first phase and hit a part of manor. Varian says it will be all fixed up in no time. There's just a bit of a draft in the manor that might make it uncomfortable. Besides, they are long overdue to visit Rhynia. Tess says that they haven't seen grandmother Rhynia in a long time. She asks if everything is all right. Varian looks concerned and says that she has just been occupied, and Rhynia has told him a few times how interested she's been in Arthur's future. Arthur says that he is curious about that in general, and he asks where Elder Rhynia is. They start walking in the woods. Varian tells everyone that Rhynia has chosen to isolate herself near the edge of the kingdom. She wouldn't tell him why, but he almost died from her traps and defenses the last time he visited unannounced. He tells her that they are visiting ahead of time, but to stay alert, Arthur wonders what Elder Rhynia needs to protect herself from. Sylvie starts hunting for food. The rodent starts running. Sylvie shoots a blast from her mouth and kills the rodent. She happily grabs it in her mouth and starts walking with everyone. Arthur and Alduin walk together. He tells Arthur that his bond continues to intrigue him, and Arthur tells him to. Alduin thanks Arthur for taking such good care of his daughter. From what he has heard, Tesha made it out of some dangerous situations. Arthur says it is nothing. Tess also helped him a lot. Alduin asks how, and Arthur replies it keeps him sane at times. Alduin starts laughing and says that's not exactly what he expected a 13-year-old boy to say. Alduin tells Arthur that for some reason he can't help but view him as an adult. Arthur thanks him for his kind words. Alduin says he didn't mean that as a compliment. He says no parent wants to see their child grow up so fast, let alone see their child carry the burdens that only adults should. Alduin tells Arthur that it was because of him that the council was able to be formed. Arthur is surprised to hear that Alduin says, if he's being completely honest, that he didn't have the best impression of humans after the war. He lost his mother because of them and never forgave them for it, and he almost lost his daughter years later after slave traders trespassed into their forest. Then came a young human child who brought his daughter safely back home, and he had the courage to not only save her from those slave traders, but also chastise the Elven King. Being lectured by a human child was just the wake-up call he needed. Alduin tells Arthur that he is not opposed to bringing him into the family. Muriel tells Arthur that he may act cool like this, but it's not once or twice that her husband has been yearning to see him again. Alduin is embarrassed to hear that. Muriel tells him that if he wanted privacy, then he should have conjured a wind barrier. Varian starts laughing. Suddenly, Varian tells everyone to quiet down. There is some movement in the bushes. Rhaenyra appears from behind the bushes and she looks scary. Arthur jumps to attack her, but Varian catches Arthur and saves Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra gets scared. She starts yelling at Arthur for swinging his sword at her. Tess hugs her and says that it is good to see her. She starts smiling and says it is good to see her darling again. After that, they start walking towards her home. Varian says he thought they were supposed to meet at the entrance. Rhaenyra says that they took so long, so she decided to make sure that they were not lost. She pulls Arthur's cheek and says he has grown into quite the handsome young lad. If he were just 100 years younger, she might have snatched him up for herself. Arthur says that after almost peeing himself from seeing her as a ghost, he is not sure how to take that. Rhaenyra gets annoyed. She tells him to ask Varian how stunning she was. Men would fall over their feet for her as soon as she walked into the room. Muriel tells Arthur that it's true her mother often told her how all the girls her age had been jealous of Aunt Rhaenyra. Varian pulls out his tongue and says that she was average at best. Rhaenyra says, of course, he would think like that. There was only one girl who ever caught his eye. She quickly turns around and apologizes to Varian for being a little insensitive. Everyone starts walking silently towards her home. She lifts some branches and walks past a magic barrier. There's a large waterfall. Rhaenyra starts walking towards a cave beneath the waterfall, and everyone is amazed by that. Rhaenyra warns everyone not to conjure any light. They will make their way in the dark. They start walking inside the cave. There's a house built inside. Rhaenyra opens the door and says welcome to her home. There's much to discuss. After some time, Rhaenyra is serving everyone tea. Arthur takes a sip of the tea and wonders what sort of deviant magic allows for a space to be bigger inside than it is outside. Suddenly everyone starts falling asleep. Arthur starts drinking his tea again. Rhaenyra says that she thought he would be more alarmed seeing everyone fall unconscious. Arthur says that he has been through a lot these days, so it's becoming harder to get surprised, but she probably knew that already. Rhaenyra says that he is right, and she feels as though she needs to tell him about her powers as a diviner. Arthur is surprised to hear that, and thinks that there was almost nothing in the textbooks at Xyrus about this deviant form of magic since it was so rare. Rhaenyra starts laughing and says it seems like he's quite interested. She explains that deviants outside of those who can harness the higher forms of the 4 basic elements have to find their own source of power to fuel their magic. This is different from regular mages who draw power from the mana particles in the atmosphere. For example, his mother is an emitter and has healing capabilities that elemental recovery spells can't compare to. She has met quite a few deviants in her lifetime that all had unique properties to their magic. And they all have one thing in common, their own pool of mana. They draw upon it to power their magic. This is different from an elemental deviant such as him. For diviners, their powers are also developed differently. Their powers can awaken at any point in their lives and mostly come in erratic bursts. Blurred images of the future flash through their minds quite often. Most of the time, they're a little too vague and minute to make anything out of. These flashes of the future don't use any of their mana at all. Actually, Rhaenyra says it doesn't seem like a very useful power if she can't control it. Arthur asks what about the spell she used when he was younger, the one to locate his parents and let him speak to them. Rhaenyra tells him that was a spell she made that involves using her powers as a diviner to project an image. She tells him that true divination is reading the future, knowing when and where something is going to happen. Arthur says that he doesn't understand. Rhaenyra tells him that the diviners shorten their own lifespans each time they choose to consciously look into the future. That is the true power of a diviner. Everything else is just a collection of useful little spells that can't be considered anything more than hat tricks. Rhaenyra asks if he remembers earlier when she mentioned Varian's wife. Arthur says he does. Rhaenyra says that her name was Lania, and she was also a diviner, one much more powerful than her, and her unconscious divinations and prophecies would be much longer and more detailed than hers. Coupled with her beauty and grace, she held the envy and admiration of every female elf of their generation. She was the pride of their kingdom, and the citizens idolized her. After she and Varian fell in love, they got married in a beautiful ceremony. Fate seemed to be smiling upon them. However, fate was cruel to them both. The war between elves and humans was nearing its end, and there was talk of a treaty in the air. Tensions were still strong, and they suspected that the humans still wanted to assert their power. And they were right, because the then king of Sapin carried out one final act against the future heir to the elven throne. Arthur is surprised to hear that. Rhaenyra says that Varian was the target of an assassination. Varian's wife was tormented by visions of his death, and her prophecies told her little about his death. And if she tried to change something in these prophecies, outcome would only lead to a different cause of death. Varian only knew the toll it was taking on his wife, and begged her to stop, but she continued behind his back out of desperation. When she looks into the future just once, she can feel the days, weeks, sometimes months, drain out of her body. Lania did it almost every day for the one she loved. In the end, she was able to keep Varian alive long enough for the current King Glader to stage a revolt and take down his father to end the war. Lania succeeded, but she burned up so much of her lifespan in the process and died a few weeks later in his arms. She hated Varian for a long time because of this, and she hated her sister for leaving her behind in this vast world. Arthur is surprised to hear that. He looks at Varian and thinks that Varian is always so cheerful and loves joking around. He never would have thought that he had such a tragic past. Sylvia wakes up and sees that everyone is asleep. Rhaenyra tells Arthur that she doesn't want his sympathy because she has used the same powers as the one who eventually killed her sister to look into his future. Arthur asks why. Sylvia jumps on Arthur and glares at Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra says that it seems like his bond can sense he's a little bit troubled. Arthur says that their emotions are connected. She tells Arthur that she was getting glimpses of his future before she even met him or his bond for the first time. Arthur asks if that is common. She tells him that never happened to her before. Rhaenyra tells Arthur that a new era is coming and seems to be at its epicenter. He asks why him. She tells Arthur that this is a tricky question and that telling him too much right now can affect the outcome, but telling him too little defeats the point of her search for a better outcome. Arthur asks if she is sacrificing her lifespan for this, and he asks if Varian knows. Rhaenyra smiles. She shakes her hand and says she has lived long enough so she might as well use it to help the future, but it seems like by looking into his future, she might have made some rather troublesome enemies and hence the remote hideout. Arthur is about to say something, but she stops him and says that it was her choice. She tells Arthur that he will face many hardships. Whatever future he decides, that will remain constant. There will be enemies and obstructions in his path, so he needs an anchor and an end goal. She asks Arthur what he wants to accomplish in his life. That will be what determines his path. She tells him that she will leave him with two things. One is that people do bad things for good reasons, so don't take things at surface level. And two, often, the most dangerous enemy isn't the one on the throne, leading the forces, but the abandoned soldier who has nothing to lose. Rhaenyra apologizes and says that she can't tell him more. Arthur asks what if he fails to make the right decision. She puts her hand on his shoulder and says sometimes the right choice isn't always the best choice. Arthur starts pondering. Rhaenyra tells him to get some rest before going back tomorrow. Meanwhile, Lucas is standing in the woods with some students. Lucas is holding a drug in his hand and asks if this is the drug they gave Marquand. Charles replies that Marquand took it willingly. His body couldn't handle it. Lucas asks if he hasn't tried it yet. Charles turns his head in disappointment. Lucas asks if he wasn't even chosen to take this, and he starts laughing and says that it is embarrassing. Lucas thinks that their cores are weaker and the drug will kill them the moment it enters their system. Charles gets angry at Lucas and tells him to take the drug. There's so much more they need to do before tomorrow. Their informant warned them that the DC officers are getting bolder, and they need to act now. Lucas attacks him using fire spell. Charles falls to the ground and Lucas asks how long he's going to keep talking big when he's nothing more than a little messenger boy. Lucas drinks the drug and a dark energy starts emitting from his body, and Lucas falls down. Everyone starts laughing at him. They say that it looks like he can't handle the drug any better than Marquand. Charles tells Lucas to bark all he wants and then go hide behind his family because he's nothing more than a useless piece of meat. He stomps on his head and says if he's going to die, then be quick about it and stop wasting their time. Lucas grabs his leg and starts burning him. Charles starts screaming in pain. Lucas throws him away, and he hits the tree. Lucas is emitting a mysterious dark aura. He remembers his conversation with his brother. Lance Baron asked him if he thinks he is good enough to waste time on starting meaningless fights and wasting thousands of gold on trying to make his pathetic self stronger, or if he's going to finally try on his own. Lucas starts grinning. He starts laughing hysterically. The other students start trembling with fear. One of them starts running away. Lucas attacks him and burns him to crisp. The other student runs towards Juno to save him, but it's too late. She gets furious and attacks Lucas using her water bullets. Lucas's fire is so strong that he starts evaporating the water. He rushes towards her and grabs her by the throat. Blood starts coming out of her eyes and nose. Lucas says he just wants them to know that he's stronger than Manhwa. Lucas chokes her to death and turns his attention to Charles. Charles starts crying, and Lucas tells Charles to try and call him a useless piece of meat again. Charles starts screaming, and there's a huge blast. In the morning, everyone is sitting on the table and Rinia is serving them food. Sylvie is disappointed to see the food. Rinia smiles and says it looks like the calming herbs she put in the tea last night were a tad too effective. She didn't think it would knock everyone out like that. Alduin says it is all right, they probably needed it. Virian grabs his head and says that he had urgent business he wanted to attend to. Rinia asks did it have something to do with Sweet Tesher reducing a rather large portion of the castle that Alduin and Muriel spent years renovating into a pile of. Virian puts the food in her mouth and says these vegetables are great, she should try some. Rinia puts something on the table. She tells Tess that this should help in keeping her beast will in check. Tess opens the box and sees a bracelet. She wears the bracelet. Alduin thanks Rinia for always looking out for Tess. Rinia says it's her pleasure. After some time, she points at a door and says this should help take Arthur and Tess back to Xyrus City. Arthur says he thought that teleportation gates had been around since ancient times and were under tight regulation by the kingdoms. He asks if she's allowed to have a personal one just like this, and Rinia starts grinning. Tess hugs her parents. Muriel says they will visit her soon. Virian tells Tess be sure to stop by Goodski's office before school starts. He haven't heard from her in a while and want to make sure that old Coot is still breathing. Tess says she will. Tess hugs Rinia and thanks her for having them. She hugs her back and says that she cherish every moment with her. Arthur looks worried. Sylvie asks if he is alright. Arthur says he's good. Arthur, Tess, and Sylvie wave at everyone, and they pass through the gate. Tess asks if there aren't supposed to be guards in front of each gate. Arthur says that he heard a lot of staff took time off during the Aurora Constellate since trade is blocked during this time. Maybe they're just short-staffed. The sky is filled with bright colors. Tess says no matter how many times she sees it, the Aurora Constellate really is amazing from Xyrus. Sylvie tells Arthur that the sky is still broken, and they reach outside Arthur's home. Sylvie starts running to open the door. The door opens, and Arthur is surprised to see Jasmine there. Jasmine says it is about time he showed up. Helen and Durden are also there. Helen tells Arthur that she can hardly recognize him. Durden says that he's grown. Adam tells Durden to stop acting all cool. He asks Arthur if he noticed something different about this bear. Arthur is surprised to see his new hairstyle. Adam says at first he thought he was copying him, but it turns out he was the inspiration for this horrific thing. Angela rushes and hugs Arthur. She says that he has gotten even cuter. Tess is jealous to see that. Angela hugs Tess and says she's the cutest little elf. Reynolds starts smiling and says they should let them in now. Ellie tells Arthur that she is glad he didn't come back half dead this time. Ellie grabs Tess's hands and says hello. Everyone starts going inside. Tess says that she only planned on stopping by to say hello before heading back to school. There's a lot of student council work that she missed, and she also has to see Director Goodski. Arthur asks if she is alright. Tess starts smiling and says she just wanted to get her to help her adjust to this since it seems like she will have it on for a while, and as the president, she shouldn't be here having fun when even Lilia is still at school. Arthur thinks that he told Gramps he would stay with Tesha since most of her magic is suppressed right now. Tess punches Arthur and says that she will be fine. Arthur says okay, but don't work too hard and get some rest. Her monocore is still a little unstable. Alice gives Tess her shawl and says if she must go, then at least keep herself warm. Tess thanks her and leaves. Everyone waves goodbye. After some time, everyone is drinking and eating. Adam says it is a shame that the princess had to leave, but the night is young, and for once, he doesn't have to share a bedspread with Durden. Jasmine tells Arthur that she was worried about him when she was away. Helen takes her away and says this is her 23rd time telling him that. Arthur starts smiling nervously. He goes outside with Helen to get some fresh air. Helen says that she heard that he has taken over the torch in his father's role of worrying his mother. Arthur says it seems to be the one skill that he keeps on getting better at without even trying. Helen tells him that he is made for bigger things. She tells Arthur to stay anchored and always remember what he is fighting for. Arthur remembers that Rinia also told him the same thing. Arthur asks if she is drunk, too. She starts smiling and says, maybe. Helen gets up and says that she's just a little worried about the discovery of the new continent. Helen says she's going to go back inside to keep her teammates from possibly burning this place down. Arthur says he will go up in a bit. Helen winks at Arthur and says that he should sneak back up to his room and get some rest. Arthur thinks that he doesn't know why he was brought to this world, but he refuses to believe that he was sent here to be some chess piece. Protecting the smiles and laughter of everyone he has come to love in this new world is his reason, and that's the fate he will create. Meanwhile, the masked man tells his subordinates that everything is in place. Everyone is wearing black uniforms, and they are on their knees. The masked man summons a lot of monsters through a portal and says let the attack commence. Meanwhile, at Xyrus Academy, Kai is holding a crystal in his hand. Theo asks if it's done yet, and Kai replies, almost, just waiting for Doradria to come so he can activate it. Claire asks if he is sure he doesn't want to join them. Curtis says those insane cultists are going to launch a full-scale attack soon. They need to keep themselves warmed up and prepared for battle. Kai says that he has been out scouting the whole day, so he thinks any more training will be more harmful than good. Doradria comes running carrying mana-resisting bands and says that she is sorry for being late. Her foot gets stuck and she falls to the ground. Curtis picks up a band and asks if she is trying to make them waste all of their mana, training with these things when an actual battle might occur soon. Claire picks her up and says that she means well. Doradria shows her tongue to Curtis. Theo tells Kai to turn on the barrier. Kai turns on the barrier, and a red circle appears around them. Kai is sitting outside the barrier. Claire says it is weird, and she asks why the barrier is red. Curtis tells Kai that there's something wrong with the barrier, so shut it down. Theo punches the barrier, but it doesn't budge. Catherine says there's an emergency kill switch somewhere around here. Claire starts looking for the switch on the ground. She picks up a tile, and everyone is shocked to see that the switch has been destroyed. Suddenly, the barrier opens up from behind, and numerous enemies enter it. Claire tells everyone to get information. Theo, Doradria, and Curtis get in front and start attacking the enemy. Claire uses her fire magic to take down numerous people in one attack. She tells everyone that they have to get outside through the opening and help Kai. Lucas gets annoyed and says she still doesn't get it. Lucas arrives there and tells everyone that Kai is the one who trapped them all in here. Doradria says that he is lying. Lucas says he has no reason to lie when he can squash them easily like bugs. Lucas rushes towards them and attacks everyone at the same time. Claire attacks Lucas using her fire, but Lucas also attacks at her with fire. Doradria barely tackles Claire and saves her from getting burned. Claire notices an opening in the barrier. She thinks that Doradria's mana resistance bands must have interfered with the formation of the barrier. She tells Doradria that they can make an opening big enough to escape through. They need to get everyone back here. Doradria says that is easier said than done. She doesn't know what Lucas took, but he's stronger than even the professors right now. Lucas is about to kill Ferith, but Theo attacks him from behind. Lucas grabs Theo by his throat and says, "Look at this bug trying to crush a person." Someone notifies Lucas on a device that target has almost arrived. Lucas throws Theo away and says it is showtime. More cultists start running inside the barrier. Kai asks Lucas where he is going. He is supposed to help him capture them. Lucas says he has a more important mission to attend to. Catherine creates an ice barrier between them. Claire and Doradria creates an opening in the barrier. Everyone is trying to get out of the barrier, but the enemy breaks the ice wall and starts rushing towards them. Doradria starts running to fight the enemies, and Theo says that he is not leaving her behind. She kicks him and tells him not to be an idiot. An enemy attacks Doradria and says die dwarf, but an attack comes from somewhere and hits the enemy. Ferith tells Doradria that he has her back, and she tells Ferith to let him do it. Claire tells everyone to scatter and search for professors. Theo asks why is it so loud outside. Everyone is shocked to see that monsters are going on a rampage outside. Meanwhile, Tess is riding on a carriage. She thinks that she didn't want to worry Arthur, but her body feels out of sync right now and her mana core is completely exhausted. She looks at her bracelet and says, hopefully, Director Goodsky can help her get used to this. The carriage stops abruptly. Tess braces herself, gets outside, and asks if everything is alright. She is shocked to see that there is a red barrier outside the academy. The coachman asks the princess what they should do, and Tess says to turn back quickly. Suddenly, someone attacks the carriage with fire, and it gets destroyed. Tess gets blown away by the blast. Lucas says that he can't believe she's here and she's alone, and it looks like she's feeling a little lonely. Tess looks up and sees the person on fire. She starts using her magic and thinks that she can still save him. Lucas attacks him again and says it is rude to ignore someone when they are talking. Lucas tells Tess to worry about herself. Tess gets up and tells Lucas to shut up. She uses her magic, but Lucas starts walking towards her and says she can barely keep her eyes open. Tess thinks that Rinia's bracelet is keeping her beast's will in check, but it's also limiting her magic. Lucas grabs her by the collar and tells her to stay nice and pretty like this, and that maybe she will even end up liking him more than that pathetic boyfriend of hers. Tess says the fact that he's not killing her right away means that she's not his target. Lucas throws her on the ground and says that she doesn't know anything. Tess starts trembling and says that she didn't know his inferiority complex has reached a new level. Lucas slaps her and says just because he can't kill her doesn't mean that he needs her in one piece. Tess starts bleeding from her mouth and says good. She grabs Lucas's arm and says she has no intention of leaving in one piece. She grabs Lucas and starts stabbing him using her magic. Tess thinks that she needs to hold on. She can't let him use her to lure Arthur. Lucas gets furious. He unleashes his firepower and breaks her spell. Tess falls to the ground. Lucas puts her bracelet back on her wrist and says that he can't let whatever magic she is using kill her. Lucas grabs her by her hair and starts dragging her inside the barrier. He knocks, and the barrier opens, and Lucas drags her inside. Tess thinks that she can't move her body, and she starts losing consciousness. Elijah attacks the monsters using earth spikes. He sees that another student starts calling for help as the monster bites her. Elijah gets knocked down, and the monsters start attacking him. He smashes his fists on the ground and pierces 3 monsters using his earth spikes. Elijah runs away and hides behind a pillar. A person in black clothes tells all the human students to raise both hands and swear their allegiance to their cause, and the mana beasts will not attack them, and elves and dwarves should stop struggling as they destroy their mana core. Elijah wonders how did Director Goodsky allow things to get this bad. Someone shouts for help. Elijah is shocked to see that a professor is forcing himself on a student. He attacks and tells the professor to let her go. The professor easily blocks the attack and tells him to stay out of it if he wants to live. Curtis attacks from behind and cuts the shield in half. He tells Grotter to protect them. Elijah starts running towards the professor, but he escapes using his magic. Curtis tells the girl to get to the training facility. There are good professors there to protect her. Elijah tells Curtis that it's good to see that he's okay. He asks how are the rest of the DC officers. Curtis replies that most of them are okay, and they are scattered to search for more help. He tells Elijah that they fell into a trap made by the cultists. Doradria and Faerith held them back while they escaped. Elijah grabs him, asks what about Arthur and Tess and the rest of the student council. Curtis tells him that Arthur and Tess are not back yet. The student council is okay. He just split up from Lilia and Clive. Elijah asks what they should do now. Curtis says he doesn't know at this point, and Elijah is disappointed to hear that. There's a loud noise. Everyone covers their ears. A voice comes from the speaker and tells the students and faculty members of Xyrus Academy that his pets will no longer bite, so please kindly make their way to the clock tower. It's time to begin the final ceremony, and this is something they don't want to miss. The masked man is holding a bag in his hand and blood is dripping from it. After some time, a lot of parents are gathered outside the academy. A person asks what is going on, and he can't contact his daughter. A soldier tells everyone to please stay away from the barrier. Their mages are working on getting inside. A soldier asks for an update. The mage replies that both the Mages Guild and their Artificers Guild haven't seen a barrier like this before. Its structural integrity is completely different from how they set up their barrier. He gets angry and asks if he can break it or not. The mage gets nervous and says not with the artifacts they have right now. They have gotten in contact with the Artificers Guild branch in Ediston to send over a larger beam drill, but they seem to be having problems of their own over there. The mage asks perhaps they can request backup from a lance. They would surely be able to break through this barrier. The soldier replies that all of the lances are preoccupied with incidents happening across the continent. The mage asks if this is a coordinated attack. Soldier grabs him by his mouth and asks if he wants to create more panic. The mage says they are looking for weak points everywhere. Hopefully they will find one soon. The soldier puts his hand on the barrier and says he just hope they're not too late. Meanwhile, Curtis and Elijah arrive at the clock tower. Curtis is riding on Grotter. He tells Elijah to stay here. He'll try and find the rest of the DC members. Elijah sees that some students are trying to break the barrier. The masked man arrives there and thanks them all for coming. The students start attacking him, but the strong barrier deflects all the attacks. The masked man starts laughing and says it seems like, despite the deaths they have witnessed, dense Decathians are having trouble grasping the gravity of their situation. He puts his hand in the bag and throws a severed head towards them. Everyone starts screaming and panicking. Elijah starts vomiting after seeing the head and says that it can't be her. Theo comes running and sees Dorodria's head. He starts crying. Theo shouts at the masked man and tells him to fight him. He takes off his mask and asks if he is talking about the mighty Draniv. Theo starts punching the barrier and tells him to stop hiding behind the barrier. Draniv grabs him by his arm and pulls him towards his side. Theo regains his balance. He rushes toward Draniv and tells him to die. Theo jumps in the air and kicks him with all his might. There is dust everywhere, and the ground is destroyed. After the dust settles down, Theo is lying on the ground, and he's bleeding from his leg. His foot is cut off. Draniv puts his foot on Theo's face and says that he is fighting him like he wanted. Theo spits blood at him. Draniv says that he has blood on his face. Let him help with that. He puts Theo on fire and starts laughing. He tells everyone to let them commence their main event. The cultists are dragging elves and dwarves by chains tied around their necks. Therith also has a chain around his neck. Elijah is shocked to see that Lucas also arrives there, and he's dragging Tess by their hair. Curtis arrives at the scene with other DC officers. He looks at Dorodria's severed head, and tears start falling from his eyes. He is about to scream, but Claire grabs him by his mouth. She pleads with Curtis that he can't, but Curtis says that he will kill him. She tells him not to charge out there like Theo. They can't lose him, too. Curtis snaps and asks if they are just supposed to wait here and watch their friends get murdered. Kathleen slaps him. She's crying too, and she tells Curtis that they need a plan to protect everyone here and stop that monster, but they can't do any of that if he's dead. Curtis tells her that she's right. The cultist brings out Therith and tells him to get on his knees. He also has a chain around his neck. Elijah looks at Tess and thinks that she's not supposed to be at school. Draniv says he would like to start by introducing himself. His name is Draniv, and he has come to save them all. He sits on a throne of fire and says that he came from a faraway land, one that is cruel to the weak. He says that all of them are considered the elite here in Dicathan, but where he comes from, they are all trash. Therefore, he will prepare those he deems worthy, so that when his lord and sovereign become this content's new ruler, they will have a place in his kingdom. He gets up in excitement and tells everyone to get excited at the chance of obtaining newfound power like nothing they could have imagined. Draniv tells Lucas to come forth and reveal himself. Lucas comes forward and says the mighty DC officers and even the genius elf princess didn't stand a chance. Elijah gets furious. He starts cursing Lucas and asks how he could do this. Lucas pulls Tess by her hair and starts sniffing her neck. Elijah snaps, and a dark aura starts surrounding his body. Elijah wonders what is happening to him. He has red eyes. He looks at his hand and sees a dark energy flowing through his body. He easily lifts the barrier and starts walking towards Lucas. Some monsters rush to attack him, but Elijah kills them all in an instant. He starts smiling. A few cultist members are about to attack him, but Draniv stops them. Elijah falls to the ground, and blood starts coming out of his eyes and nose. He thinks that as long as he kills Lucas, he attacks Lucas, but right when the attack is about to hit Lucas, he loses consciousness. Draniv grabs him. Elijah thinks that it hurts and wonders where Arthur is. Some banners are flying in the air with 3 sword symbols on them. Claire thinks that humility, loyalty, resoluteness, and courage. These were the words repeated to her before she even knew what they meant. They were the 4 qualities needed to have a heart as sharp as a sword. This was the creed of the Bladeheart family. She remembers her childhood and her father teaching her how to use a sword, and she truly believed that she would follow this sacred doctrine, no matter the circumstances. Claire thinks that she doesn't know what sort of magic Elijah used to break the barrier, but now is the perfect chance to fight back. She asks why won't her body move. A professor tells the students to clear the way. Glory tells Professor Grenier that his wound isn't healed yet. Grenier says that the barrier has finally broken, so they can't waste this chance. Glory says she will go as well. Claire wonders why they are marching to their deaths like that. She turns her head and says they are fools. Curtis asks her if they should support the professors. She is surprised to hear that and asks why they are asking her that. Kathleen says because she's the leader of the disciplinary committee. They are ready to follow her orders. Claire thinks that she's scared. She looks around and sees that Draniv is taking Elijah away with him. Theo is lying on the ground, and his body is burned. Claire musters her courage and shouts that those injured and scared should stay behind, and the rest will fight for Xyrus. Claire pulls out her sword and puts it on fire. Draniv tells Lucas that there will be some change of plans. He will be heading back first, and he expects him to follow them through the gate after he take care of the fools approaching towards them. A cultist member tells Faerith to get up. Lucas grabs Draniv and asks why he's taking that bug with him. Draniv glares at Lucas, and he falls to the ground. He tells Lucas that a mere tool can't question his master. He walks towards the door and tells Lucas not to disappoint him. Grenier tells everyone to stop Draniv from escaping. He attacks at Draniv, but Lucas stops the attack. He yells at everyone to just die and attacks using his fire. Glory takes down a monster and asks if this is all they got. Some cultist members rush to attack her, but they get attacked by the students. Claire tells everyone to secure the hostages and help the professors. Glory tells them to get out of here. It's dangerous. Claire takes down a monster and says that it is their fight too. This is what she taught them. Glory tells her to just be careful. Claire looks at Kai, and she rushes towards him while dodging the spike attacks. Claire jumps in the air and attacks using her fire magic, but Kai grabs her mid-air using his strings. Claire looks at Kai escaping and thinks that they can't let him leave. She looks at Curtis and Kathleen and wonders why they are coming towards her when they should be going after Kai. She tells them to go after Kai, but she suddenly starts coughing blood. She looks down and sees that her chest is pierced with a spike. Claire wonders why this is here. Suddenly, there's a loud roar. Lucas is about to kill the professor, but he is shocked to see someone there. Claire turns her head and starts smiling to see Arthur and Sylvie standing there. Claire looks at Sylvie and thinks that 2 horns like polished swords protruded from each side of its sharp head. Crystalline scales gleamed so vividly black that its shadow looked gray in comparison, and its eyes glowed with such intelligence and fierceness that even a veteran adventurer would stand frozen, but as awe-inspiring as the dragon was, it was the boy below it that trembled her heart in fear. Every step he took displayed a subtle yet unshakable confidence, and seeping from every inch of his body was a blatant rage, so fierce and violent that her only regret was not being able to see Lucas's expression of defeat in the end. Glory is injured, and she's trying to get back up. Lucas thinks that with Draniv's elixir, he transcended the realm of mortals, and these so-called elites have become nothing more than ants to him. He wonders why does it feels like his inwards are being gripped and wrung by an icy claw. Lucas tells Arthur that his pet is nice, and he's just in time for the party. He asks if he thinks that overgrown lizard can help him when not even the esteemed professors of Xyrus Academy could lay a hand on him. Arthur is glaring at Lucas. He instantly jumps behind him and starts walking towards Tess. The cultists are scared to see a dragon. They can't move with fear. Lucas is furious that Arthur ignored him. He turns around and sees that Arthur is checking Tess's pulse. Arthur notices that Tess seems to be drugged to keep her unconscious, but aside from a couple of bruises and scrapes, she's fine. Lucas tells Arthur that she was crying for him. He says that Draniv doesn't want him laying a hand on his little elf princess, but he doesn't think he's going to listen to him, because what better way to break him than to have him lie helplessly on the ground as he watches him cripple the girl he cares so much about. Sylvie clenches her teeth and lets out a huge roar. Lucas looks at Arthur and thinks that he is still ignoring him. He starts emitting fire and tells Arthur that he will break every bone in his body so he can only cry as he desecrates Tesha. Suddenly Lucas starts feeling a strong pressure. He thinks that it feels like a mad demon is twisting and clawing at his insides. Lucas wonders why does this presence instill him with more fear than the esteemed professors of this school and even his own brother. Arthur tells Lucas that he thought of him as nothing more than a wasp he deemed unnecessary to kill. But if that wasp chose to rear its stinger, even the holiest of saints would swat it down. Lucas gets scared by Arthur's glare. Numerous hands appear out of nowhere and start grabbing Lucas. Lucas thinks that his power should be much stronger than Arthur. He wonders how many legions of men and beasts has he killed to possess such a suffocating, oppressive bloodlust. Lucas starts shouting and he tells Arthur to get away from him. He uses his attack Hell's Rain. Arthur tells Sylvie to protect Tess. Arthur's hair turns white and the marks appear on his face again. He easily stops the rain of fire using ice magic. Lucas yells at him and says that he is hiding something other than fire magic, so he shoots spears at Arthur. Arthur easily grabs the spear and shoots black lightning from his finger. Lucas loses an arm from his attack, falls to the ground, and starts screaming that it hurts. Lucas says that he has lightning magic, too. He asks if he's a quadra-elemental mage. Arthur grabs him by his arm, lifts him up, and says yes, he's... Arthur freezes his other arm and breaks it to pieces. Lucas starts crying and says that he can't do this. Arthur steps on his leg and says downforce. He crushes Lucas's leg. Lucas screams in pain, and a lot of blood starts splashing everywhere. Arthur says that he mentioned Draniv earlier. Arthur asks if he is responsible for all of this. Lucas starts laughing and says that is right, and he also took his best friend with him. Arthur steps on his other leg and crushes it too. Lucas starts screaming. Arthur says that there'll be change in this world. There's nothing he can do about that. Arthur steps on his crotch and says that he can at least take measures to ensure that his filth won't spread to the next generation. Lucas starts begging for mercy and tells Arthur to please spare him. Arthur says his suffering may last till eternity. He uses downforce and crushes Lucas's crotch. Arthur thinks it had been a long time. The looks in everyone's eyes in the face of domineering strength, fear, shock, awe. He had forgotten how lonely it was. Arthur turns back to normal. Suddenly, Lucas says brother. Arthur is surprised by someone's presence. Arthur turns around and sees that there is Lance Baron, and he's accompanied by two other lances. Lance Baron gets furious and attacks Sylvie and Arthur with lightning. Arthur tells Sylvie to get out of the way. He gets blown away by the attack. Sylvie gets furious and rushes to attack Lance Baron. Lance Vere uses ice to attack Sylvie, while another uses earth magic to create numerous statues and start helping the students to escape. Arthur is injured by the lightning attack. He thinks if only he could go back into second phase. Lance Baron arrives near Arthur and says death is not enough for the likes of him to do something so atrocious to his brother. Lance Baron is about to attack Arthur again, but another lance grabs his hand and says that the boy tormented and humiliated his brother before killing him, and he's saying that he's not to harm him. Alfred says the boy was the one who saved everyone here from his brother, and while he understands his loss, he highly recommends that he watch his tone with him. Lance Baron tells Alfred that he's in no need to participate in his folly. His brother just died before his eyes, and he will repay his killer in kind. Lance Alfred uses his statues to grab Lance Baron. Baron destroys them using his lightning blast. Baron is about to kill Arthur with his lighting, but Lance Vere uses an ice wall to protect Arthur. She attacks Baron and says he's not the one to make this decision. It is up to the council to determine what to do with the boy and the dragon. She tells him that insubordination will not be tolerated. Baron gives up and says understood. The medics start helping the injured, and the parents are running to find their children. A doctor is applying bandages on Arthur. Lance Vere asks if he will need further medical attention. Arthur says no, he's just mana depleted. She tells Arthur that he will wear these cuffs, and she puts Arthur in handcuffs. She also puts something in Arthur's chest and says that he can never escape from her. Arthur tells her to do the same for his bond. She asks if that dragon is his bond, and then she lifts Sylvie's ice magic. Arthur tells Sylvie to change back into her fox form, and Sylvie glares at Lance Vere. Arthur tells her that even if they fight, they can't win against them. Sylvie changes back and starts running towards Arthur. She asks Arthur what is going to happen to them. Arthur says he's not sure, but everything will be okay. Arthur and Sylvie are in chains. Lance Vere tells them to follow her to the Mage Guild camp while they wait for further instructions from the council. People are gathered around and they are gossiping about Arthur killing a noble student. Arthur thinks even after all that's happened, people are just exchanging gossips. Arthur sees his family. He asks if he is allowed to talk to them. Lance Vere nods in approval. Lance Baron gets furious. Lance Alfred stops him and says that he has listened to all of the account. Baron, the kid did what was necessary, so stop letting his emotions cloud his judgment. Alice asks Arthur what happened in there and why he's cuffed. Arthur says there's just a misunderstanding. He tells them not to worry. Arthur says he will be back in no time, and Alice starts crying. Lance Vere's ring starts shining. Lance Alfred says the council must have made their decision already. Lance Vere conjures a scroll and tells Arthur to get here. She starts reading the scroll and says by the power vested in her by the Council of Dickathon, she General Vere Ori of the Six Lances, do hereby announce Arthur Lewin, son of Reynolds and Alice Lewin. The council has decreed that, due to his actions displaying excessive violence and the inconclusive circumstances involved, his monocore is to be restrained. His title as a mage is to be stripped, and he's to be incarcerated until further judgment. Reynolds is shocked to hear that and says there must be a mistake. Cathal arrives there and asks how dare they punish the only person who did some good. They only made it alive because of Arthur. If it weren't for him, the Lances wouldn't have anyone left to save. She tells Lance Vere that when her parents learn of this decree, they will immediately rescind it. Lance Vere shows her the scroll and says that King and Queen Glader voted in favor of this judgment, asking with King and Queen Graysunders. Cathal is shocked to see that and says they would never. Curtis grabs her by her shoulder and shakes his head. Arthur thinks that there's no use trying to reason with Lances. Arthur thinks that the decree makes it sound like he was behind the attack. Arthur asks if he can speak to his family one last time. She agrees. Arthur goes to his family. He starts smiling and tells them not to look so sad. This misunderstanding will be cleared soon. Alice starts crying and says that he has no idea what is going to happen. Ellie starts crying. Arthur wipes her tears and says that she is growing up so fast. Arthur turns around and tells her that he will definitely be back. Reynolds tells Arthur that no matter what happens and what people say, his family will always be on his side. Arthur looks sad as he continues to walk away from his family. Lance Baron is talking with Lance Vere and Lance Alfred while Arthur waits for them to finish. Baron gets furious and starts walking towards Arthur. He glances at Arthur and flies away. Lance Alfred summons a flying creature and tells Arthur that it won't burn. Arthur gets on top and says that even if it does, he can't do anything. They start flying away. After some time, Baron arrives at his home, and he's carrying Lucas's body wrapped in a cloth. His servants bow down and welcome him. Baron kicks the door open. The maids are excited to see Lord Baron, and she says they weren't expecting him. Baron tells them to call his father at once. After a while, Baron tells his father everything, saying he's sitting on a chair in a luxurious room. His father gets furious and says that the boy is an embarrassment to the Wykes house. He gets up from the chair and says to be eliminated in such a shameful act after everything he has done for that brat. He gets furious at Baron and asks why he came here after failing to avenge the Wykes name on the spot. He asks if he came to defile his night and his home with the body of this worthless fool. He slaps Baron, but Baron grabs his hand and tells his father to mind himself. He's a Lance. His father pulls his hand away and says he has gotten so arrogant ever since, but he's only a Lance because he's a Wykes. Baron tells his father that according to witness statements, Lucas terrorized the school alongside a group of cult members led by a man called Droniv, and the boy who killed Lucas did it without hesitation and did so brutally. His father ponders for a while and says that they can still get ahead of this. He calls for Adeline. A girl enters the room with a notepad in hand and says, "Yes, sir?" He orders her to expedite a message to the council tonight. The contents regarding the regrettable attack on Xyrus. His dear son, Lucas Wykes, under the influence of Draniv, undoubtedly had no choice but to obey his command or lose his life. How a boy so young would be forced to make such a decision, it hurts his heart to imagine. Yet his son, the victim, died an excessive, brutal death at the hands of a lawless blackguard unfit to continue living in their society. No other form of repentance than death would be appropriate for a crime so heinously committed on the Wykes family. While they prepare a private funeral for his beloved son, he hopes the council will come to a just decision. He asks Baron if that is accurate, and Baron is surprised to hear that. Adeline bows and says her condolences. Sir, she will send this at once. Baron's father sits on his chair and starts reading a book. Baron asks what about the funeral, and he replies that he doesn't care, so he has Adeline take care of it and leave him alone. Meanwhile, Lansvare and Ulfrid are taking Arthur to his prison. Arthur asks how far are they from their destination. Ulfrid says not far. Arthur says the cuffs are unnecessary, he is not stupid enough to run away from 2 lances. Ulfrid says it's mostly because they are flying over the beast glades. There are other ways he can cause trouble for them. Arthur asks if he is saying that there are mana beasts that he wouldn't even be capable of handling. Ulfrid says lances may be powerful, but they are still mortal, and the beast glades hold too many mysteries and surprises. He would expect that to be something he already know, and with all the strange events going on one can never be too careful. Arthur says from what he has seen so far, he's a better company than his colleagues. Ulfrid says that he is right. Vere and Baron aren't the best conversationalists. He asks Arthur how did he become such a capable mage at his age. Arthur says he has never seen him fight. He says that he has heard enough from Baron about his brother and from the students he just talked to. Arthur says that he is curious what he heard from them, given the fact that are still escorting him to prison. Ulfrid sighs and says this is a very peculiar situation they are in. Vere tells them that they are here. A path appears in front. Arthur is surprised to see that. Vare says welcome to the council's floating castle. They land at the castle. Lance Ulfrid absorbs the ride in his ring. He tells Arthur that dwarves always carry a bit of dirt with them wherever they go, especially since he can't just rip out parts of the wall and ground of this castle to use magic. Vare says that magic can't be used in the castle entrances, so they will be climbing the stairs. They start climbing the stairs, and after some time, they arrive at a hall. Lance Ulfrid tells Arthur now that they are inside the actual castle, it's best not to converse with them or any of the lances. Arthur thinks that this castle looks a lot like the one in his previous life. It is beautiful but empty and lonely. Vare opens the door, and they appear in front of the council. Gladers, Greysunders, and Eralits are present at the council. Vare bows and says they have brought Arthur before the council. Dossid gets angry at Arthur and asks if he thinks he's on the same level as the lances, and that he should take a knee at the very least. Arthur apologizes and says he's uneducated in the ways of paying respect to nobility and royalty. Blaine says they've all had a long journey. He tells Vare to uncuff Arthur so they can get started. Vare removes his cuffs. Alduin says before they begin, he would like to thank him not only as a leader but also as a father. Dossid gets furious and says they are here as leaders of this continent, not as fathers. Glodera says this boy violently mutilated one of his fellow schoolmates before killing him, and she doesn't believe any thanks are necessary. Dossid is holding a scroll in his hand and asks if he should remind everyone of his crime: both legs crushed, left arm cut, genitals along with pelvic bone crushed. Alduin tells Dossid that's enough. Muriel says they are all aware of the report, but they cannot ignore that he has also saved the students of Xyrus Academy. Dossid says yes, it's all convenient and everything that this boy saved the entire school, but this does not justify the torment he put the Wykes boy through. He likely used this fiasco as an excuse to get revenge on a rival of his. Alduin gets angry and says he's saying Arthur dived blindly into this dangerous scene for something like revenge, and even if so, they cannot prove his motives, but they can prove that he saved their children and what is left of the academy. Glodera raises her hand and says that she's not suggesting that they kill him. They merely need to cripple him as a mage. Dossid says this boy is too dangerous, and he asks what would happen if Arthur and his dragon decide to make them their enemies. Muriel says that he sounds paranoid, and she asks Blaine and Priscilla about their thoughts on this. Priscilla says that they agree that their children are safe because of Arthur. Blaine says that when speaking as rulers, they must consider Greysender's view as well. Alduin gets angry and asks if they should cripple the boy and kill the dragon on the off chance that he might harbor ill feelings towards them and decide to plot his revenge. Dossid gets furious and tells Alduin to find out his place. Alduin yells at him and says they are not here to throw around accusations. Dossid says do not think he's on the same level as them just because he sits here. May he remind him of his inability to care for his own lances. Dossid and Alduin starts arguing with each other. Arthur says he sees no point in him being here if he's not allowed to speak. Glodera says the boy is right. There is no need for this prisoner to be here. She orders Alfred to lock him up in the dungeon until further orders and lock his pet in a vault. Alduin tells Dossid and Glodera that this council is not for them to run and order. Dossid tells him to stand down elf and remember that he only has one lance at his disposal. Lance Alfred takes Arthur away and locks him in a prison cell. Arthur wonders if he truly has no choice but to depend on Alduin and Muriel to get him and Sylvie out of here unscathed. Alfred takes his handcuffs off and tells Arthur that he will stop by from time to time. Arthur says at least it is quiet here. A voice comes from another cell and asks if he is Arthur. Arthur is surprised to hear that voice. According to Director Goodsky, she had been imprisoned here for the last several days and news of the attack on Xyrus Academy was also kept from her. After hearing about the attack, she said that it was bound to happen but not as soon. They are moving forward with a plan and a lot faster than expected. Arthur asks who are they. She apologizes from Arthur for everything he has to deal with. She tells Arthur that she is forced and bound to stay silent, not by choice, but by forces and magic neither of them can oppose. Even just telling him this is painful and slowly activating the curse. Arthur says that is awfully convenient. Cynthia asks if he can tell her a bit more about how Lucas appeared when he was fighting him. Arthur says that he was on the same drug that had been going around the school for a while, but it was different with him. He was more powerful and sane. Cynthia apologizes for everything. Meanwhile, Dossid is having a conversation with Blaine. He says that he sleeps peacefully at night, and they will live and serve him and gain new riches and insight from his continent. Blaine drinks wine from the glass and says what they are doing is abandoning their people just so they can save their own asses. Dossid says this continent is due for total annihilation. There's going to be no one left to betray. Blaine looks at his reflection in the glass of wine and asks if he realized that they are betraying the entire population. Dossid says that was the agreement. If they hope to have a future for this continent, Arthur and his bond have to go back to him. Blaine gets angry and says he's talking about the boy who saved the entire future generation of this continent, including his own children. Dossid says there will be no future generation if he doesn't side with him. Blaine finishes the wine in his glass and says he's well aware of their agreement, so rest assured, she will have his vote. But he can't spout irrational accusations. Dossid leaves in anger and says he thought they had an agreement. Blaine thinks that he wanted to make his ancestors proud. He thinks that his talent as a mage was subpar, and even with countless elixirs and aids, he was barely able to break into the red stage. He saw how his father was blinded by power, and so he swore to never lose sight of why he needed power, to maintain peace and to protect his family and people. Blaine starts drinking again and thinks that riches mean nothing to him like Dossid. He believes that Arthur's sacrifice is for the good of this continent. He wonders if it's Arthur's poor luck to be involved in this conspiracy. Arthur sees a castle and numerous crows flying in the air. He wonders why are there so many crows and what are they eating? Arthur starts climbing the wall and feels that something is wrong. Arthur looks at some heads on spikes. The heads turn and Arthur sees his parents, Ellie and Tess. Arthur starts screaming. He gets up and realizes that he is having a nightmare. He starts trembling. Arthur gets scared to see someone inside the prison. She hands Arthur a letter and leaves. Arthur starts reading the letter, and it states that he fears the scale of this incident is much deeper and more sinister than what it appears to be on the surface. He doesn't have much time. Soon, the council will declare him and Cynthia Goodsky the perpetrators of the act of terrorism. He overheard an exchange between King Glader and Dossid. They are planning to deliver him to someone alive. He has sent his father to take his family to a safe and hidden location. He has done so much for Tess, but his apologies, for this is all he can do for him right now, his truly Alduin. The letter starts vanishing. Arthur hears some footsteps. He sees Lance Baron standing outside. Baron tells Arthur that the council is waiting. He brings Arthur outside the meeting room and says that he is looking forward to this trial. He smirks and says after he is imprisoned, He will make sure to treat his family with the same care he showed his brother. Arthur asks if he is honestly trying to pick a fight with a 13-year-old. Baron grabs his collar and says he doesn't think that he understands what is going to happen to him. Arthur says that he is amazed to see that the great Lance Baron is threatening innocent families to take vengeance for his lunatic younger brother who killed innocent students. Arthur says he chose to kill those students, and he chose to go to the dark side. Baron throws Arthur away. He hits the door, and the door opens a little. A voice comes from inside that Cynthia Goodsky is now sentenced to public execution. Arthur is shocked to hear that the guards are taking Cynthia outside. Arthur appears before the council. Dawsett opens the scroll and says let it be known that the council was merciful. He says that though his actions may have called for execution under different circumstances, they have agreed that since his actions were for the greater good, his sentencing will instead be as follows. Arthur Lewin is to be stripped of his title as a mage, and of all benefits that come with that title, and he is to be imprisoned until future notice. Dawsett asks Arthur if there is anything he would like to say. Arthur asks what he means by until further notice. Blaine tells Arthur that they will be monitoring the victims of the incident and their families. As soon as the events have dissipated from the public mind, they will release him, so think of it as a sort of provisional detention instead of imprisonment. Arthur says that is fair enough and asks what about his bond. Glodera smashes her hand on the table and says the council is being kind enough to let him live. He should be thanking them, yet he asks for more. Alduin tells Arthur that losing his rights as a mage means that he will no longer be able to keep his bond. Arthur says that he understands, and Dawsett happily tells Arthur that his pet will be in good hands. The council is aware that a creature of her caliber requires a mage just as powerful. Blaine orders Baron to take Arthur to his cell and keep him chained. Baron takes Arthur away, and Arthur thinks that he has no doubt that the Greysunders are more than happy to help the Vritra. Baron takes Arthur to his cell and shoves him inside and slams the gate. Arthur sighs and says this isn't so bad if he ignores the bars. It sure beats the white room he took him in. Winsome appears from behind and says it seems he was expecting him. Arthur says it is about time. Winsome is carrying Sylvia in his arms. Meanwhile, Dawsett and Glodera are celebrating and drinking wine together. Dawsett tells her to think of all the changes coming their way. They, along with their people, have been chosen to lead this continent into a new era alongside him. She asks if he was truly that powerful. He tells her that he has faced many terrible mana beasts back in the day, when it was just him and his war axe, Full Cleave. Those encounters have led him to linger at the gates of death countless times, but nothing ever made him as fearful as he did when he made himself known to him for the first time. He looks at his wife and says that he chose them when he didn't need them to achieve his goals. He raises the glass of wine and says that Blaine and Alduin like to joke about how the kings of this continent lack power and potential compared to their people. But he was once more powerful than them, so he spanked her and told her to get him a refill. Glodera starts pouring wine into his glass, and Dawsett starts drinking again and thinks that his mana core became permanently damaged just because some peasant mage managed to land a strike on his core just because he caught him in bed with his wife. He thinks that torture and execution were enough for what he did. Glodera grabs his face and says that he knows their people admire him. He says they obey him the most. If it weren't for the 2 lances in his possession, they'd be throwing a riot to get him off the throne. She tells him that they will kill everyone who tries to do that because he has the power, the lances, and now him by his side. Dawsett starts laughing and says she is right. She gets on top of him and starts kissing him. Suddenly, someone destroys the door, and Dawsett asks who dares to barge in like that. A man with silver hair and an eye on his forehead enters the room and says greetings, Greysunders. He is holding a guard by the neck, and he has a hole in his chest. Dawsett starts yelling. He asks if he knows who he is. A strong energy starts emitting from the eye on his forehead. He says that they both are an infestation that he has been instructed to remove. There's a strong blast. Lance Alfred arrives at the scene and blocks the attack. He apologizes to the king and queen, saying that the intruder will not be leaving. The man with silver hair says that needless bloodshed is not his desire. He only comes for the Greysunders' heads. Alfred says that he will not be getting them and will attack them. Alfred punches the ground and says Magma Knights. The knights appear around him and start attacking him. He moves his hand and easily destroys them. Alfred says bestow upon him hell armor, and Alfred gets his entire body covered in magma armor. Alfred rushes to punch the man with silver hair, but the attack doesn't reach him. He pushes Alfred away with a strong force. Alfred hits the pillar and falls to the ground. The man tells Alfred that he has impressive skills for a lesser being. He tells Alfred that his power may prove useful for the future of this continent and instantly moves near Alfred. He points his finger at Alfred's head and blasts him away with a powerful strike. He turns his attention to Graysunders and says he apologizes for making them wait. At the same time, another lance appears from behind and attacks him, but he dodges the attacks. The lance says Micah is sorry for being late. Dawsed tells Micah that he was almost killed. Micah rushes to attack him again, but he dodges and asks if that is her limit. He uses his finger blast again and sends her flying. Dawsed is bowing down and Glaudera tells him that once her husband become the new right hand of Agrona of Ritra, an almighty deity. Dawsed grabs his wife's head and makes her bow in front of him. The man with white hair says there are no deities in this world, only asuras. Dawsed starts begging and says, please have mercy on them. He will do anything. The man with white hair says that Agrona failed to choose his pawns with proper caution. Dawsed says he never met him. He called out to him, threatening his wife and people. He tells Dawsed to release his 2 lances from the oath. Dawsed thinks that he was always taught that the oath should never be released, but his life is at stake. Dawsed takes off his locket and breaks it. He says please let him go now. The man with white hair asks when he said he would let him go. He kills them both in an instant by shooting a beam at them and says the game of chess has begun. Arthur pats Sylvie and sees that she's still sleeping. Winsome hands over Sylvie to Arthur and Arthur thanks him. Winsome says he got himself and Lady Sylvie caught so soon and by allies of the Vritra. Winsome tells Arthur that his actions to save the Academy were admirable, but he and Lady Sylvie's safety should be above all. Arthur tells him that there were people whose lives he considers more important than his own. Winsome asks if it was for the elf princess. Arthur shakes his head and says not just her but his best friend and the disciplinary committee. Winsome says what's done is done, but he doesn't understand why they took his friend with him. Arthur says that he doesn't know either, but now that he is here to get them out, he needs to find out where they took Elijah. Winsome asks if he plans to save him. He tells Arthur that their investigation has informed them that they took him back to Alacria. Arthur sits on the bed and sighs. Winsome tells Arthur that he can't even escape from this place, but he wants to save him. It's a suicide mission. Arthur puts his hands on his head and says that part of him still wants to follow him in the hopes that he's still alive so that he can save him. But he seems to be very sure that he will die as soon as he steps foot there. Arthur asks what he should do. Winsome says that they are lucky the man named Draniv left before he arrived. The Vritra hold enough interest that they want him alive, but if they found out about Lady Sylvie, then he's afraid even the Asuras will have a hard time keeping him safe. Arthur asks if he should just give up on his best friend. He counted on getting help from Alduin, and he knew that he wouldn't leave him here with Sylvie considering that most of the council is working for the Vritra. There aren't many options for him here. He can't hide with his family without the lances tracking his mana signature, and he can't hide in the beast glades without the mana beasts getting to them. Arthur asks Winsome what he's supposed to do. Winsome sighed and said that it seemed like he had spent a lot of time in this cell thinking about the situation. Arthur says that the Graysunders are closely connected to the Vritra, and the Gladers seem to be on their side as well, but he has a hunch they're reluctant. Winsome says impressive. At the same time, the gate opens and Lance Baron enters and asks who he is and how did he get in here. Baron asks if he is with the other intruder. Winsome says yes. Baron starts releasing his magic and says then there's no explanation necessary. Baron attacks Winsome with Flash Ray. Winsome easily grabs his attack using one hand and tells Baron there is no longer a reason for him to fight. Baron gets furious and prepares to attack again. Winsome says enough and tells Baron to kneel. Baron falls to the ground and gets pushed. Lance Vere arrives there and tells Baron to stop. Baron gets up and says he doesn't understand. Vere tells him that he is a deity and not someone he can address so casually. Lance Vere bows and says her apologies, Great One. Their king humbly asks for his presence. After some time, Winsome arrives with Arthur at the conference room. The man with white hair says to those who don't know him his name is Aldir. Aldir says he will put things simply. He and Winsome are sent here to give the lesser beings a chance of survival in the imminent war with the Vritra. Alduin says just as they feared, the war is coming. Aldir says that he has already taken the first step of discarding the corrupt. The Graysunders have been eliminated, and their lances are now under his control. Aldir looks at Blaine and says they have also gracefully decided to look past any misguided decisions that may have been made. Blaine gets scared and says it is clear that their abilities are beyond theirs. He asks if the Xyrus cannot go to the continent of Alakria and defeat the Vritra. Aldir shakes his head and says it is a lot more complicated than that. The Vritra clan, along with the 3 other clans under their command, were all former Xyrus who have broken their law. A battle of that magnitude would undoubtedly level the world. The Xyrus and the Vritra clan had agreed to a treaty where no higher beings could directly attack another or interfere with any lesser beings. Arthur asks if the fact that he killed the Graysunders contradicts that. Winsome shakes his head and says Dickathan is now up against a population governed directly by a Grona of the Vritra. He would not be rash enough to break the treaty for them, simply evening out the playing field. Arthur gets furious and asks what of the Blackhorn demons that have been invading their land for years. They've been here much longer than they have been aware of them. And one was responsible for killing a lance. Alduin gets up from his chair and asks how does he know that. Cynthia shows him a little fragment and asks if he is talking about the owner of this fragment. Aldir tells Arthur that it wasn't a lie when Winsome said that he is not simple. He tells Arthur that the ones sneaking into this continent are not Xyrus. Aldir tells everyone that those monsters were once lesser beings, such as themselves. They have gone through countless experiments. Muriel says there are monsters who aren't even Xyrus, but are still capable of destroying the strongest mages in Dickathan. She asks if it's even possible for them to win. Aldir says these monsters are limited and Agrona's trump card in this war. He will not dispatch them as recklessly as before now that he knows of his presence. He tells them to think of him as a general in this upcoming war. It is in the Xyrus' best interest to defend this continent. After that, Arthur and Winsome leaves the room and Arthur asks, shouldn't they be involved in the talk of war? Winsome says Aldir is more than capable of taking care of the preparations here on his own. He tells Arthur that they are going to visit his family. He needs to say his goodbyes. Arthur asks where he's going. Winsome says that he is taking them to the land of Xyrus and his training will be held in Ephiatus. Arthur is surprised to hear that. After some time, Arthur and Winsome are walking through a forest. Arthur says he is not a fan of doing these long walks through the forest again. He asks if he couldn't have transported them closer to Elder Rinia. Winsome says he could have transported them directly there, thus disrupting the barrier protecting his family from any danger. Arthur says good call, and Winsome asks if he is paying attention to what he is telling him about Ephiatus and the Great Eight. Arthur says yes, there are 8 races of Xyrus in Ephiatus, and each race comprises multiple clans, but only one clan of each race is considered one of the High Eight, and the Vritra clan is part of the Basilisk race. Arthur says he still can't believe the rest of the clans tried to assassinate Agrona. He would have thought the treaty was the first and only answer because of peace and all that. Winsome says Agrona was a little too dangerous for them to consider a treaty from the beginning. They had no idea what he was doing on Alakria, or what he had in store for them, so they agreed it was best to get rid of Agrona directly. They arrive near Rinia's place. Arthur says he is still a little confused how Sylvia fits into all this though, and why she even ended up in Dickathan. Winsome says what he's about to disclose must stay with him. This information is known only to a few members of the Indrath clan. Winsome tells Arthur at that time, Lady Sylvia traveled down with the elite division to defeat Agrona. Arthur is surprised to hear that and asks if they allowed her to go. Arthur says that he told him that they knew nothing about what to expect and that Agrona was dangerous. Winsome says Lord Indrath didn't allow her to do anything. She concealed herself and snuck onto the team and only revealed herself when it was too late for her to return. They arrive at the waterfalls. Winsome says as for how she was captured and why she hid even from them after she had escaped, he's not sure. Arthur asks what happened to the Xyrus that went down. Winsome says something no one was expecting. Agrona was waiting not only with a larger army of basilisks, but of lesser races that had the same innate magical abilities as the Xyrus. He tells Arthur that the Vritra clan had been interbreeding with the lesser races on Alakria. Arthur is shocked to hear that. Winsome says that they were tremendously outnumbered by tens of thousands of soldiers, and everyone from Ephiodus was killed or captured. Agrona had appeared before Lord Indrath, delivering the news himself that Lady Sylvia was killed in battle. Lord Indrath was ready to wage war, ignoring the consequences. But the other clans pushed for a treaty. It forbade the Asuras from acting directly because of the collateral damage that would fall on this world if the 7 Asura races of Ephiodus were to go to war with the Vritra, and they wanted to push for accountability from the other basilisks in Ephiodus. But it would be wrong to punish an entire race for someone's wrongdoings. Arthur says that is horrible. Arthur thinks that the other clans of Ephiodus probably could have done the same as the Vritra, create powerful soldiers from interbreeding. But their morals and their pride probably stopped them. If Agrona had really spent all those years on Alacria, then the numbers of Vritra must have grown substantially, let alone the power imbalance between Alacria and Dicathan. Arthur says, so the 6 ancient artifacts you gave to the people of Dicathan. Winsome says they were handed down to the people of Dicathan in order to create a more even battlefield. Arthur says, so this is where he comes in. He's a chess piece on the side of the Asura clans in this war. Winsome says it'll be easier for the both of them if he just see it as trying to protect his friends and family. Winsome asks Arthur if he has considered how he's going to break the news to his parents. Arthur nods in approval. Meanwhile, at Rinia's place, Reynolds is cooking some food while Ellie and Alice are sitting by the fire talking to each other. Reynolds hands Alice some dishes. Arthur says it smells good. He asks if there's enough for him. Everyone starts running towards Arthur. They hug Arthur. Ellie asks Sylvie how she is. Arthur asks why didn't she ask how he's doing. Ellie hugs him and says he always seemed to come back alive. Suddenly, everyone feels a strong pressure. Arthur asks Winsome to calm down a bit. Arthur tells everyone to meet Winsome, the person who saved him and his prospective teacher. Everyone is surprised to see Winsome. Rinia bows and says welcome, Master Winsome. Alice starts smiling and says he must be a powerful mage. She thanks him for saving her son. After some time, everyone is sitting by the fire and talking to each other. Winsome clears his throat and nods at Arthur. Arthur gets up and asks Rinia if it is right for him to speak with his parents in private. She nods in approval. Arthur goes inside the house with his parents, and Alice tells Arthur that he is worrying about them. Arthur says that he knows that he has put them through a lot, but there's something he needs to do. But before we begin, there's something he thought long and hard about telling the two of them ever since he came to this world. Alice asks if he remembers when he was born, and Arthur says kind of. He tells her that he remembers better than anyone else the moment he was born. At that time, he was transported reborn. Arthur says that something happened, and he was taken from his world and brought into this one. Reynolds tells Arthur to wait a minute, he's going to have to back up. Alice gets down on her knees and grabs Arthur's face. She asks what he's talking about. She asks if that teacher told him all of this. Arthur grabs her arms and says no one knows about this. He doesn't know the correct term for this phenomenon either. He has thought about this for a while, but his best guess is that it's something akin to reincarnation. Alice asks if something happened after they took him away. Reynolds tells her to let the boy speak. Arthur described the world that he came from, at least the part he could remember. The role that he played there, and the relationships that he had with an excruciating amount of detail, so they would understand he wasn't making this up. Throughout it all, his parents stayed silent for the most part. His father would ask questions here and there, but his face remained expressionless. His mother, however, was obviously shaken up, her face pale. The trembling of her hands increased as his story progressed. He couldn't tell how much time had passed, but it seemed like he had been talking for several hours. Reynolds says so, as well as his talent in magic and his fighting. Arthur says yes, the Kai system in his old world worked similarly to certain aspects of mana in this world. Alice starts crying and laughing at the same time. She asks if this is a joke, and she bumps her elbow with Reynolds and says he got them there. She asks Arthur if this is a cruel joke. Alice tells Arthur that he can't be some former king who died and was transported into the mind of her unborn child. Arthur looks down and says he doesn't know what happened, but he's not lying. Alive grabs her head in disbelief and says this is not happening. She grabs Reynolds and says that their son is sick. Reynolds starts comforting her, and Arthur leaves the room. Arthur is talking with Ellie outside, and the door opens. Reynolds tells Ellie to go and stay inside with her mother. Ellie hugs Arthur and says she will not ask if he has to go away again. She will just always come back. Reynolds and Arthur start walking away from the house. He tells Arthur that his mother is sleeping right now. Arthur asks if she is all right. Reynolds says that she is in shock right now. Arthur asks if he believes him. Reynolds says that he has no reason to lie to them about this, and it all makes sense now, the early awakening, his brilliance as a fighter and a mage. Arthur asks if he is okay. Reynolds starts shouting at Arthur and says, of course, he is not okay. This is not easy news to swallow. With all of the memories they had as a family in the past, he asks if the way he acted was all fake and how he's supposed to act around him now. Reynolds says he was older than him, and yet he is here now as his 13-year-old son. He shouts that his mother nursed him as an infant. She mothered a middle-aged man, thinking he was her own son. Reynolds punches the wall and destroys it. Blood starts dripping from his hand, and he asks if he is truly his son or if he took over the unborn baby that would have been their son. Arthur says maybe he did replace the baby that could have been their son, but he doesn't know how this process that brought him here works. He didn't want to keep hiding this from them, but now he's questioning whether he made the right choice. Arthur says he wanted to tell them before he left. Reynolds asks if he is leaving. Arthur says he thinks that under the current circumstances, it'll be good to spend some time apart. Reynolds asks how long he will be gone, and Arthur says for a few years. Arthur walks past him and says that he never had any memories of family in his own world. Growing up in an environment where no one truly loved him made him an unrivaled fighter but a crappy person. But ever since coming to this world, the two of them, and later Ellie, taught him something he had never known. He may not be the strongest fighter or mage in this world, but he's a hell of a better person now than he ever would have been in his previous life. Arthur has tears in his eyes and says that he is sorry for the hurt he caused and thanks Reynolds for making him a better man. Reynolds starts crying. Tears start falling from Arthur's face and he thanks Reynolds for loving him. Arthur leaves and he returns to Winsome. Winsome gets up and asks if he is done. Arthur picks up Sylvia and says they should leave. Rinia asks if he is not going to say goodbye to his family. Arthur says there is no need. He bows and thanks her for taking care of his family. Arthur is about to leave, but Rinia stops him and says that his expression is frightening. It is unbefitting of someone as kind-hearted as him. She can only begin to understand the gravity of the upcoming battles that lay ahead of him, but do not fall back to his old ways. Arthur is surprised to hear that. She tells Arthur that the deeper he goes into that pit, the harder it will be to return. Winsome puts a drop of his blood on something on the ground, and light starts coming out. Arthur asks if there is something wrong with his expression. Winsome replies that his expression reminded him of the Pantheon Asuras of Ephiodus, a race of fine warriors who have learned to close off their emotions in order to fight with the most efficiency. Winsome tells Arthur that he needs his full concentration once they are in Ephiodus. Arthur says that he is ready as they move toward the portal. Reynolds hated himself for what happened. A part of him wished he had told Arthur that it was okay, that he was still family. But a bigger part of him, the part that he hated, wished he would have just never told them. He had known since early on in Arthur's life that he was different. Maybe it was so hard for him to accept it because it went against his own pride. His own selfish pride that maybe, just maybe, he had raised a genius that only came once in a millennium. The signs were always there. His strange behavior from an early age, his unexplainable prowess as a swordsman, and his talent as a mage. Reynolds comes back and sits next to Rinia. She tells him that he left. Reynolds says that he figured. Rinia says that she was afraid of the day he would tell them. Reynolds is surprised to hear that and asks if she knows. Rinia says that she sees many things, but only for that boy does she have to grind her old head to try and piece together what's in store for him. Reynolds says he is hardly a boy. Rinia says he's still a child to her. She looks up and says she always thought it was funny. The preconceptions that people have about age and intelligence, the older someone is, the more wisdom he or she should possess, and the more intelligent someone is, the more logical he or she should be. Pair those two traits up, and the intelligent senior should be some cold, calculating shrew. Rinia asks if he considers her a cold, calculating shrew. Reynolds says, of course not, but he doesn't get what this has to do with Arthur. Rhaenyra asks if he wasn't wishing that Arthur would have kept his mouth shut so that he would feel better being ignorant. Rhaenyra says she can bet that he was wondering why Arthur told him in the first place. She says the heart remains the brain's biggest enemy. Reynolds asks if Arthur was running more on emotion than logic when he told them this. Rhaenyra replies she doesn't know what he is thinking, but she knows this. She has known the boy since he was a mere toddler in this world, and he's come a long way since then. She gets up and says perhaps this was the large step he had to take to fully break out of that cold shell he once found safety and comfort in. Rhaenyra gives something to Reynolds and says hold on to this for her so that she can prepare some food for his wife. Arthur's master told her it was a gift for the Lewin family. Reynolds gets surprised to see a bear wrapped in a towel. Ellie comes from behind and says it is cute. She asks if they can keep it. Reynolds gets startled by her. He tells Ellie that she scared him. Ellie looks into Bear's eyes and their eyes shine bright. Reynolds thinks, well, there goes his dreams of having a mighty mana beast to ride into battle, but it is better for his precious daughter to have a bond to protect her. Ellie picks up the bear and says she'll name him Boo because the black spots make him look like he's always mad. Ellie tells her father that Mama is awake. Reynolds goes straight to his wife. Alice asks how long she has been asleep, and he replies for a few hours. Alice asks if Arthur is gone. He says yes. Alice says that she is a horrible person. Reynolds embraces her and says that she is not. She starts crying and says that she called Arthur sick. Reynolds says that is normal. He wouldn't trust anyone who could easily accept what Arthur had told them. Alice asks if she's a terrible person for doubting whether Arthur is their son. Reynolds thinks that he called himself terrible for the exact same thing. Alice was the one who went through the pain of pregnancy for 9 months before enduring the agony of labor. She nursed him, fed him, took care of him when he was sick, and taught him the ways of this world. Now, everything she knew about the child turned out to be a lie. He needed to be the strong one. Alice apologizes to her husband. He hugs her and says she did nothing to feel sorry for. They just need some time to sort out their feelings. Alice asks how long he will be gone, and Reynolds replies that he will be gone for a few years. Alice says that she wonders what their son would have been like if Arthur hadn't taken over. Reynolds hugs her tightly and says, "Please don't say that." They both start crying. Alice tells Reynolds that have not once referred to Arthur as their son since they started talking. Reynolds says right now, just as it is for her, it's hard for him to confidently call Arthur their son. Hopefully, that'll change the next time they see him, but it doesn't change the fact that they have considered him family for over 13 years now. They laughed, celebrated, and shed tears together, and that's what brought them together. Reynolds tells her to remember when Arthur sacrificed his life for her on his way to Xyrus. He wouldn't have done something like that if he didn't care about her. He tells Alice that she's not a horrible person. It's just going to take them some time to wrap their heads around this. Alice wipes her tears and tells Reynolds to stop staring. She must look disgusted right now. Reynolds kisses her forehead and says that she is beautiful. Ellie tells her mother to come to see Boo, but her parents get startled. Alice asks what she means by that. Reynolds says that he will tell her later, and they both start smiling. Meanwhile, Arthur and Winsome arrive at Ephiatus through the portal. There are cherry blossom trees everywhere. Arthur says it is beautiful. Winsome welcomes him to Ephiatus and the Indrath Caln's castle. Arthur is amazed to see a large dragon statue covering a beautiful castle under its wings. Soon, he reached Indrath Clan's castle. Its entrance had a massive golden gate. Arthur was a bit anxious but still kept walking while carrying Sylvia. The Arthur was stunned as there were no guards or watchmen at the entrance, and the man informed him that they had been watching them since they crossed over the bridge. Elder Winsome instructed the Arthur to stop chatting and went inside as they shouldn't keep Lord Indrath waiting too long. They entered the castle, which was so well designed and clean that it sparkled and shone throughout the entire castle and dazed Arthur's eyes. He was dumbfounded to see Sylvia's home, and he asked the man if he wanted to give him any last tips before meeting this almighty Lord of Lords, Sylvia's grandfather. Unfortunately, even Elder Winsome did not know what to expect because this situation was peculiar. After some time, they reached another gate outside where a man and a woman with scars on their face were standing and waiting for them. The woman was pleased to see Elder Winsome back and delighted when he finally brought the human boy. The man named Cygnus wondered if it was appropriate for a human child to carry the princess. Elder Winsome instructed Cygnus to let it be as they are bonded, and the Arthur inquired if they could now let them go in or not. So they turned back, went toward the gate, and opened it for them to let them in, and they went inside. The Lord sat on his throne inside the room while indulging in his deep thoughts. Elder Winsome knelt before him and greeted his lord Indrath, who instructed the elder to stand. The Arthur wondered if this man was Lord Indrath, but his aura was strange, and he couldn't sense it. The Arthur was startled as suddenly he started feeling excruciating pain running down his whole body. Unable to predict such a hasty change, he wondered what was going on as the sign on his body started burning abruptly, and he knelt. Lord Indrath sighed, and Arthur was stunned as suddenly his body stopped burning and Sylvia was missing from his arm. So he surprisingly looked toward the Lord and wondered how he did that. Lord Indrath noticed him staring at him and inquired what the matter was and if he was not allowed to embrace his granddaughter. The Lord was looking at his granddaughter and was astounded as he could see that Arthur had done nothing to train her because her mana level was insultingly low. Seeing how his granddaughter appears to have gone into a hibernating state right now, he could tell that Arthur might have strained her. The Arthur furiously clenched his teeth, but Elder Winsome apologized to his lord as he thought he should have trained Lady Sylvia while he was in Dicathan. The elder asked Lord Indrath if it was his liking, and then he could start her training immediately. The Lord refused as he personally wanted to look after Sylvia and train her, which further infuriated Arthur, and he forcefully clenched his hands. Lord Indrath adorably patted her head, which startled her, and she became conscious and was a bit cluttered. She stared at the Lord with confusion, then looked behind Arthur and called him her father. She asked where they were. Arthur told her they were far away and inquired how she felt now. Sylvia yawned as she still felt sleepy and asked for permission to go back to sleep, and the Arthur nodded his head, telling her to sleep. The Arthur asks the Lord, as Elder Winsome has already explained what is needed of him, but the Elder has yet to fill him in on why exactly he was brought there. If it was simply for training purposes, Arthur supposed that some remote dungeon in Dicathan would be more suitable than getting him to the land of deities, Ephiatis. Lord Indrath uttered that he had deemed Arthur a necessary piece to help them against Agrona and his growing army. The Lord takes it as a yes that the Arthur has already understood the mutual benefit of winning the approaching war. The Lord explained that it would be most beneficial to assign several specialists to help Winsome train the Arthur during his stay there. He wanted the Arthur to consider it an honor since only the most talented of the younger generations would receive the training that he would go through, and he summoned 2 girls. Arthur inquired how Lord Indrath would know when the war approached and how much time they even had before the commencement of the war. The 2 girls handed Sylvia to the Lord, and he said this was for him to worry about. He wanted the Arthur to focus on his training, and he would notify Winsome when it was time for Arthur to return to his homeland. Elder Winsome drags the Arthur away, but he is concerned and inquires about what will happen to Sylvia. The Lord clarified that his granddaughter would stay with him until her training was over. This shocked Arthur, and he wondered how long it would take and when he would see her again. Without getting his answer from Lord Indrath, Elder Winsome instructed him to leave, leaving him with no choice, so he left while Sylvia was sleeping. Later, outside the castle, the Arthur still doesn't get the point of that meeting. Although he could tolerate being judged by Lord Indrath, he wasn't prepared for Sylvia to be taken away. Elder Winsome explained that the relationship between Arthur and the Xyrus was like a grudging tolerance. Because of this, their lord chose to make this meeting private, and the fact that they had no choice but to rely on a lesser being wound their pride. He assures the Arthur that he shouldn't worry because both he and Lady Sylvia would not be mistreated in their land, and both of them were very important to them. Arthur believed the words Lord Indrath said were necessary pieces in the war, but the same thing was what he guessed. Soon, they reached a place where the elder grabbed his arm and informed him that they were at the location, so he should hold on tightly. The Arthur was surprised to see the area as they had been walking for hours to train there. The Arthur was startled and started shouting as Elder Winsome threw him away, and his eyes spread out of shock when the tree trunk started covering his entire face. He was shocked and unable to understand the situation, but soon he was thrown into a different dimension. Soon after, Elder Winsome followed him and was delighted to see Cordry again. The bald man named Cordry appeared and was glad to see Elder Winsome again, and he approached them. Cordry recognized the Arthur, knowing he might be the human Arthur Lewin he had heard about. Elder Winsome introduced Cordry to the Arthur as he was his close friend and was from the Thiast's clans of the Pantheon Asura race, just like Aldir. The Arthur greeted him and was glad to meet him. Cordry looked at Winsome and inquired if Lord Indrath indeed granted him with the Ether Orb. Elder Winsome affirmed, which stunned Cordry as Lord Indrath had invested too much into this human. The Arthur continuously heard their conversation, and out of curiosity, he inquired what this Ether Orb was. Cordry went into the lake and uttered that his orb would help the Arthur in training immensely. He will borrow the dragon race's ability to influence ether, a powerful element that flows through and influences the entire universe. They could use the orb to separate the body from the soul and use its power to manipulate time. But the Arthur apologized and asked what he meant because he didn't understand a word. Elder Winsome explained that, along with the orb, Lord Indrath has allowed them to use his exclusive training ground. The ether-rich liquid inside this pond will help accelerate Arthur's training and heal wounds that he will incur throughout this process. The Arthur looked behind and was startled as suddenly the water was rising from the pond and wondered what was happening. Soon, his whole body was covered with water, and Elder Winsome looked at him and smiled as if he would see it soon. The Arthur remembered that they underwent 8 hours of combat training in his previous life at the institution, followed up with 10 hours of meditation to nurture their Kai centers. There was no denying that the training was flawed, but the only useful information that instructors had taught the Arthur was the vital spots of the human body. But their techniques were a brutish, senseless way of trying to inflict damage as, because of that violent training, he coughed out blood and furiously clenched his fist. Still, he had followed the instructor's training regimen to the bone and attended all the lessons he could. He grinned, and his instructor hurriedly kicked him before he could act and move away. Before his Kai Center had cultivated, he spent those training hours losing and failing against his classmates. The Arthur couldn't believe it as it was hilarious how easily memories from the past resurfaced when they were placed in similar situations. At the present moment, he was again fighting his instructor, Cordry, trying to defend himself by blocking his attacks and covering his face, yet he got kicked, flipped, and thrown away. He fell to the ground, and as soon as he opened his eyes, Arthur was startled as Cordry was at his head, ready to punch right at his face. He turned and managed to protect his face from the attack, yet his shoulder was punched hard, which caused a fracture and bruising. The pain was unbearable for him, so he shouted. Although in the worst conditions, he didn't give up and tried to stand. His whole body was trembling. Cordry rushed to attack him while Arthur tried his best to evade his attack, but after some time, he came out of the pond as that was enough training. Due to excessive damage and severe training, he was out of breath, and his eyes spread out with the shock of being tormented like this. The Arthur tried calming himself down while his instructor, Cordry, stood aside and observed him. After returning to his senses, he wiped his mouth, looked at Cordry, and told him he could keep going. Cordry was amazed and turned toward Elder Wisdom and remarked that the human boy had admirable willpower and inquired how much time had passed this time. Elder Winsome looked at the time and informed him that it was just 5 minutes out there, so Cordry roughly estimated that it might be an hour for them. Winsome looked at the Arthur, and he informed him that the more he was forced out of the soul realm, the more time would be wasted in his training. So, even with the slowing of time, he would not be ready for the war if Arthur were expelled every few minutes like that. While setting his hair, the Arthur urged not to blame him for that. Instead, Elder Winsome should blame his friend who killed him once every few minutes. Cordry was astounded and explained that he was doing only what the Arthur could handle. Even young Xyrus, who don't die nearly as often as Arthur, did have a hard time coping with the stress. Yet Arthur was dealing with the sensation of dying quite well. His wonderful compliment amazed the Arthur, so Cordry suggested they continue training. They sit in the pond, close their eyes, and soon reach the parallel universe where Arthur is again poorly beaten. His whole face is swollen and bruised, and he again gets punched by Cordry. It has been over a week since Arthur started this Tortu training in what he learned was Lord Indrath's exclusive training ground. When they began, Winsome explained that he would fight Cordry in his soul state, and thanks to the Ether Orb, the pain he felt while dying would be significantly diminished. It left Arthur wondering how unbearable the pain would be in the physical realm. Counting the time he spent out in the physical realm, eating, sleeping, and resting after dying too many times in the Soul Realm. He had spent over a few months in this grassland training with the well-tempered and patient Cordry. Cordry's attack pattern was always the same each time, but even after weeks, the Arthur was barely able to dodge. His instructor wants him to trust his body because, as long as he can, his body will be the only thing that will not fail him. After another fight, he comes out of the pond and is embarrassed, but that is just the difference in power between them. After some time, they go for another round. Arthur's eyes spread with fear as he gets attacked, and he's got a cut on his face. Then, he gets kicked by Cordry, but he manages to evade his few attacks. Cordry was delighted and applauded the Arthur, who kept up the match more extended than usual. He wants the Arthur to see past the pain his body can handle, so he doesn't want him to grow desperate and stay level-headed. Cordry attacked him with his elbow, which he managed to evade without being attentive toward the other attack, and he got kicked in his face and thrown away. He was again lying on the grassland with a swollen and injured face when Cordry approached him and remarked that Arthur managed not to get himself killed. He instructed the Arthur to rest until his soul state was healed. Abruptly, Arthur's injured parts started shining, and all of his injuries healed. The Arthur stands to fight again, but Cordry instructs him to take a break from combat training for a while. The Arthur wonders what his instructors mean and inquires if he is not learning fast enough. Cordry shakes his head and denies it because the Arthur's ability to grasp and comprehend is quite frightening. Because of his stubbornness, Cordry was afraid that Arthur would break if they kept going at the current pace unwittingly. The Arthur needs clarification about knowing that he will break as he thinks the realm inside the Ether Orb will not allow him to die. Besides, Arthur felt his soul state was regenerating rapidly as long as Cordry didn't kill him instantly. He was confident he should be okay. Cordry explained that he wasn't talking about the Arthur's body, but about injuries in his mind. Currently, Arthur is experiencing constant death, but death is no longer an endpoint, but the precursor of a level of pain that even Xyrus finds daunting. That kind of trauma will start to get in the way of producing the sort of fighter he was training Arthur to become. When they were talking about this level of pain, too much of it and his body will instinctively try to save itself regardless of whether he wants it to or not. So, just enough pain will make it his most reliable sword and shield, which could adversely damage him. The Arthur stands after hearing this and clarifies that he is fine, so they don't need to rest. But he is startled by Cordry's horrifying aura. He furiously approached him and then rushed and punched Arthur straight in his chest. Cordry's fist pierced through his body. The Arthur coughed out enormous blood and fell on the ground. Cordry called him and remarked that his experiences and instincts differed from most people. As much as there were things to be taught to Arthur, there were also many things he would have to unlearn simultaneously. He patted his head and promised to mold Arthur into an unparalleled fighter, not just among lesser beings but also among asuras, and he pulled out his arm from his chest. He was trembling, but he didn't understand where it was because of the lethal wound in her chest or the excitement from training with a skilled mentor. Or maybe it was from the war they'd have to prepare for. He excitedly looked at the sky and felt it was a mixture of all three. Later, they fought again when Cordry approached him and seemed like a monster and a true predator. Cordry informs the Arthur that he is coming, so he should be prepared. Arthur gets into his position and starts attacking him as soon as he reaches close to him. He curses his fortune because no matter how hard he tries, he fails to land even a single strike, instead get attacked again. Over a month had passed in the outside world, which means about a year had passed in this parallel world. The Arthur looks behind to find his instructor, but is startled as he isn't there. He appears from another direction, hurriedly attacking him. Cordry appraised the Arthur as his movements improved, even with his aura's suppression. He attacked Arthur, which he tried to block, but was pushed back by his tremendous force. While trembling, he still didn't lose hope and rushed to attack his master. But on his way, his body couldn't bear to move further, and he knelt. Cordry applauded him as his performance wasn't bad. His master returned to his usual self, and Arthur lay on the ground and asked his master how long he had lasted with King's force this time. Cordry assured him that he was improving, which made the Arthur think that he might not be able to last long enough. But his master didn't want him to dwell in seconds and instructed him to stand again. But he shouldn't use any weapon this time. Cordry knew that Arthur preferred sword fighting, and he wanted to say that Dawn Ballad was a fine partner. However, as a mage, hand-to-hand combat remains the most versatile and adaptive form of fighting. For the sake of the coming war, he wanted to mold Arthur's bones, develop his muscles, and train his mind to its limit so that he would become the knight who protected his continents and his loved ones. His master knew the Arthur had impressive training in melee combat, but this fighting style is more suited for dueling against a single opponent. Since Xyrus are not allowed to partake in this war, their descendants and the mixed blood will be their most potent forces. Corddry wants him to expect to be in a situation where he will be surrounded by enemies with Xyrus blood coursing through them. The restriction of mana usage placed on Arthur will help him learn precise mana usage. When it comes down to mana, physical combat augmented with proper and accurate mana usage will be the most efficient and dependable way of disposing of his enemies. The Arthur understands his master's instructions and gets into his combat position. Corddry approaches him and says that the first lesson he taught Arthur was how to stay alive and fight and dodge at higher speeds. So, the Arthur's lesson after that is fighting under conditions of substantial pressure. Thus, combating the effect of Corddry King Force, or killing intent as he calls it, strengthened his tolerance considerably these past few months. But now it was the turn for his third field of focus lesson, in which his field of vision needed to be narrower and more focused. Corddry immediately rushed behind the Arthur, trying to attack, but Arthur noticed his presence behind him and immediately punched him. His master was impressed by Arthur's punch, which was a nice one, but when he again tried to punch him, his master easily dodged it. His instructor inquired how much strength he supposed he used to release a strike of that power, and if he was confident that he could do that for 2 or 3 days straight. He taught him that proper conservation and distribution of mana in prolonged battles is essential, but the same goes for the person's body. He grabbed Arthur's hand and said that mana was like a sword, a tool for him to control and utilize. His body is the centerpiece that brings the tools together to create a true warrior, and he bends Arthur's arm, hits his spine, and instructs him to defend himself with mana as he allows it. Corddry pushed the Arthur while ejecting a tremendous amount of mana that Arthur tried to tolerate for the time being, but soon, being unable to bear it, it pierced through his body, and he shouted with pain. Soon, he came out of the pond and held his head, and his master stood before him, looking at his pitiful state. Corddry was startled as he looked to the other side where his other student was standing, which delighted him as he finally arrived. The Arthur was stunned, wondering whom his master was talking to, and astounded to see a guy greeting him. The boy named Tassai apologized to his master Corddry for his tardiness. He was startled as he looked at Arthur sitting in the pond, but then turned back. The Arthur comes out of the lake and asks his master about the boy. Corddry introduces his apprentice, Tassai, his new training partner, shocking them both. Tassai was more surprised to know that he would be a partner of such a lesser being, as he thought his master wanted him to come there so he could finally get a chance to receive some individual training. Corddry assured Tassai that he would be training while he sparred with Arthur, so he instructed him to come there so they could begin. Tassai made a strange face and inquired his master what benefit would come from training with this lesser being. Corddry explained that Arthur has been receiving special training from him, so Tassai has been given the rare honor of training the Ether Orb, yet he dared to complain to his mother. Tassai refused and explained that his pupil only thought it was beneath his master to waste his time training a mere human when the Thyists clan had many pupils awaiting his mentorship. Corddry sighed, looked at the Arthur, and uttered that the members of the Pantheon race all differ in their utilization of skill. What they call force-type mana, increasing their attacks and area of influence, and his apprentice Tassai has been training in the unique arts of the Thyists clan. They can adequately match their attacks by perceiving where the opponent distributes their weight and momentum to take advantage of their strength. Doing this, they use little effort to dispel their attacks and conserve their strength for when they attack. Corddry has shown him only a glimpse of this Arthur, but he wants him to train it by fighting against Tassai. He instructed Tassai to use his full strength to fight against Arthur and not worry about fatal injuries or death. He instructed Arthur not to use any mana as he had to block and deflect, and the only form of offensive maneuvers he was permitted were thrown. This shocked Tassai, as this doesn't make sense because he should be restricting him instead of the human. Corddry got tired of his pupil Tassai continuously whining and inquired if he doubted his master's judgment, which embarrassed Tassai, and he refused, saying he didn't doubt him. Since both agreed and he thoroughly instructed them, he decided to begin the match. They enter the grassland where Tassai is trying to kick the Arthur. Despite several attempts to attack Arthur using a different style, he fails. This infuriated him, so he gave a hard blow to the human boy and rushed to attack him but again failed. Their master was supervising their match. While only 7 years of age, Tassai displayed an unusual amount of talent from the beginning, enough to catch the eye of the clan elders. Yet after only a few days, and with all of the restrictions placed, Arthur slowly began to keep up. His steps, shifts, and movements were all becoming faster and sharper, as if his body instinctively pared away unnecessary movements. Cordry couldn't believe this and wondered how this was possible. He wondered how many people had fought to develop this aberrant level of perception. In Cordry's years of experience as a warrior and a mentor, he nurtured pupils who later became leading figures in the Thyists clan. Still, while training this boy, Arthur introduced him to a sensation he had never felt before. After several attempts, Tassai finally landed a blow on Arthur, which he managed to block, but because of a considerable force, he was pushed back and stood firm. On the contrary, Cordry was astounded as he did not even feel emotions like excitement, awe, and pride toward himself, which continued to well up because of Arthur. There was no telling what he would become, and his longing to find out was exhilarating. He wondered if Arthur had been born in Asura, he would have been a prominent member of even the highest power echelons. The Arthur grabbed Tika's fist while being attacked and threw him back forcefully and furiously. Cordry was gloomy and felt pity as God had positioned Arthur to merely be a pawn who could be utilized until he was no longer needed. After some time, during their combat training, the Arthur is attacked by Tassai, but he overextends his punch, which helps Arthur duck under and move in. He rushed further away, where another opponent was waiting for him. She tried to kick Arthur, but her kick was too high, and she was off balance, so he decided to exploit that. Thus, evading her kick, he grabbed her other leg and pulled her down. Next was the third opponent, Turn, rushing at him. But Arthur found the gap in his attack as the boy's left hook was thrown prematurely, so he leaned his head back an inch and evaded his attack. Then, all four decide to attack the Arthur simultaneously without giving him any loose ends to evade the attack. He noticed that the strike was coming toward the face, and another kick was aimed at the ribs. He was astounded as their attacks became more coordinated. But with a few swings of his body and a few swift movements, he managed to evade their attack. Then Tassai and his comrade decided to kick Arthur simultaneously, and the Arthur planned to lower his body to dodge the kick aimed at his head and block the one aimed at the ribs. Thus, he used the force of the kick to push away from the current disadvantageous position. They assumed he might be their target now, so they rushed to attack him, but their time was up before they could land a blow. This made all of them furious as they were close enough and started complaining to their master, assuring him they could have had him if their master had given them one more minute. Cordry instructed them to quiet down as it was enough argument, as there were 4 against 1, and they still complained after being unable to land a single, solid hit on Arthur. He asked Arthur how he felt now, and the Arthur stretched his wrist and said he never felt this better. After that, the Arthur rushes to punch Cordry, but he grasps his punch, and after that, he fights Tassai and all of them. About 4 months had passed in the outside world, meaning he had trained in the Soul Realm for nearly 4 years because of the Ether Orb. Although his body had barely aged physiologically, it had gained years of muscle memory and core levels under the tutelage of Cordry. He had recently passed his 14th birthday, just as any other day he had spent honing his body, reflexes, and understanding of combat. He continuously fought all of them, and after a long duration of training, they were all exhausted, so they decided to rest for a while. The Arthur, Master Cordry, also helped him refine his mana to aid in combat, but he hadn't taught him anything new conceptually. He wasn't sure if it was because of the physiological differences between humans and Asuras, or his master didn't want to or wasn't allowed to pass on the Thyists' clan mana arts to non-clan members. The Arthur trusted Cordry and absorbed whatever he taught instead of their peculiar skills. Later, he came out of the realm of soul and thanked them all for helping him train. But they didn't like him, so they all turned their faces away, and Tassai was furiously staring at him, making Arthur gloomy. The Arthur thanked his master, Cordry, for training him until now. His master smiled and commented that it was also a treat for him. The Arthur stretches his arm to relax and asks when the next portion of their training is. But both of them were sad, which startled Arthur, and he wondered if everything was all right. Elder Winsome affirmed and uttered that they would start the next portion of training soon. It was just that Arthur had not changed. This concerned him, and he wondered what they meant by that he hadn't changed. His mana core has advanced into the latter levels of light yellow, which is almost at the complete stage. Elder Winsome explained that training under the Ether Orb could be tremendously beneficial, and is strictly forbidden for use on children for prolonged periods. The time discrepancy between the two realms can cause psychological displacement if a person is not yet fully developed mentally. So, even Lords Indrath and Cordry hesitated to use it with the Arthur, but the impending war gave them no choice. Yet Arthur's speech, demeanor, and mentality were no different from before the training began. Although his mind has aged 3 years during training there, he has not displayed any changes an average child should have undergone. The Arthur explained that he has been advanced for his age and mentality his whole life and has grown accustomed to presenting himself as such. Becoming a professor at Xyrus to educate students his age helped with that. This relaxed Elder Winsome, as this was all the better for them and Arthur's training. Elder Winsome also thanked Cordry for his help and knew that anyone else, even among the Asuras, would be subpar compared to his expertise in close quarters combat. But Cordry doesn't need to say thanks, as he knows that Arthur must be well trained to have a chance against those mutts. He put his hand on the Arthur's shoulder and reminded him that the mages in Alakria have been taught and guided by Xyrus. Mana arts on that continent are generations more advanced than they are in Dickathon, and it frustrates him deeply that their hands are tied like this. But breaking the pact could result in a war that would destroy the world itself, and if they didn't want that, it was up to Arthur and his peers to fight them. The Arthur bid farewell to them and left. On his way, Elder W&D Som gave him a scroll. He opened it, read it, and was worried. After reading the scroll, they have been covering their journey quietly when the Arthur breaks the silence. He asks the Elder if the information the director gave that Cynthia Goodsky provided them with these so-called 4 sides is his target, as he assumes it is that way. The Elder explained that, as per the letter, they had learned that each of the 4 sides also has a retainer. They are a personal aid and direct subordinate, each capable of quickly dispatching a lance. 4 more were at a level even above them, and they drew a conclusion based on the horn fragment collected from the dungeon where Lance Aaliyah had been killed. But Goodsky had confirmed that it belonged to prime blood of the retainer level, and this captured Arthur's attention as he thought Director Goodsky was under a bind that prevented her from revealing information. Elder ignored this and kept going, which startled Arthur, and he assumed that the one responsible for killing Aaliyah was what they call a retainer and not a scythe. The scale of this upcoming war is when 2 continents send millions of soldiers to fight for their land. Dickathon and his family are currently safe, but he wonders how long it will be kept going with the strength of Ritra. He denies it because at least now he finally has a goal, which is a solid number of enemies to work with, and he has his targets. Finally, they reach the cliff, where the Elder informed him that this was where he would be training next. The Arthur was pissed off to know about this, and Elder Winsome instructed him to remember what he told him about his next training. The Arthur rambled that he couldn't use anything except for the items in his bag, and he couldn't use external mana arts. Which was correct, so Winsome handed him a bag, and supposed he understood what he needed to obtain to complete his mission. He needed the pelt of a raptor squirrel, the beast core of a silver panther, and the claws of a titan bear. These items will prove somehow that Arthur is ready to learn more about the will that Sylvia left him. Elder Winsome remembered that there was one more condition, and he handed him a bell and instructed him to wear it all the time. He asked the Arthur to tell him by breaking the bell when he had collected all the items on the list, and he recommended that he retrieve them in that order. This irritated the Arthur, and he had questions about his training method, which was quite bizarre. He furiously grabbed his head and then went to the cliff end. He grabbed the straps of his bag, sighed, and jumped down the cliff. Down the cliff, the raptor's squirrels were eating the nuts. As soon as the Arthur slammed down, the squirrels got scared and rushed away. The Arthur cursed the bell that he was wearing because, with his every movement, the bell rang, which pissed him off. He stood and moved away in search of his target, and he started peeking in the bushes to search those raptor squirrels. After observing the raptor squirrels for a few days, he learned that the bell wasn't the only thing alerting them about his presence. Although the bell didn't help him, He discovered they were also susceptible to his mana. Raptor squirrels were at the bottom of the food chain and had developed extremely acute senses to compensate for their lack of physical strength. Hiding his presence wasn't enough to lure them, so he had to figure something else out first. He decided to figure out how to catch that squirrel later, but first, he had to get close to them. He tried to withdraw all of the mana continuously circulating in his body, thus leaving his body unprotected in these unfamiliar grounds, which was the risk he had to take. However, it wasn't enough to retract his mana, and he kept doing this. Soon, Arthur realized it was also indispensable to clear his mind and intent when dealing with prey animals. After several hours of hard work, he exhaled and slightly opened his eyes. He saw a raptor squirrel sniffing and quickly came out of the bush, which delighted the Arthur, but as soon as his face appeared from the bushes, the squirrel rushed away. This made him gloomy as everything he planned was easier said than done, and it took a few more days, but he kept testing their limits and learned 3 things. First, leaking even a bit of purified mana didn't necessarily drive them away, but alarmed them to the degree that it would be impossible to catch one. The second interesting thing he learned was that internalizing mana inside his body did not trigger their alarm signal. But too much concentration and focus forced his intent to bleed out, causing them to scatter. The last thing that the Arthur learned, and perhaps the most useful, was that external mana flow did not startle or even prompt them to take notice. He again prepared the meal for that raptor squirrel and sat down, trying to retract his mana and killing intent to attract them. As an augmenter, the mana channels responsible for spreading purified mana from his core throughout the rest of his body were more prominent than his mana veins, which were used to absorb unpurified atmospheric mana into the body. However, this technique balances the output of purified mana from his mana core through his mana channel and the input of atmospheric mana through his veins. It has been years since Sylvia taught Arthur mana rotation for the first time. He remembered that Sylvia instructed him to meditate and absorb mana while moving and perhaps while fighting if he was good at this. Now, he could use mana rotatory almost unconsciously, which would help him with this new technique. With a perfect balance, he could utilize mana without anyone or anything being able to sense that he was doing so. Finally, when he opened his eyes, he saw the raptor squirrel eating the mushrooms he used to lure them. He was so delighted to succeed that he shouted happily, chasing those squirrels away. At night, he was concerned that having to resupply his mana core every few minutes slowed down his progress. But he guessed he couldn't help it. It had been many days that he had been there, and he could still barely move while maintaining the technique with that stupid bell. Before going to sleep, he had so many thoughts roaming in his head, and he wondered if Sylvie was doing any better with her training, how his family was doing, and how his sister was. But he wanted to focus on training, so he decided to jolt away all the unnecessary thoughts that would be hindrances on his way, as that was the only way he could get back to them. The following day he marked the line and went to the opposite side, where he created a starting point. He wanted to be able to use mana in bursts and taunts on the raptor squirrels before they could react to the sound of his bell. Arthur Lewin knew that he needed to reach the tree by the time the bell chimes, and to do this, he needed to utilize enough mana to instantaneously move at a speed faster enough not to shake the bell. At the same time, he balanced the input and output of atmospheric mana and his purified mana to camouflage his presence for the raptor squirrel tail until he arrived at the location. He tried multiple times, but his bell continued chiming after covering a few distances, which irritated and stressed him out. He recalled that his master Cordry stressed that controlling mana flow and power while manipulating his presence to hide or emit was critical to throwing off his opponent's sense. For this, he needs to erase his presence by using the barely traceable atmospheric mana to mask the output of his mana and instantly gain speed to reach his opponent. The Arthur wondered if that was the skill that Winsome was trying to test, so he tried multiple times, yet he left some traces. After some time, the Arthur sighed and enthusiastically stared at the point he marked before him. Elder Winsome, looking at him above the cliff, wondered what that boy was planning. It had already been 2 weeks, and he assumed he had too much faith in Arthur, but thought Arthur would have been able to catch a squirrel by now. Elder Winsome looked at the squirrel and was astounded as he knew their tails could sense any mana fluctuation or movement in the area, but they are simple-minded. Elder Winsome thought that all that human kid had to do was erase his presence and stay motionless with some bait in his hand. But he was delighted as Arthur grasped the skill he intended to learn, and he was stunned as he saw Arthur approaching those squirrels. After some time, he reached close to them and grabbed one of the squirrels who was busy eating the bait he had prepared. Elder Winsome was dumbfounded as Arthur had just completed the first step of the Mirage Walk. For a mere human boy to grasp the fundamentals of Mirage Walk was quite unbelievable. The essence of what makes the Thyists clan reign supreme over all other clans concerning physical combat is this skill. He can't believe Arthur could get this far just by watching Cordry. He wonders how much that kid will achieve in the next 10 or 5 years. Later, the Arthur observes the Silver Panther attack the squirrel, and when he finds the right time, he rushes to attack him. But that Silver Panther dodged his attack and fled away. Arthur chased him, but in the end, he reached the cliff near the lake. He furiously slammed the tree and cursed his fortune as he missed him again. Winsome found him that first night after he had caught the raptor squirrel and informed him that what he had done to catch the squirrel was an introductory step to the actual essence of Mirage Walk. After that, it took him 3 weeks to trek deeper into the forest before he found the Silver Panther he had deemed his target clawed. Arthur had become proficient at the burst step to the point where he could clear almost 10 yards instantly without triggering the bell. But despite that, he wasn't any closer to catching Claude. He looked at his reflection in the water and remarked that he was not easy to look at. He washed his face and looked above where the squirrel was eating the nut at the tree branch. His stomach started growling out of hunger, and he couldn't even remember the last time he ate. He devised to capture the squirrel, but was startled as he saw the bird approaching it, making all the noise. Soon, it successfully captured the squirrel, flew away, and started eating it on another tree branch, leaving Arthur speechless. Arthur was astounded as that bird calculated the squirrel's movements and predicted where it would jump. The Arthur thinks for a while, but suddenly, he hears the noise of another squirrel, which also captures the bird's attention. Soon after, it rushed toward it without giving it the time to understand the situation. The bird grasped its neck with his claw. The Arthur rushed to capture that bird, but it flew away before he could lay his hand on it. The Arthur could only capture its few feathers and realized that his burst step still had a way to go. After this, he observed the bird for a week and discovered that they were stealthy and swift, but their speed couldn't compare to that of a raptor squirrel. Arthur knew that when it made itself known, the squirrel would try to fly in a particular direction if they manipulated the movements of their prey instead. As a third-party spectator, he could see the bird beforehand and knew immediately its motives even before it attacked. Something the squirrel had no way of knowing, but the panthers were different from the squirrels. Claude was smart enough to realize he could evade Arthur's attacks but not fight him face to face. Even though the essence of Mirage Walk was to conceal mana to throw off the opponent completely, the Arthur still had to move the muscles responsible for making that one swift step. Although this trick might work for the squirrels, it gave just enough time for Claude to evade him. This is why he always gets away from his grasp. So the Arthur thinks about what would happen if he could almost entirely eliminate the motion needed to make that step. If the Arthur succeeds in doing this, it would appear as if he had truly teleported, and theoretically, he could feint Claude. From Arthur's past life, he learned that the body's intricate muscular system worked in pairs, each responsible for half of a complete movement. The bicep flexed when the arm curled toward the shoulder, while the triceps activated when the arm straightened out. The abdominal muscles contracted with each forward step the body took, and the calf muscles were crucial. Despite their smaller size, they propelled the body forward as the foot was pushed off the ground. The body mechanism was even more complex when the body was put into motion, such as walking, running, or jumping. The knowledge of the body that he had retained from his previous life wasn't valuable until now. However, he had to remember that while training to acquire his current target, so he marked the line and placed his bag at a certain distance, then jumped from the starting point, trying to reach the point without using his muscles. The Arthur had been working toward a conscious and deliberate manipulation of mana into specific muscle in a particular progression with precise timing, to artificially trigger a sequence in his body that mimics muscle use without needing to move his body. He knew that if he could control the timing and mana output perfectly, he would be capable of something even his master Cordry couldn't do. He could execute Mirage Walk-In, but was not limited to standing, so he tried hard to accomplish this, forcing himself to work hard and wondering how long he would spend catching wild animals there. Later, he headed inside and was alarmed to see that the forest was so quiet that day, and he hadn't even seen a single squirrel, which was weird. He heard some noise, so he looked behind, went to the location, and hid in the bushes. Down there, he saw two panthers prepared to fight each other. The author is amazed to see the territorial fight between the two silver panthers and realizes why the forest is empty. One of the silver panthers was injured, yet he rushed to attack the other silver panther. However, he failed because of his opponent's swift movements and got struck in his face instead. The author is shocked to see this, and the silver panther is startled as he hears the noise coming down the cliff, so it turns and looks there and gets worried about learning who did this. The author sees this being concealed in bushes on the other side. Taking advantage of his opponent's distraction, one of the silver panthers rushes away out of fear. The author was stunned and wondered why the clod ran away like that when he was the one winning the fight. He looked at the injured panther, assuming it might be his only chance, so he closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. After the mana surged in his body, he opened his eyes and rushed toward the clod. He grabbed it by his neck, yet Silver Panther was so brazen that he managed to escape his grasp and tried to evade it. After several attempts, the author could finally grasp it, but he got attacked by Panther's claw. Silver Panther was scratching the author's body, yet he wasn't giving up. They reached the cliff where the Silver Panther roared, and they both fell. The author uses his mana and apologizes to Elder Winsome for breaking the rule, hoping he will understand this situation. Thus, he safely managed to reach down, and he coughed because of the dust that gathered due to the fall of Silver Panther. Suddenly, the author felt a strong vibration as someone approached him, and the unbearable stench made it difficult for him to breathe. He was shocked as he looked ahead and saw the Titan Bear standing before him. The author's eyes spread out of shock as he saw the Titan Bear because his size was so small, utterly different from what he was expecting. He assumed that it might be just a cub, and the Titan Bear reached near the dead Silver Panther. Laying its claws on Silver Panther, it clarified that this meal was not going anywhere as it was fresh. The author is dumbfounded to discover that Titan Bear can talk, as Winston doesn't mention anything about them talking. Titan Bear furiously stares at the author and remarks that he will start eating with him first. The Titan Bear growled furiously and attacked the author using his mana, which threw him back and shocked him, and he wondered what that skill was. The bear swished his claw in the air, thus creating sharp waves of attacks, but Arthur evaded all those attacks. But one of the attacks pierced through his leg, and therefore, the blood spurted out of it. The bear rushed toward him angrily as he was a challenging meal. The bear attacks the author again, which he evades, but it inflicts minor injuries on him, and the bear wonders how he is doing that. Without giving a break, Titan Bear threw several sharp slashes to attack him, thus piercing through the author's chest even after dodging them. The author was struck by a sudden substantial wave of energy that pushed him to the rock, and he got slammed hard and coughed out blood. The author was concerned that this wasn't the realm of the soul, so if he died there, he would die for real. Titan Bear approached the author and inquired if he was done with all of his tricks and acting hard to get. The author swings his legs, thus blocking the vision through the dust, and rushes away. He knew that when the bear slashed with his paw, the resulting attacks were also a sharp slash. Titan Bear remarked that the more Arthur tries to avoid him, the more painful this will be for him, and the less of him will be left to eat. The author raised his hand and assured the bear that he wouldn't run anymore, and the forceful blow of the bear again attacked him. The author knew that when the bear punched, it caused a blunt force attack. He wanted to finish this bear quickly because his legs wouldn't last longer due to injuries. He stared at the bear furiously as if he hadn't fought through 2 lives to die in a ditch at the claws of a wild animal. The author rushed and reached behind him, and after his bell chimed, it captured the bear's attention, and he looked behind and attacked. This broke his bell into 2 pieces and split it, and it stunned Titan Bear as Arthur wasn't there. The author reached behind him and then quickly rushed before him, punching straight at his abdomen. His single strike was so forceful that it slammed the bear with the rocks behind and killed it. After this, the author falls on the ground, is excessively bleeding, and gets unconscious. After some time, Elder Winsome reached there and wondered why Arthur would come all the way down there. He was startled as he saw Arthur lying unconscious on one side, and the Titan Bear cub did at the corner. He immediately rushed toward the author, trying to heal him. He found out that his 3 ribs were broken. He had many deep gashes in his chest, and his legs had internal bleeding. He was astounded to know that all of this damage was caused by a cub, because a full-grown bear standing at 10 feet tall would not have been able to cause this much devastation. He was stunned as he saw the bear's claws, which were red and had several prominent veins. Winsome lifted the corpse of the bear, trying to pull out something from its body, and found a demon leech inside his body. He was amazed, as this was a scarce specimen that was, as intelligent as it was, foul and native only to Ephiatus. This demon leech can possess the host body and strengthen the host core to a fantastic degree, which would be deadly to even an Asura. He recalled that Agrona himself experimented on them to create the strengthening serum given to Decathians during the Xyrus attack. He grabbed the leech, pulled it out, and wondered if it was bad luck or irony that Arthur ran into this possessed cub. He crushed the leech, got its core, and was amazed as Arthur defeated the possessed. He feeds that pill to the Arthur and remarks that his difficulties have paid off tremendously. Later, the Arthur becomes conscious and lies on the bed, wondering where he is. He tried to sit, but was unable to move his legs and couldn't feel it. So he took off the blanket and saw his feet bandaged. Abruptly, an old lady appeared and assured him that his legs were fine, so he shouldn't worry, and she wished they could have met under better circumstances. The lady came near him and gave him some medication to drink, and the Arthur inquired her if they were still in Ephiatus. The lady instructed him to call her Meyer and affirmed as they were in Ephiatus. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to mend the pitiful state of his leg anywhere else. Using healing mana arts could help his legs heal faster, but it would have caused his bones to take on an entirely different shape. It has been 2 days since he has been lying like this, yet it would take some time to heal it properly. The Arthur was so shocked that he almost spit out the medicine, put the mug on the side table, and inquired if it had been 2 days. He was trying to leave when Meyer stopped him and instructed him not to try to get up for that night, as it took hours to get his legs knit back together into something resembling functional appendages. So, he needs to rest and stand on his limb again, and it should be his most significant priority for now. Arthur thanked Meyer for treating him and expressed his hearty gratitude for her hostility. But she doesn't want him to bother with thanking her because she doesn't treat just anyone. She wanted to meet the human boy who would supposedly become the world's savior, so she treated him the same way she would treat him. After instructing and giving him the medicine, she left, and the Arthur suddenly felt excruciating pain. He assumed he might meditate to try and heal faster, so he closed his eyes and was startled when he felt something strange about his core. His core has turned into silver, after which all the symbols on his body are enlightened, and tremendous energy emits out of his body. He was shocked as he was able to see different particles in the air. Out of these, he hadn't ever seen these purple specks before. Those purple specks landed on his arm, further enlightening it, and soon he gave up as he got so exhausted that he stopped meditation. Meyer appeared and was surprised to know that rumors were true, as Arthur had inherited Realm's heart. The Arthur had never heard about Realm Heart, and the lady explained the physical manifestations he displayed when he tapped into Sylvia's power. The iris was glowing purple, and she saw those unmistakable glowing runes imprinted on his body, all pointing toward it. Realm Heart, or the Realm Heart physique, is an ability only the Indrath bloodline could possess. She asked the Arthur if he could see all 5 colors that make up the physical realm, and he affirmed. She put the cup on the side table and explained that the Indrath clan ancestors named the Realm Heart physiques. In this state, the user's attunement to the physical realm is said to be unparalleled, while the ability does not offer much strength in and of itself. The power to activate Realm Heart allows the user to gain knowledge and insight, which those without it could never hope to achieve, which is to say that knowledge truly is power. The Arthur uttered that when he used the second phase, Realm Heart, last time, he could only see 4 colors and inquired why he could only now see the purple particles. He wonders if this is one of the secrets that a lesser being like him can't know, and the lady thinks for a while. She explained that Asuras are prideful beings indeed, and even amongst other members of their race, they remain secretive and greedy, specifically the Indrath clan. She doesn't want to say that she is very different from them, but she has lived long enough and experienced far too much to care about such frivolousness. She adjusted his leg to a suitable position and said she could happily teach Arthur a thing or two so he could handle a little stroll. Later, she took him out of the room and into these eye-catching places that amazed the Arthur. She asked if he found his place quite beautiful and uttered that all these creatures thrive on the raw mana that was relatively plentiful in this part of Ephetus and was certain that he would feel it, too. It wasn't natural for lesser beings or even Xyrus to manipulate raw mana, and it's the same for all living creatures, even for mana beasts. The Arthur is playing with the firefly when Meyer explains that mages with an affinity to a particular element have a much easier time absorbing the atmospheric mana that coincides with that element. She gives the example of a firebug, which was exposed to all the mana in its world, but naturally took in the mana particles that its body is most inclined toward, and the same is true for the mages. To someone with a realm heart physiques, a fire affinity mage would appear to be absorbing only the red mana particles. However, upon completion of the refining process, the mana would appear white when first used. If the mage's affinity is water, then during the process of refining the raw mana, the amount of water element his body will absorb will be disproportionately more significant than the other element. While the mage refines the water elemental mana his body absorbs, the raw alters his body to become more predisposed and his mind to become more insightful of that particular element. If the mage were to execute a fireball, this water affinity mage undoubtedly has to concentrate hard on the shape, proportion, density, and even the speed to launch it. However, the same mage will have no trouble raising a stream of water, separating it into multiple orbs, and casting it to barrage an enemy with just a flick of his wrist. She questioned Arthur about why he thought this was, and he replied that it was because of the influence that absorbing a majority of the water element had on the mage during the refining process, which was the correct answer. She further explained that after exposure to a particular element for so long, the mage would undoubtedly gain insight during meditation. They reached the table, and she sat next to him. While having a cup of tea, she asked Arthur if he could tell her what he knew about ether. He doesn't know much about it, but knows it can manipulate time. Meyer described that ether is fundamentally different from mana, which is evident to everyone. Still, both entities make up their world, but ether works very differently than mana. She poured some water into the glass and uttered that some people have speculated that ether makes up the building blocks the world is made of, while mana is what fills it with life and sustenance. In simple words, ether could be the cup, and the mana is the water that fills it. It is quite easy to manipulate the water inside without mana, but much more difficult to change the shape of the cup without breaking it. Even the Indrath clan, hailed as the most adept in utilizing ether, has no solid theory to justify what they can do. What they do have, which no one else has, is the ability to physically detect ether through the use of the realm heart physique. She poured some water from the glass and continued explaining that those in the physical realm cannot sense ether. Everyone knows some laws hold their world together just as that glass holds the water, but it's impossible for them to fathom the boundaries that exist to keep order in the world. The Arthur inquired if the purple particles he had just seen after using the realm heart were ether, and she affirmed. Through the use of realm heart, he could see the glass cup from within the boundaries of this world. Meyer further described that for the mana, the greater the capacity of his core, the more water he could manipulate. However, through influencing ether, they could control the cup itself and asked him if he understood what she meant, and Arthur nodded his head to affirm. Then, she progressed further and told him about the three components that make up ether. The first is the control over time, evum. The second is the authority over space, spatium, and the last one, which influences all living components, is vivum. No matter how powerful, insightful, or lucky a practitioner may be, he can only master one path. However, over time, they discovered a way for some Xyrus to discern where their aptitude lies. The Arthur gets curious and inquires how. Hearing this, Meyer smirks. Her body emits mana, and her imprinted runes are enlightened. She explained that by the runes that appear on the body when using Realm Heart. Meyer explained that the runes are different for each Realm Heart user, but these markings show that she is on the Vivum path, which is why she was able to heal Arthur. So she instructed Arthur to activate his Realm Heart, and he closed his eyes and activated his runes. She left her seat and went close to the Arthur since she could get a glimpse of what his runes looked like earlier, but on seeing it closely, they were genuinely fascinating. The Arthur lifted his hand, and with the flicker of his fingers, he used several different kinds of magic, which stunned him as he never noticed this before. Meyer was amazed. and he was having fun after learning about his powers. She doesn't blame him for not realizing that this form was meant to observe and study what cannot usually be perceived as he was human. She explained that Ether behaves fundamentally differently from Mana, and would only be met with failure if he tried to manipulate Ether as he had done with Mana. She lifted her hand, used the magic, and again gave him the example of a cup of water from which he could drink, gargle, and spit water out as long as he knew how, but he would be a fool if he tried the same thing with the cup. Although Ether is present all around them yet, it is the very boundary that confines Arthur and her to the limits they have. Vivum, which influenced all living components, is the power she used to piece back together Arthur's shattered legs. He was shocked as she easily manipulated those particles and treated his legs, so he rambled several questions simultaneously with shock. He wondered how she gathered Ether in her hand and how that formed into Vivum and healed his legs. This surprised Meyer, and she instructed him to slow down. She uttered that after learning that her affinity lay with the branch of life, she studied Vivum for centuries. Even so, she was not confident she could explain to him what the Arthur truly wished to know. The Arthur was still stubborn and wanted to learn about this, which impressed Meyer, and she praised him and started explaining. The first thing Arthur needs to know is that, unlike Mana, he cannot absorb Ether, as he can barely change its presence and influence on reality. This startled Arthur, and he questioned if this meant that a core wasn't needed to influence Ether. She explained that an individual core is what connects the body to the physical realm. While Ether isn't directly manipulated in the way that Mana is, the Mana cores are crucial. She was sure that Arthur would realize his path when the time came, but she didn't want to let him be overwhelmed as he was in the beginning stages of his cultivation. She wants him to remember that after a certain point, his cultivation will no longer depend on his rote ability to refine Mana, but instead on gaining insight into knowledge that cannot be passed down. Meyer was unsure if this was mere coincidence or fate, but there was a reason why he had the ability, which is as limited as it is to utilize Ether, and inquired if he could guess what that ability was. The Arthur guessed it was because of Sylvia's will. She agreed that was partly the reason that Arthur was able to bear the burden of Ether, but that wasn't the reason he was able to manipulate it. The Arthur clenched his fist and pondered to figure out the reason. He suddenly understood the concept and shouted in shock because he could manipulate all four elements. That was the precise answer that Meyer wanted to hear, and uttered that it was the insight into all four of the fundamental elements that allowed them to take a look beyond the water and become aware of the glass cup they were held in. Meyer was startled as she noted Arthur's hand was trembling because he had been holding it for too long, and she instructed him to release Realm Heart, as he was impressive to be able to last this long. He realized the Realm Heart, after which all his runes disappeared, and he took a peaceful breath. While taking the glass of water, he asked Meyer if she was able to tell him which quality of Ether he was best suited for. She sighed and warned Arthur that she could not predict whether or not he would be able to consciously control Ether like Xyrus can. Although he possesses the ability to manipulate all four elements and has gained both a dragon's will and the Realm Heart physique, he is still a human. The Arthur angrily clenched his teeth and turned as he understood what she meant, but Meyer wanted to tell him one thing. She wrote something on paper and wasn't sure why Arthur was able to manipulate time, but he was never meant to go down the path of Evum. He was also unable to fully grasp Ether's manipulation despite Sylvia's will, which was why, like Sylvia, he was meant to control the very fabric of the boundaries that keep the physical realm in place. After drawing something on it, she slid the paper toward Arthur and uttered that he was of Spatium genus. Arthur was reluctant, as Meyer had said, regardless of this knowledge, but it was still possible that he couldn't control this ability consciously. The Arthur urged Meyer to tell him what he needed to do. Till now, all he knew about this grand ability was that he qualified for it. But because of the physical limitations of the species, he assumed he wouldn't be able to handle the burden. She lovingly patted his shoulder and pitied him as he had such an overwhelming potential for greatness, but his capacity was hindered by something he could not control. She didn't tell him this to mick him, but to remind him that he has this ability at his disposal. Knowledge was an immeasurable strength, and with it, Arthur may find a way past the boundaries of his birth, which is something even the Asuras do not yet see. She has broken many rules by imparting all this knowledge to him, and she is confident that this knowledge can certainly be used against the dragon race if it falls into the wrong hands. She urges him to believe her when she says this because she genuinely wants what is best for him. She assures him that even if the real heart cannot be utilized fully, it can be an incomparable asset in the coming battles because of its sensory functions. So, with Realm Heart and Arthur's ability to manipulate all 4 elements and his remarkable combat prowess, she was certain he had many tools at his disposal. The Arthur was still unconfident, and Meyer uttered that Arthur's had created this movement technique and the one who had brought him into her home in such a horrid state. It could not be one of them, so she instructed him not to use that skill again, which saddened him that all those weeks of training and refining burst steps were for nothing. She asked him how Mirage Walk worked and was surprised at how he taught himself. After learning about its mechanics, the Arthur hoped that she would change her mind, but it became clear that the moves were dangerous. The Arthur's breakthrough into the Silver Core stage was a pleasant surprise. Furthermore, his combat with Cordry would place him easily into the All class as an adventurer, even without using elemental magic. Now, he had little to show in terms of improvement in the magic of mana arts. The Mirage Walk was the only technique he had managed to piece together, but now that was gone. Actual Asuras were residing in Alakria, and their levels of mana manipulation were probably beyond what he could imagine. According to winsome reports, there was a single retainer who was capable of wiping out a team led by a lance. Although Meyer insisted that knowledge is power, it wouldn't help him defeat Alakria. Meyer was waiting for him outside the home the next day, and he wobbled out with his injured legs. As she anticipated, Arthur had a hard night with the use of Vivum. He felt worse than when his legs got damaged, but at least he was able to walk now. This was good for him because she had asked Winsome for some time with him, and she activated her Realm Heart and stared at him. That time can be short or long, depending on what he achieved for the duration, as she wanted to share some of her knowledge with him and nudge him in the right direction. But Arthur is still human, and the inhabitants of Dicathan are far behind in their insight on mana. She instructed Arthur to consider every magical spell he knew, use whichever combination he liked, and hit her with all he had. The Arthur affirmed, lifted his hand, and started preparing magic to attack her. The Arthur was shocked as Meyer predicted that he was preparing a compressed water sphere in his right palm, while his left hand would shoot a small gust of wind. She instructed him as she already told Arthur that he should hit her with all he had. The Arthur grinned, and Meyer slammed her foot on the ground, thus creating an overlapping radius around both of them, helping her read his skill. She uttered that Arthur was planning on rupturing the ground under her, which was a clever idea, but she preferred that he wouldn't ruin the grass. This shocked the Arthur, and he wondered how she was doing this and how he was finding out his moves. Meyer winked, pointed toward her head, and uttered that, as she said, this was an ability he already had, and she was nudging him in the right direction. With those words, days were soon blurred into weeks as the Arthur trained with Elder Meyer. They were training, and Meyer remarked that he didn't look out for the spell behind him. The Arthur didn't expect Elder Meyer to use her healing arts as an excuse to give him significant injuries repeatedly. Meyer taught him that proper interruption of mana fluctuation starts with sensing the spells affecting the physical realm. Then, he utilizes Realm Heart to determine what form they will take accurately. The Arthur stretched his shoulder and uttered that if she could heal all the wounds she had given him so quickly, then why not just cut off his legs and grow him new ones? She puts her hand on his shoulder and explains that using ether past a certain threshold comes with costs. Although it's possible to heal significant injuries, she would have to extract the ether, sustaining the life of something or someone else. Arthur thought it would be great if she could stop striking him, which made her laugh, and she remarked that it would be great if he would stop falling for her feints. She wants him to remember that even if his opponent chooses to vocalize their spell, it is what they imagine will affect the spell's size, shape, and duration. In the future, he will encounter enemies that use vocal projection as a feint to trick their opponent or none. It had already been 6 weeks, and Arthur was surprised as she thought he would have gotten this down by now. She reached out to help him and clarified that it was because Arthur was still getting ahead of himself and trying to counter the spell before it manifested. The Arthur told her it was okay as he was fine, and she explained that it took her decades to get it right, and that was considered fast amongst them dragons. He stood again and wanted to start the training. He activated his Realm Heart, thus summoning his runes. Elder Meyer was fully prepared and assembled the particles to attack him. The Arthur focused on it and used wind bullets to damage his skills before being attacked. Elder applauded him as he did well. Then, she used another skill, with which the ground started breaking, and he realized that it was an earth spike under his right foot, so he dodged it. After that, he noticed a blast flare near him and completely destroyed it, after which spikes attacked him from behind. But before he could take any action against it, Elder Winsome appeared, grabbed the spike, and crushed it. Elder Winsome informed them that he feared they were out of time for this practice. Winsome knelt before Mai and apologized for his intrusion. She was delighted to see him and instructed him to rise. The Arthur is stunned, although he deduces that Meyer has a certain level of influence within the Indrath clan. Given her powers and the fact that she had been able to keep Arthur with her, the Arthur didn't know that Winsome would bow to her. Elder Winsome apologized for coming without notice, but Lord Indrath had already arranged for Arthur's next instructor, and was waiting rather impatiently for his student. Meyer understood, as they were all short of time, and clarified that Arthur had done well in his training with Realm Heart. She expressed her wish to keep tabs on the Arthur, hoping there would be no problem if she popped now and then. Winsome glanced at her, nodded his head, and assured her there was no problem. Meyer instructed Arthur to remember what she told him about the world around them and continue his training with Realm Heart. The Arthur affirmed and assured her that he would have it mastered by the next time they saw each other. After that, they bid their farewell, and Arthur left with Winsome. On their way, Winsome kept staring at him. This confused the Arthur, and he inquired if something was wrong. Winsome is amazed by Arthur's luck as Lady Meyer not only takes the time to heal him, but trains him as well. The Arthur inquired who exactly Meyer was. Winsome uttered that he was not in a position to tell him if she hadn't told him herself. The Arthur remarked that when he first met Winsome, he figured that he might be pretty up there. But now, after seeing his attitude toward Meyer, he assumed that Winsome is not so much. This frustrated Winsome, and he told Arthur to watch his tongue. He admitted that he was among the lowest rank of Xyrus, but still, he was stronger than any of the lesser races in Dicathan. He instructed him to get inside as his next instructor wasn't one for waiting, and they entered the massive gate. After setting his foot inside, the Arthur was amazed to know that his next training session would be on the vast ground. Winsome explained that with Lady Meyer and his training, Arthur learned mana interpretation and augmented melee combat. Honing various skills is the key aspect necessary for fighting a war. He will start fitting everything into a cohesive style that utilizes his elemental magic and melee combat skills. The Arthur is startled as he hears someone asking if he is the youngster who is supposed to be the hero leading Dicathan to victory against the Vritra-raised armies and their disgusting little Leshrans. The man standing high above the cliff immediately jumped down, and his landing spread dust around the area. After the dust had slightly disappeared, the Arthur was shocked, as a giant hand grasped him, lifted him toward himself, and greeted him. His instructor put him down, after which all the stones gathered around him disassembled, and the man appeared from it. His instructor judged Arthur's expression, and guessed it didn't scare him but only surprised him. Winsome introduced Arthur's new instructor, Ren, to him and informed him that he would be his instructor for quite a while, so he wanted them to get acquainted. Arthur bowed before his new master, greeted him, and introduced himself and wanted to be in his care for the time being. Ren asked Winsome what consequences human society places on one who is tardy. The Arthur was shocked and wondered about the consequences of his new master staring at him and uttering that a severed finger or toe would be all right. But that was a bit severe, so he thought imprisonment or social isolation would be more appropriate. The Arthur was confused and being concerned. He stared at both of them and wondered what is he talking about, as these were ridiculous consequences for being a bit late. Winsome uttered it as looked down upon, but no human generally faces any formal charges for being late. This surprised Ren as he discovered no consequences, which seemed quite odd. For a race with such a minuscule lifespan, Ren would have imagined that they placed more importance on time than anything else. He leaned toward the Arthur and remarked that humans are such a backward race, and the Arthur agreed that they are undoubtedly backward. Ren turned around, and his cape struck straight at Arthur's face and struck him. His instructor remarked that regardless of his ignorance, they should move on to why Arthur was there and why he had come to this god's forsaken crater at the tip of the mountain. He instructed Arthur to strip, which shocked him. After thinking for a while, he removed his shirt, which surprised his master as this was nothing. After stripping his clothes further, the Arthur inquires if this would be good enough or if he would also like to study his family jewels. Ren approached him as he was amazed and remarked that the supposed savior of the lesser beings had quite the mouth. He takes a complete look at Arthur's body condition and discovers that one of his arms is wrapped with a feather. He immediately took that feather, which shocked the Arthur, and he wondered what he was doing. While Ren was closely observing this feather and figured out this was dragon feather, which is genuinely too rare of a crafting material to be wasted as an arm warmer, he asked for his opinion. The Arthur was shocked to know it was crafting material, and Winsome explained that the feathers on their wings are a particular type of scale with unique properties pertaining to both mana and ether. From the day they are born, they never shed their wing feathers, so a dragon deliberately gives someone their feathers, which signifies trust and affection. Ren handed back the dragon feather to him, and Arthur recalled that during his childhood, he found an egg and feather and saw Sylvia crying. The Arthur never knew about this and is staring at the feather affectionately when his master grabs his arm and twists it, instructing him that it is enough about the feather, so he should spread his arms. After the Arthur spreads his arm, his instructor takes complete measurements of his body. Then he clapped as that was enough, and now they should start with elemental spells from all the elements that Arthur could conjure. He instructed the Arthur to use only his right hand to release the spell and begin by conjuring a stone pillar with a height of 25 meters and a 20 centimeter radius. The Arthur apologized and asked what he meant, but Ren refused to say anything as there was no time for questions. Shortly, the Arthur puts his hand on the ground and creates a huge pillar that emerges from the ground. After this, he demonstrated some other magic spells that he had learned and showed them to his master, who closely observed all of his moves. Later, he demonstrated all of his skills with which his basic measurements and calculations were completed. Next, they moved on to the effective use of mana arts in battle and instructed Arthur to begin demonstrating. With the flicker of his finger, Ren summoned a golem who was rushing toward the Arthur, and he instructed him to fire the spell over there quickly. The Arthur immediately destroyed that golem with a fire attack, after which another golem appeared whom he tried to attack. Soon, he gets struck by one of the golems behind him, which causes him to miss his target, and it fires in the air instead. The Arthur stands and asks his instructor if he is one of those people. Arthur assured him he would be more cooperative if he knew what his instructor was trying to figure out with all the measurements and notes. Ren's observation feels a little subjective. Although the Arthur found himself most comfortable using fire and water elemental spells, water affinity mana was lacking in this area. His instructor assured him that he took all that into account and asked about his age, and the Arthur answered that he was nearly 15 now. Ren was impressed as he was not entirely brainless according to Arthur's age, and he moved toward more tests. He instructed the Arthur that they would continue with a long-range mana manipulation analysis. The Arthur looks behind Winsome, but he doesn't say anything. Soon, he is shocked as he sees countless golem appear at the cliff and rush down to attack him. He asked Ren how many golems he could conjure at a time. Ren replied that it depended on the complexity of the golem, and that they were currently a few thousand in number. Ren instructed him to go all out and take them down, so Arthur used all his elements and rushed up to attack them. With a single strike, he took care of many of them, and then, with a few more attacks, he defeated all of those golems. The Arthur went to his instructor and inquired what was next. Ren assumed he was having fun and uttered that he needed to learn more about his physical abilities next. Winsome told him that Arthur was quite adept with a sword, and he had recently learned combat under Coteries' instruction, so he wanted to see his skill. The Arthur had no problem with this, but inquired how long he had to stay naked, trembling because of the cold. Ren remarked that he analyzed every movement Arthur made, so it was best to remain unclothed. He assured him not to worry as he was not exactly filled with pleasure looking at him like this. This frustrated Arthur, yet he said his master's words were very comforting. Ren flicked at his head and instructed him to show his primary weapon that he would use in a battle. The Arthur retrieved his sword. Seeing this stunned Ren, he snatched his sword, looked at it, and started laughing. This infuriated Arthur. He remarked that it was not as simple as it looked and wanted to show his sword to him. Ren calmed him down as he knew about this sword. He looked at Winsome and inquired if he knew of this when he asked him to train Arthur. Winsome had an inkling. Ren is unsheathing the sword, but the Arthur assures him that it will not be unsheathed as he is the only one who can unsheath it. The Arthur was stunned as his instructor easily unsheathed the sword and wondered how he opened it, and if it was because they were Asuras that they could draw the sword he had bonded with. Ren swung the sword in a different style and pointed it toward Arthur, who refused his prediction. He explained that it was because he had made this sword. The Arthur remembered that when he was a kid, he found the sword, and when he opened it, the name engraved on it was Dawn Ballad WK. 4. The Arthur was shocked to know that Ren made this sword and asked if he created it. Ren inquired if he was speaking in a foreign language. The Arthur understood and assumed that his instructor had forged this sword, but wondered what this sword was doing in Dicathan. Ren explained that Dawn's Ballad was one of his experimental weapons, which was more or less a failure. He tossed it away in the beast glades of their continents during one of his visits to gather minerals. Assuming no one could tell it was anything other than a black cane and wouldn't be able to open it. He never thought it would somehow end up in Arthur's possession, which seems odd. The Arthur was confused and was staring at his instructor, who was busy pondering something. The Arthur inquires his master if he considers Dawn's Ballad a failure because he has never seen a sword of better make and quality in his life. Ren swung his sword and uttered that as complimentary as Arthur's words are, comparing his weapon, no matter how poor its quality, to the primitive tools the lesser races use only insults him. Ren made this sword more of a one-size-fits-all weapon, and assumed he must have been drunk when he thought that was a good idea. He was bending the sword. This worried Arthur, but Ren didn't care about it and said that this sword just came out to be a sharp tool, which is nothing more or less. Ren thought this made things interesting, and Winsome figured it might be. He asked what he thought about the human kid, and if he would do it now that he had met him. The Arthur was worried and wondered what they were planning to do now. Winsome explained that he brought Arthur there to Ren to accomplish two things. The first is, as he mentioned earlier, while his methods are unconventional, Ren has an unusually keen eye for the practical arts of combat. The second was that he hoped Ren would produce a sword that was a better fit for his unique form of combat. The Arthur was stunned and asked if it was true and if Ren would forge a sword. Ren explained that he didn't forge swords, instead he created them, although he only agreed to train Arthur because he owed a favor to Lord Indrath. But his favor doesn't extend to him wasting time making a sword for a lesser being. He said he was planning to hold in Dawn Ballad for now, which shocked the Arthur as he would return the sword to him. Ren explained that Dawn's Ballad might be a sharp tool, but the sword still chose him. Although he is not proud of this particular piece, he will not take it away from Arthur. With just a few movements of his hand, Ren created a new sword from the ground and handed it to Arthur, instructing him to use it for his training. He created it to measure the user's movements and the force of the impact it receives. The Arthur swung the sword to check its swiftness, and his instructor informed him that he could summon it from the ground at any time. Ren was amazed as out of everything that he had done so far, Arthur was surprised by this, and he instructed him to hand over the dragon feather to him. The Arthur was shocked and wondered why he also wanted to confiscate that feather. This pissed him off, and he inquired if Arthur had an innate urge to question everything that he did and instructed him to give it to him. The Arthur unwrapped the dragon feather from his arm and handed it to his master. Ren knew that lesser beings like humans need much more sleep than they do, so he instructed the Arthur to rest. Arthur was shocked and asked if they were spending the night out there in the center of this barren crater. His instructor looked at him, smirked, and asked who said anything about them because Ren and Winsome had matters to attend to, so they were leaving. Besides, there would not always be a fluffy bed waiting for him during the war, so he was doing this for his own good. Winsome looked at him, instructed him to have some good rest, and wished him a good night. After they left, the Arthur was frustrated, wondering what was there for his good. Later, the Arthur creates a small place of mud to stay in, and he is sleeping soundly inside it when suddenly he hears some noise that disrupts his sleep. He instinctively fits, and his head gets struck with the boundaries, and he comes out and summons his sword from the ground. While he was tying his hair, he suddenly got attacked by a golem. Soon after, many of the golem gathered around him. His instructor was above the cliff and clarified that he would never indeed be at rest while he was in the middle of a war. So, he needs to get used to fighting effectively in a suboptimal state if he wants to win the battle. The golems surrounded the Arthur when his master instructed him to strip and resume battle. The Arthur stripped and cursed his cruel and arrogant master and attacked the golem. Ren instructed Arthur that his goal was to take down the golem generals marked with crowns on their heads. Arthur attacks the golems, making his way toward the general, but gets surrounded by the others. Then, he uses his fire element and attacks the golems ahead. One of the golems was trying to attack the Arthur with his axe, but a white golem appeared with a shield that protected him. Another white golem appeared behind the dark golem, attacked him using his axe, and defeated it. Arthur knew that he would have allies in the battle as one of the leading players in the battle. It will be up to him whether he chooses to take the offensive and plow through the enemy or stay near his team, keeping them alive. After several hours of hard work, he finally defeated the general and lay down on the ground, remarking that it was brutal. Ren counted the total number of causalities on Arthur's side as 271, while the other side had 512. This was not an impressive victory considering the weaker levels of the enemy golems, as he let too many of his allies die. The Arthur sits and remarks that it might be because they look like stone gorillas. Ren gave him the food and water to energize himself, which delighted him, and he started eating while Ren noted something. After finishing his food, Arthur wiped his face and clarified that he felt no empathy for them, regardless of whether they were on his team. Ren decided to keep that in mind and instructed Arthur to sleep now, as tomorrow wouldn't get any easier. The Arthur lay down and immediately fell asleep due to the hard work that he had to do. The following day, he woke up by the noise and immediately summoned his sword. He was shocked as he saw a basilisk holding his childhood friend Tess through her neck and smiling wickedly. The Arthur immediately activated his realm heart and rushed toward the basilisk to save the elf. He lifted his sword furiously with its single swing. He cut Basilisk's arm. Thus, the elf was released and fell. Then, the Arthur rushed to attack Basilisk again, but before he could strike it, Basilisk rushed back, regenerated his arm, and created many magical bullets. Arthur was also prepared to attack him, and with the swing of his hand, he created an enormous fire and tried to burn all the bullets. He was startled to see one of the bullets was trying to attack the elf behind him, so he rushed there, caught the bullet bare-handed, and threw it back. After the bullet strikes the crater wall, it leads to an explosion. Basilisk soon came near the Arthur and smiled wickedly, which infuriated Arthur. This was enough, as this battle had gone long enough. He stood and shouted to Ren that this was enough. After this, the basilisk stared at Arthur, and it dissolved. The Arthur looked back to where the elf was lying and was astounded as she dissolved. Ren appeared out of that sculpture, removed the dust from his cape, and applauded the Arthur as he caught on rather quickly. He hoped to let the situation play out a bit more so that he could see how Arthur would handle it. The Arthur grabbed his head and said it was hard not to catch on to such an absurd scenario. He hoped that Ren wasn't doing this just for kicks. This confused Ren, and he wondered how one receives a kick from training, and if it is an improper teaching method or a disciplinary action that lesser beings employ on one another. The Arthur was stunned and refused. He explained that it was an idiom, so he shouldn't bother pondering it. Despite Arthur's illogical expression, Ren explained that his actions were for his benefit. He points at him and wants him to look at the state that he is in now, as he has expended most of his energy on a reckless attempt to save that elf. The Arthur was furious and uttered that he knew that wasn't the best course of action, but there were people he considered more important than anyone else, including himself. Ren was listening to him, but thought it was still a reckless use of energy, even if familial bonds and mates are essential, even for a Xyrus. This made Arthur blush and clarify that Tess isn't a mate. This surprised Ren because of what Winsome told him, and judging by his reaction, he was certain that her importance to Arthur went beyond mere infatuation. Wern inquired if the two of them hadn't engaged in carnal intimacy. This mortified Arthur, and he refused as he hadn't engaged in this. Embarrassed, he put his hand on his head and clarified to Ren that this was beside the point, so he could create a dummy of anything using the earth. Ren created a throne and uttered that he could single-handedly create all sorts of scenarios but couldn't do everything. He couldn't mimic the properties of water using earth, for instance. He recalled something and asked Arthur how he could pick up the fact that this was all fake and created by him. The Arthur explained that after he calmed down a bit, he realized that he could see the fluctuation of yellow earthen mana particles all over them. They were pretty realistic, but it makes no sense for Basilisk to drag Tess to Ephiatus. The author questions Ren if it is impossible for lesser beings to reach such a level of insight as to perform mana arts at the level Asuras are capable of. Although it goes against Ren's nature to deem anything impossible, he wanted to say that it is highly improbable. But he doesn't want the Arthur to be worried about that from all the people. Arthur wondered why he shouldn't be worried. Ren justified that the fact is that he was a walking collection of statistical improbabilities. Arthur had an innate ability to comprehend the workings of the four main elements plus some of their deviating elemental form, coinciding so neatly with the fact that comprehension of all four elements is necessary to unlock the mysteries of Etha, which the very Princess of Dragon just so happened to bestow upon Arthur kindly. So, everything about Arthur was ultimately an outlier, as even Asuras didn't have that much innate talent and luck. The Arthur smiled and thanked him, assuming this was his way of cheering him up, and inquired about the next on their to-do list. Before moving to their next task, Ren instructed Arthur to give him his dominant hand. He grabbed the Arthur's right hand and showed him a triangular mineral called a chlorite, which was a relatively rare but useless piece of rock. However, with the proper refining and synthesizing process, he will keep to his grave, so he warns Arthur not to bother asking if this rock is capable of something remarkable. Ren reminded him when he said he doesn't forge swords but creates them. He could grow a weapon with this little gem and the right tools. The Arthur asked if it was like growing a tree. Ren affirmed and sighed, then refused as that was not like it at all. But if that was what he must think to wrap his lesser mind around it, he should think of it this way. Typically, Ren would have spent years or even decades constantly bossing how he fought. Then, he analyzes that feedback for the information he needs to create a weapon perfectly suited to him. But because of the circumstances surrounding his training, he was taking a bit of a gamble and doing it this way. The Arthur wonders what he means, and without giving him any caution, he presses the minerals at Arthur's hand so forcefully that his hand bleeds. The Arthur shouted as his hand hurt badly and inquired why he didn't give him a warning. Ren apologized as he forgot to count to 3 and explained that he had synthesized the chlorite with Lady Sylvia's feather and a scale from Sylvie. These are both indispensable components of what makes Arthur who he is, and he flickered at Arthur's head and uttered that every moment, action, thought, and change in his body will factor into how his weapon will manifest. Even Ren has no idea how it will turn out. If it even comes out as a weapon or not, it would be worth using. The Arthur made a pitiful face and then wondered why his instructor was doing it this way if the outcome was uncertain. He looked at the broken chlorite and thought his instructor would make a weapon for him. Ren remarked that Arthur would need more than just a sharp stick to get by the Vritra clan and their spawn, and they were also running out of time. This startled Arthur as he thought he had about 2 more years left before the war was expected to begin. Ren worriedly informed him that Winsome just received word from Aldir with the most recent news from Dickathon. He was telling the Arthur this against Windsor and Lord Indrath's wishes, but he wanted him to make a logical decision, knowing all the information. The chlorite was unpredictable, and it might take a year or maybe even 5 before it manifests itself into a weapon. But still, he knew the Arthur would need to strengthen himself for the war. Arthur already knew about that, but wondered why his instructor seemed so on edge. Even more than usual, Ren uttered that although the entire army had yet to arrive, the war had already started. This shocked the Arthur, and he wondered what he meant when Elder Winsome said he had 2 years left. Ren shook his head and explained that was the thing about the war, but it is unpredictable. The Arthur turns and decides to return to Dickathon. Since the war has already started, he wants to participate in the war. But before he could leave, he was shocked as his legs were grabbed by the giant hands that appeared from the earth. Ren furiously approached Arthur and asked him what he would do after this and wondered if he would get himself killed by Scythe. The Arthur thought he had been training with the Etha Orb for months to face them, which was the whole point of bringing him there. Ren explained that was still insufficient because he was hardly a challenge for even a retainer at Arthur's stage. He wanted just 1 year and was confident that with his help, Arthur could give Dickathon a fighting chance. The Arthur grinned his teeth, and although he was reluctant, he still agreed to train under Ren for a year. Meanwhile, at Dickathon, Tess wanted to fight in the war and assured her grandfather that he should not be worried about her, but her grandfather refused and forbade her from participating. Master Aldir, sitting behind her, agreed with her grandfather, saying he was right because the risk of putting her in the field was much too high and unnecessary. Tess furiously turned and asked the man how much longer it was until the risk of an attack outweighed the risk of her on the field. He told her she was much stronger than she was before. Master Aldir uttered that, yet it wasn't enough for her to participate. This made her angry, and she gritted her teeth and decided to slam the door angrily. After she left, her grandfather grabbed his head, worriedly sighed, and asked his companion if this was the best call. Master Aldir reminded him as he knew how much his granddaughter meant to Arthur Lewin. It doesn't matter how many years the Xyrus spend training Arthur, but having Tess on the battlefield will impede his judgment. Meanwhile, Tess was furiously walking out, and she reached the gate, which 2 soldiers guarded. She went to them and requested them to open the door, but the soldier apologized as they hadn't received word from Commander Virian or Lord Aldir that anyone would be leaving. She commanded them to open the door, and then General Vere appeared and informed the guards that Princess Tesha was running an errand with her. The soldiers stared at each other, then poured their mana on the door lock and opened it. After they came outside, Tesha thanked her for her help, and the soldier standing at the portal asked General Vere and Princess Tesha about their destination. General Vere stared at the princess, and she uttered Ediston City. After knowing their destination, the man activated the portal. He requested them to show proper identification upon arrival due to increased outside attacks. Tesha whispered and asked Vere if she was sure that she wanted to babysit her. Vere uttered that she just finished her lesson with Princess Kathleen, so a little break was fine with her, so they left. Ediston was once the human capital in Sapin, and she remembered learning in school that the city had been built on the continent's western coast, so it would be out of reach of the Dwarven and Elven countries and as far away from the Beast Glades as possible. With all the fights happening at various points in the Beast Glades, Ediston City has become the furthest city from the battle and an ideal defensive location, with 3 sides bordered by the ocean. Still, after the impending war had been announced to the public over a year ago, King Glader had the city torn down and rebuilt to be the last line of defense against the Alacrian army. Meanwhile, in Ediston City, the soldier guarded all of the corners, which was why everyone was busy with their everyday routine life. Princess Tesha and Vare reached the city. Princess was staring at the queue of the soldiers marching, and Vare instructed her to keep her sword out and ready at all times. Tesha thought she shouldn't be that concerned as Vare was with her to protect, and besides, this city was just about the farthest point from all of the fighting. Vare reminded her that it's necessary to be ready for the worst-case scenario in times of war. On their way, Princess Tesha stopped by the stall and looked at the pendant displayed there. She recalled that Vare said she had just returned from a session with Kathleen, so she inquired how the Glader siblings were doing with their training. Vare said that Baron told him Curtis was determined and hardworking, but his progress was slow. His comprehension of mana is average despite his being a beast tamer. Princess Kathleen, on the other hand, is moving along well in her training, and she has been told that the princess was always a bit more gifted than everyone else, and after these last 2 years, Vare understands why. Princess Tesha handed the money for the pendant that she liked to the shopkeeper and remarked that Kathleen was not more than everyone else. Vare thought that hardly counted, and she recalled that boy named Arthur, who was about Tesha's age, an anomaly of an entirely different sort undoubtedly. She can only imagine what he will be like when he returns after training with the Xyrus and hopes he will be well prepared for the army. Tesha agrees. Princess Tess asked the general if she thought the Alacrian army could make it all the way there. Her grandfather told her that Director Cynthia said Alacria is west of Dickathon, which means Ediston is the closest city to their enemy. Vare affirmed but clarified that she also said they had no effective way of transporting significant numbers of soldiers across the ocean. This was why their enemy was going for a more discreet method, which came through the teleportation gates that they had hidden throughout the Beast Glades. The Vritra could bring in a considerable force and keep it safely hidden in the endless maze of tunnels and dungeons until they were ready to strike. Tesha was concerned as she thought that anything they knew about their enemy mostly came from Director Cynthia. Master Aldir partially broke the curse that bound her from releasing any information about her homeland, but she still ended up comatose. The war has caused a strain on her relationship with her grandfather, but she wasn't the only one frustrated. Her grandfather and the council have done all they could on the social front. After the death of the king and Queen Grey Sunders, the dwarves launched a rebellion, so the council worked to regain their allegiance, while encouraging individual cities to prepare for military action. Even though her grandfather has been stressed with it all, she has been making good progress in her training. Tess was busy thinking about this when a girl carrying a lot of paper rushed toward her, telling her to watch out that she didn't hear. The girl quickly dashed into her, which startled the princess, so she immediately took out her sword, grabbed the girl's hand, and pointed her sword at her. The princess was shocked as she closely looked at the girl's face and recognized Emily. Emily's eyes filled with tears when she saw the princess, and she immediately hugged her and greeted General Varé, who was standing behind her. Varé also greeted her back. Princess Tesha was also delighted to see Emily again and apologized for her reaction, as this had just come out of nowhere and her body had reacted independently. Emily remarked that she was the one who should be apologetic because she was carrying way too many things, and her glasses slipped, so she couldn't make out where she was going. Besides, that was fun as she met the princess in an abrupt and slightly terrifying way. She settled her glasses and remembered that she couldn't be dawdling there like this, and she stood as she needed to hurry. Tesha wondered what was wrong, so Emily explained that these papers seemed to be very important because Master Gideon had requested aid from a lance to the council. Princess looked at General Varé, who nodded and permitted her, so she asked Emily if she could accompany her. On their way, she saw Emily was a bit concerned, so she bumped into her and asked her what she and Master Gideon were working on these days, as she hadn't seen her in the castle for a long time. Emily sighed and wanted her not to call him professor, as her nut job of a master can hardly be considered sane, so he can't be a proper educator for future generations. Emily swore as if she has lost count of how many times she have had to dig her master out from under a pile of debris and useless junk after an explosion he had caused. She asked about the princess and how she had been these days, but Tesha wanted her to drop it with her honorifics. She knew she hated that. She furiously uttered that she had been terrible and was aware that Emily would have no idea how suffocating it was inside the castle. Emily affirmed and mocked her as the halls are pretty narrow, and the ceiling is much too low for a castle. She heard that the flying castle was out of season now. From hearing this, Tesha laughed and asked Emily if she thought she was so clever. Emily sighed and wanted her to try being stuck with someone like a master for hours every day and see what that does to her sense of humor. The princess is furious on her own side and wants Emily to be locked in a castle for over a year. She stayed with an Asura and an overbearing grandfather who made breathing seem dangerous, and both sighed at their fortune. After she was taken, Emily instructed the princess not to be so rough on her grandfather, Commander Virion. She meant that after the Xyrus incident, she could only imagine how worried her grandfather and parents would be. The princes know, but the past year hasn't been easy for them as she has been training every day, which has been the only way for her to reassure herself that she is actually getting stronger. However, with the latest attacks from the Alacrian forces, if the beast glades, she wishes she was out on the field already. Emily remembered Arthur and asked about him, and if she had heard any news about him. The princess smiled and asked if she meant besides the same old news Master Aldir repeated like a neurotic mimic bird. They simultaneously mimicked the Master Aldir's answer that he was training. That is all she needed to know, and they started laughing. Emily inquired about Elijah, but the princess clenched her fist around the documents and answered that she had no news about Elijah. It has been so long, and she still has no idea why Elijah was taken alive. But all she knows is that he had been trying to save her when he was captured. Emily saw the princess concerned and tried to calm her, saying that wasn't the case. But before that, Varé informed them that they reached their destination. They reached outside the building, and Emily reached the gate, cast some spell at the lock, and opened the door. They entered the building where so many people were busy working. The princess was irritated by the strange stench. Emily also couldn't identify the stench as so many different minerals and materials were either being melted or refined there, but it was hard to tell the smell apart. They were startled as they suddenly heard her master voice, who was cursing his fellow, and wondered how many times he had to drill into that thick skull of his that he couldn't keep those minerals in the same container. They will draw out each other's properties, and he will be left with two useless hunks of rock. They went down near the room and saw a man coming out of the room with his things, and Emily recognized the lovely voice of her master. The man named Haim came out and greeted the princess, General, and Emily, and was surprised as they returned so quickly because Master Gideon was waiting for her. Emily thought she had gotten lucky, so she brought the general and princess with her and asked the man if her master was in his moods again. Assistant Himes replied that the master had been quite agitated waiting for these reports. Emily asked him if he knew what these reports were about. Soon, her master Gideon came out and quickly started flipping the documents to check them and tossing them away. Emily wondered what her master was searching for and tried to gain his attention, but he was busy looking at the report. After reading the last report, he handed it to Emily and worriedly put his hand on his head. Gideon looked at the general and uttered that he had submitted a formal request to the council. Since she had already been there, Gideon believed it could be beneficial if she came with him. General Verret inquired where they would be going, so Gideon explained that they would be heading toward the eastern coast on the northern border of the Beast Glades. Soon, they headed there on their horse, and she wondered what caused Professor Gideon to be in such a hurry. Finally, they reached the location, and Gideon instructed them to be alerted. They reached the cliff from where they could see a ship, and Princess was stunned to see it and wondered if it was the Dikatheus. In the past, Gideon was frustrated as they had been hounding him to devise a way to travel long distances across the ocean. He was shocked to see the rough sketch of an engine not powered by mana, but by steam generated by external material, and they built a ship. Presently, they reached the ship and were pulling at the coast, and the princess asked the master if this wasn't the Dikatheus, and he clarified it was worse. She wondered what he meant by worse, but he went inside and instructed them to follow him. Princess Tesha smiled and wondered if the master would answer any of their questions, but Emily patted her shoulder to help her come out of her delusion. They went inside and recognized that damaged area as those seemed like the marks of bites, so they couldn't imagine how big a monster it would have to be to take a chomp as big as this. General Verret couldn't see any sign of life there, which was an unnecessary precaution for Gideon, but still, he thanked her. Tesha looked around the damaged and rusted ship and wondered if this was indeed not Dikatheus, and if not, then what it was. She wondered, besides Master Gideon, who else could build this when it even got out to sea and where the people traveling in it were. She was stunned and called General Verret, who explained that everything had been destroyed, and it seemed like someone had deliberately wiped the ship clean of anything resembling a clue to its origin. Tesha assumed that whoever was on this ship didn't want anyone to know who they were. Emily wondered if Master Gideon's floor plan got leaked and if one of his rivals or competitors could get their hand on them. Gideon arrived, uttered that it was impossible, and explained that until a few weeks ago, the ship was fully submerged in the ocean. He wouldn't have known about it had it not been for the group of adventurers that came across it just as the tides turned. Emily wondered what had happened to all the crew members who were on this ship and asked her master if he thought they had all drowned. Gideon refused as he was confident there would be at least some who remained left. Although there were no remains, no evidence, nothing, which means the crew did not want anyone seeing this ship, let alone whatever or whoever they had inside. General Verret had a hunch when she first saw this ship, but she wants Gideon to confirm whether she is right. Gideon uttered that after reading the report, he prayed to whatever divine being was watching over them that his guess was wrong, but he didn't think it would be right. He supposed maybe the lost crew if the original Dikatheus had made it back in one piece. But after examining it, he was optimistic that this ship wasn't and never was the Dikatheus, nor was it from Dikathan. This concerned Emily, wondering if his master didn't mean what she was thinking. Her master Gideon meant to say exactly what she is thinking. The fact this ship exists changes the fundamental dynamic of this war. This worried the princess, and she inquired what he meant by changes in the war. Professor Gideon explained that it means that Alakria has in their arsenal the ability to build ships with the capacity to carry whole battalions across the ocean to Dikathan. Later, Commander Virion was sitting in his room and got worried after seeing and was concerned as things seemed to escalate faster than they had prepared. He wondered if they, as rulers, were perhaps unprepared for such mishaps and unpredictable situations they were facing. He remembered the meeting with the ruler a few days ago, where all of Dikathan's dominant personalities discussed something. King Blaine was frustrated and asked Professor Gideon if he was sure about that. Gideon affirmed that it was just what he said, but the part about the ship belonging to the Alacrians was merely speculation on his part. However, he was sure the ship they had just encountered was not the Dikatheus he had built. Queen tried to calm down the king of Sapin and asked the professor how he was sure about this. Gideon explained that the Dikatheos was something he took pride in, and he wanted people to know that it was his creation. So he placed markers as a signature throughout the base of the ship, but there were none of these markings on the ship. In fact, the frame was constructed entirely of a different material, which made King Blaine furious, and he slammed the table. Elder Virion instructed him to calm himself. Blaine wondered how to calm himself down and inquired if he hadn't heard Gideon's words. He apologized to Virion, but couldn't keep calm after discovering their enemy had an arsenal of battleships. With this, their enemy can send hundreds or even thousands of soldiers and mages across the ocean. This situation was bad enough that they had been having trouble sniffing out those people from inside the dungeons of the Beast Glades by now. Elder Aldir instructed them to be quiet and asked Vare about her thoughts on the matter. General Vare knew she had no extensive knowledge about the construction of the Dikatheos. Still, she agreed with the artificer as the lack of evidence in the ship was telling enough. The Queen of Sapin, Priscilla, thought it might be a trap, which could be a strategy to prompt them to split their troops and move them further from the glades. Elder Aldir assumed that if the Alacrian goal were to dive their forces, it would make more sense for them to leave it somewhere along the western coast where they would want them to think they would attack. The Queen of Elves thought that with the tide levels changing so frequently, it was a miracle they ever found the ship in the first place. But the question was if it was worth the risk, as the Elder knew that Alacrian Cynthia was under the impression that her people were trying to amass an army over time in the depths of the Beast Glades. But it would be foolish to believe that was the only move the Vritra had planned, so they had no choice but to prepare themselves for a two-pronged attack. But with the dwarves without any leader, they were short of troops and mages. Blaine requested that Muriel and Alduin allow Priscilla and him to join them on their next visit to Darv, as they needed to fortify the city along the western coast. Commander Virion agreed with Blaine as he was right. They will need the dwarfs' help if they are going to win this war. Presently, Virion never thought that Alakria had access to transport their soldier by sea all this time and that Tesha had gotten onto one of their ships. He can't even be upset that Varel allowed Tesha to come along and was surprised it took Tessa that long to leave the castle. Soon, someone knocked at the door and he permitted her to come in. Tesha came in as Vere told her that her grandfather Virion had summoned her. Virion affirmed and explained that he wanted to show her something, then played a video that shocked her. All of the soldiers were brutally assaulted and killed by their enemies without having any mercy on them. Virion uttered that this was a real-life recording from a battle just a few days ago, and out of the 400 soldiers they sent down into the dungeon, they lost 200 men and 20 mages in the battle alone. The commander was the one who gave them the order to go down, and it was on his shoulder that they were all dead. The war has only just begun, but they have already done things and made choices for which he will never forgive himself. It was his selfishness as her grandfather that made him want to keep her safe and away from harm. Regardless of how much of an asset she may be in battle, he knew his granddaughter would undoubtedly be a tremendously talented mage, and with her training these past 2 years, she would be a force to be reckoned with in the war. No matter how powerful she was the only one person, but all it takes is one mistake and only one small blunder to lose her, which was why he had forbidden her from participating in the battles. Virion uttered that even after seeing just a glimpse of what she would endure in the battle, he wondered if she would still want to be a part of the battle. Tesha affirmed, so her grandfather threw the sword at her, which she grabbed and wanted her to prove her resolve. Soon, they were on the battleground, and her grandfather was transforming using his will and asked her if she understood the rules of this battle. Tesha also activated her will and affirmed that her grandfather immediately rushed at her to attack, but she dodged. Soon, Tesha threw her plant spikes at him. Virion dodged all, but he was startled by more of those ahead, so he started evading all of them. Taking advantage of her grandfather's busy avoiding the attack, she rushed behind him to attack. But Virion noticed this, blocked her strike, and immediately grabbed her granddaughter's hand and pulled her down. Tesha was lifted by the plant wines, which amazed Virion as her control over her east will have improved. She smiled and rushed to attack her grandfather, soon after which her body was surrounded by those wines, making a giant ball. This concerned Virion as he remembered the same thing that had happened in the past. He called her, but soon, she appeared out of it and activated her runes. She summoned her sword and rushed to attack her grandfather, instructing him to be careful, and she struck him and moved him back. She continuously attacked her grandfather, but all of those attacks were located, and soon she got injured by the attack. She was trying to cast her spell without losing hope, but her grandfather kicked her straight on her chin. This threw her away, and he grabbed her hand, thus defeating her. She tried to sit and was trembling as she lost to her grandfather and couldn't even land a clean hit after all the struggle. Virian looked at her, smiled, and instructed her that she would address him as commander, not grandfather, on the battlefield, which shocked her. She was delighted as she figured out that she would join her grandfather in the battle. She rushed toward her grandfather and thanked him for allowing her to prove herself. However, her grandfather had a few conditions. Firstly, she had to get consent from her mother and father, and she affirmed this. Secondly, she must also keep in mind the gravity of who she is, and whoever is leading her team or battalion will definitely mention that it is up to her not to become a liability, and she agrees. Lastly, if her teammate felt she could not take care of herself, he would immediately remove her from the fight and ask if that was clear, and she affirmed. Virian instructed her that she needed to use her second phase because she hadn't fully learned to control her beast form, so that form made her too reckless. This irritated her, and she uttered that Master Aldir had already told her that, and he said that the beast will that she had assimilated with was different. However, he couldn't put a finger on why. She assured him not to worry as she would try her best to avoid it. She turned as she was leaving to find her mother and father, but her grandfather had called her. She looks at her grandfather, who instructed her that from now on out, he can no longer be her grandfather. The actions he has taken and the decisions he has made concerning Tesha have always been for her safety and happiness. He worriedly clenched his fist behind him and uttered that from now on, Tesha is a soldier, so he must treat her like one. Whether it is him giving her an order directly or through her general, he instructed her to keep in mind that the order given would be for the good of Dicathan, not for personal safety. This was his final warning to her granddaughter because he would be her commander from there on. Tesha went to him, hugged him, and gladly said she understood. She called her grandfather's commander. She saluted him and assured him she would be a soldier who would do whatever it took to protect Dicathan and their people. Virian saluted back and said that he knew Tesha had left, and he thought that was what he was most afraid of. Later, he sadly descended the stairs and reached the room. He entered the room where Anna was startled to see Commander Virian's arrival. She greeted the commander and apologized for the intrusion, as she wasn't expecting anyone to visit at this hour. Virian assured her that she didn't need to apologize as he came there on a whim and inquired about his friend's health. Anna explained that she had just administered the necessary supplements to keep her body healthy. Physically, the lady was in great shape, but no matter what they tried, they couldn't get her to wake up, which was the same as always. Anna apologized to Commander Virian and decided to get out of his way so he could take his time. Virian sat on the chair and was gloomy about meeting his old friend, Cynthia, who had gone to slumber. He was unsure if she knew this, but the Alacrian army was capable of building steamships and was most likely using them to transport tens of thousands of soldiers to their shores. But he was sure she didn't know as they were already there when they began construction on the Dicathios. He decided to forget about this as he came there because he got some news for her that she wouldn't believe. He permitted Tesha to start fighting in real battles and was sure she would be pretty surprised by his decision. He rambled about how he told his granddaughter that he would treat her like a soldier, but as a granddaughter, what a load of crap. He leans forward and is afraid, although he knows how much she wants to make a difference and have a part in the fight, and he knows how stubborn Tess is. So he decided that since Tess would probably participate in this war regardless, it should at least be under his supervision. Still, it was hard for him to do all this as he stepped down as king because he wanted to avoid doing what he was doing right now. And what he was doing now was on a much bigger scale. He has an Asura making sure that he is fit, emotionally, mentally, and physically, to lead this war while all the lances and guild leaders are at his beck and call. Virian wondered if it was pathetic of him to want nothing more than to sit in his garden watching his granddaughter grow up peacefully. He asked what sort of cruel joke it was to send his granddaughter to battle. He knew that Alduin, Muriel, Blaine, and Priscilla were all doing what they could to help. In the end, they turned to him for order now that Lord Aldir has pronounced him the only fit leader of the Tri-Union's joint military forces. He told Sintai that he had already outlived his life and didn't want to live longer than his children and grandchildren, and he didn't think he could take it. He grabbed her hand and realized that he had never apologized to Cynthia even once. He had a feeling something was wrong, but he didn't know that Lord Aldir hadn't entirely removed the curse on her. He sensed that Cynthia knew she might be if she revealed information about Alakria and Vritra, but still, he didn't stop her. For a chance to gain the higher ground in this war, he allowed her to succumb to this state, which was why he would never forgive himself for that, as he shouldn't have let it come this far. He remembered their past and uttered that it was not after all they had been through together. There might be people who shun her for being a spy, but he would never believe that, and he chose to stand up against his people to help her. Thus, making that choice makes her stronger than anyone else there. The true war was going to start soon, so he informed her that he wouldn't be able to come down there for a while. But he promised that after this war was over, he would do whatever it took to wake her back up. Until then, he wanted her to rest well. Later, Tesha was raiding a dungeon with her teammates, and she instructed Darvis to switch positions with Stannard. The man named Darvis laughed and requested the leader to be careful because if she died on them, then her grandfather would murder them all. Tess generated the vines from the ground that wrapped around the monster and pulled it. Then, she rushed to attack the beast. She requested him to spout nonsense and asked if they wanted her to count all the times she had saved them. Karya also punched a monster and instructed Darvis not to start the battle he couldn't win. After some time, the army of monsters ambushed them, and they asked Stannard if he found the pack leader yet, as these gorillas just kept coming out of nowhere. Stannard was setting his target on them and uttered that they had not yet. Karya suggested to the leader that she thinks they should fall back as there were too many of them for their team to handle. Tess agreed with her as she was right. This was supposed to be a scouting excursion, not a full-blown assault, so she instructed all of them to fall back. They all started running away from those gorillas, and Darvis attacked one of the monsters on his way. He thought that wand wavers were lucky as they sat behind the lines and fired off spells while they gossiped with each other. This pissed off Stannard as this was clearly degrading. Tess instructed him to go all out as she was going to hold them down. He understood his task and instructed Darvis and Karya to get out of the way, after which Tess Ivy's prison tried to bind those monsters down to make way for them. Taking advantage of the situation, Stannard filled the bullet in his gun and fired at those monsters, thus causing a propulsion blast. This led to a massive explosion, which concerned Tess, and Darvis assumed that Stannard had minced up another new spell. Stannard affirmed and stretched his arm as the recoil was a bit painful. Karya remarked that this was why she kept telling him he should train more with her. Stannard made a strange face and replied that he was telling her there was no way he would train with her, who is a compact package of savagery, and they all started laughing. Tess instructed them to save the banter and keep going because the fire wouldn't hold them for too long. They affirmed, and Darvis raised his arm in excitement as it was time for another supper. Stannard affirmed and was irritated as he couldn't wait for another dinner with the same old much the cooks kept calling food. Darvis came near Tess and asked if there was any chance their leader, whom they loved and appreciated so much and who also happens to be a princess, could hook her precious teammates up with some real food. Tess sighed as that was gross. Then Karya pushed Darvis, calling him Slimeball Backseat and sticking to Tess, and uttered that if he wanted to beg for favors, then he should be better off covering his face while he did so. Darvis called her Shorty and instructed her not to hate him because he was handsome. This made Karya furious as she was not short but petite and was also cute. She stuck to Tess, making an adorable face. She asked if she was right. Darvis pointed toward Stannard and uttered that he was a petite who could pass for a 10-year-old. On the other hand, she was short and barbaric. This irritated Stannard, and he wondered why they always included him in their squabbles. Tesher requested them to be quiet as they were all in a dungeon covered in blood, sweat, and grime, and none of them were particularly easy to look at right now. Soon, they returned to their base, and Tess thought a nice shower would help, so she knocked on the entrance. The man looked outside, and after confirming their identity, he opened the door. Tess and her team entered the base where all the soldiers were gathered, and she instructed her teammates to wash up. After showering, she came out and saw her teammates already there. Darvis was trying to ignite the woods, and the other two were making fun. Tess recalled how, in the past, they were all strangers and was delighted to see this as they had come quite a long way in just 3 months. All of a sudden, Tesha was called by someone, and when she looked back, she was glad to see Helen and quickly hugged her. She was so happy to see them and introduced Helen, Durden, Jasmine, Adam, and Angela of Twin Horns to her teammates. Tess was shocked. Darvis rushed toward Angela, grabbed her hand, and was pleased to meet her. He introduced himself as Darvis, the fourth and most handsome son of the distinguished House Clairol. Karya was also shocked and remarked that as well as the laziest, most spoiled, and most arrogant son. But arrogant for a good reason, as Darvis was a talented prodigy in mana control and had the reflexes to match. Helen looked at Karya and asked if she might be a Ride, which startled her, and she wondered how Helen knew about this. Helen explained that, seeing as the Ride family has served the Clairol family for generations and the fact that the mana control around her body was impeccable, she gathered this much. Ride family was known for their unique gauntless technique, while the Clairols were known as the axemanship. This included Karya, whose parents had failed to produce any son, with Darvis being kicked out of the house and into battle by his father as soon as he reached the solid yellow core stage, and Kara, who had basically been exiled after being raised as a son her whole life by her traditional parents. The two of them made quite a pair. Despite his crass personality, Darvis only cared about 2 things: flirting with women and watching out for his childhood friend Karya. Karya was just as headstrong as Darvis and maybe more. But she was also bright and optimistic despite her harsh upbringing and the glue that is holding this team together. Karya pulled Darvis's ear after seeing him flirting and pulling him back. He asked if they could not always resort to violence. Jasmine remarked that they were like Arthur and Tesha, which embarrassed Tess, and they all started laughing at seeing her swollen face. When Durden approached him, Stannard was laughing in the corner on seeing the fight between Karya and Darvis. He inquired about the type of crossbow Stannard was holding as he had never seen one like that before. Stannard gets scared and almost loses control over his weapon and explains that he had to get it made because of his deviant powers, and he made it himself. Tesha uttered that Stannard could store actual spells into beast cores, which shocked all of them as this was impressive, and they all gathered around him. Stannard made a distinct impression during his assessment, and he had been introduced to her grandfather by Professor Gideon. At the time, he was a dark yellow staged conjurer with a dual affinity for fire and wind. However, he had a deficiency in his mana core, which prevented him from storing the average amount of mana for his core level. Still, Stannard proved that his peculiar and useful deviant powers made up for it. Test Team was one of the youngest groups stationed there, fighting for the country each day in these dungeons, which made her proud. They could hold their own just as well, and the division had been doing fine, so though she was thrilled to see them, she couldn't help but wonder. Tess asked Helen why they came there, and she worriedly replied that they had just come there from the wall. Though it has been hard at the wall, they were sent there to help with the scouting as it's best to be prepared for what has to come. Stannard inquired what they saw at the wall. This left all of the members of Twin Horns speechless, and they were sad. Tess gets worried and asks them if they have fought against Alacria's mages. Helen affirmed that they fought them because they were at the wall for about 4 months. She explained that the wall is a base of sorts, but the fighting takes place along the borders of the beast glades, and the mages aren't the main problem, but the beast is the problem. Angela uttered, which was why the Higher sent them there, because the mutated S-class mana beast in this cavern was under Alacrian's control. The Alacrians were able to control the hundreds or thousands of mana beasts under it, so they needed to find it and kill it before the Alacrians used them to break down the wall. Mutant mana beasts who were corrupted and controlled by the Alacrian were mostly ruler, so they had their dungeons. Though the mutant's energy was able to control hundreds of mana beasts that served them, as long as these mutants existed, another mana beast of their species would follow them, fighting for the Alacrian soldier. There were dozens of squads deep inside various dungeons trying to find and kill the mutants. But before their enemy could gather a significant number of mana beasts and fully advance toward the wall. The dungeon that their team and Helen were assigned happened to be home to an S-class mutant beast, so winning to fight down there was crucial to the war. This captures Tess's interest, so she asks Helen to tell her more about the fights happening at the wall. This frustrated Adam, and he came ahead and uttered that the battle at the wall wasn't a bedtime story that her nanny had read to her in her fancy canopy bed. It's a war, and people die on both sides, and that was if they are lucky, they can survive. Tess furiously stares at Adam and utters that she knows what war means and the seriousness of the situation. She asked about the details because her team would be sent to the battlefield, so she wanted to know when they defeated the beast there, and she wanted them to be prepared. Adam angrily grits his teeth when Angela pulls him back as she thinks it's time for him to set up their camp. She wants him to take his time and tells him they will have dinner ready so he can return. Durden urged Tess not to take Adam's words to her heart, as it has been challenging for him on the field, so he only reacted this way because he didn't want her to get hurt. Helen explained that Tess was over here fighting beasts, but the Alacrian soldiers were much more monstrous than any Mana beast there. At least the creatures they battle there to fight for survival on instincts as they fight to kill, and to some extent, and that's merciful. This concerned Stannard, and he wondered what he meant by this. Jasmine explained that it's the most essential thing in a war, and both sides are trying to get information from each other. This means imprisonment and torture as the battles there are black and white because beasts are bad, which is good for them. When they fight another human who can all talk, scream in pain, and beg for mercy, things become more gray, making distinguishing between right and wrong harder. Tess was concerned and wanted to ask him how, but they were startled as they heard a soldier's voice requesting them to help him get the medics there. Helen looked at Tess and inquired if a situation like this happened often, and she refused as not many soldiers were injured that badly. Later, they were inside the medical facility camp where the injured soldier was lying on his bed. The man named Drogo was startled as he saw Princess Tess entering the medical camp, and he got concerned and asked about her health and if something had happened to her. Drogo was startled as he saw Helen with the princess. She waved at him and was glad to see him after a long time, so she assumed she should call him leader. Drogo requested her to stop saying that as he knew that Helen was more fit and suitable to take his position as leader, but he wondered what brought them there and if everything was all right. Elder Albreda was confident that the princess was there as she was curious about what news their little slumbering prince had brought and asked her if she was right. The princess looked at her and smiled as she couldn't hide anything from Elder Albreda. Elder Albreda wondered if this poor excuse of a treatment center looked like a gossip center to her. Elder Albreda instructed Stannard to come there as she needed help bringing the herb there, and he obediently affirmed. Helen apologized to the elder, as they didn't mean to intrude on her work. Still, she had to gather some information to periodically send the update to her superior back at the wall. She thought the fastest way to find out what was happening was by talking to the injured man. Drogo agreed that she was right to think about it that way, but unfortunately, it might be a while before they could get his answer. Stannard took the bandages to Elder Albreda and inquired what had happened to him. She explained dehydration and massive fatigue. She assumed that the man wouldn't have to eat or drink anything for several days, and by looking at his state of foot, she deduced that he might have been running non-stop for quite some time. However, the question that arises after knowing all this is what caused him to get into such a state. Suddenly, Sayer woke up, and his face turned white out of fear. He was startled to see all of them gathered around him and inquired how long he had been lying there unconscious. Drogo tried to calm down Sayer and explained that he had been lying in that situation for 10 minutes. Elder Albreda gave him the glass of water and instructed him to drink water before explaining everything to them, and he started drinking water. After he drinks the water, Drogo starts investigating him. Even though he knows Sayer has just returned to his senses, they need to know what happened in the dungeon and where the rest of the team members are. Hearing this, Sayer clenched his fist firmly, grasped the bedsheet, and told them that all of his team members were dead and he was the only one who survived. He disagreed with his teammates and stayed behind, but he felt guilty immediately so that he couldn't leave them. He trailed behind them almost immediately after they left, but the situation was already out of control when he arrived. All his teammates have already walked into an ambush of gnolls, who are deadlier than the ones they saw before. Those monsters were hundreds in number, and most of them were equipped with mana-made weapons. They had already killed his teammates, so he had no option but to avoid those monsters and step back. Sayer was lucky as they didn't notice him, and he had no other choice but to hide out for days before he managed to set up a teleportation gate to leave. He couldn't risk activating it there if those gnolls would destroy it before he could use it, so he ran away. Drogo inquired what he meant by that, and when he said that, he set the teleportation gate. Sayer uttered that there was a massive gate behind those gnolls, and it seemed like they were protecting whatever was behind it. He thought they had found the S-class mutant beast den. A few moments later, Drogo's voice echoed through the large cavern, alerting everyone about the scouts' messages. Everyone in the cavern, over 100 soldiers, scurried around to prepare themselves for the impending battles. Stannard had done well for the 3 months, and he had been there, but this was the real thing, a fight against a real mutant, and he could tell Caria and Darvis also had a few nerves that they had to shake off. But as for Tesha, despite being the youngest, she was composed and confident. Stannard was staring at her while Tesha was tying her hair, and he blushed and wanted to get a hold of himself. He knew she was out of his league and was in love with a guy named Arthur. He grabbed his weapon and knew the beast they had seen and fought would be nothing compared to what they would find once they went through that gate. Stannard was somehow prepared as he had 25 low-damage rounds and 8 loaded with high-damage spells. He assumed adding 5 more low-damage and 2 more high-damage rounds would be beneficial, which could lighten the load on others. He was indulged in his thoughts when Caria approached him and remarked that he had been thinking too loud, which startled him, and he assumed it was Tess, but it was Caria. Caria looked at him, smiled, and urged him to stretch before he cramped up in battle. She reached out to help him, and he agreed. Soon, Drogo instructed his vanguard team to listen to his instructions attentively and brace themselves upon arrival. He clarified that there was no telling how many mana beasts would be on the other side, so they should be on guard. Tess called her teammates and instructed them that they would all get out of this alive and eat a delicious meal after this raid in the dungeon, and they agreed. Drogo instructed the vanguard team to be prepared and charge, so they all rushed inside the dungeon. After covering some distance, Stannard was shocked as he saw a mana beast strangulating the tone of their companion, and none of the arrows were working against it. Tess teammates were also struggling to kill those mana beasts, and Caria was concerned after seeing their comrade lying on the ground. On checking her pulse, she deduced that the girl was already dead. All of the vanguard team members were fighting those monsters while Stannard was standing amidst when he was alerted to see on his left where the beast was attacking him. He looked to his left, lifted his weapon, and shot the monster, then reloaded his weapon and started shooting the group of monsters attacking him. Caria also rushed to help him and punched those monsters while he was shooting them. Darvis looked at him and remarked that it was about time he made himself useful, but Stannard wanted him to stop spouting nonsense. The group of monsters ambushed Caria, so he asked for some help, and Darvis and Stannard immediately helped her subdue those monsters. Most of the monsters were killed by them, and the remaining ones were bonded by the ivy vines that appeared from the ground and tangled around them. Taking advantage of their immobility, Tess rushed at them, beheaded all those monsters in a single strike, and instructed Darvis to start mobbing them. Darvis immediately created a boundary around them, and the conjurer used crossfire. They made a wall around all those monsters, thus separating them from all the remaining injured and alive soldiers. Then, according to the leader's instruction, a fire tornado was created around those monsters, engulfing most of them. The remaining few rushed to attack them, and the warrior tried to protect themselves with their shield. Tess, Darvis, and Caria were attacking those who left with other group members when the leader instructed them to clear the war and let them be. On the leader's instruction, other mages attacked the monster with different attributes, and Drogo instructed them to make their way for Stannard. Stannard aimed at them, creating a massive magical bullet whose recoil effects threw him back. This highly damaged attack caused such an enormous explosion that it killed all of those gnolls, which pleased them. Drogo instructed healers to raise their flags and instructed others if they could gather the injured to the healers, and if they could no longer fight, they should head back to camp. Caria and Darvis helped Stannard stand up and applaud him, saying he did a great job despite being an odd little mage. This was an overwhelming triumph despite the surprise attack on them from the army of mana beasts. The leader wants to continue forth as he doesn't want their comrade's death to go in vain. Stannard was gloomy even though Drogo called this an overwhelming triumph, and he looked toward the dead soldiers. He wondered how can it be a victory if, to some people, the weight of one death means so much more than a simple number. 10 of the soldiers had already died, and they hadn't even reached the den. He looked at Tess and wondered how many more would die that day. Even after the victory, Tesha seemed concerned, so Stannard asked her what was wrong with her. She sighed and explained that although they won, they lost 10 soldiers. Darvis approached her, bumped into her shoulder, and was impressed as their ever so compassionate princess exuded such kindness and grace to them who were just peasants, which irritated her, so she wanted him to zip it. Karia grabbed her hand and tried to calm her. She assured her they had done their best and won. Stannard stands and agrees with her, as they all know what is at risk every time they go into battle, and it's impossible to save every soldier. Tess looked at him and smiled as she agreed to what he said, because they couldn't rescue them all. Darvis, hearing all of their conversations, whispered that this was a nice try, which confused Stannard, and he tried to satisfy Stannard that it wasn't what he meant. The healer behind asked the soldiers if anyone needed healing, and one of the mages holding his hip uttered that his hips needed healing as it hurt. On the other side, Tess sighed as she was confident that with her current rate, she wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Cario popped in front of her and asked if she was referring to a guy named Arthur about whom she always talked. The conversation about Arthur annoyed Darvis, as he didn't want to hear about the Arthur again. He was irritated as she described him as some all-powerful, inhumanly charismatic hotshot without a single flaw. So there was no way she was not being biased. Cario was having fun, so she remarked that Darvis was jealous because Arthur was everything he wished he could be. Tess added salt to his wound by saying that Arthur was famous in school, although she doubted he realized it. Caria was certain that he would be better looking than Darvis, which infuriated him, and he wanted her to take her words back and call her a condensed ogre. Tess commented that Arthur was a little scary when she first met him. Caria was pushing back Darvis as he was attacking her, and she was startled as she recalled that Tess told them that Arthur saved her from slave traders after she ran away from home. Tess affirmed and uttered that thought. She felt like it wasn't out of his heart, but some logical scheme. Caria was impressed to know about it as she likes bad boys, but Darvis was jealous and thought he would barf as he doesn't seem like a great guy. Darvis uttered that after being kidnapped during the Xyrus Academy 9 invasion, Arthur didn't make sure she was okay and just went to a place that no one knew. Tesha explained that he checked in with her grandpa to ensure she was fine but was in a hurry. Darvis made a strange face and taunted him, saying that he had gone to train somewhere in secret, and Stannard hit him on his chest to stop him. Darvis didn't stop and said that if she asked him, he would say he ran away from the war because he was afraid to die. This frustrated Caria as he went a bit too far and was quite harsh. Tess refused as he was wrong because she knew that Arthur might be a bit clueless and naive in some areas, but he was not one to run away in fear. She knew that Arthur's desire to protect his loved ones was too strong for that to happen. He turned and said yes and mumbled that she would tell Arthur that he would be the hero who saved them all from the wrath of the Alacrian and war. After he leaves, Caria is furious at how harsh he is and calls him a jerk. Stannard thinks the Arthur wouldn't be that strong to save them, but Tess remarks that he is strong enough. Caria can't wait to meet the Arthur and requests Tess to introduce them to him, and she affirms and hopes they will meet soon. Later, they all progress and go deep into the den, but Darvis is concerned about how spooky that place is. Drogo gave them the sign to stop. He turned and whispered that they would soon reach the point where Mana Beast ambushed their scout, Sayer, and his team. Based on Sayer's report, they should expect at least a few hundred gnolls and orcs, which are larger and more dangerous than the ones they have faced up until now. Drogo wants his team to be prepared and wishes the one who watches over them to be with all the soldiers. They rushed inside but were shocked to see the surrounding situation and wondered what had happened there. All the beasts were already dead, which alarmed them. Darvis wasn't sure if he should be relieved or scared. Drogo was also concerned. Still, he instructed the soldier to get to the gate, and they rushed to the main entrance. Tesha instructed her team to stay in formation, and they affirmed, but she was shocked to see the door. The soldier who went near the gate worriedly uttered that the door wasn't fully closed, and suddenly, they heard the sound of something huge falling down. Drogo instructed them to open the door, and they started opening it. Tess's teammates were fully prepared to attack immediately if there was any dangerous encounter. After they opened the door, they were shocked to see the piled-up S-rank monsters and blood dripping out of the room. They were all dumbfounded to see this, and Tess lowered her sword. She went inside and was shocked to see Arthur sitting on the pile of monsters. Tesha inquired if the person sitting there was Arthur, and then the soldiers heard Sylvie's voice, which started them. Sylvie jumped on Tess affectionately as she missed her. This concerned Drogo, and he inquired Princess if she was all right. Tess forbade him from attack as she was friendly. Drogo pointed his sword toward Arthur, inquired who he was, and asked for his name. The Arthur jumped down, approached them, and assured them he was an ally. Helen was pleased as she saw Arthur, who had returned after a long time, and she rushed toward him and hugged him. Stannard was stunned to see the person Tess mentioned so much, but wondered what was wrong with Tess and if she was not happy to see him. Tess stood alone at the corner, reluctant to meet him, while all the Twin Horn members rushed to meet him. Drogo uttered that he hated interrupting their reunion as there were more pressing matters at hand. He wanted to know what happened there as he wasn't informed that anyone would join them in this operation. The Arthur was certain that no one was informed since he arrived less than an hour ago, so he hadn't expected to land amid a massive swarm of mana beasts. Drogo was frustrated and asked if he meant he single-handedly killed all of that mana beast behind him, including the S-class mutant. The Arthur asks him if he could see anyone else there. Drogo doesn't believe a mere boy could kill them. Drogo uttered that they had a whole battalion of mages preparing for weeks and wondered who that kid was and how he could possibly kill them alone. His aura was also strong. Stannard was shocked and wondered what had happened to all the beast cores as he couldn't see them. The Arthur explained that his bond has quite an enormous appetite for the beast core. Drogo was shocked to know that the little thing ate all the beast cores. Sylvie was busy in her world, but she started when she heard the monster's voice attacking Arthur. Tess was worried about him, but the Arthur immediately attacked and killed him, shocking them all. The Arthur apologized to them as he must have missed one and requested that if he wanted to ask a few more questions, then he should let him wash up and have something to eat first. Tess assured Drogo that she and the Twin Horn would vouch for him and would make sure that he gets escorted back to base without trouble. Helen also vouched for Arthur as he was their old friend. Arthur approached her and thanked her for her help, and she smiled. There was no doubt that this was Tess's childhood friend, but unease was still in her chest. But it had been years since she had last seen him, and she had imagined their reunion would be different. She could tell everyone was restless from his sudden appearance. Arthur clearly kept secrets, and he only seemed to be debriefing what was necessary. It left Drogo unsatisfied, but gave him enough to plan the next course of action for their raid. After the meeting ended, Jasmine tried to get some rest and left Arthur and Tesha behind. Tess was a bit shy about initiating conversation, but the Arthur looked at her, smiled, and uttered that it had been a while since they met and that he missed her. Tess's eyes were filled with tears, and she hugged him and said she missed him too. The Arthur chuckled at seeing Tess crying. He wiped her tears as if she were still a crybaby. She gets furious and tells him to shut up as she wants to say to him that a lot has changed since he wasn't there. The Arthur figured out and asked her how she had been during all this time, as she wanted to know everything. Meanwhile, Darvis was shocked outside the camp as this was anticlimactic, but Karya arrived and remarked that it was pretty eventful. Even with all of them combined, she doubted they would have come out unscathed from a fight like that. That concerns Darvis, as Arthas was just one person, so it's not possible that he would be fine. He wondered if he killed those monsters and how he could kill them all. Karya was amazed as she could smell a hint of jealousy, and Stannard wondered if she meant envy. Stannard uttered that jealousy is what the person feels when he worries someone will take something they possess, and envy is longing after something that someone else has. Darvis grabbed his axe and got what he should do, and he decided to challenge the Arthur to a duel. Karya and Stannard got worried and requested him not to do that. Karya wondered why he was letting this get to him so much as Arthur was just one person. She was confident that no matter how strong he was, it was not like he could win the war himself. Darvis puts his weapon back, clarifies that he doesn't need her pity, and is confident that Arthur isn't natural if he single-handedly wipes out an entire army of Mana Bast and an S-class mutant. He remarked that the guy was a snobby jerk who didn't even know how to talk to others, as his way of conversing with them was a bit strange. Stannard thought that everyone was kind of a jerk to him, which annoyed Darvis as he was taking that stranger's side. Stannard clarified that there are no sides as it is naive to form an impression of the guy without even conversing with him. They have always heard Tesha talk about him, so he thinks they should give him the benefit of the doubt. Darvis disagreed, as Tesha's mind was clouded by her childhood memories, and he clearly saw the tension and distance between them. He wickedly smiled and thought Stannard would finally have a chance with her. This pissed off Stannard, and he furiously asked him if he was that petty, as he sounded like a child who was bringing him his envy. Darvis furiously replied that he was basing it on his instinct. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Carrier requested them not to fight. Both of them were out of control and weren't listening to Carrier, and Darvis was taunted that it might be something Stannard couldn't do because of his deformed mana core. Stannard uttered that at least he doesn't overcompensate when he sees someone better than him to keep his worthless pride intact. Darvis furiously grabbed Stannard's collar, grinned, and then pushed him back, as he was right because he was becoming like his old man. They were startled and turned as they heard Tessa's voice informing them they were done with the meeting. She came out with Arthur and waved at them. Darvis smiled and uttered that what he was doing was different from that. He approached them, which startled Tesha and Darvis Clairol, as the fourth son of Clairol's house formally challenged Arthur to a duel. Everyone was cheering Darvis and wanted him to show them what the Clairol axes could do. At the same time, Twin Horn, Tesha, and her team were worried about Darvis. They are facing each other, and the Arthur wants to know the particular reason why he wants to have this duel. Even though he accepts the duel, Darvis furiously utters that it's the man's pride. Soon, Drogo instructed them to prepare and refresh the rules before they could begin. He taught them to keep mana usage strictly to body augmentations. First to yield or otherwise, they would become incapacitated, and they agreed. Drogo is confident as Darvis is a competent soldier, so he definitely wants him to put up a fight, and he wants to see if Arthur is as strong as he said. Soon, the duel begins, and Darvis rushes behind the Arthur, but is shocked when Arthur notices him. Darvis rushed back, so his companion remarked that he should stop being a wimp and attack. This frustrated him, and he told them to shut up. Darvis's aggressive behavior stunned Carrier and Stannard was shocked as he had been with him for a long time. Darvis was always mercilessly hacked away at a class mana beasts with cruel efficiency. He has seen Darvis beat down adventurers in his own class, but twice he does so with a content smile on his face. Now, what he witnessed was quite unbelievable, as even from there, Stannard could make out the very thing he thought the battle-hungry Darvis lacked, which was fear. Darvis shouted and rushed to attack the Arthur, but he easily evaded all of his attacks. After several unsuccessful attempts to attack him, the Arthur hits his chest and is pushed back. Darvis was stunned as Arthur's reaction speed was insane, yet he didn't give him and rushed to give him another strike. With a single strike of his hand, the Arthur quickly broke the rocks that were thrown at him. Exploiting the situation, Darvis rushed behind him, but what really shocked him was his presence, which was noticed, and Arthur dodged his attack. With his insane speed, Arthur gives him several punches on his weak points without a break and leaves. His attacks left Darvis trembling. He lost grip on his axe and fell, unable to get hold of his body. This shocked everyone, as they could not comprehend the situation. However, Carrier was surprised when she figured out how to rupture the mana flow. Stannard was speechless when she heard it and asked if she meant when the clusters of mana channels get blocked. He read about it in mana flow anatomy, but those points were supposedly naturally protected when the augmenter strengthened his body. These points are supposed to be so small that it's almost impossible to target them in battle precisely that fast. The Arthur wanted to help Darvis out, so he asked him, but he was so pissed off that he didn't want his help even in that state and instructed him to get away from him. Stannard was amazed to think that they had just witnessed something amazing. Darvis shouted in fear as he couldn't get a grip on his situation and wondered why he could not move his body. Commander Virion appeared there, assured Darvis he would be fine, and asked Arthur if he was right. His sudden arrival shocked everyone. Tess wondered when her grandfather got there, and Arthur looked at him and smiled. Soon, they were inside the camp, and Virion was choking the Arthur and pulling his ear as he returned without even informing him. The Arthur is glad to see Virion again, and is shocked to see Aldir with him. Elder Aldir remarked that both the Arthur and Lady Sylvie have changed. The Arthur wondered how they learned that he had arrived so quickly, and Virion uttered that Lord Aldir had received a message from Lord Winsome, so they came immediately. Aldir never thought he would be sent back to where Tesha was stationed and inquired if this was Ren's doing. This question concerns Tesha, so she immediately pops out, and the Arthur utters that Ren's droll sense of humor will not be missed. Tess hits the Arthur and remarks that it is pretty surprising to see Arthur, rather than the S-class mutant they are hunting. The Arthur explained that as soon as he arrived there, a horde of mana beasts attacked him and Sylvie, so they didn't even have time to catch their breath, and Sylvie nodded her head as a sign of affirmation. Tess was surprised to know that Arthur was telling Drogo the truth back there, that it really was him who defeated those beasts. She had so many questions to ask him and rambled about what about the door and how he managed to get in. Her grandfather stopped her as this was not the right time to ask questions because there was nothing they must urgently discuss with Arthur, and this wasn't the right place to discuss them. Tess was surprised to know they were leaving, but Lord Aldir told her she was not going and had to stay there. Tesha was annoyed as Arthur had arrived a few hours ago, and they were already taking him away. The Arthur stops her because he has much to debrief them on, so he must leave with them. Commander Virian reminded her that with this dungeon cleared, everyone would soon head out, and she had her battles to be responsible for. So she and her team will be busy, so she should prepare them and remind them what they agreed upon. Tesha sadly nodded her head, then saluted the commander and rambled what he told her to work her way up from battles using her own strength, and he affirmed. Lord Aldir decided to leave immediately and commented that Tesha had gotten stronger these past few months and was amazed as the battles she went through were indeed molding her well. Tess thanked her master, which startled Arthur as he had never expected Lord Aldir to take her under his wing. Soon, they came out of their camp, and Stannard was startled to see Arthur, who nodded his head after seeing him, and involuntarily, he saluted the Arthur. This annoyed Darvis further, and he inquired why he saluted him, and he replied that it felt like the proper thing to do. After some time, they reached the portal, and the Arthur asked Sylvie why she didn't talk to Tess back there. But her answer amazed the Arthur as she replied that a lady needs to keep a few secrets. She wanted to surprise Tesha with it next time, and they entered the portal but were shocked as they saw the giant bear on the other side. Abruptly, Ellie popped up from the bear and was delighted to see her brother return. She jumped at the Arthur, which terrified him and Sylvie. She hugged her brother and welcomed him. The Arthur thanked her for such a warm welcome. He grabbed her as she was too old to jump on people like that, and she was startled when their parents arrived. She waved at her parents, but the Arthur was a bit reluctant to greet them on remembering what happened in the past. Unexpectedly, his parents hugged him, which he couldn't understand as he thought his parents wouldn't like his return. The Arthur's mother remarked that the person she had raised for over a decade had returned after years of training, so she thought he deserved a hug. The Arthur's father patted his head and was certain they would have given him enough hell-like training. Besides, they have invested in him too much, so they can't give up on him. Arthur agrees as they both have given him more than he deserves. Ellie grabbed his arm, wanted to show him her bound, and asked if he wasn't going to ask her about Boo. The Arthur was amazed to know that the giant dog was named Boo. This infuriated Boo as he was making fun of his name. Boo forcefully slammed his hand on the Arthur's shoulder, which broke the floor, but he didn't move from his place. Ellie and Boo both were shocked as they weren't expecting this. Arthur moved away Boo's hand and was amazed as he has quite a temper. Ellie went to him and clarified to the Arthur that her bond was just wanted to see if he was as strong as she told him he was. She assured him that his bond was very competitive, but Boo was disheartened after failing in an attempt to terrify Arthur. The Arthur was surprised to know that his sister could talk to the beast and inquired if she was bonded to it, and she proudly affirmed. Their mother was astounded to know who their daughter was taking after. After hearing this, their father felt proud of his daughter. The Arthur asks Virian when this happened, and Virian is amazed to know that Lord Winsome didn't mention this to him. Lord Winsome gave this mana beast to the Arthur's family as a gift before he departed to Iphodus. The Arthur was shocked that Winsome handed this giant stuffed animal to his sister, so she could ride on it into a battle. He looked at Boo, who was annoyed to hear this, and affirmed to him that he called him a teddy bear. Reynolds uttered that he was just a baby when Lord Winsome gave him to them, but he has to say that Boo has grown quickly over the past 2 years. Lord Aldir was moved to have witnessed this warm family reunion, but the rest will need to wait until after their discussion. The Arthur is reluctant to leave his family and looks at his parents, who nod their heads, permitting him to leave. Lord Aldir specially prepared this place for his family to live for the time being as he knew it would be of Arthur's interest and assured him he would see them again. The Arthur thanks him for his consideration, and he pats at his sister's head, promises to talk to her soon, and leaves. He looked back toward his family and saw Boo patting Ellie's head as he wanted to train more to protect Ellie, and she was aware of it. The Arthur smiled on seeing this and waved at his family. Sylvie was glad as his sister wouldn't be alone again. Later, they were in the meeting room, and Arthur was amazed as there were no kings, queens, or lances for the meeting. He assumed he would at least be seeing the director Goodsky there, which left them dumbfounded. Virion glanced at Lord Aldir after he permitted him. He uttered that there was still a lot on the war status that Arthur had not been caught up to. He explained that Cynthia is currently in a state of self-induced slumber, and she is trying to cope with the effects of the curse that activated when she disclosed intel on the Alacrian. The Arthur gets furious after hearing this and asks them to explain everything from the start. He spent hours bombarding the two leaders with all the questions he had, as he had been out of the loop for almost 2 years. Winsome and Wren only told him the information they thought was necessary, which wasn't much. According to Virion, the Gladers had been focusing most of their efforts on the Kingdom Darv, hoping to regain allegiance to the dwarves. Curtis and Kathleen Gladers did what Tess had done. They formed a team to get some real battle experiences on the front lines. His family was at the castle for protection, but the Helstia family had gone elsewhere, and Vincent was using his resources to assist with the war efforts. The Arthur asked the leaders if his parents had also expressed interest in joining the war. Virion uttered that his father had shown interest, but he told him to restrain himself until either the Arthur returned or Elenoir was a bit older. Arthur thanked him as he couldn't imagine how he would have felt if his father had gone and died in the war while he wasn't there. Since he gets the briefing on everything, he wants to get to the point of this meeting. He knows they didn't bring him there just so he could reunite with his family, and he knows that it's something serious enough to keep their own granddaughter in the dark, or he would have told him at the camp. Virion uttered that Tesha was ambitious and had trained diligently, but he was worried. The Arthur understands that Virion worries more about her safety than anything else. He wants them to correct him if he is wrong because it seems like the current battle is a concern for anyone on the front lines. Even though the defensive line at the wall is preventing the mutants and Alacrian soldiers from leaving the Beast Glades. The hidden teleportation gates set up by Alacrian spies and their control of the Mana Beast add up to pretty dangerous battle forces. He was suspicious. The Beast Glades may be the perfect place for them to establish, given the S-Class or SS-Class Mana Bast under their controls, but it's too straightforward. The Arthur knew that if none of them were able to get through their defense, it either meant that their side was that much stronger or they were stalling for time. Commander Virion is sitting quietly, so judging from his facial expression, the Arthur realizes that the latter might be correct. Virion explained that they recently found the evidence, which has confirmed that it is very suspicious. Lord Aldir was going to show him a scroll and didn't want Arthur to blame himself for what he was about to tell him. He spreads out the scroll, which shocks the Arthur as he recognizes the design. Lord Aldir clarified that it's to the Diotheus if that's what he was wondering, because this is the ship by the Alacrians using Arthur's design. The Arthur grabbed the design and furiously clenched his fist to scramble the blueprint. Virion instructed him something when a soldier suddenly came inside the room and called him. The commander wondered what this mattered, and the soldier worriedly informed them that they had been sighted approaching the western coast. The soldier was trembling in fear, and he informed them that the Alacrian ship was approaching them, which shocked the Arthur. The Arthur gets concerned and immediately rushes out, bumping into a soldier on his way. 2 soldiers were guarding the gate and were startled to see him. The soldier requested that he tell them his name and business. The Arthur didn't reply and rushed toward the gate, but the soldier grabbed him, tried to stop him, and pushed him back. The Arthur requested them to open the doors, but they refused and informed him that all entries and exits are to be authorized by either Commander Virion or Lord Aldir. They haven't heard anything from either of them, so they can't let the kid enter. The Arthur uttered that he had just returned to this castle with Virion and Aldir, and they knew he was heading out, so he insisted they let him through. The soldier gets furious and instructs him to call them Commander Virion and Lord Aldir. No matter how lofty those noble kids think they are, the soldiers still think kids need to learn some respect for their elders. He stopped Arthur and tried to convince him that it was dangerous for him to go out alone in these times, and if he had a guardian, he would let him in. The Arthur sighed, and his killing aura made it difficult for the soldier to take a breath, and it felt like someone was choking them. The Arthur furiously warned them that it would be wise of them not to patronize him specifically now. Suddenly, Lord Aldir appeared, and he put his hand on Arthur's shoulder and instructed the soldier that Arthur was free to leave if he wished. Lord Aldir instructed him not to do anything foolish because it would be a shame to have wasted Winsome's time. The Arthur nodded and assured Aldir, then rushed inside and instructed the man to set the gate to Ediston. Meanwhile, two dark men stood on both sides of her bed in Elder Cynthia's room. They uttered that it was imperative that she give them as much information as possible. They knew that her knowledge could win them this war and wanted her to think of the millions of lives she could help save by cooperating. They smiled wickedly while reaching out to her, as he thought it would be all right if she died from the after effects of the curse, because as long as they got the answer they needed, her job was done. This concerned Cynthia, as she never thought she would die like this and supposed that Lord Aldir had lifted the curse. Soon, her vision blurred, and she started remembering her past when Varian asked her what she planned on doing now that the war was over. Varian had known her for quite some time, and for some of those years they were enemies. For some, they weren't, but he always kept thinking one thing to himself. Cynthia smiled and wondered what it was that he kept thinking. She asked if that was his undying love for her. Varian apologized to her because that was not the case and asked her if she had forgotten that he was married. Cynthia thought for a while and remarked that marriage hadn't stopped any human nobles yet, but Varian reminded her that he was elf, loyal to their mate. Instead, he kept thinking about what a great mentor and inspiration she would make. He could visualize her as the head of some prestigious academy, leading the up-and-coming youth toward a more fantastic future. Cynthia was surprised as that came out of nowhere and wondered what brought him to that conclusion. There were a lot of things that made him think about it, but he seriously wanted her to think about becoming a teacher and was confident that she would grow to love it. Cynthia thought then she might open up an academy of her own, as she had taken a liking to Xyrus City. Varian liked her idea of an academy for mages atop a floating city. Seeing him all excited, Cynthia asked for his opinion and asked if they should open the school together. Varian looked at her, started laughing, and asked if they should call it Goodski and Iralith School of Mages. He refused her offer and thought he might instead send his future grandkids or even great-grandkids when they came of age, but it would happen if her school were good enough for them. Cynthia confidently visualizes the school and assures him that she will do it, so she wants him to wait and see. Her Xyrus Academy will become the most significant institution for mages the world has ever seen. Varian thought having an Xyrus Academy in Xyrus City was not original, but Cynthia said she couldn't call it the Goodski and Iralith School of Mages. She proudly told him he would be lucky if she let his descendants attend her academy. Varian clarified that he was kidding. Varian turned and looked at her as if he was hoping for the success of Xyrus Academy, and she hoped for a better future, too. She saw him leaving and suddenly, she felt excruciating pain and tried to call him back, but he didn't listen to her. On his way, he turned once and uttered that he was an old man, so he wanted to leave first, but Cynthia was shocked. She was coughing out blood, and she shouted. Her shouting voice jolted Varian, and he came out of his room and asked the soldier what was happening. The soldier stopped and was unsure about the situation, but he knew the scream seemed to come from one floor below. Varian thought there shouldn't be anyone, but he was shocked as he remembered about Cynthia. On the other hand, the Arthur reached Ediston and rushed to another guarded gate. The man stopped him and asked about his business and if he didn't know this city was in a state of emergency. The Arthur informs the man that Commander Varian has sent him and requests that he open the door for him. The man didn't believe him and thought, why would Commander Varian send the likes of this thin boy there? The man asked if he was some runaway noble brat throwing a tantrum, and then he chose the wrong time and wrong place. The Arthur sighed while the man instructed his fellow to take the boy back through the gates, as he didn't need any more civilians to take care of him. The soldiers behind the man were shocked as they saw Sylvia, and the Arthur uttered that if they didn't open the door, he would make one way himself. Soon, he left the place while riding on Sylvia, and he remembered when he created the ship's blueprints and got furious. They finally reached the place, and he approached the cliff. He remembered what Varian instructed him, that he shouldn't blame himself. No matter what happens, he should keep moving and not fight to correct the past. Instead, he should fight to correct a better future. On the other side, Virion went down and saw everyone gathered outside Cynthia's room. When he looked inside, he was shocked to see many spikes emerge from her body, and she was dead. Virion went inside and knelt as he didn't think he wouldn't be able to protect the people he loved and started crying loudly. Meanwhile, the Arthur never saw himself as some righteous hero out to save the world. The reason for fighting had always been to protect the few he held dear. But now, after all that happened, he had another reason: to right his wrong, and he saw several ships approaching the ashore. Jasmine Flamesworth, who was the fearless adventurer and companion of the Twin Horns, came from anything but a humble family. She was the youngest child of the renowned Flamesworth family and was the house known for leading Sapin to victory in their war against the elves. Jasmine was the prodigy of magic and mana, but no magic could protect the future mage from the pressure of her parents' expectations and the pain of growing into her destiny. In the past, during the Arthur's journey as an adventurer with Jasmine, he thanked Jasmine for telling him about her family. Jasmine thanked him for listening to her, and she wondered when the last time she thought about all of them was. She remembered her childhood when she was loved by everyone in her house, including her parents, who detest her now. Jasmine was running away from her maids, who requested that she stop as she had to prepare for dinner. But she didn't listen to them and thought they wouldn't be able to catch her, and she rushed away confidently, telling them that she could do this all day. Suddenly, her foot tangled, and she fell on the ground, which worried her servants, but using her wind element, she unconsciously protected herself, and it didn't hurt her. Her servants requested that she should come with them to get her ready. But she didn't want to get ready yet, so she got out of their grasp and rushed away without looking in front, so she bumped into her father. This concerned the maids on seeing their master and informed him that they would get her ready for dinner. Her father, Lord Trotius, grabbed her and lifted Jasmine. The maids sincerely apologized to him. They admitted that it was their fault that they couldn't get Jasmine ready and were willing to take full responsibility. Lord Trotius was astounded to know this and wanted to see how an ordinary servant could take responsibility for the next Flamesworth generation. They bowed before him to apologize. This worried little Jasmine and her father got lower, put her down, and instructed the servants to prepare her for dinner. The female servants took her away while Jasmine waved back to her father and hoped to see him later. Later, she entered the room, where everyone sat at the dining table waiting for dinner. Her sisters argued that if the last round of their duel wasn't cut short, she would totally beat her, and the other sister instructed her to keep telling herself this. Her brother was also waiting for her and sighed as Jasmine was the last one again. This embarrassed her. She was about to take her seat when her mother called her and told her that she had loose strands of her hair. Her other sister uttered that the new maids had been of lower quality as one had the audacity to try to braid her hair some day ago. Jasmine was trying to set her hair when her brother Rowan helped her, and she thanked him for his help. Rowan remarked that it's unbecoming of a Flamesworth to appear unkempt even without the house, so she should hold herself to the highest standard. Jasmine agreed, but Cashin mocked her, asking what she knew about standards. He heard that she failed to break through to the dark orange stage of her core again. Laurel asked him from whom he heard this, and inquired if that was the maid he was messing around with. Cashin requested her to stop spreading lies about her, but Laurel clarified that it was a lie, just a rumor. Seeing how strongly he was reacting, she assumed it might be true. Their eldest sister stood and told them all that their father was arriving, so they all stood to show their request and bowed before him. Lord Trotius took his seat and instructed the maid to pull a chair beside him because Jasmine would sit by his side for dinner. This shocked all of them, but Jasmine was happy, and they started eating their dinner. Curious, Cashin asked his father why he suddenly changed their seating arrangement. Trotius's answer was simple. Their sister deserved it because not only had she completed the level 2 training crystal faster than any of them, but her display of mana manipulation was already manifesting. Laurel gets furious as she and Azulia have been doing well, too, and their instructor says they are close to awakening. Lord Trotius remarked that their instructor had been saying that for almost a year, and Senior awakened before she turned their age. Yet both of them lack a core to speak of, and even their younger sister is closer to awakening, so Jasmine has the makings of an heir. This shocked them as they never thought their youngest sister would be the heir. They asked their father what he meant and requested him to speak further. Rowan asked his father if, by saying that Jasmine has the makings of a great her, the rest of them do not have it. Their father instructed him not to put words in his mouth, and if that were the case, he wouldn't be providing all these resources to him. The thing is that Jasmine shows talent, befitting his attention. So Cashin asked his mother for her opinion and how she felt about all this, and she agreed with Trotius. Although Jasmine is full of talents, rushing things could strain her. She is the youngest, so she wants her husband to be mindful of that. Lord Trotius doesn't want to discuss this further, because Flamesworth's house hierarchy was never based on age, but on talent and power. He tried to nourish Jasmine's talent and energy, and she thanked her father and assured him that he would continue to work hard. Jasmine apologized to everyone for changing the seating arrangement and promised to move back tomorrow, as she didn't mind sitting next to Rowan. Her father instructed her not to speak for anyone else, as that was not her apology, and instructed her never to apologize for what is appropriately earned. She obediently nodded her head while her siblings were furiously staring at her. Later, she fought her instructor and tried to land a strike against him, but failed because of his high skill. She tried to attack her instructor's knee, but before that, her instructor tried to attack her, so she rushed back to evade his attack. Her instructor reminded her that she expected to strike him, so she shouldn't get scared and back off when things didn't go as she predicted, and she affirmed. Her instructor rushed, and with a single strike, he threw away her wooden sword, which startled her. He remarked that her movements were fluid and she could use her ambidexterity well, but her weapon might be too heavy for her skill set. Regardless, the man thought Jasmine would make a fine warrior and asked her mother for her opinion on this matter. Her mother nodded and agreed, and she was confident she could utilize her mana exclusively once. Soon, Lord Trotius entered the room, and they both bowed before him to greet him. He instructed them to proceed to mana training with the crystals immediately. The man instructed Jasmine to do as he guided her, and he opened the door to another room and entered there. The man advised her to take the stone from the box, and she took the crystal and sat down. Her instructor guided her to remember that level 3 training crystals aren't as strong of an attraction toward the mana inside her body, so she must work harder to move her particles toward the crystals. She closed her eyes and started moving the particles inside the crystal, and her instructor guided her along. He instructed her to focus on the feeling of pushing, gathering, and the mana inside her moving. This was her to control, so she should push it into her hands and into the crystal. She opened her eyes and was startled as her crystal started glowing, and she gladly asked her parents if they saw that she had cleared another crystal. Her father was glad and applauded her, as this was around half a year faster than he predicted. Lord Trotius asked the man if they had any elemental crystals available, and he affirmed that he instructed him to bring those crystals so that Jasmine could try one. This concerned them, as this was unprecedented, and the man was shocked as Jasmine had 2 more basic mana crystals to clear before she began the elemental crystal. Lord Trotius stared at him and asked if he knew what else was unprecedented. It was the level of talent Jasmine had at her age, so he instructed him to get the fire crystals, because an awakened fire crystal from their youngest before the annual dinner party would further solidify the Flamesworth house. Her mother gets furious as Trotius's expectations are becoming unreasonable, but he disagrees. He has faith that his daughter's power extends beyond the boundaries of her age. This concerned Jasmine because even Azulia and Laurel hadn't started on the elemental crystals, and her other siblings didn't start until they were at least 12. Senor activated the fire crystal on their first try, and it took Rowan a few weeks and Cashin a few months. Her father was livid, so she didn't want to fail him now, and she was amazed at how her instruction activated the crystal. The instructor guided her to activate an elemental crystal resembling an essential mana crystal. However, the elemental crystals are made of condensed ambient mana belonging to their respective elements. They use basic crystals to guide young mages to connect the mana in the air, and they use elemental crystals to test the affinity of mages when they are close to awakening. He showed her a crystal and instructed her not to worry if the fire crystal didn't respond to her because she was still very young. Trotius suggested they should give it to her so they could find out what happens instead of suggesting hypotheticals. He gave her the crystal, reminding her of the pushing feeling she had experienced with the basic crystals. This was similar, except they didn't want to push everything, and this crystal didn't want all of the mana but only wanted a specific kind. The instructor asked her which kind she could feel, and she closed her eyes to shine the crystal, but it blew out. She started shivering in fear and asked if that was supposed to happen. but his instructor assured her it was too early for this test, so that might be the reason. Trotius instructed him to get another elemental crystal, but the man didn't think they should do that. Jasmine wanted to try again, so she requested that he bring another crystal and let her try again. After trying several other crystals, she failed and wanted to apologize to her father for failing. Trotius instructed her to quiet, and he asked the instructor what all these lessons had been for. He was furious as her training sessions were 4 hours, which was twice a day, and in a year, it became a lot. He has invested a surplus of resources into his daughter, and she can't even awaken a beginner-level fire crystal. Her instructor tried to calm him and justified that it was too early for any average child to awaken that early. Trotius gets furious as Jasmine is not an ordinary child. She is a prodigy. His anger sends chills down the spine of the instructor and her mother. Trotius said he wouldn't tolerate leniency with his children as he only provided the best trainer but failed to see the desired result. He instructed the trainer that Jasmine's physical training hours would be doubled and her meditation periods with the crystal should be triple. The trainer affirmed his command, and Trotius trusted she would continue doing his best. Jasmine nodded obediently, and he left while her mother affectionately patted her head and was confident she could do it. After both of her parents had left, she asked her instructor if she could begin with the next level of mana crystals. After Jasmine failed at the beginner-level fire crystal, she dedicated all her hours to improving herself. Day after day and week after week, she spent all her free time training and meditating because she didn't want to lose her spot at the table and didn't want to disappoint her parents again. Soon, she was training with her elder sister. Despite her sister's several attempts to attack her, Jasmine dodged each of them. She then landed a strike at her and kicked her, which threw her away. Her parents and instructors saw her performance and applauded her for her victory while her elder sister was furious. Her father applauded her. Although her mana progression has been stagnant, her combat skills are at least up to par, and he thought she was ready to spar with her brothers. Jasmine thought Rowan was away for a business, and she was right, but her father had cleared Cashin's schedule for tomorrow. This concerned Jasmine as Cashin was a solid orange mage. Trotius corrected her as he was an almost light orange stage, but that wasn't a problem, and she agreed. Later, Azulia and Laurel can't believe what their father says, wonder what he is thinking, and are embarrassed for him. While conversing, Jasmine entered their room, greeted them, and asked Laurel if she was recovering well. Laurel was furious and inquired if she was asking that so she could schedule a spar before she healed to impress their father further. Azulia agreed with her, which might be why she did that unnecessary final blow. Jasmine explained that she made her final low because Laurel wasn't wholly unable. Jasmine remarked that if she can't defend herself against her, how is she supposed to survive in a real battle? This made Azulia furious, but Laurel started laughing, which made her think that the pain herbs finally kicked in. Laurel refused, as that wasn't the case. Instead, she was thinking about how their baby sister was starting to sound like a true Flamesworth. She agreed with Jasmine as she needed to train harder, and Azulia thought it was great, as that meant she had to train harder, too. They were startled as Jasmine suggested they would benefit from observing her spar with Cashin. Laurel got furious, said they kept kicking people when they were down, and was confident that Jasmine would make plenty of friends on the battlefield. But that wasn't what she meant, and she would explain it when their elder arrived and instructed them to get to their bed now. She gets near Jasmine and asks to confirm if their father has ordered her to spar against Cashin. Jasmine affirmed that she knew he had high expectations, so she needed to do her best. Her elder sister instructed her to care for herself because high expectations don't mean much if she can't meet them, and Jasmine affirmed. The next day, she dueled with Cashin, who was enthusiastic to defeat his younger sister. To put this spar on equal grounds, the Mana Restraint Vest was suppressing Cashin's core, and this was hand-to-hand combat. Soon, the round began after the trainer's whistle blew, and Cashin rushed to attack Jasmine. Jasmine could tell that he was stronger than her sister, and she got struck on her chest by him and pushed back. There was a gap in experience between them, but this doesn't mean she can't win. She tried to punch him, and her brother was amazed to see her landing another punch and asked if that was the only move she had been practicing. Jasmine knew that his brother was much stronger and more prominent, but she could use that to her advantage. She rushed down, grabbed his leg, and pulled him down, but he kicked her in the face and got out of her grasp. Cashin thought this spar was a waste of his time, but his father reminded him it wasn't over. Cashin informed his father that she couldn't fight anymore because the difference in their skill level was too vast. Trotius looked at him and said she could fight if she could still stand. Jasmine stood and thought that if she couldn't defend herself against him, then how could she survive in the actual battle? Cashins were furious to think that all of the Flamesworth children were too stubborn for their own good. He immediately kicked her, which she tried to block, and she was thrown down, but their father forced him to keep going. Cashin was dumbfounded as this was ridiculous. He looked at her, instructed her to stay down, and started landing punches on her. In the end, she furiously landed a mana punch on him, and he moved back and looked at her hand confusedly. Then she stared at her father, who was smiling. The trainer was amazed as that was an external burst of mana and assumed Jasmine might be on the verge of awakening, which made her glad. Later, she had tea with her mother, who instructed her to stop fidgeting, which shocked her, and she wondered how her mother knew about it. She handed her the teapot and asked about her training since work has kept her from attending Jasmine's session, so she wanted to know about it. She poured the tea and happily told her mother she had reached level 4 of the essential mana crystals. Matthias is also teaching her to maximize her ambidexterity with the sword, which is excellent news for her mother to hear. Her mother instructed her to stop leaning, so she straightened up, and after taking a sip of tea, she spouted it out as this was gross. She coughed and told her mother Matthias thought she was close to awakening, but her mother replied that he had said that a few months ago, too. She instructed Jasmine to avoid sharing things that have not yielded results because sharing hopeful ambitions can set her up for failure. She taught her to maintain high expectations for herself but not leave any room for others to mock her. She asked her if she understood, and Jasmine affirmed. Her mother took a sip of tea while Jasmine was sitting sadly. Her mother sighed and opened the lid of the sugar pot, which pleased her. Her mother assures her that she doesn't doubt she will be the greatest fire mage this family ever has. Hearing the words of hope coming from her mother's mouth gave her confidence, and she gladly started drinking her tea. Later, she was combating her twin sisters and dodging her sister's attacks, but Azulia remarked that dodging everything wouldn't make her a better fighter. Laurel instructed her sister to stop being too hard on her because running is the only thing Jasmine is good at. Jasmine rushed back and was glad, as she could sense mana better, that she was close to forming a core. Her sisters rushed at her and remarked that all this running was pretty annoying to them, and she attacked her and wanted Jasmine to strike back. She attacked Jasmine again but blocked her attack and said it was not her fault, but her sisters' moves were so predictable. Azulia was startled to hear this, and Laurel hit her back to try to get her back to her senses. Azulia instructed Laurel to use better footwork, but Laurel wanted her to catch herself before she fell into her. Jasmine looked at her sword and wondered if mana reacted to their emotions as she could feel mana radiating from her sisters all the way over there. Jasmine closed her eyes to sense the mana, and Laurel approached her and asked if she was kidding her as she let her guard down mid-spar. The trainer was also shocked, wondering why Jasmine wasn't moving in the middle of her spar. Laurel was furious. It was already bad enough that they were forced to train with her, but she thought she could disrespect her older sisters. The instructor was alarmed to sense Jasmine core and instructed Laurel, who grabbed her to stay away. Soon, the energy appeared around Jasmine's body as she awakened, and the force pushed Laurel back, and they were all shocked. Jasmine started trembling, which concerned her trainer, and she requested him to call her parents. This shocked the instructor, but she looked back and shouted to call her parents. Later, her parents arrived and were pleased as she was the youngest of the Flamesworth children to awaken their core. They congratulated her and tenderly pat her head, and her father asked the trainer if he had restocked the Fire Affinity Elemental Crystal. Mathia affirmed as she picked them up that day before arriving, and he gave the Fire Affinity Crystal to Jasmine. The Elemental Crystal lightened up, which pleased them, but soon it blew out, frustrating Trotius. He asked the trainer if this was a joke. Due to his abrupt grasp of the trainer's shirt, all other affinity crystals fell out of his bag. Jasmine was also concerned, wondering why the fire affinity crystals wouldn't respond to her, and she saw other elemental crystals. Trotius was furious as he asked Matthias for the best crystals money could buy, and he showed up with a defective one. Matthias tried to calm him as these crystals came straight from the guild and were the same ones they had used for decades. Lord Trotius thought they should contact the guild and complain about the elemental crystal. While Jasmine was trying to activate other crystals, she could not activate a single one of these fire crystals. She assumed her father would be fitting that these were broken and wondered if her core was the problem. She was about to pick up the last elemental crystal that fell from her trainer bag and asked if something was wrong with her. All of them were shocked and stared at Jasmine as the green elemental crystal lightened up and filled the room with its energy. Later, Jasmine sat quietly in her room near the window. She was gloomy as she remembered when she lit up the green crystal. She gladly looked at her parents and asked if they saw that as she successfully made the elemental crystal glow. But she was shocked to see her parents' reaction, and her father assumed it might be a mistake. Lord Trotius was dumbfounded as there were no wind mages in the Flamesworth family, and she started crying on remembering that cruel time. After some time, she went to the dining room, where everyone stared at her with many questions. Rowan pulled out the chair next to him for Jasmine to sit on, and she quietly sat there and asked about her parents' whereabouts. Eldest sister uttered that they were away on business, and Azulia further added on the business of trying to fix Jasmine. On hearing this, the eldest sister looked at her. She zipped up her mouth and promised she wouldn't say a word now. Cashin remarked that damage control is more accurate as no one knows about Jasmine's new quirk outside the family. He was certain that their parents would ensure that she stayed that way until her fire affinity awakened. But if it never awakened, then the consequences would be cruel. After some time, she played with her sword, waiting for her instructor to come, but he didn't come to teach her. Later, she went to see her siblings and asked why their parents were not back yet, as it had been 5 days, and wondered where Matthias was. She wondered why can't anyone tell her anything about her core and her awakening. Azulia remarked that her breakdown was well timed as their parents had returned and they were in their father's study, so she instructed her to see if they had any updates. Jasmine wondered if they were still upset with her, and her twin sister suggested she should go and find out this herself. After Jasmine left the room, Rowan remarked that they shouldn't have encouraged her like that. Azulia uttered that if he was that worried about her, then he should go and stop her. Hearing this, he quietly flipped the book's page, which amazed them as they thought he was a hypocrite. She went to her father's study, where she heard the noises of them fighting and arguing about Jasmine. Since Jasmine showed no connection to fire affinity, they assumed it was too late. But still, they wanted to give her more training and assumed one of the mages from the guild could help them. She peeked inside the room and heard her father remarking that he had dedicated so many years and spent so much money on a defective child. Trotius commented that it was his wife's fault as she coddled Jasmine and gave her unique, and if she hadn't done that, she would have turned out like the rest of them and become a refined and capable fire mage. Her mother blamed it on Trotius as he proclaimed her the potential heir before she awakened, and all of their children have been targeting her ever since. Trotius furiously slammed his glass of wine on the table and remarked that she should have been able to handle it because the Flamesworth lineages will not tolerate weak-minded mages. They have generations of the finest warriors Diakathan has ever seen, and he wouldn't let Jasmine be the first to smear dirt on their name. He was confident that if they could get Jasmine to manifest dual elements, then she would become one of the strongest Flamesworth mages. It would happen at this condition unless Jasmine were not his child. This infuriated his wife, and she wondered how he dared to doubt her. She reminded him and asked if he knew how much she had given and how much she had sacrificed for this family. But that was not enough, and he wondered if he was supposed to believe in a coincidence that the last child just happened to be a wind mage after the generation of the fire mage. Lord Trotius never thought that the legacy of the Flamesworth would end with the twins of all his children. His wife explained that she had never betrayed him, but Trotius, furious, told her to be quiet as he didn't want to listen to her further lies. He furiously threw the wine glass at her, which shocked Jasmine, so she rushed in and tried to protect her mother using her skill. Jasmine came before her mother, and her father furiously stared at her. Then, he smirked and left the room. After he left, Jasmine looked at her mother and asked if she was all right, but her mother wasn't in her senses. She remarked that she had 5 near-perfect children, and the problem wasn't her as she did everything right. She looked at Jasmine and commented that she had everything she needed to succeed and got everything easily. So how could she let that all go to waste and ask if she had nothing to say for herself or any apology after all of that? Jasmine was trying to justify herself. But her mother turned to leave as she couldn't look at her right now. While leaving, she mocked Jasmine for being called a Flamesworth prodigy. Later, she met her twin sister, who was betting they would have given Jasmine the whole spiel on how she had sullied the family name. They wondered if they were passive about it in a way that Jasmine should be ashamed of herself. The twin sisters assumed they might have said that Jasmine was the most significant new disappointment in the family, so he should be ashamed of herself. She had so much potential, yet she let it all off and would have said something along those lines. The twin sisters assumed their parents would have probably brought them up, and that now they have to rely on the stupid twins to do better since Jasmine is out of commission. They knew their parents would have said it was tragic and embarrassing for the Flamesworth name to be ruined. The twin sisters knew their parents had always been like that, and they were just oblivious to being showered with praise. Their parents' love is conditional, and love is a generous word for it, and the person is not Flamesworth if they can't pay the price. The twin sisters instructed Jasmine to face reality sooner rather than later. Later, her eldest sister knocked on her room door and entered. Jasmine remarked that it was improper to enter somebody's room without an invite. Her eldest sister hoped she would make her an exception and inquired why she didn't come to dinner this week. Jasmine wondered if she was asking this question, or if her father and her sister remarked that he would have summoned her directly if his father wanted to know. Senor informed her as she thought Jasmine might know their parents had not been to dinner either. They have abandoned the pretense of false niceties to work on their studies. Jasmine sadly affirmed and was certain they were busy trying to fix her. Senor looked at her, being sad, and instructed her to come with her. Jasmine wondered what she wanted to show her. Jasmine wondered why Senor was checking on her because she had barely paid her any attention before. Senor was the ideal model of what a Flamesworth child should be, as she is dedicated and dutiful. Jasmine assumed her eldest sister wouldn't do anything to trick her, so she jolted away all the evil thoughts. She never wanted to follow the twins down a dark corridor like this, though, and she was still thinking about when her sister stopped as they reached the place, and she bumped into her. She opened the door to the room and supposed that this place she thought would be where Jasmine could find something useful. Senor showed her the collection of her books from several years. Some were discarded from their main library, while others she had accumulated from business trips. She stopped using this room when her responsibilities increased, and it has been collecting dust since then. Jasmine was pleased to see a secret room as she had no idea something like this existed, and she was more excited to see a book from Elenoir on their mana practices and books on magma studies from Darv. Senor pointed in the other direction as there were also more Elenoir books. Their father wanted to eliminate them, but quite a few had information about the wind. Jasmine didn't need those books. She thanked her eldest sister for all this help, and assured her that the mana manipulation and fire books should be enough. Senor asked Jasmine if she knew why she had collected these books, why she had saved the books her father deemed unnecessary, and why she learned what she could from other countries and other people. Senor uttered that there is more than one kind of wisdom and more than one kind of strength, so they must open their mind to accept this, or their mind growth will be limited. Senor instructed Jasmine that she could push herself further and further, but she would hit a wall unless she learned how to get herself around it. Senor apologized, as she didn't mean to be cryptic like their parents, but she assured her that she was a Flamesworth Jasmine at the end of the day. Jasmine was intelligent and ambitious, and she couldn't tell her what to do, but Senor hoped she would consider exploring beyond what she already knew. She reminded Jasmine that she should take care of herself and leave no matter what happened. While Senor was leaving, Jasmine called her, looked at her, smiled, and thanked her for her help. After some days, Jasmine was amazed and stayed up all night to finish this series. According to field research by Gideon Bastius, large patches of dry land southwest of Cairns contain higher than average ambient fire mana. The late King Glader quickly decreed the land accessible by the court, and after his death, his son opened the land to all mages. This made her confident that she would be able to find something there that could help her. So she has been reading for months, but she is not improving as fast as he had liked, and she knew that she would need some of her field research. Jasmine went to the stable to get one of the horses. This concerned all of the workers, and they requested her to come with them. The man grabbed her hand and told her that her father had demanded Jasmine's presence. Soon, she went to see her father, and her father asked her if she knew why he had let her do what she wanted these past few months. He was under the impression that she was working hard to improve herself, connect to her roots, and awaken her dormant fire affinity, but she showed nothing to him. Jasmine was trying to explain what she had learned, but Trotius stopped her and asked if she wasn't thinking of leaving the estate grounds and wondered what she was doing this. Jasmine explained that there was a weaponsmith in Karn, and she wanted to begin sword training again. She believed there was also atmospheric fire mana that helped her. Trotius grabbed his head and uttered that the Flamesworth lineage consists of the strongest fire mages, perfected with techniques and traditions that have been refined for centuries. This has never been challenged, yet Jasmine dared to suggest the Flamesworth house techniques aren't superior. Jasmine tried to justify this as that wasn't what she meant, and Trotius was furious and asked what would have happened if one of the other houses had seen her and what she would have said. He furiously slammed the table and asked her if she was trying to embarrass them further. He thought she had everything she needed to succeed right there on their estate and had generations of resources under their roof for her taking. But she dared to suggest it was not enough. Her father uttered that the Flamesworth name would never be lacking until she was the one using the resources. Trotius clearly told her that he would not let her continue to act so recklessly and drag their name through the dirt. He was losing hope that her fire affinity would manifest, but until they knew for sure, she wasn't allowed to leave this estate and not speak to anyone about her core level. He expects her to keep up his appearance at public events. Otherwise, she does not wish to see or hear from her until she has results. He asked her if she understood his instructions, and she affirmed but furiously clenched her fist and rushed out of the room. In the study room, she grabbed her head and was flustered, but was startled as she saw the dual dagger and a note. She grabbed the dagger and started practicing after reading the note left by her elder sister, Senyor. Senyor instructed her that whether it was her wind affinity or her ambidexterity practice with what she had, Senyor had a little project, so she had been working on that, and it didn't come out as well as she had hoped. She would keep working hard. After the conversation with her father, Jasmine learned everything that she could with the limited resources she had and with the limited space. She avoided her family as much as they avoided her, and the only exception was at noble events, where she played the part of another perfect Flamesworth child. She didn't want to speak to her parents until she had something worth their time, and she didn't want to show her face until she could prove that she deserved to be a Flamesworth. Months passed, but she didn't lose hope that her fire affinity would awaken. She took Senyor's advice and dedicated as many hours to the dual daggers as she did to research, and her practice paid off. While practicing with the dummies, she saw her mother and remembered they were hosting the annual dinner party for the nobles' families. All of the maids were busy in preparation for the party as the guests were to arrive any minute now, so they were worried about the arrangements being completed. Attending them every year with her family was troublesome and tedious to her, but now that they were hosting, she wanted to be even more careful not to draw attention to herself. The servants were talking about a guest they saw in the East Wing a few hours ago who was pretty handsome. Some of the servants found that Jess terrified as his aura was so strong, which makes him even more impressive, doesn't it? All sorts of people came to these parties, and Jasmine wondered about whom they were talking about. She started to see her twin sisters peeking at her while the servants were still discussing the man, and the third maid thought the other two were lucky as she also wished to be there. Soon, they blamed Jasmine as she interrupted their investigation and explained that words were going around. Tristan was home for the party. This shocked Jasmine, and the twin sisters uttered that they heard he had just shown up, and it almost gave their parents a heart attack. They wished they had been there to see their parents' faces and were certain that Jasmine wouldn't remember him. They instructed Jasmine to avoid him if she could. Soon, all of them were having their dinner and were enjoying the party, except for Jasmine. She thought there was so much for avoiding him. She had never met her eldest brother, but he was not what she had imagined. Tristan was laughing and talking with others as they had great timing for him to be there and was pleased to be able to help. Jasmine is staring at him, and all she knows is Tristan was doing his part to uphold the Flamesworth even after the war, but despite his many accolades, no one ever talked about him. Tristan requested Jasmine to pass the salt to him, and she obediently affirmed and gave him the salt. Jasmine can't imagine why, and she doesn't know the reason why he was sent away when he was young. The man next to Tristan was interested in him and asked him what he had been up to as he hadn't been to any events in 10 years. They wondered what had been keeping him so busy even though the war ended decades ago. Trotius uttered that Tristan had been leading troops against the rebel groups in the Beast Glades, and it was consuming and respectable work. Tristan explained that she was promoted to the borders by Elenoir to tame the rebel groups close to the sources. But it's all right, as he doesn't blame him for being a bit behind on military updates and was sure he was a very busy man who frustrated his father. The man congratulates Tristan and asks him if he likes his rank. Tristan explains that it is much more enjoyable and that there are fewer run-ins with mana beat and opportunities to cut off the problem at the source. There was much more satisfaction in stopping the rebel elves on the edge of their territory. It proved that Sapin would not tolerate resistance to peace between the three continents. Tristan explained how the elven royal family denies affiliation with these groups, but it's concerning how little they are doing. Humans are extending their efforts to maintain peace along the border. At the same time, those self-centered elves continue to crawl their way in. He gladly hits his fellows and utters that if anything goes wrong, they are just going to take the elves back in their place if the new King Glader isn't so soft. So Tristan missed the old king because he saw the elves for what they were and treated them accordingly. Cashin was amazed to know that Tristan hadn't changed a bit, as he was still as ostentatious as ever. Rowan agreed as he was more sophisticated with his words, but at least his temper was controlled despite how loose his tongue was. Tristan rambled that his victories in the field were nothing new, and was confident that those flashy medals in the walls say it all. What he wanted to do most was catch up with his family. He looked at Senor and asked how his favorite sister was doing. He had been expecting a few letters from her while he was away. Senor explained that she considered writing, but she didn't think she had gotten a response because she knew he was so busy maintaining the peace. Tristan uttered that she had always been too soft to stomach the necessary sacrifices of war and peace, which he supposed was why their parents kept her at home and sent him off to battle. And he assured her that he would have responded to her and whispered that if their parents wrote, their letter would have made great kindling for the campfire. Tristan remarked that Senor might be busy filling in as the new eldest of the bunch of kids. His mother remembered those days of Tristan's responsibility, and Tristan laughed and explained that the field was much more thrilling than his days at the Flamesworth Heir. Or, he guessed, he should say that ex-Flamesworth Heir. He asked his father who was the new front-runner for that role now that all of their children were grown, so he knew he must have an idea. He wondered if the heir was still Senor, or if she had been dethroned. This shocked Senor. Trotius furiously told his son that this was different from the time and the place of this discussion. Tristan apologized to his father and explained that he didn't know how his siblings were faring. He sees Cashin still admires him, although the hairstyle could use some work, and asks Rowan if he is still conflict avoidant. Tristan wants him to know that wasn't the Flamesworth trait. Then he came to his cute little twins, who were still playing with dolls, and asked if they were making themselves useful around the house now. The twin sisters get furious at him and tell him that he needs to watch what he is saying and assume he is stupid. Tristan was amazed as Azulia was still the feisty one and wondered if that was Laurel as he couldn't remember their name and knew that one of them was always too much. Then he looked at Jasmine, whom he met the first time, and he congratulated the first ever wind mage in the lineage of Flamesworth. This worried Jasmine. Lord Trotius furiously remarked that Tristan still has a habit of making jokes and assured him that this family has no wind mage. Everyone started whispering and wondered if the eldest son was telling the truth. They looked at how Trotius was barely holding back and assumed it might be true. Lord Trotius furiously defies the fact that Jasmine is the wind mage in order to silence the whispering spread in the hall. Jasmine can't believe this and is badly affected by this gossip. She stands from her seat while trembling. Tristan remarked that a Flamesworth should never lose composure and asked his parents if they weren't the ones who taught them this. He lifted his glass of wine to congratulate Jasmine, who was the first wind mage in a long line of the fire mage. Jasmine was furious and started using her wind affinity skill, and her father tried to keep this secret and that it was time for the reception. Later, everyone was gossiping outside about Jasmine being the wind mage, and Jasmine was flustered. She was heading somewhere when her father grabbed her and asked where she was going. Jasmine was trying to justify when her father furiously uttered that after her little display, they had no choice but to confirm Tristan's words as there was no escaping in this situation. Jasmine explained that she needed a moment to collect her thoughts, but her father didn't understand her. He uttered that there was no time for a moment as people had questions that she needed to answer. Jasmine furiously rambled that her father should give them his answer and that the youngest Flamesworth was a failure. She wants him to tell them she has done everything her father asked, but it doesn't matter as it's all beyond her control. Lord Trodius gets furious upon hearing this and asks who taught her to speak like this, as she never speaks to him like that. He lost his grip on her hand and saw the bruise on her wrist and clarified that it wouldn't happen if she hadn't angered him. He instructed Jasmine to wrap her ribbon around her wrist to cover it, and after that they would return to reception. He was teaching her what to tell the people when she met them, but she rushed away. She wondered what she should do as her father was so upset and looked around as she wanted to avoid everyone. On her way, she saw a lady sitting on the bench and asked Jasmine if she was trying to find her or hide from her, but Jasmine didn't understand what she meant. The old lady realized that the reception had started, so she wondered if they had sent Jasmine to fetch her, or if she was also trying to escape. Jasmine uttered that it was the second one, so the lady instructed her to sit beside her and sit there quietly. Jasmine knew that as a guard for the royal family, Aunt Hester was one of the most distinguished Flamesworths, but looking at her closely, she could tell she looked lonely. After sitting there for a while, Jasmine started shivering because of the cold, and her aunt generated the flames to keep her warm. Jasmine assumed that her aunt might not be aware that it had been revealed that she was a wind mage. Aunt Hester started laughing and hoped she would be able to see her brother's face when he found out. Seeing Jasmine's face, she supposed his brother's face might look something like that. Jasmine gets furious, which isn't funny because everything she has done to earn her father's favor has been for nothing. Hester sighed as she forgot how dramatic Flamesworth could be, as it was not the end of the world to be a mage of a different element. Jasmine stands and is sure her aunt won't understand her because she has accomplished fire mage and everything a Flamesworth should be. Hester was amazed to hear everything and guessed that her parents had never mentioned her accolades and her relationship with the royal family. Hester asked Jasmine if they had mentioned the burn on her back and the scare it took to get there and if their siblings had discussed it there. Hester assumed that Jasmine might be 14 or 15 years old, and it was enough to take some agency. Tristan was Jasmine's only sibling with whom she spent time before leaving her estate. She uttered that he was a good child and was around her age when her father cracked down on his training. The next time she saw Tristan, he was no longer a child, but he was consumed with the Flamesworth ideal, and now he found respite in battles. She thought Jasmine's parents would have learned their lesson after Tristan, but the Flamesworth family habitually pushes themselves and their children too far. Hasten uttered that at her age, she thought she was done learning new things about the world. However, working with the royal family has taught her how to cultivate strong values in a child and that the Flamesworth values are skewed. She wants Jasmine to know that if she had been born into another family, her hard work and talents would have been appreciated and celebrated. It doesn't matter what affinity she has, so she doesn't want Jasmine to let her parents convince her that being a Flamesworth is more important than being herself. After all, no matter how hard a bird tries to swim, it will never impress a fish, so she doesn't want Jasmine to waste her talent and worth. Later, she was packing her stuff and remembered the words of her Aunt Hester, who said that her family has the habit of pushing their kids and that she would be appreciated for her talent in another family. She didn't want to stay with her family anymore and knew that if she didn't leave now, then it would only get worse. She saw her sister Senor arrive, so she hid her bag, and Senor delivered their father's message that she should return to the party. Senor approached Jasmine, pointed to the location on the map, and remarked that he would need a better destination somewhere further. She recommended Ediston City would be best, but alerted her that the journey there would be rough. Jasmine was astounded as her sister wasn't stopping her from leaving the house and wondered why. Senor uttered that she had wondered many times what her life would look like if she didn't accept the role of a Flamesworth so easily. Then she would be free from the responsibilities, the expectations, and the tight leash of the Flamesworth family. However, it was different for her as she has a fire affinity to protect her, but Jasmine has nothing of value to bring to the family. But this wasn't the case outside of their estate, and she handed her the badge of her family and wanted her to take it with herself as it would open many doors. She instructed Jasmine that she had to act fast as it wouldn't put it past for their father to blacklist her for any of his organizations. Perhaps their father's pride might keep him from doing so, but if Senor was in her place, she wouldn't take that risk, and she had to hurry. Senor was startled as Jasmine abruptly hugged her from behind and thanked her for encouraging her. and she wished Jasmine good luck. Later, Jasmine was riding a monster and wanted to go as far as she could. She knew that Ediston City might be a few days away. She decided to spend some time in Marlow to throw them off her trail and was certain they wouldn't expect her to make a detour through the forest. On their way, the beast she was traveling on stopped, and she wondered what was wrong. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes, after which 2 wolves appeared from there. She was thrown away by her pet, surrounded by those beasts, and wanted to go away as she wasn't too far. She wanted to go back and knew that after reaching the estate grounds, there might be many mages among the guests if she could reach there. On her way, he saw her daggers and rushed to pick them up. But before she could take action, one of the wolves reached behind her. The wolf opened its mouth to eat Jasmine, but before that, she pierced the wolf's mouth with her dagger. She was stunned as this was different compared to the training, and was not like the practice dummies with whom she used to practice. While she was thinking, the second wolf attacked her and pushed her down, but she didn't want to fail there and tried to reach out to get her dagger. She grabbed her dagger, attacked one leg of a wolf with it, and bit the other leg. But soon, one of her legs got bitten by the wolf, which caused her immense pain. Soon, the monster was about to eat her, which scared her, but she didn't want to die there because then all of her hard work would be for nothing. She put the dagger in the wolf's mouth as she had so much to prove to everyone and had so much to prove to herself as well. She had something more to show. Using her wind attribute, she attacked the wolf and threw it away. It was pierced by the tree branch and died on the spot. Another wolf appeared near Jasmine, which concerned her as she had spent so much of her energy and mana, so if there were more beasts, then she would surely die. She rushed toward the beast, attacked it on its abdomen, and the beast ran away out of fear, after which she retrieved her weapons, knelt on the ground, and apologized. Soon, she saw her pet coming near her, and she gently patted it and assured it that it was okay as she was also scared. She started picking all her books and hoped nothing would be badly damaged in the fight. Abruptly, she saw a note appearing from one of the books. She took it out and realized it was from her sister, Senor. Her elder sister hoped she would take her advice as a suggestion, not as a direction, and instructed her to go to the Adventurer Guild if she wanted to go to the Xyrus. Senor also slipped in a letter of recommendation for her in the Adventure Guild in case she would make up her mind. After some days, she reached the Xyrus and was at the Adventurer Guild, where she showed her badge of the Flamesworth family and application to the receptionist. She uttered that she wanted to register herself as an adventurer. The receptionist was glad to know that she was Flamesworth and affirmed. She instructed Jasmine that she needed to fill out an application first, but after looking at her state, she inquired if Jasmine was sure that she felt up doing the rank examination today. Jasmine affirmed and took the application form, which seemed simple as she had to mention her name, age, etc. But she wondered what the difference is between a core inspection and a rank examination. She tried to recall what the clerk said about the rank examination, and while pondering, she heard a stranger's voice asking if it was her first time at the guild. She affirmed and stared at her, amazed that she was an elf. Helen explained that she was half-elf. This startled Jasmine, so Helen uttered that this might be what she would be thinking, and Jasmine affirmed. Helen sat next to her and started telling herself that she was a child of war and didn't know about her parents. Jasmine apologized to her, which surprised Helen as she apologized a lot and assured her it was okay as everyone had their own story. She started explaining to Jasmine that white paperwork meant that she could skip the mana inspection, where they had to evaluate the level of her core. Instead, they will jump into a one-on-one battle with their rank examiner to get assigned an adventurer rank. The highest rank of an adventurer is an A, but most folks work their way up to that after several years, so it's expected to start with a C or D rank. Jasmine thanked her for explaining everything. Helen was pleased to help her, but asked if she was confident that she wanted to head into the rank examination looking like that. Jasmine affirmed that she didn't want to waste her time, and Helen liked her spirit, so she asked her for her name. Jasmine was a bit reluctant, but she confidently told her that she was Jasmine Flamesworth, who was a wind mage. Helen was pleased to meet Jasmine, introduced herself, and thought it was the best as she was also a wind mage. Helen was startled as she saw her crew. One of her friends thought they said that the appointment was at 10 am, and Reynold also thought it was like that. Adam regretted that he could have slept in, so Reynold apologized as it was his foul as Adam needed that extra beauty sleep. They get furious at each other, and Helen tells Jasmine that it is her crew. And after they start fighting, she explains that it's her cue to calm things before they bring down the building. Jasmine sadly said okay, which concerned Helen, and while going toward her group, she told Jasmine that they would be there for a while. She instructed her to find her after the examination, let her know how it went, and said to her that their group was called Twin Horns. She waved her and wished her good luck, although she thought Jasmine wouldn't need it. She went to her group and slammed Adam and Reynold on their head. Seeing this, they all started laughing. After that, Jasmine filled out her application form without remorse and with basic information about her affinity as a wind mage. The next evening, Arthur, along with Sylvie, came to Professor Glory's tent to meet her. As he called her name and mentioned it had been a while, she, petting her flare hawk, turned and, upon seeing him, ran to hug him. She called him General Lewin and expressed her happiness at seeing him again. Arthur, equally delighted to meet her, requested that she call him by his first name. She responded that she would prefer he call her Vainsy in that case. He then asked if she could give him a brief report on the situation there. After a moment, she began explaining from the map on the table that her division was on the smaller side. It consisted of 20 skilled conjurers and 10 long-range augmenters to make up for their numbers. The rest were composed of competent mages and non-mage soldiers. She added that Captain Otter and his division marched from Mayburn City to join them. Arthur remarked that, truth be told, he was not expecting any ships to veer this far south. Vainsy inquired whether she had heard about his big plan for the Alacreon up the coast and asked if he thought it would work. Arthur replied that it would slow them down and, with any luck, sink a few of their ships. Vainsy gulped her wine, saying it was a shame they could not witness it. Afterward, she offered him the wine flask, but he refused, considering himself a minor. Upon hearing this, she remarked that if he was old enough to go to war, he was old enough to drink. Reluctantly, Arthur accepted the wine flask and took a sip. Sylvie, worried, hopped closer and questioned through their mental bond whether it was wise to impair himself before a battle. Arthur returned the flask, coughed lightly, and reassured her that it was only one sip. Smiling, he added that they should hold off until Captain Otter arrived, as he was hoping to have a little fun in the camp. Sylvie glanced at Arthur with concern, reminding him through their bond that the continent's fate depended heavily on him. Arthur responded with a smirk. The following evening, numerous tents were arranged for those staying at the camping area. Arthur, hiding Sylvie inside his jacket, stepped out of the tent. A soldier guarding the tent noticed Sylvie and was about to call out Arthur's true identity as General Lewin, but Arthur quickly gestured for him to remain silent. The soldier, understanding the gesture, nervously complied. As Arthur walked further, he noticed 2 people sitting on a tree branch, engaged in conversation. Approaching them with a smile, he casually inquired who had won. The boy glanced at the girl and explained that Sidra had claimed her first victory after numerous attempts. Sidra proudly raised her hand, declaring it would be the first of many victories. Arthur decided to sit beside them. The boy introduced himself as Jonah and referred to the spirited girl beside him as Sidra. Curious, Jonah asked whether Arthur was a new recruit. Arthur introduced himself and admitted that, in a way, he was. Watching the ongoing sparring matches, Jonah noted that judging by the lively atmosphere, they could expect to enjoy many more fights throughout the night. Everyone gathered, including Arthur, appeared to enjoy the spirited matches. A girl approached Sidra and complimented her on her earlier sparring performance. Jonah joined in, praising her and remarking that all her extra training had clearly paid off. Sidra smiled and thanked him warmly. Jonah, with a teasing tone, suggested that Sidra was blushing. Sidra quickly shouted a denial, blaming the heat even though snow was falling. Arthur, observing their playful banter, smiled and felt slightly embarrassed, noticing how quickly the recruits had grown close to one another. Resting his arm lightly on Sylvie, who grumbled internally about the weight, Arthur mused that Jonah and Sidra seemed to be more than just friends. Arthur's attention shifted when a young boy Herrick-clad in armor approached and mockingly called him a country bumpkin, challenging him to a fight. Arthur briefly wondered if he truly looked like he came from the countryside. Sidra immediately jumped up, shouting for Herrick to stop targeting new recruits and suggesting he should spar with someone his own size. Jonah quickly grabbed her arm to prevent her from escalating the situation. Meanwhile, Arthur stood up and reassured them that it was fine, believing it to be harmless fun. Herrick sneered and claimed he was merely using the opportunity to give the new recruits some valuable pointers. Arthur responded in a friendly manner, shaking Herrick's hand and introducing himself. Smiling slyly, Herrick pulled Arthur forward and formed a fist to punch him, remarking that one should never let one's guard down. The punch landed on Arthur's face, causing him to stumble slightly as he lowered his head and wondered aloud what had been in Vainsey's flask. Surprised by the impact of his own fist, Herrick stepped back and prepared for another attack, boasting that Arthur was lucky he had held back, or he would have gone flying. Afterward, he wore a sinister smile, casting flaming magic while charging toward Arthur, warning that the Alacreon would not go easy on him. As he approached, Arthur grabbed his face and punched him without hesitation, calmly noting the situation. Herrick crashed onto the ground with a heavy thud, sent flying backward. The crowd gathered around the arena reacted with surprise, then erupted into cheers and chants for Arthur. Glancing at his hand in amazement, Arthur wondered why Herrick had flown so far when he had limited his mana to only a fraction of its strength. He thought that Herrick would clearly require a great deal of work. Meanwhile, a lady holding a spear stepped forward and cast a brief glance at Herrick. She remarked that she had intended to defeat him herself, but supposed that could no longer be helped. Wearing a sinister smile, she turned to Arthur and commented that if he was used to fighting with a staff, she would appreciate it if he used a weapon against her. Two men approached, grabbed Herrick by the arms, and dragged him away from the arena while he shouted protests, claiming that he had tripped and that the outcome should not count. Arthur casually apologized, mentioning that the smith was preparing his sword. However, before he could finish his explanation, the lady instructed someone to hand Arthur a sword suited to his size. Arthur caught the sword effortlessly. The lady asked if he was ready, but without waiting for a reply, she struck her magic spear against the ground and attacked. Arthur quickly stepped back, dodging the sudden blow and noting how eager she appeared to be. She began thrusting her spear rapidly from side to side while Arthur defended himself, raising his sword and dodging each strike with practiced skill. As the battle wore on, the lady advanced, putting all her effort into landing a successful attack. Meanwhile, Arthur, while avoiding her strikes, recognized that her control over mana was exceptional, clearly on a higher level than Herrick's, but she lacked real combat experience. Finding an opening, he delivered a kick that sent her flying. The lady knelt briefly on the ground, then rose to her feet, her face dark with anger. She ordered the spectators to reinforce the arena, announcing her intention to cage the battlefield. Arthur protested, reminding her that this was supposed to be a friendly competition, not a death match. However, she refused to listen, declaring that this was merely a warm-up for the approaching war. She placed her mana-charged hand on the ground and added that in war, there were no out-of-bounds. The ground shook as wooden stakes erupted from beneath the arena, forming a cage around them. Arthur frowned at the situation, thinking bitterly that there were no cages in real wars either. In his past life, he had learned how soldiers became complacent when a powerful ally fought alongside them. Victories were often expected to come easily when someone as revered as a lance stood among their ranks. In those days, wars and even the fate of nations often depended on duels between kings or other elite warriors, while ordinary people lived powerless and detached lives. But here he mused that things might be different. Perhaps the presence of a lance gave these soldiers genuine confidence to fight harder. In a world abundant with mana, mistakes were more easily forgiven compared to his past life. Fighters here focused on strengthening their talents rather than correcting their flaws. He himself had fallen into that trap once until the Xyrus of Epheotus had beaten it out of him. Fixing a cold gaze on the lady, Arthur accepted the challenge and charged forward. Outside the cage, the gathered crowd watched anxiously, desperate to know what was happening within. The lady raised her spear as Arthur swung his sword to dodge her attack. Arthur's sword clanked against the spear. The lady stabbed her spear into the ground, jumped, kicked Arthur in the face, and threw him back. Arthur flew backward, landing hard, and grew furious. Meanwhile, the lady chef banged a pot to announce that dinner was ready and called everyone to get it while it was still hot. Jonah grabbed Sidri's hand and pulled her away from the arena toward the food. People started bustling around to get their dinner. Inside the cage, the lady squeezed her eyes shut in frustration. Arthur extended his hand toward her and complimented her fighting techniques. After getting up, the lady turned her face away and nodded briefly. Sidra stood outside the cage, raising her voice to call Arthur hurry. Otherwise he would miss the stew if he delayed. Hearing about the food, Sylvia popped out from Arthur's jacket and trotted after the others. After some time, everyone gathered around the fire, enjoying their stew and having fun. Arthur stood beside Jonah, glancing at Sidra, who was laughing and joking with other guys around the firewood. Arthur said she got along well with everyone. Jonah nodded and replied that she had always been like that since they were kids, but her family ran into hard times and she had to prioritize her siblings. Arthur sat beside him and asked if that was why she joined the war for her family. Jonah affirmed and explained that no matter how much he offered to help, she hated owing anyone anything, even him. They both noticed Sidra teasing and playing with two guys nearby. Deep down, Jonah thought they were idiots. Arthur smiled and said the only thing he could do was join as a soldier and risk his life to protect her. Jonah was surprised by the question and quickly denied it, adding that he did not like her that way. Meanwhile, Sidra and the two guys were playfully fighting over a glass of wine. Arthur added with a chuckle that he had never said anything about liking her. Hearing this, Jonah grunted. As they chatted, Sidra, holding the wine glass, approached them and asked when they had gotten so close. Jonah flinched while Arthur grinned. Arthur replied that they were just talking about how much Jonah had heard about this and that. Before Arthur could say more, Jonah quickly covered his mouth and nervously said it was nothing, just guy talk. He then joked about a group of guys trying to impress a girl with long hair, saying they thought one of the conjurers looked cute. Sidra pouted in jealousy and said she did not know he liked long hair. Jonah scrambled to fix her mood. Arthur glanced at them and smiled, thinking it was good to be young, while Sylvia slurped stew from his bowl. The lady chef approached from behind, laughing, and said it was good to be young. Arthur quickly hid Sylvia and nervously looked at the chef. The chef said she had seen him earlier and, more importantly, had seen him coming out of Captain Glory's tent. She tapped Arthur's shoulder and asked if he could help her loosen up her old bones someday. Arthur laughed while the others nearby started gossiping after hearing the chef's words. They whispered about him coming out of the captain's tent and wondered if he was a noble. Arthur brushed his hair back and said he did not mind, but would at least like to know who he had managed to piss off. The lady replied that she was not pissed off, only curious, and that he could call her Chef Astra, a simple everyday cook. After saying this, she turned and walked away. Arthur glanced at her strong, muscular body and muttered to himself that it was hard to believe she was just a simple cook. After a while, under the shadow of the sky, Astra stabbed her sword into the ground, standing before Arthur for the spar. People gathered around them to watch the fight. Astra suggested they should put on a show for the antsy soldiers before they threw a fit. Arthur exhaled. Astra, holding her sword, swiftly ran toward him, asking him to go easy on an old lady. Arthur was surprised to see her so close. She swung her sword to attack, but he raised his sword just in time to dodge the blow. Astra smiled and said she guessed she was right. She raised her sword behind her, jumped, and attacked again, commenting that he was not just an average boy. Arthur quickly moved backward as Astra landed with her sword clanking against the ground. Arthur excitedly says he is an average boy, and he then swings his sword to attack her, completing his statement as she is a simple cook. Astra bent backward to dodge his attack and replied that it was a fair point. She reminded him about the crowd watching them and mentioned that if he was curious about her skills, he could have asked the soldiers, many of whom had once been her students. As the duel continued, Arthur asked if she had ever been a teacher at Xyrus. Astra showed clear disdain and said she would rather swallow a gallon of fire sand than teach there. Arthur swung his sword and mentioned that he had been a student at Xyrus. Astra dodged easily and remarked that he must know how stuck up most of the students were. Arthur laughed and admitted he could not argue with that. Astra clanged her sword against his and pushed him back, explaining that after the war with the elves, she decided to teach at Lancelor Academy. Arthur called it the legendary school for would-be elite soldiers as he swung his sword again. Astra parried and confirmed, saying there was little demand for such soldiers after the war. The sound of clinking and clanking filled the arena. Sidra and Jonah watched intently while Sylvia, hidden under Arthur's jacket, peeked out to watch. Arthur struck again and teased Astra by suggesting she should challenge the winner. Astra told him to shut his mouth. Arthur commented that the war against the Alacrians must have brought many new students to Lancelor. He swung again and asked what she was doing as a chef. Astra dodged and said that was a story for a time with more booze. Arthur was surprised when Astra stopped mid-fight, standing before him, and asked why he was still holding back. He noticed the flaming aura beginning to emerge around her body. Arthur answered that bringing any magic beyond basic augmentation into a friendly duel would be disrespectful, especially when they were just getting to know each other. Astra smiled sinisterly and said they should give the soldiers something they would not see in a classroom. The strong winds from her magic aura spread through the arena, scaring the watching soldiers. One muttered that he would have dropped out if she had done that during class. Arthur smiled and gripped his sword tightly, deciding that 40% of his mana output would be safe. He cast a storm of ice magic. Astra thumped her sword into the ground, cracking the earth, and asked what a talent like him was doing here. She jumped and twirled mid-air to attack again, asking why he even went to Xyrus with sword skills like his. Arthur blocked her attack and replied that while he had managed the sword, his magic still needed improvement. Astra jumped back, commenting that she would not have guessed, then struck her sword into the ground again. Arthur noticed she fought like a seasoned warrior. The duel intensified, using both magic and sword strikes. Jonah watched and said he never thought he would see Madame Astra miss so much. Sidra agreed, adding that Astra looked like she was fighting for her life, while Arthur barely seemed to use any energy. Arthur dodged and realized that Astra's moves were well calculated and she would soon lunge forward. Astra cracked the ground and jumped at him again. Arthur sensed a feint, raised his sword to block, and their swords clashed. Suddenly, Arthur's sword cracked and broke. Astra looked surprised. Arthur examined the broken sword and accepted his loss. He turned toward the tents while Astra stood there, refusing to accept the outcome and blaming it on the poor quality of the sword. Arthur returned the broken sword to its owner, apologizing and promising to get him a new one. The boy nervously thanked him. Silence fell across the area. Arthur looked ahead anxiously. The atmosphere returned to normal when Vaincy clapped and complimented the fight, announcing that the show was over, but the night was still young. She stepped forward, smiling, and ordered everyone to enjoy the rest of the evening. Soon after, everyone celebrated, dancing, drinking, and laughing. Two young boys laughed and chatted about Astra's magic skills, surprised she could move like that since she rarely used mana during lessons. Another brown-haired boy joined them, claiming it was not hard to dodge her sloppy swings. The blonde-haired boy challenged him to try fighting her himself and then called out to Astra, who was passing by. The brown-haired boy, scared, pulled him back and clutched his stomach while the others laughed. Sidra, holding a wine glass and blushing, declared that she would fight Arthur next. The boys were surprised. Jonah quickly grabbed Sidra by the arm and pulled her aside, saying she had too much to drink. Sidra insisted she could win while the boys laughed behind them. Arthur smiled while watching Sidra and Jonah. Sylvia, hidden in his jacket, wrestled and spoke to him mentally, asking if he enjoyed the spar. Arthur replied that it was rare to find a worthy opponent, though that might change soon. He glanced at Sidra and Jonah, adding that being a normal soldier for a few more days would be nice. Sylvia said he should fit in a little longer and celebrate the small things, but she did not think normal suited him. Arthur laughed. Sylvia added that after everything they had been through, they should start celebrating small victories and suggested they celebrate his impressive fight with Astra, demanding he fetch her that veal leg. Arthur, amused, asked if that had been her plan all along. He then offered her a veal leg, praising her for lying low tonight. Sylvia happily munched on the meat. Astra approached, looking surprised, and asked if she was drunk or if Arthur was feeding his jacket. Arthur, caught off guard, scratched his head, laughed, and said he was saving it for later. Astra shrugged, then clinked her wine bottle against his glass, toasting to a splendid spar. She sat down, glanced at Arthur while gulping his wine, and admitted that maybe she had spoken too soon about Xyrus. Arthur nervously smiled and replied that he had to credit his peers and the few good teachers he had. Astra laughed and complimented him for speaking like a man wise beyond his years. Suddenly, a soldier rushed over, urgently calling Arthur general. Arthur spat out his wine in shock. Astra stared at the soldier and then at Arthur. Arthur glared at the soldier, who quickly corrected himself, calling him sir. The soldier informed Arthur that Captain Otter had arrived, but Captain Glory was missing. Arthur sighed and stood up, saying he would find her. Astra continued staring, then asked why the soldier had called Arthur general. Arthur smiled and said it was a story. Astra grinned and said it sounded like one hell of a story. Arthur grabbed his jacket, stepping ahead, and said it was a story for a time with more booze. After this, on that moonlit night, Arthur and the soldier headed into the forest to find Vaincy. The soldier said she was not anywhere at the camp, but she could not have gone far. Suddenly, Arthur noticed Vaincy sitting upside down on the cliff and said she was there. The soldier asked where she was. He then looked to where Arthur was looking and confirmed she was there. Arthur turned and asked the soldier to let him go. The soldier hesitated, mentioning Captain Otter. Arthur smiled and said it was fine, nothing was pressing, and he had had a bit too much alcohol to entertain a man he did not know that night. He told the soldier to inform Captain Otter that they would meet first thing tomorrow morning. The soldier nodded, bowed, and left. Arthur stood there, looking up at Vaincy. Sylvie peeked out of his jacket and asked if they would disturb her. He replied that it was all right. He should make sure his precious subordinate was okay. He cast his magic and flew up to the cliff. He landed and stepped toward Vaincy, who sat up was looking at the strong waves of the sea below. Sylvie jumped out of his jacket too. As he approached, Vaincy offered him a wine flask, asking if he wanted another drink. Arthur asked if the lookout should be drinking. Vaincy teased him, saying he was one to talk, given his cheeks were the color of ripe tomatoes. Arthur made an angry face, snatched the flask from her hand, and gulped the wine. Then he plopped down beside her. Vaincy tilted her head back, looked at the sky, and wondered if he thought they could win the war. At first, Arthur remained silent. Then, after thinking for a while, he replied that he was not entirely sure, but he would do everything he could to make sure they did. Vaincy exhaled and said that somehow, even though he was half her age, she found comfort in his words, like he would make sure of it. Arthur sadly said he had let a lot of people down before, and he wanted to make sure he did not do it again. She asked if he meant what had happened at Xyrus. He remembered the time when the mansion was burned and everyone inside died, except the girl who sat beside the rock. Vaincy gently asked him to tell her, while he was lost in his thoughts, looking at the flowing water and remembering the moment when he landed in the mansion with the dragon surrounded by dark magic. Sadly, he asked what was left of Xyrus Academy now. He said Tesha did not remember much, and Curtis and Kathleen acted like nothing had happened, as if they did not want to accept it. Vaincy said what was done, telling him he would only make himself suffer. As she was about to complete her sentence, Arthur turned and said he needed to know. He should have asked a lot sooner, but he had made excuses not to. Vaincy looked down sadly. She explained that in the disciplinary committee, Doradria was the first to be found dead. Theodore was gravely injured and ultimately did not make it, even with the help of Adventurer Guild emitters. Hearing this, Arthur sadly gritted his teeth. Vaincy continued. When she had first arrived, a pointed weapon had stabbed her in the shoulder. Arthur asked about Fairith and Claire. Two birds sat on a tree branch, then flapped their wings and flew away. Vaincy replied that Fairith was badly injured but was taken home safely. The Bladeheart family, however, was as secretive as they were old. She was told Claire was alive, but was unsure what state she was in. Arthur, head down, said at least she was alive. Vaincy glanced at him, then turned her face away. Arthur asked again, and Vaincy explained that Kai Crestless had been one of the radical members working with Draniv and the Vritra, but he had disappeared along with the rest of the robed lackeys and Elijah. Hearing this, Arthur was shocked and gripped his jacket tightly, while Vaincy added that all 5 traitors had been captured, but 30 had escaped. Sylvie, lying in Arthur's lap, listened quietly to their conversation. Arthur wondered if knowing what had happened would give him a chance for true reflection. He had often caught himself forgetting the memories of his past life more and more. His past self's hold on him had lessened, allowing him to become the person he wanted to be in this world. But right then, he wanted to return to the old him, the cold, rational him who suppressed his emotions so no vulnerability could be used against him. He wondered how many of the people he had known, or even the ones he had met that day, would end up dead, with him unable to save them. He wondered how many would survive the war. As he was lost in thought, Vaincy said he could not save everyone, but he had made a difference. She said she knew she had only been there for a few years. Even so, she knew the people of Xyrus were strong and rebuilding, but there would be nothing to rebuild without him. She said he had saved the school, which was more than she could say for herself. Arthur said that was not true. Vainsy sadly said no, she had failed him. She explained that even back in the widow's crypt, when he had fallen down that pit, she had been completely powerless. She had not known what to say to her students, and she had thought he was dead. But he had been brilliant, and he had come back. And at Xyrus, the fire she saw in him was like kids fighting to protect the school. It was a strength beyond any she had seen before. Vainsy, with tears filling her eyes, added that she had to be strong for the soldiers, but she was scared. Arthur smiled and called Sylvie. Sylvie sat up attentively. Arthur asked her to do him a favor and keep watch for the night. Sylvie replied of course. The dark aura spread around them, and Sylvie transformed into her dragon form. Vainsy, surprised, looked at Arthur as he got up and extended his hand toward her, asking her to come. The night was young, and it did not seem the soldiers intended to stop. As their superiors, they had to join them. Vainsy took his hand and got up too. The next morning, Vainsy pulled the blanket off Arthur and wished him a good morning. Half asleep, Arthur angrily muttered that, as her superior, he ordered her to unhand his blanket and let him sleep. She responded no can do and then threw the blanket, along with all the scroll papers she carried, onto him, reminding him he was the one who pushed their meeting with Captain Otter to this morning. Vainsy left the tent, telling him to wash his face and read the papers before meeting them. Arthur swiftly sat up and worriedly checked the scrolls, wondering how to finish it all before the meeting. Suddenly, Sylvie, in her dragon form, entered the tent through the hole, whispering that he had a very unproductive night. Arthur flinched at the voice, fell aside, and screamed fearfully. Grabbing his head, he asked Sylvie to go easy on him, saying his head was killing him. He asked what had happened, and Sylvie asked if he did not remember. She explained that she had dragged his drunk corpse up there to keep him from making a fool of himself. Arthur laughed awkwardly and asked how the watch had been the previous night, and whether anything unusual had happened. Sylvie responded that it had been quiet, with a thick layer of fog covering the western shore. She had not spotted any enemy ships, and while she would have flown further, she was afraid they might spot her. Sniffing him, she told him to wash up. After a while, Arthur carried all the scrolls and stepped out of the tent with Sylvie now in her fox form. He noticed Sidra struggling under a heavy load of firewood, unable to move forward. Jonah followed, asking her to slow down. When they noticed Arthur, they both startled and quickly saluted him. Arthur smiled, waved at them, and continued on to Vainsy's tent. Inside, Vainsy was explaining the map to the captain. When she noticed Arthur, she briefly introduced him, saying this is General Lewin. The captain, a middle-aged man, turned and coldly gazed at Arthur. Vainsy explained that this was Captain Jarna's Otter of the 2nd Division. Arthur shook hands and greeted Otter. Otter turned to Vainsy, addressing her as Captain Glory, informing her that his division had made camp in the woods up the cliffside. He suggested it would be best for both divisions to get acquainted before bringing their forces together. Vainsy agreed, saying it would be good to do so as soon as possible. She then peeked at Arthur and asked what he thought was the best way to divide their forces in case of an attack. Otter, surprised, asked about dividing and suggested lining up their foot soldiers collectively to receive an attack from the coast. Vainsy explained that General Lewin had been entrusted with overseeing their division. Otter turned to Arthur, who was covering the scroll papers, and said General Lewin was responsible as a mighty lance to ensure the divisions were ready. But the captains knew their own divisions best. Sylvie glared angrily at Otter and said she would slap him. Arthur, smiling slightly, said it seemed he was not needed here, and he would go grab a bite to eat. As he turned to leave, Vainsy asked if he had anything he wanted to add. Arthur paused and said that if she wanted his input, he would advise that allocating 100% of the force to a single position was never wise. Otter glared at Arthur and shouted that they were the last line of defense on the western shore against stray Alacrian ships. He addressed Arthur as general and asked where they would attack from if not the ocean. Arthur, surrounded by his glowing aura, coldly gazed at Otter and said he was trying to be civil and that Commander Virion had asked him to be there for the worst-case scenario. He warned Otter not to confuse his indifference with a misguided notion that he held the reins. Sylvie, still pouting, glared at Otter as Arthur's glowing eyes locked onto the captain. Arthur asked if he understood. Otter, disgusted, replied, "Understood." Arthur pulled back the tent curtain to leave, saying good. He never intended to play a hands-on role in their decisions. He would leave it up to the two of them. Suddenly, Arthur looked outside and froze in shock. He and Sylvie swiftly exited the tent. All the soldiers nearby were fearfully looking up at the cliffside. Sidra and Jonah, who had been preparing stew, were also staring upward. A severed arm, still clutching a broken sword, fell from the cliff before them. Vaincy and Otter also rushed out, hearing the screams. Arthur immediately understood the Alacrians had attacked Otter's soldiers on the cliffside. Arthur shouted soldiers on guard, "Stand by for battle." The soldiers rushed to grab their weapons. Arthur turned to Otter and pointed to the severed arm, confirming the armor belonged to his division. Otter realized it and started to rush toward the battle side, but Arthur grabbed his arm. Otter shouted, "Unhand him, his soldiers are under attack without their leader." Arthur said that if he went alone and died, it would leave his soldiers in an even worse position. Otter shouted if he is suggesting that him to let them fight this battle alone. Arthur, seeing Vaincy preparing her troops, said that instead of charging recklessly into an unknown battle, he suggests that him fight alongside Captain Glory's forces, which will better assist his own. Most of Vaincy's division was already organized and moving. Otter ignored Arthur, pulled his arm free, and ran toward Vaincy's unit. Arthur stood behind and muttered, "This is not the time to play hero." Meanwhile, on the cliff, the battle raged. The enemy army attacked using various weapons and flying mana beasts. Smoke rose from the cliffside. Vaincy's soldiers departed in organized units. Arthur noted that rather than one large group, she split them into smaller coordinated units, foot soldiers in front to absorb attacks, augmenters on the flanks to protect conjurers. Archers and unit leaders positioned behind the foot soldiers to give orders and protect their conjurers. Even though they were near the Darv border, Arthur thought it unlikely that this was a mana beast attack. It could be nomadic bandits or a radical group opposing the war with Alacrian, but it felt like something more. Arthur turned to Astra and asked if she would be okay. She waved at the remaining soldiers and explained that Captain Glory could not have asked for better augmenters to hold down the camp. Arthur nodded and said he would head off. Astra, worried, called out to Arthur and said he can never be too careful. Arthur replied, hoping she would practice what she preached, and then asked Sylvie to get ready. Sylvie asked if it was okay to transform so openly. Arthur said he needed to know what was happening and fast. Sylvie shifted into her dragon form with a flash of glowing aura and soared upward. Arthur leapt onto her back, telling her to stay high and blend with the birds. The remaining soldiers and Astra looked up happily, seeing Sylvie fly above them. While flying through the clouds, Sylvie hesitated and said that before they engaged, Arthur should know she was limited in how she could help. Arthur asked if she meant because of the Asura Treaty. Sylvie said Uldir had warned her, but there was more. Because of the awakening process that Grandfather Indrath had put her through. Until her ether powers were fully awakened and under control, she would be limited in what she could do. Sylvie apologized for not telling him sooner. Arthur was surprised but told her not to apologize. He had not realized how crucial that training was. He should have taken her condition into account. Flying ahead, Sylvie arrived over the cliff where the battle raged on. Arthur looked at the soldiers brutally cut down by the enemy army and their mana beasts and thought grimly that while war was full of surprises, this was not a surprise but a severe miscalculation. After this, the strong, snowy wind was blowing as Arthur and Sylvie hovered above, watching the battlefield where the dead bodies of their soldiers and the enemy soldiers were lying everywhere. The remaining soldiers were still fighting. Sylvie asked how they had been able to get there without anyone noticing. There were no ships near the coast. Arthur realized something and asked Sylvie to fly higher. They had to change their plan. He then asked her if she could stay hidden and follow the trail the Alacrians made on their way there to see where it led. He would join the fight. Sylvie worriedly asked what would happen if he got into trouble. She would be too far away to help. Arthur said he had a bad feeling that even with Vaincy's troops, it would be a losing battle unless he went. If his suspicions were correct, this war might not be as simple as them versus others. She was the only one who could make the journey there and back. Sylvie responded fine, but said that the moment she sensed he was in danger, she would come back and take him away, whether he was conscious or not. Arthur jumped on Sylvie's wing and thanked her for being concerned about him. Sylvie flapped her wings as Arthur jumped onto the battlefield, asking her to stay safe. She flew away, telling him to be careful. While on the battlefield, Vaincy arrived with her soldiers. She pointed her sword toward the enemy army and imposed her soldiers' duties. Units around for a left flank, Dirk and Sasha to the right group with Captain Otter's forces, and hit those Alacrians from the front. At her order, all the soldiers ran to attack. Suddenly, someone thumped behind Vaincy. She angrily turned to look, swinging her swords. She placed them in a cross shape on the person behind her, but when she realized it was Arthur, she sighed in relief. She then told him not to scare her like that and asked what he was doing there. She said she had seen him and his bond fly off. Arthur responded, asking if he would leave his precious subordinates behind. Then, looking aside, he said he had sent Sylvia on an important side mission. Vaincy added it was reassuring to have him with them. Arthur looked around the battlefield and thought the uneasy feeling he had was only getting worse. For some absurd reason, he had expected their enemies to be like the Vritra monsters of evil. Yet he stood there watching their soldiers die at the enemy's hands and thought they were no different from their soldiers except they were adorned in dark gray and red. Suddenly, an enemy mage carrying a mana claw rushed toward Arthur to attack. But in time, Arthur kicked the sword lying before him. The sword twirled in the air. He grabbed it and placed it before him to block the mage's attack. The mage grabbed his own sword, and Arthur swung his blade and threw him away, thinking he had used a quick and powerful spell casting. A yellow core augmenter, maybe even silver. He then angrily rushed toward the mage and stabbed his sword into his stomach to kill him. But he was surprised when the sword clanked against a magic barrier. Arthur quickly looked around, realizing the barrier was not from the first mage. Another mage stood at a distance, casting the magic. Meanwhile, the first mage slammed his hands on the ground and cast a twirling magic shield. The ground began to crack with the energy. Arthur moved back quickly, thinking he had never seen someone manipulate a barrier so efficiently. He guessed the mage might be troublesome. Ignoring the first mage, Arthur rushed toward the second one, who was casting the shield. As he moved, the first mage got behind him and extended his mana claw. Arthur slammed his foot on the ground, causing the first mage's mana to stab back into his own body. The mage thudded away, huffing. Arthur asked aloud if that idiot had not augmented his body. He questioned why he fought like an experienced augmenter but did not protect himself with mana. It would be easy to finish him off now. But something about the way they fought did not make sense. He questioned why they felt so isolated, as if the other soldiers could not even see them, and wondered if there was an illusion in place. The second mage raised his voice and told the first to cast a total body enhancement shield. The first obeyed, and the second cast his mana claw to attack Arthur. Arthur stood there, noticing both of them and thinking their battle tactics were fundamentally different. He wondered why their soldiers manifested their mana in such singular ways. He needed to learn more. The mage attacked with his mana claw, but Arthur dodged by swinging his sword. He thought the augmenter was well coordinated, but nothing compared to Cordry. He questioned why he was only using mana claws. As he dodged, the mage stared and said, "Arthur, he is right. He is not just some foot soldier." Arthur wondered who that man was. As he swung his sword to strike, the first mage cast a shield to protect the second. Arthur hit the shield with his elbow and broke it. The caster jolted from the strain. Arthur thought even though the first move was a feint, the mage still blocked the real one, but it clearly weakened him. Arthur turned to run at the caster again. Suddenly, a flame ball flew at him from the side. He noticed and wondered where it had come from. He slashed it with his sword. Behind the flame, the mage stood trembling. Arthur pointed his sword at the one hiding far away and said he was over there. Arthur flicked his sword, shooting it toward the hidden one. The mage behind Arthur quickly cast a shield to protect his comrade. The sword twirled in the air. The other mage thumped his fists and summoned mana claws again. Arthur noticed no one else saw them. He thought deceptive magic was definitely involved. A large number of mages now surrounded Arthur, laughing and saying this was fun. Arthur cast his dark aura, transforming into his new form. His hair turned gray, and 2 golden marks appeared under his eyes. He opened his hands and said thanks to this illusion, he could let loose a little. He realized the mana signatures from the copies did not match the augmenters. The illusion was set by the shield, not the attacker. The augmenter was the close-range attacker. The long-range conjurer supported him. He questioned if this was how all Alacrian units operated in trios. The copies jumped at Arthur while the long-range conjurer shot a giant flame ball. Arthur grabbed the augur by the neck. His dark aura destroyed the copies. He threw the augmenter into the flame ball, which exploded. Arthur wondered if every warrior had a shield or if only certain units did. The augmenter's body lay trembling. Arthur raised his hand and shot a wave of dark aura at the long-range conjurer. The first mage, badly injured, shouted for Shield Kafer to protect Malin. But before he could finish, Arthur's dark aura pierced his body, shattered the shields, and struck the conjurer too. Arthur returned to normal and stood there. The battle had gone on for no more than an hour. The smell of smoke could no longer mask the acrid stench of blood and burning flesh. A large number of mage copies holding weapons ran toward Arthur. Arthur summoned his magic sword, swung it, and ran past all of them, breaking their shields and cutting them down. As he killed them, he realized the enemy had fewer numbers but far more mages than their divisions. The Alacrian techniques could not be fully understood in one battle. But with what he had learned, his body moved on its own through the battlefield. He jumped in the air, sliced the falling rocks, and found the mages hiding behind them. He started killing them, thinking of those who stood in their way. No words were spoken. Instead, sounds turned into primal cries and beastly yells. He thought perhaps if men fought with words instead of weapons, battles would cease to shed blood. Then he looked at Sidra punching a mage and thought that when a man holds weapons, words become useless, and the cycle of killing and death goes on. Arthur's eyes widened in shock as he saw another mage raising an axe and leaping to strike Sidra from behind. However, the enemy soldier swung his axe, but in time Sidra bent down with her legs spread, and the axe passed over her. She then turned and punched the enemy soldier hard, severely injuring him. She stabbed her sword into his body and killed him. After this, she stood with her foot on the soldier's corpse and, happily raising her fists, noticed Arthur, who stood far away from her and was fighting another enemy soldier. He was alerting her about something. Looking at him, she tried to think about what Arthur was saying, but could not hear him from there. Also, the sword stabbed in the soldier's body glowed, and a golden plus sign appeared on it. She turned to look, and the golden aura flashed in her eyes. But before she could move aside to save herself, the golden flaming aura pierced through her body. She collapsed to the ground, dead, covered with blood. Jonah threw his weapons aside and ran toward her, calling out to her. He turned pale upon seeing her condition. Tears started flowing from his eyes. He held her in his lap, unaware of the situation around him. Raising their weapons, two soldiers jumped toward Jonah from behind to attack. Meanwhile, Arthur arrived and slashed his mana sword, slicing the soldiers and saving Jonah. After this, he grabbed Jonah's collar and shouted at him, calling him an idiot and asking what he was doing in the middle of the battle. He told him he needed to get out of there. Instead of listening to him, Jonah, still lost, burst into tears, consoled Sidra, and said she would be okay. Arthur, looking at him, became emotional. While Jonah, lost in Sidra, kept saying she would be okay, an arrow came toward them. Arthur, in time, turned and dodged the attack by raising his sword. Then he looked at Jonah, still lost in Sidra, repeating that she would be okay. Arthur thought he was useless. It was a waste of time to move soldiers who could not handle the battlefield, let alone one who was already broken. He then remembered all the happy times he had spent with Sidra and Jonah, and then, closing his eyes, he gritted his teeth. After this, he chopped his hand onto Jonah's neck and made him unconscious. Then he carried both Jonah and Sidra on his shoulders and moved ahead to leave the battlefield, while many arrows were coming from the enemy's side. Also, the enemy soldiers, raising their weapons, ran toward Arthur to kill him. Arthur cast a mana tornado around him. All the soldiers rushed toward him, and their arrows struck the mana and were deflected. The remaining soldiers standing ahead of him set arrows in their bows, thinking he could not dodge from that distance. Arthur ran forward and cast Static Void. The soldiers froze, and their arrows turned static. A single arrow moved toward Arthur and neared his face. His mana tornado ended, and smoke exploded. As the smoke cleared, Arthur appeared holding the arrow in his teeth and glared at the soldiers. The soldiers, surprised, asked how he did it. At that moment, the sound of doom echoed. The scene shifted to the camping area, where Astra, preparing the healing medicine, was bandaging the injured soldier. She noticed Arthur appear, huffing. Worriedly, she asked what had happened. Arthur laid Sidra's lifeless body and Jonah, who was trembling, on the mat and asked Astra to take care of Sidra and look after Jonah. After this, he turned away sadly to leave. Just then, Jonah gripped his leg and angrily demanded why Arthur had not saved her like he had saved him. Arthur, with his head down, replied that he could not save every soldier in a war. Jonah shouted that he was a liar. In a frenzy, he insisted Arthur could have saved her if he had wanted to, because he was a lance. He laughed bitterly and said that he had thought he had been dreaming for a moment because the arrow had stopped midair. Hearing this, Arthur was shocked and kicked Jonah's hand away from his leg. Then, stepping forward, he repeated that his priority was not to save every soldier he encountered in war. Jonah, crying, shouted that although Sidra might not have known Arthur for long, there was no way she would have seen him as just a soldier, General Lewin. Arthur gritted his teeth, grabbed Jonah's collar, and shouted that he was sorry about his friend, but he needed to pull himself together. There were enemies out there stronger than he could imagine, stronger than any adventurer Jonah had ever admired. If Arthur spent all his energy trying to save everyone, then no one would be left to stop those enemies. The enemy leaders could level a mountain with a twitch of their fingers. Hearing all this, Astra sadly lowered her head. Jonah, voice trembling, sobbed that he had promised Sidra when they were little that he was finally going to ask her to marry him. At this, Astra gently told him she would take care of him and urged Arthur to move on. Arthur turned and left for the war, while Astra stayed to console Jonah, who broke down in tears. On his way to the battlefield, Arthur ran swiftly. Someone called out to him. He turned and saw Vaincy behind him, wiping blood from her face. He told her she looked like crap. She smiled and replied that it was not something a man should say to a woman, even in war. Suddenly, Arthur became alert as Sylvia informed him that she was returning. He asked if she had already found anything. When she responded that someone was heading his way and that they were strong, Arthur was stunned. Vaincy worriedly asked what was going on and if something had happened. Arthur told her to take the battle elsewhere, anywhere away from there. Vaincy, surprised, asked if he meant to retreat. She pointed out that he had already taken out nearly all of their long-range conjurers and many augmenters, so the Alacrians no longer had the mage advantage. Arthur tapped her shoulder and explained that someone was coming, someone as strong as him, possibly even stronger. He urged her to get everyone away so they would not be caught in the crossfire. Vaincy, shocked, asked if he meant that this was their fight. Arthur smiled as he looked down and said that this was why he was there, for situations like this. He added that they should avoid any more senseless deaths. Vaincy thoughtfully agreed. Then, with concern, she shouted that he had better come back alive, or she would pull him out of hell herself just to send him back there. Meanwhile, Vaincy's flare hawk arrived. Arthur promised her he would return, and she mounted her beast and flew over the battlefield, announcing the retreat of the Dicathan units. Hearing this, the soldiers stopped fighting, and the unit leader looked to Captain Otter for his decision. Arthur looked around at the battlefield where both sides were still locked in combat. He thought to himself that it was okay, the Alacrian soldiers weren't the real threat. Vaincy and Captain Otter's division could handle them. Arthur turned and looked toward the forest. He then swiftly ran, leaping from one tree branch to another, moving ahead to find Sylvia. Standing on a branch, he called her, asking how close she was. He thought she shouldn't be far unless she were deliberately ignoring him. Suddenly, Arthur was startled when someone with a frightening voice spoke from behind, saying he was a cute boy. He quickly turned, but no one was there. The voice said he might be lost, perhaps looking for a little old lady like her. Arthur transformed into his new form, a dark aura surrounding him, and he quickly analyzed the green aura that had appeared on the tree branch behind him. Within seconds, the green aura shifted to another branch and mockingly complimented Arthur for his sharp eyes. The aura kept shifting from one branch to another, taunting him by saying she might be here, or maybe there. Arthur turned and looked in every direction where the green aura appeared. After a moment, the aura appeared behind him, saying she might be over there. A horrible hand emerged from the aura and reached toward Arthur. The voice then said she might be right there. An evil lady with red eyes emerged from the aura, upside down, and grabbed Arthur's face, commenting on what a handsome young boy he was. However, the evil lady, surrounded by her green aura, stabbed her sharp nails into Arthur's neck and grabbed his other hand, mockingly saying he felt warm. Arthur, in pain, grabbed the hand that was stabbed into his neck and tried with all his might to free himself. He then used his freezing magic to freeze her hand. The frozen hand cracked and broke. The evil lady freed her arm and threw him away. As she regenerated her hand, she jumped upside down from her green, gum-like chemical and emerged from the tree, saying the little puppy had a bite. Arthur landed on the ground, and the evil lady stood before him, finishing her statement that she would just have to be more strict with his training. Her green chemical spread around the tree and began to bubble. She stabbed her frozen hand into the tree and politely asked Arthur for his name. Slightly trembling, Arthur replied that his mother had told him not to talk to strangers, especially ones as strange as her. Encircled by her bubbling aura, the lady fully regenerated her arm and said they would get acquainted soon enough. But first, she had tasks to finish. She then stepped forward and said there was a chance he would voluntarily become her slave. Arthur summoned his mana blade and refused her offer with an apology. The lady cast her green aura, shooting green vines from the bubbling pool beneath her feet toward Arthur. The vines clutched him as she said, breaking the will of a disobedient slave was half the fun. Arthur slashed the vines with his mana sword and freed himself. The lady raised her hand, casting a shining green aura, saying it looked like she had found someone special. Arthur jumped and hurled rocks at the growing bubble of aura. He wondered whether she was a retainer or a scythe. Vines spread around him. Surrounded by his dark aura, Arthur cast freezing mana and stared her down, thinking he had no reason to hold back. This was why he had trained for years in the land of the Xyrus. A large number of vines surged toward Arthur, but he dashed forward, swinging his ice mana sword and cutting through them. As he ran toward the lady, he used absolute zero temperature to freeze the remaining vines and her bubbling green chemical. Suddenly, a warm aura burst forth from her, dispersing Arthur's freezing mana and knocking him back. The lady stood calmly and said he would have to try harder than that. Arthur coughed and knelt on the ground, his arm burned and marked with the same golden rune that was under his eyes. He struggled to breathe, wondering if the aura was toxic. Looking at his arm, he thought of his runes and Sylvia's will. He was running out of mana. He squeezed his eyes shut, grabbed his neck, and cast a mana tornado, which dispersed the lady's green aura. Arthur picked up his sword and, surrounded by mana, rose to his feet. He thought that through this life and death battle, the mana was responding to his will, burning brighter and stronger. He then used Static Void to freeze the evil lady. He cast mana around his sword, but was shocked to see it covered in her green, gum-like chemical. Even Dawn's ballad, forged by an Asura, was affected. Suddenly, the lady's mask cracked. She turned her head down and, covering her face, trembled, saying she needed her mask. The pieces of the mask clinked to the ground as she scratched at one of them. Arthur turned to see her fall to the ground, grabbing her face and shouting for her mask. Her green aura burst forth, spreading across the area. Arthur gripped his mana ice sword and, casting Static Void again, rushed toward her, thinking that if he could pierce her with Dawn's ballad, he could freeze her from the inside out. He stabbed the ice sword into her body from behind, but was shocked to see that she was unaffected. Her green mana flowed out and began to envelop his sword. Arthur realized he was too weak to draw in atmospheric mana and must rely on his reserves. Suddenly, the lady turned and, revealing her true face, said he had seen too much and she could no longer keep him as a pet. She exhaled and shot a mass of vines from her mouth at Arthur. He let go of the sword and jumped back, remembering when a middle-aged woman warned him never to use his burst step technique again. Surrounded by the lady's atmospheric mana, Arthur used burst step and appeared behind her, casting ice mana. He grabbed her hand and cast a spell of absolute zero. She screamed as her arm froze, then she ripped it off to escape. Arthur moved aside and grabbed his burning arm, where her mana had affected him. Green chemical bubbled on his hand. He cast a flaming aura and began cauterizing the wound with his other hand. The lady turned, enraged, and said she would make him face the consequences of humiliating her. She clutched her head and said she was of Vritra. Then she opened her arms and shouted she would cut out his tongue and feed him through a tube until he dreamed of dying. She would melt him limb from limb and keep him as a trophy. Arthur smiled and said she would have to be at least a scythe to do all that. The lady, enraged and surrounded by her green aura, said she would erase that condescending woman from existence and take her place. Trembling, she stepped forward, saying that just because her grunts adored her, she thought she was superior. Arthur, casting ice mana, ran to attack her from behind. But before he could strike, she turned and released her warm green chemical toward him. saying she would show her how degrading it was to be her retainer. Arthur raised his arm, and the mana burned through his sleeve. He looked at his arm, realizing she was only a retainer and yet this strong. His mana reserves had never been this low. Even his runes were dimming. He could not last much longer, and external attacks were not working. He cracked his hand and cast dark mana. The evil lady, now hobbling, stepped toward a tree. Arthur decided he had no choice but to use Burst Step again. He used it and appeared before her. The lady flinched and said not to harm her face. Arthur raised his dark mana-covered hand and quickly grabbed the sword still embedded in her body. He tried to pull it out as a dark aura swirled around them. The lady screamed, and Arthur hoped she would die. But when the dark aura faded, she turned, used her mana vine to grab Arthur by the neck, and threw him away. Arthur lay on the ground, trembling, realizing he should not use Burst Step again. But he had no other choice. He saw the lady approaching when Sylvia appeared, calling out to him. Relieved, Arthur saw her arrive. Sylvie told him to throw her upward. Arthur cast the mana tornado and, despite his exhaustion, launched her with it. The swirling mana hit the ground and exploded, sending the lady upward, where Sylvie awaited with a dark aura. Sylvie grabbed the lady with her claw and squeezed her, declaring she was unconscious. Arthur, kneeling, cast an ice mana storm that formed into a sharp pillar. He asked Sylvie to drop the lady onto it. Sylvie squeezed the lady once more and, with all her might, hurled her toward the ice pillar, saying she would do more than just drop her. The lady fell onto the pillar. The ice mana exploded, and the powerful surge blasted away Arthur. Later, Arthur leaned against a tree. Sylvie flew to him, calling him father. She landed before him, and tears welled in her eyes as she saw his condition. Arthur's eyes were closing. He muttered that he thought this was beneath her. At the sight of the pillar, it was pierced through the lady's body. Her green, gum-like chemical oozed out and fell onto the ice. The ground was torn from the explosion. Sylvie called out again, her voice concerned, calling him father. After a while, Captain Otter and his comrades arrived in the forest. Pointing to the side, he asked a soldier named Ulrich to take 4 men and scout in that direction. He then asked Briar and the others to follow him. Ulrich took 4 men and left for the other side while Otter and the rest advanced. Otter thought this was a waste of time, that he should be preparing their next course of action, not searching for a lost child amid war. Captain Glory knew Vaincy had called for their forces to retreat and learned later that it was at the Lance's instruction. He commended the humans for their ferocity and persistence during the war against the elves. It was a shame their fire was gone now that they were forced to work together. He did not understand why the Alacrians had fallen back when Glory had called for a retreat first. Still, nothing justified the boy Lance abandoning his post. As Otter stepped forward, Briar checked the area and sat before a tree. He noticed an evil, green gum-like aura on it. He checked it with a branch and called Otter, asking him to look. Suddenly, the green aura released smoke, forming a hole in the tree, and the large tree broke and fell from that hole. As the tree fell, the green gum-like aura appeared on the ground wherever the branches landed. Otter and the others standing behind noticed it. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Otter recognized the voice and thought it was Ulrich. He quickly cast his mana weapon and moved ahead, asking the others to advance. As he moved forward, Otter noticed the fog, which was the evil lady's atmospheric smoke, and he wondered what it was and whether it came from the site of the explosion. It became harder to see. Suddenly, Otter's foot slipped, and he was about to fall from the cliff. But Briar grabbed his collar in time and saved him. After this, Otter turned and gestured to Briar, who clenched his weapons and swung them in a cross pattern, casting Fanged Gale mana. With his mana, the green fog before them lightened, and the crater became visible. Otter looked at the evil lady's dead body, stabbed through a sharp ice pillar, and wondered who had done it. He then looked at the green gum-like aura bubbling under the pillar and wondered what it was. He noticed Ulrich, whose leg and arm were cut by the evil lady's vine. 3 soldiers sat around him using Arthur's ice magic to heal him. Otter saw they were missing a man and noticed Arthur and Sylvie sitting with their eyes closed against a tree. He wondered if the boy Lance had fought the creature, and if Ulrich had arrived late and was injured so badly, then perhaps the boy was dead. Otter gulped and thought that if the boy had died to bring back this monster, how great his reward would be. However, he ordered the soldiers to retrieve the general's body. The soldiers were surprised. One soldier surrounded himself with mana and jumped from the cliff. Flying through the air, he passed over the bubbling aura. Seeing him, Ulrich worriedly shouted not to proceed, and the soldier turned to listen. But before he could act, a green vine from the evil lady's dead body sliced his leg and bound his body, dragging him toward the warm, bubbling, gum-like aura. The soldier, with teary eyes, screamed for help. But no one helped him. The evil lady's vines dragged him into the aura and dissolved his body. Seeing this, the other soldiers behind Otter retched. Ulrich warned Otter and the others to stay away from the monster. The general had said it would not attack if they kept their distance. Hearing this, Otter shouted, demanding a report and asking if the monster was still alive. Arthur said it was not. Otter stared at him in disgust and asked if he had anything to do with this. Arthur, looking at Otter, replied that he was responsible for the retainer's death, not the soldiers. He explained the evil lady's automatic defense spells were still active even though she was dead. Otter thought, how dare Arthur speak to him as if he were a fool? He asked why Arthur had not helped or warned them. Arthur scoffed and replied that he was sorry. Did they want him to put up a caution sign, and that he was having a hard time staying conscious? Otter angrily addressed him as General Lewin and said this was no time to avoid answers. They asked Arthur to come with them to the council for further questioning. Arthur sighed and replied that he would go to the castle on his own, as he had other matters to attend to. Otter angrily gritted his teeth and jumped into the crater. The other soldiers stood up and called out to him. He struck his weapon on the ground and asked Arthur about the other matters. He shouted that relaying information on enemy leaders to the council was time-sensitive. Meanwhile, a vine moved toward him from behind and grabbed his weapon. More vines appeared and seized it. He slashed, but the vines bound his weapon and pulled it. Otter, with all his strength, began twirling his magic weapon to break free. After freeing himself, he surrounded himself with mana and flew toward Arthur. He landed on the ground and pointed his weapon at Arthur, saying the council needed to be informed at once. Meanwhile, Sylvie opened her eyes and glared at Otter. She stood up and warned that taking another step would cost him his head. Otter was frightened to see Sylvie in her dragon form and asked if she could speak. The other soldiers were also surprised. Arthur steadied himself with Sylvie and got up, then slid into the crater and stepped forward while Sylvie flew above. He cast his ice mana and passed by Otter. All the vines moving in the air were frozen by Arthur's mana. Otter turned, scared. Arthur stepped onto the ground, and it froze from within by his ice mana. Ice stairs formed, and Arthur climbed them toward the evil lady's corpse. He pulled his sword from her body, turned, and glared at Otter, telling him to get Captain Glory or someone else capable of bringing the retainer's corpse to the council. He had other matters to attend to. Otter knelt before him and responded, "Yes, General." After this, Arthur rode on Sylvie and left. The scene shifted to a bright day outside the orphanage building, where Nico and Gray gasped in surprise while reading their academy acceptance letters. Gray appeared stunned, struggling to believe they had actually been accepted. Nico teased him, remarking that the only person he and Cecilia were concerned about was Gray. As he looked between them, he noticed Cecilia rubbing her eyes and questioned whether she was crying. She dismissed the concern, insisting something had merely gotten into her eye. Just then, the orphanage door creaked open, and the woman they addressed as headmaster emerged, congratulating the trio with warm laughter. She joked about needing to frame the acceptance letters and encouraged Gray, with Nico giving him a playful nudge to step forward first. After a brief moment, Nico examined Gray's letter and noticed it looked different from his own. Curious, he inquired about the difference. Gray responded with irritation, explaining that he had applied to the engineering department, hence the variation. The headmaster then gently tapped Cecilia on the shoulder before drawing all three into a heartfelt embrace. Gray's expression grew more somber as he quietly asked the headmaster whether she was truly comfortable with all of them leaving. He offered to stay behind and help at the orphanage, arguing that he was not academically inclined like Nico or Cecilia. He also noted the financial burden and her age as reasons to remain. The headmaster responded by flicking Gray's forehead. Nico burst into laughter, and Cecilia instinctively covered her mouth in worry. Holding on to Gray's head, the headmaster firmly stated that she would personally ensure he went to the academy if necessary. After years of raising a troublemaker like him, she was not about to let him stay behind now. Gray, rubbing his head, pointed at Nico in protest, claiming that Nico was the true troublemaker, and he merely got caught up in it. The headmaster turned her attention to Nico, who immediately cradled his head dramatically, declaring betrayal, which prompted laughter from Cecilia. Seeing Cecilia laugh brought joy to all three. Nico joked about finally managing to crack her usually composed demeanor. As Cecilia and Gray exchanged a lingering glance, Nico took note of their expression and looked at them both with surprise. Gray turned away, rubbing his face, while Cecilia grew visibly nervous. The headmaster then suggested they celebrate, mentioning it had been a long time since she had baked a cake. As she returned to the building, Cecilia followed her, offering to help. Nico celebrated his dual success, an acceptance letter and cake on the same day. Gray, lingering behind, voiced hesitation. He remained concerned about the academy's cost, mentioning Headmaster Wilbeck's ongoing struggle to send even a few children to school. He floated the idea of enrolling in a military institution, where Kai training was offered with free tuition. Nico's demeanor shifted as he grabbed Gray's arm and shook him, arguing that those places offered no real education. He warned that such institutions merely turned recruits into mindless soldiers, driven by ruthless efficiency. If Gray truly wanted to repay the headmaster, he needed to use his intellect and pursue a proper education. Touched by Nico's words, Gray smiled and chuckled, suggesting that maybe Nico was just afraid of being left alone. Nico responded with mock irritation, telling him to go get brainwashed if he wanted. He would not care. Gray squeezed Nico's shoulder in appreciation. High above the mountains in the dungeon, Sylvie flew with Arthur resting on her back. She informed him they were nearing the border. Arthur stirred, stretched, and groaned in pain as he sat up. Sylvie reminded him how lucky he was that his legs still functioned after the recent strain. Using ether had been exhausting, and her understanding of the Vivum path was still limited compared to her grandmother's. Arthur reassured her that she had done well, and with time, his assimilated body would recover. Sylvie questioned whether it was truly the right moment to proceed, given their current condition. Arthur insisted on moving forward, convinced that the timing was crucial. Though Sylvie noted they lacked a starting point, Arthur explained that he and Virion had studied Darv's terrain extensively during previous missions, and that he had a plan. They eventually reached a mountain ledge. Arthur searched the cliffside, while Sylvie, in her fox form, helped from the underbrush. He struck the wall, suspecting a hidden mechanism, and Sylvie suggested checking a lower area. Arthur soon realized he had misjudged their height relative to the entrance. Casting golden flame-like mana, he pressed his hand to the rock, wondering if earth-aligned mana was the key. The wall responded slightly. Trying again, he considered that it might be the amount of mana. Then he recognized it required a precise variation of mana levels based on depth. As he adjusted the flow, he coughed violently, blood splattering from his mouth. Sylvie rushed over, deeply concerned. Arthur wiped the blood away and reassured her that they had to finish the task. Channeling his golden mana again, he traced a complex pattern against the wall. A hidden sigil illuminated, followed by a low rumble as the stone wall opened. Arthur grinned, proud that using Realm Heart in this unconventional way had revealed the entrance. Sylvie stepped into the newly opened cavern, remarking that she felt embarrassed to have ever called him father. Arthur followed, reminding her that she had hatched for him. He asked her to ride on his shoulder, as he would need to use Mirage Walk to stay hidden. As they navigated the tunnels, they discovered a secret hideout packed with Alacrian and Dwarven troops. Makeshift huts and a shielded entry point marked the base. Sylvie, shocked, realized that the dwarves truly were collaborating with the Alacrians. Nearby, two Alacrian soldiers conversed. One expressed his distrust of the dwarves and wondered when they might return home. The other told him to stay focused, suggesting that success in this mission might allow him to help his family out of their impoverished situation. Arthur and Sylvie observed quietly from a small hole in the cavern wall. When one soldier sensed something, he moved to investigate, but the two hid in time. Arthur's golden aura from Realm Heart still lingered faintly on the wall. Another soldier arrived and addressed the first as Great Vritra Astur, asking about the delay. Astur responded and departed. Watching from hiding, Arthur reflected on their language. Despite unfamiliar terms like blood and Great Vritra, their dialect bore a strange resemblance to Dicathon's. Sylvie explained that this similarity stemmed from the Asuran intervention. Centuries ago, when the Vritra were still part of the Great Eight, The Asuras had covertly supported both Dickathon and Alacria. Arthur compared it to the Asuras granting artifacts. Sylvie confirmed that it had begun much earlier. The artifacts had been introduced as a way to ensure the survival of the lesser races. Arthur, slightly disturbed, admitted that it was unsettling to know divine beings had to intervene for mortals to survive. He decided they had seen enough and turned to leave. But before they could exit, a loud announcement echoed through the chamber. Soldiers snapped to attention. Someone important was arriving. All present bowed as a woman with horns emerged through a purple shield door. An Alacrian soldier saluted and addressed her as Lady Scythe. She asked about Silrit, and the soldier explained that the commander awaited her near Sapin's northern coast. He also nervously inquired about a new scythe he had been ordered to escort to Commander Yudo. The scythe dismissed the concern, stating that the new one was not yet ready and still undergoing preparation. Arthur, hidden and watching, reflected grimly. He thinks defeating a retainer had once filled him with confidence, but facing a scythe was another matter. Though he had doubted the dwarves' loyalty, he had still believed Dickathon could triumph, yet seeing even Sylvie frozen in fear told him the truth. Despite the woman's small frame and regal presence, her power was overwhelming, like facing a hurricane with bare hands. Arthur and Sylvie despaired when Scythe turned and spotted them. However, both Arthur and Sylvie were scared and swiftly moved backwards while the Lady Scythe was looking in that direction. A soldier called her name, asking if everything was all right. Arthur touched the wall where his realm heart aura had spread, looking through the hole to see what was happening outside. The Lady Scythe turned, slightly smiled, and walked toward the purple lightning shield door to leave. All the soldiers bowed to her. Inside the cave, Arthur slumped beside the wall. Sylvie worriedly asked if she should fly them out of there. Arthur replied no, as they would be detected. Sylvie insisted that the scythe had already seen them and they needed to escape now. Arthur cast a golden, flaming aura and floated in the air, explaining that he had Mirage Walk active, so she might have only thought she saw something. Otherwise, a scythe wouldn't have ignored them. He then turned and slowly stepped further into the cave, saying he would continue using Mirage Walk until they were out of the dungeon. Sylvie protested that he could barely walk and asked how far they should try to go before flying. Arthur, wobbling and thoughtful, said until he ran out of mana. In the sky around the flying castle, birds chirped. Ellie stood outside, waiting. Captain Otter approached, asking if all expected soldiers had been accounted for, and suggested she go to the teleportation room instead of loitering, as the medics needed their space. Ellie turned and responded that she was waiting for her brother, assuring she wouldn't get in anyone's way. Otter asked who her brother was. When Ellie replied, Arthur Lewin, Otter trembled with fear. He closed his eyes and said he could see the family resemblance. Ellie, expressionless, asked if he had been stationed with Arthur. Otter began to walk away, then turned back and said that if Arthur was her brother, all the more reason to wait inside, as the medics weren't there without reason. Suddenly, a huge bear named Boo appeared before Otter. He didn't notice until he looked up and was startled. Boo looked surprised by his reaction, while Ellie stood behind, laughing loudly. Otter, still afraid, asked if the sister had one too. He touched his heart and muttered that basic respect clearly didn't run in the Lewin family. Then he angrily turned and walked off. Boo frowned at Otter while Ellie pouted in irritation. She mimicked Otter's earlier statement about the Lewin family, and then, hugging Boo, muttered insults toward Otter in her mind, laughing loudly even though tears welled in her eyes. After a while, she stood there, looking toward the area inside the castle where many medics were working. Boo asked Ellie through their mental bond whether there were more medics than usual. She hugged Boo and replied that it was fine. Arthur was just as stubborn as he was strong, and he always came back standing. Suddenly, Sylvie arrived, roaring. Ellie called out to her, and Boo added that they had finally arrived. The newly appointed medics turned, and upon seeing the giant dragon, they became frightened. Sylvie landed on the castle grounds, crashing into the floor. When Ellie saw Arthur lying unconscious on Sylvie's back, she stood speechless in worry. The medics rushed over and helped carry Arthur off of Sylvie. Ellie called his name. One of the medics, checking him, asked if this was the newest lance, Arthur Lewin. Another replied that Otter hadn't mentioned he would be unconscious. Sylvie explained that his mana core had been depleted and he had been unconscious for roughly 4 minutes. He had lost the use of his legs and had sustained severe chemical burns on the right side of his body. The medics were shocked to hear Sylvie speak. Ellie asked in surprise if Sylvie could talk, and Boo was completely stunned. Sylvie instructed the medics to prioritize his mana core and perform a blood transfusion. The medics stared at her. Seeing their hesitation, Sylvie raised her voice. Ellie then echoed her words, ordering the medics to hurry. The medics placed Arthur on a stretcher and took him for treatment. Sylvie and Ellie looked at each other and nodded in unison. Later, Arthur lay on a bed and began to regain consciousness. His right side was bandaged. Sylvie, in her fox form, sat beside him. Seeing him awake, she called his name. Arthur noticed his sister and Boo, sitting outside the room with closed eyes, appearing worried. He wondered what had happened and why they were sitting like that. A medic explained that they hadn't left his side. Arthur asked how long it had been. The medic replied that he had been unconscious for 2 days. Arthur, shocked, sat up and shouted. The medic quickly urged him to take it easy. Arthur coughed and trembled. The medic said they had barely managed to stabilize him. The medic introduced himself as Dr. Mendel, the head medic of the Flying Castle. He explained that Arthur's permission was required before proceeding with the operation. Arthur asked about Commander Virion. Mendel apologized and said that Commander Virion was currently away with Captain Otter, Captain Glory, and General Aya. Arthur, in pain, tilted his head and speculated that they had likely returned to the southern border. He worried they might run into the Alacrian platoon or worse, the Scythe. He asked Sylvie why she hadn't gone to warn them. Sylvie protested, questioning if he expected her to leave him unconscious after discovering the dwarves were allied with the Vritra. Arthur held his head while another medic stood before him, scribbling on paper. Arthur then asked about Aldir. Mendel replied that only Commander Virion knew his whereabouts and that he had seen him only once. He insisted that they now tend to Arthur's injuries. Arthur moved his bandaged arm and asked if a diagnosis had been made. Mendel confirmed and explained that he was a deviant capable of using mana to see individual layers of any living being's body, including the skeletal, muscular, and nervous systems. He sighed and said Arthur's injuries were uniquely complex. It was only due to his assimilated body and high mana core level that he was conscious. He was surprised Arthur was so lively. Arthur looked at Sylvie and smiled, saying he had her to thank. Sylvie touched her head to Arthur's arm and said she feared she might have to do this again in the future. Arthur asked about the treatment. Mendel adjusted his glasses and said that although the injuries to Arthur's lower body had healed, they had not done so perfectly. If Arthur wanted to walk again without constantly using mana, they would have to break his bones and tear his tissues in very small increments. Arthur was surprised. Mendel continued, saying they would then guide everything to realign properly. It would be a long and painful process, and how he healed could affect his career. They needed verbal confirmation to proceed. Arthur looked at Sylvie, who was speechless with worry, and then told Mendel to go ahead. Looking through the window at Ellie, he asked the medics not to inform his sister of the details of the procedure. The medics began preparing the tools for the operation. Boo twitched his ear and looked at Arthur sadly. Arthur gestured to him to stay quiet. Mendel added that upon hearing the news of Arthur's condition, Commander Virion had gathered the most elite mages of all 3 races to help restore him to full strength. He then asked the female medic, Sylvia, to begin. She cast her mana and apologized for the intrusion, touching her mana-infused fingers to Arthur's head. Arthur lost consciousness, saying he would be in their care. Sylvie, sitting beside him, said she would not leave his side. After confirming that Arthur was unconscious, Sylvia informed the team. Mendel closed the curtain over the window, saying they could begin. At that moment, Sylvie noticed Tess passing by the sleeping Ellie and Boo in the corridor and was surprised. Mendel told the other medics that the operation would now begin, as Tess quietly passed through the castle hallway. In the busy book market, Nico, Gray, and Cecilia walked through an alley after purchasing their supplies. Gray, carrying the heavy bags, asked worriedly if all the books were just for one term. Nico smiled and replied that they had been delusional to think things would get easier after the entrance exams. He rustled through one of the bags, laughed, and said their hard work had paid off. He told them to picture where they would be in a few years. Gray raised an eyebrow and commented that Nico sounded strangely optimistic about homework. Nico, holding notebooks in both hands, jumped excitedly and said he couldn't help it. He told them to imagine all the things he could create once he mastered the world of math. Seeing Nico's strange enthusiasm, both Gray and Cecilia stepped back in surprise. Gray bonked Nico on the head with a notebook and told him that if he acted like this at the academy, he wouldn't sit with him. Nico laughed, grabbed Gray by his neck, and said it was fine because he had so many other friends. Cecilia, standing behind them, said sadly that she wouldn't be sitting with either of them. Later that night, the three of them were on a train. Gray peered through the window and asked Nico where they were heading next. Cecilia, adjusting her black coat, reminded them that they still had to get their uniforms altered. After a moment, Gray continued staring out the window and thought to himself that Arcastid had never really been a pleasant city to him, but tonight it felt strangely charming. Nico showed them a note with a list of accessories and said they still needed to buy backpacks and calculators. Gray added that maybe they should have gotten the backpacks first. Nico responded that it would have been the wise thing to do. Yes. The train screeched to a halt at a quiet station where a few people were asleep on benches. The three of them stepped out onto the platform. Cecilia asked why they hadn't gotten the supplies in the city center. Nico explained that they had to prioritize the official uniforms and textbooks. Backpacks and basic supplies would be much cheaper here. It started to rain. As they descended the stairs, Gray told them to hurry because the rain was getting heavier. There was no one else at the station besides them. As they crossed a bridge, Gray looked around uneasily. He couldn't remember there being so few people the last time they visited. The place felt unnaturally quiet. Nico asked Cecilia if she was excited about school. Cecilia replied that she was nervous and scared, but yes, a little excited. Nico reassured her not to worry and said that if anything happened, they would be there for her. Gray continued scanning the surroundings, troubled. Something didn't feel right. He recalled from the pawn shop book that a Kai master could sense even the faintest trace of Kai in others. He wasn't a master yet, but what he was sensing now was unmistakable bloodlust. Suddenly, he noticed someone hiding behind a wall, surrounded by a faint blue lightning aura. Before he could react, a shot was fired. Gray shoved Nico and Cecilia out of the way. Books and notebooks were scattered across the ground as he hit the pavement. A purple laser beam grazed Cecilia's arm, piercing her skin. She screamed in pain and collapsed. Nico shouted Gray's name as he knelt beside Cecilia. Gray raised his voice and told Nico to get her out of there. Nico grabbed her arm and tried to move her, asking where Gray was. Gray told him to go and promised to catch up. Another shot was fired toward Gray, but he raised a book in front of his face just in time. The bullet embedded itself in the book. He inspected it and realized it was a tranquilizer dart shaped like an arrow and filled with chemicals. He threw the book aside and began to run. Whoever had fired that shot had a dark and powerful Kai. A brown-haired man, wearing a face mask, ordered his comrades to spread out. He told them he didn't care what they did with the boys, but to keep the girl alive. Gray, running through the rain, heard their conversation. He splashed through puddles and shouted to Nico and Cecilia, who were now climbing a set of stairs, to keep running. He warned them that the attackers were using tranquilizers. Nico, confused, asked why they were being hunted. He insisted they hadn't stolen anything. Gray replied that it wasn't about them. The attackers only wanted Cecilia. They had said they wanted her alive. Hearing this, both Nico and Cecilia were shocked. They kept running through the narrow, rain-soaked alley. Suddenly, Cecilia slipped and fell. Nico turned to help her, but she told him to leave her behind. Nico refused and said they couldn't abandon her. Clutching her bleeding arm, Cecilia cried out that she was putting them in danger. She insisted that they wouldn't kill her because they needed her alive. Gray agreed and said she was probably right, but they needed to hurry. Nico handed her something and told her to at least take it. She looked at it and asked a question, but Gray interrupted and said there was no time. Gray grabbed Nico's arm and pulled him forward, saying they had to run or they would all be caught. Nico hesitated but moved reluctantly. Cecilia cried out after them, begging them not to leave her behind. Two masked men splashed through the water and appeared behind her. One of them, wearing a device on his arm, reported to his leader that they had found the girl. He said the boys had abandoned her. Cecilia sobbed, still on the ground. One of the men approached while the other remarked that the tranquilizer must have been strong enough to knock her out. The man knelt beside her and told her not to cry, promising they would take good care of her. But Cecilia was only pretending to be unconscious. She wore a glove, from which golden current waves began to glow. She placed her hand on the wet floor and, in a swift motion, grabbed the man's head. Electricity surged through him. He screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground, dead. Meanwhile, Gray and Nico charged out of the alley toward the second man. Gray was prepared to punch while Nico held a pipe in his hands. The man kicked Nico aside and dodged. Gray's punch landed on his face, followed by an elbow to the ribs. Enraged, the man grabbed Gray by the neck and slammed him into the water-covered ground. He pinned him and sneered, saying it was a shame that someone with potential had to die. Gray struggled beneath him, gasping for air. The man sat on him, pressing down with his weight. Gray reached into his pocket, pulled out the tranquilizer dart, and stabbed it into the man's arm. The man growled and staggered back in pain. Gray quickly moved away and coughed. He muttered that they wouldn't be following them now. The man stumbled and crawled forward while Nico carried the unconscious Cecilia on his back. Gray joined him. Nico complimented his quick thinking. Gray nodded and said they needed to leave before anyone else showed up. The man behind them growled in anger and cursed them, saying they had nowhere to go and he had made sure of that. Elsewhere in the city, the orphanage was engulfed in flames. Fire raged through the building as a crowd gathered, holding umbrellas under the pouring rain. Nico, still carrying Cecilia, and Gray pushed through the crowd. Women tried to stop them from moving forward, warning them about the body lying on the stretcher. Gray ignored them and ran ahead. Police officers and a priest stood around the body. With trembling hands, Gray pulled back the sheet. He froze. It was the headmaster. Her body was covered in blood. Gray fell to his knees in tears, clutching the headmaster's hand and touching his face. He cried out as a police officer pulled him away. Gray shouted and reached toward the lifeless body as the rain poured around them. Far away, in the floating castle, a tear fell from Tesh's eyes and landed on Arthur's pillow. She held his hand gently and whispered that he had nowhere else to go. Arthur opened his eyes slowly and asked her why she was crying. She wiped her tears and called him a dummy, saying she could ask him the same question. Arthur's eyes were filled with tears, too, flowing silently down his face. Arthur lovingly looked at Tesh's smile and thought it had been a long time since he had seen her, and even longer since they had spoken. Suddenly, Arthur noticed a scratch mark on her face and, worriedly holding her hand, asked if she was hurt. She held his hand and lovingly replied that she had sustained more injuries from cooking than from fighting. She then asked about him, saying he had no idea how scared she was when she heard the news from her captain. Arthur quickly sat up and asked if that meant she had been promoted to captain. Tesha responded, saying he was unbelievable. That was what he cared about when he had almost died. Arthur smiled and said he was just glad she was doing well. Tesha sighed, then slumped beside Arthur, rested her head on his shoulder, and said she didn't have the strength to argue with him. Arthur was speechless, and as she rested there, she added that he had taken such careful measures to ensure everyone's safety. She never realized how dangerous this war would be for him. Looking into his eyes, she said, seeing him like this was a cold reminder that he was only human, not some indestructible warrior mage. Arthur asked if that was how she saw him, like some indestructible figure. Tesha laughed and said yes, but with the emotional maturity of a toddler. Arthur asked if that was any way to speak to a general. As they talked, the door creaked open and 3 people tripped into the room. Tesha quickly stood up from Arthur's bed and stepped aside. At the door stood her mother, father, grandfather, and other family members. Tesha's mother laughed awkwardly, waved, and greeted Arthur. Tesha looked embarrassed as well. While Arthur sighed, Tesha's father patted his leg, smiled, and said they just wanted to briefly check in, adding they were glad to see Arthur doing well and asked him to take care. Then they left. Tesha's grandfather, who had tripped, brushed off his clothes and grumbled to himself, calling them eavesdropping traitors and muttering that this was his idea. He said he needed a full report from Arthur, but then moved aside, saying someone had been waiting longer. Behind him stood Ellie, holding Sylvie, her head down. Arthur called to Ellie and asked her to come to him. She ran into his arms, hugging him and crying, saying she had been so worried that he looked like he was dying, and she didn't know what she would do if he had. Arthur gently placed a hand on her head, wiped her tears, and told her that if he died, he would follow her around as a ghost and haunt the boys who tried to make a move on her. Hearing that, Ellie pouted and made a baby face. Suddenly, Arthur noticed his bandaged hand was trembling. He asked Ellie if she could give them a moment and promised to find her later. As she left, she called back that he had better hurry. Once she was gone, the elder approached Arthur and said it was a godsend that Arthur had recovered to his current state. Even with skilled medics and Lady Sylvie's ether arts, it had taken a full elixir pearl to heal him. He was lucky he still had the pearl that Winsome had given him years ago. Arthur asked if Winsome could give him another elixir, but the elder replied that, since the war had begun, doing so would break the treaty. Arthur sadly nodded. Tesha's grandfather then conjured a lightning spell and summoned a broken sword piece, saying he was sorry to kick him while he was down, but he thought Arthur might still want it. He handed Arthur the remains of his sword, which he had retrieved from the retainer's corpse. Arthur examined the piece and thanked him. Looking at the wound mark on his hand, he said now would be a great time for a new weapon, but before he began, he needed to know one thing. He asked who currently controlled the dwarven lances, Micah Earthborn and Ulfrid, whether it was them or Radia's. Later, alone in his room, Arthur stood and walked to the mirror. He removed the bandages from his body and looked at himself, muttering that he was a mess. Sylvie, sitting behind him on the bed, said he could be a lot worse. Arthur turned and smiled, saying he doubted her parents or Ellie would agree. After some time, out on the grassy lawn, Ellie, after practicing her archery, sat on a bench with her bow, while Boo rested his head in her lap. Arthur approached and sat beside her. Ellie said many people told her how lucky she was to have a brother like him. Looking down, she added that those who weren't jealous of her were jealous of him for being a lance, for being so talented, for having the recognition of the continent's leaders. She admitted she had never told him this, but there was a time she hated him. She blamed him for the way her life had turned out, for not having a normal life in a classroom full of friends, and for their parents joining the war. Arthur listened silently as Ellie looked at him and said the funny thing was, how could she blame him when his life was worse than hers? Most of her memories were of him coming home injured, telling unbelievable stories of new monsters he had faced. He was never there, and she had wondered if he even cared about them or her. But over time, she came to realize the sacrifices he had made. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she wiped her face and said he had been so young and barely knew their parents, while at least she had time with them. Shaking, she added that she finally understood how much he had given up to get where he was. Arthur reached out to comfort her, but before he could touch her, she stood up and shouted that she was just glad to get that off her chest. Arthur was startled, while Boo, groggy, sat up in confusion. Ellie stepped toward the arrows stuck in the tree and said she wanted to show Arthur something. He called her name, and she turned, assuring him not to worry. She pulled an arrow from the tree, placed it in her bow, and shot. The arrow flew far and hit the target directly. Arthur stood up and clapped, impressed. Ellie turned, muttered something in a different language, and cast a lightning-infused mana arrow. She set it in the bow and fired, but the arrow fizzled and missed the mark. Arthur raised his voice in amazement, saying it was incredible. Ellie sighed in disappointment, saying she had managed to hit the target a couple of days ago. Arthur smiled, placed his hands on her shoulders, and told her she was barely 12. Most kids her age couldn't even form a mana ball, let alone shoot one that far. Just then, two women approached from behind, saying it looked like her practice had paid off. Arthur and Ellie turned to look. One of the women, with black hair, told Ellie she had impressed her dear brother, then asked Arthur if he remembered how it was her idea to give Ellie a bow after Emily discovered her sister's gift. Arthur asked what gift, while Ellie and the black-haired woman waved at each other. The other woman, with green hair named Emily, explained that Ellie had the rare ability to mold pure mana into detailed shapes. Ellie demonstrated by shaping the mana and showing it to them. Emily complimented the skill, calling it rare and impressive. Arthur also complimented her, then pouted and asked why the two of them were so dressed up. The black-haired woman asked if he didn't know the castle was throwing a celebration tonight, apparently because a retainer had been defeated. Arthur asked, apparently, while Ellie and Boo played in the background. Later, the women, Ellie and Boo, were talking among themselves, wondering whether it had been a lance who defeated the retainer, which seemed most likely. Arthur turned and asked in surprise if they truly didn't know who had killed the retainer. Sylvie replied that she guessed not. Arthur sighed and said Virion sure loved his parties, and that he had better go find a suit. They all turned to look at Arthur, just as three servants peeked through the bushes, holding up suits for Arthur to wear to the celebration. Seeing this, Arthur was surprised. Tesha's mother helped her get ready for the party. As she finished adjusting the outfit, she looked at Tesha with pride, telling her how beautiful she looked. Tesha smiled, reminded that her mother always said the same. Her mother wrapped her arms around her from behind and repeated the sentiment, this time with even more warmth, saying it was always true. Tesha returned the embrace and thanked her for the help. Her mother replied that she was always glad to help, especially during moments as rare and precious as these. With a final gesture, she gently cupped Tesha's face and encouraged her to make an impression tonight. When Tesha stepped outside, her three friends stopped and stared in awe. Karya's male companion gave a theatrical bow and admired her appearance, calling her a princess and declaring her stunning. Karya smiles and claps, complimenting her on being gorgeous. Tesha responded with a shy smile, admitting that the outfit was more uncomfortable than she had expected. Stannard flapped his sleeves lightly and added that at least she looked good. The group began walking together toward the hall. Tesha turned to Karya and complimented her as well, suggesting she looked rather charming and asking if she was trying to attract a noble boy. Karya leaned on Tesha's arm, a soft blush on her cheeks, and explained that most of the boys attending were noble heirs and therefore likely to be intolerably self-important. Karya's friend nodded and confirmed this, mentioning that his eldest brother fit the description perfectly. Tesha laughed and joked about helping Stannard find a nice girl to settle down with after the war. Stannard blushed and said he would like that very much. Karya's friend placed a hand dramatically over his chest and demanded not to be forgotten, reminding them that he was the one who invited them to the party in the first place. Tesha gave him an annoyed glance, while Karya pulled a face and told him to be quiet. Stannard asked if Tesha would have even invited them if he hadn't intervened. As the girls moved ahead, the two boys followed behind. They soon reached the grand hall, where hundreds of floating stairs spiraled upward in mesmerizing sequence. They joined the rest of the arriving guests in ascending the stairs and entered the vast space. Stannard's mouth fell open in amazement as he took in the sight of long banquet tables filled with food, cheerful music filling the air, and nobles chatting beneath a golden glow. Behind him, Karya's friend walked in with his eyes closed, complaining about the expected dullness, only to open them moments later and freeze in stunned admiration at the lavish interior. Tesha glanced around the hall, silently impressed by the scale of the event. Her thoughts turned to her grandfather and Arthur, wondering if they were nearby. Karya noticed the way she looked around and teased her about searching for her lover. Tesha jumped at the comment and quickly denied any such relationship, her voice quieting as she mentioned Arthur had been injured and was likely still recovering. Karya's friend mocked the idea of the powerful Arthur getting hurt, casting doubt on his reputation. Stannard elbowed him, reminding him of how easily Arthur had defeated nearly everyone else, including people like him. Karya's friend retaliated with an elbow of his own, prompting Stannard to wince and call him a brute. Tesha and Karya exchanged glances at the childish bickering. Karya's friend then spotted his family nearby and dragged Karya away, insisting they get the greetings over with. Tesha waved them off with a smile. Moments later, she noticed Emily and waved her over. Emily greeted both her and Stannard and mentioned her surprise at seeing them. Tesha admitted she hadn't expected to see Emily either. Emily explained that she had been responsible for setting up all the lighting artifacts for the party. Stannard looked impressed and asked if she really had done all of it. Tesha and Emily glanced toward Master Gideon, who was laughing heartily while dancing, sipping wine, and enjoying roasted meat. Tesha smiled while Emily shook her head in exasperation, clearly indicating that her carefree master had done little to help. She called out to him sharply. Caught off guard, Gideon quickly tried to compose himself and walked over with exaggerated dignity. He greeted Tesha and Stannard, expressing relief that they were alive. Stannard grumbled about the state of his outfit, blaming Gideon. Emily scolded her master for abandoning her during the setup. Gideon, unfazed and still enjoying his food and wine, claimed he had been assigned an important task by Tesha's grandfather. He then raised his glass and spoke of meeting someone on the continent who might actually be smarter than he was. Stannard blinked, puzzled by who this person could be. Tesha turned her attention toward the entrance, where Caspian and Claire were just walking in. She hurried over to greet Claire. A moment later, Curtis and Kathleen entered as well. Curtis noted that someone had arrived ahead of them. Claire smiled as they exchanged greetings. Kathleen embraced Claire and told her how much they had missed her. Curtis added that they had all been worried about her. Claire nodded quietly and asked Caspian to go ahead without her, so she could catch up with her friends. The group stepped out onto the terrace together. Claire stood silently for a while before Curtis asked if the rumors were true about his new position. He confirmed that he was now teaching at Lancelor, explaining that with the war effort, students were being pushed into the field too quickly, and he wanted to help train them properly. Claire then turned to Tesha, acknowledging her training under Lance and her leadership of a team. Tesha modestly confirmed it, saying she was still learning and that the blade heart techniques were helping her refine her swordplay. Claire's expression shifted with a tinge of sadness as she confessed her feelings of jealousy. They had all grown stronger, while she had been left behind. Kathleen gently asked if her injuries from the Xyrus incident had healed. Claire replied that most of the physical ones had, but her mana core had been damaged beyond repair. She could no longer use magic. Silence fell among the group. Claire gave them a sad smile and said she had come to terms with it. She planned to continue supporting the war effort by training new soldiers at the Blade Heart Sword Institution. She adjusted her dress slightly to conceal the scars on her back. Kathleen stepped closer and told her that her strength in facing all of this showed more courage than any mana core ever could. Claire wiped away a few tears, laughing softly at how emotional she was. Tesha gently reassured her. Curtis handed her a napkin, and Claire quietly composed herself. Then, in a more serious tone, Claire asked them not to tell Arthur. Her greatest regret was being unable to fight beside him after all he had done to save Xyrus. Curtis promised to keep her secret. As they walked back into the hall, Curtis mentioned that none of them had seen much of Arthur lately. Tesha agreed, noting that he was mostly the same but more mature. Curtis teased her for noticing that kind of change. Tesha protested, saying it wasn't what she meant. Claire leaned close to Kathleen and whispered about how Tesha, once her greatest rival in love, now struggled to admit her feelings at all. Curtis overheard and turned to Kathleen in shock, questioning if she really had feelings for Arthur. Kathleen, blushing, admitted that Arthur was probably a better match for Tesha. Claire encouraged her not to give up so easily, while Curtis theatrically begged her to. Tesha glanced at Kathleen, who was already looking back at her, and wondered silently whether Arthur preferred quiet and cute girls like her. Suddenly, Claire tensed as General Vere approached. Claire immediately turned away, trying to hide herself, visibly shaken. Vere greeted them all calmly, saying she was there to escort them and included Claire in the invitation. After Vere walked away, Tesha asked Claire if she was alright. Claire replied that ever since losing her mana, Vere's presence felt overwhelming. Inside the grand hall, the crowd gradually fell silent as Tesha's grandfather stepped onto the stage. He thanked the attendees for coming, despite knowing so little about the purpose of the event. He spoke of the importance of hope during dark times and promised they were about to witness their first major step toward victory. Then he gestured toward the stage, where the frozen body of a retainer still encased in Arthur's ice was on display. The hall gasped. Tesha turned to Vere, wondering if she had been responsible, but the lance's stunned expression made it clear she had not. Nobles murmured in disbelief, questioning how a Vritra could have been defeated. At that moment, the curtain behind the stage parted. Arthur stepped forward in formal attire. Tesha's grandfather, Virion, announced that it was Arthur who had defeated the retainer, and the hall fell into a deeper silence as the weight of that declaration settled over everyone present. Everyone stood in stunned silence, surprised by the sight before them, and Tesha in particular could hardly believe that the Vritra had been defeated by Arthur. Arthur moved forward, touching the frozen body of the enemy and staring at it as he began to speak. He explained that under normal circumstances, he would never approve of displaying a corpse as a trophy, but given the significance of this event and the audience present, he made an exception. Curtis stood among the crowd with a conflicted expression that betrayed his jealousy of Arthur's power. Arthur continued, addressing the nobles by reminding them that the civilians in their territories had been anxiously waiting for news of the war. Until now, all they had been given were assumptions and rumors. A noblewoman standing behind Tesha leaned in to whisper to her friend that such vague updates were all the leaders of the continent ever gave their people. Tesha looked down in shame, hearing the truth in the comment. Arthur spoke on, explaining that although many lances were still out fighting and were far stronger than he was, he had still managed to defeat a retainer, one of the highest-ranking warriors in the Alacrian army, without suffering any injuries. This, he said, was a gift they could take home to inspire hope among their people. The crowd murmured as a golden crystal object floated in front of him, encased in a faint layer of his icy aura. He gestured toward the frozen corpse and made a comment that drew laughter from the crowd. Tesha, watching from the side, wondered how Arthur could move so easily when he had been badly injured just days earlier. Arthur then invited the audience to come closer and inspect the body if they wished, before stepping away and hoping they would enjoy the rest of the evening. As the people moved toward the stage, a middle-aged bald man with a gray beard and mustache, drenched in sweat, squinted as he approached. The crowd murmured in surprise at the eerie humanity still present in the enemy's features. Tesha observed the man more closely, curious how someone of such high rank could appear so human. Arthur returned behind the curtain and motioned toward Virion. After a moment, Virion entered the room, shut the door loudly, and told Arthur not to push himself too hard. Arthur collapsed into a chair, touching his stomach and breathing heavily, muttering that everything ached. He glared at Virion and told him to stop giving him surprise speeches and start including him in the planning. Virion gave a faint smile as Gideon adjusted the floating crystal nearby. Arthur asked if they got what they needed, and then inquired about the recording. Gideon turned a key on the object and responded that a little appreciation wouldn't hurt. He then displayed a projection of the recording in the air, showing a series of images from the earlier scene. Gideon pointed out the moment when Virion announced the identity of the corpse, followed by the reaction of the bald man as Arthur entered, and then again as Arthur claimed he was uninjured. Virion focused on one particular image and asked what Radius was looking at. Arthur identified the figure in Radius's line of sight as General Vire, who had originally recommended Tesha be placed in charge of the royal children. Virion concluded that Arthur's decision to preserve the corpse in ice was meant to make Radius believe that the strongest lance had taken down a powerful Alacrian. Arthur admitted that the deception was intentional, and Gideon noted that Radius clearly wasn't pleased. Virion remarked that most people would be thrilled to learn the weakest lance had defeated a retainer. Arthur stood and sighed, acknowledging that while this didn't prove Radius was aiding the enemy, it gave them insight into his allegiance. The recording ended, and Arthur walked toward a window-shaped opening when he noticed Tesha had been listening the entire time. He called out to her, and she pretended to be surprised, laughing nervously. Arthur wondered how much she had overheard. Later, back at the party, Sylvia leapt onto a cake and began eating it with enthusiasm. Arthur, walking beside Tesha, commented that the atmosphere had become much more festive. As they moved through the crowd, a drunk noble accidentally bumped into Arthur's injured arm, causing him to flinch in pain. Arthur thought about escaping the room as he was tired of walking and talking. Tesha clung to his arm, saying she needed him close so that other noblemen wouldn't approach her for dances or drinks. She smiled, adding that his presence also kept noble women from trying to strike up conversations with him. Arthur returned the smile and continued walking. Tesha waved at a middle-aged man standing nearby and mentioned that he was Sir Lionel, an influential augmenter known for his short temper, especially if anyone commented on his bald head. As they continued to greet guests, Arthur reflected on how inevitable it was to be approached by nearly everyone due to their status. Tesha, with her experience in politics, knew exactly whom to acknowledge and how to handle them. In his past life, Arthur had only needed to appear strong as a king. Now, as a general, he had to be cautious and diplomatic. Having Tesha with him made things easier. As they passed a group of noblewomen waving at Arthur, he paused and smiled back, but Tesha shot him a sharp glare and dragged him forward. Arthur raised his hands in surrender, silently acknowledging the warning. From a distance, Ellie waved at them while standing beside Boo. Tesha and Arthur waved back. Two young boys then approached Tesha, but Arthur looked at Boo and sent him a mental message. Tesha asked what he was doing and Arthur explained that Boo understood what needed to be done. Boo then growled at the boys, who screamed and fled in terror. Tesha grabbed Arthur's hand and pulled him away, thinking that being stuck with all these nobles was making him act strangely. After some time, the two of them found themselves on the terrace. The strong wind blew through the quiet night as Tesha gazed out at the clouds below. She said that on peaceful nights like this, it was hard to believe a war was raging. She sometimes imagined the clouds were an ocean and that she was floating above them in a boat. She smiled at the thought and asked if it sounded childish. Arthur, watching her, thought that someone in her position deserved to feel that way at times. She was now the head of a unit and responsible for many lives, and that kind of burden never became easy, no matter how much experience one gained. Tesha commented that Arthur spoke as though he had carried such a weight himself. He admitted that while he held the title of general, lances were not leaders of troops, but rather warriors who fought enemies of their own level. He said he had something important to discuss, and Tesha, chuckling, guessed that it was related to what he had spoken about with Virion and Gideon. Arthur asked if it was that obvious, and Tesha replied that he never got sentimental without a reason. She suspected he was either planning something dangerous or preparing to leave again. Arthur agreed with her assessment, and Tesha added that while some parts of him were open and familiar, others remained a mystery. She listed all the things he excelled at, from combat to magic, strategy, and even espionage. Arthur said it was only because he had read a lot in his youth, but Tesha rolled her eyes and said she had expected something more meaningful. She then admitted her frustration, saying her monocore was only half a step behind his. She was a beast tamer, had learned from the best, and even trained under an Asura. Yet no matter how much progress she made, Arthur always seemed just out of reach. She stepped closer, placed her hand gently on his neck, and looked down with a blush. She asked only that he promise to return safely. She didn't care how many scars he had, so long as he came back alive and whole. Arthur, touched by her words, asked why it was so vital for her to catch up to him. After a brief silence, Tesha looked at him and said that she would only have the confidence to tell him that she loved him again when she reached his level. The next day in the meeting hall, the kings and princesses of all the races were present. Blaine asked how many troops would be needed. Arthur, clad in armor and standing to the side, replied that 3, or possibly 2, divisions should suffice. Radius pointed to a map and explained that they needed to keep most of their forces stationed on the western coast. If nearly 12,000 troops were sent north, the coastal regions would be left dangerously vulnerable. Alduin nodded in agreement with Radius, noting that coastal battles had been raging for days and that withdrawing even a single division could tip the balance in the enemy's favor. Priscilla folded the scroll in her hands and added that civilians were still being evacuated from Telmore and Ediston, and if the coastal forces were pulled back, the front lines would collapse and fighting would spill into the cities. Muriel waved her hand and suggested that perhaps some elven troops stationed near a Siphon city could be sent to the border, saying 2 divisions seemed manageable. Virion stroked his chin and asked the gathered generals for their thoughts. Baron, with eyes closed, expressed doubt, stating that Arthur's claim about what he believed he saw did not justify risking the fall of entire cities. Micah turned toward Baron and, despite his sharp tone, acknowledged that he had a point, adding that moving troops across such a distance would take time even with teleportation gates. Alfred closed his eyes and agreed that it posed too great a risk. A girl with black hair standing beside Arthur apologized, and as Arthur sighed, she added her opinion, agreeing that the plan seemed unwise. Vareg, however, pointed out that if Arthur's claim was accurate, the correct move would be to send 2 divisions north, if not more. Arthur was surprised by her support, thinking that while it helped his cause, it might work against the broader plan. Virion then stated that General Vare was right, and if a retainer and a scythe were leading the next wave, the damage could be catastrophic without proper preparation. He proposed sending 2 lances with Arthur to investigate. Blaine rested his hands on the table and raised concerns, saying the lances were central to their divisions and their absence could weaken morale. If a retainer or scythe appeared, the troops might falter. Virion addressed Blaine Glader directly, acknowledging the pressure from nobles to prioritize their territories, but stressed that they had to see the bigger picture. He reminded everyone that most lances had avoided large-scale battles because their spells were too destructive and could harm their own troops. If sending 2 lances prevented one major battle, the soldiers could manage for a few days without direct support. As silence filled the room, Virion commended their cooperation and asked which 2 lances would accompany Arthur. Radius raised his hand and stated that the dwarven nobles were not divided like the humans. In Lord Aldair's absence, he volunteered the 2 dwarven lances. Virion nodded and accepted, declaring that General Alfred and General Micah would accompany Arthur to investigate the possible threat. Rising from his seat, he reminded everyone that this mission was strictly reconnaissance, and their top priority was to avoid alerting the enemy and to keep any potential conflicts far from civilian areas. They were to leave at sunrise. Dismissing the assembly, the leaders began to exit. Sylvie perched on Arthur's shoulder and remarked that everything had gone according to plan. Arthur agreed, although he noted it had taken quite a bit of effort. He thought to himself that without Virion pushing the rulers toward consensus, nothing would ever get done because each of them was too concerned with their own kingdom. Just then, Micah appeared before Arthur and said it looked like they would be going on a mission together. Arthur greeted her formally, but she told him to drop the title and just call her Micah. Arthur insisted on maintaining formalities, citing that they were his seniors. Alfred, standing nearby, commented that at least the boy had some manners despite his modest upbringing. Sylvie remarked that Arthur would get along well with them, and Arthur smiled, saying he should get some rest before the journey. After he left, Alfred remained standing and observed that despite his youth, Arthur was level-headed and committed to his duties. Micah smiled and replied that such qualities came with being a lance. Hearing this, Alfred repeated the phrase in his mind while looking at Radius. For a long time, he had known nothing but the harsh streets of the upper caverns, unable to trust anyone, not even Radius, despite the man teaching him to read, write, and control mana. He had always feared that Radius would one day sell him, but that never happened. In time, they became like family, and Alfred came to see Radius as a father. After graduating as a top conjurer from the Earthborn Institute, Alfred was chosen to guard the royal family. Though the Greysunders were arrogant and greedy, he served them loyally because that was what Radius had taught him. When he was nominated to become a lance, he initially wanted to decline, feeling he could only serve someone with unwavering loyalty like Radius. Radius respected that decision until the day he brought home a boy named Elijah. It hadn't surprised Alfred. Radius was known for his compassion, but he never understood why Radius insisted on keeping Elijah unaware of his connection to Alfred. Eventually, Radius persuaded him to become a lance, urging him to forge a soul bond with the royal family for the greater good. Even if Alfred disobeyed the king, he would never disobey Radius. He remembered Radius once telling him that serving the Greysunders was temporary, and that he would ultimately belong to Radius. The scene shifted to Arthur, sitting before a mirror, recalling Tesha's words when she said she would only have the courage to tell him she loved him again once she caught up to him. Arthur clutched his head, repeating those words to himself, while Sylvie lay on the vanity table nearby, smiling softly. Arthur stared ahead in sadness, wondering if he should stay just one more day in the castle to spend time with Tesha and Ellie. He looked at his hands, acknowledging how close he had come to being crippled, and thought he deserved rest. He questioned whether he had not already done enough, having fought for his people in this life and the last. Yet he knew deep down he was just afraid that if he let Tesha in, his selfishness would consume him, and he would cast aside all of Dickathon just to save the few people he truly loved. The next day, Arthur and the other two lances, Micah and Alfred, were ready to depart. Hugging Ellie, Arthur promised he would return. Ellie told him she did not care how soon he returned, only that he came back alive. Arthur gently held her face and kissed her forehead before bumping into Boo's stomach and asking him to take care of Ellie, though he knew he didn't need to ask. As he turned to go, Micah stood ahead, excited about their mission together, mentioning that the other lances had spoken of him, though not always positively. Arthur asked if she always spoke in the third person. She laughed and said she did most of the time, then teased him, asking if it made him fall for her. Micah said she might look young, but she was a little too old for him. Arthur chuckled and replied that it was a shame, then told the others they should get moving. As they advanced, Radius arrived and asked to be excused for his intrusion. Everyone turned and bowed, as did others who passed by. Radius said he had come to send them off personally. Alfred said it was an honor. Radius placed a hand on Arthur's shoulder and, looking at him, said he must be exhausted from his previous battle. He hoped Arthur's suspicions would prove false, so he could return quickly and get proper rest with them. Arthur smiled and agreed, though inside he truly hoped he was wrong. He did not want to believe that Radius, Elijah's father, was a traitor. Arthur, riding on Sylvie, continued toward their destination. Micah, flying ahead, wrapped in her magic aura, asked if they should set up camp for the night. Arthur initially said they could keep going, but Sylvie suddenly let out a roar. Seeing this, both Micah and Alfred turned to look back in concern. Arthur, glancing at them with a pained expression, admitted that his injuries were making it difficult to maintain his mana. Sylvie gave a solemn nod, and Arthur finally decided that a break would be helpful. That moonlit night, they set up camp in a forest clearing. Arthur focused on his core refinement process, while Alfred rested against a tree, reading a book, and Micah roasted fish over firewood. After finishing his refinement, Arthur opened his eyes and flinched at the sight of Micah sitting directly in front of him, staring intently. She said it was the first time she had ever felt something like that. Arthur stood up, brushing off his clothes, and asked what she meant. Alfred explained that, during refinement, the mana flow is usually subtle, but Micah added that, when Arthur did it, it felt as if her body was being pulled toward him. Arthur, now roasting a fish of his own and sitting on a tree branch, remarked that no one had ever said such a thing before. Sylvia hopped beside him, and he handed her the fish, wondering if it was because he was a quadra-elemental. Micah, chewing her fish, asked what that meant, while Alfred, overhearing, commented that he had heard rumors from the council, but never believed them until now. Arthur, still eating, asked if Alfred was even reading his book. Micah playfully leaned toward Arthur and asked what it was like to use all 4 elements. Sylvia, eating beside him, warned him through their bond to be cautious about what he shared, and Arthur replied that he knew. Arthur explained that there were still some elements, like gravity, that he struggled to grasp. The most challenging part was choosing the right spell to use in the moment. Alfred asked if there were elements he was more comfortable using, and Arthur said there were. Micah excitedly offered to teach him how to manipulate gravity. Arthur, scratching his head, replied that it wasn't a knowledge issue, but a practical one. He simply wasn't confident. Micah, waving her hands, said it was easy. He just needed to imagine the world going up or down, then grab it and release. Arthur looked at her, clearly confused. Alfred, closing his eyes, said Arthur would have better luck learning from a pebble. He explained that Earthborns came from a long line of famous dwarven conjurers, and even among them, Micah was considered a genius. She learned magic purely through intuition and didn't even understand the basic principles of mana manipulation. Arthur, recognizing the name Earthborn, asked where he had heard it before. Alfred explained that her ancestors founded the Earthborn Institute. Hearing this, Arthur was surprised. The Earthborn Institute was one of Darv's most influential pillars. He hadn't imagined that Micah came from such a prestigious background. As Arthur looked at her, Micah approached him with a wink and asked if she wasn't both amazing and beautiful. Arthur remained silent, taken aback. Alfred turned another page and sarcastically applauded her confidence. He then asked if she was so beautiful, why hadn't she had a single relationship despite nearing 50? Before he could finish, Micah launched toward him, swinging her massive magic weapon. Alfred raised his hand just in time, summoning a wall of mana-infused rocks to block her attack. Smiling, Micah raised her weapon again, teasing that Alfred was getting ahead of himself. She claimed she hadn't found a man because her tastes didn't align with typical dwarves. The ground beneath them cracked and flared with magical energy as they clashed. Arthur and Sylvia took cover behind a tree. Sylvia remarked that she preferred Micah when she referred to herself in the third person. Arthur wholeheartedly agreed. As the fiery aura subsided and the smoke cleared, Alfred's earth and flame magic mixture soldier stood tall beside him, blocking another of Micah's attacks. She prepared to strike again, and Alfred remarked that the only reason she hadn't been ostracized was because of her lineage. Unless, of course, she had finally found someone who liked ancient women with toddler-level maturity. Micah, furious, swung again, but Alfred's soldier blocked her. The surrounding ground erupted as the 2 lances fought. Arthur and Sylvia watched the chaos nervously. Micah, attempting to break through the soldier, yelled that she didn't see a lover in Alfred's arms either. Alfred, conjuring more stone and soldiers, retorted that her childish antics amazed him, especially considering she was a lance. Micah countered that he was the one acting childish. As she charged again, Alfred summoned an even larger soldier and stone pillars to defend. At that point, Arthur had had enough. He fired a stream of icy water at both of them, asking if they were done or planned to level a mountain, and summoned the Vritra with all their mana output. Micah and Alfred turned their backs on each other, sulking. Micah said it was Alfred's fault for bringing up a lady's age. Alfred replied that those raised sipping from silver goblets needed to learn humility. Arthur, watching them both, remained silent. Eventually, Alfred summoned his mana cottage and went to sleep. Micah created her own cottage, complete with a rude gesture, and stomped off. Arthur stood with his folded bedroll and muttered that the most powerful individuals in Dickathon acted like children. He and Sylvie went to sleep soon after. The next morning, Arthur yawned as he woke. After a while, Alfred asked if Arthur had a plan for finding the retainer and scythe now that they were nearby. Arthur, holding a worn costume, said he had a rough idea. He threw the outfit on the ground, stomped on it, and handed it to Micah. She looked at him, shocked, and asked why he had stepped on it. Arthur replied that it was part of the plan. He tossed a red jacket to Alfred and explained that they would disguise themselves as slaves, Micah and Arthur as slaves, and Alfred as their master. Micah, confused, asked if slaves were common. Arthur nodded, explaining that in their destination, slavery wasn't unusual. He showed Alfred a broken face mask, saying Alfred would be the master. Later, while flying, Arthur asked Alfred, who was fixing the mask, what he was doing. Alfred replied that he was enhancing it to appear more noble, and showed Arthur the gold inlay he had added. Arthur complimented his precision. Flying over the forest, Arthur said they would continue on foot once they passed Valden. Scythes could sense mana fluctuations, so they needed to stay low. After landing, Sylvie reverted to her fox form, and Arthur explained that few would suspect them. Adventurers often wore masks, and nobles kept slaves. They should be able to gather information from townsfolk without suspicion. Sylvie asked what they would do if Micah or Alfred turned out to be traitors. Arthur doubted they would reveal themselves, but added that Virion had sent another lance behind them, just in case. Sylvie sniffed the air, saying she couldn't sense the elven lance. Arthur said her code name was Phantasm, due to her ability to stay hidden before striking. Eventually, Alfred stood beside a stream. Arthur joined him, saying they were near the main road and should put on their disguises. Arthur ruffled his hair and donned the slave costume. Micah put on hers, glaring at Alfred, who wore a pristine red cloak. Arthur crouched down, patted dirt onto his cheeks, and laughed. He grabbed a handful of soil and told Micah it was natural for slaves to be dirty, especially after traveling. She begged him not to, then tried to run, but Arthur chased her and smeared dirt on her face as she screamed. Alfred laughed, and Micah shouted that she wanted to go home, asking why she couldn't be the master. Arthur said it was because she looked like a middle schooler, which made Alfred laugh harder. The three of them continued down the road. Alfred, wearing the mask, asked where they were heading. Arthur, still looking disheveled, said they were going to the nearest town. Micah, exhausted, groaned about more walking. As a carriage passed by, Alfred waved to the driver and explained that he and his slaves were heading north after surviving a bandit attack, having lost another slave in the process. The man beside the driver asked about the mask, and Alfred claimed his father made him wear it for safety. The driver sympathized and said it was dangerous these days, but added that his horses likely couldn't handle more weight. Alfred then offered a bag of silver coins, which convinced the driver to let him ride, though he said the slaves would have to walk. Arthur and Micah were shocked, but Alfred climbed aboard. As the carriage rolled away, Micah muttered angrily that she was going to kill the old man. Arthur told her to bear it a little longer, as the town was only an hour away. Micah, surprised, asked how he knew. Arthur smiled and replied that they were heading to his hometown. It was already night when they arrived in the town of Ashbur. Arthur looked around, thinking of his hometown, realizing how long it had been. Alfred stepped out of the carriage, and together they moved forward. As they passed through an alley, Arthur noticed the filthy state of the town, with garbage littering the streets. When they walked past a butcher shop, Sylvie peeked out from inside Arthur's costume and asked if this was where he had grown up. Arthur replied that it was, though Ashbur was nothing like it used to be. As they continued forward, they noticed a warm light spilling from a nearby tavern. Alfred scanned the building and noted that about 40 people were inside. Micah corrected him, saying she sensed 43. Arthur reminded them they had agreed not to use magic, fearing the Vritra might detect it. Alfred responded that he did not need mana to sense people, and Micah added that it simply took practice. Arthur acknowledged their skill, but worried that if the enemy sensed Aya, their entire plan would be compromised. Inside the tavern, people were enjoying their drinks and food. Arthur warned Alfred and Micah that in places like this, patrons seated themselves, and trouble often started easily, so they should avoid touching anyone. A woman, dressed provocatively, approached Alfred and welcomed him. She asked what he wanted for the evening, and he responded with a request for 3 mugs of cold ale and whatever stew and bread they had. She smiled at him flirtatiously and left to prepare the order. Once she was gone, Micah grumbled about the woman flaunting herself. Alfred, unusually in agreement, remarked that a woman should have a firm, muscular build and coarse skin. Around them, tavern-goers were drinking, eating, and chattering. Arthur turned and noticed a man and woman sitting together, whispering as they sipped their drinks. After a short while, the waitress returned with their order and placed the mugs of ale on the table. Alfred asked her to bring 2 more bowls. The waitress glanced at Arthur and Micah's dirty clothes and gave them a look of disgust. Both Arthur and Micah returned her stare, though Micah ignored her after a moment, grabbed her drink from Alfred's tray, and quickly gulped it down. With a satisfied sigh, she set the mug down and said that even the cheap ale tasted heavenly right now. At that moment, a female chef and an older man approached. Seeing them, Arthur muttered that it looked like they had guests. The woman addressed Alfred, saying he should not spoil his slaves, or they would begin to think they could behave freely. Alfred lifted his mask to take a bite of food and replied that how he treated his slaves was none of her business. The older man stepped forward and said there was no need to be hostile, and they were only trying to welcome him. The woman added that they were not just tavern owners, they ran a whole slave operation and suggested he might be interested. Alfred politely declined, but the man persisted, saying they had a fine selection of women and girls. If he did not want human slaves, they also had dwarves and elves. Arthur stared at the man, Micah looked away, and Alfred froze, still holding his food. He turned and asked if interracial slavery had not been banned after the formation of the council. The woman and the man laughed. The man responded that it had been, which was why the price was so high. Sylvia, still hidden in Arthur's jacket, wondered why there was such a high demand for slaves of other races. She asked if it was because humans felt guilty about enslaving their own. Arthur explained that many noble families interbred with their elven or dwarven slaves to produce children with stronger magical potential. Lucas Wykes had been a product of that practice. The elven forests were protected and difficult to access, and Darv's terrain was challenging to traverse, which made dwarven and elven slaves rare. For these traders to have multiple such slaves was deeply suspicious. As Arthur and Micah stared angrily at the tavern owners, Alfred suddenly changed his mind. He said that perhaps he was curious after all and would like to see what they had to offer. The woman smiled, saying she knew he would come around, and invited him to meet their boss. Alfred requested a room key first. She tossed it into his hand and said of course. Alfred set the keys on the table and told Micah to prepare his quarters and not leave. Arthur stood as well. The woman laughed and told Micah to get ready while her master handled business. As Arthur followed Alfred, Sylvia asked why Micah was not joining them. Arthur said she was barely able to suppress her mana and temper, and someone needed to stay alert. The woman and the man led Alfred and Arthur to a table in the corner, where another man sat. Sylvie stared at him and commented that he looked familiar, as if she recognized who he was. Arthur's eyes widened in recognition, and it was Sebastian. Sebastian, wearing a sinister smile, welcomed them to his town. Arthur remembered the many fights he had with Sebastian as a child. Alfred took a seat while Arthur remained standing. A mana shield enveloped the area, keeping their conversation private. Alfred thanked Sebastian for the hospitality, but Sebastian chuckled and said the place was barely fit for animals. He pointed to Alfred's mask and asked why someone like him was wearing it. He noted that it looked real, even adorned with gold, and said he had only seen adventurers wear such things. Alfred replied that his clean appearance and magical prowess probably made him stand out. Sebastian laughed again and said Alfred was a clever man. He waved his hand and asked what kind of girl Alfred was looking for. Alfred asked why he assumed he was looking for a girl. Sebastian said his subordinates told him Alfred lit up when they mentioned elves and dwarves. He added that he did not judge anyone. After all, what was the point of money and power if one could not indulge? Alfred clenched his fist, then slammed it on the table. He shouted that noble women always looked down on him because of his scars. Sebastian looked at him in surprise. Alfred touched his mask and said a house fire in his youth had left his face disfigured, and injuries to his legs had stunted his growth. As he lifted his mask slightly, Sebastian studied him curiously. Alfred pointed at Arthur and said he was shorter than his own slave. Arthur lowered his head, and Sylvie whispered that Alfred was convincing. Arthur agreed. Sebastian slammed his fist on the table and leaned forward, saying he could relate. When he served the royal family, women were eager to share his bed. But once he lost that position, they treated him like filth. Alfred asked why he left the royal family. Sebastian took a long drink, then threw his glass and shouted that it was because of an idiot. He walked forward, claiming he was a dual-attribute conjurer nearing the solid orange stage, yet the only respect he received was from savages. Alfred, leaning on the table, stood and cursed the nobles. Sebastian grabbed his shoulder and said he knew Alfred was a good man the moment he walked in. He offered to show him new toys and then glared at Arthur, saying there was something about him that irritated him. He grabbed Arthur by the neck, jabbed his wand into him, and demanded he kneel, saying he would use him as a walking stick. Dragging Arthur along, Sebastian led them to the cells and shouted at the guards to open the doors, calling them useless. The guards saluted and obeyed. Inside, Arthur saw a man covered in blood beating a woman who lay motionless. Sebastian called the man Damon and asked if someone had died again. Damon replied that a pregnant woman had died giving birth. Sebastian asked if the child had survived. Damon answered yes, and that it was a girl. Sebastian laughed and said that a newborn was worth more than the dead woman anyway. As they walked through the cell, Arthur asked Sylvie not to look. She asked if it was that bad. Arthur replied that the girls were being treated worse than livestock. Sebastian turned and asked if Alfred had seen anyone he liked. Alfred replied that he had. Without warning, he grabbed Sebastian by the neck and lifted him off the ground, pouring mana into his body to crush him. Arthur shouted in shock. The guards drew their swords and rushed to attack, but Arthur transformed and fired ice bullets at them, dropping them before they could reach him. Arthur turned to Alfred and yelled, asking what he had done. Alfred turned Sebastian's body into the rocks and flaming stones like that soldier in the earlier fight with Micah, then removed his mask. Arthur shouted that he could have killed him without using deviant magic, and now the Vritra would sense it. Alfred calmly looked behind Arthur and said his worry was in vain. Arthur turned, and his heart dropped. From the smoke that had begun to spread, a retainer emerged, laughing at them. Arthur, looking at the retainer, asked Udo. The retainer moved forward toward him, saying hello, Boy Wonder. Alfred bowed before the retainer, addressing him as Retainer Udo. The retainer told Arthur he couldn't imagine how excited he was to have him there. Arthur responded that, really, he had actually been expecting a different retainer. The retainer stepped closer to Arthur, looked into his eyes, and said he seemed to know more than he had thought. Sylvie moved forward onto the ground and warned Arthur to be careful, especially with the people around them. Arthur proposed that they take their fight elsewhere. The retainer asked about a fight, then wondered why someone like him thought he was worth his time. Arthur, staring at him, said it was because he had come there herself. After this, Arthur asked if his intention was only to have him dead or captured. Alfred and a few soldiers would have been enough. The retainer remained silent in response. Then he laughed loudly, passed by Arthur, and moved toward Alfred. Alfred was frightened by his presence. A rock shelter, formed through his deviant magic, was cast behind him. He moved backwards, saying that Lord Radias had instructed him to deal with Arthur cleanly to minimize damage. But before he could complete his sentence, the retainer attacked him with a sharp blade of dark magic, stabbing him in the nose and crashing through the deviant magic shelter behind him. Alfred shouted in pain. Arthur turned angrily to look. The retainer laughed and questioned whether he thought he would listen to what his pathetic master said. Sylvie turned and asked Arthur if it was okay to leave Alfred. Arthur took out Aya's bead from his pocket, dropped it on the ground, and told her not to worry. He then crushed it under his shoe and walked away with the retainer, saying Aya would handle it. Green smoke began to rise from the shattered bead. Alfred noticed it and thought Aya must be nearby. He cast flaming magic around himself. The ground beneath him rumbled, cut into a circle, and lowered him underground. As he moved below, he thought that this changed everything. Standing on an earthen platform, he raised his voice and ordered the Alacrian soldiers underground to evacuate immediately. The soldiers stood in a dark cavern, lit by purple mana balls, and began murmuring among themselves. Alfred shouted again, repeating the evacuation order. He cast a network of doors and stairs leading upwards with his flaming magic. He thought that these Alacrian soldiers, despite his superior power, did not want to listen to a traitor of Dicathan. If they died there, he would feel no remorse, but they were necessary for the greater plan. Eventually, the soldiers began to ascend the stairs. From the hole through which Ulfrid had descended, golden light reflected downward. He looked at the dark mana crystals embedded in the wall, cracking, and thought it was too late for many of them. What they were about to experience would be worse than death. Darkness spread across the underground hall. The soldiers looked up in surprise at the crashing crystals. Suddenly, bright white smoke surrounded them, lighting up the darkness. The soldiers, clutching their swords, began to kill one another. Ulfrid cast flaming and earth magic and shouted for Aya to come out. A layer of white smoke spread all around. Standing on the earth pillar, Ulfrid stomped the ground. His soldiers, holding swords, surrounded him to protect him. His magic flared throughout the hall. The Elacrian soldiers, surrounded by Ulfrid's magic, continued to kill each other. Flaming blasts erupted from the roof above. Ulfrid added that another Vritra, a scythe, would soon arrive, and if she fled now, he could ensure she would make it out alive. Looking at the flaming blasts above, he thought Aya might notify Aldir of his betrayal, and that Aldir could kill him by invoking the artifact he was bound to. It would keep her hands clean, but knowing Aya, she wouldn't do that, although he might prefer it over what she could do. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Aya, like a wave of smoke, appeared beside him and whispered in his ear, sounding almost caring. One of Ulfrid's soldiers slashed at her with a flaming sword, but she vanished instantly. Ulfrid looked around but didn't find her, though her voice echoed nearby. She thanked him for trapping so many Elacrians in one place. The hysteria would now spread even faster. The ground cracked, and flames burst out. Ulfrid knelt on his flaming barrier and flew, saying enough with her tricks and illusions. Rising again, he asked her to come out and face him directly, saying she had no shame as a lance. Aya laughed repeatedly. The voice echoed throughout the hall. Surrounded by flaming magic, Ulfrid floated upward. Aya's voice responded, saying that, as a fellow lance, he should know this was one of the few advantages she had. Ulfrid rose and said that eliminating a fellow lance would make up for his errors. Looking at the soldiers still killing each other, he thought that at this rate, more would fall. It would be better for Aya and him to take the battle higher. He looked up at the hole through which he had entered and resolved that he would not spill dwarven blood if he could help it. On the roof of the underground area, several holes opened, letting in golden light. The ground below was engulfed in flame. Ulfrid and his soldiers floated upward. Below them, many Elacrians lay dead, while others were climbing the stairs to escape. Aya's voice came slowly, crumbling through the air. Flaming, dragon-like monsters appeared in Ulfrid's vision, surrounding him to attack. But in time, he shot flaming bullets and killed them. Aya's white smoke air moved swiftly through the fire. She floated forward and said, as expected, she couldn't afford to lower her guard around him. Ulfrid attacked her with flaming magic, saying her illusions were as sadistic as ever. He accused her of having a sick habit of torturing her victims, which was why even her own people ostracized her. While dodging his attacks, she said she had seen the lovely statue he had made back there. She noticed one of Ulfrid's soldiers behind her, swinging a sword to attack. In time, she shifted aside, leaving her white smoke air behind. The soldiers slashed at the smoke, thinking it was her. Aya appeared behind them, watching Ulfrid and the soldiers attack the white smoke. She said that if he asked her, she would rather have her breath sucked out than slowly burn to death in a molten tomb. One of Ulfrid's soldiers punched another, cracking his skull, because the second soldier had noticed the white smoke but taken no action. Ulfrid turned and shouted that the traitor deserved it, and had met the same fate as those he had enslaved. Aya flew ahead and asked if that was the same logic that had led him to betray Dicothan. Opening his arms, Ulfrid shouted that the elves had never understood the hardships of his people. Even after the war, dwarves were still treated as a lower class. Flames burst from the ground and spread all around. He continued, saying that just because they honed their magic to create rather than destroy, they were disrespected and taken advantage of. Looking at Aya floating in her smoke form, he said he had trusted Lord Rodias's decision to ally with the Vritra and the Elacrian army. Aya shouted back, asking if he thought the Vritra cared about Rodias and his people. They, and all the other Xyrus, were called the Lesser because they meant nothing to them. The Vritra had experimented on the Elacrians to enhance their army to fight the other Asura clans. She shouted that they wanted to do the same thing to his people, dwarves, humans, and elves alike. Hearing this, Ulfrid grew angry. He cast large flaming rocks and hurled them at Aya. She cast a wind magic barrier and dodged the attack by sending the flaming rocks crashing downward. She then appeared before him in human form and asked if he had given up on protecting the Alacrians. He replied that those left were already dead, and the others had escaped through tunnels he had created while she lectured him. He cast his flaming magic and flew toward her, saying it was now just the two of them. Aya conjured compressed blades of air and shot them at Ulfred. One of Ulfred's soldiers jumped ahead to protect him, but the blades burst through the soldier's body, destroying him instantly. The remaining soldiers rushed toward Aya, but she used her air spear to slice through them as she flew. She unleashed her air crescent magic, firing a long blade of wind that sliced all the soldiers in one blow. The blade also passed Ulfred and struck him, sending him crashing to the ground, huffing. Aya floated down and commented that it seemed they were at a stalemate. She fired more air blades toward Ulfred, saying that if the duel continued another hour, he might actually gain the upper hand. In time, Ulfred cast an earth and flaming magic shield, dodging the attack. With his other hand, he conjured a flaming weapon, surrounding himself with a magic armor. He formed a sharp, pointed spear on his arm and charged toward her. Aya countered with her air spear. She struck, stabbing her spear into Ulfred's forehead, but she gasped in shock as Ulfred's flaming magic spear pierced into her body. Dodging her wind spear, Ulfred told her she was clever and resourceful, but patience had never been her strength. Aya's magic faded as he stood before her, his spear still buried in her body and turned into a sharp hand. He said, if it was any consolation, he had never wished for it to come to this. He was sorry, Aya. Around them, the soldiers made of flaming and earth magic vanished. The flames in the air finally died out. Arthur walked through the civilian area, with Yudo trailing behind him. Sylvie, from a distance, called out worriedly, but Arthur acknowledged her with a simple nod. His anger flared, and he clenched his fists, feeling the stark contrast between Yudo and the last retainer they had faced. Yudo, stretching his body, walked after Arthur and casually asked if he knew what most motivated an enemy. He then laughed, claiming that he had found that enemies seeking revenge retaliated with the most tremendous fervor. Arthur, stepping ahead with increased anger, questioned whether Yudo thought this was a battle for revenge, as if they were two boys playing in the street. He noticed Yudo's expression change to one of fear. Yudo, with an evil smile on his face, moved closer to Arthur. He reminded him how Arthur had been enraged when he learned that Yudo was the one who killed the elf. Arthur recalled the moment when he held the dying elf in his arms, blood flowing from her eyes instead of tears. He explained that he had met her when she was already dying, and that revenge wasn't his motivation. Yudo was simply someone who needed to be dealt with. As Yudo observed the people passing through the street, he dismissed Arthur's words, calling them disappointing. In a flash, dark magic blades erupted from the ground, impaling the civilians, their screams echoing as they died instantly. Arthur, shocked, demanded to know why Yudo was causing such destruction. Yudo, laughing, stood beside him, revealing that he had hoped Arthur would be consumed with vengeance for his fallen companion. He suggested that if Arthur had killed someone from his family, he might have had the rage he was seeking. An older man, coughing and lying against a wall, was about to be pierced by dark magic blades, but Arthur intervened, raising a shield of magic to protect him. With his anger reaching its peak, Arthur transformed into a more powerful form, his voice booming as he commanded Yudo to stop. Yudo's dark magic blades continued to shoot from the ground, destroying buildings and killing more people in their path. Furious, Arthur shouted for the civilians to flee. Yudo, mockingly, suggested that instead of attacking his family, Arthur should have targeted the little elf princess, Tesha. Before he could say another word, Arthur unleashed a flurry of ice magic, striking at Yudo. Yudo countered with dark magic blades, but before the attack could land, Sylvie, in her dragon form, appeared from behind. She seized Yudo in her claws and threw him out of the civilian area, sending him crashing to the ground. Arthur mounted Sylvie, holding his ice sword, and complimented her for the swift action. Yudo, sitting on the ground, grinned wickedly and remarked that his mana beast looked like a dragon, though the mana felt different. He speculated that it might be a wyvern, a lesser creature. Yudo stood up and summoned dark magic, preparing to attack. The ground cracked, and dark magic spears shot up from the earth, aiming at Arthur. Sylvie flapped her wings as Arthur leapt from her back, using his ice sword to slash through the spears. He remarked that it was a relief that even a retainer couldn't identify Sylvie's true nature. Sylvie responded with confidence, hoping it would stay that way. Arthur continued to cut through the spears, but they kept rising from the ground. He ran toward Yudo, his sword cutting through the air as he urged Sylvie to follow him. As he raised his ice sword, Yudo swung his sickle, and the two weapons clashed with a resounding clang. Arthur's magic surged, creating waves of ice and flame, but Yudo grabbed his sword with his sickle, smiling and complimenting him on his skill. Arthur struggled to pull his sword free, but Sylvie warned him to duck. In an instant, Sylvie attacked with her claws, throwing Yudo away and saving Arthur with her tail. A massive explosion followed as Yudo collided with the ground. Sylvie, sensing the explosion, informed Arthur that Yudo was still alive. Surrounded by dark magic remnants, Arthur clenched his fists in frustration. He ordered that Yudo not be healed just yet. Yudo, emerging from the rubble, summoned more dark magic weapons with both hands, charging at Arthur with vicious intent. As Yudo swung his sickle, Arthur raised his sword to defend himself, but Yudo grabbed his weapon with the sickle and pulled it from his grasp. At the same time, dark magic spears shot from the ground, aiming to impale Arthur. In a desperate move, Arthur cast his dark magic, shattering the spears before they could strike. He clenched his fist around the dark magic, destroying the remaining spears, and charged toward Yudo, determined to land a blow. However, Yudo evaded every strike, laughing at Arthur's futile attempts. Arthur continued to slash with his sword, but every time, Yudo grabbed it with his sickle, smiling and asking if he expected more. Sylvie, noticing Yudo's growing strength, warned Arthur that his attacks were becoming faster and more powerful the longer they fought. Frustrated, Arthur jumped and swung his sword, but Yudo dodged with ease. Enraged, Arthur clenched his dark magic fist and punched the ground, sending cracks through the earth. The impact created waves of dark magic. Yudo swiftly jumped back, avoiding the punch. Arthur noticed that when Yudo placed his foot on the cracked ground, dark dots began to appear around his foot. Realizing the source of Yudo's power, Arthur told Sylvie that the black spikes could only manifest in areas of darkness. He charged toward Yudo, swinging his sword from behind, explaining that this was why his spells were stronger when they came from the darkest shadows. But before Arthur could strike, Yudo turned quickly, grabbing him by the collar and throwing him into the rocks. Sylvie, seeing this, rushed to Arthur's side and picked him up, her claws retrieving his sword and his slave costume from the ground. She urged him to get ready. Arthur, still injured, mounted Sylvie, asking what her plan was. Sylvie took to the sky, flying upward and carrying Arthur with her. She explained that they needed to move out of the shadow. As they ascended, Yudo raised his hand, casting dark magic spears that followed them through the clouds. However, as Sylvie continued to climb, passing through the sunlight, the dark magic spears disintegrated. Suddenly, Yudo appeared from the clouds, taunting them for being clever, glad that he had found their weakness. Arthur, sitting atop Sylvie, asked if she could handle him. She replied confidently, and Arthur used his thunderclap impulse magic to leap from Sylvie's back toward Yudo. He swung his sword in a powerful attack, but Yudo swiftly moved backwards, dodging the strike. Yudo then swung his dark magic weapon, throwing Arthur away. His sword slipped from his grasp and twirled through the air, only to return to him. He caught it just as Sylvie swooped in behind him. Arthur got back on his feet and, with renewed determination, advanced toward Yudo, using his dark magic to launch an attack. He swung his sword, but Yudo blocked it with his sickle, then countered with a quick strike. Arthur jumped back onto Sylvie's back. Floating above them, Yudo taunted Arthur, claiming that despite his handicap, he hadn't managed to land a single meaningful blow. Arthur responded by casting his dark magic sword, combining all of his mana as he moved toward Yudo with renewed purpose. He declared that he wasn't fighting to impress Yudo. With a final, powerful thrust, Arthur stabbed his sword into Yudo's body, the magic swirling around his flame, ice, and dark magic flowing from the weapon. Arthur, holding the sword in place, believed that he had won. However, when he tried to pull his sword out, he was met with resistance. His hands trembled as he struggled. Yudo, smirking, revealed that if Arthur had discovered his weakness so quickly, then the area around the sword was beginning to circulate with dark energy. He angrily declared that Arthur should have figured this out long ago. Dark blood began to seep from Yudo's body, forming sharp, pointed block shapes that appeared to extend from his body. On the other side, blood flowed from Aya's mouth as Ulfrid stood in front of her, holding her in a hug with his hand stabbed into her body. Ulfrid was suddenly shocked as waves of Aya's wind magic curled around his stabbed hand, confusion striking him as he wondered what this was. Aya stepped back, fully healed, wind magic swirling around her as she acknowledged that he was right. She was indeed resourceful. She bound Ulfrid's entire body in wind, circling him and silently asking if he was surprised. He pressed his lips together, staring at her, struggling to believe what he was seeing. This shouldn't have been possible. Aya grabbed his shoulder, noting how fascinated he had always been with her magic. With a flick of her hand, she cast wind threads that wrapped tightly around his body, knowing he still longed to understand how she had done it. Ulfrid fell to the ground with a thud as she questioned whether he truly didn't want to know. She began to explain, recalling how every race had natural resistance to foreign magic, and why water mages couldn't extract bodily fluids, why earth mages couldn't control the iron in someone's blood, why air mages couldn't simply steal a person's breath. But she had cast her wind magic with both hands, connecting her mana directly to his. That link bypassed the natural barriers, and now he knelt before her, powerless. She controlled his body like a puppet on strings, weakening his defenses by tricking him into thinking he had the upper hand. His enormous suit of stone had dulled his senses, and cracks had slowly formed in his defenses. Ulfrid finally understood he was still breathing only because Aya allowed it. Any breath might be his last. He closed his eyes, and a memory surfaced. Radia's, just before Ulfrid's departure, had asked if any doubts were clouding his mind. Ulfrid had bowed his head and answered no. Radia's had taken his hand, calling him his child and saying his only regret was not seeing their people triumph, wishing Ulfrid had been bound to him instead of an Asura. Ulfrid had said some things couldn't be changed. In the present, with flames engulfing the surroundings, Ulfrid turned to Aya and asked if she could spare Micah. She had no part in this, he had drugged her to keep her away. Aya knew that decision wasn't hers to make. Ulfrid lowered his head, admitting that despite their differences, it had been an honor working with her. Aya smiled softly, agreeing, before clenching her threads of wind as blood dripped from her mouth. Another memory returned. Radia's had spoken of his ambitions, of how their people had scorned him in the streets. Ulfrid had embraced those desires fully, acting without hesitation because it was what he truly wanted. Radia's had smiled, proud. Ulfrid had smiled back. Now, lying still on the ground, he opened his eyes one last time. Aya released her wind magic, looked up through the broken ceiling, and silently hoped Arthur was still alive. In the sky, Yudo grinned, amused that Arthur had discovered his weakness so quickly. Dark magic spears erupted from his body, forcing Arthur and his sword backwards. The ribbon that had once cloaked Yudo unraveled as he stood, mocking Arthur for thinking he wouldn't have known his own weakness long ago. Arthur glared at him as Yudo laughed, firing hundreds of dark spears in his direction. Enveloped in dark magic, Arthur dodged and slashed his way through them, moving side to side. He stomped on one spear, broke it with a kick, then twisted in the air, moving downward while slicing through the next wave. But more spears surged toward him, and one struck his hand, forcing him to drop his sword. Falling through the sky, he called out to Sylvia. A massive spear formed from thousands of smaller ones closed in, aimed at his body. Sylvia flew toward him in a blur. As the giant spear neared, Arthur cast his ice magic, shattering the formation in a burst. Yudo scratched at his skin, grinning, then extended his hands and fired more spears, demanding Arthur keep dancing. Arthur, surrounded, cast static void, freezing all the spears midair. He twirled through them, fell through the gaps, and plummeted. Sylvia arrived just in time, catching him before he hit the ground. He sat up weakly on her back as Yudo, surrounded by weapons, flew to them, saying he was impressed Arthur had dodged that attack. Arthur gritted his teeth, but before he could move, Yudo struck him and Sylvia with his weapon, launching them across the sky. As they fell, Sylvia wrapped herself around Arthur to shield him. Arthur, wounded, told her to transform into her fox form, but she reminded him he didn't have the mana to survive the impact. Only her body could block some of the force. He protested, but she didn't listen. Yudo lifted his arm and fired another barrage of dark spears just for fun. Sylvia, shielding Arthur with her body, took the full brunt of the attack. The spears struck, piercing her again and again. They crashed to the ground, and a massive explosion lit up the sky. Aya and her team members escorted the prisoners from the cell to safety. But as an explosion echoed from the other side of the mountain, they were all caught by surprise. The slave girls trembled as they covered their ears and fell to the ground. One of Aya's teammates helped a little girl to her feet, reassuring her gently. As the explosion subsided, dust and smoke filled the air. Aya and the others stood watching it rise from beyond the mountain. Meanwhile, on Arthur's side, countless spears of dark magic had stabbed into the mountainside, and he lay injured against Sylvie's battered, unconscious body. As the dust cleared, Arthur called out her name, his voice trembling as he turned to see her lifeless form impaled by several spears. His voice cracked with desperation as he called out again, memories from his past rushing in. When he was a younger Grey, he had been dragged away crying by a police officer from the corpse of his headmaster. Shaking, Arthur touched Sylvie's body and pleaded for her to wake up, remembering the helplessness he and Nico once felt when mourning their losses. Like a child, he begged for Sylvie to open her eyes. His thoughts returned to the moment he and his friends had stood before the grave of their fallen mentor. Desperate, Arthur activated a more powerful form, surrounding himself in a swirling dark healing magic. As he cried out to Aetha, pleading for anything that could help. He remembered the days he spent collecting photos of those responsible for the destruction and death. He had witnessed the vow for vengeance that had driven him forward. His healing mana surged as he pleaded again, trembling, remembering how Grey had trained relentlessly with his sword. Despite Nico and Cecilia trying to stop him, he was slashing pillars again and again. Covered in his magic, Arthur clenched his teeth and declared that Sylvie was going to be okay, leaning down against her and whispering that she had to be. His mind was still playing the image of himself as Grey placing a photo of the headmaster on her grave and surrounding it with flowers. His thoughts returned to the present as a figure appeared behind him on the cliff. A woman holding Yudo's unconscious body by the head. She calmly announced that his beast would survive. Arthur turned to look at her, drenched in sweat and fear, recognizing her presence as the scythe from the cavern. However, he couldn't sense a trace of her aura. If she had wanted to kill him, he knew she would have done so already. Without hesitation, she snapped off Yudo's horns and tossed them before Arthur, who stared in shock, wondering why she would do such a thing to one of her own. The woman then grabbed Yudo by the neck and pierced his core with dark magic, releasing the energy stored within before tossing his now powerless body down before Arthur. Arthur could only wonder what her motives were, why she was helping, and the woman answered that although the battle had been hard, he had managed to defeat Yudo. She explained that she had kept him alive but destroyed his core to ensure he could not use mana, giving Arthur the opportunity to interrogate him. Arthur considered that whatever her reasons were, her personal agenda could be useful, especially if it meant he lived another day. When he asked for her name, she replied that she was Xyrus Vritra. Arthur expressed his gratitude and promised not to forget the favor. Before leaving, Xyrus told him to grow stronger for both their sakes. She also explained that Yudo's horns would be a powerful resource if he could extract the mana stored inside. Arthur began extracting the mana and then slumped against Sylvie's body with a sigh, admitting silently that he was still far from being ready to face another retainer, let alone a scythe. As he sat, exhausted and his eyes growing heavy, a familiar voice called out to him. Looking ahead, he saw Tesher running toward him through the fading smoke, her armor gleaming. She smiled and extended her hand, saying she had been searching for him. Arthur smiled faintly, wondering if his mana was so depleted that he was hallucinating, yet thinking how nice it would be if life could be so simple again after the war. His relief turned to fear as Tesha's face grew expressionless and she began stepping back. He called out to her in worry. A cold voice rang in his ears, asking what made him think he deserved happiness, that he could forget what he had done. He flinched as the voice accused him of causing others' deaths through his choices, insisting that whether he was King Grey or Arthur Lewin, he was destined to walk alone. Looking down, Arthur saw blood on his hands and a vision of King Grey's image on the blood-soaked ground. When he touched his face, Tesha stepped forward, calling him Grey, then Arthur, her face and armor now covered in blood. Just as the hallucination overwhelmed him, Aya appeared, calling his name and snapping him back to reality. He clutched his head in silence as she reached out, saying he wouldn't wake up and asking if he was all right. Arthur quietly responded that he was. Aya, concerned, reported there were no casualties on her side. The prisoners were being safely escorted, and she had executed the traitor while Micah was in custody awaiting questioning. She admitted she had come thinking he might need her, but could see now that he didn't. Arthur, looking down at Sylvie's unconscious form, said that it had been a hard battle, but with Sylvie's help, he had managed to win. Aya placed a hand on his shoulder and told him she was glad they had both made it through in one piece, that they had won. Arthur gently tapped her hand and replied that this was only the beginning. At the council hall of the Flying Castle, Arthur stood among the gathered leaders for a formal meeting. Muriel tapped the stack of documents on the table, indicating that the council had reviewed several accounts of the recent events, including one from General Aya. However, she believed it would be best to begin with Arthur's first-hand account. Arthur agreed and began recounting what had transpired, omitting only that it was the Scythe Xyrus who had defeated Yuto, while sharing everything else he knew. The council occasionally interrupted to ask for clarification or more details, and it became clear that some members harbored doubts about his story. King Blaine questioned how Arthur had managed to defeat not one but two retainers without having reached the White Core stage, especially when more experienced lances had already fallen. Virion defended Arthur's position, affirming that his status as a lance was earned and not honorary. Blaine, maintaining a steady gaze on Arthur, insisted that understanding how he won could help prepare others for battles against retainers and scythes. Arthur acknowledged the point and explained that the first retainer he fought had not been as powerful as Yuto, and even that encounter had cost him a broken Asura-forged sword. Revealing scars along his arm, he admitted the cost of the fight and the danger they had been in. Virion's concern grew upon seeing the wounds, while Arthur confessed that Yuto could have easily killed him or Sylvie, but instead desired a worthy opponent. Arthur had provoked him intentionally, allowing a brief lapse in Yuto's guard that Sylvie, and he exploited to destroy the Vritra's horns. When Baron questioned how Arthur had known this would weaken the enemy, Arthur confessed he had not known it had simply been a desperate gamble informed by Aaliyah's earlier observation that Yuto had reacted with rage when part of his horn was damaged. After confirming that the destruction of the horns had drastically reduced Yuto's power, Arthur stated they had barely managed to defeat him, and the next thing he remembered was waking with General Aya beside him. He added that Sylvie, though beside him during the aftermath, remained unconscious and unresponsive. A heavy silence settled over the council before Virion thanked Arthur and shifted the discussion to their next issue, the dwarves. Priscilla noted the instability following Radius's imprisonment and Lord Aldir's absence, pointing out that multiple dwarven factions had begun aiding the Alacrians. Alduin proposed sending Sapin's forces to stabilize Darv, but Blaine rejected this, arguing that such a move would only instill fear in the dwarves. Arthur, staring at the map, asked if Radius's capture had been made public, and upon hearing that it had not, suggested using this secrecy to their advantage. The room fell quiet as the council considered the proposal, eventually recognizing its potential. Virion praised the strategy, joking that Arthur would make a dangerous enemy in warfare. Alduin noted that Radius could be used to relay controlled commands back to the dwarven factions. Blaine agreed that this plan would allow them to regain control subtly. Muriel added that even if the dwarves could not break free from Alacrian influence immediately, the plan could secure valuable intelligence. Virion confirmed the assignments he would oversee. General Micah's questioning, General Aya would continue investigating the captured Vritra, and Radius's interrogation would become top priority to win back the dwarves. With consensus reached, Virion raised one final matter: rewards. In wartime, few acts could be properly acknowledged, but the defeat of two retainers and the capture of a dangerous traitor deserved recognition. Aya declined any reward, stating she had acted for the sake of victory. When asked about his own desires, Arthur remembered his past life and initially intended to decline, believing it wise to forego rewards in such moments. However, after a pause, he admitted that there was something he wanted. Reflecting on the trauma of the battle with Yuto, he requested to be removed from the battlefield. Meanwhile, back in the quiet of her room, Ellie brushed her hair in front of a mirror while Boo slept nearby. Arthur approached from the corridor, gently creaking the door open, which stirred Boo from sleep. With a mischievous air, Arthur attempted to frighten Ellie by pretending to be a ghost, startling her into dropping her comb and calling on Boo to attack. Boo leapt at Arthur but did so joyfully, licking him with excitement as Arthur laughed and tried to fend off the affectionate beast. Ellie stood at the doorway with a mix of annoyance and amusement, remarking on the childishness of his prank. Arthur, still smiling, wiped his face as Ellie approached and threw her arms around him in a tight embrace. As she welcomed him home, Arthur held her just as tightly, feeling the warmth of the moment. For the first time in a long while, it truly felt good to be back. In Arthur's room, Sylvie was sleeping peacefully under the blanket on the bed while soldiers passed through the corridor outside, their spears and shields clinking faintly. Meanwhile, in the meeting hall, the discussion still dragged on, and through its windows, streaks of magic arrows could be seen flashing through the sky. Down in the training yard, Ellie was proudly showing off her archery skills to Arthur. He clapped and complimented her on the great shot, to which she responded cheerfully. Arthur then pointed at Boo, who was lying beside them, and asked if she could maintain that kind of accuracy while Boo was actually moving. Ellie bent down to pick up an arrow and replied, "Not yet." Helen made it look so easy, but she hadn't been able to land a single shot while Boo was running. And it didn't help that the klutz ran like he was deliberately trying to throw her off. Arthur imagined Boo sprinting wildly with Ellie clinging to his back and had to stifle a laugh. When Ellie noticed, she jumped off Boo, angrily pointed at Arthur, and demanded whether he could do any better, while Boo roared playfully and Arthur laughed beside him. Arthur then asked how much time she spent practicing. As Ellie collected her arrows, she turned and admitted she didn't really keep track, but since she usually trained until sunset, it was probably 6 or 7 hours. When Arthur asked if she did this every day, and what about studying or playing with friends, Ellie gave a nervous laugh and explained that lessons in the castle only happened once a week, and she finished her homework in a day. As for friends, she insisted she was very popular. But when Arthur moved closer and nearer her to catch a better look, she turned her sweat-covered face away to avoid eye contact. Clutching her head in frustration, she suddenly threw her bow and arrows aside and shouted that it wasn't her fault she had no interest in their boring conversations. Who cared if Lord Winchett was visiting the castle, or if Lady Blanc was failing etiquette class? Arthur laughed aloud and sat on a bench, noting that surely there were still some kids her age interested in magic. Ellie replied that there used to be, but once they awakened, their parents either moved or sent them away to magic academies. Arthur patted the bench beside him, and Ellie sat down, explaining how the others had all left. Boo, behind them, chased butterflies lazily through the grass. Arthur remained silent for a moment, realizing that very few children in the castle had the chance to be taught by a proper mage like Ellie. With the war worsening, parents were eager to ensure their kids had the chance to train in a safe, controlled environment. When he asked Ellie if she also wanted to attend a magic academy, she replied with a soft "of course," then looked away and added that she knew he, their mother, and father would all worry. Arthur was struck by how mature she sounded for someone who was only 12. He wished she didn't have to grow up so quickly. Thinking back to her birthday, when she'd nervously clutched his hand, he wondered if it was selfish of him to wish she could stay that innocent a little longer. Still, he promised that when he got the chance, he would talk to their parents about sending her to school. Ellie's eyes lit up, and she asked if he meant it. Arthur said that, assuming their parents agreed, he'd still want to assign her a guard just in case. Knowing how stifling that could be, he added that he'd make sure it was someone she'd be comfortable with. Overcome with joy, Ellie jumped up and hugged him tightly, thanking him, and Arthur let out a small sigh of relief. He gently patted her head and warned her not to get her hopes too high. But Ellie, grabbing her bow and arrows, shouted that it was already too late, and resumed her training with fresh determination, vowing to work even harder to beat those snooty nobles. Arthur smiled. Later, as he walked alone through the castle corridor, he reflected on how peaceful things had been lately. Tesha was away on a mission, Sylvie was still recovering, and for once, everything felt calm. His thoughts were interrupted as a door suddenly burst open and Professor Gideon stormed out, shouting with his hands over his ears that he was an artificer, not an economist. Spotting Arthur, he ran over and grabbed his face, thanking him for lending his god-sent cranium. Arthur, his cheeks squished, reminded him that he was neither an artificer nor an economist. As they walked together, Arthur asked about the recent increase in attacks between Black Bend and the Wall. Gideon confirmed the council had asked him to increase protection, but they didn't have the resources to guard every mage and carriage. Arthur asked why Black Bend was so vital, and Gideon explained it was responsible for supplying rations and manufacturing weapons. Critical support for the Wall, which remained the front line against Alacrians and stray beasts. Arthur noted that the terrain around it was mostly open farmland and clear mountainside, making it hard for carriages to move unnoticed. He then suggested that instead of guarding every convoy, they should focus on optimizing supply routes. Gideon, intrigued, asked what he was thinking. Arthur smirked at the sudden change in tone, recalling how a moment ago his brain was God-sent, and now it was little. Moving forward, Arthur asked about the mines where they harvested fuel for the ships. Gideon confirmed that there were 5 major combustium mines still being excavated. When Arthur asked what combustium was, Gideon explained it was the mineral he'd chosen instead of coal, as it could power a ship for a dozen miles with just 10 pounds. Arthur, deep in thought, said he might have an idea. Gideon pressed for more details, but Arthur told him he needed time to think. Just then, a female elf approached, calling Arthur's name. Arthur and Gideon turned, and Gideon seemed momentarily stunned. The elf introduced herself as Alani Zamaria and explained that Commander Varian had personally assigned her as Arthur's new attendant. Blushing, Gideon introduced himself and tried to act casual, scratching his head and mentioning that he had just spoken with the king about supply routes. Arthur raised an eyebrow, surprised since those meetings were supposed to be confidential. Alanis, turning back to Arthur, informed him that his request had been approved, and she was there to escort him to the training grounds. Arthur recalled the moment in the War Council meeting when he had asked to be temporarily pulled from field duty. Everyone had gone silent as he lowered his head and admitted he needed time, not years, just a couple of months, to train properly. He didn't want to keep risking his life only to scrape by on luck or his enemy's mistakes. Aya had nodded quietly. Varian, after some thought, tapped Arthur's shoulder and granted 2 months, though warned him he could still be recalled if needed and would be expected to attend meetings. When asked how he planned to train at the castle, Arthur raised his hand and made his second request. Now, as he followed Alanis down the hall, she opened a door, and inside, 4 powerful conjurers sat waiting. Arthur stepped in, remembering clearly what he had said in that meeting, that to expedite his training. He requested 4 highly skilled conjurers, each with a different elemental affinity. It was the start of a beautiful day as birds chirped atop the academy's roof. Inside, the professor called Cadet Gray for his turn, noting aloud that Gray had no surname. Pointing toward the censer, the professor instructed Gray to imbue it with Kai using his dominant hand. Gray, using his right hand, did so while thinking that every student must have their Kai levels recorded before rankings were determined. As he began to breathe heavily, the professor scribbled something onto his notepad. Later, while walking through the academy corridor, Gray overheard 2 cadets ahead of him speaking. One asked the other if he knew what the final test would be. The second replied that since they had already been tested on mental acuity, physical strength, and Kai, the last test could only be combat. Gray looked ahead and thought that while his Kai might be lacking, this was the part he excelled at. Eventually, all candidates gathered at the combat grounds where an instructor, reviewing the list, introduced himself as Instructor Grej. He announced that the final portion of the entry exam would be practical combat. Though he would not reveal anyone's Kai levels, they were all different, and they would not always have the luxury of fighting opponents with similar levels of power. Sometimes, they might be fortunate to face someone barely able to strengthen their fists. Other times, unlucky enough to face someone with a far greater Kai pool. Regardless, they would be judged on their ability to adapt and, most importantly, prevail. The candidates listened closely as Grej emphasized that their performance in the exam would affect their future at the academy. Those who performed well would receive resources to develop further, while those who failed would be neglected and eventually expelled. Suddenly, the ground rumbled and the combat area shifted, revealing a wide array of weapons. The candidates stared at the display as Grej continued, then announced the start of the trials. Gray observed the cadets stepping into the arena, noting that none of them were hiding their status or power levels. Those from military families wore their crests proudly, likely raised for battle, and perhaps even groomed for royalty. In the arena, a black-haired boy fell heavily, while a girl with orange hair lunged with a spear to strike. Before she could land the blow, Grej stepped in, caught the spear, and ended the match, instructing both to return. He then called Gray and Cadet Vlaire of House Ambrose to step forward. The crowd whispered about Gray while Vlaire smirked at him. Both raised their weapons and entered the arena. Meanwhile, in a room, Varian introduced Arthur to a group. He first gestured toward the black-haired, muscular woman standing beside Catheln, and confirmed that Arthur already knew Princess Catheln of the Royal Glader House, adding that this was her guardian, Hester Flamesworth. Hester bowed as Arthur recalled Catheln once telling him the Flamesworth house had played a major role in the war against the elves. Hester admitted that despite her accomplishments, her family regarded her as lesser. Arthur, remembering that, acknowledged her with familiarity, then looked at Catheln and remarked that it was a pleasant surprise to see her again so soon. Catheln blushed and looked down, explaining that she was there to train with him. Arthur apologized for not realizing it sooner and noted to himself that her aura had improved since their time in Xyrus, and she no longer seemed to need protection. Hester explained that Commander Virion had asked her to assist in Arthur's training, though her primary responsibility remained Catheln's safety. With both present, they could achieve both goals while also offering Arthur an experienced ice affinity conjurer who had just reached the dark yellow stage. Catheln, eyes closed, bowed and said she would need to step away at times to train with Master Vare, but otherwise was happy to help. Arthur smiled at her as a strong, middle-aged man brushed his beard and noted that the princess and her knight made a classic pair. Introducing himself as Boondamog Lonoid, most called him Boond. Arthur shook his calloused hand and thought his grip reflected his strength. Boond nodded with approval before Virion added that Arthur should be careful not to underestimate Boond, who had long been a close friend and was a genius in earth affinity magic. Surprised, Boond shouted at Virion, protesting that there was nothing wrong with his appearance and that he was considered popular back home. Hester laughed while Virion waved it off, saying no insult had been intended. Arthur recognized that Virion's friendly introduction of Boond was meant to show trust, especially with recent dwarven betrayals. Still, Arthur felt uneasy meeting a dwarf he had never seen before and wondered if that made him prejudiced. As Boond continued arguing, Virion smiled and then turned to introduce the last man, saying his name was Camus Celeridon. But Camus interrupted, stating that Arthur needed to know nothing more. Arthur noted how bold Camus was for interrupting Virion and figured he must be either very brave or very close to him, or both. He also observed that Camus was unlike any other elf he had met, showing little care for appearance or hygiene. Virion concluded by saying they would all be spending several weeks together and would get to know one another better. He excused himself to deal with paperwork, leaving Miss Emily and Miss Alanis in charge. Emily entered holding a box and announced that they had a few things to cover before starting Arthur's training. She opened the box and began dressing Arthur in a uniform. Arthur, used to this routine, asked how many more times he would need to be dressed up. Once finished, Emily clapped and complimented his appearance. Alanis asked Arthur to stand still as she scanned his body and recorded the data. Arthur asked what kind of scans she had done, while behind him, Emily hit the box to unfold additional compartments and removed the outer layers. She pointed at the special equipment in the room and explained that everything had been built to aid Arthur's training. While he excelled in mana manipulation, he had plateaued in elemental magic and lagged behind the other lances. Her words struck Arthur deeply. Emily continued, saying he might as well be treated as a dual elemental mage. Arthur placed his hand on her shoulder and assured her they understood. Catheln asked whether he had trained with the Xyrus, and Arthur replied that most of that training focused on close combat techniques. He agreed with Emily and admitted that he had relied too much on ice and lightning. By training with them, he hoped to broaden his elemental proficiency. Boond commented that even thinking about using more elements gave him a headache, let alone attempting to control 4, especially with 2 deviants. Hester laughed and added that Arthur's mental capacity was likely not as restricted as Boond's, so he would manage. Boond shouted in protest, declaring that his mind was sharp. Emily clapped again and suggested they direct their energy into powering the apparatus. Camus was the first to act, casting a wind bullet that blasted past Boond and infused in the equipment crystal, activating it with his swirling wind magic. Emily announced that the apparatus was powering on. Hester stepped forward and ignited the crystal with her fire magic, yet Arthur could feel no heat, noting her incredible elemental control. Boond followed, placing his hand on the crystal and releasing a powerful wave of earth mana that caused the ground to tremble. Emily cautioned him, reminding him it was not a contest. Boond roared that to a real man, everything was a contest. When his magic settled, Emily sighed and asked Catheln to proceed. Catheln nodded and summoned a monstrous ice snake that coiled toward the crystal. As her mana infused it, the snake dissolved into glittering ice shards that fell softly to the ground. Emily declared that this was enough and activated the red button on the equipment. Boone knelt and asked what in the world was happening, while Alani said they would explain everything later. She then proposed they begin training. Arthur asked how they should begin, and the four cast their magic passionately, each one excited for the time ahead. Hester replied that all excellent training began the same way. Boone added that it started by getting beaten up. Arthur conjured his flaming sword and prepared himself. In his past life as Grey, he had stepped into the arena with the same fierce enthusiasm. On the other side, Green Vines snatched an axe from a boy's hand during training. The axe flipped midair and thudded into the ground, splitting cleanly into two broken pieces. A girl and a boy sitting on a wooden branch began mocking the boy's poor grip. Tesha turned, vines surrounding her, and told the boy to keep a tighter grip, and the training ended. The boy picked up his axe and shouted he'd beat her one of these days. Tesha stepped ahead, smirking, and said she'd like to see him try it sometime. Meanwhile, another boy called to Tesha from behind, and she turned to look curiously. The boy approached and handed her a scroll, informing her it was a transmission. Tesha thanked him and opened the scroll, hoping it was news from her grandfather. She began reading, smiling slightly, expecting Virion to give her updates from the castle. Virion explained that Arthur had recovered and would join training for the next 2 months. He'd tricked Arthur into coming, saying he'd train with familiar faces she'd recognize. Names like Hester, Camus, Boone, and Cathelm were listed, catching Tesha's attention sharply. When she read Cathelm's name, Tesha shouted in shock, surprised by the unexpected pairing. Behind her, the boy with the broken axe had started fighting the one mocking him. On the training field, Arthur was sparring with the 4 elemental conjurers using a mix of spells. Cathelm fired an ice storm, and Arthur responded with flame magic and agile dodges. Hester shot a fireball, forcing Arthur to end his flame magic and switch to ice defense. Arthur tripped unexpectedly when Boone cast earth magic beneath him, making him slide awkwardly. Boone laughed, asking if the young general had tripped over his own feet again. Arthur rolled back, dodging combined attacks from 3 of the others with quick movement. He conjured a flame sword and slashed away their magic, retorting to Boone's taunt confidently. Arthur told Boone someone with muscles should try better than parlor tricks, dismissing the playful insult. Boone quipped back he wasn't the one who fell on his arse during training. From behind, Camus shot an air blade toward Arthur and stated lesson 1 in conjurer fighting. Arthur stabbed his sword into the ground and cast wind magic to shield his surroundings. Camus created an air tornado, circling Arthur while warning him to remain unpredictable in battle. Arthur flew backwards with wind magic, annoyed he couldn't close the distance on any opponent. As he flew back, he noticed an ice crystal bullet closing in from behind. He swung his sword, but then spotted Hester's blue flame storm coming from the other side. Hester fired the unusual flame, prompting Arthur to ask aloud in surprise about the blue flames. Watching from the sidelines, Emily commented that she had never seen Arthur struggle so much before. Alani stood beside her, grinning, admitting she was thoroughly enjoying the match's intensity. Emily asked if she was being serious, and Alani said she hoped Arthur got roughed up more. Emily smiled knowingly, replying that it was all for science anyway. Hester's blue flames exploded dramatically in the air. Arthur jumped down, thinking their teamwork showed coordinated battle experience, clearly honed from real combat. Suddenly, Camus used air magic to bind Arthur's feet, causing him to fall again. Before Arthur could react, Boone used earth magic to summon a pointed earthen cottage around him. The ground rumbled and encased Arthur, the 4 conjurers gathering outside as Boone laughed victoriously. Camus knocked the cottage wall and mocked that this was the wonder boy Lance Virion trusted. Inside, Arthur used flame magic to light the darkness, touching his sword to the roof thoughtfully. He deactivated his magic sword, thinking it was time to fight like a conjurer instead. He knelt, using earth pulse magic to read the terrain and sense the conjurers outside. The magic spread, even climbing up Boone's body, surprising him with its reach and effect. Inside, mud spears formed and shot from the walls, forcing Arthur to jump upward. Standing on the spears, Arthur cast both ice and flame magic, calling Boone a crafty dwarf. Suddenly, steam leaked from the cottage walls, spreading across the area quickly. Hester called out, urging the princess to use the moisture, and Cathelm nodded. preparing a spell, but the cottage burst, releasing thick smoke across the battlefield. Arthur leapt free from the wreckage. Hester saw him and cheerfully cast blue flames again, greeting Arthur with a smirk. Arthur smiled in response, but Camus attacked from behind with another air blade. Arthur turned but couldn't dodge in time. The blast struck and launched him across the field. Arthur recovered midair with wind magic, just before Hester fired more flames from the other side. Kathleen peeked worriedly as Hester's fireball engulfed Arthur, calling out his name. She sighed in relief when Arthur's flame magic became visible inside the blazing ball. Arthur shielded himself with combined flame and wind magic, narrowly surviving the intense barrage. He landed on the ground, exhaling, and said it was a close one. Hester chuckled softly. Boone slapped Kathleen's shoulder and said there was nothing to worry about, Princess. Hester complimented Arthur's performance but said he might be underestimating them too much. Boone agreed, while Hester added that 2 months wouldn't be enough at his current pace. Camus yawned behind them and muttered it was hard to stay motivated if Arthur kept holding back. Arthur brushed his costume, replying that he had a habit of matching opponents' strength to analyze them. Hester and Boone pouted at his explanation. Arthur admitted it was a bad habit and powered up. Golden marks shimmered across his skin, and his dark aura began to swirl around him. The aura spread through the ground, stunning the 4 conjurers as they felt its pressure. Arthur announced he wouldn't use that form during main training, but welcomed it for today's sparring. Smiling, he said this would be a perfect time to let loose for real. Arthur revealed his more powerful form as Hester cast her flaming magic, and Boone clenched his fist and touched the ground. Hester, surrounded by fire, extended her hand and instructed the others to spread out. Camus, cloaked in wind magic, jumped and spun in the air, launching toward Arthur to attack. Boone activated his earth magic, standing atop a rising rock, ready to strike. Arthur, now enveloped in dark energy, radiated power as crackling waves of magic danced around him. His eyes glowed, his hair turned gray, and golden marks appeared across his body. Kathleen, surprised, observed him closely and recalled seeing this form before in Xyrus, but this was the first time she had seen it so near. She glanced at her team and thought they had a clear numerical advantage, yet the tides had turned, and the battle now felt futile. Shaking her head, she forced herself to stop doubting and summoned her magic. Arthur, shrouded in dark energy, spun through the air at such speed that no one could track his movements. Boone cast his earth magic, making the ground tremble beneath him as a wave of earth rose upward. Camus stood nearby and assisted Kathleen by strengthening her giant water arrow with his wind magic. Kathleen, regaining her focus, launched the arrow at Arthur, but he sensed it at the last moment, twisted through the air, and shattered the spell. Kathleen was left puzzled as to why her magic had failed. Camus pointed at Arthur angrily while Kathleen raised her hands in confusion and thought the spell had not come from her. She questioned internally why her magic had dispersed. Boone then fired a barrage of stone projectiles at Arthur, taunting him, but Arthur sped away, dodging them easily and replying with a green magic spear. Boone managed to summon an earth shield just in time, and the spear exploded upon impact. In response, Boone smashed his own shield and launched the debris toward Arthur, who leapt backwards and narrowly avoided the shattered pieces as the ground behind him erupted. Kathleen thought Arthur was far too fast and noticed that, despite being closer to her, Arthur chose to strike at Hester instead. The sight of Hester's flames reflecting in Kathleen's eyes made her question why he was avoiding her. She concluded that he must be holding back to avoid hurting her. Determined to prove herself, Kathleen cast her water spear spell, the Seraph of Snow, taught to her by General Very. She disliked using it, but hated being pitied even more. As Arthur fought Hester, Camus, and Boone, Kathleen charged forward, her Seraph of Snow slicing Arthur and injuring him. She summoned a second spear, but Arthur countered with a combination of fire and earth magic, sending enchanted rocks crashing into her spell and forcing it to shrink and crack. Arthur backed away, unaware that Camus's tornado was coming from behind. The wind spell engulfed Arthur and lifted him into the air. At the same time, Boone struck the ground, causing boulders to rise and form 2 giant fists. With Hester's blue flames enhancing them, the rock fists flew upward, and Arthur, still trapped in the tornado, was struck hard by Boone's punch, crashing into the ground as flames exploded around him. Boond, descending with his magic fists, landed and commented with satisfaction that the princess had saved the day and that Arthur had not gone all out. Arthur emerged from the crater, covered in debris, admitting that he could not maintain that form for long and was already running out of energy. He acknowledged to Catheln that he had not expected her to attack like an ice ninja. Catheln, confused, asked about the term, and Arthur dismissed it, admitting he had underestimated her. She blushed at the compliment. After a moment, Emily called everyone to gather, saying there was much to discuss. As they assembled, Emily stated that the biggest concern, especially for General Arthur, was safety. Boond folded his arms and joked that Arthur did not need to worry about killing them. Emily agreed and said she was developing a device to prevent lethal blows. Boond noted that such an artifact would be useful if all soldiers had it. Emily explained that while the Gladers had gifted them some rare phoenix worm scales needed for the artifact, it remained very expensive. Alanis added that in real combat, unlike training, the enemy would not stop after a single strike. Everyone nodded in agreement. Arthur pointed to the wall and asked about the strange plates, wondering if they were just for decoration. Emily smiled and said everything in the room, from the armor to the wall plates, was designed to measure how Arthur used magic. Arthur looked confused, prompting Emily to laugh nervously and explain that the discs contained sensors to gauge the force or impact of every spell. She called this metric the force per unit, or FPU. The glowing mana chains powered by mentors connected the discs and tracked FPU when hit. Arthur asked if spells blocked by opponents would still be measured, and Emily admitted that was a weakness she had identified early on. Many spells were unreadable during sparring, so she lined the entire room, even beneath the floor, with sensors that traced mana pressure from the moment a spell formed. Arthur summarized that the discs made the entire room capable of measuring mana, and Emily replied with slight annoyance that he had reduced 6 months of work to one sentence. Arthur complimented her on the innovation and asked about the armor. Emily explained that the armor tracked mana flow in an individual and was paired with Alanis's ability for better readings. Alanis added that the armor helped her take more accurate readings during training. Arthur, looking at the armor, suggested her explanation was vague and joked that it sounded like she was keeping her ability secret, just as Emily had with her invention. Alanis replied that Arthur had asked about the suit, not her ability, but she would answer if he wanted. Arthur agreed, and Alanis explained that after making physical contact with someone, she could use her nature affinity magic to observe their mana flow. Boond nudged Camus and joked about the physical contact part, while Arthur asked if that made her a variant of nature magic. Alanis said she was unsure whether it was an evolved or peripheral form of nature magic, but confirmed it had proven useful with the other lances. Hester peeked at Alanis's notes and asked what her sensory magic revealed about Arthur. Alanis showed her device and explained that using the tools provided by Emily, she had measured Arthur's mana flow rate. Body augmentation from core to extremities took about 0.46 seconds. Spellcasting showed a 40% increase in time for wind spells and a 50% increase for earth spells. Fire and water magic were not used enough for readings. Boond commented on the tool's usefulness, while Hester teased that it could even measure how fast Boond's short legs could run. Boond elevated himself on a stone platform and shouted that he would never need to run when he could ride the earth itself, calling Hester an old witch. As they bickered, Arthur watched and wondered if they were actually friends, noting how well they had coordinated throughout the sparring session. Camus then offered to procure some materials himself so as not to burden Emily, but she said it was no problem as she already had several prototypes in progress. Arthur leaned toward Catheln and startled her, realizing too late he had gotten too close. She explained that Camus had asked if Emily could conduct readings for multiple people. Arthur then asked Alanis about his readings after using Realmheart, referring to the transformation with golden marks and gray hair. Alanis checked her register and said that his spellcasting efficiency increased nearly 5-fold across all elemental spectrums. When prompted further, she apologized and admitted she could not record his body augmentation speed after the transformation. Normally, it was on par with most lances, but during his transformed state, it was too fast to measure. After a while, at the garden of the Flying Castle, the sweepers were sweeping, the gardeners were tending to the plants, and the children were playing. Arthur arrived with Catheln, and the two walked past the garden, talking. Arthur asked how her brother was doing these days. As the servants noticed them passing by, Kathleen replied that Curtis was now an assistant training instructor at Lancelor Academy. The servants bowed before them as they continued walking. Kathleen explained that her brother was doing much better now that their father had allowed him to leave the castle, under supervision of course. Arthur turned his face toward her and guessed that she had not been so lucky. She replied that she had hoped becoming a stronger mage would grant her freedom, but her father still saw her as a timid little princess. Arthur smiled and commented that, to be fair, she was pretty reserved, to which she responded that she had been told she had become more outgoing. Even her participation as his sparring partner had been at her own insistence. But she stopped herself before completing the statement, placed a hand over her mouth, and blushed. Arthur looked at her, trying to understand what she meant, then leaned toward her and asked how insistent she had been. She turned and nervously replied that it had simply been for the benefit of getting out of her studies. She stepped forward while Arthur remained behind, laughing to himself, thinking it was true that Kathleen had always preferred to keep to herself. Still, she carried herself differently now. If he did not already know her, he would have thought she was just another arrogant and pretentious noble, judging by her walk. As he watched her walking down the corridor, Kathleen turned and asked if everything was all right and whether there was something on her leg. Arthur nervously replied that everything was fine. She noted that his footsteps were very quiet, and she had not known whether he was still behind her. Arthur replied that he could say the same for her, since despite her confident stride, her feet hardly seemed to touch the floor. Kathleen closed her eyes and explained that their mother had been very strict about their demeanors, especially anything that could be witnessed by others. Both she and Curtis had been required to take lessons on every aspect of royal etiquette. Arthur remarked that his mother had sent Ellie to those classes when she was little, though all she seemed to learn was how to get out of unladylike chores. As they continued walking, Kathleen asked whether Ellie was his sister, short for Elenoir. He confirmed it and asked if she had met her, mentioning that she was usually in the courtyard practicing archery. Looking at her, Arthur said he would have to properly introduce them sometime, adding that Ellie would be excited to meet her. Kathleen replied that she would like that. As they arrived inside the castle corridor, Arthur asked if she had met anyone else in the castle, guessing that the war had brought everyone a little closer. She thoughtfully replied that she mostly saw the same faces as before. The servants in the corridor bowed before them. Arthur asked again, mentioning her new guardian Hester, whom he had not seen around before. Kathleen replied that it was not like Hester had attended school with her and that she had been around for most of her life. Arthur asked whether she personally knew Bund. Kathleen answered that all three elders knew each other and had played crucial roles in the last war between humans and elves. Darv had sent soldiers to help Sapin during the war, which was how Hester and Elder Bund knew each other. After the war ended, leaders from all three kingdoms had been obligated to attend a summit every few months. Hester had mentioned both their names several times and said they had often trained together. Arthur said that explained their impressive coordination when they sparred. He then asked if she would be okay by herself. Kathleen showed him a pendant and explained that her father had taken extra precautions with reinforcements for her room and that she also had this pendant. Arthur recognized the pendant as the same one Ellie had received at her birthday party and said it was made from a phoenix worm and was beautiful. Kathleen tucked the pendant inside her collar and, surprised, said she was impressed that he could recognize it with just a brief glance. She added that the artificer Gideon had made them from a phoenix worm core and scales. Holding the door handle of her room, she thanked him for escorting her, saying Hester would have insisted on leaving with her otherwise. Arthur replied that it was no problem, as he had another errand to run anyway. He smiled and said it was the least he could do in return for her help with his training. She silently looked at him, then entered her room and closed the door, saying it was training for her as well, and there was no need to thank her. Arthur stood outside, saying they should train hard and grow even stronger. After this, he left, waving and saying good night. She stood behind the door, waved, and said good night, Arthur. Meanwhile, at the castle prison, inside a jail room, Micah was snoring while holding a book. Arthur creaked open the door, entered, and called her name. She rubbed her eyes, woke up, and remarked that he was a sight for sore eyes. Arthur apologized for taking so long to visit and sat beside her on the sofa. He felt guilty for not being able to do more for her, but before she could be freed, the matter had to be examined with utmost security. He told her about his training, and she tried to give him tips on gravity magic, though he had trouble following her nonsensical explanations. As Arthur spent time with Micah, the guards outside peeked through the jail bars. Arthur placed his hands on her shoulders and assured her it would not be much longer until Virian's team gathered enough evidence. Micah patted his chest, laughed, and told him not to worry about her, to do what he had to do. She then shouted angrily that she did not blame anyone but that old idiot Radia's. Arthur waved and smiled, saying he had heard this cell was not nearly as nice as hers. As he left, Micah waved back, saying being alone and unable to use magic was so boring and to get her out soon. Arthur smiled and replied of course. Later, Arthur sat on the bed in his room, holding Yudo's horn and thinking that he could not help anyone the way he was now. Not without realm heart, which he could not maintain for long. He then noticed Sylvie's ears twitching as she stretched on the bed beside him and said she felt like she could almost move normally. She sat up, looked at the horn in his hand, and noted that those horns supposedly contained vast amounts of mana. She asked if it was really safe to trust the scythe. Arthur replied that the Asuras were forbidden by the treaty from helping them and that Xyrus could have killed him on the spot if she had wanted to. He did not think it was too much of a risk. He clenched the horn and admitted that he had not been able to do anything when Xyrus showed up. But if she had not, he was not sure they would have been able to defeat Yudo. Sylvie remarked that as they grew stronger, so did their enemies. She added that if the horns helped him reach the white core, it would certainly help them. Arthur placed one of the horns in front of Sylvie and said that would be enough for him. Sylvie extracted the other one. Looking fearfully at the horn, she moved back and hesitated. Arthur asked if she was still in the awakening process that Lord Indrath had insisted on. She had been constantly extracting ambient mana, but it made her sleepy. Extracting mana from Yudo's horn would speed the process. Sylvie admitted that she had not been trying very hard to awaken. She was afraid that once she fully awakened as an Asura, she would no longer be able to assist him. As she grew stronger, it would become harder to hide what she was. Arthur tapped her head and reminded her that she had nearly died the other night. He did not know what would happen when she awakened, but they would cross that hurdle when they got to it. Sylvie replied that they always did. She then lay down on the bed with one horn, closing her eyes, while Arthur sat in front of her with the other horn, folding his legs. He closed his eyes and began searching for extractable mana inside the horn. Clenching it, he thought he could not feel anything. But then he noticed the horn Sylvie held beginning to glow with dark mana and realized she had found something. He took a deep breath, his body glowed with white mana, and the horn began releasing dark mana. The same white mana emerged from Sylvie's body as well. Suddenly, the horn fell from Arthur's hand, and he looked at his hand in surprise, realizing the mana had gone into his core. He sighed, lay on the bed, clenched his hand, and thought to himself that this achlorite was so annoying. Hoping the stupid weapon would be worth it, then he fell asleep too. Arthur's sleep was uneasy, plagued by dreams of his past life. In one such vision, he found himself once again as Gray, standing inside a grand arena, facing Vlaire with swords in hand. Their gazes locked as tension filled the air. The professor's voice rang out, signaling the match to begin. Without hesitation, Vlaire lunged forward, his face twisted in anger as he slashed his sword at Gray. Gray swiftly sidestepped and narrowly avoided the blow, his eyes following the steady flow of Kai that surrounded Vlaire's body and weapon. He thought how, although Vlaire came from privilege, the refinement in his control was the result of persistent effort. Vlaire swung again, but Gray bent backward to dodge, conscious of the need to conserve his limited Kai. Again and again, Vlaire pressed forward, striking at Gray with relentless fury. Gray responded with agility, dodging backward, ducking low, and stepping aside as each swing came dangerously close to ending the fight. Then Vlaire charged once more with a frustrated roar. Gray, watching calmly, recognized that despite Vlaire's aura and technique, he was still too slow. Seizing the opportunity, Gray kicked against Vlaire's arm and slashed his sword into his opponent's chest. The blade connected with a painful grunt as Vlaire skidded back, glaring at him through clenched teeth. At that moment, the professor raised a hand and declared the match over. Vlaire shouted in protest, claiming he could still fight. The professor calmly stated that there were no victors in the match and that he had seen enough from both of them. He dismissed Vlaire's outburst by pointing out that the so-called lucky blow came after over a minute of failed attempts, and he threatened to dock more points if he did not leave the arena. Vlaire threw his sword to the ground and stormed off. Later in the academy cafe, Gray was quietly finishing his meal when Nico and Cecilia arrived. Nico set his tray on the table and sat without waiting for permission, asking about Gray's results. Cecilia showed her amulet with a grin, explaining how it had worked as intended. She said she probably scored somewhere between average and not significantly above average. Nico chuckled and claimed he should have named it the not significantly above average Kai displayer. Gray found himself thinking that despite everything, Nico's ability to stay cheerful was impressive, especially considering how quickly he had recovered from Headmaster Wilbeck's death and pulled Gray along with him. Gray voiced his concern that they should have attended a normal school and that it was not too late. Nico ignored the suggestion and declared with dramatic flair that they were sticking together, drawing curious looks from other students as Gray looked away in embarrassment and Cecilia laughed quietly. Nico added that the school was not just for Gray, but also held value for him with its research labs and engineering resources. Cecilia agreed, saying there was much still to learn. Gray sighed and reminded them to be careful, since they still did not know who had been after Cecilia that night. Nico brushed the concern aside, confident that the Kai restrainer would last long enough for him to gather parts for an improved version. He soon grimaced at the food on his plate and suggested checking the results board. Gray agreed, as they made their way through the crowded hallway. Nico explained that engineering cadets were also ranked by Kai capacity, but not as strictly as martial cadets. He predicted he would land in first division or second. Cecilia asked why martial cadets had 5 divisions and expressed a wish that it were simpler. Gray remained silent. Nico encouraged him, saying he hoped they would all be in the same division, so he could keep an eye on Cecilia and punch anyone who got too close. Cecilia turned red but tried to remain composed as they arrived at the notice board. Nico teased Gray to lead the way while Cecilia suddenly noticed Nico's bottom lip bleeding. Nico explained it was from protecting her, but Gray corrected him, saying he bit his lip when nervous. Nico called him a smartass with a shove to the shoulder. They finally found their names on the list, with Nico in Division 1 Class 1, Cecilia in Division 2 Class 4, and Gray in Division 4 Class 1, the lowest among them. Gray clenched his jaw, knowing the road ahead would be hard and justice for Headmaster Wilbeck's killers would be even harder. In the present, Arthur awoke gasping for air. Sylvie was beside him with concern in her eyes. She asked about his dream, and Arthur reassured her, patting her head and telling her to rest and heal. He then left for training while Sylvie watched him go with a thoughtful expression. Later in the training hall, Arthur stood beside Virion, adjusting his armor. He voiced his concern about the dreams, wondering aloud why they kept coming. Virion asked what was on his mind. Arthur admitted he just hoped the training plan would work. Virion gestured toward Alanis, who was talking with Emily, and explained that she knew what she was doing. When Arthur asked why he had assigned Alanis as his attendant, Virion answered that after working with the Lances she was the best fit, especially since he had seen her in action during an ambush near Elenoir's southern border. Her deviant magic had proved remarkable in analyzing mana flow and identifying weak points, making her ideal to ensure Arthur's training was effective. Arthur then asked if this was about making him low okay good. Virion admitted it was partly that, but also about helping him grow. Alanis approached and handed Arthur a scroll with his 7-week training schedule. She clarified that she was contributing more than just to Virion's reputation. Arthur scanned the contents and saw it focused on augmenting mana flow and elemental casting, especially lesser elements. Alanis explained the first 2 weeks would be one-on-one training designed to push him into combat with varied elemental techniques, and force him to explore different styles. She told him that his current method was too rigid and predictable, always relying on his strongest elements, and their goal was to gradually shift his approach. The training would include sparring against 4 different partners each day, with a random rotation and 1 elemental restriction per session. Arthur groaned that his idea of brainless sparring had gotten more complicated. Virion patted his shoulder and told Alanis not to break him since he still needed him. Arthur stretched and asked who his first opponent would be. Before Alanis could answer, the ground exploded beneath him, and he was launched into the air. Short pillars of earth magic rose as Bund stood below, laughing with his arms raised. He summoned a massive stone fist, shouting joyfully as Arthur began to fall. However, Arthur cast his flaming magic and ran, dodging the attack. Alanis raised her voice, stating that fire and its deviant form were restricted. Arthur thought that Alanis was out to get him. Suddenly, his foot was sucked into the ground by Boone's earth magic. Boone stood ahead of him and launched numerous pointed magic rocks toward him in an attempt to strike. Arthur quickly ducked, touched his hands to the ground, and cast his ice magic, sending it toward Boone. The ice magic froze Boone's foot to the ground, rendering him immobile. Following that, Arthur launched several ice bullets toward Boone as a counterattack. Observing this, Camus commented that the boy was learning quickly, and Hester, who stood beside him, laughed. The ground rumbled as Boone touched it, and numerous pointed mud spears emerged, destroying Arthur's flaming bullets around him. Boone then cast his magic and, acknowledging Arthur's effort, complimented him. He cut the piece of ground on which he stood with magic, levitated on it, and flew toward Arthur, claiming that Arthur would have to try harder. Arthur spun in the air, cast a wind magic ball, and thought he hated to admit it, but the way Boone shaped the earth was incredible. As the wind magic approached, Boone blocked it by shielding himself with the floating earth piece. Arthur, continuing to cast ice magic, ran forward and thought Boone was a bit of a show-off. Emily adjusted her glasses and remarked that Arthur was adapting surprisingly well to Alanis's challenge, while Alanis scribbled notes on paper. Arthur, using his ice magic, cracked Boone's earthen shield, causing Boone to grit his teeth in frustration. Boone responded by casting long, earthen pillars around Arthur. Arthur dodged the attack and perched himself on one of the pillars, grumbling at the repetition. Suddenly, a bluish flame storm approached him from behind. He turned just in time and dispersed it with his water magic. Alanis announced that Hester was joining, and Arthur closed his eyes and acknowledged it. Boone turned away angrily, folding his arms, and said he wanted to go longer. Alanis requested that Arthur now restrict his water magic. A storm of flame magic crackled around Hester. Arthur, watching her, thought he could not see mana fluctuations without Realm Heart, but he could still feel them and sense the danger. Hester attacked him with her blue flame magic, destroying the pillar on which he stood. Arthur flipped through the air, landed on the ground, and realized she did not expect to land a hit. She wanted to disrupt his perception. He stood up and cast a wind magic storm. Hester clapped her hands, conjured flaming wings, and began absorbing Arthur's wind magic into them. Arthur rushed to strike, but was surprised when their combined magic spread around him, obscuring Hester's location. As the magic dissipated, Hester was nowhere in sight. Only her flaming bullets hovered, surrounding Arthur. At the same moment, Arthur sensed another flame storm approaching from behind. He turned swiftly and attempted to block it with wind magic. Boone, watching, remarked that Hester was not holding back. Camus added that she had almost caught him once, which was not enjoyable. Arthur struggled to hold off the encroaching flames. Soon, many flaming balls appeared. Arthur, staring at them, wondered if Hester was just trying to annoy him with all these distractions. It was working. He stomped his foot on the ground, causing long, pointed earthen pillars to shoot up and pierce the flaming balls, extinguishing them. Boone noticed and commented that he had just done that. Alanis turned and said it meant Arthur was learning, which was the goal. However, more flaming balls appeared in the sky. Arthur looked up, gritted his teeth, and reminded himself to practice aiming with earth magic. The flaming balls destroyed his pillars and continued toward him. In response, Arthur cast an earth armor to shield himself and realized he needed to find where Hester was hiding. He considered using Realm Heart but dismissed it as a draining shortcut. Boone was impressed by Arthur's earth magic and the armor he had formed. Arthur pondered how he would fight himself if he were Hester by irritating him until he dropped his guard. Arthur cast wind magic around himself, blasted away the surrounding flames, and shouted. Emily asked if they had made a mistake restricting his water and ice magic. But Camus raised a hand and disagreed, saying a major handicap would force Arthur to think creatively. A burst of blue flame erupted around Arthur, and he thought her mana pool was impressive. As Hester's flaming magic filled the air around him, Arthur wondered if this was her final attack. Magic surged in from all sides, enclosing him in a storm. He realized that, like any experienced fighter, Hester still kept her guard up. She emerged from the storm and charged at him. Arthur prepared himself, knowing the hardest part was coming. Multi-elemental mages had to choose carefully when to use each element, but learning to use them together was the true challenge. Hester surged forward with her flame storm to strike. Arthur used earth magic to launch himself ahead just as she unleashed her attack. He slid underground, avoiding it. The ground split behind her, and Arthur emerged. Hester turned in surprise to find him at her back. Arthur extended a magic-enhanced fist to punch her, but she countered with flame magic to dodge. Boone cast an earthen shield to attack Arthur, but a massive explosion shook the area. When the dust settled, Hester was lying on the ground, and Arthur stood before her in a punching stance. Emily laughed in excitement, saying that the phoenix worm scales were brilliant and the artifact had worked perfectly. At that moment, Ellie, Sylvia, Gideon, and Varian entered the room. Ellie remarked that it was concerning that she was surprised the device designed to protect her brother actually worked. Emily waved her hand and explained that she was not surprised, just glad there were no complications. Boone, frustrated, asked why he had not received a defensive artifact. Emily replied that he had started the fight before she could give it to him. Arthur scratched his head, smiled, and reassured Ellie that he had not needed it. Hester, standing behind him, warned that he would need it next time. Arthur placed a hand on Ellie's shoulder and asked what she was doing there. Ellie replied that she had come to watch him train, but it looked like he was done. Both Ellie and Sylvie held their noses, thinking he smelled sweaty and gross. Arthur turned and asked about Varian, saying he thought the old man had gone to a council meeting. Varian replied that he had a private update for Arthur. As the other conjurers left, Ellie also began to leave, but Varian stopped her and asked her to stay as well. Arthur, standing beside her, asked what it was. Varian explained that they were aware of the urgency in delivering supplies between Black Bend and the Wall. Some of their best warriors had been assigned to escort the deliveries. Their efforts had temporarily slowed the enemy's attacks, but there had been a recent assault. The twin horns and their parents had been on duty during it. Hearing this, Arthur and Sylvie were shocked. The next day, the carriage departed and passed through the barren land. Arthur sat inside, looking out through the window, while Gideon, seated beside him, was snoring. Sylvie, worriedly looking at him, asked if he was concerned about his parents. Arthur tensed, touching his head, and replied that there was a reason he did not want them to fight in the war. Sylvie reminded him that they had talked about how that was something he could not control, if he remembered. Arthur patted her head and responded that he knew, but they had only been gone a few weeks and had already been attacked. He then wondered just how fast the war was progressing. He questioned whether the attackers on the supply route were rebels or Alacrians. There was no way the Alacrians could sneak past the wall, but they did not know how long the enemy had been using the gate in Darv, so their reach might be farther than they thought. The road between Black Bend and the wall was just flat, open terrain, making it an ideal spot for enemies to attack their supply routes. Instead of weakening the wall from the other side, they might be sending spies through it. As the carriage passed by, rabbits twitched their ears and hopped. Arthur snapped out of his thoughts when Hester, seated before him, asked if he was enjoying the scenery. He responded that there was absolutely nothing to see, so he guessed so. He then said he was surprised the two of them wanted to come along on such an unexciting trip. Catherine, seated beside Hester, added that, as a member of the royal family, her presence would help things progress with fewer questions. She looked out through the window and said she did not particularly like that their people had to risk their lives just to get basic supplies. However, Hester said she could not imagine Alacrians effectively hiding there, as she would think the supply guards would see them coming. Arthur shook his head and replied that it would not matter if they came with hordes of mutant beasts. Catherine asked what if they relocated more soldiers to Black Bend and the wall as a vanguard for their supply routes. Gideon, holding his head, said there were not enough soldiers and that Commander Varian was hopeful. He would come up with some miraculous device to solve the issue. He then peeked toward Arthur and said he was also hopeful Arthur's new idea would be the solution. He asked if Arthur had any hints he wanted to give them. Arthur replied that the terrain worked in their favor. Gideon said Arthur was always so mysterious. Suddenly, the carriage started shaking, and they all inside were tossed from one side to the other. Hester pulled back the curtain and asked the driver what had happened. He fearfully replied that they were arriving, but the sight ahead was upsetting the beasts. Arthur peeked out of the window and was surprised to see dead beasts and destroyed carriages lying all over the road. After this, they all went to check the tent area, where the medics were bandaging the injured, while the other dead bodies lay nearby. Catherine, looking at the dead bodies, wondered how so many had died over a supply cart. Arthur noticed his mother and father and ran toward them, calling their names. His parents, who were helping bandage the injured elf ladies, turned to look. Arthur, worried, approached them and asked what had happened, and if they were injured. His mother touched his shoulder and responded that they were okay and that none of the twin horns had been fatally injured. Hester sighed in relief. An elf lady lying on a bed sat up and said that those idiot Alacrians had ambushed them. After they had sent Reynolds to scout the road ahead, they had not managed to take down a single one. Another elf lady named Helen sat up on the bed and said that her spell had held back that deviant beast long enough for Reynolds to return and deliver the finishing blow. She added that the lucky idiot got all the glory without a scratch. Arthur's father stood aside, looking at the elf lady, and sighed. After this, he asked Arthur what he was doing there, and if he had come just to check up on them. Cathalin stepped ahead and said that the condition of the supply route had been a priority for the council, and that Sir Gideon and General Arthur were evaluating the route. They had been tasked with creating a device to limit casualties and protect resources. Arthur's father scratched his head and said that sometimes he forgot he was a member of the council. Helen, sitting behind, said that he was also Arthur's father and should take a moment to catch up with him. At the same time, she would fill them in on the details. Arthur's mother helped the injured Helen sit up and told her husband she would stay in case. Helen strained herself and said that they would chat later with Arthur. After this, Arthur and his father exited the tent. Sylvia hopped onto Hester's shoulder and told Arthur she would stay behind and update him if he missed anything important. Arthur, leaving the tent and looking at Sylvia, responded that he knew. He remembered the time when an argument-like discussion had happened between him and his family, and he said to Sylvia that he could not control his parents' decisions. However, as they walked outside, Arthur's father asked him to look at his son, the newest lance, taking care of official war business. Arthur, worried, said that was true, but he had also correctly assumed he wanted to make sure his father was okay. His father responded that they were okay and would continue to be okay, because they were a strong team that looked out for each other, and Arthur knew that. Arthur replied that he did. He then thought that it did not matter, because plenty of strong people died in war, and wondered how he could make them understand. His father asked him if his sister knew what had happened. Arthur replied that she knew there had been an attack, and that Varian had assured them none of the casualties belonged to the twin horns. So she had returned to training. She had really become skilled with the bow and said she wanted to attend a magic academy. Arthur's father said it must be lonely in that big castle for a teenage girl. Arthur folded his arms and said that was true, but he did not think it was necessarily the friends she was after. His father said it was hard living in Arthur's shadow and that he should know. Hopefully, Ellie could find time to make friends while she improved her magic. Arthur remained silent. He then asked his father if he had any plans to visit soon. His father sighed and said they would love to, but as the war escalated, it became clearer they were needed on the field. Meanwhile, the carriage arrived. Arthur waved and worriedly looked at his father, who was petting the beast. He then exhaled worriedly and started patting the beast, too. After a while, Arthur hugged his mother and father. Then they sat in the carriage and left. Arthur, waving his hand and saying goodbye to them, thought that if they were going to keep risking their lives out there, he hoped his plan worked. Cathalin, sitting in the carriage, looked at Arthur worriedly as he watched his parents leave. After some time, they arrived in the city and got out of the carriage. Cathalin said that it had been a brief reunion and asked if he was okay with that. Arthur replied that he was and that they had to continue to the wall, and it was nice just to see them. Cathalin said perhaps she should visit her brother at some point, though she did not miss him at all. Arthur made a surprised face and said she should not say that to his face. As they were ascending the stairs, Gideon stood ahead and asked Arthur about his plan. He said family reunions were delightful and all, but he wanted to know what this device was that had been living in Arthur's head. Cathalin said she was curious too. Arthur replied that it was not really a device and was more of a mode of transportation. Gideon, surprised, asked what he meant. In response, Arthur asked if he remembered how he had said combustium could power an entire ship at full speed. Arthur used his magic to cast documents and said they would use that to build a ship that would travel over land, except he was thinking of calling it a train. Gideon asked where Arthur had pulled a name like that from and said it sounded like something a poor mana beast would say. Arthur raised an eyebrow and asked if he wanted the blueprints or not. Gideon snatched the documents and said train it was. He began checking the documents. Hester, walking ahead, asked Gideon to at least step into the building before opening official documents. Gideon ignored her and became speechless as he looked through the documents. He fluttered them in his hands and quickly approached Arthur, holding his shoulder, and said that this was going to change everything. He shook Arthur and said that if they wanted to connect Black Bend City to Calberk or Xyr, the rivers would be a pain. But with a few water and earth mages, it could work. Arthur, shaking in the air, said they should focus on the railway from Black Bend to the wall. Kathleen and Hester, who were standing behind, collected the documents from the ground. After this, Arthur patted his clothes and said that creating railways to other major cities would be important eventually. But their first priority was the Grand Mountains so their troops could survive. Gideon happily agreed and said that with this, they would be able to develop new cities. Arthur asked what he meant by that. Kathleen came to Gideon and gave him the documents he had left fluttering. She then said the locations of cities in all three kingdoms had been determined by where they had excavated teleportation gates. A secure mode of transportation that could carry supplies and people would allow them to build major cities in any location. Gideon, taking the documents, said he could not have said it better himself. Arthur smiled and said he was glad to see his ideas were changing the course of history. Gideon bopped Arthur on the head with the documents and told him not to say something flippant to a renowned artificer. He then sighed and said maybe he should just hand over his lab coat and take up a new hobby, maybe fishing. Arthur pointed at Gideon and said he could not retire just yet. He was in charge of pitching the idea to the council at their next meeting. Gideon pointed at himself and, surprised, asked why Arthur was letting him take credit for this. Arthur said it would be easier to garner the council's support. If the idea came from a renowned artificer, then Gideon would be doing the heavy lifting anyway. Gideon brushed his hair and responded that it was true. He happily clapped the documents together and dashed ahead, saying he would not let Arthur down. He then excitedly entered the teleportation gate, saying he would prepare the proposal now. Hester, looking at Gideon, said that the old man seemed to run on pure adrenaline rather than sleep and sustenance. Kathleen said that instead of heading back right now, why did they not stay the night? Arthur and Hester were surprised. Kathleen nervously turned red and shook her head once, glancing at Arthur's expression, then at Hester, and said she meant it had been a long day, and they only had training tomorrow. She had not been to Black Bend in so long, and everything there stayed open late. Touching her hair and looking at Arthur, she asked if they could at least stay for dinner. Arthur stifled a laugh. Kathleen angrily asked why he was laughing, saying what she offered was a valid suggestion. He waved his hands and apologized, saying he did not mean to laugh at her idea. He just never thought she would be the one to suggest playing hooky. After this, Arthur asked what their mentor thought, suggesting they enjoy the night and leave their worries for tomorrow. Hester thoughtfully replied that if their general was okay with it and would be buying tonight's drinks, then she agreed. Arthur turned and pointed ahead, saying they would order brews fine enough to make Boone jealous. Hester looked at Kathleen and thought she had never seen the princess so lively. She always reminded her of someone. Then she looked at Arthur and Kathleen laughing and talking with each other. Arthur asked Kathleen if the real reason she wanted to stay was because he noticed her eyeing that tavern earlier. Kathleen smiled and replied that a great politician knows when not to answer. Later that night, Arthur and Hester were in the tavern having their drinks. Arthur asked Hester where Kathleen was. Hester, ordering an ale from the shop owner, responded that she was drafting proposals to nobles who could help push Arthur's train idea forward, or maybe she was still sore about the joke he had made earlier. Arthur, gulping his ale, said he should not have teased her about wanting to skip training. Hester rested her hand on the shelf and, looking at Arthur, said that, as one of the few people able to tease her, she encouraged him to keep doing so. Arthur said it was not something he expected her loyal guard to say. Hester said she said it not just as her guard, but as someone who had watched over her for 15 years, and she was glad he was like that with her. Looking at her reflection in the ale glass, Hester said Kathleen's reserved personality made it difficult for her to find real friends, and even when she did, they were not truly friends. Arthur said he was glad that Kathleen had her to lean on, and was sure Hester was a big influence on Kathleen becoming such a great person. Perhaps even on Jasmine as well. Hester laughed slightly and said they would have turned out to be great women anyway, that Jasmine obviously had done so on her own. He said he was familiar with their family name, and Hester realized it was because his parents were with her in the Twin Horns. Arthur replied not only that, but Jasmine was his guardian while he was an adventurer. Hester asked if he knew all about the Flamesworth house. Arthur replied that he knew enough to understand that not all of them were the same. Hester, shaking her ale glass, told him that Jasmine was the daughter of her younger brother, and she was a good one, and she could not complain much about her siblings either. Arthur asked Sylvie, who was busy eating meat, if Jasmine had ever mentioned how many siblings she had. Sylvie responded by asking if Jasmine had mentioned siblings at all. Hester explained that Jasmine's father had a lot of pride, perhaps more than any other fire mage in her generation, and he had hoped Jasmine would at least become a dual elementalist. When it became clear wind would be her only affinity, he kicked her out. She said that, at least, was what she had heard, and she had always regretted that she could not do more for Jasmine, especially when she awakened. She then gulped the entire glass of ale at once, thunked the glass on the shelf, and said she was glad Jasmine had found good people to lean on. Arthur noticed her. The shop owner poured another glass of ale for Hester, and she looked at Arthur and said that did not mean he could bully her brother for being an idiot. Arthur told her to relax, and he had no intention of fighting Jasmine's battles for her. Hester said she was just making sure and could not let him go around insulting their family name. She then cheered her ale glass with Arthur's. Arthur laughed and said now she really sounds like a Flamesworth. Hester laughed and said she would drink to that. Arthur then asked what her brother was doing now, saying he had heard most of the Flamesworths were involved in the war. Hester replied that, last she heard, Trotius was a captain and his division was supposedly one of the main forces at the wall. Meanwhile, two people passed by and noticed Hester there. A girl came to her and asked if she was Hester Flamesworth, saying her father had been in her battalion. Hester responded that there were a lot of soldiers in that division. The girl said she had heard many stories about her from the Battle of Ediston. Hester said that, yes, it had been an iconic battle. The girl said she wanted to hear all about it. The guy with the girl offered a round of drinks to her. Hester responded that she could not today. She was afraid she was. Arthur patted her shoulder and said she was off duty and deserving of a few drinks. He smiled and said she should let loose a bit. Kathleen would be fine, and she should distract them before they noticed a lance was there. Hester smirked and said Virion was right, and he was an idiot. Sylvie, looking at Arthur, said he was sneaky. Arthur responded that he just wanted his dear mentor to get free drinks from someone other than him, and asked what was so bad about that. Sylvie hid in Arthur's jacket and said karma was going to get him. Arthur asked what she meant. Meanwhile, two girls noticed Arthur sitting there and came up behind him, asking if he was the newest lance, Arthur Lewin. Arthur was surprised to hear this. At that moment, Kathleen arrived and said yes, but he happened to be off duty tonight. She came and sat beside Arthur, saying she saw he and Hester had started the party without her. Arthur smiled and responded that one drink hardly counted as a party. While the two girls stood behind them, one looked at Arthur and then at Kathleen in surprise. As Arthur and Kathleen began ordering their drinks, the two girls behind them blushed and whispered that it was the princess, and they would go tell the rest of the girls. Kathleen looked at Hester and said it was good to see her enjoying herself, that she worked too hard. Arthur added that she had mentioned being with her family for a while. Kathleen replied yes, for as long as she could remember, but she was only assigned to her personally after Xyrus. By then, she already trusted her and her abilities. Arthur asked if Curtis had an assigned guard. Kathleen, having her drink, responded no, that was what Grotter was for. Sylvie popped through the jacket and said she liked Grotter. Arthur patted Sylvie's head and said Sylvie said she missed Grotter. Kathleen smiled and said she did too. Arthur asked, but not Curtis, right? Kathleen replied he had always been a little protective. She explained that their parents had instilled in him a duty to always take care of her. He encouraged her to go outside whenever she stayed in the library too long, but he hovered nearby in case she needed him. She thought he would have been the same, even if they were not royalty. She then looked down and said he almost did not accept his new role at Lancelor. With the war escalating, he had been hesitant to leave her side, but she convinced him he was needed. She was right. He had set up many Lancelor students for success. Furthermore, as she drank her ale, she said she was proud of him. But it was a little lonely without him, not that she would ever tell him that. After this, she looked at Arthur and said that the next time she saw him, she wanted to show him and everyone else how much she had grown. Arthur cheered his drink with Kathleen and said he was glad she had been assigned as one of his mentors. She smiled, responding that she was glad as well. After this, Arthur looked at his ale glass and said hopefully that they could see Curtis and everyone else from Xyrus again soon, as it had been a while. He then asked her if she had heard from Claire. She remained silent and remembered when Claire had explained to them not to tell Arthur that she had lost her mana. Because for her, there was nothing she regretted more than being unable to fight by his side and repay him for saving Xyrus. Kathleen turned her head and began to say she had, but within a second, she gulped the whole ale glass. Seeing this, Arthur was surprised. She then slammed the glass on the shelf and said she had formally requested a dance. After this, she held Arthur's hand and dashed forward while Arthur asked her to wait. However, music was playing, and everyone there was dancing. Kathleen asked Arthur if he would dance. He responded that he would, then started dancing, saying they could dance. As she was dancing, Arthur asked if she had been expecting ballroom music. Kathleen was surprised and nervously replied that she supposed that would have been unlikely. Arthur, holding his stomach, laughed loudly. Kathleen angrily pouted. He then extended his hand toward her and said all right, let him teach her. She nervously looked at him, blushed, gave her hand to him, and then they both started dancing, enjoying the night. Meanwhile, Tesha and her team members were passing through the forest. Suddenly, she began punching a green-haired boy without any reason. When he asked what that was for, she angrily clenched her fists and said she had just felt a rush of anger for some reason. After a few days at the Flying Castle, Arthur was in his training room, where Emily was securing the mana conducting bands around his arms. Arthur remarked that it was impressive how quickly she and Alanis had worked, then asked if she was sure she was okay. Emily replied that she was perfectly fine and no longer hallucinating. Their last spar had shown them exactly how to condense the magical bulk into those bands. Arthur said that was great, but insisted she should get some rest, adding that she was starting to look more like Gideon. In response, Emily yanked the bands too tightly, and Arthur shouted in pain. At that moment, Virion entered with Byron and Vere and commented that if Arthur had time to joke at the artificer's expense. Clearly, they were not working him hard enough. Everyone in the room bowed to Virion while Arthur remained standing and sighed, saying not this again. Virion responded angrily, scolding Arthur. Vere approached Kathleen and gently removed a small piece of rock from her hair, saying it had been a while and that she had grown stronger. Kathleen thanked her. She added that training alongside the elders and General Arthur had helped. Vere nodded while Boone turned and asked if Virion was here to take Arthur away and cut their training time short again. He looked angrily at Alanis, pointed at himself, and shouted that he was supposed to go next. Alanis pointed at the register and said Princess Kathleen was actually next. Vere excitedly flipped the blue sheet she carried and said she had just returned from a mission. She then fluttered the sheet away and added that it seemed she had a rare moment of free time. After this, she activated her crystal water magic and said to Arthur that she was due for a little skirmish with their newest lance. As Vere and Arthur stood before each other in the arena, Emily said the barrier was ready, she thought. Vere surrounded herself with her crystal water aura while Arthur enveloped himself in a flaming magic aura. Everyone stood there, eager and desperate to see the fight between the two. Kathleen thought they were afraid to blink in case they missed anything. She knew exactly how they felt, as her master had a presence that impressed even grandmasters of magic. Vere conjured a spear of crystal water magic, jumped up into the air, and lunged toward Arthur to strike him. Arthur moved aside and dodged the attack in time. Vere touched the sharp front of her spear to the ground, and it began to freeze with ice crystals. Arthur jumped back into the air and shot a storm of blue flame magic at her. Vere cast her crystal water magic spear and dodged the flames, then launched multiple spears at Arthur. Arthur activated his wind magic and began running. Kathleen thought that even one fight against Master Vere was more valuable to Arthur than training with her. Boone commented that now he saw how much the young general had been holding back. Virion added that Arthur tended to hold back against anyone he suspected was weaker, but against Vere, he could fight with his full strength. Camus asked why Arthur was not using that special form he had called Realm Heart. Ellie, sitting on Boo's shoulder, said it was so he could enjoy the fight longer, and that it was not every day they saw her brother this happy. Kathleen looked around at everyone as they talked about Arthur. Vere conjured a dragon of crystal water and sent it toward Arthur, who surrounded himself with blue flame magic and destroyed the dragon. The ice crystals were scattered all around the arena. After this, Vere floated in the air and summoned several ice crystal balls around her. Arthur, standing on the ground, began casting both his flame and wind magic. Kathleen observed Vere and thought it was rare for her master to display so much of her power, and that she needed to take notes. Boone asked the others if they wanted to place bets, saying he believed the young general would win. Hester pouted and said she supported General Vere. Camus chose Arthur, and Virion said it was a fair fight, but Arthur had the advantage, while Byron said he chose Vere. Arthur cast waves of wind magic and looked at Vere, saying that air pressure drops when the air cools, and she should feel silly for that last attack. Vere responded by saying that admitting one's shortcomings was a step forward. She pointed her fingers at Arthur and shot sharp ice crystals at him. Arthur, using wind and flame magic, moved through the air like he was dancing. Hester watched and said he knew how to combine wind and fire for greater power. Kathleen silently watched Hester, then turned back to the fight and wondered why Arthur was not dispersing his spell, since it had to be draining his mana. Suddenly, she was surprised when Arthur combined his wind, flame, and fire magic and launched the powerful attack at Vere. Vere brought her hands together and formed a shield of ice water crystal to block the blast. She then shot ice crystals and dodged Arthur's counterattack, striking him and sending him flying. Arthur landed with a huff. Byron noted that Vere had used her stronger form. Seeing this, Arthur also activated his Realm Heart form and smiled, saying it was time to bring the fight to a close. Vere and Arthur, now surrounded by their enhanced mana, stood facing each other. Kathleen looked at them and thought that even though she had seen Arthur's form before, it still sent shivers down her spine. Virion turned to Byron and asked if he thought he could beat Arthur in a fight. Byron remained angrily silent. Popping sounds were heard from the arena side, but Arthur and Vere still stood surrounded by mana without making a move. Ellie asked what was happening. Elenoir, watching with her scanning eyes, said General Arthur was spellcasting, but it was not visible. Byron said Arthur was countering Vere's spells before they could even manifest. Hester asked in surprise how that was possible. Virion said it had something to do with Arthur's form, and the popping sounds were the result of mana colliding and canceling each other out. Arthur, now surrounded by dark magic, jumped into the air to kick Vere. She turned in time, cast a crystal shield in front of her, and dodged the attack. Arthur moved toward her swiftly to strike again. Vere dodged again by stepping back and conjuring her sword. Arthur conjured his own sword. Vere swung her sword, and Arthur blocked the attack with his. Kathleen thought that while Arthur's conjured sword was weaker than Vere's, he had the upper hand in close combat. The duel between them began. Arthur swung his sword, and Vere broke it, but he immediately conjured another and continued fighting. Kathleen thought his attacks flowed into each other, and he had the mental will to create new swords as his old ones broke. It was almost like they were dancing, and both seemed to be enjoying the battle. They clashed again, swords locking as they pushed against each other. Arthur was smiling. Suddenly, his sword broke and he was pushed back. He quickly cast a wave of flame magic, but before he could act further, Vere's magic froze his hand, and he could not move. Vere placed her sword on his shoulder. Arthur started laughing nervously, and the fight ended there. Vere said it was a good duel with General Arthur. Arthur said that, as expected, there was still a gap between them. Vere shook hands with Arthur and said that if he had been able to hold that form longer, he might have overpowered her. Arthur smiled and said he considered that form borrowed power, not truly his own. He thought he had been making progress with ice magic, but after seeing her today, he doubted himself. As he turned to hear the advice and critiques of the mentors, he was left speechless. Everyone was standing with their heads bowed sadly, except for Hester and Byron, who were at Vere's side, eating sweets. Kathleen and Ellie were clapping with sadness in their eyes. After a while, Arthur nervously sat on the earth pillar and felt as if he were being forced into a classroom activity. All the other members, including the four conjurers, Virion, Byron, Vere, and others, sat before him on their own earth pillars. Each is busy with their own tasks. Alanis cleared her throat to get everyone's attention, and then stood beside Arthur to ask the group if anyone had feedback for him. Hester, who was sparring with Boond, loudly stated that Arthur's fire spells were strong, but that he expended unnecessary mana. Boond pushed Hester aside and questioned why Arthur would use lightning magic when Earth was a more beneficial base. Camus added that Arthur always reverted to his familiar affinities. Alanis glared at the three of them and insisted they speak one at a time. The three raised their hands quietly and went silent. Alanis then asked Elder Camus to speak first. Camus nervously agreed and said that using wind to bolster spells had been a good idea. But Arthur's application was shallow. Instead of using wind simply to push the lightning spear, he could have integrated it into the spell itself. Camus demonstrated by creating a spinning force and explained that it would strengthen the spear's piercing power without using much more mana. Arthur nodded and acknowledged the suggestion. Afterward, Byron flicked a flame between his fingers and explained that lightning was much harder to contain and shape than fire. Arthur observed with surprise. Byron elaborated that a more efficient attack would be to mold fire into a piercing shape, and then coat it with lightning. He then cast a fire spear wrapped in lightning and shot it at the wall. Arthur gave a nod of thanks. Byron returned the gesture, and Arthur reflected that although they were allies now, Byron was still the man who had killed his brother. Vere added that she had one observation. She said that Arthur's control was solid, but that as his opponent, it had been clear his ice magic served only as a distraction. She was certain Princess Cathelne had noticed this as well. Cathelne nodded and agreed that aside from the absolute zero spell, most of Arthur's ice spells were used to divert attention from his more powerful lightning magic. Arthur wondered whether he was really that predictable. Vere admitted that his speed and chaining made up for this weakness. But in a prolonged battle, it could lead to his defeat. Arthur stayed silent and listened carefully to everyone's input. After a while, Emily sighed deeply and said the process had been exhausting. Ellie wiped the sweat from her face and agreed, saying that 2 lances and Commander Virion gave very little breathing room. Arthur lightly tapped Ellie's hand and reminded her that there were 3 lances, including her brother. She replied that he was her brother first. Then Ellie and her beast, Boo, left the room, waving and reminding everyone not to work too hard. She winked and teased Arthur on her way out. Arthur suppressed a laugh and waved back, calling her a cheeky girl in his thoughts. Alanis walked over and remarked that Arthur's sister was very different from him. Arthur nodded and said she definitely took after their father. Alanis asked if that meant he took after their mother. Arthur responded that he liked to think he resembled both, though he was not sure. Alanis asked who else he could resemble if not either of them. Arthur remained quiet. At that moment, he noticed Emily snoring behind them. He called her name, and she snapped awake, claiming she had not been sleeping. Arthur smiled and politely asked if he could see the data from his training sessions. At the same time, Camus also expressed interest in reviewing the spell data. Emily adjusted her glasses and glared at them for disturbing her rest. Then she took the register notes from Alanis and explained that the numbers would not mean much without context. She said her assistants across several academies were testing lower-end versions of the artifact and recording students to gather a wide range of data. Arthur asked whether the device was meant to compare mages. Emily confirmed that was its exact purpose. She said she could compare the readings between the 5 of them, but more data would make her conclusions more reliable. Camus then wondered aloud which of the older mages was the strongest. Boond claimed it was probably him. Hester pointed at herself and said it was bold of him to say that in her presence. Arthur interjected that no matter who it was, he felt fortunate to be training with such talented mages. He bowed respectfully and thanked them all sincerely, saying he did not take their help for granted. They gathered around him. Boond nudged him in the stomach and mocked him lightly. Camus agreed with Arthur and added that he truly was lucky. They all laughed and continued their conversation. Later, Arthur shared a meal with Sylvie and Ellie in the training room. He reflected that as the weeks passed, he had made the right decision by staying off the battlefield. Both Sylvie and he had limits they needed to overcome. His mentors challenged him far more than the soldiers he might have faced in war. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Muriel asked Gideon for updates on his train project. Gideon replied that the landship, or rather the train, would carry at least 20 times more supplies than the old carriages. Vere raised concerns about the risks of traveling between Blackbend and the Wall, asking whether the fixed route would make the train an easy target for Alacrians. Aya, standing nearby, pointed out that it would also be easy to destroy part of the track. Gideon stood and acknowledged their concerns. He said that after their inspection visit, General Arthur and he had come up with a solution. Virion asked what the solution was. Arthur closed his eyes and smiled knowingly. Gideon shuffled through his papers and announced that the solution was to build the train underground. Blaine objected, saying the cost would be too high. Arthur thought it was clear Blaine had no idea what his own projects cost. Arthur then encouraged them to look at it from a different perspective. He explained that the project would solve 3 major problems. First was the supply chain issue. Second was the rising cost of domesticated mana beasts, since the glades had become unstable. Third was the increase in poverty. Bayern argued that claims of rising poverty were nonsense and said that business was booming because of the war. Priscilla raised her hand and requested that Arthur be allowed to finish. Arthur explained that booming business only benefited the owners and not the lower classes. He asked Queen Priscilla whether any cities had reported riots caused by rising taxes and basic costs. She admitted that this was their next topic and asked how he knew. Arthur answered that it was simply cause and effect. He elaborated that since the war had become the main focus, resources were being directed toward it. This caused living costs to rise for everyone else while wages stayed the same. Because of attacks on the borders and coastal areas, fishermen could no longer fish and farmlands were being destroyed. Alduin asked whether Arthur was suggesting the train project would create jobs for these displaced people. Arthur nodded. He added that building the underground route was an enormous task that could not be completed by just a few skilled earth mages. Regular workers would be needed for both construction and maintenance. Blaine acknowledged these points but questioned whether slave labor would be cheaper. Virion answered that slave labor had limitations, especially when it came to skilled work. He encouraged the others not to see the train as a one-time project, but as the beginning of a new era. It would open employment opportunities for non-mages, from laying tracks to planning future routes. These were skills they needed to promote, especially since more mages were needed on the front lines. Gideon placed his hand over his chest and said he wanted to work with people who would see the project through. He said if fair wages increased productivity, then that was the route they should take. An anonymous vote was held, and the project to build the underground train was approved. Along with it, several new policies were passed, including one that banned slave labor. Arthur trusted Gideon to manage the workforce so that the workers could eventually support and lead future projects. It was fascinating to watch a new era unfold. What had once only existed in textbooks from his previous world was now becoming real. This industrial revolution was clearly being driven by the war against the Alacrians. Though Arthur knew he could not end the war with knowledge alone, he could at least help the people caught within it. Notices about the project were framed and posted in every city and town. The people rejoiced as they read them. Tesha smiled as she read one as well. The scene opened at the Flying Castle, where Sylvie rested on her mat while the chef cut fish and prepared the meals. The kids played in the hallway, and Boone and Princess Kathleen trained together, as Boone dodged her strike and tore the ground when she attacked back. Meanwhile, Arthur and Camus stretched their bodies, preparing for training, while Alanis noted something on her notepad. Ellie told Arthur that he sure was getting himself busted, to which Arthur replied that she was no better than him. Irritated, Ellie told Camus to knock him out next time, and they both laughed. Right then, Camus pointed his palm at Arthur and said he wanted to show him something before they wrapped up, asking him to throw a punch right at him. Arthur confusingly aimed at him, and Camus told him to punch his arm that he had presented helplessly. Arthur asked if he just wanted a punch, and Camus told him to throw an augmented one, the kind he would use against enemies. Arthur punched with full force toward his palm, but his punch stopped right before contact, and Camus grabbed it. Shocked, Arthur asked what that was, saying it felt like he was moving through air. Camus told him that he was a smart lad and would figure it out. Arthur said that he had somehow used wind to slow his punch. Camus replied that it was a broad answer and explained that he had an inkling about this when they first battled, but his duel with General Vere had confirmed it. Arthur wondered what he meant and asked if they could try again. Arthur threw punches repeatedly, thinking that according to mana theory, when like elements collided, They could weaken or cancel each other out depending on mana output. He punched again, feeling the air pressure, and finally, his fist touched Camus's palm. Camus told him that he could see and had caught on quickly. Arthur smirked, saying that Camus had used air pressure and created a vacuum to slow his fist. Camus told him he used strange terms but got the gist, then patted his shoulder and called him brilliant, asking how he had thought of that. Arthur hesitated, and Camus said he was probably wondering why he had not thought of it first, to which Arthur admitted yes. Camus said that just as he suspected, Hester, the Hun, the princess, and he all had joined because he wished to immerse himself in each element while studying their fighting styles to better refine his own. Arthur agreed, and Camus told him that his problem was his style leaned too much toward offense. When he had to defend, he always chose the immediately obvious yet more energy-consuming route. He only thought of wind as a blade or tornado and earth as a spike or wall. But true mastery of these affinities, Camus said, meant understanding the subtleties of their nature, even when they weren't visible or used for killing an enemy. He continued, telling Arthur to look at the marks on the ground left from Boone's duel with Princess Kathleen, and asked if he knew what they were from. Arthur thought that the obvious answer would be craters from an attack, but he admitted that he did not know. Meanwhile, Boone and the princess continued their intense training, exchanging blows with remarkable precision. Camus said that masters of earth magic could redirect the force of an opponent's attack into the ground, and by doing so accurately, they could completely negate the threat. Such a fighter neutralized nearly all of an attacker's physical force. Camus added that although he was technically in a higher position than Arthur, and it might sound rude to lecture, he would still say that while Arthur's utilization of his element was impressive and his attacks carried great impact, he fought as if he were constantly in a one-on-one duel. Perhaps that habit came from his past battle experiences. He shaped his spells and attacks around either hurting his opponent or enhancing himself to dodge attacks. But the battles he would face from here on would not always mirror those of his past. The time he had to train there was short, so he needed to make every moment count. Later, the scene shifted to Arthur's room, where he found Sylvie resting. He asked if she was gracing him with her presence that day. Sylvie replied that while it was nice having her own room to train in, it got a little boring sometimes. Arthur smiled, patting her head, and asked if she had ever run into any trouble while extracting mana from her horn. Sylvie said it had been going incredibly smoothly. Arthur sighed and said that he wished he could say the same, hoping that maybe he would make some progress that day. He then sat down to meditate, thinking that something already felt a little different. The mana began to travel through his body, stronger and faster than before. He wondered what was happening but told himself to calm down, reminding himself that he was still safe in his room. Then, as he opened his eyes, he suddenly found himself standing somewhere unfamiliar. Before him knelt a man. Arthur heard a voice, Yuto's voice, commanding the man to speak. Arthur froze, realizing that he was witnessing Yuto's memory. The kneeling man introduced himself as the Cardinal of Bloodvale and said that he had come humbly to seek Yuto's guidance. Yuto's voice replied that although his bloodline was only thinly tied to Vritra, his ancestors had served him well. He ordered the man to remove his robe. The man obeyed, and Yuto's man analyzed the marks on his body, noting one mark upon awakening and 2 crests, one earned through an act of valor and another unlocked through the mystery of the initial mark. Arthur could feel what Yuto felt, analyzing, impressed yet distant. The Cardinal had mastered his mark and unlocked a crest, but Yuto seemed disappointed that both crests represented defensive magic. Then, Yuto declared that for the man's loyalty to the nation of Vetcher and his excellence in the last battle against Sei's Klar, he, Yuto, retainer of Kairos Vritra, granted him entry into the Obsidian Vault for the chance to earn an emblem. The man fell to his knees in tears, shouting his gratitude and proclaiming glory to Vetcher and Alacria. The crowd echoed his cry in reverence. Arthur suddenly gasped and found himself back in his room, breathing heavily. His eyes darted to the horn embedded in his chest, glowing faintly. He looked down at the crystals in his hand, realizing that the damn ether core, a chlorite, had siphoned all his mana again. He wondered how he was supposed to break into the white core at this rate, and what kind of weapon would even manifest if it kept absorbing so much of Yuto's mana. He clenched his fist and muttered that he hoped Ren had known what he was doing. Ellie shouted as she released an arrow, then scowled, calling it a poor shot. Nearby, Arthur sat silently, lost in thought. Marks, crests, or emblems, whatever they were called, he thought they could all be unlocked. He wondered if they were common, or if that man, the cardinal, was a special case, judging by how the others had cheered. The obsidian vault and the emblem must have been a big deal. He questioned whether Vecher and Seysklar were cities or nations. Ellie broke his train of thought, asking if her grip position looked correct to him. When she called again, he blinked and apologized, asking what she had said. Irritated, she scolded him, asking what the point of watching her practice was if he would not give her any advice. Arthur teased her, asking if spending time with her favorite sister was not a good enough reason. She told him that she needed feedback on her form, then knocked another arrow. Arthur told her she had been practicing a lot lately and asked why the sudden change. As she released the arrow, she said that with the war approaching, everything was changing too fast, and if something happened tomorrow, she wanted to be able to stand her ground. Arthur asked if this was because of the war that their mother and father might join the fight. Ellie snapped, shouting if he was even listening. She said that even if their parents did not go to war, nowhere was safe anymore. She needed to be ready. Holding her bow firmly, she said that if everyone she loved was fighting, then she should, too. Arthur sighed and told her that she had dropped her elbow again. He stood, gently taking her arm, explaining that her last shot faltered because she let her elbow fall right before releasing the string. He told her she needed to maintain her form after releasing to keep the mana's force steady and consistent. He adjusted her posture, helping her keep her elbow straight as she steadied her breath. The scene shifted where Albold Schaefer heard a voice approach. Recognizing the aura, he turned sharply and saw Commander Virion enter with Arthur. Albold greeted them respectfully, saying, "Good evening." Commander Virion remarked that it had not been long. Albold chuckled and asked if it was morning already, saying it was hard to tell without windows in the underground passage. Commander Virion introduced him to Arthur, explaining that Albold Schaefer came from a long line of renowned military officers who had served the Aralith family for generations. Arthur quickly realized that Albold's power far exceeded that of the average soldier. Virion mentioned that Albold had likely already heard of Arthur Lewin, to which Albold replied that he had, and rumor had it Arthur was the top contender to become the new Aralith heir. Arthur froze in surprise, cutting him off before he could explain further. Albold smiled and said that he had always wanted to meet Arthur, but had been assigned the paramount duty of guarding that door. He explained that he had sensed Arthur approaching from his aura alone, and admitted that Arthur's presence was even more imposing than he had imagined. Arthur replied that he had been holding back his presence. Commander Virion said that the Schaefer family were known for their exceptionally keen senses. Arthur then asked why someone of Albold's skill was guarding a door instead of fighting on the battlefield. Virion patted Albold's back and explained that during a mission in the Beast Glades, Albold had defied a direct order from his commander. He was supposed to be demoted, but Virion had intervened and convinced the council to station him here instead. Albold bowed deeply, saying his gratitude was as vast as the Northern Sea. Commander Virion smirked and told Arthur that despite being a troublemaker, Albold was one of the most loyal soldiers he knew. Albold bowed, saying that he was grateful for kindness, and Arthur wondered what order Albold would have defied. Then Commander Virion told Albold to unlock the door and let them in. Albold then unlocked the massive steel door, letting them in before sealing it behind them. As they walked deeper, Arthur's expression grew somber. Commander Virion noticed and asked if the dungeon brought back unpleasant memories. Arthur said it was ironic being forced to regularly meet the same man who had sentenced him here years ago. The man who had conspired with the Grey Sentinels to have him killed. Virion replied that if the decision had been his alone, Arthur would have been imprisoned for life. But Lord Aldir had been right, they needed gladers. The Grey Sentinels' influence on the kingdom was too strong, and if the truth had come out, chaos would have erupted across Sapin, which they could not afford during wartime. Arthur then asked about the third-eyed Asura, wondering why he had not shown himself even after what happened to Radias and Ulfred. Commander Virion said that Lord Aldir had given him a transmission artifact to communicate with the Asura, but he had not been able to reach him recently. Arthur frowned, saying that could not be good. Suddenly, he smelled mana filled the air. Arthur turned, then he saw Gentry putting his medical instruments on the table, stained red. Gentry greeted Commander Virion and Arthur as they entered, saying that they were honored to have them there. Arthur's eyes immediately fell upon the man bound to the chair in the center of the room. his body covered in blood and his head hanging lifelessly. For a brief moment, Arthur felt conflicted. He had little affection for the traitor, but even he had trouble believing that anyone deserved to be in such a state. Commander Virion explained that Gentry specialized in wind and sound magic, using them to create hallucinations that aided in interrogation. Gentry nodded, saying that it would take a little more time to break the prisoner. He added that, as for the retainer, he was quite a fascinating specimen. Pointing to a red chamber at the far end of the room, Gentry continued, explaining that the prisoner inside had an incredibly thick hide and a strong mental fortitude. However, the mana and movement restrictions were driving him insane, and he believed they were close to breaking him. Into stepped forward, pressing his palm against the door's magical seal. The chamber clicked open with a low hum, and smoke began to spill out from within. Gentry cautioned them to proceed carefully. While the ward suppressed the Vritra's magic, the prisoner was still physically strong and in a deranged state of mind. As the smoke cleared, Arthur immediately recognized the figure chained inside. Yudo sat restrained against the wall, laughing hoarsely. Arthur could tell with one glance that Yudo was far from being broken. He approached and remarked calmly that Yudo looked uncomfortable. Yudo glared up at him and demanded to know what he had done with his horns. Arthur smirked, holding one of the horns up in his hand and asking if this was what he was talking about. Yudo's expression twisted in rage, and he shouted, calling Arthur a fool. Arthur smiled faintly, saying that he wasn't there to trade insults, he had better things to do. Yudo roared, swearing by Vritra that when he got out, Arthur would wish he had died that day. Arthur's voice grew cold as he told Yudo there was something he wanted more than inflicting pain. He wanted him to live with the knowledge that he had no idea how he lost. That uncertainty would eat away at him far worse than death ever could. Yudo screamed in fury, but Arthur ignored him and told Gentry to close the chamber. Ento nodded and resealed the door, the magical locks humming back into place. Gentry glanced at Arthur and said that both he and Ento had tortured Yudo physically and mentally for days, but they had never seen him react so violently before. Perhaps, he suggested, this was a sign that they were close. Maybe they could continue pushing him while his mental defenses were unstable. Arthur shook his head, saying to leave Yudo be for now and not to open his vault again. As Arthur turned to leave, Gentry warned that it might be best to press him further while his fortitude was weakened. He could still remember how he lost. Arthur stopped and said coldly that he wouldn't remember, and that would be the very thing that drove him insane. Commander Virion watched Arthur in silence, then finally said that he didn't like the look on his face. Arthur glanced back at him and replied that when the time came, he would be the one to interrogate Yudo personally. Arthur stretched his shoulders as Emily asked if he was ready. He nodded and replied that he was. Alanis then announced that they would move on to the 3-on-1 scenario and that Arthur would be restricted from using water and ice. Kneeling briefly, Arthur steadied his breathing before rushing toward the field. Hester watched him and wondered aloud if he was really going for close combat this time. Arthur lunged toward her, his movements swift and precise, but Hester smirked and dodged easily. Arthur shifted his footing and pushed off the ground, sweeping past her shoulder and knocking her down. He thought to himself that he couldn't waste time, not in training and not in battle. He couldn't afford to linger on a single opponent. A sudden splash of water erupted behind him. Princess Kathleen had launched her attack. Arthur quickly analyzed the situation, his gaze darting toward the glowing crystals scattered across the field. He couldn't get caught off guard again. Tightening his stance, he turned and retaliated, sending an earthen surge toward her. The ground beneath Kathleen's feet started engulfing her, but she tried to counter with a spell of her own but failed. Arthur pressed the attack relentlessly, thinking that she had a lifeline artifact and would be fine even if he hit her hard. He couldn't go easy on anyone. Not when all of them would be fighting for their lives in the war to come. Before he could land another blow, Camus unleashed a wave of mana, joining the fight. Arthur gritted his teeth. He needed to find a way out. He thought about making a tunnel underground, but dismissed the idea. It would take too long. In his battle against Vritra's retainer, Yudo, he hadn't had time to plan or think. He had to act. Strategy meant nothing without power. As Camus's mana closed in around him, Kathleen struck from behind. Arthur stumbled and fell as fire and red mana ignited around him. The heat seared his skin, and he thought bitterly that if he couldn't overcome a spell like this, he'd never defeat another retainer. When Arthur next opened his eyes, he was lying on the ground. Ellie knelt beside him, pressing an ice pack against his forehead. She told him he was still running hot and to keep the ice there. He muttered an apology for what happened. Princess Kathleen said gently that it was fine, they were only training, though the elders might not see it that way. Boone crossed his arms and said flatly that they certainly didn't. He criticized Arthur for fighting like a child throwing a tantrum, pointing out that Arthur had no awareness of his surroundings. He knew at least a dozen ways he could have escaped that situation without charging straight through, Boone said. Arthur rubbed his forehead and replied that he knew. He wanted to see if he could overpower their combination spell head-on. Camus asked if Arthur was feeling the pressure. Arthur thought bitterly that to them he might just be a young prodigy, but he still carried the mind and memories of a king. To admit Camus was right would mean admitting that even with that experience, he was weak. Out loud, he said that if he wasn't strong enough to break through a simple combined spell, and asked how he could hope to defeat the retainers or the scythes, and how he could protect the people of Dickathon. Camus's expression softened. He told Arthur that being a lance carried immense responsibility, but he wasn't alone. Hester said that Arthur had quite the ego. She added that he wasn't so important that the entire continent depended solely on him. Princess Kathleen agreed, saying that just as the people of Dickathon relied on the lances, he needed to trust his soldiers to make up for what he could not do. Arthur frowned and asked if this was some kind of therapy session. Hester said gently that they just wanted to make sure he understood that they knew how he felt. Arthur looked down, frustration simmering beneath his calm tone. He said none of them had ever faced a scythe or even seen a retainer up close. They didn't understand what they were up against. This wasn't like a war between humans, elves, or dwarves. Even the Asuras feared the Vritra. His voice rose as he shouted, asking how he could trust soldiers to fight when he himself had barely survived, and how he could take things lightly knowing what danger awaited everyone. Ellie reached out to calm him, but Arthur pulled away, standing abruptly. He stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Princess Kathleen winced and muttered that she thought his battle with the retainer had been an easy win. Hester turned to her, asking if she realized how insensitive that sounded. Boone sighed, saying he didn't think her words were the cause of Arthur's anger. Ellie looked toward the door and said that this had been weighing on him for a while. When he first returned to the castle after that battle, he'd been far more injured than he let anyone believe. Emily nodded, saying that explained why he'd been so desperate to train non-stop. Alani suggested that they skip today's debrief, and Camus volunteered to handle it, saying that someone had to check on their dear mentee. Even if Arthur refused to see it now, Camus added softly, he needed to remember that he wasn't alone. Flying castle as Arthur stood on the balcony, his gaze following their effortless flight. The breeze brushed past his hair, calm yet heavy with thought. Camus entered after knocking softly, remarking that it was quite a quiet show. Arthur turned slightly and said that he would not lose like that again. Camus smirked and clarified that he had been referring to Arthur's little speech at the end of the fight, not the battle itself. Standing beside him, Camus said that his title and responsibilities might weigh heavily. He said he was not the only one carrying burdens. Everyone here had faced their share, both on and off the battlefield. Even his sister, he added with a faint smile, spoke like someone far older than her years. Arthur said that his sister and his parents were a big part of why he found himself in this position. Camus nodded, saying that protecting loved ones was often what drove soldiers to fight, but it was the loss of those loved ones that made them forget why they fought in the first place. Arthur said that it sounded like he spoke from experience, and Camus replied that it was a story for another time, one of the reasons he remained calm. Arthur mentioned that Commander Varian had told him he was now the head of a unit. Camus said it is just an empty title. After losing his wife and his sight during the war, he had no intention of ever fighting again. Arthur looked at him in shock and asked about his sight. Camus lifted a hand to his face, pulling the hair upward as he revealed his closed eyes. He asked if Arthur was surprised. Arthur admitted he was and said they had been training together for weeks, yet he had never suspected a thing. None of Camus's movements or habits had hinted at blindness. Camus said that he still saw, but not with his eyes. Control over wind allowed him to sense every shift in the air, every movement around him. He added that he simply could not read facial expressions, which sometimes made him seem rude. Arthur asked if he ever missed his sight, then immediately regretted it. Camus smiled faintly and said that sometimes he did, but the last thing he had seen was his wife, and that memory kept her alive within him. Arthur looked at him in shock and asked about his sight. Camus lifted a hand to his face, pulling the air upward as he revealed his closed eyes. He asked if Arthur was surprised. Arthur admitted he was and said they had been training together for weeks, yet he had never suspected a thing. None of Camus's movements or habits had hinted at blindness. Camus chuckled and said that he still saw, but not with his eyes. Control over wind allowed him to sense every shift in the air, every movement around him. He added that he simply could not read facial expressions, which sometimes made him seem rude. Arthur asked if he ever missed his sight, then immediately regretted it. Camus smiled faintly and said that sometimes he did, but the last thing he had seen was his wife, and that memory kept her alive within him. Arthur said that it was both sad and sweet, and that he would like to hear more someday. Camus placed a firm hand on his shoulder and told him that he was still young. Nothing good came from listening to tragic stories when a war loomed ahead. He told Arthur to get some rest and return tomorrow with a clear head. As Arthur turned to leave, Camus gave him a playful gust of wind to the back and warned that if he caught him going easy in training again, he would knock him down harder next time. Arthur laughed, saying that he was honestly a bit more afraid of him now. Camus smiled and said it was a good thing they were on the same side, reminding him that wars were never fought alone. The scene shifted to Arthur's past life as Cadet Gray at the military academy. As Gray stood over his defeated opponent, a Division II candidate, he breathed heavily, his sword trembling slightly in his hand. When he had first entered the academy, he had not known how deeply corruption ran through its ranks. Back then, he might have believed that victory would guarantee him advancement, but after a year within the system, he no longer believed that hard work brought fair results. The spectators murmured among themselves as the judges deliberated. Gray had clearly won, but something in their hesitation told him what was coming. Judge Drem rose from his seat and announced that while the cadet's martial arts were impressive, his poor Kai utilization showed a lack of fundamentals. Therefore, he would only be promoted from Class 2 to Class 1 within the 3rd Division. Gray's hands trembled with restrained anger. Across the room, Lady Vera let out a sharp laugh, tears in her eyes as she said that she thought Judge Drem must be joking by calling that cadet's fundamentals poor. Judge Drem scowled, saying her behavior was unacceptable during the sanctity of an annual assessment. Lady Vera retorted that what was truly unacceptable was holding back a talented cadet simply because he lacked a noble name. The judge snapped that he had done no such thing. Lady Vera pointed straight at Gray and demanded how he could justify placing someone of his ability in anything less than Division 1. Gray's thoughts raced. He hoped this woman had either the power or the influence to back up her defiance. Lady Vera continued, saying that Gray's Kai utilization was superior even to most Division 1 cadets. What the judge called poor fundamentals was, in fact, the cadet's ability to compensate for his lower Kai level through skill and precision. Judge Drem's face flushed with anger as he barked that he had judged for 20 years and demanded the respect he deserved. Lady Vera tapped her finger against her chair, smiling coolly. She said that she would respect his verdict and then turned toward Gray, who still stood on the battlefield, uncertain of what was happening. Lady Vera told him that he would remain in Division 3 as the judge decreed. She asked what he would think if she became his personal mentor. Arthur's consciousness returned to the present as his past life faded. He stood in the quiet halls of the flying castle, his thoughts heavy. The memories of his former life resurfaced more vividly with each passing day, making him wonder if his existence in this world was truly coincidence. A world filled with mana and chaos, it all seemed too deliberate. Perhaps it was fate. The Asuras, especially Lord Indrath, knew far more about him than they revealed. But they would never give him answers without something in return. Maybe, Arthur thought, if Dicathan survived the war with Agrona and the Vritra, Lord Indrath might finally speak. As he walked down the corridor, he stared out the tall window into the endless sky. There had to be a way to uncover the truth. Entering his room, he sighed and thought that perhaps the mana from Udo's horn would help him reach the white core stage. But his thoughts were interrupted when he noticed Sylvia asleep on the bed, her mana rippling through the air. To his shock, he saw her body shifting slightly, her energy forming the outline of a human hand. Alarmed, he rushed to her side and called her name. Sylvie stirred, blinking awake, and asked what was wrong. Arthur told her that her body had started to change while she slept. She looked at her hands curiously, then licked one and said that she felt fine, better than ever, actually. The mana from the horn, she added, was incredibly potent. Arthur sat on the bed beside her, smiling faintly, and said that it was good to see her making such progress. He admitted that he was still struggling to harness Yudo's mana, but he was determined to catch up. Sylvia laughed softly, saying that he was doing fine. The mana flowed naturally through her as if it were her own, and while it felt different for him, she was certain his time would come. She said she could feel her strength rising each day, and that he just needed to stay patient. Arthur patted her head as she rolled beside him, curling up like a contented cat. He thought to himself that it was a good sign Sylvie could recognize the difference between their powers, but he couldn't allow himself to be content. He picked up the broken horn once more and looked at it with quiet determination, thinking that he had to reach the white core, no matter what it took. The next scene opened where Arthur trained in his room, thinking that the white core stage after so long it felt like he was almost there. He was glad he did not accept Virian's artifact when he became a lance. His training with Cordry advanced his skill set, and Yudo's horn had helped his core. Although his mana flow had improved through training, he still could not use it to maximize power and speed to the level of the Theists clan. He thought the realm above the white core should unlock brand new strength as he started practicing with mana. Right then the door opened. Ellie, along with the bear, entered the room, and his mana attack hit the bear. They both laughed. They then went to the training hall, where Ellie said to Arthur and the bear that they did seem chirpy for such an early morning. Ellie asked Emily if she pulled another all-nighter. Emily replied that a back-to-back all-nighter fight actually. Emily said that she and Miss Emeria compiled the last 2 months of data for Arthur's last training session. Arthur thanked her for all the effort. She said that she learned a lot from this as well, so no thanks were necessary. She adds that Miss Emeria should be back soon. Right then everyone entered, and Boone told them to get up for their last session. Princess Kathleen and Camus prepared for the fight, and so did Boone. Hester said to Boone that she hoped that he had enough money for dinner, to which he replied that she was the one who would be dipping into the Flameworth's reserves. Alani said that since this was the final mock battle, General Arthur would not have any elements restricted, and they began. They attacked each other, and Arthur attacked as well, thinking that right now Princess Kathleen's mana level posed the largest threat. Her attack would be big, and he manipulated the earth under his feet to spring him forward as he pushed off and expelled the wind resistance as he ran. He thought that it was not the worst step, but it would do. Princess Kathleen was shocked as she saw him. He grabbed her wrist as she started to attack and threw her away at Boone. Arthur then thought that she attacked quickly and reacted quickly as he looked at his hand. Then came Camus with his wind mana. Arthur jumped at him, wondering if this old elf was actually blind. He then ran toward Boone, while Boone was prepared to strike with his weapon, and he dodged the attack. The others faced the wind attack as well, and Arthur wondered why their teamwork was so ridiculously strong. Right then lightning occurred, and he wondered what this lightning was and saw Hester and Princess Kathleen attacking at him together. He threw his attack as well, protecting himself, and thought that he needed help. He tried to get rid of this thing before he hit the ground, and the perfect target was there. Right then, Hester shouted that he was redirecting it, and their attack hit Boone. Camus said that someone really did not want pay for his celebrity feast. Arthur asked Princess Kathleen if she did not want to pay up either. Princess Kathleen ran toward him with her mana weapon, saying it was not about the money. Perhaps beating him would convince her parents to let her help on the front line. He replied that it was good using him as a stepping stone. He dodged her attack, thinking that he should create a vacuum and raise the air pressure in his palm to slow down her spear, and he did. He recalled Camus saying that masters in earth magic could redirect the force of an opponent's attack into the ground. He thought that negating nearly all of an attacker's physical assault. Right then, she was shocked as he grabbed her spear. He gathered up the mana tag in his hand and attacked her, and she fell away on the ground. Right then Hester attacked, saying she guessed these 2 months of training really paid off. Arthur smirked and said that maybe he was holding out on her the entire time. Camus laughed and told him not to kid himself. His use of wind power was still average at best. They both attacked him together, and Arthur spread his arm, creating mana surrounding him, and he disappeared. Everyone was shocked. Then a ground attack rose and Camus attacked back at it, but Arthur's attack grabbed Camus's leg and shook him. Arthur appeared near Hester, preparing to attack her, but she dodged his attack. He attacked again and again, but she dodged. He thought that considering only their mana levels, Hester's control over fire had fused his mind by far, but she could not beat him in hand-to-hand combat. He punched her in the stomach, and they all breathed heavily, and Ellie, sitting on the bear's shoulder, laughed. Emily was shocked as she saw the percentile and said that it could not be right. Arthur lay on the ground, laughing, saying he won. Next, Emily wrote something in the diary, and the others stood there in front of her. Hester asked who was going to pay the exorbitant cost of the feast. Boone said that he thought they decided the loser would pay. Camus said that it was true, but why hurt many when they could break just one, and he voted for Boone. Boone ended up paying for the meal he lost first, which caused the rest of them to lose as well. The others, Hester and Princess Kathleen, both voted in Camus's favor, and Boone was shocked. As he ate, Boone said Emily should pay, asking from whose sore mind they pulled that count, since they all lost. Emily explained that Alanis recorded the progress of Arthur's mana flow utilization, while she compiled the data on General Arthur. Princess Kathleen and Elders Camus, Hester, and Boone had cross-referenced everything against the data she received from his assistants. She said they only had 300 participants, the continent being at war, and gathering more data would be ongoing. The participants varied from students to soldiers to lances themselves. Emily continued that she requested them to be advised that this data did not take mana mastery into account, only the raw output of their average spell. Boone said to get on with it. Emily started with Elder Boone since he seemed the most curious. She said that based on how much higher Elder Boone's FPU was compared to the average of the limited data they acquired, he was in the 93rd percentile. Boone was shocked and shouted that there was no way 93% of the population was better than him. Camus said that it meant only 7% of the population had a higher FPU than him, then smirked. Emily explained that since the data pool was small and biased toward a certain demographic, everyone's percentile would likely increase as more data was gathered. For now, Elder Camus was in the 95th percentile, and Elder Hester was the highest of everyone, standing in the 97th percentile. Hester teased Boone as he said the data was not completely accurate. Emily said that Princess Kathleen's FPU result was next. Princess Kathleen said she would rather not know, as comparing herself to others would hinder rather than help. Emily then said that left them with the last result, General Arthur. General Arthur's FPU was in the 92nd percentile. Boone told him that he would grow in time, but for now, it seemed his FPU was just a tad higher than his. Hester said that was big talk for someone who was knocked out first, and Boone asked if she wanted to take it to the field. Camus told them enough with the bickering and asked Alanis if their time spent with the young general bore fruit. Alanis said that she believed the 2 months had been utilized to their full potential, and that General Arthur's mana flow rate had increased to a noticeable amount. She handed Arthur the notepad, saying it was for him, with the detailed recordings of her analysis. She had pointed out potential growth areas so he could have some guidance while she was not with him. Arthur thanked her and began to read, telling her that she had really outdone herself. She said it was her pleasure working with him. Boone said that they should head to dinner so the young general could sing their praises over some good food. He added that he was starving, and his mind kept going back to those 70-year-old barrels of alcohol. Hester said yes, and the thought of him paying for all of it made everything taste better. Arthur asked Emily if they should wait for her. Emily told him that she was almost done cleaning and he could go ahead. Emily turned off the button on the machine, saying goodbye to her dear panel and mana disk. She looked at the machine and thanked it for all the data it helped her collect, though she guessed not all data could be collected. The recording method had not been changed since the very first spar, but these numbers were so wildly different, especially when Arthur was in that special form of his, it was incalculable. She thought that this could not be right. The scene shifted to the dining hall, where Emily was impressed. She said that everything looked so magical, and she was getting hungry just breathing the air. Ellie lifted a glass of alcohol, and Arthur smacked her hand away, telling her it was alcohol. Ellie asked if he was sure that they did not need to dress up for this, and Arthur said that the dacre was a lot fancier than Virion let on. But he was sure this was supposed to be a cozy dinner to celebrate before he returned to the field. Ellie said she could not imagine how cozy it would be with the council, lances, and elders gathered in one place. Emily shivered at the thought. Hester and Princess Kathleen entered, all dressed up. Hester said that it seemed Arthur had already made himself comfortable in both attire and demeanor. Arthur said that he thought this was supposed to be a casual dinner. Hester asked if it was not casual. Arthur said that casual was wearing slightly too large pants to indulge in the exquisite cuisine they were about to enjoy tonight. Boone appeared with excitement and asked who was ready for some grub, standing next to Camus. Boone asked how they were going to get past the appetizers in that get-up. Arthur recalled that it did not take long for the rest of the guests to file in, although Virion called the dinner to mark the end of his training. It was a respite for everyone, not that King Glader really wanted to discuss anything with him. He could tell he still considered him disloyal to his home kingdom. With all the toasts and cheers, he found himself drinking a little too much. He hugged Virion aggressively as the others laughed. Arthur asked them if they were able to confirm the retainer's sighting. Very said that if they were there, they were long gone by the time they showed up. Aya said that all they could do was hope it was a false report, but they were happy to be back to celebrate his return. Arthur raised his glass and said it was a celebration for all of them. They drank, and right then Mika entered, waving her hand. Commander Virion said that he was thankful their scout in Darv found evidence. He added that General Mika was not involved with Radias or the Vritra. Mika saluted, saying Mika's allegiance would always be to the continent, but she was a bit confused since there were no dwarves on the council and Lord Aldir was missing. Virion said that they had much to discuss and several positions to fill, but that could be saved for tomorrow. Then, at the dining table, Virion said that he would make this short. It was very important for even their strongest soldiers to rest and be merry. He said yes, they were at war, but war or not, there would always be another battle tomorrow. So they should enjoy today, drink, eat, and laugh so they could tackle tomorrow with fire. The others cheered, and then the food was served, and everyone ate. Ellie said the food was so good. Arthur looked at the food and thought that he definitely drank a little too much, but the food was really good, and the alcohol was worth it as he drank. Ellie asked if she could try it, and Arthur let her take a sip. Meanwhile, Emily asked if she was sure about this. Ellie spat it out, and the others laughed. The waiter poured the flaming fungus, and Emily said it was interesting. Arthur smelled the food and grabbed his stomach, wondering if he was allergic to something. He thought that the pain was not normal, it was not his stomach, it was his mana core. Princess Kathleen looked at him worriedly as he struggled with pain, his expressions changing. Ellie looked at him worriedly, and the others also noticed. Boone said that it was just a rite of passage, that he understood, and he grabbed the bottle of ale, saying this ale could bring down even the strongest of men. Some laughed, and Virion sighed. Arthur got up from his seat and said it seemed that he had underestimated dwarven ale. He apologized to everyone, saying that he had to call it a night. As he left, he told everyone to enjoy themselves. They looked at him in silence as he walked away. Arthur struggled to reach his room, wondering if something was wrong with his mana core or if he had been poisoned. He entered his room and fell near the doorway. He grabbed the horn and thought that the pain was worse than death. His body trembled as the ache intensified, and he finally collapsed, losing consciousness. He drifted into his memories of his past life, remembering that year when his low-kai pool had held him back. He thought that he could not let that happen again next year. His friends had cheered him up, but as Cadet Gray in his past life, he still felt stuck in the 3rd Division. At least he had a mentor willing to work with him. Her kai pool and utilization were both very impressive, and to be a judge for the institution, she must have either great experience or the right connections, considering how the academy operated. As he walked down the hall, he thought that it was not a bad thing to have someone established in his corner, and he would take all the help he could get to move up. He recalled hearing the name Lady Vera before. Right then, a man appeared behind him, covering his mouth with a piece of cloth. Arthur struggled briefly before fainting, and the man dragged his unconscious body away. Arthur woke up suddenly, gasping and breathing heavily as he came back to the present. He looked around, confused, wondering what had just happened. White mana began to release from his body, swirling in the air around him. He stared in shock, then smiled as realization hit him. He had done it. He had become a white core mage. He could feel the mana flow through him with a smoothness unlike anything before. Smiling proudly, he he muttered that Alanis would have to update her data. He thought that unlike stagnant magic, which was limited in variation and could be reproduced with gestures and chants, organic magic did not require those methods, though it was far harder to cast and control. His experience from his past life gave him an advantage, but it had never felt this natural. The flow was seamless and nearly instant. Breaking into the white core stage was a tremendous leap forward. He wondered if the advancement had also affected his cognition, and if this was why all the lances were so skilled at manipulating mana. He smiled faintly and wondered what he could do now that he had reached the real heart of his power. Right then, Sylvie's voice echoed in his mind, calling out to him. Through their mana link, he could sense her distress. He rushed toward Sylvie's room, opening the door quickly. His eyes widened as he saw her. Sylvie stood there, no longer in her dragon form, but as a human elf. He froze, asking if it was really her. She smiled and greeted him softly. Arthur was stunned. She stood up and asked how long he planned to keep staring like that. Arthur apologized, saying he was just trying to process everything, then asked her what exactly had happened. Sylvie said that she thought absorbing the mana from Yudo's horn allowed her to finally break the seal her mother had placed to keep her hidden. Arthur questioned her, asking if by breaking the seal, she had unlocked the human form Asuras possessed. Sylvie said that she had not had the chance to study the changes yet, and she could not tell him exactly what was happening at the moment. Suddenly, her body tensed, and Sylvie attacked him instinctively. Arthur caught her and asked if she was okay, but she shivered, coughing hard. Her voice began to shift, changing in tone. Arthur's expression turned to shock as a new voice spoke through her. The voice asked him if he could hear him, then said that by his reaction, he would take that as a yes. Arthur demanded to know who was speaking through Sylvie. The voice said calmly that he was grateful they happened to be in the same room when the connection was finally established, as it made things much easier. Arthur's mana flared as he shouted again, asking who he was. The voice replied with composed certainty that he was Agrona, the leader of Alacria.
Arthur fell into deep thought as he realized that Sylvie was being possessed by Agrona, the leader of Alacria, and his mana surged intensely within the dark room. He then glanced toward Agrona and asked what had happened to Sylvie and whether she was safe. The girl calmly evaluated that Sylvie was a good name and explained that what she was using to speak with him was merely a harmless spell she had embedded in Sylvie while she was still an egg. She assured him that Sylvie was safe and simply sleeping. Arthur immediately conjured a large flame, prompting Agrona to thank him sarcastically for the hospitality and for keeping his wits together, remarking that communicating was much easier when he did not try to kill her. Arthur sat down in a chair and replied that hurting her while she was possessing his bond would not be very effective. The girl cheerfully responded that she could not even use mana arts in that body anyway, but said she would move on to something more important. She added that she was pleased to have caught him there for 2 reasons. First, she would not have to seek him out and risk running into his leaders along the way, though she admitted it would have been amusing to see their reactions if they discovered that she had been able to invade the most secure location on their continent. Arthur frowned and asked what the second reason was. Agrona excitedly jumped down from the chair and answered with a laugh that he was the only one on that continent she was interested in. Hearing that, Arthur fell into contemplation and wondered why the leader of a rogue Asura clan would be interested in him. He thought to himself that whatever the reason was, it could not possibly be a good thing. The girl suddenly burst into laughter and teased him about the look on his face. She told him not to worry because she was not going to suddenly pin him down. She joked that even if her tastes leaned that way, it would still be somewhat inappropriate in her current form. Arthur frowned and remarked that she was far more eccentric than he had imagined. Agrona asked whether he had imagined her as some poised dictator wearing a silk cape and bent on making the world entirely hers. Arthur admitted that it had been something like that. The girl agreed that he was partly right, but explained that she had to appear dignified to her people. She said that she had spent generations among lessers like him in Alacria, observing how they changed their ethics on a whim. She gave the example that only a couple hundred years ago public executions had been considered free entertainment, while now people found them horrifying. She complained that dealing with such changing values was a nuisance, which was why she had her people manage the lessers according to their shifting sense of right and wrong. Arthur stepped forward and demanded to know what her own sense of right and wrong was, pointing out that her retainers had massacred soldiers with obvious delight. The girl calmly folded her arms and replied that he had displayed her poor Jagrette's frozen corpse like a trophy, suggesting that it was hardly fair for him to act as though his side was morally superior. Arthur thought to himself that if what she said was true, then Alacria might not actually be the wasteland full of enslaved lessers under the Vritra's command as he had believed. Agrona then remarked that he was probably thinking it strange that she actually cared about the lessers. Arthur recalled what he had heard and cautiously replied that according to the Asuras, she had been breeding and conducting experiments on them even before she had been expelled from Epheotis. After hearing that, the girl stood up and stretched, stating that the best lies were half-truths. Arthur remained standing still, watching Agrona's figure. Suddenly, the girl placed her hand on the wall and asked whether Kezis and his lackey had never told him the real reason she had done all of this. At that moment, Agrona noticed a piece of cloth on the floor. From behind her, Arthur curiously asked whether the reason had not been to build an army capable of bringing down the other Asuras. The girl did not answer immediately. Instead, she crouched down and poured out the contents of a pouch of objects. After picking something up, Agrona asked if that was truly all they had told him. She then tossed the object away with visible disdain and asked Arthur whether he truly believed she had simply woken up one day wanting to commit genocide against her own brethren. Arthur firmly replied that no reason she could give would justify what she was trying to do. Agrona calmly observed that she should have expected him to have the same mindset as Kezis. She then proposed a hypothetical situation. If he had lived on that continent without magic, how differently would everyone he knew treat him? She said that the royal families he knew would not even glance in his direction, and that his peers from Xyrus would never have been his peers at all, because, without magic, he would never have attended Xyrus. She asked how he would feel in that situation. She continued by explaining that basilisk clans were notorious among other races, but asked him to imagine that even his own clansmen looked down on him for lacking talent. She added bitterly that Lord Indrath, who had approved of Arthur, had not even considered her worthy of his attention. Arthur gave a faint, dry laugh and replied that this hypothetical version of himself was supposed to make him relate to her, yet it still did not justify playing with the lives of countless people just so she could grow stronger. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked whether he shed tears for the ants he stepped on. Arthur shook his head and said with a sigh that he had been naive to think they could have a rational conversation. Agrona then analyzed that what he had achieved through those experiments had benefited all of the lessers in Alacria, adding that they worshipped him not out of fear, but out of reverence, and that to them he was their savior. Arthur questioned whether Agrona had wiped their memories of killing and torturing their people's ancestors or something similar. The girl confidently explained that she was sure those test subjects were grateful that he had made use of them, adding that it would be their heirs and future generations who would reap the rewards of their sacrifices. Arthur fell into his own thoughts and reflected that the egotistical maniac truly believed what he was doing was right. After a moment, he asked what exactly Agrona had accomplished that was supposedly worth experimenting on the people of Alacria. Agrona responded by addressing Arthur and noting that in Decathlon the number of mages to non-mages was 1 to 100, then asked what Arthur supposed the statistic was in Alacria. The girl gently stated that it was 1 in 5. Hearing this, Arthur cried out in shock that it was 1 in 5. Agrona frowned slightly and remarked with a chuckle that Arthur looked impressed. Arthur, still stunned, asked what Agrona's goal in all of this was and said that he sounded insane. Agrona replied that insanity was relative. Arthur then said quietly that he had assumed Agrona wanted his help or intended to get him on his side. As if it were a joke, the girl burst out laughing and exclaimed mockingly about his side, then remarked that Arthur assumed many things but lacked answers. She added that she supposed she could provide some and asked if he remembered when his parents had been attacked at the wall, explaining that his parents had been left untouched because she had willed it. She then brought up the Ashura's unresponsiveness to his leaders. In the past, the king had once said that they were supposed to discuss how to handle the traitors, but their Ashura ambassador had gone on a little vacation. The queen had continued by saying that with Radius imprisoned and Lord Aldir gone, they had no one to lead the dwarves. The girl then recounted that a few Ashuras, including Aldir and Winsome, had attempted to infiltrate her castle in Alacria. Arthur wondered whether that meant the treaty had been broken. Agrona objected and explained that neither he nor the Asuras in Epheotis wished for that, so they had made another deal. Arthur frowned and probed further, asking what that deal was. Agrona emphasized that the Ashuras could no longer aid Arthur in any way throughout the war, adding that Winsome, Aldir, and the rest of the Ashuras had abandoned both Arthur and Decathlon. Arthur fell into confusion and began asking why Agrona was telling him this, but the girl interrupted and reminded him that he had asked about her goal. She explained that while getting him on her side willingly would be nice, what she wanted right now was for him to remove himself from the war. She stated that she had been conservative during the war and had refrained from unnecessary civilian deaths, but that did not mean things would continue that way. She warned that Arthur had barely clung to his life until now, and that this was only the beginning. She asked how likely it was that his side could win the war, and whether his family and loved ones would still be alive in the end. She suggested that he could hide and seek refuge in Elacria, where everyone would practice magic together. Agrona continued by saying that he simply needed Arthur not to become an opponent to his army. The girl then spoke softly, promising that if Arthur could guarantee that, she would guarantee that he and his loved ones would be left untouched. She then added that Sylvie seemed to be stirring from her sleep and advised Arthur to take some time to think about everything. She said she would leave a spell with Sylvie so he could give her his answer, and advised him to make a choice soon, because they were progressing to the next stage of the war, assuring him that it would not benefit his side. Arthur replied with a dark expression, recalling that earlier Agrona had said he was the only one on the continent whom Agrona was interested in, and pointed out that Agrona had never told him why. Agrona sat down in a chair and replied that there was no harm in telling him, adding that he had enjoyed talking with an old friend of Arthur's. Then, in a mysterious tone, the girl revealed that it was King Grey. The sound of galloping hooves thudded against the ground as the soldiers formed defensive shields while a monstrous beast pressed them hard. Stefan loudly invoked the Great Vritra, ordering the shields to maintain their defensive panels and commanding that no beasts be allowed to stray from the pack, adding that it had been troublesome leading them there from the northern beast glades. He remarked that even Unads had their uses, thinking it better for one of them to die than a mage, before asking Ashton if he could get a reading inside the forest. Ashton hesitantly replied that he could not, explaining that his range could not reach that far, possibly due to the fog. Turning away, Stefan remarked that Ashton would have to go in with them. Ashton, confused, began to protest that it was not what he meant, but Stefan grabbed his collar and angrily demanded whether sentries thought themselves special because of their voyeuristic tricks, warning that Ashton would be safer under his personal shield and caster than if he kept talking. Frightened, Ashton agreed. After releasing his collar, Stefan instructed Ashton to form a mental link with him alone, remarking that something told him Ashton was not very good at multitasking. As Ashton placed his hand on Stefan's temple and a violet aura spread, he nervously asked if Stefan could hear him. Stefan wondered how Ashton could still stutter even within his own mind, while Ashton explained through their thoughts that he could only perform one-way transmissions and would not be able to hear any response. Stefan replied that he could hear him and told him to get ready, explaining that the powder he held would prevent corrupted beasts from attacking him for a short time. Stefan then thought to himself that all the beasts had breached the Elshire forest and that he could finally show off his newly unlocked crest, believing that if the mission succeeded, he would gain entry to the obsidian vault and acquire an emblem like his father. As everyone's arms began to glow, Stefan raised his hand and commanded the Unads to take frontline positions with weapons ready, while ordering the strikers to stand behind them with shields and casters close. The soldiers lined up in formation as he clenched his fist, crushing whatever he held. Lena's army began advancing into the forest. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as heavy footsteps approached, and a horde of beasts charged at them. Stefan's team launched a surprise assault, giving the enemy no time to react, as he commanded them to charge. His subordinates rushed forward to attack Lena's forces while Stefan silently observed, thinking that the Decathians possessed strange and versatile magic, and that even weaker mages could protect themselves with mana. However, he believed it did not matter, seeing the mission as an easy opportunity to gain accolades and strengthen his bloodline. He found leading mutant beasts thrilling compared to boring covert missions and believed his presence alone inspired confidence in the soldiers, most of whom were older yet possessed runes inferior to his. He further thought that although his father might not claim a legendary regalia, he himself would, and once he entered the vault, he alone would make House Vale rise across Vetcher, perhaps even all of Elacria. As one beast was cut into pieces by Lena, she ordered that not a single beast be allowed to go any further. Excited, Stefan declared that she was his target and instructed Saren to focus shields on him while keeping distance with Mari, ordering Ashton to stay close to them and relay his position if he was in danger. With his sword engulfed in blazing flames, Stefan charged forward. Sensing danger behind him, he quickly distanced himself from Lena, thinking that she had barely managed to protect herself with mana and that Decathian mages, while versatile, were as slow as he had heard. As he formed a shield to block incoming arrows, he dismissed his enemies as primitive fools. Meanwhile, the beasts continued attacking Lena's forces, injuring many. Wrapped in flames, Stefan dashed forward as Ashton clasped his hands and used his ability, reporting that the Decathian mage had different mana readings but was on the lower end of a mid-tier mage, and that her caster was preparing a single-target spell. As streams of power flew toward Stefan, Ashton urgently warned him to duck. Stefan quickly lowered himself to evade the attack, thinking that if it had hit him directly, even a shield would not have saved him, and that he needed to end the fight quickly since he could not waste time on a single enemy. Through their mental link, Ashton warned him that the threat was to his right. Stefan continuously dodged, realizing that having a sentry accessible was useful and that despite their lack of offensive or defensive magic, he could see why they were valuable. Controlling his flaming sword, Stefan plunged it toward Lena, but she narrowly dodged, causing the blade to strike the ground and crack it open. He surged forward and delivered a powerful blow to her abdomen, sending her crashing into a tree. Standing arrogantly before her, Stefan laughed with satisfaction, declaring that it had been an easy victory. However, as he raised his sword, he suddenly froze. Ashton stammered urgently that Stefan needed to get out of there immediately. Unable to move, Stefan bent over, wondering what was happening and feeling as though something was invading his soul. He declared that he was the son of Carnal Vale and heir to House Vale, insisting that he would not be brought down. At that moment, Arthur stepped in front of him. Trembling, Stefan thought that the mage appeared to be around his age and questioned how he could be so powerful. Struggling to stand, Stefan attempted to distance himself, but Arthur swiftly activated his power and struck directly at Stefan's arm. Crying out in pain as he collapsed to the ground, Stefan called for Ashton, trying to tell him to inform Saren, only to realize that his comrades had already fled. Stefan gritted his teeth as his breathing grew heavy, thinking that it had not been supposed to turn out like that. Around them, the forest had become a chaotic battlefield filled with the dead and wounded. Arthur reflected that too many elven soldiers had died trying to protect their home. Lena stepped forward and expressed her gratitude to General Arthur for his aid, introducing herself as Lena Immerse, the head of the southeastern unit in Elenoir. Arthur turned his face away and apologized, saying that all of it could have been avoided had he arrived before the beasts reached the forest. He wondered internally whether that was what Agrona had meant when he said the war was progressing to the next stage, and he advised that a decision should be made soon because the war was advancing in a way that would not benefit their side, questioning how the council would handle the situation. He then noticed that Stefan had fallen unconscious and called out to a soldier. When the soldier hurried over and nervously acknowledged him as General Arthur, Arthur ordered him to take Stefan to the camp, tend to his wounds so he would not bleed out, and ensure that he did not kill himself, as he needed him alive. It was described that the camp was surrounded by a magical circle, and that Stefan, who had been tightly bound to a chair, struggled as he shouted that his arm was gone and demanded that someone answer him immediately. It was then recounted that Arthur, standing outside, pulled the curtain aside to let light flood into the dark tent and loudly declared that if they primitive beasts knew what was good for them, they would untie him, adding that he was of Blood Vale, a distinguished family, though before Stefan could finish, Arthur slapped him. Stefan, both angry and confused, exclaimed that Arthur had slapped him and demanded to know his name, threatening retaliation. In response, Arthur grabbed him by the throat and said that he did not think Stefan understood the gravity of the situation he was in. As lightning gathered in Arthur's hand, Stefan choked and begged him to stop, asking what he was doing. At that moment, Arthur was said to recall Argona's words, in which Argona had remarked that it was hardly fair to act as though Arthur's side was better and had questioned whether Arthur shed tears for the ants he stepped on. It was then described that Arthur pressed his lightning-charged hand against Stefan's face, causing him to scream in agony. Stefan, trembling and gasping, said that it felt as though he were on fire. Arthur grabbed his head and told him that his nerve endings were slightly fried and confused, but that it was only the beginning. As Arthur shocked him again, Stefan became increasingly terrified and incoherent, eventually pleading for mercy and asking why this was being done to him, offering to give anything Arthur wanted. Arthur replied that he wanted his name. Stefan, confused, asked why Arthur needed to know, but Arthur, losing patience, let lightning leak from his hand again. Terrified, Stefan cried out his name as Stefan Vale. Arthur then asked if Stefan's family, or blood, as he called it, was prominent, and Stefan confirmed that it was. Arthur stated that he would not kill him if he cooperated, and that his condition would depend on how honestly he answered the questions, asking if he understood. Stefan, intimidated, replied that he did. Arthur then instructed him to list all the members of the Vale House and their relationships to him. Stefan proceeded to name Lucia Vale as his sister, Izora Vale as his mother, and Carnal Vale as his father, invoking the glory of Vetcher and Alacria. It was noted that Arthur thought to himself about Carnal Vale, recalling Leto's memory, before asking about the awakening process. Stefan explained that the awakening was a ceremony that unlocked a child's first mark so they could become a mage. Arthur then asked about the difference between a crest and a mark. Stefan, internally wondering how Arthur knew about them, explained that a crest was stronger and granted a greater understanding of a mark's specific type of magic. Arthur, thinking that the best way to get answers was to pretend he was only seeking confirmation, asked whether a crest was the strongest level and what stage came above marks and crests. Stefan answered that after crests came emblems and then regalias. Arthur continued by asking how strong mages with regalias were compared to retainers. Stefan, confused and frightened, admitted that he did not know, explaining that his family's most powerful mage was only an emblem holder and swore on the name of Vritra. Arthur sighed and remarked on how they treated the Vritra like gods, then asked whether Stefan knew how many emblem and regalia holders were currently in Decathlon. Stefan shook his head and said that while his commander was an emblem holder who answered to a regalia holder, he did not know the exact numbers. Arthur concluded internally that Stefan was too low-ranked to be useful and that the House of Vale must be of lesser status. However, Stefan quickly added that he did know something important, explaining that theirs was not the only attack on the forest and that several other troops were heading north. He then pleaded that this was good information and begged to be released, insisting that Arthur had promised and that he had answered every question truthfully. It was described that outside the camp, many soldiers were wounded. Arthur then stated that, as he had said before, he would not kill Stefan, and with a threatening smile, told others to dispose of the Alacrian however they saw fit. Arthur was then said to walk alone through the quiet forest, recalling Argona's warning that he should make a choice soon, as the war was progressing to its next stage and it would not benefit Arthur's side. Leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, Arthur wondered whether he should have told the council about Agrona, noting that no one knew of the threat except himself and Sylvie, who only knew because it had become harder to hide his thoughts from her. He expressed hope that Sylvie was adjusting to her new body and abilities, and reflected that he now had greater control over his dragon's will after reaching White Core, adding that it was a good thing he had left her at the castle. It was then recounted that Argona smiled and remarked that those test subjects were surely grateful he had made use of them, adding that Winsome, Aldir, and the rest of the Ashras had abandoned Arthur and Decathlon. In another scene, it was described that in a dark room, Gray was bound to a chair when Ivan entered and asked whether Gray could hear him. Gray's arm began to move, and upon waking, he gasped and asked who Ivan was. Ivan then asked what the last thing Gray remembered was. Gray, in a hoarse voice, replied that he had just won the tournament. Ivan pressed further, asking what else he remembered. Gray lifted his head and said that he had accepted an offer to be mentored by a powerful person. Ivan slowly approached and asked for the name of the woman and the nature of their relationship. Gray thought to himself that if Ivan already knew he was referring to a woman, then he must only be seeking confirmation, and thus replied that he knew her as Lady Vera and that he had just met her. Liam frowned and accused him of lying. Ivan stopped Liam and asked Gray what had happened after he had won the tournament. Gray stammered that he had been heading back to his dorm room. Liam, growing angrier, lunged forward and grabbed Gray by the throat, shouting again that he was lying and warning him that it would be wise to tell them which organization had sent him to protect the legacy. Struggling to breathe, Gray was utterly confused and wondered what they were talking about, questioning what organization and legacy meant. Liam then threw Gray hard onto the ground. As the two men were leaving, one of them ordered that Gray be stripped of his clothes and said that he would get the white phosphorus. Gray's vision gradually faded. When he regained consciousness, Ivan was already standing in front of him and said that he believed Gray had some information they needed, adding that, fortunately for him, this meant they needed him alive, for now. Gray wondered how long he had been unconscious. Ivan opened a jar of medicine and said that if Gray was who they suspected him to be, he might have prepared for this. But if they had made a mistake and their evidence was merely coincidental, then it would be an incredibly uncomfortable experience for him. As Ivan applied the substance onto his chest, Gray, confused and panicked, asked what he was talking about and begged him to stop, asking what he was doing, even then held a lighter close to the area he had just applied the substance to, igniting a flame on Gray's chest. Gray screamed in pain, but Ivan did not stop and continued applying the substance to other parts of his body. Trembling, Gray begged him not to do it. Ivan burned those areas as well, leaving Gray in unbearable pain, unable to move. Gray later reflected that it had been easy to lose track of time, as they would burn another strip of his skin, then take a break, giving him false hope that it was over, only to begin again. His face gradually turned pale, and he finally broke, saying that he would tell them whatever they wanted, anything, everything. Ivan then said that was better and told Gray that he was going to tell him a story, and that Gray would fill in the gaps if he wanted to avoid further pain in more sensitive places, asking if he was clear. He went on to state that Gray's name was Gray, that Headmaster Olivia Wilbeck had overseen his care since infancy, and that the orphanage had been his home. He then asked if he was on the right track so far, and said that this was where he needed Gray's help, asking which military institution had trained him to become the legacy's protector. Sweating, Gray insisted that he had only finished his second year at Whitholm Military Academy and had received no prior training. Ivan frowned and questioned whether Gray was claiming that he had managed to defeat 2 skilled key combatants without any prior training. Gray, tense, began to explain that he had had help from his friends, but Ivan cut him off and demanded to know why Wilbeck, whom he described as calculating, would allow the legacy to walk around in public with two ordinary children. Still confused, Gray asked what this legacy was that Ivan kept mentioning, insisting that he had never heard of such a thing in his life. Ivan opened the jar again and said that there were only two things he truly wanted to know: which organization had sent Gray to protect the legacy, and to what extent the country of Traden was providing assistance by publicly announcing Lady Vera as his mentor. As Ivan applied the substance to Gray's face, Gray, terrified, pleaded that he did not know. As the flame approached his face, he desperately repeated that he did not know. At that moment, a sharp blade suddenly flew in and pierced Ivan's neck, causing blood to spurt out. Liam, shocked, exclaimed in alarm, but before he could react, Vera struck him hard in the stomach. She then slowly approached Gray and reassured him that he was safe now, addressing him gently as Kid and offering him a warm smile.
Arthur adjusted his flight path, feeling the raw energy of the atmosphere swirling around his fingertips. This sensation of flying is indeed something incredible, Arthur whispered to the open air, his voice stolen by the rushing wind. Looking toward the distant silhouette of the Elshire forest, his thoughts turned toward the strategic maneuvers of the ongoing conflict. Lena and her elven forces will be better off with General Aya, given her experience with the forest, Arthur reasoned with eye. Somber nod. General Aya possessed a deep connection to the ancient woods that few could match, making her the ideal protector for the elven kin during these turbulent times. Within his mind, he visualized the maps of the continent, plotting the movements of their enemies and the positions of their allies. The burden of leadership felt heavier than the gravity pulling at his form. Glancing down at the storage ring on his finger, Arthur considered the vital intelligence he carried within his grasp. I should head back to the castle, he muttered, though his eyes remained fixed on the horizon ahead. The mission had been grueling, but the transmission scroll should give them enough information about the Alacrian I questioned. Arthur contemplated the tactical advantages this new data provided. The interrogation had been difficult, revealing the sheer scale of the Alacrian ambition and their ruthless tactics. Every piece of information was a weapon in this war, and he could not afford to let it go to waste. Nevertheless, the sight of the massive fortification ahead drew his focus. The journey back to the royal seat could wait until he assessed the status of the northern defenses. For now, duty called him toward the massive stone barrier known as the Wall. Determination hardened his gaze as he pushed his mana to its limits, cutting through the thin air with renewed speed. I will update her when I get back, Arthur promised himself, thinking of the white dragon who was currently recuperating. The bond they shared was more than just magical, it was a connection of souls that defined his very existence in this new world below him. The terrain began to shift, the mountains giving way to a massive man-made structure that defied belief. Action panels flicker by as Arthur descends, his body becoming a streak of light against the darkening sky. He could see the patrols of soldiers on the lower ridges, their armor glinting in the fading light. The atmosphere here was thick with tension, a palpable sense of dread that hung over the defenders like a heavy shroud. Arthur prepared for his landing, knowing that his arrival would cause a stir among the ranks. Approaching the massive fortification, Arthur witnessed the chaotic struggle of the soldiers stationed at the front lines. Alacrians try to break through the defensive line, Arthur observed, noting the flashes of elemental magic clashing against the stone. The sheer scale of the conflict was staggering, a relentless tide of enemies pushing against the resolve of Dicathan. Arthur realized he had heard many reports of the attacks on the fortress, yet, seeing it in person was an entirely different experience. This is the first time I am seeing it, he whispered, his eyes widening at the sight of the colossal wall that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was not merely a wall, but a city unto itself, a testament to the ingenuity and desperation of his people. The sound of clashing steel and the roar of explosions echoed through the valley, reaching his ears. Even at this height, the war was no longer a distant report, but a brutal reality. Arthur descended toward the landing platform, his feet touching the cold stone with a soft thud that echoed in the sudden silence of the guard. Soldiers immediately stood at attention, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear at the sight of the young general. It has been a while since I have been treated like this, Arthur thought. Feeling a slight discomfort at the rigid formality of the military greeting, he was used to the chaotic battles and the informal camaraderie of his inner circle. However, here, he was a symbol of hope and authority. The wind continued to howl through the narrow passages of the fortress, tugging at his cloak as he stood tall. He looked at the faces of the young men and women, seeing the exhaustion etched into their features and the grime of battle on their gear. They looked at him as if he were a savior, a burden he was still learning to carry. Within the crowd of soldiers, a tall and imposing figure stepped forward with a confident stride. His armor was scarred and worn. Speaking of many battles fought on these very ramparts, he stopped before Arthur and offered a crisp salute, his voice booming over the wind. Captain Elbenth Kelris of the Bulwark Division, the man announced, his eyes sharp and analytical as he assessed the legendary general. Arthur nodded in acknowledgement, respecting the discipline and strength emanating from the officer around them. The activity of the fort continued, though many eyes remained fixed on their interaction. The air was filled with the smell of smoke and ozone, the lingering scent of magical combat. Captain Albinth maintained his posture, waiting for the general to speak. His presence was a grounding force amidst the surrounding chaos. Arthur could tell that this man was a veteran who had seen the worst of the Alacrian invasion and survived. Arthur scanned the horizon, noting the sporadic bursts of magic from the distant tree line. I am sure the stray attacks on the wall keep them busy, Arthur remarked, his voice calm despite the surrounding violence. Captain Albinth nodded gravely, his gaze following Arthur toward the front lines. The Alacrians were relentless, testing the defenses at every hour of the day and night. Action panels depict the soldiers scrambling to their positions, loading massive ballistae and preparing defensive spells. Despite the frequency of the skirmishes, the discipline of the Bulwark Division remained unshaken. Every soldier knew their role in the grand machine of defense. Arthur felt a sense of respect for these men and women who stood as the first and last line of defense for the kingdom. He watched as a squad of mages coordinated a barrier spell, their synchronized chants humming through the air. The pressure was constant, but the wall stood firm against the storm. Walking alongside Captain Albinth, Arthur looked up at the towering heights of the stone masonry. Calling this place the wall is quite misleading, Arthur mused, his eyes tracing the intricate architecture and the layers of fortifications built into the mountainside. It was a sprawling complex, housing thousands of souls and the machinery of war. Please excuse the noise, General, Captain Albinth said, gesturing toward the industrial sounds of hammers and steam vents. I have been overseeing the repairs in the new installations, he continued, his voice echoing in the stone corridor. Arthur took in the sights of the massive gears turning and the glow of mana furnaces powering the defensive arrays. Overwhelming indeed, Arthur responded, acknowledging the sheer engineering marvel that surrounded them. The complexity of the structure was a testament to the resources Dicathan had poured into this final stand. It was more than a barrier, it was a symbol of a nation refusing to fall. A group of lower-ranking officers attempted to kneel as the general passed, but Arthur stopped them with a wave of his hand. A salute is enough, he said firmly, his tone brooked no argument. He preferred the efficiency of a soldier over the empty gestures of nobility, especially in a place where time was measured in lives saved. As they moved deeper into the inner chambers, a sudden plume of black smoke caught Arthur's attention. Is there a fire somewhere? Arthur asked, his hand instinctively moving toward the hilt of his blade. Captain Albinth chuckled softly, though the sound held little humor. That is merely the exhaust from the steam engines, he explained, pointing toward a series of massive pipes that ran along the ceiling. The heat in this section of the fortress was intense, the air shimmering with the release of thermal energy. Arthur marveled at how these primitive yet effective technologies were being used to bolster the defense. They entered a vast workshop where the sounds of industry were deafening. Mechanisms behind the wall are amazing, Arthur noted, his eyes scanning the array of pistons and gears that operated the heavy gates and the defensive platforms. One particular machine caught his eye, a colossal iron arm that moved with rhythmic precision. This is similar to an old steam-driven hammer from Earth, Arthur thought, a wave of nostalgia hitting him as he recognized the principles of engineering from his former life. It was a bridge between two worlds, the magic of this land fueling the mechanical designs of another. He watched as the hammer struck a glowing piece of metal, sparks flying in every direction like tiny stars. The ingenuity of the human and dwarven smiths working together was evident in every joint and weld. It was a resourceful use of both mana and physics, creating something stronger than the sum of its parts. Arthur walked through the rows of machinery, his presence a quiet anomaly amidst the sweating workers and the clanging iron. These walls, he whispered, reaching out to touch the cold stone that hummed with latent power. He could feel the vibrations of the mountain itself, anchored by the massive weight of the fortification. Action panels show the complexity of the internal structures, revealing a labyrinth of corridors and chambers hidden within the rock. Every level of the fortress served a purpose, from the barracks to the armories to the specialized research labs. Arthur could see the desperation in the eyes of the workers, but also a fierce pride in their craft. They were carving a future out of the very stone of their home, refusing to let the Alacrians take a single inch without a fight. The scale of the effort was monumental, a collective act of defiance that resonated through the halls. Captain Albinth gestured toward a map room where several strategists were huddled over a glowing table. Every person here has a stake in the defense of the wall, Albinth explained, his voice full of solemnity. Arthur looked at the logistics and the supply lines mapped out in flickering lights. It is brilliant, Arthur admitted, his mind quickly calculating the efficiency of their resource distribution. This is a resourceful use of the pieces at hand, he continued, impressed by how they had managed to maintain such a massive force in such an isolated location. They were not just fighting a war of magic, but a war of attrition and supply. The senior captain in charge had clearly optimized every aspect of the fortress's economy to ensure their survival. Arthur felt a rare sense of relief knowing that the northern front was in such capable hands, even as the Alacrian threat continued to grow in the shadows. As they continued toward the central command hub, Arthur observed the small marketplace that had formed within the lower levels. The economy here speaks volumes about the senior captain in charge of this city-like complex, Arthur noted. Watching his soldiers traded rations and basic goods, it was a functioning society, a pocket of civilization carved into the side of a mountain. I appreciate it, Captain Albinth, Arthur said, turning toward his guide with a genuine look of respect. He knew that maintaining morale was just as important as maintaining the walls. Captain Albinth gave a modest shrug, though his eyes gleamed with pride for his soldiers and his city. They had built this place from nothing, and they would defend it to the last breath. Arthur felt a renewed sense of purpose. He would do everything in his power to ensure their efforts were not in vain and that the wall would remain an unbreakable shield for Dicathan. They approached the heavy reinforced doors of the command center, guarded by a dozen elite soldiers in polished silver armor. That is a lot of guards, Arthur commented, noticing the tension in the air as they drew closer to the heart of the fortress. Captain Albinth nodded toward the captains and several heads of departments waiting outside the chamber. They were all here for the council meeting, their faces grim and determined. The senior captain is expecting you, Albinth said, gesturing for Arthur to step forward. Arthur could feel the presence of powerful mana signatures inside the room, indicating that the leaders of the bulwark were more than just administrators. He took a deep breath, smoothing out his cloak and straightening his posture. The information he carried from his interrogation of the Elacrian prisoner would be vital for their next steps within these stone walls. The future of the continent was being decided, and Arthur was at the very center of it all. The massive doors groaned as they were pushed open, revealing a large circular hall filled with the maps and models of the surrounding territory. Action panels show the light from the mana lamps reflecting off the eyes of the gathered leaders. Arthur stepped into the room, his boots clicking against the polished floor with a steady, rhythmic sound every I turned toward him. A mixture of expectation and desperation radiating from the assembled council. At the far end of the room stood a figure shrouded in shadow, the one who orchestrated this entire defense. Arthur prepared himself for the conversation ahead, knowing that the choices made here would ripple across the entire world. The war was entering a new phase, and the wall would be the stage for the next great clash. Despite the fear that gnawed at the edges of his mind, Arthur stood tall, a king in his past life and a general in this one, ready to lead his people through the coming storm.
Thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you did, don't forget to like and subscribe to stay updated. And hey, drop a comment if you have thoughts or new ideas or just want to say hi. I'd love to hear from you. Until next time, take care and stay awesome.